He just took a straight punch to the face, but instead of fear, he let out an eerie laugh. This was 16 years ago, so that meant Hyuk-soo looked at Tae-han with wary eyes, thinking he had gone mad. He began provoking again, acting as if he wanted another hit. As soon as he finished speaking, Hyuk-soo took another punch from Tae-han. With tears in his eyes, the game begins. If this is 16 years ago, that meant Tae-han, you could awaken as well. Tae-han was a man over 35 years old, yet he still had to serve as a lackey to the fake awakeners. During one expedition, he unfortunately encountered Asmodeus. The SS rank monster had wiped out his entire team. Only Tae-han survived. At the moment he was about to be finished off by Asmodeus, someone claiming to be a king appeared. He froze space. He bestowed power and sent Tae-han back to the past. He returned right in the middle of being bullied by Hyuk-soo. E-rank awakener and his cronies were badly beaten. Hyuk-soo's friends saw this and lunged to attack Tae-han. They thought he would be easy to take down, but this time was different. With just a few basic moves, Tae-han took them down. Having been an unawakened for 35 years, Tae-han had done everything he could, from training his body every day, to researching all knowledge of the abyss and monsters. He even learned practical combat martial arts, so he could not lose to these amateurs. That lot did not even know the basics. The abyss's appearance had changed the entire world. This place was the domain of monsters that only existed in novels. Then humans awakened with extraordinary power to destroy them. From then on, a person's value was measured by their awakening rank. Those with high ranks enjoyed a good life. As for ordinary people, even at 35, like Tae-han, they only lived a poor life looked down upon. He could only work as a servant for the fake awakeners. But that was the story of his past life. In this life, Tae-han awakened at 19 and would rise to the top. The story returns to the main event. While Tae-han was feeling smug for having taught the bullies a lesson, Hyuk-soo had recovered from the unexpected punch. He activated his petrification power, hardening his skin. Hyuk-soo charged forward, attacking Tae-han relentlessly. Tae-han dodged thanks to his quick reflexes. Then he seized the opportunity to counterattack, but he forgot that his skin was very hard. As a result, his hand was injured from the impact. Before he could regret it, he took another punch from Hyuk-soo. The punch sent Tae-han flying, crashing through a wall. Hyuk-soo sneered, telling him he should know his limits. He called him an unawakened bastard, challenging him to fight again. He mocked his pathetic skills. Hyuk-soo approached, looking at him as if he were a bug. Tae-han silently pondered the nature of awakeners. From a weak F rank to a powerful S rank, the power skyrocketed. But his F rank tracking skill was a mystery no one knew. In theory, he had no chance defeating an C rank Hyuk-soo. In his heart, he felt he would not lose. Tae-han stood up, his body emitting a dark aura that terrified Hyuk-soo. You are nothing more than Tae-han, a man at the very bottom of society. Tae-han was also startled by the surge of power flowing through his body. Was this the hunter's mark? He could feel magic seeping into his will. I do not understand what is happening, but I just need to kill the one who cast it. Hyuk-soo charged forward confidently, intending to sneak a bite on Tae-han. But Tae-han simply raised one hand, blocking his attack. The layers of stone on Hyuk-soo's skin began to crack and crumble away. He could not withstand the pressure from that grip. He was sent flying backward and fell unconscious. Tae-han's system immediately notified him. Hunt completed. By taking down the prey, his rank rose to E and he learned a new skill, the skill Rock Fist, extremely brutal. Tae-han brought the bullied children to the infirmary. Since only he remained conscious, during the first aid, the teacher asked for the cause. Tae-han said they fell down the stairs. She did not question further and let him leave. Awesome, I have awakened and I even got revenge on Hyuk-soo. But the issue was the hunt. Thinking about that, Tae-han fell into thought. The rank that people train their entire lives for now increased after just one fight. Even though it was only F rank, it was stronger than C rank. He could steal the skills of those he defeated. Why did the king grant me this power? Why did he return me? There were countless questions, but only one thing needed to be done. Learn about the hunt. Just as he sorted out his thoughts, Tae-han arrived at his uncle's house. Ever since his parents died, he had lived with him. But to Tae-han, his uncle's home was his home too. It has been a while since I came back. My uncle will be home late. I wonder if I should look up information about the skill. Tae-han smiled and eagerly pushed the door open, only to see Jae-jong, his uncle's son, kneeling before three strangers. Jae-jong, why are you not in school? His gaze suddenly stopped at the scattered money box in front of him. Realizing the problem, Tae-han thought angrily, this bastard. This time, he had stolen all the money in the house to get in with the bullies. One of them saw Tae-han and asked Jae-jong who this was. Jae-jong stood up and whispered to the blonde who seemed to be the leader. Also, he is Jae-jong's relative. If you do not want to get beaten, you better scram. We will just take the money and leave right away. The blonde came closer to threaten, then teasingly ruffled his hair and asked, Big brother has not awakened yet? Tae-han was silent for a moment, then sneered, perfect. I was just looking to test it out. What? The blonde had barely finished speaking when he received a full punch from Tae-han. After knocking him down, Tae-han immediately activated the hunt. But the system reported that the hunter's mark function could not be performed, but the hunt is not working. While he was confused, the blonde fought back. He and his accomplices switched skills. They ganged up on Tae-han. Mind, poison, bleeding. All three C-rank skills were aimed directly at him. A loud explosion rang out, smoke and dust billowing everywhere. A group of blondes thought Tae-han was done for. When his system chimed again, sensing the use of skills, bind, poison, bleeding have been confirmed, confirmed. Thanks to the mysterious power, he successfully resisted, nullifying the techniques at will. I do not know what is going on, but it is definitely powerful. Taehyun emerged from the smoke like a god. He moved like lightning, grabbing the blonde and throwing him to the ground. Looking at the three thugs lying unconscious, Taehyun thought, now then, I think I understand two things. Only a false awakener can see the stats panel. Name Taehyun, age 19, rank E, strength A, stamina 6. Speed 5, mana 10, weakness 71%, magic 10, skill hunters mark E, hunt selected awakener target, mana 5, rock fist E, body enhancement mana 1. All details about the awakener are here, detailed but not complete. Although he had enough mana to activate the hunt, it still would not turn on. Skill hunters mark E, hunt selected awakener target mana 5. So besides mana, there are other factors affecting its activation. The passive of the hunter's mark was also not mentioned, which is the ability to resist and nullify abnormal states like poison or bleeding. Anyway, right or wrong can be figured out later. More importantly, Taehyun sighed and glanced at Jaejong kneeling in front of him, asking what he was doing. Only then did Jaejong dare to lift his head, weeping and begging, brother, after seeing your true self, I was deeply moved. I, Jaejong, your cousin, hereby criticize my own actions. Please let me off this time, even if I have to lick shoes or bark like a dog. I will do whatever you say. To prove it, Jaejong started barking woof woof. Taehyun looked on with disgust, thinking to himself, pathetic bastard. I knew this guy was cowardly since childhood, but I never expected it to go this far. Oh well, I will not bother with him. Besides, I have other urgent matters today. Remembering something, Taehyun said, fine, I forgive you. Jaejong asked back with a hopeful face, really? Taehyun set a condition, in return you have to come with me to handle this matter. Upon hearing this, Jaejong looked up at him curiously. It was getting dark in a sealed-off area. 3 people stood before an energy cage covering a rift gate where monsters continuously poured out. A rift gate is a phenomenon where monsters appear when a crack opens, leading to the abyss. If left untreated, it causes a dungeon disaster. The bespectacled youth looked at the gate and sighed softly. It's been 10 years since I last saw a dungeon rift. The gate had just formed, so monsters came flocking in droves, harming humans. The long-haired girl spoke up, look at those monsters. If we do nothing, a dungeon disaster will occur soon. The red-haired girl asked worriedly, should we evacuate the surrounding area? The bespectacled youth answered confidently, no need, because I have a B-rank barrier skill. Besides, the level of this rift gate is only C. That means the strongest monster coming through the gate is only C rank. In other words, even if an unexpected crisis occurs. Suddenly, the barrier cage behind them was shattered by a monster. The 2 girls in the team shouted hastily, Captain. The captain turned around, kicked off the heads of the monster horde, and then asserted, we B ranks can handle this easily. At the same time, Taehyun and Jaejong had also set out for the rift gate. On the way, Jaejong kept asking, so, is everything fine there now? Brother, you said there are control personnel there already, right? That is good, brother. Taehyun said with a headache, shut up. Stop calling me brother. You are right. Based on the preliminary mana, it is a C-rank gate. B-rank control personnel will have no problem with a C-rank opponent. Jaejong exclaimed, exactly. That is what I meant. But if only it really were just a C-rank dungeon. Hearing this, Jaejong was about to jump for joy but suddenly fell silent, his eyes wide with fear. At the rift gate, the captain sat down beside the corpse of a dead monster. Strange, how did these low-rank monsters tear apart my B-rank barrier? Or is the mana spilling out here higher than my rank? Captain, there is something inside the gate. Hearing the call, he quickly turned around and saw a much larger monster stepping out. The captain opened his eyes wide, staring at the monster in disbelief. What is this? That is, a giant rank star devourer. The moment it appeared, it roared, shattered the B-rank barrier, and released the monsters to pour out. The captain stood frozen in place, staring at the giant star devourer. Not a C rank, but before he could finish his sentence, an extremely powerful energy wave enveloped him and his 2 teammates. An explosion rang out, covering the entire sealed area in smoke and fire. Elsewhere, Jaejong ran after Taehyun and asked, brother, even if you are right, this is ridiculous. How do you know all this? There is no sign of monsters. They did not even order an evacuation. Because I have been through this before, Taehyun thought to himself, but answered aloud, instinct, my instinct tells me so. You are lying. Do not tell me you are trying to fool me. Before Jaejong could finish, a scream rang out from afar. Run! It is the rift gate! Help me! Jaejong turned his head to look. Seeing a large number of monsters chasing civilians, he panicked. Taehyun calmly said, remember what I told you. If you do, do it. Jaejong asked worriedly, what about you? Me. I will deal with those bastards and then catch up to you. As he spoke, Taehyun activated a skill and walked towards the group of monsters chasing people. At the same time, in a high-rise building, a man looked down worriedly at the chaotic street, then turned back to speak. The situation is deteriorating as fast as you said. The gate thought to be C rank turned out to be A rank. No reinforcements because everyone is busy conquering dungeons and exploring the abyss. Now the only way is in a rank awakener. You are the only hope. Please be our mad sword Hyosu. Hyosu heard this, bit his lip, and tears streamed down. Everyone wait for me. Hero Hyosu is coming. Hyosu, a rank awakener, alias the Mad Sword, trait adolescent syndrome. Han had just finished off the monsters. He kept carrying out the task, further experimenting with his predation skill. A moment later, Tahan smiled and thought, just as I thought. Predation fails because of the exhaustion level. If the exhaustion level exceeds 70%, it will no longer activate. Most skills use mana, but you cannot only worry about mana, because exhaustion increases when using skills or moving. The higher the exhaustion, the more strength decreases, and the heavier the body feels. There are many things to worry about. I discovered that by absorbing the vital energy of dead monsters, I can recover mana and use skills more easily. He muttered to himself, and Tae-hyun used the predation skill again. The system announced target is dead, cannot absorb mana, but you have successfully predated and recovered mana. Tae-hyun said happily and softly, and the good news is, the system notified, your rank has changed to D. Predation rose from E to D, stone skin rose from E to D. Tae-hyun grinned excitedly to himself. The more I use predation, the more I level up. At this rate I can advance to S rank, even SS rank. Maybe I will become the first SSS rank person. Soon Tae-hyun had cleared all the monsters around him. He wondered if he should return to Jae-jong. Before he could finish speaking, a loud noise suddenly sounded behind Tae-hyun. Turning around, he saw the massive A-rank giant octopus collapsing into a tall building. Immediately after, Hyosu appeared in the air above the monster. He raised a sword emitting a golden light high, preparing to bring it down while letting out an enraged roar. The Justice Warrior Hyosu will punish you. Hearing that, Tae-hyun glanced with a look that was half appraisal, half contempt. The giant octopus refused to lie down and wait for death, stretching its body to throw a punch at Hyosu, but it was all a futile struggle, because Hyosu's full power slash was not something it could stop. A golden pillar of light shot high into the sky, and the giant octopus was completely defeated. Having witnessed everything, Tae-hyun silently marveled at his power to easily kill an A-rank monster. This was definitely the A-rank awakener who had single-handedly dealt with the Rift Gate before he regressed. The raging sword, he is as strong as the rumors say. Hyosu struck a pose he thought was cool and then declared the monster had died under the blade of justice. In his heart, Tae-hyun added that he was also as dumb as the rumors. But why was Hyosu here? Before regressing, he remembered him fighting a giant tentacle monster on the other side of the city. Hyosu stood atop the octopus's corpse, clasping his hands in prayer for the rest of the unfortunate citizens. Tae-hyun was about to say something but abruptly stopped. The system notified him of a sense skill. Right after, Tae-hyun was horrified to see a figure suddenly appear behind Hyosu, thrusting a sword straight through his chest. Hyosu spat out a mouthful of blood, startled, and turned around shouting in astonishment. The mysterious man bared his teeth in a sneer, saying he had caught him. At the same time, in a brightly lit room, Jae-jong was frowning as he watched Na-young sleeping soundly on the sofa, wondering to himself, is this really okay? He remembered Tae-hyun's words. Many people would die tonight, including the school nurse Na-young. She would die while helping the citizens instead of evacuating. You can use your sleep skill to make everyone sleep, right? So put Na-young to sleep and take her to a safe place. Leave the rest to me. Recalling those words, Jae-jong wondered how brother Tae-hyun knew all of this. Or maybe there was a reasonable explanation, but there was no other way to interpret it. A moment later, Jae-jong suddenly thought of something and cried out in excitement. No, seeing the future. Cool! This is insane! Back to Tae-hyun, he was forcing a smile and cursing under his breath, because something was very wrong. Hyosu clutched his chest, loudly demanding who the mysterious person was. The mysterious man did not answer, just bared his teeth in a smile, surprised Hyosu was still alive after the fatal blow. He admitted an A-rank was indeed different. Hyosu did not know who he was, but Tae-hyun did. It was the B-rank villain Han Sang-do, a man with a concealment skill. Awakened ones who commit crimes are called villains, and Han Sang-do was a crazy murderer. When the gate shattered and monsters poured out, he roamed around killing people for pleasure. Tae-hyun was puzzled, because he was sure he had never met him before regressing. Could it be that the future changed because of him? Hyosu shouted, called him a villain, and swore to punish him. He grabbed his weapon and charged at Sang-do. But before he could move, the ground beneath him shook violently. The giant octopus he had just defeated rose up once again. Hyosu was startled, while Sang-do laughed joyfully at the top-tier recovery ability of the A-rank monster. Hyosu was forced to ignore Sang-do and focus on battling the giant tentacle monster. Sang-do said to leave that monster to him, then flashed a bloodthirsty smile, and turned to look at Tae-hyun from afar. He said he didn't expect an audience here. He laughed loudly, the more prey the better. As soon as he finished speaking, Sang-do lunged at Tae-hyun, shouting die. His blade aimed straight for Tae-hyun's neck, but was stopped by a tough layer of stone skin. Tae-hyun sneered mockingly, simultaneously kicking straight at Sang-do's face. The kick sent him flying backward. Caught off guard and hit, Sang-do angrily swore. But Taihan was also an awakener. Taihan cracked his shoulders, stepped forward one pace at a time, listed each one of his crimes, and said it was lucky to have run into him. As he spoke, he used his stone skin skill to cover his hands, then waved them tauntingly at Sangdu. The two clashed into combat. Stone-like skin allowed Taihan to block Sangdu's slashes. For a moment, neither side gained the upper hand. After a few moves, Sangdu stepped back with a sinister grin, saying his opponent was quite strong and had reason to be confident. But who would have known the sword was ineffective against you? I do not know how much you know about me, but you probably think you will win because my attacks are useless, right? But kid, the world is not that simple. Sangdu bared his teeth in a smile. His figure vanished right before Taihan's eye. Taihan thought warily invisibility, but he must know that would not change anything. My attacks would still be useless against me. With a shout, Taihan spun around and threw a punch behind him. You sure? Sangdu's voice echoed by his ear. He suddenly appeared behind him, swung his sword and slashed hard. Taihan quickly raised his arm to block. This time, a bleeding wound appeared on his hand, startling him. Sangdu laughed maniacally, moving at high speed around Taihan while continuously striking with his sword. Taihan could only stand with his arms crossed, taking the blows. He said, "Do you know how many awakened I have hunted? All delusional fools. Your weakness is exposed. Now you just want to run away, right? Before you die, you should know that every skill has a weakness." Through the assault, Taihan accumulated many wounds, spat blood and muttered, "Who would have known stone skin had such a flaw?" The skill could not completely block every attack. Powerful strikes would break the stone. The broken parts were replaced by weaker stones. He had targeted this weakness from the very start. Even so, Taihan believed he could still fight a B rank one-on-one thanks to his physical skills surpassing D rank. Grinning through clenched teeth, he suggested stopping the test here. Sangdu asked back in confusion. He laughed loudly as he lunged forward, saying Taihan had gone mad from being cornered. Taihan asked, "Do you know why I wanted to meet?" He sneered and called it nonsense. To steal your skill, Taihan released the hunting skill. At that moment, Sangdu felt a bad premonition. What is this sinister mana flow? This bastard had been hiding his true strength. But thinking of his own skill, he regained confidence and still charged forward. He sneered, "You fool, you think you can hit me when you cannot see me." Taihan used a skill to create a barrier enveloping them both, saying, "Did you not say every skill has a weakness? I realized this after hunting monsters a few times. Countless of them escaped my sight. But in the end, the scent hunting skill devoured them all. Simple, no matter where you hide, the hunter will catch you." Inside the barrier, tentacles suddenly appeared targeting the invisible Sangdu. It let out a sound. With just that one sound, he was already restrained by the tentacles. Taihan raised his hand and made a squeezing motion. Sangdu's body was immediately crushed by the tentacles. At another battlefield, where the giant brain and Hyaksu fought, the entire vast area had been destroyed into ruin. Hyaksu was gasping on the ground, cursing the villain who had ambushed him. Even as the invincible warrior, he could not take death lightly. The giant brain walked step by step towards him. Its mouth roared incessantly. It raised its fist, about to smash it down on him. The dust settled, and it was surprised not to see Hyosu in the crater. Not far away, Taihan appeared, holding the unconscious Hyosu in his hand. He said, "Why are you lying flat on the ground?" Then used hunting to look at the giant brain as prey. Dawn broke, signaling a new day. At a civilian residence, a middle-aged couple opened the door to find Taihan and Jae-jong. Jae-jong, with his hands behind his head, smiled and greeted his parents. Taehyun also greeted them. Seeing the two safe, the couple burst into tears, worried their son had been taken by monsters. Jae-jong's parents said the house was now messy, as if someone had just wrecked it. Jae-jong hesitated, replying it was nothing. Taehyun chuckled and said he did not know. The media reported on the rift gate from last night. Breaking news, a large gate had appeared after 10 years. Following orders, the warning had been completely lifted. The government closed nearby schools for a week, and news of survivors was gradually released. Footage of the first three-person team lucky to survive inside the gate. The team leader kept insisting it was not C rank, but A rank. Next, Na-young was confusedly answering the police when I woke up and found myself here. And Hyosu was standing in front of the reporters yelling that he was not the one who took down the giant owl, but the real hero was someone else. Since the giant owl's wounds and the attacker's whereabouts were still unknown, the people remained worried about the effectiveness of preventive measures. Next news, turn off the phone. Hyun smiled as he lifted his head to look at the tunnel entrance in front of him, speaking softly, "Good, at least no one mentioned me." Alright, then let's just proceed with the next phase. Personal panel, name Taehyun, age 19, rank E, strength 15, stamina 20, mana 40, weakness 5%, magic 40 out of 40, skill hunt D, targeted hunt, mana 10, stone skin D, mana body enhancement 3, stealth D, conceal self mana 5. Now he has 3 skills. The stealth skill was a huge bargain, but with his current rank, it was very difficult for him to use all 3 skills at once, because carelessly using skills could drain his mana instantly and increase his weakness level. That could be a dangerous move, and the best preventive measure was potion, something that could restore mana and vitality when used. But potions were quite expensive. He had to hunt to earn money, and to hunt he needed a legal permit. Actually, using skills without permission was already illegal, so his only choice was to explore undiscovered dungeons. Having already planned in his heart, Ta Han advanced into the tunnel until he squeezed through a secret narrow gap. A spacious space appeared before Ta Han, and a series of blood-red eyes immediately stared at him. So this was a monster nest, led by the 3 spider goblin sisters at B rank. The 3 spider goblin sisters cried out in astonishment. How dare a human come here? How did you find us? Paralyze him and then have a feast. Ta Han looked at the 3 complaining monsters. B rank wasn't high enough to change his rank. Should he absorb them? The 3 enraged monsters roared, how dare you, you arrogant lowly human? Do you even know what situation you are in? We will eat you alive. They puffed out their mouths and simultaneously fired paralysis skills at Ta Han, laughing loudly. Haha, how do you feel now? You feel your body unable to move and gradually becoming paralyzed? Ta Han was neither horrified nor did he dodge. He just stood there smiling and activated the hunt skill. The system notified that the adverse effect had been resisted, just as he thought, you guys have some useful skills. As soon as he finished speaking, Ta Han pushed the hunt skill with all his might towards the monster horde. After that, screams of the monster horde rang out continuously in the tunnel. Not long after, the screams gradually subsided and finally stopped completely. The system notified that he had successfully hunted and absorbed a new skill, paralysis. At the same time, at the building of the new Korean Player Awakener Association. In a room, there were 3 people, including the Deputy Director of Human Resources of the new Korean Awakener Association, Tae-guk, Commander of the Nightwalker and an S-rank player, Ah-young, the Chairman of the new Korean Player Association, also an S-rank player, Jing-hui. Standing before 2 S-rank players, Tae-guk felt pressured and thought to himself, they are the 2 best Awakener players of the new association. Players are Awakener players legally permitted to use skills for exploring the deep abyss, eliminating dungeons, and so on. Currently, there were 5 strongest players in Korea, holding the balance of power among the Awakeners. The largest player guilds in Korea included the 4 great guilds, the Monist warriors, the alchemist artisans, the sorcerer wizards, the night branch information providers and investigators, and the governing authorities for the players, including the 4 great guilds, which were the new Korean Player Association. Right before him was Jo Aeyong smiled at Jing-hui. Long time no see, Mr. Chairman. Jing-hui spoke, thank you for coming. I know you are very busy. Did you find something? Ah-young withdrew her smile, her gaze turning serious as she asked, do you mean the Cunning Guild? The Cunning Guild, a criminal organization formed by the most vicious criminals. All members wore gold rings engraved with 3 skulls. Jo Aeyong handed Jing-hui a file and said this was the Cunning Guild's recent activities and a list of the players they were targeting. But you probably didn't call me here just to personally pick up the documents, right? So, what is the matter? Jing-hui took the file and said with a laugh, oh, you caught that. I wanted to ask for your opinion on this matter. Jo Aeyong asked curiously, my opinion? Miss Ah-young, since when do you take the player evaluation? Jo Aeyong replied doubtfully, of course when I turned 19. Suddenly, as if understanding something, Ah-young said, Chairman, don't tell me. Jing-hui asked with a smile, do you think a high school student can stand against a monster? Back to Tae-hyun, his backpack was now full of mana stones. He sat atop the pile of monster corpses making a phone call. Hello, is this the Alchemist Guild of the 4 great guilds? I want to buy some potions. Because of the Rift Gate incident, the school was closed for 7 days. Taking advantage of that time, Tae-hyun trained. He raided some dungeons. Mana stones, monster cores used to make potions or equipment, were traded with the Alchemist Guild. The biggest achievement in these 7 days was that he had ranked up to a C rank Awakener. After the closure order ended, Tae-hyun returned to school. The rumor that Tae-hyun took down Bi Hyuk-soo had now spread throughout the school. Most students were astonished, but there were also quite a few who worried for him, because things had reached a point where the fake Awakener, Ashley Jungji, certainly could not ignore it. Just as expected, on the first morning the school opened, Lee Jung-jae, along with 2 of his underlings, came directly to his classroom. Jung-jae was the 3rd generation of the Teeson Group, the sponsor of Teeson High School, a gathering place for bullies. He was also the one who had ordered Hak-soo to do the bullying, before Tae-hyun awakened. At that moment, Lee Jung-jae sat across from Tae-hyun with an arrogant expression, greeting his old friend. Tae-hyun immediately cursed back, who is your friend? Shut your dog mouth. Do you know who you are talking to? The underling behind Jung-jae shouted and was about to rush forward when he immediately took a punch. Jung-jae reminded them, don't you see I'm talking? Turned back and smiled at Tae-hyun. You must be quite proud of yourself for defeating Bae Hyuk-soo. But his power burst forth, staring at Tae-hyun threateningly. You should realize who you are dealing with. Listen while I am still being lenient. Tae-hyun thought to himself, this is the power of a veteran S-rank Awakener, impressive indeed, but I wonder how you will fare when you meet a predator. His hand began to prepare to use a skill when suddenly a female voice rang out. Ah Jang said, Jung-jae, that's enough, stop it. Then she slowly approached. She used a skill to restrain the hand of the underling trying to block her, glancing at Tae-hyun to remind him, you too. That's enough. Tae-hyun remained silent without answering, but already tacitly compromised in his heart. Ah Jang was the class president, a Chable heiress, the younger sister of Ah Young, an S-rank Awakener, destined for the top rank, possessing countless titles. The problem was that she was very stubborn and not easy to back down from, as now when Jung-jae feigned friendliness, only trying to talk to Tae-hyun heart to heart like a friend, He did not hesitate to expose him, friend. Then what about the punch to his face? Zheng Jia's fake smile disappeared, his eyes blazing with fire. Ah Jiang, watch that mouth of yours. Jiang was not afraid of conflict, saying directly, I will use force if you do not leave. Shut up and get lost. After the two sides stared at each other for 5 seconds, Zheng Jia sighed and waved his hand. Alright, let's stop here. I don't intend to fight in the classroom, but created a fireball, and then shouted, did you think I would say that? Seeing this, Jiang immediately began gathering energy, ready to retaliate. Just as both sides were about to clash, the bell rang along with an announcement from the school speakers. An announcement from the media club. A special class organized by the Player Association will be held in the main hall. All students are required to gather immediately. Special class, the Player Association. Zheng Jie muttered to himself, then smiled as he looked at Ta Han and Ah Jiang. You two are lucky. Having said that, he turned and left. Ah Jiang gradually withdrew her power, asking Ta Han, are you okay? No need to thank me. But at that moment, he was no longer sitting in his seat. While Ah Jiang was still confused, Ta Han was already standing at the door, urging her. What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear the announcement together? I'm going ahead. Ah Jiang watched him suspiciously. He could move so fast, she didn't even notice. Was this Ta Han always like this? Soon enough, all the students had gathered in the main hall. While everyone was discussing the special class, Taeguk began to speak from the podium. I am Taeguk, the manager of the Player Association. I am here for 2 reasons. First, to apologize for the association's delay in dealing with the rifts. Second, to announce a change to the players, those who hold the future of the association. Crowd below began to murmur, a player test? What does it have to do with us? Isn't it only for those 19 and older? Taeguk explained, you might think that, but I came to announce that from now on it will involve you. Due to the recent surge of gates, the number of monsters in the dungeons has spiked. The association is severely short-handed, so through this test we will recruit even high school students based on skill scores and attitude. While other students were excited by this information, with the memories of a 35-year-old man, Ta Hyun just smiled inwardly. You're cunning, deceitful. This selection is open to everyone, but the process was already set in motion beforehand. Through Taeguk's skill, Crowd Eye. Crowd Eye allowed him to observe an overview of the abilities of the targets he saw. If he focused more, he could see their status window. Taeguk stood on the podium, both giving his speech and using Crowd Eye to scan the entire student body. He could not help but admire internally. This place yielded far more talent than any other location. They could become talented players. But what surprised Taeguk the most was Zheng Jie, with a stat of 1924, along with Ah Jiang, who possessed a stat of 2335. Even though he had received the list of promising candidates, who would have thought there were so many untrained potential awakeners? Taeguk cheerfully thought to himself that he would write a recommendation letter for the new association as soon as he got back. Just then, Zheng Jie raised his hand to speak. Sir Awakener, you said this was a player selection announcement, but there are still people here who are not suitable for this selection. This trial is only for those among the awakened who have the potential to become players, right? I don't think those who haven't awakened should have to hear these harsh words. Zheng Jie glanced at Teo Han and continued. Power isn't the only factor that makes a strong player, but also the level of awakening, as well as situational handling ability and extensive knowledge of the abyss. To become a player, one needs to master complex skills to a certain level, but in the end, those stats can only be achieved by someone who has awakened. For the unawakened, it's like rubbing salt in the wound. They have no basis for evaluation. So you went that far just to see if I was awakened? Tai Han thought to himself. Reading that thought, Zheng Jie challenged. If you're awakened, then prove it. A few other students upon hearing this burst out laughing, and all looked towards Ta Han. Ah Jiang, at the front of the line, was furious and wanted to turn back and give Zheng Jie a beating, but fearing Tai Han would find him annoying, he just turned his face and ignored it. No one objected, so Zheng Jie pressed on, saying to Taeguk, Sir, I hope you will kick those unawakened ones out of here. This place is not for them. Taeguk replied politely that he understood, but whether to participate or not was up to the individuals. Ta Han, aren't you ashamed yet? How can someone like you be a candidate here? Or maybe you don't care about this awakening trial? Zheng Jie continued to provoke. Taeguk, standing on the podium, inwardly scorned Zheng Jie's arrogant attitude. An S-rank player resorting to bullying others, truly despicable. But it was that very attitude that made him curious about Ta Han. An unknown, unawakened person, why was he paying attention to him? Or was it simply jealousy? Let him see what potential that boy had. Taeguk used his appraisal skill on Ta Han, but the result returned was unverifiable information, shocking him into a stupor. As for Ta Han, facing the attack, he appeared very nonchalant. It was true that if he didn't prove he was an awakener, he couldn't enter the selection process. But to be recommended, he didn't necessarily have to expose his full strength. Thinking that, Ta Han went with the flow. You're right, I really have been too carefree. How can an unawakened person like me participate in this selection? I'd only be in your way here. I'll let myself out. As for you all, feel free to lock yourselves in here for this wonderful lecture. Tai Han flipped them the bird as a farewell and turned to leave. Taeguk was still bewildered because his appraisal skill had no effect on Ta Han. This had never happened before, not even with the chairman. Even Ah Young was never an exception. So why was it ineffective against this brat Ta Han? As if reading Taeguk's thoughts, just before stepping through the door to leave the main hall, Taihan stopped, looked at him, and flashed a meaningful smile. Instantly, Taeguk's appraisal skill displayed Tahan's stats. An unbelievable number, 1996. Leaving the hall, Tahan went to the library to search for necessary information. But not long after, Jung Jae's lackeys came looking for him. Jung Jae is looking for you. Come with us. And if I don't? Tahan replied with a faint smile. Mother runs a restaurant, right? This question put Taihan on alert. Seeing this, the guy said, Jung Jae sends his regards. You pathetic bastard. Do you want to make her suffer even more? Isn't she already suffering enough? Don't worry, we'll drag you to Jung Jae anyway. Once peaceful library suddenly turned into a battlefield with scattered broken furniture. Taihan grabbed a lackey lying on the floor and lifted him up. Don't make me ask twice. Where is that guy? Moments later, Taihan arrived at the physical training room where Jung Jae had arranged to meet. As soon as he saw Taehyun, Seol Hondo, an A-rank player in Jung Jae's guard, immediately used a skill and reported, surprising. What do you think? After the kid arrived, I cast a few debuff skills, but they didn't work. With this level of resistance, he must be at least A-rank. Hearing this, Jung Jae laughed with delight. Just as I predicted, you are awakened. If so, shall we have a little talk? My words may sound rude, but I don't plan to fight you. Actually, I want to recruit you as my subordinate. I intend to form a guild after graduation as the heir of the Tessin group. Even a genius can't do everything alone. You understand my meaning, right? Not like that idiot newbie Hyuksu, but truly talented people like you now, Taehyun. With the truly talented, not like that fool newbie Hyuksu. So Taehyun, put aside your hatred and come work for me. You will have both wealth and fame. I will make your family rich. Taehyun cut off Jung Jae's indifferent speech. You've been talking too much nonsense. Recruitment, wealth, and fame, huh? Lee Jung Jae, you've crossed the line. With that said, Taehyun used the skill Petrify as a declaration of war. Jung Jae let out a regretful sigh. Oh, is that so? Right after, he also burst forth with power and declared, just as I thought, a wild dog needs to be taught a lesson. Seol Hondo saw this and immediately created a barrier around the soccer field. This was a skill that enveloped the space with magic. People outside could not sense the magic inside. Done, he said that with this. No one would be able to interfere in the young master's battle anymore. Immediately after, Jung Jae ferociously lunged forward. He stormed in, attacking Taehyun like a tempest. But it seemed that the Petrify skill did not have much effect on Jung Jae. Just a few of his punches forced Taehyun to endure them. Haha, have you realized the disparity in our strength yet? Jung Jae laughed triumphantly, and then continued eagerly pressing Taehyun with attacks. Hondo, watching from the side, shook his head in pity for Taehyun. He had a high-grade body enhancement skill, and was an A-rank awakener. With combat skills and a willpower far beyond other students, it was truly hard for anyone else in this school to be his match. But today his opponent was a genius, so he could not win this battle. Had better give up and surrender. Just then Hondo could not hide his astonishment, his eyes wide open as he watched the scene before him. Tide had turned, Taehyun was gradually regaining the upper hand. From a disadvantaged position, he slowly shifted to a counterattack and then took the lead. After taking so many hits, he finally managed to retaliate. Staggering one had to take a direct punch to the face. Impossible, the young master is losing in a one-on-one brawl. Hondo could not hide his shock as he exclaimed. Jung Jae, now sprawled on the floor, kept screaming, that bastard dog Taehyun. What did you do? Why can't my body move? Hearing this, Hondo was even more shocked. He cannot move. Isn't body enhancement Taehyun's only skill? What kind of monster is he? Finally, it's working, Taehyun said smugly. Taehyun had achieved a total of 3 skills from Hunt Petrify, Duel, Stealth, and Paralyze. He did not use all skills from the start. C-rank Paralyze is hard to penetrate S-rank resistance. Stealth cannot be used while being attacked from range. Hunt was a last resort, not to be used openly. So Taehyun's goal was to wait for an opportunity to use Paralyze in close combat. Skills that inflict effects on direct contact are more effective than from range. With the damage and paralysis accumulated per punch, even S-rank resistance could not remain immune. You have been paralyzed. You have fully resisted it. Jung Jae's system kept repeating that notification until it changed to you have failed to resist paralysis, which was when he could no longer move. He was left to Taehyun's relentless blows, lying defeated on the floor. Taehyun was also a genius. In a one-on-one brawl, he even surpassed the young master. The battle, Hondo looked cautiously at Jung Jae. Jung Jae suddenly cackled and then said, I admit your strength now, Taehyun. I guess I underestimated you. Otherwise, there's no way I'd lose to a failure like you, so, from now on, let's fight seriously. As he spoke, he pulled out a sphere from his pocket, a small stone, and crushed it. Instantly, a massive skeleton, ablaze with hellfire, appeared behind Jung Jae and gradually merged with his body. When the enhancement process finished, Jung Jae immediately launched an attack at Taehyun. Taehyun leaped up just in time to dodge. After that, he used the Petrify skill to counterattack. But this strike was nothing more than an ember against a furnace to Jung Jae. As soon as it touched that entity, the rock layer on his hand shattered. Then he was sent flying backward by the immense force. That was the true form of the young master's skill, Flameheart. Usually, it is hard to use one's full power. S-rank power and high-grade skills require assistance. Just now, the young master used a massive mana stone created from refining mana stones. In reality, it was the monster's mana core. It would temporarily fill the mana deficiency in the user's body. Thanks to that support stone, the young master could now use all of his S-rank power. The problem was, Hondo worried and urgently shouted, "Young master, stop, are you trying to kill him?" Moreover, the amount of magic in your body is already overloaded. Your blood vessels will burst from the uncontrollable violent magic. A fire arrow shot straight towards Hondo. "Shut up, a mere Garg dares to command me? This loser has insulted me. You want me to forgive him?" Jung Jae turned his head to look at Tae-hyun. "Use all your power to unleash the Mad Scream skill. Die. Die, you bastard Tae-hyun. This is bad as I thought. The young master is losing control. His mind is chaotic. How will he escape the rampage?" Hondo quickly ran to the edge of the pit, anxiously reaching out a hand to urge Tae-hyun. "Are you still alive? Give up and run away now. I will stop the young master. Hurry up." Right away, he was met with a punch from Tae-hyun. "Run away? What nonsense are you guys talking about? You start this fight, and then say that. No surprise, I admit S-rank is strong, so from now on I'll get serious." Taking it back, Tae-hyun chugged down several potions, his stamina and mana instantly recovering. At the same time, he activated his predation skill, preparing to show Ricky Jung Jae what a real festival was. Elsewhere at the headquarters of the New Korean Player Association. After listening to Go Tae-guk's report, Jing Hui could not help but be astonished. 1900, 2300. That is correct, Jung Jae 1900, Jang 2300. Both are definitely S-rank awakeners. The other staff members were equally shocked and began to murmur. An S-rank with a stat of 1900 without any training, that is already A rank. So he is on par with the Japanese Saintess. Jing Hui happily laughed loudly. Finally, we have a player on the same level as the Japanese Saintess. The Saintess? Go Tae-guk thought to himself. The Saintess was the leader of the Japanese players, a monster with stats exceeding 2500, appearing at the age of 19, astonishing the whole world. That was correct, even that monster, she only just broke the 2500 threshold. How could that compare to his just awakened starting stats? But thinking about Tae-hyun with his stats of 5096, Tae-guk involuntarily shuddered, beginning to doubt himself. Is it an illusion? Or is the measurement device broken? Anyway, I have to check it myself. Back to the protagonist. Jung Jae was now being devoured by Tae-hyun's predation skill. While struggling, he roared in unwillingness. How can this be happening? How can I lose to a failure like you, Tae-hyun? I am the heir of the Tessen group. I am S rank. I am Lee Jung Jae. Even if you are the heir or whatever rank, it is no problem to me. Because this was the power of a king. Saying this, Tae-hyun intensified the power of predation. A world-shaking explosion occurred. In an instant, the entire gymnasium was engulfed in a sea of fire. That is surprising, Tae-hyun said, interestedly looking at Seul Hondon, because he himself had risked his life to rush in and save Jung Jae from the predation skill. If not, that Jung Jae guy would have already bought a one-way ticket to meet his ancestors. Luckily, the young master was saved. Hondo sighed in relief and then asked Tae-hyun, "What do you plan to do? The young master is the heir of the Tessen group. How do you plan to handle this?" Hey, who started the trouble? Be reasonable. Besides, am I supposed to be afraid of those threats? Do not worry, I have no intention of killing him. But in return, you will pay the price for this mercy. Hondo was bewildered. Pay the price? Let me see, he is still the heir of the Tessen group after all. Tae-hyun thought for a moment and then made an offer. Shouldn't he pay 1 billion in compensation? Outside, the loud explosion and its tremors caught everyone's attention. Everyone immediately rushed out to the field to check the situation. Seeing the training room on fire and the rubble scattered everywhere, the students began to panic. What happened? Did a monster attack? No, Jang silently denied this terrifying magical power, and fire was Jung Jae's power. But who was he with? Could it be an image of Tae-hyun being tortured by Jung Jae formed in Jang's mind? Everyone fall back. Just stay put here obediently. Don't go in there. It is dangerous. The moment Na-young warned the students, Jang brushed past her like the wind, rushing straight into the gymnasium. I was wrong. I should not have left the two of them alone in the gymnasium. It was all his fault. Tae-hyun, please, you have to survive. Jang rushed into fire anxiously, but what she saw was completely different from what she imagined. Tae-hyun was standing tall and proud. Jung Jae lay motionless on the floor, his body covered in injuries. While Jang was still stunned, Tae-hyun spoke up to ask for a favor. Perfect timing. I need a witness. No, someone to carry him. Please take him to the infirmary. No, the hospital. Jang hurried over to help Jung Jae, then turned to question Tae-hyun about why things had come to this. Tae-hyun shrugged, saying he did not know that when he entered, he already found the guy collapsed, probably from a fall down the stairs. Hearing it was a fall down the stairs, Jang suspiciously looked at Jung Jae's gasping state. Tae-hyun ignored her, continuing his request. Anyway, I do not know anything. Do not say you saw me here. I am leaving now. Having said that, Taehyun disappeared, leaving Ah Jang alone with Jung Jae. Only after getting a good distance away from the school did Taehyun breathe a sigh of relief. Ah Jang would handle Jung Jae. Now he just had to wait for the San group's reaction. If that went smoothly, everything would be settled. Taehyun opened the status window to check. Thanks to defeating Lee Jung Jae, he had received a strange skill not in the existing data. Charm 5. Skill Heart of the Monarch, C rank, increases ally strength mana 10 charm. Charming aura like a celebrity. Why did hunting Jung Jae drop this? It was truly puzzling. It should have been Heart of Flame, but instead it turned out to be Heart of the Monarch, which boosts ally power. Did that underling even have this skill? But it was good anyway. Skills that affect all members were always rare, regardless of rank. It could be flexibly combined with various other skills. Heart of the Monarch was much better than imagined. After checking the inventory, Taehyun was about to head home when a convoy of cars blocked his way. Found him. Student Taehyun. Taeguk stepped out, his aura dangerous and cold, saying, I have many things to ask you. Starting from here, what were you doing in the athletic room? Taehyun quickly calculated, why was Taeguk here? The athletic room. Did he mean the incident earlier or something on the way? Which should he mention? Taeguk was from the Awakener Association. Chances for a direct conversation were very rare, but he already knew he had caused trouble. He had to try. Taehyun probed. If it is the athletic room, you mean the explosion, right? Explosion? Taeguk frowned in thought. Then he looked at the fire near the school. You mean that fire? It is fine, another agency will handle it. Seems I have not received an answer. What were you doing in the gymnasium? He did not know about the explosion. Taehyun smiled arrogantly. I thought you already knew about this. The reason you people are looking for me is probably because you want me to participate in the recruitment, right? Hitting the nail on the head, Taeguk forced a smile. What recruitment? How dare you speak so boldly? What do you mean, is this not enough? Taehyun burst forth with his power, deliberately showcasing his ability. This time, not only Taeguk, but also his attendants could feel that immense power. Taeguk's appraisal stat had now increased from 596 to 514, startling him, so the previous number was not an error. Who exactly are you, Taehyun? Elsewhere, Lee Jung-soo, chairman of the Tisun group, asked after listening to Hono's report. The conclusion was that the family's only son was injured, along with $1 billion in compensation. You want me to quietly resolve this? Hondo knelt trembling. It is my fault. You may punish me as you wish. Jung-soo cut him off. Just do as he says. Haha, this kid is strong, interesting, but we will have to compensate accordingly for what he did. Having said that, Lee Jung-soo snapped his fingers, and 2 mysterious dark figures appeared. Seeing this, Hondo was terrified and tried to stop him, saying the opponent was still young, this was too cruel. Shut up, I do not want to hear a dog barking. Arriving home, Taehyun immediately began training to prepare his physical strength for the recruitment. Hearing the news, Jaejong urgently pushed the door open, shouting in surprise, You said you would participate in the recruitment? Yeah, 1 month from now. Jaejong just came to his senses, looking at Taehyun with reverence. As expected, you are the god emperor of Trung Mugong. Taehyun did not bother to answer, thinking to himself, the T-San group definitely would not let this go. Taeguk's suspicions were temporarily reduced. He had 1 month, he just needed to focus on training. Right at that moment, he received a call from that person. Outside, the H brothers White and Bear, 2 B-rank assassins sent by Lee Jung-soo, had already found their way to Taehyun's house. Why are Association Awakeners guarding this house? Strange, Little White said while subduing an opponent. Bear said, that guy is probably one of the participants in this recruitment. They really care about potential recruits. Big Black replied while scouting the surroundings. Xiaobai heard his brother say that and burst into laughter, saying that kid, even with potential, was just someone lacking real experience. Haha, that is right, being skilled without gaining experience only makes one useless. Let us show everyone what a true awakener is. Dahae turned to look and saw Xiaobai had been punched off balance by a strange young man, who then grabbed him by the neck and dragged him to the balcony. You dog, who are you? Dahae roared angrily and rushed to save his younger brother. Me? Taehyun let go, letting Xiaobai fall. At the same time, he threw a punch just as Dahae got close. I'm the newcomer, the inexperienced one you look down on. Rewind a few hours. Taehyun knew demanding the Tisun conglomerate pay a massive compensation was not easy, and Seul Hondo could not handle it alone. So he did not make things hard for him, only asking him to do his best in the negotiations. At the same time, he asked him to do 2 more things. After establishing an Awakener's oath and a magical contract, where violations would incur random permanent penalties, Taehyun felt at ease telling Hondo his conditions. First, settle the aftermath of the gym incident along with the agreed compensation of 1 billion guan. Second, any acts of revenge must be forewarned. The gym incident was handled almost immediately, with the media unanimously reporting it as a gas explosion with no casualties. Regarding the second condition, as soon as he learned old man Jung-soo had sent assassins after Taehyun, Hondo secretly called to give advance notice and provided information on the 2 killers. Back to the present. Dahae, caught off guard and hit, grabbed his weapon and attacked Taehyun at extreme speed. But no matter what he did, his weapon could not touch Taehyun. Taihan dodged for a while, then began to counterattack. He swung his hand to grab Dahe but failed. Dahe used a stealth skill, vanishing right before Taihan's eyes, then circled behind him. He struck with full force at Taihan's weak point. He thought that blow had finished Taihan, but unexpectedly his voice rang out. "Brothers Black and White, I heard your special ability is stealth. Just as I thought, nothing special. Besides stealth, what else can you do?" With that, Taihan kicked hard from behind, sending Dahe sprawling to the floor. Elsewhere, Zhou Aiyong called Chairman Jinghui to ask about participant selection. This time it would definitely attract many awakeners nationwide. "Who do you expect to take first place?" "From Bison's S Company, Jun Bak." How could that be?" "That friend is very outstanding, but the most anticipated person is your younger brother." Zhou Aiyong replied modestly. "What? He is not at that level yet." You are still being hard on him. So your most anticipated person is Jun Bak?" "Yes, until I heard a very interesting story." Jinghui became curious upon hearing this. "An interesting story?" "Besides the SA rank, there is one person that Master Taguk himself had to go speak with." "Manager Taguk? Aren't you curious? Who is that person that made Taguk personally show up?" Back to Tahayun, after using the hunting skill on the Black and White brothers with no effect. He looked at them, then stared at his own hand, feeling confused and not understanding why. Only upon checking the system did Tahayun learn the reason was his insufficient stamina. Due to overload, the skill was temporarily unusable. He grew anxious, thinking of various methods to increase stamina, but each one required gluttony. What the hell, this really left Tahan with no way out. The next day, ignoring his younger brother Jaijong's advice, Tahan was determined to go to the Breakhead Training Center to practice. Manager Yura was a bit flustered seeing the two skinny brothers arrive. That fluster quickly vanished when he pulled out the Super VIP Pro Black card of the Alchemist Association. How does a kid have a card from a high-rank awakener? Or is it him? Approving him will definitely cause problems. What to do? Seeing Yura flustered, the strongest member, Kang Chun, with a full six-pack, appeared to break the deadlock. He was the mighty Kang Chun, a member of Breakhead, and an assassin with a muscle amplification skill. Taihan had been through a lot, but this was the first time he heard such a ridiculous name. The people around saw Kang Chun showing off in front of the newcomer and whispered among themselves, thinking he was about to dominate a new recruit again. "Haha, are you trembling from hearing my name yet? If you leave now, I will let it slide." "What nonsense are you saying, you weakling?" Taihan's cold taunt infuriated Kang Chun. Without a hint of fear, he proposed a bet where the loser would pay a year's membership fee. Kang Chun, challenged, got hot-headed and immediately agreed. The swoosh both entered the virtual system, preparing to fight in front of many drama-hungry eyes. This system was the Virtual Porter Training System, a virtual reality similar to the Abyss. The training round required the player to eliminate B-rank monsters and reach the destination in the shortest time, while carrying maximum weight. Everyone thought Ta Hyun going against Kang Chun was disadvantageous. That guy Kang Chun was pumped, excitedly swinging his fists to kill monsters in the system. He fought while shouting Ta Hyun's name, his attacks always landing, his hits always connecting, and the weight he could lift was also monstrous. He was laughing heartily when suddenly Tai Hyun came rushing from afar, tearing through the wind and flying past at a terrifying speed. Monster carcasses were scattered along the path, leaving Kang Chun standing frozen in shock. With just a few basic moves from his unique secret technique, he shattered the group of monsters into pieces. Kang Chun witnessed Ta Hyun's performance, his mouth agape in disbelief, drenched in sweat. The ground was shattered, leaving only Kang Chun standing with wide eyes, watching Ta Hyun carry an entire mountain piled high behind him. He flashed a victorious smile, ordering him to pay up and get lost immediately. Very soon after, the test day for the Awakened arrived, the stadium packed with people as the story went. The Awakened Association changed the rules this time, allowing even minors to participate. Besides the audience, there were also important figures indispensable to this battle. Rank Hong Dunkwok, the Steel Fist, undefeated in close combat. The monk with outstanding combat ability. Even an S-rank would find it hard to win against him. S-rank Junbok, the Heavenly Thunder, the undefeated one in Busan. Promising star S-rank Jang, of Saintess caliber, along with many other talents, had registered. People jostled and pushed, making the diamond rank reporter suffer the consequences. An E-rank couldn't squeeze and get any news. Underground, someone was sobbing uncontrollably. Right at that moment, Tae Hyun appeared, laughing coolly in front of the chaotic crowd. With 1 minute left before the test began, he decided to build his image first. Amidst the sea of people, Jang was astonished to recognize that Ta Hyun was also present. She heard he had awakened, but could he change so much in just 1 month? She wondered in confusion, still having many unanswered questions. The loudspeaker announced the official start of the competition. After the introduction, the rules were also announced. Look at number on your chest. That is your registration number. Requirement for this round is to collect 5 registration numbers, including your own. Losing your registration number means elimination. This is a battle for registration numbers. The battle only lasts 1 hour. All skills are allowed except killing. Before the MC finished speaking, the ground beneath the contestants' feet shook and split apart with a roar. The first round officially began in such chaos. Seeing the seemingly weak Jang standing alone, the crowd rushed to snatch her nameplate. But they were too naive, she simply swung her fist and threw a punch. That group collapsed in an instant like fallen fruit. Judges watched through the glass, praising her skill as worthy of a goddess. The other contestants were also very strong. The power level this time far exceeded previous batches. Among them, one particularly notable person is C-rank Shin Junbok from Busan. A judge commented. The first round had passed 20 minutes, but no one had approached Junbok yet. Anta and Ah Jang are currently the two most prominent names in the judge's eyes. As for Ta Guk, he only focused on Ta Hyun, confident he would easily pass the test. But less than a second later, he panicked seeing him being blocked by an awakener yet standing still and taking it, which disappointed him. He blamed himself. Could it be that he overestimated him? In reality, he was using the stone's skill to counter the equipment of A-rank awakener Hong Dongqua. Stone Skin was a low synergy skill. Ta Hyun deliberately feinted to land a surprise attack. This caused his opponent to be truly on an emotional roller coaster. After a month of training, the traces of gluttony were still deeply etched on Ta Hyun's body. Although his abilities had shortcomings, he had improved through training, maximizing his body's endurance. In a fight nearing its limit, he threw all his strength into one strike, causing the A-rank guy in front of him to faint pathetically at his feet. C-rank Tai Hyun had successfully obtained registration number 2. On this side, Taeguk also felt happy for him. That kind of training in this large-scale survival battle was truly bold and excellent. But the problem was that his power index had been greatly depleted after the previous fight. It was best to conserve stamina and collect registration numbers from weaker people. Taeguk calculated for him. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Ta Hyun instead sought out high-rank awakeners to fight. His expression was even more arrogant than before. Junbok's lightning strike thundered across the sky, shaking the entire arena. Ta Hyun nimbly dodged that attack. As he spoke, he suddenly charged and kicked straight at his opponent, but he was no pushover either. The two were like squirrels, both agile, neither willing to give in to the other. The S-rank of Busan, his lightning body flaring with fire. He never thought he would be this troublesome. His entire body was covered in lightning bolts, blocking attacks while dealing immense damage both at range and up close. Unable to use Devar yet, Ta Hyun hesitated against his opponent's relentless onslaught. Junbok arrogantly charged forward again, channeling lightning directly into his body. He felt thrilled seeing Hyun panic and turn to flee. He chased closely behind, squinting as he gathered power and fired a volley of thunderbolts at him. Ta Hyun's pain cries brought him immense satisfaction. Unable to bear the agony, he furiously fought back, but it was useless. Rising bolts danced for a moment before turning the tables, releasing extremely fierce energy. Those attacks left Tai Hyun nearly exhausted, unable to resist further. And now, almost everyone had already fled from him. I thought only Ah Jang would make this awakening test interesting for me. I didn't expect there was still one amusing toy here. Junbok poured in all his power, aiming directly at Ta Hyun and fired. Suddenly, a rock flew like a missile, smashing straight into his face, causing blood to spurt. He stopped in confusion, wondering in his heart how his attack could make him suffer so miserably. Ta Hyun was now gritting his teeth, swinging his arms to throw rocks one by one. Huge rock nearly knocked Junbok unconscious. Truly, the stone skin skill could not withstand the wrath of the thunder god, not to mention overcoming it. Even with productivity pushed to the limit, touching it would still result in being crushed. But on an awakener's arena, everything was different. This arena was built from sturdy materials, enough to withstand the power of awakeners. Unlike stone skin, it did not lose its shape when broken, so when Ta Hyun used it as a weapon, it surpassed even the thunder god. Junbok was as good as dead this time at Ta Hyun's hands. Junbok took the hit, crashing heavily to the ground under everyone's horrified gaze. This S-rank awakener was loaned to a fresh C-rank. He was skilled after all, able to keep everyone on edge. Taeguk smirked to himself. Ta Hyun had collected enough identification tags. All that was left was to wait for the competition to end. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a shard of ice shot forth, aiming straight for his leg. Next, countless ice energies coiled around, enveloping his entire body. Stepping over from a distance was Ah Jang with a cold face, greatly surprising Tai Hyun. Why was this happening? What did Ah Jang intend to do now? And when had she been watching the match? He wondered in confusion. I believe power must come with responsibility. Power without responsibility is nothing but violence. Hey Han, you are truly very strong. You defeated Junbok in a way no one expected. Jung Jae was taken down in a similar manner, wasn't he? Her hateful gaze fixed on him. Waves of raging ice surged fiercely. He could not even dodge in time. Even if he used stealth now, it was useless. Ah Jang continuously threw punches and kicks. She attacked while reproaching him. Back in the arena, I trusted you. You once said you were different from people like Jung Jae. You also said you would not act out of self-interest, right? But watching the way you fought, I realized that in the end, Jung Jae and Hyeksu were both your doing. Sharp blocks of ice shot up from under her hands, piercing through his body until he bled. Blood and heaven and earth seemed to crash down beneath his feet, under the terrifying force of Ah Jang's attacks. Seeing him lying incapacitated, she demanded he withdraw from the competition if he did not want to be reported. Who are you anyway? You could not even stop Lee Jung Jae's tyranny. Our responsibility qualifications? What you want to do is just take me down. So using the survival arena as an excuse would be more convenient. No. Stop behaving so lowly. Ta Hyun tremblingly stood up, the corner of his mouth curling painfully. If that's what you say, then Ajang has nothing more to say either. With her sisterly frenzy, she swung her hand, creating a staff. She would finish him with this. Since Taihan's stone skin had shattered hundreds of times, it had lost its original function. Even if he used stealth, it would quickly be dispelled by area of effect attacks. The Emperor's heart had boosted and activated his ability stats, but it was still not enough to turn the tide. Devar remained sealed. Taihan lacked the stamina to cause paralysis like in his match against Zheng Jia. Apart from that method, there was no other way left for him. Thinking was doing, Taihan charged straight into a direct confrontation with Ajang. An earthquake accompanied by thick fog erupted. No one knew the outcome. As the fog cleared, everyone stared wide-eyed. The scene showed Taihan pressing down on Ajang like a mountain. She too was panicked, helpless, not understanding what he was doing to her. In that moment of desperation, what Taihan aimed for was a kiss. No, it must be the paralysis technique. The success rate of landing a close-range skill was significantly higher than at a distance. That was why he mixed a paralytic into his own blood to force Ajang to swallow it. Of course, considering the resilience of an S-rank awakener, it was nothing short of a gamble. Fortunately, she was genuinely paralyzed. Success, Taihan wiped the blood from his mouth joyfully and slowly stood up. It was just as the first exam concluded. Afterwards, the medical team immediately tended to all the injured participants. Despite being paralyzed, Jang still passed because she had not lost her entry number or combat ability. As for Taihan, he had only stolen 7 numbers, but his defeat of Shin Yunbok and Jang drew the attention of many participants. Behind him, people whispered and murmured in admiration. He stood thinking to himself, waiting for that bastard Junbok to charge in with a roar. He was still wearing the same medical outfit, seeking revenge for the previous encounter. Seeing a fight break out, the crowd grew excited, shouting for Wu Junbok to beat Taihan to death. Annoyed by the noise, Junbok turned and fired an attack into the crowd to silence them. "Come on, Taihan, fight me fair and square. I will teach you who is superior." Just as he was arrogantly shouting, the surrounding area was suddenly filled with killing intent. The ground trembled like an earthquake. Junbok was struck on the head by falling rocks and debris, collapsing unconscious on the spot. Only Taihan remained alert. He recognized the owner of that killing intent, S-rank awakener Park Sung-jin. He was one of the top awakeners of the Korean Association and would become an SS rank in the future. Seeing that Taihan remained completely unharmed while facing him, Sung-jin twisted his hand, causing the ground beneath Taihan's feet to sink. He strained, sweating profusely as he resisted, silently assessing his opponent's strength. So this kid can withstand this much. Even seasoned awakeners cannot hold out. Well then, he was quite intrigued, increasing the force he exerted. Suddenly, nurses and doctors rushed over to stop him, forcing him to pause. Seeing people passed out everywhere, Sung-jin approached with interest and asked for his name. "Tahirank, the one who just defeated Junbok and Ajang. It has been a long time since I saw such an interesting kid." He sneered. With that, he stepped closer, promising they would meet again in the near future. Tahyun stared blankly at his retreating back, a look of confusion in his eyes. A moment later, everyone gathered to prepare for the second round. Sung-jin ordered everyone to pass through the rank classification gate, where monsters would appear. Everyone was drenched in cold sweat from fear. Every 5 people passing through the gate would form an exploration team along with a designated supervisor. All of your actions during the process will be evaluated. Weapons and essential supplies will be fully provided by the association. Now, each person will step through the gate in order. This second exam is for classification. Amateur awakeners without experience will also have no issues entering a dungeon of this rank. This classification exam had never been an apocalypse before. The first apocalypse world was discovered inside a D-rank dungeon, the location of the second exam. Many people had died, including the one who discovered it, making it impossible to clear the dungeon. If only he could have prevented it in advance. No one would believe his baseless claims, even if the truth was revealed. Too bad, but he would just focus on his own tasks. As long as he was not in the first group, he had a way to survive. He thought confidently. Who would have guessed that in the end, Taihan would be assigned to that group? The team with the supervisor Major Haka, the first person to discover the apocalypse within the twin dungeon. This life was as good as gone for Taihan. Inside were countless ferocious monsters, but the team quickly dispatched them cleanly. This pleased Haka greatly, and he praised them. Taihan, on the other hand, was still fuming about being assigned to the team that first discovered the dungeon. It seemed the cause was the ring Haka was wearing, an item from the first discoverer of the twin dungeon. It had only one function: increase in strength, stamina, speed, mana by 10-fold. The apocalypse within the twin dungeon was definitely a rank. He would not survive if he got caught up in it. No matter what, he had to prevent its discovery. Taihan calculated silently. Before everyone were numerous intersecting paths. Just as Haka was about to vote on which path to take, Taihan had already shot down one path like lightning, ignoring the people behind him. No matter what, he would choose a different path when he regressed. Why would he be foolish enough to let him choose and then discover that apocalypse? He simply continued crossing forests and streams without any rest. But man proposes, heaven disposes. A brilliant apocalypse had already appeared before Taihan without him noticing. Now the first one to discover the apocalypse was him. It was truly unbelievable. This is insane. Running around in circles only to end up back where he started, he thought in horror. Seeing the curious crowd approaching, Tahan shouted for everyone to fall back. He wanted Maduhuk to report this matter to the outside, but that man was reckless, wanting to try going inside more. I know what you're going to say, but the demonic power inside this gate isn't too dangerous. After all, this is only a D-rank prison, and I'm an A-rank awakener. The association considers this a special case, scouting it means better scores. Hearing him speak, Tahan wanted to go crazy. Everything went against his principles. Maduhuk immediately criticized him for not following the group's pace and only doing things his own way. The rest of the people also chimed in to criticize him, leaving him stunned. Despite him pleading hoarsely, that man snapped his fingers and brought everyone into the apocalypse. Opening their eyes, they were bewildered to discover this place. Once again, it was the endless double D-rank dungeon with Dona-era architecture. People were scared and buzzed with chatter. Maduhuk ordered everyone to be quiet and look ahead. Only Taihan understood what was happening. The A-rank demonic beast and the Death Knights appearing together made Haka freeze. Turned back, urging everyone to prepare for battle. It was too late. They were already rushing in relentlessly with immense killing intent. Haka's attacks basically didn't scratch them. Scorching firepower engulfed the entire area. Everyone tried to coordinate their attacks. Fortunately, they managed to take them down. They wore expressions of disbelief. Panting heavily, he taunted them to come back again if they dared. Less than a minute later, another squad of Death Knights appeared. Their aura was twice as ferocious as before. They all stood frozen, speechless. Tahan felt that everything was strange. Damn it. Every time we kill one wave, even more layers of monsters pour in. Everyone was exhausted. Continuing like this was no different from suicide. Maduhuk thought in panic. Tahan calmly stepped forward, saying this place was too bizarre. That man was surprised to see he looked normal. He had fought a lot but showed no signs of fatigue. If Tahan's monarch heart ability had not been upgraded, he would not have been able to hold out until now. Is he really a C-rank awakener? He silently assessed in his mind. Though it was just a guess, those were not ordinary Death Knights. I will go check to see what we are up against. Ta Hyun-sen turned around, grabbed his blade, and charged straight at them. Two sides engaged in a fierce battle. He powerfully dodged each violent strike. Next, he drove his blade straight into the leader who had been standing still from the start. That man slowly disappeared. This place was a trap of illusory space and fake monsters. It was a strategy to drain the power of intruders. People were terrified hearing Tai Hyun say that, struggling this much against mere illusions. In response to Maduhuk's question about how he knew it was an illusion, Tai Hyun said he wasn't sure either, but the monsters here were not easy to defeat. They should hurry and leave. The illusion had vanished, but the situation didn't improve. After the double dungeon appeared, the space had completely changed. The wounds from the battle with the illusion monsters were getting worse. They couldn't just wait for the rescue team to arrive. Their only hope was to find the exit gate. After much effort, they found a sealed door that looked dangerous. What could be more dangerous than dying here? Better to risk it for a chance. The door opened, revealing a horde of Death Knights and countless stacked skulls. It was truly a tear-jerking sight. Fire burst forth, illuminating the chamber they inhabited. High above, the Lord of the Death Knights, the master of the Crimson Prison Apocalypse, was sneering mockingly. Threatened to finish off all of Tahan's people. The knights simultaneously pointed their spear tips at the group, seemingly wanting a one-on-one duel. A few people started complaining that their strength was spent. How could they solo them? Everyone calm down, the goal is to escape. There is no need for duels, Tahan shouted loudly. The three members of the group, terrified, tried to turn and run toward the door. But in an instant, they were knocked back by the knights swinging their swords. Blood then spread across the hallway floor. Tahan widened his eyes in fear, immediately telling Supervisor Haka to find a way to escape while he bought time. Unexpectedly, not only did he not listen, but he also pushed Tahan back. He himself still charged forward on his own accord. I've always wanted to become an S-class awakener, but no matter how much I wanted or trained, I could never reach that goal. That goal drifted further and further away, as if unreachable. This is my chance. Just by defeating this dual dungeon boss, I will be formally recognized as an S-rank awakener. Whatever the outcome, today is the day to decide. With that, he charged straight ahead, drenched in sweat and fighting the boss head-on. As he fought, he told Tahyun to run away before it was too late. He would hold things here. Rest assured, I will not die easily here. This is the role of a supervisor. Haka used all his strength, his eyes bulging as he channeled all his power outward. Tahyun, frightened, looked around in a panic. He felt everyone's injuries were too severe. In a daze, a thunderous explosion rang out, forcing him to turn around. For Tahyun now was the sight of Haka crushed under their sword blade utterly tragic. His body was covered in blood, his back burning fiercely with killing intent, making Tahyun unable to look for long. Everyone here had been poisoned except for him. The boss pulled the blood-stained sword out of Haka, pointed it straight at him, and challenged him. In the eerily silent atmosphere, Tahyun broke out in a cold sweat, afraid to breathe loudly. Suddenly, he spotted Supervisor Haka's ring on the ground. Just as the enemy's sword tip was about to slash down, Tahan managed to scramble up and run. He needed to put it on to increase his strength, hoping to meet the conditions to reactivate the skill hunter's instinct. There was no other choice now. This was not the time to think. Please activate Ring of the Sage, he begged as he slipped the ring onto his finger. Push, a surge of energy burst forth from the ring, causing the knights to stagger. The power from it caused them to fall like mown hay, a blazing fire erupting. The Ring of the Sage had been activated, all stats increased by 10, and Tahan's skill hunter's instinct was also triggered. That power was immense, exploding violently as if nothing could contain it. Tahan dodged and maneuvered, fresh blood spraying from the soldiers everywhere. Time to fully activate the hunter's instinct skill was about 10 seconds. He believed that with the skills he already possessed, he could definitely defeat them. With the experience accumulated from past battles, in this confrontation, he would be able to survive. Tahan enchanted a spell and unleashed all his combat power to fight them solo. After a fierce bout of fire and smoke, a sword of Kai flew down from above, narrowly missing him. Tahan had dealt with the cowardly soldiers. Now it was time to clash with the extremely dangerous final boss. As he focused, countless blades rained down from above like a storm upon his head. He started desperately running and dodging. Fresh blood soaked his entire face, but the boss still refused to let go. It still used magic to pull him toward it. Killing intent blazed fiercely, as if wanting to crush him on the spot. With a loud bang, a thick plume of black smoke billowed up. Tahan, covered in blood, was already pinned under that man's foot. I want to ask you one last thing before the end. Where does your power come from? He asked while stepping on Tahan's head, causing him extreme pain. Because Tahan resisted part of the boss's pressure with a mysterious power, the system reduced the burden on him. You are indeed different from ordinary awakeners, but do you really think you can resist my pressure? Ask again, where does that power of yours come from? He pressed the question fiercely, a brain-piercing pain making Tahan dazed. In his delirium, the images of those who had fallen for him appeared. Everything I have is still not enough to defeat him. What do I need to do? Who is the true owner of the royal hunter's instinct power? Why, when I have this power, can I understand monster language? Is the power I gained random, or is it a setup I have yet to uncover? Everything remained shrouded in darkness. Why? As he was panicking, a deep voice rang in his ear. Before Tahan's eyes appeared a dazzling light and a man's voice saying it was all thanks to his will and perseverance. Those very things are your strength. There is no need to think or change anything. All you need to do is hold firm to the royal power I have granted you. As soon as he finished speaking, Tahan returned to the present world. The arrogant boss, seeing that he did not respond, thought he was afraid, and raised his hand to finish him off. Unexpectedly at that moment, a blazing surge of energy erupted around Tahan, leaving even the boss stunned. The power within Tahan grew higher and the enraged boss charged, but unfortunately for him, Tahan had returned and was stronger than before. He blocked the attack with one hand and with the other, channeled his strength to send him flying dozens of meters away. The boss could not believe a human could possess such terrifying power. He was thrown back so hard his arm was severed. Without further words, he merely gave a gentle twist his wrist. That boundless surge of power crushed the boss into ashes. This power of Tahan's was no ordinary one. It was the power of a king. The battle ended alongside Tahan's new skill, the skill of a knight. Outside at that moment, a large crowd of reporters had gathered before the dungeon gate, buzzing about that terrifying energy source. Damn it, a D-rank dungeon suddenly emits S-rank mana. At this rate, everyone will die. Perhaps I need to go in and see for myself, Sung Jin thought, sweating. Just then, the dungeon gate suddenly opened. Tahan, covered in blood, stepped out like a god, under countless horrified gazes. A little slower and I would not have made it back in time, he said with a sneer. Thanks to Tahan, the double dungeon incident was resolved, and all the trainees escaped safely. The results of the second screening test would be calculated based on scores before the evacuation. The bodies of the victims had been found and returned to their families. The higher-ups decided not to reveal the identity of the person who resolved the matter, fearing Taehyun would become a target. Both Sung Jin and Taeguk understood that the chairman did it for his own good. What do you two think? What rank has Taehyun reached now? The chairman asked with a smile. Sung Jin believed he had taken down the S-rank dungeon by himself, so his strength was at least S-rank. However, Taeguk felt Taehyun's true rank was much lower, making it difficult to assess. Then there is a high chance he will reach a national-level power, the chairman said in a deep voice. At this moment, Taehyun was dreaming a very strange dream. He saw himself lost in a place full of monster roots, dark and mysterious. In the distance, the shadow of the king was raising his hand to destroy the beasts, turning the world beautiful again. He then left behind the words, "I will wait at the edge of the abyss," before slowly fading away, leaving Taehyun completely confused. He jolted awake, his body drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Was it just a dream? No, it was far more real than that. What did those words mean? Predator that can even smell S-rank monsters and understanding monster speech. Too many questions in his head. The only way is to become stronger and enter the abyss, Taehyun told himself. He had now reached B rank, with stats nearly comparable to an S-rank player. Anarchist pressure, that must be the skill that overwhelmed me back then. At this rate, I will reach national rank soon, he thought confidently. Suddenly hearing a familiar commotion outside the door, Taehyun broke out in a slight sweat. Door opened, and it was none other than Ah Young. She quickly dragged him into the car and drove to some location. She said she was visiting him, but in truth, she came to inform him about the third awakening test. The third test was a survival test, but unlike the first time, everyone could watch from the stands. By then, his skills would be exposed, and the guilds would target him. So I am going to make you an offer you cannot refuse. Fame, money, I will give it all to you. Join the Nightwalkers. Ah Young extended her hand, her eyes full of hope. The air was tense, but it was immediately broken by Tae Hyun's two words, I don't want to. At Ah Young's stunned expression, he got out of the car and walked away. He walked straight ahead, ignoring her attempts to promise him things. Do not misunderstand, there is special reason. Is this association or Nightwalkers any different? I just do not like it, so I refused. That is it, I am leaving now. Hyun sneered, then turned and walked away. After just a few steps, Ah Young covered his eyes from behind. Her gaze was sharp as she asked who he really was. A young awakener refusing a guild, truly unbelievable. But I will forgive you. On the contrary, I am very pleased with you. Ah Young, who was aggressive, suddenly stopped when she heard Ta Hyun mention her younger sister, Ah Jang. He knew well even the name had been stolen from her. Ta Hyun smirked, his threat making Ah Young tremble. Raging blast of air surged forward along with him. Although Jo Eung's real name was Ah Jang Lim Chang Jang, the former representative of the conglomerate had raised her to become the heir. But after his biological daughter was born, the name Ah Jang was taken away, and Jo Eung became an outsider. She later changed her name and became an awakener. With few knowing this truth, struck in her weak spot by Tae Hyun, she was furious, her hateful eyes squeezing his neck tightly. He quickly resisted with his own mysterious surge of power. Suffocating pressure surged in, overwhelming Jo Eung, forcing her to retreat. Tae Hyun pressed close to Ah Young in a Kabaidan stance and said, Don't cross the line, Sister Ah Jang. The third test for the Awakeners took place in an arena resembling ancient Rome. It was held publicly, unlike the previous two, so many spectators had gathered early. Jo Eung also disguised herself as an ordinary person, blending into the crowd to watch the match. Ta Hyun's aunt and uncle, Jae Jang's parents, were a bit worried about him. I Gang, who was both his cousin and the president of his fan club, believed he would sweep away his opponents in a single blow. Reporter Kim was also present, telling herself she must write a very thorough article. The last interview was cancelled because Ta Hyun was only a low-rank awakener. If she couldn't find anyone to interview this time, she would be fired. While sobbing softly, reporter Kim suddenly felt the atmosphere here was strange. From high-level awakeners, former veterans, to promising candidates in the exam, all of them were staring fixedly at one person, that was Ta Hyun. She wondered, weren't they all targeting him? How strong could the opponents be? The official test began, and all the contestants cast hateful glances at Ta Hyun, who remained calmly cool. The match was intense, with powerful strikes traded. Everyone wanted to take down Ta Hyun first. Unexpectedly, Ta Hyun single-handedly handled all of them with a fierce killing intent in an instant. They were sent flying like pieces of trash. They lay scattered on the ground. From the ground, clusters of roots rose up, tightly coiling around his body. This move came from the bespectacled man whose entire body was green, laughing loudly in challenge. Oh, you challenge me, Father Tai Hyun will take care of all of you. He quickly broke free from the roots and kicked that guy flat on his face. Despite them continuously charging at him one by one, Tai Hyun remained calm. With the fighting spirit of a knight, he leisurely swept them all away. His blazing killing intent, burning like fire, made even the audience below feel nauseous. Jo Eung felt he was crazy beyond words. After the smoke-filled clash, Ta Hyun let out a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, one girl remained among them still standing. It was Ah Jang. She heard Ta Hyun mention their kiss last time. She blushed bright red with embarrassment. Her fury triggered an ice prison that exploded with a rumble. Ah Jang pointed her scepter at Tae Hyun, angrily saying it wouldn't happen again this time. A moment later, the result was as expected. She was again fallen at his feet. The result is still the same, but truly, you are a troublesome opponent, Ah Jang. The third segment ended perfectly, and victory naturally belonged to him. The chairman personally called him to the reward room, congratulating Ta Hyun on becoming an S-rank awakener. He praised that he never thought the third segment would end so simply. It was not for nothing that he conquered the dual apocalyptic dungeon. He asked Ta Hyun if he had plans to join the Korean Awakener Association. What do you think about enlisting in our Awakener organization? These words stunned Ta Hyun. Too many things had changed. Despite his many achievements in this exam, he thought he was not strong enough to become a high-level player. They invited him to join the association as a full member, opening up many development opportunities. However, joining the association would impose many restrictions on personal activities. In the end, Taehan declined the chairman's invitation. The man slammed the table in surprise, not expecting a blunt refusal. The reason was quite simple. Instead of joining an organization, even with help, I would be greatly restricted in my actions. Therefore, I think I should operate as a lone player. Taehan replied while drinking tea. Hearing this, the chairman burst into laughter, finding him very confident. He proposed another option. Instead of joining the association, would you like to participate in the top Asian Awakeners tournament? At the Asian-friendly tournament, Taehyun once again dominated the virtual world. Each country had 5 representatives from their associations, competing by hunting demons and monsters. To become a national representative as a player, you must hunt enough monsters and contribute to the country, which means accumulating merit points. That sounds easy enough, but I had only just become a player. To catch up in merit points with those who had accumulated them over years, I was forced to hunt stronger demons or monsters. But even if I cleared all the announced dungeons in South Korea for the next month, it would not be enough merit points. I could not level up quickly either. No matter how dangerous, the only choice was to enter that place. Taehyun missed his step and plunged straight into the dungeon before him, in a crowded apartment complex area. The chairman of Tessen Group was venting his anger at the servants because his successor was lying in the hospital. The one who caused that was running around freely everywhere. Right at that moment, a visitor from the evil association came to see him. Already frustrated and now having to entertain a guest, he became even more furious. A faintly flowing demonic energy from somewhere enveloped the entire room. The vice leader of the evil association walked in, his eyes full of malice, telling him to calm down. As soon as Taehyun stepped out of the dungeon, he saw someone waiting at the entrance. I will guide player Taehyun to the auction venue. An A-rank player of Alchemist. I am Gun Wong, an honor to meet you. He was trembling like crazy. He even claimed to be a fan of Taehyun, which left him speechless. This is Eastport, the largest auction in Asia. This place had a massive scale and the most valuable items, and also provided on-site interpretation. X Point had many advantages, but its best-rated feature was its security. When association members participate in the auction, escorting them here is our responsibility. Since White Point changes frequently, one cannot enter without permission. Thanks to that, no security issues have occurred for decades. Gun Wong rambled on to inform Taehyun. Indeed, this place was considered the safest. However, today this place would suffer an attack from an S-rank demon, he thought to himself. At the auction at that moment, the MC was introducing the item, Phoenix Position. Taehyun was still waiting for the attack from the S-rank demon to collect merit points. The problem was there was too little information. The news before the regression only mentioned the severe damage to X Point. The culprit was the S-rank demon Narendra Nehru. It was unknown who suppressed him. Taehyun thought for a moment, then called Gun Wong back and asked who was in charge of overall security today. He had not answered. The demon Ryohei Izaka, a Japanese S-rank player, was leading his forces toward Tien. He is the one in charge of overall security here, but you must be careful. For personal gain, he would kill even his own comrades. Gun Wong whispered into Taehyun. Izaka reached out a hand as if to ask, but Taehyun responded while touching. He grasped his left hand. An electric shock ran down his spine. Seeing that, he burst into gleeful laughter, infuriating Taehyun. Everyone around under that electric current also found it hard to breathe, exhausted. Damn it, if I fight here, it will involve civilians, Taehyun thought, sweating. Izaka suddenly let go of his hand, then embraced him, whispering into his ear. You know, being the same S-rank does not mean we are on the same level. I do not know what you came here for, but stop doing meaningless things and just get lost obediently. After saying that, Izaka turned his back and left in satisfaction, leaving Taehyun seething with anger. The two groups of old awakeners accidentally faced each other at the junction gate of the portal management office. The group of that lead jerk looked very eager for a fight, whipping out swords to deal with the opponent. Meanwhile, in a cave, Narendra Nehru, an S-rank awakener of unknown identity, was using dark arts to summon and control his ferocious beasts. Dead bodies lay scattered at his feet, the stench of decay filling the air. My lord, the situation is a bit complicated. An unexpected figure has appeared in the auction house. The new rising Korean S-rank player Taehyun is present. We did not predict this. What will our next move be? The panicked minions ran over to ask. Nehru remained confident, feeling he was only a minor threat. If he met him, he would have to call him on a landline phone. Nehru threatened, saying no one could escape divine punishment. The scene took place at a high-rise building by the coast. A terrible explosion occurred, causing heavy casualties among everyone at the meeting. Gun Wong was extremely frightened because the situation had now become incredibly complicated. He needed to quickly leave the auction house to find a safe place. He did not expect the attack to happen so quickly. Everywhere in the auction house exploded, but that was just a show of terror. The S-rank demon, the main culprit, had yet to reveal itself. Taehyun witnessed the violent explosion before him, his heart filled with anxiety as he thought about the most important thing. Around him were chaotic screams, gunfire mixed with thick smoke and dust. The terrorists ordered everyone to stand still, drop all valuables on the ground, and said anyone who resisted would die. Before he could finish his sentence, that man's head was severed from his neck by Taehyun's slash. He told Gun Wong that the situation here was very dangerous. You quickly report to the Awakener Association for backup, while I will stay and handle this. The killing aura from the bloodthirsty blade in his hand surged violently. On the other side, a group of violent awakeners used force to suppress others in an attempt to steal the auction items, sparking a fierce battle. After subduing the security guards, they managed to get their hands on the Soul Blood Phoenix treasure. This was the item Lord Neru wanted, and its effect was truly terrifying. For high-ranking awakeners, whose strength was already difficult to increase, using this item would allow them to achieve new power. The leader secretly rejoiced, thinking he just needed to return and hand over the item. But his plans were thwarted by fate, as a deafening explosion erupted, blasting the group far away. Some mysterious person had ambushed them, possessing stealth skills that left them unable to react in time. The entire group was knocked down like ripe fruits by a violent source of killing aura. The leader used a light fiber chain to restrain Tahan. He secretly rejoiced, thinking he had dealt with him. He merely waved his hand, shattering the chains to pieces, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at them. At the management office near the teleportation gate of the auction house at that moment, everyone was controlled by the group of monsters, their hands and feet tightly bound. The mastermind Mu Nuru was very pleased that everything was going smoother than expected. The summoning of that one would proceed smoothly. Now they only needed to obtain the Blood Phoenix. Before he finished speaking, a subordinate rushed in to report that Daiki's group had found the Blood Phoenix, but was encountering a problem. From the other end of the line, Tahan's authoritative voice introduced himself as the one who had stolen the Blood Phoenix from Daiki's group. He challenged Neru to come meet him immediately if he wanted it back, promising to wait for that S-rank bastard. Hearing this, Neru was furious, his eyes filled with killing intent as he swore to deal with Tahan. At the auction house, corpses lay scattered everywhere. Tahan downed the entire bottle of Blood Phoenix in one breath. Looking at the bottle in his hand, he felt his strength surging, his physical and magical power both increasing by a fraction. The physical light emanating from the finished product was truly unparalleled. Previously in the dungeon, wearing the Sage's Ring did not add that many stats. Hayun smiled in satisfaction. Having now consumed the entire bottle of Blood Phoenix, there was nothing left for that bastard to steal if he came. Footsteps of someone approaching could be heard. Ryohei appeared with a stoic face along with his group of subordinates. He saw the scene of corpses lying in disarray. One of his men stepped forward to check, asking if anyone was still alive. Another man, his face covered in sweat, said that earlier a call had come to the security headquarters, but now coming down here, everything was like this, and the culprit had probably escaped. A savage laugh rang out. He said, "What are you talking about? Are you even paying attention?" The entire group of subordinates exclaimed, "What, sir?" A darkly cunning expression appeared on his face along with a cruel smile. He said softly that the culprit was right before our eyes. His voice echoed in the dark basement, saying he knew Taihan was here, telling him to show himself. A pair of legs with purple light appeared. How interesting. Tahan emerged, surrounded by a purple light, wondering how he was discovered even though he had used stealth. Two stood facing each other. Ryohei said arrogantly, "Don't beat around the bush. What is a newly promoted R-rank like you doing skulking in stealth? This was your doing, was it not?" Tahan retorted, asking him back, as the Dawn Auction House's head of security. Why was he asking him? The terrorist attacked and killed people. Where was he at that time? Ryohei smiled slyly, saying he had his reasons and that he did not need to understand. Tahan's gaze fixed directly on him. He said no wonder it felt strange, because there were many high-ranking security here, reaching into his pocket for something. Every nook and cranny had people guarding it, but before the terrorists could even attack, bombs exploded everywhere in the auction hall. According to my deduction, planting bombs in every position required an inside person. As expected, the bombs exploded right when the terrorists attacked. In his pocket, the hilt of a blade gradually began to glow. What perfect timing! You truly are an old S-rank who knows how to work. A spy assisting them turns out to be the head of security. Truly something no one would suspect. Ryohei lowered his head and smiled sinisterly. He opened his mouth, his entire body emitting a golden light, telling him he was smart but also foolish at times. He had told him before not to interfere had he forgotten. After saying that, he vanished, leaving only trails of golden light. Tahan gripped his blade tightly, his face full of caution. Suddenly lunged forward with the blade in hand, but Tahan was mentally prepared and easily blocked the attack. "Hand over the item you just took," he said, his face full of malice. Tahan blocked the strike and sneered. "Nice try. Take me down first, then you can get it back." Both of them engaged in fierce combat, golden flashes of light dazzling the onlookers. After that, only two white figures could be seen darting around with streaks of red sparks. Chunks of debris began to fall. The box was split in two. The panicked underlings screamed that it was bad, telling each other to retreat because with two S-ranks fighting, they could not interfere. They also mentioned Lord Ryohei's notorious reputation, saying that staying there was a death sentence, as even allies who had fought through life and death with him been killed by him. Tahan attacked with his skills while feeling doubt in his mind. He realized that this man's fighting style was somewhat different from what he knew. The opponent's attack and counterattack methods were quite unique. He relied on perception and the sound of movement to respond, not on instinct. He could completely discern his movements to predict the appropriate strike. Golden flash of light spun through the air. Tahan was caught off guard, unable to defend in time. Ryohei launched a surprise attack, sending Tahan flying backward. He was injured in his arm and spat out a mouthful of blood. He realized that even though they were both S rank and had similar movement skills, there was still a gap in their actual combat experience. But regardless, Tahan suddenly leaped upward, astonishing the underlings who cried out. Tahan's hand reached out like a demon, but he did not need to use his predator skill just yet. The underlings were pulled into the air, their miserable screams echoing. That hand was truly like a demon from hell. His hands controlled each of the underlings and finished them off with horrible sounds using terrifying strength. Tahan spoke up asking, "Where is the demon blade Izaka Ryohei?" The sinister laughter rang out again, praising the kid for his good combat skills. "Even if you hide well, in a place with so many obstacles like this, I can find you just by sound." Ryohei appeared from the ceiling, saying he would repay the favor with a heart-piercing demon blade strike straight down. He held his sword, his red eyes glaring, and lunged down with the deadly demon blade attack. Tahan struggled to defend. Two men wearing masks were guarding the floor below. They immediately fled when they saw Ryohei knock Tahan through the floor they were guarding. A beam of light shot through several basement levels. Stones flew everywhere. Ryohei stomped on Tahan's chest, pointing his sword at his chest. Suddenly he panicked. What? What is this? How can you lock my demon blade? Tahan smiled, his hands materializing light chains that tightly bound the man's sword. He smiled coldly, saying that even though they were both S rank, their levels were still different, you idiot. Ryohei could not believe it. He realized that Tahan's earlier attack on the underlings and his appearance were all a deliberate trap. The goal was not to escape, but to make him attack, thereby activating the light chains to bind all his movements. Tahan's hands were wrapped in light chains as he swung his fist. "Where are you running now?" The light chains shot straight toward Ryohei. "You bastard, how dare you do this to me?" he screamed in fury. The light chain punch flew at high speed. It struck Ryohei directly in the face. Taking the punch, his face twisted, blood spurting from his mouth. Several floors were left with a large dark hole, a truly terrifying sight. The auction house was in ruins. Izaka, Ryohei, and his underlings were tightly bound by light chains. Their heads bowed in humiliation before Tahan. The underlings were bound by glowing light chains, their faces exhausted and devoid of strength. They were furious, refusing to accept defeat, struggling to break free of the light chains but failing. Izaka Ryohei knelt there, bound all over but still unyielding, his face showing ferocity and hatred. Before him stood Tahan, laughing triumphantly, causing Ryohei on the ground to roar with indignation and humiliation. "I never expected you, an S-rank player with ranking in Japan, to become an accomplice to them." Insulted, Ryohei became savage, rising up and roaring that the plan was ruined because of Taehyun. A foot stomped straight onto Ryohei's face, making him open his mouth in pain. After the powerful kick, Ryohei was sent flying, Taehyun's voice icy cold. "You talk too much. If you fail, just accept it." Taehyun stared in shock at the loyal underlings who were anxiously looking in the direction Ryohei was thrown, panicked and terrified. Taehyun widened his eyes at them and asked, "If you know what's good for you, tell me where that bastard leader Narendra Nehru is." Izaka Ryohei lay slumped on the broken floor, eyes shut, hearing Taehyun's voice. "Talk and your sentence will be lighter. Don't talk, and it's fine too. The guilds have received the alarm. They will be here soon. When the major fake Awakener guilds arrive, you and that leader Narendra Nehru will both die." Hearing this, Ryohei opened his mouth in a thin smile. "You say they will come to support. You are too naive, truly a rookie." Taehyun's eyes widened in shock. "What did you say?" The sound of hurried footsteps rang out from the hallway. The door of the base opened. Everyone who was working stopped, staring at the door in shock. A fat man with round glasses and long, faded hair hurriedly ran into the room with the flickering electronic screens. Sweat beaded on his face as he shouted in panic, "Where are the support teams? Why haven't they arrived at the Dawn auction house yet?" This man was the S-rank alchemist guildmaster, Seosang X. Seosang X looked at the two men before him and analyzed. "Do you know how many rare items and VIP guests are at the auction house? Without rapid assistance, the thieves will take everything." The older man, with an eye patch, a goatee, and his hair slicked back with gel, calmly reassured, "Stay calm. The news has already spread to the guilds. They are preparing their forces for reinforcements. The leader is Park Sung-jin along with powerful S-rank awakened beings." An image of the formidable support force flashed through his mind. Seosang X was panicked, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. "Then why haven't they departed yet? If there's any problem, we will provide full support," he said, "but the most important issue still cannot be resolved. That is, there is no way to get to the auction house." His hand slammed down hard on the table, his eyes filled with anger. Seosang X became even more panicked, sweat increasing on his forehead. "What did you say?" The man with the neatly tied hair replied. "Those bastards were well prepared. They took over the warp gate management room and locked all the gates." This time, Seosang X couldn't believe it. "All the gates have been locked? That's right, but don't worry too much," he said calmly. "Luckily, there are two S-rank players at the auction house, Izaka Ryohei and Taehyun." Izaka Ryohei's face appeared, full of malice, along with a gleaming sword. Taehyun, though newly advanced to S-rank, already had has high strength, and the thieves only have one S-rank Narendra Nehru. Taihan's amber eyes appeared, surrounded by a red glow. Confidently continued, the rest is just waiting for a new gate to be created that connects to the auction house. I think by then, the two S-rank players will buy us time. We just need to wait for the technicians to fix the gate issue. But their opponent, Narendra Nehru, is no ordinary man. Along with the voice, a pair of black high heels slowly stepped into room. Everyone looked in shock towards the speaker, who had just appeared at the door. The UIE player, why are you here? The stylish short-haired girl, with a cold expression and wearing a black suit, appeared before everyone. The scene shifted to the Dawn auction house, where Izaka Ryohei and his subordinates were tightly bound by light chains. Izaka Ryohei was kneeling before Taihan. Man, Izaka Ryohei looked up, his lips curling in a taunt. But there's something you haven't considered. Narendra Nehru isn't simple. With his demon contract skill, you'll die soon. Taihan wondered, demon contract skill? Izaka Ryohei, still with a mocking and smug face, replied, that's right. He can connect to and summon demonic entities from the demon realm. Depending on the number of sacrificed items, he summons demons of different levels. Do you think you can defeat him? Izaka Ryohei imagined the terrifying and powerful demonic entities. Taihan was a bit surprised, asking back in disbelief, are you saying he will sacrifice items to the demons below? Izaka Ryohei smiled sinisterly with a dark expression. That's right. What the demon realm desires most is souls. The sacrifice you're wondering about is humans. The scene shifted back to the guild's office. UIE was the one who said that. Everyone seemed frozen, unable to believe what they had just heard. Even the man with the goatee asked, What did you say, miss? The other two quickly asked, then the number of hostages and low-rank players at the auction house is too high. These are souls he can sacrifice to the demon realm to summon a high-rank demon. Moreover, he is an S-rank player, and his subordinates are also high-rank awakened beings. Seosang X was no longer calm. He shouted in panic, not good. He's going to take all the hostages and sacrifice them. We need to act fast. This is something we never considered. UIE's blue-green eyes darkened, and she said, that's right. It seems a catastrophic disaster will occur at the Dawn auction house. The scene at the auction house. Taehyun grabbed Izaka Ryohei off the ground, raising his fist. Taehyun's face showed clear anger and indignation. Are you bastards? How can you do that? Do you see humans as mere sacrifices? Izaka Ryohei laughed even louder, his smile turning vicious. Even if you've beaten me, Taihan, you won't stop Narendra Nehru's plan. The outcome is already decided. Surrender now. Now, if you untee me and kneel for mercy, I might accept you as my underling. Taehyun's face became even uglier at that moment. Izaka Ryohei laughed louder. But if you choose to fight Narendra Nehru, you will only end up with your soul destroyed, sacrificed to the demon realm. His laughter echoed. Taehyun pinned him hard against the wall, raising his fist. The fiery red sun surrounded the Dawn auction house, the ocean waves crashing against each other into white foam. In the place of confinement, thousands of hostages knelt below. Above them, terrifying demonic entities stared intently at them. A silhouette stood high above, looking down. A subordinate reported to the man with bloodshot eyes and a long beard standing there. My lord, Narendra Nehru, it seems Izaka Ryohei has failed. The blood phoenix is also missing. What do we do now? Narendra Nehru laughed bluntly. Forget it. It seems there's a capable S-rank player here, but that rat can't do anything to us. They still have to wait for reinforcements. But the gates are already closed. His hand reached out and beams of black light appeared. The hostages kneeling on the ground were controlled by the black light rings, lifted high into the air. The others screamed in terror and despair. The girl's neck seemed to be crushed by an invisible hand. Narendra Nehru controlled the black light beams to torment the hostages. They could only cry out in pain. He said, as for that rat, if it doesn't show up, we'll just proceed with the plan. The surrounding black light beams grew more intense. And now, demon realm will obtain high-rank souls. Narendra Nehru looked like a true demon with black eyes tinged with red, a dark smile radiating dark and sinister beams of light. Looking at him from above, his murderous aura became increasingly fierce. The power went out. The hostages in the darkness grew even more frightened, panicked, and unsettled. The guards wearing demon masks became alert. What the hell? Why the blackout now? We controlled the bomb so it wouldn't destroy the generator. How can we see anything in this pitch dark? Narendra Nehru's sinister face and eerie, dark eyes appeared. And where did the sacrifices go? How is this possible? Narendra Nehru was stunned to see only the black light beams before him, while the hostages had vanished. Suddenly, Taehyun appeared behind him with light chains in his hands, striking straight at Narendra Nehru, catching him off guard. The punch with the light chains flew straight towards Narendra Nehru. Narendra Nehru, with his eerie eyes, watched the incoming light chains. Taehyun's hand controlled the light chains in a fierce attack. Narendra Nehru was no pushover either, dodging the blows. Taehyun moved closer, attacking with a punch and light chains, preparing to bind bind Narendra Nehru tightly. He retreated backward to dodge the attack. Narendra Nehru grew furious, his face turning more ferocious from being attacked like this. Tahyun smiled in satisfaction seeing Narendra Nehru's expression. His whole body radiated even more light. Got you now. Suddenly, a sound came from behind Narendra Nehru. Something was growing out of his back. Tentacle with 3 yellow eyes and razor-sharp teeth appeared, also capable of spewing fierce-looking orange flames. Seeing this sight, Tahyun's eyes widened, his pupils contracted, not understanding what was happening, full of shock. Unbelievable, not one but many tentacles were growing out from behind Narendra Nehru. His sharp eyes opened wide. A mouth full of fangs created massive fireballs, destroying the light chains Tahyun used to surround him. A loud explosion rang out, billowing black smoke mixed with fierce flames, shards of rock flying everywhere. Tahyun dodged the explosion, dropping to one knee as he looked toward the blazing fire. Inside, a dark figure with tentacles moving behind its back stared straight at him. Was there another monster behind him? How could that man be so strong, standing unharmed in the middle of the intense flames as if becoming one with them? Are you Taehyun, the S-rank awakener? Have you come to save us? Voices came from behind. Taehyun turned his head and saw the hostages looking at him like a savior. He rushed frantically toward Taehyun, hoping to be rescued. Untie us, hurry before those bandits come right in. Save us, and we will give you money. Before they could finish their sentence, Taehyun waved his hand and used light chains to pull them up into a circle of white light. Too much talking is distracting. They were lifted into the air, screaming in terror. Taehyun suddenly sensed something moving toward him. He glanced upward. Demon beasts with sharp claws and fiery red eyes were diving down quickly from above. When the demon beasts hit the ground, the spot where Taehyun had just stood suddenly emitted a fierce, towering flash of light. Dirt and rocks sprayed everywhere. The demon beasts looked blankly into the air full of debris, searching for Taehyun. Their glowing red eyes swept everywhere to detect him. Before they could regain their bearings, intersecting flashes of light burst forth. It was the light from the sharp slashes of the blade Taehyun was holding. Taehyun leaped into the air, the blade in his hand wrapped in powerful light chains. The monsters below were sliced into many pieces, scattering everywhere. That hand, that sinewy hand, appeared again. In midair, Taehyun looked like a demon with a ghastly skull face, staring down at the fragments of the demon beasts. The other demon beasts on the floor went insane, their sharp fangs becoming even more terrifying. They growled angry sounds. Furry demon beast with 2 pairs of glowing eyes let out a roar from the abyss. The roar grew louder and more sinister, just like its eyes. Suddenly, the demon beasts that had just been sliced to pieces revived, charging at Taehyun even more ferociously. Taehyun's eyes widened in shock at the dizzying change. How was that possible? A huge explosion rang out, leaving only thick black smoke where Taehyun had been. Narendra Nehru and the demon beasts all stared into the smoke. Narendra Nehru smiled smugly and said to Taehyun, "Don't think you've won yet. You must know my demon contract skill. It summons based on sacrifices, and I don't use weak ones. Those monsters are all equivalent to S rank, and with the boost from my skill, they become even more ferocious as they are powered up, charging at a struggling Taehyun. My demonic power is shared with them, helping them evolve to a new level. They frenziedly attack Taehyun, growing stronger and faster. Taehyun could no longer resist, struck hard on the tiled floor, splashing water everywhere. Narendra Nehru watched Taehyun slowly fall, blood spewing from his mouth. I admit you defeating Ryohei is impressive, but now you lose. That man puffed up with pride at having taken down an S-rank awakener. Another loud explosion rang out, along with black smoke and stone debris. The hostages looked toward the blast and saw the monsters charging into the thick smoke. They screamed in panic, thinking Taehyun had been taken down. One of them shouted in dissatisfaction, "I told you to save us first, but you wouldn't listen. Now face the consequences. If you had saved us, we could have helped." The voice of a middle-aged man, also tied up, rang out, surprising everyone who turned to look at him. He told them to look over there. Thanks to that young man, the monsters aren't bothering us anymore. He has drawn all their attention. It was then that everyone realized the truth. He is at a disadvantage but not running away. Maybe he is buying time for another guild to come and rescue us. Taehyun still held his blade, persistently fighting the monsters. After hearing the analysis, the hostages looked at him with stunned expressions. The middle-aged man spoke resolutely. The hostages that old man captured for sacrifice have all been freed by him. The image of the chains ready for the sacrifice appeared in his mind. He couldn't contain his emotions, his whole body trembling, hot tears streaming down. So his original intention was to attack aggressively to lure the monsters. Did those hostages hanging in the air disappear so we could be safe? Taehyun was now covered in wounds, blood soaking his body, but he still struggled to hold his blade and fight. The hostages felt ashamed of their selfishness. They cried out, confessing their indifference. "Hang in there, Taehyun. We believe in you." They shouted encouragement at him. The light chain suddenly reappeared powerfully. The strands of light chains tightly wrapped around the necks of the demon beasts, which struggled wildly to break free. Taehyun counterattacked. He flew up, using light chains to bind the monsters tightly, then finished them off with a powerful strike. Taehyun's eyes opened wide. "Alright then, stop shouting, the monsters will turn toward you." The hostages blankly realized something was off. They had just done something crazy, involuntarily blurting out, huh? Narendra Nehru calmly observed the battle from afar, also wondering why is that. A horde of gigantic monsters was ready to charge at Tai Han. Despite his injuries, he stood firm, roaring in challenge. You monsters, no matter how strong you are, I will defeat you. Come at me, all of you! The hostages who witnessed this could only shout in panic. Be careful, Tai Han! Narendra Nehru laughed loudly in satisfaction, his sinister laughter echoing. He mocked. How heroic of you! Ta Hyun's face was drenched in blood, but his eyes were determined. Hang in there, Park Wong, this fight is almost over. Narendra Nehru's dark eyes flickered upon hearing that name. That man looked toward the door, where a figure had just appeared. He froze upon seeing someone standing there. When did that bastard show up? Park Wong immediately demonstrated his skill. Dazzling rays of light burst from his palms. He poured his power into his ultimate move. Sorry to keep you waiting. I will deal with it right now. Cut to Isaka Ryohei lying on a pile of rubble, tightly bound by light chains. He was covered in wounds, his mouth gaping. Bak Wong looked in shock at Isaka Ryohei in such a pathetic state. Park Wong pointed at the fallen Ryohei and asked Ta Hyun in confusion. Tae Hyun, what is this about? Tai Hyun calmly replied, they are Naru's men, infiltrating the security team. They discussed the situation as they walked. We have captured the gate management room. That bastard used the hostages to summon monsters. Tai Hyun explained in detail to Park Wong. The situation now is that we have to face both the monsters and the bandits. The bandits are the simpler issue. Tae Hyun glanced at Park Wong. But if we ignore the monsters, the hostages will be in danger. They are tied up and kneeling, watched over by pairs of fiery red eyes. In the worst case, they will all die. Park Wong, upon hearing this, asked in panic, so what do we do now? Ta Hyun calmly replied, now we need your skill. Wong was even more surprised when his skill was mentioned. He stammered, the skill to control gates. Is it mine? I know how to control gates, but the difficulty is that I need to know the exact location to do it. Do you mean connecting gates to summon the other guilds? Big Yu doubted and asked Ta Hyun. Ta Hyun put on a serious face. Not exactly. What I want is... Baek Uong was eagerly waiting to hear the result from Ta Hyun to eliminate those monsters. A series of controlled gates opened with blinding light, growing brighter and brighter. The monsters were powerfully sucked into the gates, unable to resist, only able to growl. As the power of the gates increased, the more monsters were sucked inside. Narendra Nehru stood on high ground witnessing that terrifying power, unable to believe it. How? Why is it appearing? He exploded with rage, roaring, what is happening? The gate grew larger and larger, forming a dark void, sucking a huge number of monsters inside. Elder Gun Wong had just stepped out from the round door, looking up in astonishment. Earlier when he spoke of opening a gate to suck in monsters, I was also doubtful. His face was covered in sweat, his eyes wide as he looked, but now I am completely convinced. Park Gan-woong stood behind Tae-han, stunned by the gate he had opened, his mind full of thoughts. The monsters have been sucked away, only that bastard Nehru is left. Surely he can win and free everyone. Tae-hyun turned his head slightly and shouted, "Hey Mr. Park Yan-woong." The man was startled when he heard Ta-hyun say, "You have completed the mission of opening the gate. It is dangerous here. Quickly take everyone and run." He hurriedly replied, "What?" His face lost its composure, raising his voice. "What do you mean by that? I can fight too." Ta-hyun calmly smiled, "Your task here is done. That man is S-rank, a bit too much for you. Go quickly." Afterwards, Ta-hyun stomped his foot hard, shattering the floor. The atmosphere became more blazing with the appearance of the opponent. Tae-hyun held 2 iron blades ready. "To focus on the fight, I don't have time to protect you and the others." Narendra Nehru stood before him and shouted loudly, "Tae-hyun." He put his 2 hands together, smiling at him. "All right, I hear you, come at me." Park Jianuong stood behind, unable to hide his worry. He quickly evacuated everyone. "Everyone follow me, run this way." Ta-hyun turned his face back, anxious. "Good, it seems everyone has started to evacuate." He looked up at him. "Now it is just me and that bastard left." He immediately charged forward with all his might. He glided past and glanced at him, and stopped in front of Narendra Nehru. He showed a bloodthirsty expression as he charged. "You think just because we are both S-rank, our power is the same?" Narendra Nehru extended his hand, flames blazing around him. "Let me see how you resist this." A surge of fire shot out, following the direction of his hand. He pointed straight at Tae-han. "A brat like you will surely die here today." Flames reached him, forcing him to shield his face with his hand. Then the fire exploded with a bang on the ground. He waved his hand, summoning 2 demons with sharp fangs. "Even if you save the hostages and suck all the monsters into the gate." Tae-hyun collapsed, his body injured, blood spurting from his mouth. He said, "That still won't help you beat me." He raised his hand to summon creatures with terrifying power. "This battle will still end with my victory." Tae-hyun sat still amidst the rubble, listening to him curse. "You dare test my patience, blaspheme the gods, your end." Narendra Nehru's eyes turned red. He growled, "Will be as a sacrifice for me." Monsters behind him glared at Ta-han with burning eyes. Suddenly Ta-han slowly stood up, smiling. "You damn old bastard, you talk too much, Narendra Nehru." His face was smeared with blood, but he still smiled. "You think I'll die that easily? Think again." Hearing this, Narendra Nehru's eyes widened. Tahan extended his hand, a wave of red energy clinging around him. Mysterious red energy flew straight toward him, causing everything in that area to disintegrate piece by piece. They were slowly pulled into the violent force of Tahan. Narendra Nehru stood there, not understanding what was happening, and roared. He looked at Tahan using just one hand to generate power. Is that brat's full strength only now being revealed? Or has he been hiding his true power? Suddenly Narendra Nehru laughed, causing Tahan, who was channeling his power, to look up in confusion. Narendra Nehru spread his arms wide and laughed loudly. With no power around daring to approach, he clasped his hands together to summon power. Taehyun, even if you hide your strength, you will become my sacrifice. I will make use of that body of yours. He continued, do you think only you can hide your power? The statement surprised Taehan. Huh? Suddenly he glanced to the corner, broke out in a sweat, and was shocked to see something terrifying. Oh! His hand was still extended, generating power, but his head turned to the right, seeing the appearance of several hostages he had rescued. They were shocked to appear here. Ah, how? Then they screamed. The body of one of them was even more horrifying, burning into ash, with a miserable scream echoing. Tahan was surprised. What is happening? Their blood flowed down Narendra Nehru's back, forming the shape of a glass of red wine. He chanted. Now all the offerings will be presented to the gods. Blood cup grew fuller, along with his prayer, O divine God. The atmosphere was now filled only with the terrifying prayers of Narendra Nehru, begging the gods to punish the one who showed contempt. Tahan looked up, his eyes full of confusion and fear. Narendra Nehru's hands were still clasped to his chest as he chanted, and a stream of green power began to appear, overwhelming Tahan's red power. The beast created from his power bared its sinister jaw. It was an S-rank skeletal dragon. Battle took place in the tallest building in the area, causing a large plume of smoke to appear in the sky. All the elegant glass windows had shattered after the clash. Baek Gun-woong was at the head of the group of hostages who had just been rescued, facing the bandits. Both he and everyone else were scared, drenched in sweat, but he still reassured them. Are those bastards still waiting outside? Masked bandits only had their eyes exposed. Their leader said, how did these people escape from the boss's place? Something must have happened over there. The others added, all right, they're just civilians. Let's deal with them gently. As soon as he finished speaking, they suddenly clutched their faces in pain, bleeding and screaming. Baek Gun-wong and the others were amazed to see the bandits slowly turning to dust. Before dying, they only managed to say, our bodies, before screaming loudly. Baek frowned as he looked up, both confused and afraid. Suddenly, stones from the ceiling crumbled down to where they stood, causing everyone to panic and shout, what is that? He looked out the glass window and saw stones falling, then shouted, what the hell is happening? The tremors are too strong! Baek Gun-woong shouted in vain. What do you mean? Back in the battle, Taehan was at a disadvantage as the S-rank skeletal dragon charged at him, causing him to fall through the air. He fell deeper and deeper, the monstrous beast getting closer and closer. Taehan plunged down along with the rocks in immense pain. Narendra Nehru stood above, unleashing a green flame that spread across the floor and laughed loudly. He shouted, after all, the power of the gods is always something different, isn't it? Mid-fall, Taehan gritted his teeth and strained, thinking, this is bad. Suddenly a chain coiled around his arm. That chain slammed hard into a glass window of the building, shattering it. At that moment, the chain was pulled taut. A large hole was blasted open where the chain impacted, piercing straight through to the sky, pulling him out through that hole. Taehyun's feet tried to grip the ground. His entire body lay face down on the floor, only a few handspans away, his hands propping him up. He struggled to look up, panting heavily, and said, what exactly is this monster's power? Suddenly, his eyes went wide as if he realized something. In front of him now was a monster with a terrifying green power. It lunged straight at him, but his mind paused for a beat. Narendra Nehru, standing on the charging beast, sucked Taehyun in and sent him flying. The building's wall was hit hard, creating a gaping hole. Taehyun flew out with a sky-piercing scream, along with shattered wall fragments. Even as he flew out, the beast and Narendra Nehru did not relent. He said, now die, you foolish bastard. Taehyun's power returned, making him lash out as he charged forward with all his might. He thrust his hand straight at Narendra Nehru and the monster, emitting a wave of power that seemed to strike it down. He said, you think having that dragon makes you a match for me? The monster, not yielding, quickly opened its mouth and retaliated against Taehyun with a colossal force. That immense power rushed toward him once again. At that moment, he seemed frozen in the face of its terror. Instantly, that power burst and exploded, shaking the heavens, the earth, and the ocean. It shattered everything into small fragments, flying amidst the chaos. Narendra Nehru and the beast kept flying forward, the green energy stream covering everything. He stood upon it and said, that was truly unexpected. Looking at Taehyun, who was hanging by his hands and feet on the wall, he said, to survive an attack like that, the chains that had been shooting out had now wrapped around his limbs and pinned him tightly to that wall. Having gone through the fierce battle, he was not dead but was utterly exhausted, lifting his head to pant. Taehyun lowered his head, growling in frustration, hating him in his heart. This bastard. He was like a tiny ornament attached to the outside of the building, facing the S-rank skeletal dragon and Narendra Nehru. His mind was still full of hateful thoughts. He's too strong, especially with those evil spirits and the skeletal dragon he summoned. My S-rank power is on par with his. Ta Hyun opened one eye, raised his head slightly to look, and thought, but the gap between us seems too wide. His thoughts continued. If he made a sacrifice to obtain the skeletal dragon, he must have some kind of limitation. On his back, a black hollow was clearly visible, and blood vessels were bulging on both hands. Ta Hyun focused more on the protruding veins on Narendra Nehru's hands, thinking otherwise he would already be invincible within the S-rank. Ta Hyun stared blankly ahead, thinking, now I have to find his weakness to counterattack. Suddenly, the man laughed. Narendra Nehru stood high above, looking down and said, bastard who dares to scorn the gods, I've already guessed your intent. This statement left Ta Hyun utterly bewildered. Narendra Nehru smiled and continued, you are feeling helpless because you can't beat me, so you're still waiting for a chance to find a weakness and counterattack, right? Hearing this, Ta Hyun frowned in anxiety, sweat dripping. Narendra Nehru added, I understand you have quick wits, but... Suddenly, he roared ferociously, his power causing tremors across the surrounding sky. You think that plan can become reality? That terrifying wave of power once again dominated the entire space. Narendra Nehru and the S-rank skeletal dragon flew up, unleashing that power to ravage the building where Ta Hyun was hung. Ta Hyun, panicked and terrified, shouted, what? Everyone and Mr. Gun Wong in the building heard the sound and anxiously looked out. Looking closely, they were all extremely terrified. It turned out the S-rank bone dragon had discovered the hostages and was charging straight at their hiding spot. Narendra Nehru and the beast fired power into the building, sending bricks and stones flying everywhere. At this moment, the main headquarters was illuminated by lights from all four sides. The coordinators were in a frenzy, shouting loudly, urging everyone that the gate connecting to the Dawn auction house was complete. The counselors lined up neatly in front of the door of light, the coordinator yelling for them to focus on prioritizing the rescue of the hostages. The head female coordinator, flustered and drenched in sweat, listening to her mic while tapping the screen, panickedly said only South Korea could connect to the gate, and S-rank team leader Park Ji-sung had taken the mission, but it was still very dangerous. Park Sung-jin stood at the head of the team, hands in his pockets, softly saying it was fine, they had information and needed to get there quickly to rescue them. His words made the female coordinator stare wide-eyed, surprised and worried, unable to speak. Park Sung-jin then shouted a loud order for the entire team to advance eastward. He turned half his face, his voice harsh as he shouted loudly about those demon bastards today. The people behind were ready to obey, saying they would pay the price. All the hostages inside had already fallen amidst the rubble of broken bricks and stones. At this moment, Park Ganung, bleeding from the head and covered in wounds, suddenly woke up with aching pain. He tried to open his eyes and look at what was unfolding before him. The head was a huge explosion with blinding light, and Tae-hyun had raised both hands to block the approaching power, causing Park Ganung to jolt upright. He was worried for Tae-hyun's life, quickly rushed over and asked, Tae-hyun? And Tae-hyun at this moment was alone, resisting that power and the expanding spell. With his strength, he managed to push the power far away from Narendra Nehru and the beast. But Narendra Nehru would not accept defeat, laughing loudly and saying that was your choice, before the bone dragon opened its mouth to release its power. He opened his mouth in a proud laugh, saying if you want to save everyone, then sacrifice yourself in the infernal flame. Park Gun-wong, sitting behind, saw him resisting again and shouted his name. Park Ganung lacked the strength to stand up, shouting advice for Tae-hyun to run, as he had already overexerted himself, and even if he lay down, he would not escape. Amidst the words, Tae-hyun was caught in the stream of power, screaming in pain but still thinking he had to endure. Standing before the ferocious beast, he did not give up, thinking confronting Naru was impossible, and he had to wait for his weakness to appear. Narendra Nehru, standing high above, still laughed arrogantly. Tae-hyun struggled to hold on, protecting everyone, thinking he was already at a disadvantage. The power kept increasing more and more. A strong resolve arose within him. He could not give up because there were still people to protect, his face full of determination. His eyes blazed red, thinking he could resist further but needed to find the fastest way to save everyone. Suddenly, a trembling voice sounded beside him, needing help, causing him to freeze his body. Tae-hyun wondered and quickly turned his head to look back. He saw Gun-wong struggling to crawl towards him. Ganung stopped his face, looking at him with confusion. Tae-hyun looked behind him, wondering what that voice was. Suddenly, a notification appeared, stating that the hunting power was being adjusted, and both his hands blazed with power, leaving him confused. His hands gained more power, the scent hunting rank rose to A, and another notification said the body was overloaded. A new wave of power merged around him. He gritted his teeth in discomfort and asked what this was, as the S-rank hunter level appeared. It continued to upgrade to SS rank scent hunting, and his eyes could not widen any further. Narendra Nehru on the beast looked down, furrowing his brows. He looked down in confusion and asked what was happening. His red power spread throughout the space, overwhelming even the bone dragon. The rank was raised again, SSS rank scent hunting. The area around Tae-hyun was filled with blazing red power along with the notification that scent hunting was at its highest state, the body overloaded. His His body burst forth, toned and muscular, the muscle fibers appearing as he screamed in pain. He still thought in his mind, so scent hunting had reached its highest level. An image of a perfect body emerged. He thought the Emperor had temporarily bestowed the power, but now he could not control it. His arm split like a large boulder. He thought he was breaking apart and would die. His body also began to crack. He thought he had tried his best this time. His mind was filled with many thoughts, but he had reached his limit, and he fell unwillingly. His body gradually shattered. He screamed in pain, thinking of himself. At this moment, his body was completely cracked. Only the torso remained. Because the pain was too great, he slowly collapsed, face down on the ground. Narendra Nehru looked down, thinking he had submitted. Tahyun's power was so great that he had to cover his eyes, wondering what that terrifying power was. Tahyun collapsed. Narendra Nehru thought surely this was victory for him. Tahyun's body was bleeding. He thought he had tried to push his potential to the absolute limit, but could not withstand it. His body exploded and fell, probably unable to get up. Narendra Nehru said irritably, in the end, the one who blasphemes the gods, no matter how hard you try, you will still only receive death. He and the beast approached his location. Suddenly, the beast's claws emerged, the beast's limbs scattered, claws falling downward. Narendra Nehru was utterly confused, not knowing what was happening. Rocks above him fell, and he saw Tahyun standing up steadily. Narendra Nehru's eyes were filled with worry. Another beast appeared, its power blazing red, several times larger than the bone dragon. It opened its mouth, snarling, and charged at Narendra Nehru. Narendra Nehru stood on the bone dragon, anxious and puzzled, asking what that was. Tahyun's strange voice rang out. A god? Nehru was baffled. Tahyun lowered his head and said, "What does a god mean to me?" Nehru looked at him in fear. Narendra Nehru broke into a sweat and shouted, "You bastard, you are not Tahyun. Who are you?" He looked at his terrifying power and spoke loudly. "How could you have that power? This is impossible." Tahyun spread his arms and said, "Go to hell and ask the gods." He unleashed a dreadful power and said, "You are dead now." Nehru's face tensed, sweating buckets. What? Narendra Nehru was cut through by waves of power, his body falling apart. Tahyun reached out toward Nehru, who was slumped over the beast. A wave of power flooded the space, sweeping away both him and the beast. A notification appeared. You have learned a new skill. A pact with the demon has been recorded. In the silent space, darkness covered everything. A beam of light shone on Tahyun. Tahyun stood still in the bleak scene, muttering, "This is where I and Nehru fought." Suddenly, blazing red chains shot out from nowhere. The chains coiled tightly around him, allowing no resistance. Tahyun was panicked, not knowing what was happening. A massive rock hurtled toward him, striking him directly. He was knocked backward, blood spraying from his mouth. In his subconscious, he was bewildered. Was the stone skin skill nullified? From there, a pair of hands was doing something. Before him appeared a colossal, mysterious statue, crowned with a skull and surrounded by blazing red light. Tahyun writhed at the statue's feet, feeling a source of power invade his body, screaming in despair. He muttered in panic, "Why is my skill?" A cold voice sounded, "Your stone skin skill, you mean?" Hearing the mysterious voice, Tahyun felt uneasy. He continued, "How are those skills yours?" Tahyun replied in confusion, "Huh? If I absorb you," a dragon mouth appeared from the blazing red circle. Awakening the potential should be quite delicious. The monster roared and lunged at Tahyun. He gritted his teeth, tense fear surging within him. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered. Tahyun jolted awake, his limbs flailing. His whole body was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Seeing his surroundings, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just a dream? The wounds were not there, his hand still had the old scar. What was this? Suddenly, Jin entered from outside, holding a bag of bread. "Ah, you are awake." Tahyun was surprised. He recognized the person before him as a Awakener Song Jin. Song Jin asked, "Do you want to eat something?" Song Jin and Tahyun ate while discussing the apartment the association was preparing as compensation for the terrorist incident. "Thanks to you, we rescued all the hostages. The Awakener at Ezreal level has paid for his crimes. Because of you, many people survived. You passed out after the battle. Many friends and family came to visit but have left. Your family and little brother cried their eyes out." The association director was worried. Jin recounted, unable to hold back a laugh. "After the battle, we checked your health. There were no after effects. We were worried demonic energy might have affected you when you fought Nehru, but everything is fine." Tahyun stammered, sweating, "But, for some reason, I forgot everything that happened at the auction house, including the fight with Nehru. What happened there?" Song Jin replied, "This is beyond my expectations." Tahyun nodded, "Yes." Jin asked further, "Now that you mention it, what happened to you back then?" Tahyun recalled the scene that day, Gun Wung lying on the ground with a terrified look. Before him was a tall, muscular young man with red hair. He continued, "When I lost to Nehru, something happened." Seonjin wondered, "Who took him down then?" Tahyun answered, "I cannot explain it. When I passed out, only a Awakener Gun Wung was at the scene. At that time, Park Gan-ung said, 'Brother Tahyun, what is wrong with you? Say something?' Then Gan-ung's eyes widened at something. It turned out to be Tahyun, but for some reason, he turned around and attacked Gan-ung. With only one blow, he made Park Gan-ung cough up blood, and he fell right then while he even looked surprised. 'Oh, defeated in just one move, huh? That's enough.' Tahyun grinned slyly. 'Now, just return the body to him.' After saying that, he lowered his gun and his hair quickly returned to its familiar brown color. When he lay down, Mr. Jin found him and ran over to support him, calling, "Wake up, Mr. Taehyun." Outside, someone told everyone to hurry up and search for hostages nearby. The hostages were only slightly frightened, with no major injuries, but the monsters summoned by Neru had disappeared, and he had also vanished strangely. Seeing this, Song Jin sighed, "Honestly, Taehyun, so, what happened to you here?" "Return to reality," Park Song Jin said. Once the hostages had calmed down, we asked them about the situation. They didn't know everything clearly, but said he had taken down Neru and then fainted. Taehyun replied dejectedly, "That figures, they aren't awakened ones, so they can't know much." Park Song-jin continued, "Player Park Gun-won also doesn't remember anything, as if some force took away the memories of you too. I guess this is the after effect of confronting Neru's demonic energy. But everything turned out well, congratulations and thank you. We are still investigating the scene. If we find anything more, I'll let you know later." After Song-jin left, Tae-hyun thought to himself, "Could I have been affected by Neru's demonic energy and lost my memory at that time? That sounds absurd, doesn't it? But I remember my arm shattered when I tried to use predation. I must have overused predation while fighting Neru." As he was thinking, a contract from Demon B suddenly appeared. "Can summon a demon thanks to a connection with the demon realm. 200 mana. 1-on-1. Taehyun said in surprise, "What? So this is a skill of Neru's that I absorbed after defeating him with predation. Only 200 mana to activate, unlike him who needed a sacrifice. Right now, I only have 180 mana. Lost in thought, Song-jin called, "Hey Taehyun." He turned around. "You have a visitor." Taehyun was surprised. "Gee." Someone walked in through the door, holding a basket of fruit. Seeing this, Mr. Jin said, "There's someone here, I'll head back first." Taehyun looked at her, a complex feeling rising in his heart. Lim A Yang spoke first. "I came to visit you. She is an S-rank awakened, an A-rank player, the cityscape opening up, bustling, familiar yet glaring with the sunlight shining down. The food and drinks on the table were still the same boring old stuff. Taehyun didn't want to eat. Suddenly, a strong force set down the fruit basket, crushing the food beneath, making an unpleasant noise. Seeing this, Taehyun was startled and his face darkened. Lim A Yang said coldly, "I heard you got hurt fighting the bandits, but you look fine now, right?" Looking at the mess, Taehyun was a bit annoyed but sat down and replied, "I was only slightly injured, my health is normal." Lim A Yang took a red apple, as if wanting to bite into it, and continued, "In the terrorist incident, you saved many hostages and eliminated a pretty strong insect, right?" Taehyun hesitated. "That is somewhat true." Her anger transformed into the force that crushed the apple. Lim A Yang said angrily and tensely, "It seems you also confronted 2 S-rank awakened ones there, right?" The sunlight shone on her face, adding to her displeasure. Taehyun didn't understand her meaning and asked back, The apple was completely crushed. Lim A Yang raised her voice, "I know you're good, but don't think you're the best. I will train and catch up to your strength quickly." Her hand's strength was so strong that apple pieces flew onto Taehyun's face. He finally understood her displeasure, but still asked, "Is this jealousy or worry? What exactly did you come here for?" Lim A Yang turned away, avoiding his gaze, and said, "I came to visit you." Taehyun didn't believe her, found her tiring, and wondered if he should call security. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Lim A Yang got even angrier, almost growling, "Taehyun, who knows how worried she was about this guy. She came to visit because she heard the terrorist incident was large scale. But looking at him, he was perfectly fine. She felt he was stronger, the mighty aura emanating from him even more powerful than before. She didn't understand what happened." Witnessing the anger on Lim A Yang's face, Taehyun was still clueless. Lim A Yang recalled the incident in the previous exam, when they accidentally kissed and blushed. She was worried because of that confrontation. Now he had improved so much. The gap between them was growing wider. She asked, "Hey, Taehyun, how can you—" Suddenly, footsteps approached, interrupting the conversation. Both startled, they stopped and turned toward the sound. With a bit of shock and worry, they both looked towards the door. Who could be coming to this guy's house? The footsteps grew closer. Their hearts skipped a beat. Taehyun reacted first, puzzled as to why that person would come. Lim A Yang recognized the arrival and exclaimed, "Huh?" The intruder was none other than her older sister, Dujo Ayoung. She was also startled, not expecting to meet her younger sister here. Why was her sister in this place with this guy? Lim A Yang didn't wait for her sister to react, stepped forward and asked, "Why are you here? How did you get into Kim's house?" Then, as if catching the key point, she demanded, "How do you know the password to his house door?" Dujo Ayoung regained her composure and gently reminded, "Please don't call me sister, okay?" Dujo Ayoung explained, "This house was assigned to him by the Awakened Association. They gave me the password." Dujo Ayoung suddenly stopped, facing the two surprised people. "You idiot! Never let your guard down like that." He smiled dangerously, then quickly circled behind and locked Taehyun in a perilous hold. Lim A Yang couldn't react, everything happened too fast. She rushed over in panic, "Sister, what are you doing?" Du Ayoung sneered, "What do you plan to do?" Jo Ayoung's smile deepened. She looked at her worried younger sister, curious, "I don't understand why 2 S ranks are happily talking together in the same house. What is your relationship?" Then, she lightly touched Taehyun's lips, taunting, "What's the deal?" Lim A Yang yelled, "What are you saying? That's impossible, that's a crime." But her flushed face betrayed her. She retorted, "He is still a minor." While Du Ayoung was distracted, Taihan yanked his hand away, breaking free from her control and said, "Stop it." Du Ayoung was startled by his strength. Taehyun continued, "Enough of this joke here, player Du Ayoung." He looked at her irritably and asked, "What brings you here? If you want me to join your guild, I've already refused." Jo Ayoung was annoyed, rubbing her wrist. "Your attitude is still as annoying as ever. I only came to visit the sick." Then she softened her voice. "I even brought you fruit." Taehyun was flustered. "Fruit?" Du Ayoung then answered, "That was right. He heard the association chairman say he was training to participate in the Asian Awakener tournament." She did not wait for Taehyun to answer, her voice growing more confident. "His rescue and defeat of the 2 Awakeners at the Dawn Auction House was very good, but looking at the rankings, he only stood in 30th place." She stepped closer. If he wanted to enter the top 5 to become a representative for the competition, he needed to put in more effort to earn more points. Having said that, Du Ayoung placed her hand on Taehyun's shoulder. He had brought him a special gift. She smiled at his curiosity and surprise, her hand gliding lightly over the wound. "Let us continue," she enthusiastically explained. The assault clearance for the Fire God Temple dungeon had been granted. Did he know that? Gloomy scene of the auction house appeared. In the darkness, a canoe approached a distant island covered in a screen of fog, but from afar the scene of desolate ruin was already visible. The voice of the man Jiagai rang out. Was that the Dawn Auction House? An answering voice says. The closer they got, the clearer the ruins became, stifling dust and smoke rising. Jiagai assessed. At a glance one could see the complete change after the Awakener attack. A few more explosions, and it would have completely collapsed. He observed while asking the person beside him, after the attack, how was Naru, dead or alive? The other person answered. They still could not confirm any more information about him. The group of underlings hesitantly asked each other. This was a serious matter. Did they need to report to the boss? Jiage answered firmly, no need, they could control the situation. He was confident the goal of attacking the auction house had been achieved. Even if Naru died or disappeared, it did not matter, because they only hired him to act. He continued speaking, however. A loudspeaker announcement rang out in the night from a large patrol boat, full of an overwhelming demeanor. The captain shouted, stand still, you are surrounded. The canoe looked truly tiny in front of the massive vessel. The team leader on the boat continued through the loudspeaker, you illegal intruders, this place is strictly forbidden for everyone. Only the Awakener patrol team is permitted access. If you know what is good for you, drop your weapons and surrender immediately. But then in an instant a loud noise rang out. The large boat was engulfed and submerged beneath the sea immediately. The Awakener patrol team had no time to react at all. Along with the boat sinking gradually to the ocean floor, death came suddenly without a chance to resist. This would become a sensational mystery disappearance. Mastermind Jiagui had protected his canoe and his accomplices. His voice rang out, dangerous with a hint of deadly curiosity. He had become quite interested in that Awakener named Taehyun. As he spoke, he activated his awakening, leaving that patrol team no path to survival. Back at the headquarters of the Nightwalker Guild, the space was filled with excited cheers. Taehyun continued his path into the top 5. Beside him, Ju Ayoung loudly announced, in this dungeon assault, player Taehyun will participate with them. Her voice grew louder and prouder. Everyone knew already, in the Dawn Auction House terror incident, he had the greatest merit in rescuing the hostages. He could be considered the most promising young awakener in Korea. The cheers grew more passionate. Everyone chanted his name in unison, Taehyun, Taehyun. Dojo Ayoung spoke up to stop the excitement below, however. Dojo Ayoung always focused on the key point. When he joined this dungeon assault, she had considered the distribution of items for the guild for him, so that both sides could reach an agreement. Taehyun beside her breathed in. That was what he wanted to say. Of course, who would want to lose out when dividing the spoils? Taehyun thought to himself, this assault on the Fire God Temple truly was a good opportunity for him. The scene of the Fire God Temple appeared, true to its name. The entrance was like a raging flame. Taehyun silently marveled. This was the second dungeon he entered after the one in the previous competition. His train of thought continued. In the past, before the regression, the Nightwalker Guild had successfully assaulted the Fire God Temple, but in exchange they suffered too many losses. Nearly all the participating awakeners had perished. It truly was danger paired with reward. If they successfully destroyed the Fire God Temple, his contribution points for the association would skyrocket. He calculated silently. However, there was still some worry. Last time, whether real or not, his arm had nearly shattered. Now his strength and stamina after being hospitalized had still not recovered, so attacking this dungeon would be much more difficult. Having thought this, he looked at the person beside him. If he attacked together with player Ju Ayoung, then looked down below, along with these Nightwalker Guild members. He suddenly felt confident in the Fire God Temple raid. Blending in with the cheers was Taehyun's thought. They would surely succeed. The day of the Fire God Temple assault had arrived, along with the excessive enthusiasm of the fans from the Nightwalker Guild, with flashy banners unsuited for the coming battle, along with the chance to soar, and the firm trust of the Nightwalker Guild. This assault only had 2 people, Taehyun and Ju Ayoung. Taehyun appeared helpless and surprised, while Zhu Aiyong was extremely excited. The crowd outside loudly encouraged them. "We will wait for you both. Good luck to both of you. Be careful, team leader. The team leader's safety depends entirely on you, Taehyun." Taehyun asked in confusion. "Hey, Miss Zhu Aiyong," the other person answered nonchalantly. "Ah." Taehyun's voice was full of helplessness. "What the hell? Why are only the two of them participating in the dungeon assault?" Zhu Aiyong naturally said. This could be considered their date, her tone extremely playful but with a charming smile. Taehyun could not help but curse inwardly. Death was approaching, and she could still joke like this. Without arguing for too long, Taehyun and Zhu Aiyong directly advanced into the fire god temple. An overwhelming scene appeared in the stifling space of the dungeon. Streams of fire enveloped everything like scorching flames. Zhu Aiyong looked at the scene, smiling curiously. Oh, before them, the dungeon was immersed in the blue light of fire, endlessly vast, with a few withered trees scattered here and there. She remarked, it looked truly terrifying, the twisted dry bushes, the bizarre veins of blue fire. She continued, this dungeon truly was different from other dungeons. He had never imagined it would be like this before. Standing at the dungeon entrance, Taehyun looked and assessed. The apocalypse dungeon he encountered last time was completely different from this one. Zhu Aiyong agreed. The apocalypse dungeon appeared during the awakening assessment competition. Zhu Aiyong sat down before the entrance leading deep inside, feeling her mind go blank. It seemed she could not think of any way to enter this perilous entrance. She asked Taehyun, how could they get down there? Below there were likely many magical beasts. Her mind still floating, searching for a way down the dungeon entrance. A long tentacle shot up and wrapped around her neck like lightning, leaving her only time to utter a cry. Very quickly the tentacle embraced her entire body and pulled her down, leaving Taehyun above without time to react, only able to stare blankly as she was subdued. He could only shout, "Hey, Miss Zhu Aiyong." Only now did Taehyun realize and blurt out in confusion, "This is bad. How could this happen?" He drew a dagger and stabbed it into the cliff wall as an anchor, then immediately jumped down the pit without thinking, hoping to rescue Zhu Aiyong in time. Just as he plunged down, he immediately saw that Zhu Aiyong had already turned the tables, defeating the monster that looked like a giant squid, the owner of that tentacle. She turned back, activating her awakening, which caused her body to radiate a sparkling green glow, standing out conspicuously against the space of the blue fire temple flames. Having defeated the troublesome monster that had just pulled her down, Zhu Aiyong shouted a signal to Taehyun, "Just jump down," and that was it, her tone full of confident ease. Taehyun could not believe his ears. Just jump down like that. He looked down at Zhu Aiyong falling, and below her a host of magical beasts with all kinds of terrifying forms waiting to tear her apart, turning her into a delicious meal. Zhu Aiyong was not flustered at all, continuing to hold her ground, using the force of her fall to unleash her power, striking the ignorant creatures blocking her path. The power emitted was enormous and overwhelming. The few hideous magical beasts were quickly defeated. Wherever she fell, the monsters bled. Taehyun watched, his heart full of excitement, joy mixed with fear. He thought to himself, did she take down an A-rank monster with just one punch? As he moved down cautiously following Aiyong, he continued to think. The last time he met her, she must have been hiding her true strength. He silently rated Aiyong highly. A guild leader truly was different. Although not the strongest S-rank, her strength was nothing to joke about. Then he suddenly realized, maybe that was why she only needed 2 people to assault this dungeon. As he thought, Taehyun activated his own awakening, unwilling to be outdone by the girl ahead. Of course, since it was like this, he also needed to try harder. He could not fall behind. Taehyun quickly caught up with Zhu Aiyong. The battle began, and they took down each monster, advancing deep to the bottom of the pit where the blue light was both enchanting and dangerous. Zhu Aiyong spoke first, laughing with delight at finally reaching the bottom of the abyss. She rolled her shoulders, as if the previous fight had not been enough of a warm-up. Taehyun stepped close to the group of monsters behind him. Aiyong complained about how deep the abyss was. He wiped the blood off his hands, a bit flustered, then gave a casual reply, a mere hum. He thought to himself that the monsters here were strong but no match for her. But that made something strange. In the past life, with such strength, how could almost the entire guild have perished in this dungeon? While Taehyun was in a daze, Zhu Aiyong approached and handed him an item, telling him to take it. It was a black ring with a very simple design, only a dull black color, looking somewhat crude. Its only prominent feature was the shield-shaped decoration. He recognized it as a knight's ring, a unique ring that increased the wearer's strength and defensive capabilities. He thought it seemed she had prepared it for him, knowing his hand injury had not fully healed. This ring would compensate for some lost strength. Meanwhile, Zhu Aiyong kept chattering, saying the gift from last time was this very ring, and that entering the dungeon was just a trial for him. Taehyun was confused, knowing she was the guild leader, but would she give him such a unique item like this? Young had not noticed his confusion and excitedly asked him what he thought, and if he would surely join their guild. Taehyun had a different view of her now. He silently reminded himself to reassess her character. Outwardly, he still asked discontentedly, "You had a good item and didn't use it, only giving it to me now?" Jo Ayoung was flustered, momentarily at a loss for a reaction. Taehyun cut in, saying if she had given it earlier, taking down the monsters would have been easier. Jo Ayoung knew she was in the wrong and quickly changed the subject. "Alright, I've given it to you. Now let's move forward." Taehyun was not an ungrateful person. He thanked her anyway. He did not forget to warn, that was just a group of small fry monsters. This dungeon is not simple. We need to be more careful. Young agreed. "Look." Taehyun sensed something and exclaimed with excitement, "It seems we have reached the center of the dungeon." Before them was an altar, the source of the blue flame seen from the dungeon entrance. At the center of the altar was an egg emitting a blue light. Heat and smoke radiated around it, with mechanisms and protective formations on the outside. While Taehyun was curious and excited, Jo Ayoung became wary. She observed the egg but could not determine its rank. Taehyun stared intently, silently evaluating. This was unknown as a magic creature. It just looked like an egg. He drew his dagger, intending to probe, as this could be something from the dungeon boss. He turned and told Du Ayeon, "We need to observe before acting." Before he could finish his words, he no longer saw Young's figure. It turned out she had already rushed ahead. Her shout echoed in the enclosed dungeon, amplified and eerie. Taehyun could only call to her, and then yell, "What are you doing?" Meanwhile, Jo Ayoung had already jumped forward excitedly, approaching the egg with curiosity and a thirst for victory. Taehyun could not stop her and said, "Why did you act without asking me?" He then hurried after her. Just as he was about to catch up, with only a short distance left, the floor collapsed under her force. Taehyun asked, "Are you okay?" Jo Ayoung turned back, looking at him with a threatening expression, and asked, "Do you mean am I okay?" But then she replied mischievously, "The egg is completely shattered." It turned out that terrible force was not from her. Behind her, the egg had been smashed, shards flying everywhere, and a faint blue flame rose up. She mischievously assessed. The shell's hardness is equivalent to the defense of an F-rank monster. Taehyun was stunned. She continued, "A stationary target is easier to attack," and then asked him what he thought. Taehyun was horrified. "She smashed it, is it really that simple?" A flash of blue light burst from the fragments. Jo Ayoung could only ask back, "What?" A huge explosion occurred, shaking the entire dungeon. Young was caught off guard and exclaimed, "What is this?" Taehyun could only lament, "Oh." A voice rang out, truly unexpected for humans to have reached my shrine. Both Taehyun and Jo Ayoung were startled, warning each other to be careful. They looked toward the sound. It was a blue phoenix. It continued, "You have come here, and I am overjoyed." Its eyes were a striking eerie red against the blue background, causing both of them to shiver in fear. It continued, "To match that joy, I will melt you both in the blue flame." So its identity was clear. It was the S-rank blue phoenix, the master of the flame shrine. It emanated a threatening blue aura. Taehyun and Jo Ayoung both realized and cried out, "A phoenix." A phoenix, a legendary creature with magical power and the ability to regenerate, nearly immortal. Taehyun thought, so it is the master of the flame shrine. The blue flame is its power. The light grew stronger, enveloping them both. Taehyun felt something was wrong and turned to check on his companion. He called out, "Hey, Miss Du Jo Ayoung." She, nearly collapsing, shouted, "Be careful." The blue flame and mind control technique. Recognizing the danger, he quickly jumped to avoid an attack from Du Ayoung, who had been controlled. He tried to dodge, finding it difficult to fight back since it was his companion. Meanwhile, Jo Ayoung's eyes were bloodshot with murderous intent, attacking ferociously. Control panel appeared. Player Du Ayoung is being controlled by the blue phoenix. Taehyun had not noticed the strange aura yet, continuously dodging and asking in confusion, "What is wrong with you?" Jo Ayoung, under control, threw dangerous punches. Taehyun tried to evade, still in disbelief. "Why are you attacking me?" Punches and kicks rained down continuously. Taehyun dodged, reluctant to fight back. Instead of helping, "What are you doing?" Out of options, he resorted to a last resort, using a false awakening to knock Young out. He tried to restrain her, shouting to bring her back to her senses. "Hey, Miss Du Jo Ayoung, snap out of it." He hoped Du Ayoung would break free from control, unwilling to attack too fiercely for fear of hurting her. Before his words had finished, Jo Ayoung, losing control, struggled up, still in a false awakening state. She gathered all her strength for a powerful blow, and Taehyun could not react in time. The force was so strong it caused a massive explosion in the dungeon. Dust and shattered rocks mingled, raining down. It seemed Taehyun had been taken down. Buried under a thick layer of rock, a chain suddenly appeared. Taehyun's false awakening form burst out from there, heading toward Ayoung. Even under control, Jo Eung suddenly showed signs of reacting. Hyun escaped and challenged her, asking before the regression who had repelled the attacks of her Knight Society guild. Though chained and paralyzed, she could not move. Taehyun reacted quickly, using force to knock out his controlled companion. As he struck, he comforted her, saying it would hurt a little. But, along with the raised rock, his voice also rose, telling her to endure. He actually did knock Jo Eung unconscious. She was hit until she spat blood and passed out. Taehyun said quietly that the chains and paralysis would not last long and she would wake up soon. As he spoke, he wiped the dust from his face. He suddenly felt eyes watching him. What now? Lam Feng leisurely watched the man attack his own comrade, his voice filled with mockery. Would it be a problem if he killed her before she woke up? The fierce battle just now seemed to have no effect on him. He continued to laugh with delight. Do you want to try all my entertainment toys? His blood-red eyes emitted killing intent and interest. Taehyun witnessed this without fear and confidently replied, "You surprise me, Lam Feng Wang." Saying this, he remained in his fake awakening, radiating a crimson glow, and spoke firmly. "I will kill you and escape this place." Taehyun used the chain to secure the unconscious Young to himself. He stabbed the dagger into the rock wall to climb up to the entrance of the pit they had broken down together. Of course, Lam Feng would not let them go easily. Having climbed only a short distance, Taehyun keenly sensed an attack aimed them both. Taking advantage of his position, Lam Feng shot several streams of blue flame into the earth and rock, creating small explosions that sent debris flying. He laughed provokingly. "What did you say, you human?" Surprised by Taehyun's confident attitude, he asked curiously, "Try showing me your strength." He blocked Taehyun from climbing up, still wearing that smile. Then he was startled to see the dagger Taehyun had embedded in the rock wall hurtling toward him. Taehyun had no choice but to act, using the chain to wrap around the dagger and hurl it at Lam Feng. The dagger pierced through his body, but it did not harm him. That attack was like a tickle to Lam Feng, who still laughed with pleasure. That attack really felt good. His voice immediately turned serious. "But my body is like fire." Taehyun still used all his strength to control the dagger and slash at Lam Feng. He watched Taehyun exert himself with glee. "No matter how you attack, even if you use your blade to try and cut my flesh, all that spreads is brilliant flame." Saying this as if to flaunt his power, Lam Feng struck with a force that shattered Taehyun's chain. Taehyun stared in shock at what had just happened. Lam Feng said arrogantly, "There is no way an ordinary human like you can defeat me." In an instant he closed in on Taehyun, his eyes flashing with the delight of toying with a tiny prey before a blade. The two were in a perilous situation, and Lam Feng seemed to have grown bored of playing. He gathered a massive attack to end the battle, spewing it toward Taehyun and Jo Eung. Explosion larger than the previous ones shook the ground. The two were hanging by a thread, and even the stone fragments flung out by the aftermath were scorched by the blinding blue flames. It seemed there was no chance of survival for either of them, as the blue flames drained the life from all around. Taehyun quickly dodged and escaped the deadly scene. Though he was on the nearby rock wall, watching Lam Feng concentrate his power to strike, he let out a quiet sigh. He found it hard to understand. Even if it was a phoenix, why did it have such a strange ability to regenerate? Having expended a great deal of energy, he caught his breath. Unaware, Lam Feng continued to terrifying blue flame attacks on the spot where Taehyun had just stood. Taehyun watched the destructive power and thought to himself, "That massive flame, no matter how I look at it, is no ordinary Lam Feng Wang." Thought flashed through his mind. Could it be a great phoenix? The word great and great phoenix. A frightening image passed through his mind. Unlike other monsters, it possessed special power. It was a mutant individual. To distinguish it from other monsters, it was given the title of greatness by adding a plus or minus sign to its current level. His train of thought continued. If it truly is a great phoenix, then with his current skills, he could not destroy its regeneration ability. The only way to win was to fully utilize his hunting skill. Taehyun silently recalled the battle at the Dawn auction house not long ago. However, because that technique could explode like the last time, it could not be used carelessly unless it was the final blow. Truly, he had no chance to defeat Lam Feng Wang right now without using that move. He suddenly hesitated, unsure of what to do that would be appropriate. Suddenly, a noise came from behind. Jo Eung had woken up and cursed, "Damn it." Startled, she had no idea where she was or why things were like this. Looking down, she discovered she was tied up and hanging from the rock face, and she screamed in shock. Taehyun was startled. "Huh?" Young asked in surprise, "What? Why am I tied up?" Then she cried out, "It hurts so much." Curiosity shifted to Lam Feng. Why did this monster become so huge? Is that not an ordinary phoenix? At that moment, Lam Feng seemed to notice that the two had avoided his deadly blow and turned to attack again. Everything was falling apart for Taehyun. The explosions around him forced him to raise his voice so Jo Eung could hear. He explained hastily, "Basically, don't relax, don't move." Jo Eung Aeyong, annoyed that things weren't bad enough, questioned him. Taehan, did you do this? Untee me now. Taehan ignored her, leaving Jo Aeyong tied up as he replied, people like you are easily mentally manipulated. Be quiet and help me. Jo Aeyong defended herself, I just lost my focus. Wait, was I controlled by someone? Taehyun said angrily, see, you don't even remember anything. Jo Aeyong did not want to remain tied up and continued to demand, anyway, untee me quickly. Suddenly, an explosion landed near them, startling them both into turning around. Blow after blow struck, and the rock wall they were hiding behind was also blown apart. Lam Feng now focused on where they stood, and through the dust, he spoke threateningly. How dare you touch my body? Let me teach you a lesson, you insolent humans. He was startled as the familiar blade shot toward him again. The humans he despised were still alive. At the same time, Jo Aeyong was freed as she had wished, and excitedly joined the fight. The two coordinated seamlessly, lunging at Lam Feng to attack. Taehan was still uneasy and reminded her, this time you absolutely cannot get hit by its hypnosis. Young confidently replied, don't worry, I won't let that happen again. A cruel glint flashed in Lam Feng's eyes. He was completely provoked. How dare you, you wretched humans. Saying this, Lam Feng gathered a force even stronger than before, radiating an overwhelming power. He said arrogantly, this attack, you still don't understand it's useless against me, do you? Lam Feng approached the two again. Taehan, still in his fake awakening, shouted, active buff, I will advance first. The system displayed a notification. The heart of the monarch has been activated. Your power has increased. But Young was a step faster. No, this time she said while also in her fake awakening, creating a gleaming spear and slashing it toward Lam Feng. He was startled. What is that? Taehyun was also shocked. That slash just now had clearly affected Lam Feng. Although Young exuded terrifying power, her eyes flashed with combativeness and confidence. Let me handle her, boss. She activated the aura of an S-rank warrior, entering berserker mode. The mana regeneration skill also had the concept of explosive release. Upon activation, she leaped up, rushing straight towards the blue phoenix above. This dangerous technique could cause permanent damage, so few dared to use it. But if controlled, its power was truly terrifying. As soon as she faced the blue phoenix, Young immediately unleashed a powerful slash. That slash was so strong it tore the blue phoenix in half. This was truly transcendent power. At that moment, only the blue phoenix's scream of anguish echoed through the space. She did not stop, she quickly dashed behind it. Without hesitation, Young threw another punch straight at its face. Then came a powerful kick, hoping to finish off the blue phoenix. After that, she immediately left that spot, knowing exactly what was about to happen. A terrifying explosion occurred, blowing away all matter around it. The remnants of the battle seemed to merge into the mana flow between her and the blue phoenix. Young struggled to stand not far away, her eyes fixed on the explosion. She was tired, breathing heavily, sweat streaming down her face. But she was not sure if the blue phoenix was dead. Young's eyes grew hazy and slowly closed. Then she collapsed to the ground. This was her limit. But the blue phoenix was still alive. It let out a fierce screech and approached her. How dare you, a mere human like you, dare to defeat me? With all its fury, it used its fastest speed to charge straight at Young, shouting, I will kill you. Suddenly, chains shot in from nowhere, tightening around the blue phoenix. The chains had completely restrained the blue phoenix. It looked down in shock. You! Hyun appeared with a knowing smile. It takes destructive power far exceeding regeneration ability. I am a cautious man, so I cannot let my guard down with a monster like you. He carried Young in his arms, emanating killing intent. You have wounded my pride. Receive this final blow of destruction. Outside, a group of people were anxiously waiting for Taehyun and Young. They murmured amongst themselves, their faces full of worry and curiosity. One person in front spoke up. It's fine, both are S-rank warriors. A few chimed in. Our guild master never loses when she enters the fray. Young's three assistants thought of the scene where she crushed the monster while Taehyun just stood by suspiciously. At that moment, Taehyun walked out, holding Young in his arms, stunning everyone. They rushed over anxiously, asking in rapid succession, is everything all right? It looks like someone is injured. Suddenly, one of her three assistants paused, slowly realizing something. Taehyun did not understand what was happening and instinctively asked back, huh? But he quickly composed himself and confirmed, the Temple of Fire has been cleared. News quickly exploded. Reports about Young and Taehyun appeared on the screen, accompanied by romantic rumors. A secret date in the dungeon. One comment read, they even visited a private hospital together. Another said, this is the first romance rumor between two S-rank warriors. One person said gleefully, of course, since only the two of them went in there. The phone in Young's hand trembled. Her face flushed bright red as she stammered, this is... She spun around towards her three assistants and asked, what on earth is this? They avoided her gaze, pretending not to know. Young pressed on. The joint dungeon raid was conducted publicly. How did these rumors spread like this? What kind of nonsense is this content? It's so embarrassing. Did you guys do this? The tallest assistant stammered. Conquering a joint dungeon is a big deal. It's very hard to keep secret. The red-haired one evaded. I only told a few close friends. I'm sure they'll keep it quiet. The remaining one said indignantly, I only did it for the guild master. I had no ulterior motive. lives. My loyalty cannot be doubted. The young let out a cold laugh. Today, let's all die together. The chairman suddenly opened the door and burst in, speaking sternly, Player Young, I heard your skill went into explosive state in the joint dungeon. His face froze when he saw the scene before him. Are you alright? Before him was a pile of rubble, with streams of blue mana enveloping Young. He asked helplessly, what happened here? The chairman took her for a walk around the library to talk more easily. She asked him, what do you think of me? Sipping coffee, she said. Recently, I've been practicing controlling my skill's explosive state. I maintained it for a minute with no effect on my body. The chairman chuckled with interest. Is that so? He asked. So, what about the matter of Tai Hyun's true strength, the thing you wanted to test? Young's expression became serious as she looked at him. What do you mean? She recounted. At the end, when I lost consciousness after the battle with the Blue Phoenix, Tai Hyun handled everything, and she slowly recalled the scene then. Young glumly remembered Tai Hyun's face. Besides, the assault on the Temple of Fire only ended 2 days ago. Now he says he's heading for the deep floors of the abyss. Just how strong is he? The chairman was surprised and repeated, the deep floors of the abyss. He looked at his own fist, muttering to himself, my God, his power is growing by leaps and bounds. But isn't that a good thing for a new Korea? Young looked at him, pondering for a moment, then said, that's why I don't understand. He looked at her, wanting her to elaborate. Huh? Young recalled Tai Hyun's journey. Everyone wants to become stronger, but after a certain point, people usually become satisfied and take a rest, don't they? But Tai Hyun seemed to show no signs of wanting to stop. His image appeared in her mind. Instead of stopping, I choose to keep moving forward. I am utilizing every condition available to me. Young turned and asked the chairman seriously, why does Tai Hyun try so hard to become strong? The rustling wind carried leaves blowing past them. He hesitated before replying. Perhaps I know the reason. She was utterly astonished by his words. She asked again to make sure she had not misheard. You do? She waited attentively for the answer. Perhaps it's because an old man named Bear Tiger declared his patriotism must be absolute. Young was speechless at his thoughts and replied, what do you mean? He still did not realize and continued to imagine Tai Hyun as a hero fighting the evil around him. He rambled about an era of monsters and wicked awakened ones running rampant for the country to pass through safely. He had a strong desire to rise up and help the country. That was why Tai Hyun pushed himself, not stopping even when things were difficult. Even though Joe Aeon threw cold water on his face saying, no, whatever it is, the reason is not that, which made the chairman freeze. What do you mean? The scene shifted to the deep floor of the abyss, where the castle of the vampire dragon lord stood, shrouded in the dark red of blood. Inside, dead bodies lay scattered everywhere, with a person lounging carelessly on a throne amidst the chaos. Corpses were treated like animals pierced by arrows, swords, or knives, dying in pieces. Most of them were women. As if a scheme was being set in motion, a man appeared and respectfully pressed his lips to the back of the other's hand. Suddenly a voice sounded. The other immediately stopped his action to listen to the order. The red-haired man, sitting cross-legged on the throne, exuding an overwhelming aura, commanded, connect the power with blood. He was the Abyss Prince and the Maka Lord of the Eigerman lineage, level unknown. The man in the black robe bowed respectfully. Thank you, my lord. Eagle Moon glanced down slightly, his face unchanged as he said thank you. How do you feel receiving the vampire's power? The man slowly removed his black robe, calmly replying, there have been quite a few people with skills similar to mine. He completely lowered his hood. He laughed savagely, revealing a clear ferocity with blood-red eyes. He continued, after receiving your power, I will be the strongest. He was the Chinese national power player, Jiangling Paiyong. There were 2 guards standing watch in front of the gate leading to Area 22 of the Abyss. Inside was a desolate scene, with the blood-red moon soaked into the sky, making people hesitant to enter. This time Tai Hyun had also arrived there. The tents set up next to number 22, along with the guards, looked like a small military zone. He said contentedly, this abyss is the first time I have set foot here since the regression. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. Welcome Lord Tyon to the abyss. He bowed solemnly, introducing himself. I am Paul Baker, an A-rank player, under the World Player Association, and the manager of Area 22 on the deep floor of the abyss. Pleased to receive you. He raised his head and introduced himself again. My name is Paul Baker, manager of Abyss Area 22 under the World Player Association, A-rank player. Paul Baker led Tai Hyun around and introduced. According to records, this is your first time setting foot on the deep floor of the abyss. Tai Hyun calmly followed behind and replied, something like that. Paul Baker suggested, in that case you need to hire players as guides or mercenaries. He explained further, the World Player Association has established safe zones and support gathering points for exploration in each discovered area of the abyss. However, the deep floor of the abyss is so dangerous that even within the player zone, you can be attacked by monsters at any time. Paul Baker saw that he was not concerned and tried to persuade persuade him, so even for an S-rank player, hiring additional companions is necessary. Taihan replied bluntly, "No, I do not need it," leaving Paul Baker flustered. He was about to speak further when a crack appeared on the ground. A giant monster rose from the crack right behind him. Paul Baker gasped. "Oh, this is his," he shouted loudly to warn player Taihan, "Be careful, a monster." But what was even more surprising was, Taihan had brought down the monster in an instant without exerting any effort. He stood atop the monster, looking down confidently and replied, "I just came for a stroll and a monster has to bother me." A moment later, the area around where he stood was piled high with monster corpses. He let out a sigh. Paul Baker has probably already returned. Coming this far, there should not be anyone following anymore. Kim Tai-hyun recalled the scenes he had gone through in each event, thinking, thanks to absorbing the Great Phoenix power at the Huashin Temple, he obtained the condition to activate the pact with the demon at the auction house and received the necessary 200 magic points. He pondered while looking at the 2 purple stones in his hand, but even so, suddenly, the skill panel appeared. Pact with the demon rank B opens a gate to the abyss. He wondered why the skill had changed. Instead of simply summoning a monster like that bastard Office Ouroboros, it had turned into creating a gate. What caught his attention was the marking at the end, 1/1. Definitely the number of uses. It might have become a single-use skill. Thinking that, Taehyun could not help but break into a cold sweat. Could this be some kind of special effect? 2 stones in his hand shone with a brilliant purple light, making him exclaim, "There are tons of monsters here. Good thing I brought some stones, these should be enough." Ta-hyun immediately crushed the 2 stones. The screen displayed a notification. Magic amplification stone used, power temporarily amplified. Those 2 stones were magic amplification stones, created by consuming magic stones when needed, to temporarily amplify power. After activation, a gate in the shape of a skull, looking very savage, appeared. It stretched out arms and legs, forming a complete gate covered in purple flames, giving a dangerous feeling that made people not want to enter. At the same time, the notification panel appeared again. Pact with the demon has been activated, gate has been created. Taehyun slowly stepped in, carrying anticipation to see what kind of species it was, what it looked like. He entered the gate. Taehyun was overwhelmed by what appeared before his eyes. It was a splendid white castle enveloped in a majestic and mysterious atmosphere. Every nook and cranny of it was utterly perfect, leaving him astonished and suspicious of the castle. He carefully stepped up each stair leading to the castle, marveling inwardly. I have never heard of the abyss having a place like this. Even though he used magic amplification stones to push the skill effect to the maximum. What a surprise. Where exactly did I end up? Indeed, he could only find out for himself before Taehyun could retreat. Several succubi had appeared behind him. Taehyun immediately sensed their aura and turned around. A large tremor occurred, but he stood firm, holding his dagger ready to fight. A girl's voice rang out, catching his attention. "Oh my, such a fresh scent." Green-haired succubus smirked at him. "Do not point that funny thing at me." The green-haired one pondered. "What taste should I give you?" Pink-haired one added. "It seems..." The blonde one continued excitedly. A human, a human. Were these girls S-rank succubi? Taehyun could not help but be surprised by what he saw. Succubus are monster species that drain men's life force through mental attacks like illusions or hypnosis that cause hallucinations. Taehyun carefully organized his thoughts, but an ordinary pen was only at B rank. If this one was S rank, could she be a mutant monster, a target to defeat to establish a summoning contract? The pink-haired woman added, "Poor human, you chose the wrong path." The blonde woman said with interest, "You look very delicious." Taehyun ignored the women's words, directly deciding if she was a contract target that needed to be defeated. He surged forward, charging straight at the women. "Then I will knock you down." The blue-haired woman was quite calm, merely letting out an "oh." All of his sharp attacks were dodged by the women. The women laughed and talked, watching him like a new toy, feeling very excited. The blue-haired woman looked at Taehyun with an interested gaze and said, "Your enthusiasm is not bad either. The more you struggle, the more interesting it becomes." Taehyun said nothing, using his fastest speed to charge straight at those women. When he got close, a heart-shaped ring of light suddenly exploded. Those women thought they had controlled him and laughed excitedly. "Taste my sweet nectar, human." After taking the hit, Taehyun remained standing still, motionless. Before the blue-haired woman could finish her sentence, Taehyun was already right in front of her. He threw a straight punch that sent her crashing to the ground, leaving only a panicked scream behind. 2 younger women of the blue-haired one did not understand what had just happened, only able to exclaim, "What? Sister?" Not giving the 2 women a chance to counterattack, Taehyun activated the Knight's Battle Will skill. Commanded. The 2 women were crushed to the ground by his aura. Two women groaned in pain. It hurts. How is this possible? An ordinary human can resist our charm. Taehyun slowly walked over to the women and asked, resist what? Screen popped up with a notification of skill detection, confirming charm. He looked down with a smug expression. Only an incompetent would be seduced by monsters like you. Taehyun stepped closer and said, now let's make a contract. The women only had the strength to emit weak, feeble sounds. To establish a monster summoning contract, one of two conditions must be met. Satisfy their desire or subdue them by force. The red-haired woman resisted in fear but was powerless. Taehyun thought as he activated the skill, this condition is met. With this I can command an S-rank monster. Suddenly, a notification appeared that made him stop. Not a valid contract target. Taehyun was startled and did not understand. What do you mean not a valid contract target? His mind was filled with questions at that moment. Right behind him, a voice sounded. It seems you are not an ordinary human. The voice pulled him back to reality. Taehyun turned around and saw a group of succubus approaching him. The leading woman spoke. You will be an excellent offering for the queen. That was an elite S+ rank succubus. Scene transitioned to inside the castle, where arched ceilings were covered with purple roses. Below, men were wrapped tightly in thorny vines, hanging upside down everywhere, but everyone's face showed an expression of bliss. A maid succubus appeared, solemnly informing the queen that a human had infiltrated the castle. Behind the red curtain, a blurry, powerful woman appeared. Oh, a human. Then she burst into laughter. This will be an amusing pastime. A magnificent castle with long, sweeping staircases built on an isolated rock. Faint rays of light mixed with thick black smoke rose up, accompanied by powerful sounds. The demons guarding the castle, with blood-red eyes, bat-like wings, tails, and horns, were racing to chase Taehyun. They roared in anger. Coward, you only know dirty tricks. Another one said, a trophy for the queen, capture him alive. Taehyun turned his head to look at the three women chasing him and cursed, damn it. While looking behind, enemies suddenly appeared in front of Taehyun. Two succubus smashed the glass, shards flying to block his path. He panicked. What the hell is this? Why are there so many succubus? He rushed forward quickly. Taehyun lost his composure due to the overwhelming numbers and lightning-fast attacks. Taehyun used his skill to break the encirclement. He gripped his blade tightly. It emitted a fierce light, and the face of a hell demon appeared behind that light. Seeing the flash of light, the succubus were frightened and fell back. A shocking red beam shot out from the castle, blasting the succubus far away. A large section of the ground beneath his feet was blown open, leaving only Taehyun standing there. After dealing with the monsters, Taehyun wiped the corner of his mouth and sighed. He thought to himself, normally these creatures wouldn't focus their attacks on one person like this. There was only one possibility left. The monster that can command even the succubus captain, whom they call the queen, is here. He was startled awake and saw a succubus wearing a maid outfit bowing respectfully. She bowed her head and said, it seems you are the first to arrive here. Please feel free to enter. The queen is waiting for you. Taehyun stopped his movement, looked at the Ada, and gave a wary faint smile. Scene transition. Taehyun stood before a closed gate with tangled vines crawling across the ground. Above it were many white roses. The flowers were blooming, white petals fluttering down from above, mingling with the red brick floor to create an eerie scene. Ugly vines slithered everywhere. Looking closely, humans were tied tightly with thorny vines, hanging upside down, a white liquid dripping from their bodies. Taehyun put his hands in his pockets, looking at the palanquin covered by a thin white curtain, with vines spreading from its base in every direction. Even so, the silhouette of a woman sitting inside could still be seen. From within the thin curtain, a female voice sounded. Welcome to my palace. I am the mother of all desires, the queen of this place. Call me Rosalia. A bewitching smile curled on her lips, revealing her fangs. Hearing the Ada's introduction, Taehyun saw his task. The summoning contract had been activated. He understood and questioned back. You are Rosalia? Ada did not hesitate, replying with full arrogance. Yes, Ro-sa-le. She enunciated each syllable of her name. Taehyun's brows furrowed tightly, unable to believe it. He thought to himself, a monster that can speak human language. Rosalia laughed bewitchingly. Nothing strange, you are not a monster either, yet you understand us, right? Taehyun stood still and thought, that's true, I can understand what they say. Rosalia asked directly, what is your purpose here, human? Then she offered a few answers herself. Curiosity, fame, or interest in this place. Or is it to satisfy desire? The tentacles rubbed against each other. A red liquid oozed out, accompanied by an evil, provocative smile. White rose petals fell. Taehyun opened his mouth to reply. He kept that same expression, looking into the palanquin, stating his wish directly. I came to make a summoning contract. After a long moment of thought, Rosalia slowly repeated, summoning contract. She laughed as if she had just heard something interesting, then could not help but laugh even louder. Her smile grew more and more distinct. Old, aren't you human? She said while looking at Taehyun and laughing loudly. Tentacles soaked in red fluid slowly pulled back the membrane, revealing a hand with sharp claws pointing straight ahead. But then, do not be naive, the final curtain opened fully. Inside, Rosalia sat with her legs crossed, surrounded by tentacles. She still pointed a finger at Taihan, her voice full of contempt. Since when does a toy demand a contract with its master? Rosalia, Lord of the Abyss and Queen Sakiobus, mystery rank. Rosalia changed her attitude, no longer having her initial seductive demeanor. She commanded the tentacles to lunge rapidly at Taihan, but he stood still, hands in his pockets, and said, "Right, what you said is not wrong." So then, Taihan gently reached a hand behind him. The image of a demon appeared alongside him. On one side was Taihan controlling the demon, on the other side were the tentacles rushing in. Taihan's face turned cold and sharp. "I will subdue you with force." The tentacles also struck forward powerfully. The massive tentacles with strong striking force shattered a pillar upon impact, but Taihan agilely dodged through the attacks. Looking at the tentacles, Taihan smiled lightly. A familiar blade and a hand equipped with light chains appeared. With a few flicks of his hand, he created high-damage slashes. His eyes widened, cold and sharp along with a dark streak. Taihan aimed at Rosalia, gripped the blade, and lunged rapidly to attack. He raised the knife high, the light chains blood red. His arm and the knife turned into stone. A direct frontal strike, his hand and the blade transformed into a sharp triangular stone block hurtling toward Rosalia. A short distance from Rosalia, the stone block suddenly shattered, and the light chains fell. Rosalia sat still, having used no technique. Taihan could not believe his eyes. "Huh?" Rosalia sat there, her finger pointing at him, sneering, "You are too green, dear." She snapped her fingers once. Taihan, who was floating, suddenly saw Rosalia's palanquin flip upside down. He panicked, not understanding what happened. Rosalia sat on the palanquin looking down at Taihan falling from a height. Taihan's body was uncontrollable. "What the hell is this? Skills won't work." Looking at the space he was falling through, he thought to himself, did space get changed? No, Taihan was falling fast toward the high-rise buildings. Then he fell into water, sinking deep, struggling. An illusion. This was the space Rosalia created. Taihan struggled, water flooding into his mouth. He suddenly realized, an illusion. But since when did I fall under an illusion? Rosalia sat on the palanquin looking down at the turbulent sea. She covered her mouth with a hand and laughed gleefully. The words spilled from her mouth. "Right from the start, when you stepped in here, you fool." A scene of Taihan pinned down by Rosalia, tentacles tightly binding his body. She flashed an evil smile. Taihan's eyes were shut, unaware, wrapped around by tentacles. Inside the palanquin, sunlight shining in, Rosalia pinned down the unconscious Taihan. Taihan lay there, eyes closed, tentacles tightly coiled around his neck and waist. She smirked, showing her fangs. "Since when, you ask?" Rosalia wrapped tentacles all over Taihan's body, smiling contentedly. "You were already under the illusion from the very beginning." Taihan sank into the water, large bubbles rising. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I have to break free from this illusion." Suddenly, a flash of light shone. His eyes flew open in shock. Taihan found himself sitting in the back seat of a car. The driver was his father, the passenger seat his mother. The child was him. He could not believe his eyes. "Is that innocent little boy sitting properly the younger me?" Little Taihan excitedly said to his parents. "The TV says high-rank awakeners make a lot of money." The boy was thrilled. "I have to become the highest-rank awakener to buy everything for mom and dad." Father beamed. Mother smiled gently. "Mommy's good boy." Mother said softly, "Mommy does not need those things. I am happy just seeing you healthy and happy." Little Taihan was unhappy. "Why do you say that? That is so boring." He thought about his parents, always like that, more than wealth. The family of three laughed happily in the small car, joyful laughter filling the air. Taihan's eyes were filled with happiness. He smiled. Fire! In Taihan's eyes, bright red flames blazed. He panicked. The accident scene returned, the car crushed, fire burning as if to devour everything. His parents were unconscious. The glass shattered, his father's face covered in bleeding wounds. His mother sat still in the passenger seat, the fire slowly consuming her. Taihan's spot was also burning. He panicked, speechless. Through the broken window, he saw a man standing beside a woman holding a young man, crying out in anguish, "Heaven is unfair." The man was dazed, tears welling up. "Oh no." The woman wailed, "Why did you do this to my family?" Taihan stared blankly and could only utter, "Yes, uncle." A savage grin and a mocking voice made Taihan's eyes widen. "That useless brat." Before his eyes was the scene of two young men, relentlessly kicking a defenseless person who could not resist. They kept stomping hard, telling him not to pretend, get up. That kid Taihan had awakened with extraordinary endurance. Taihan stood before a car burning fiercely. Looking at his past self trembling, he thought, yes, this is... Recalling the scene of him carrying luggage and departing with his comrades, Taihan was certain this was his memory. Carrying heavy luggage on his shoulder, Taihan walked and panted heavily, sweat beading on his forehead. "Someone as incompetent as you dares to go to the abyss, know your place." Taihan recalled those contemptuous words. Because he didn't awaken, had no power, he had resigned himself to misfortune day after day, without resisting. But what was more painful was, his aunt was shouting at him, "Taihan, what are you saying? Did I do something wrong? With a body like that, where do you still want to go? On a road blanketed with falling snow, Ta-hein carried his luggage with his head lowered, listening, not daring to look directly at his aunt and uncle standing across from him. His aunt was still worrying and advising, money is not an issue, don't worry. Ta-hein finally replied, that's not it, I'm going uncle. Just for the fact that you two have helped me up to today, I am extremely grateful. His aunt and uncle were stunned. He sank into thought again. He was useless. His very existence brought misfortune to those who helped him. The current Ta-hein was looking at his past self. His parents wished for him to be happy, but to achieve that, they almost stood opposite each other. The past Ta-hein passed by the current Ta-hein. Walking towards the direction of the light, he realized he needed strength. Detected the activation of the queen's hypnosis skill. Rosalia was using a hypnosis skill to control Ta-hein in her grasp. He used mysterious power to resist but failed. All stats decreased, many skills were sealed. Only 1 out of 8 skills could be used. Ta-hein shouted, submit. Ta-hein used his skill to shatter the illusions surrounding him. Corpses lay scattered on the tiled floor, bloodied bodies lying in disarray. Rosalia chuckled, one hand crossed over her chest and the other under her chin, saying, you surprised me, and yet you survived after encountering the Iron Horse. But there are some notable points in your memories, Rosalia said, looking at the past Ta-hein. First, for some reason, there is a memory of a son who looks older than his actual age. Second, it seems within the same time period there are contradictory memories. Ta-hein was bullied and had no power to resist. But there was also a memory of Ta-hein with extraordinary power, defeating the bully, that man lying at his feet. And to be sure, Rosalia's crimson tentacle extended. What secret are you hiding? She used her tentacle to shatter the Iron Horse in front of her. Watching the fragments fly everywhere, she covered her mouth and laughed mockingly. Her red eyes widened, unable to believe it. She stood still when she saw empty spaces before her, and most astonishingly, she saw the king. That man was emitting a white light all over, his long white hair fluttering. Rosalia stepped back, not believing her eyes. She stammered, this person is... King radiated white light, smiling. She was still dazed, unable to speak. This... Behind her, crimson electric arcs appeared. More electric arcs began to discharge from her body. She knelt down, looking up at the crimson arcs mingling with the shattered fragments reflecting her figure. Her face, sweat was already soaking wet. Looking at the tentacles lying on the ground, her mind went blank. Dare to peek into someone else's memories. She turned her head towards the source of the sound, a knife already at her throat from who knows when. What a peculiar hobby for a queen. Rosalia knelt on the ground, with Ta-hein holding a knife to her throat. Ta-hein said, I'll say it again, Rosalia, accept the summoning contract. She still smiled. Do you think those cheap memory clips can bring me down? Fool. Do you think that toy can kill me? Ta-hein said challengingly. Let's find out. Rosalia rolled her eyes, curled her lip and sneered, arrogant, but... Suddenly, a tentacle shot forward like lightning. Rosalia wrapped her tentacle around Ta-hein's body, her finger gliding over his face, saying, I will accept the contract. Having said that, she bit down hard on Ta-hein's shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. Ta-hein couldn't believe it, his eyes wide. The contract conditions were met. The summoning contract was established. Rosalia still bit down tightly on Ta-hein's shoulder. The demon contract skill transformed into the queen's monarch skill, added perfect hypnosis skill. Charm stat increased. She released Ta-hein, rubbing her tentacle against his face. Hey, sleep well. The one I chose, she smiled, satisfied with her actions. Ta-hein lay unconscious, his eyes tightly shut. Sir Ta-hein heard a call. He slowly opened his eyes. Ta-hein woke up, raised himself up, and saw a man with neatly combed hair wearing glasses with a magic circle behind him. He asked, Are you alright? Ta-hein still did not understand anything. Glad you survived safely, said the radiantly handsome man, the 22nd Abyss manager belonging to the World Player Association, A-rank player Paul Baker. Amidst the space consisting only of bases, Ta-hein asked, Where is this? Paul Baker said, This is the player area. I was passing by and found you lying here. Ta-hein had a headache. Rubbing his eyes, he said, Did something happen? He thought to himself, Did Rosalia bring me here? Update information appeared in Ta-hein's head. Queen B's summon skill Queen Man could call Rosalia, the demon queen with 200 mana. Hypnosis skill B could hypnotize the opponent, consuming 40 mana. Willpower reached 130. Not only that, this was not a dream. A stream of power was flowing into Ta-hein's body. The demon contract had turned into the summon skill Queen Man, and he also gained the hypnosis skill. With the Rosalia summon skill, he could meet her in the Asian friendly match and face players from other countries. An image of Rosalia appeared in Ta-hein's head. The hypnosis skill she granted had unlimited range of use. But why did Rosalia change her mind? Ta-hein thought in astonishment. At the last moment, Rosalia, with one hand folded in front of her stomach and the other covering her mouth, her tentacles obedient, gently said, Hey, sleep well. The one chosen by the king. Those few soft words made Ta-hein pale with fear. and he stammered, "She knows the king?" Paul Baker's call snapped Tahan back to reality, and he turned to look at him. Paul Baker asked further, "What are you going to do now? Do you need to hire a guide?" Tahyun smiled politely and replied, "Thank you, I'm fine. Everything is done, so I'm going home." The clear blue sky and morning sun shone down on the city with its high-rise buildings reaching for the light. On the wide rooftop of a building, below, people bustled about with their work. A young stepped out of the building, walking step by step on high heels. "Congratulations on being discharged." Hearing the congratulation, the guild leader stopped, surprised. A man with a large scar on his face, along with 2 henchmen behind him, clapped his hands triumphantly and asked, "You feeling okay?" The scar-faced man clapping was Sujong, the vice guildmaster of the Daeboin Guild, an A-rank player. Young pulled her vest straight and replied, "I tried sparring with a few people and felt fine." She let out a chuckle. "Indeed, you are the guild leader. I have some interesting news for you." Young glanced over and asked, "What news?" He thought of the image of Taehyun and said, "I heard Taehyun has returned from the abyss." Jo Young was surprised. "He's back?" She still didn't believe it. "Really? He's really back?" Sujong replied with a smile. "Well, he couldn't have explored deep alone anyway." Sujong crossed his arms over his chest, laughed arrogantly, and said, "That area is called an S-rank tomb. Returning isn't hard. The important thing is the person who went to see Taehyun." Jo Ayoung was even more surprised, asking urgently, "Who met him?" Sujong smiled smugly. It was the guildmaster of Onsamiro, one of the 4 major guilds. In front of Taehyun stood Kang Hyuk, a player, a man with a large build. Taehyun broke into a sweat and let out a small groan. He had a scar across his nose on his face, and he bared his teeth in a grin, asking, "Are you Taehyun?" He challenged arrogantly. "Fight me." Kang Hyuk, guildmaster of Onsamiro, S-rank player. Kang Hyuk charged straight at the standing Taehyun. Kwon Kang Hyuk was the head of Onsamiro, one of the 4 major guilds. He was known as the strongest tank in New Korea. He had fought monsters for dozens of hours, with many rumors surrounding him. One of them was that he had killed hundreds of monsters. Their guild was most famous for the ability to gather power into his hands. "So then, let's begin." Power surged from Kang Hyuk. "They recruit members through one-on-one fights. Come on." Suddenly a voice cut in, "Stop." Jin rushed over, about to slap him. He was shocked. "Huh?" Kang Hyuk was surprised. "Secretary Kim?" She spoke up. "You want to use the authority to summon players for work again. Guild leader, don't you know doing so will get you banned from the abyss? What excuse will I have to make to save you from punishment?" Taehyun felt awkward. She said, "Hello, I am Jin, secretary of Onsamiro's guild master." He remained in a battle-ready stance. Jin explained, "It's true that our guild master's recruitment method is very inhumane, but I'm here now to handle your recruitment into the guild." Kang Hyuk behind her was annoyed. "Secretary Kim, what are you saying? In what way is it inhumane? If Taehyun wants to join the guild, there's no need for a one-on-one fight." Taehyun was skeptical. "If there's no way to select candidates, isn't that the same as forcing people to join?" Secretary Kim agreed. That's true. But I have a suggestion. You're planning to participate in the Asian-friendly match, right?" She imagined the scenario. Among the 4 major guilds, Onsamiro is the one most specialized in abyss exploration. With plenty of dungeon raid schedules, we will support your exploration of the abyss. If you join the guild, we will make up for everything you lack." Taehyun stood listening, saying nothing. Kang Hyuk stepped up from behind, laughing cheerfully as he slapped Secretary Kim on the shoulder, making her jump and turn around. He said, "Enough, Secretary Kim." Onsamiro glanced contemptuously and said with a smile, "If he wanted those things, he would have come here long ago." Taehyun suddenly cut in, "I've changed my mind." Secretary Kim and Kang Hyuk were stunned at this. Kang Hyuk asked in surprise, "What?" Secretary Kim cheered eagerly. "That's the spirit." Kang Hyuk hesitated. "So you mean you want to join Onsamiro?" Taehyun replied with a smile, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Kang Hyuk's eyes widened, not understanding what Taehyun was saying. Taehyun faced Kang Hyuk and said confidently, "Let's do it your way." Taehyun continued with a cold face, "The winner gets what they want. How about it?" Kang Hyuk was annoyed. "You little brat." The stadium at Onsamiro headquarters lit up, with thousands of people gathered to watch. Many cameras and reporters surrounded Taehyun. "We heard you were forced to join Onsamiro. What is your relationship with the Daeboin Guild? Does the guild have a player who loves Young? Why are you having a one-on-one fight with Kang Hyuk? Your opponent is the strongest tank in New Korea. Do you think you have a chance?" The barrage of questions along with the flashing lights surrounded Taehyun. Taehyun's eyes flared with anger, his expression tense. The crowd behind pushed and shoved. "So annoying. Let me through. I only need one shot." Someone asked, "Why aren't you saying anything?" In the crowd, a hand in a green shirt shot up, letting out a loud yell. Hearing that Taehyun snorted and turned to look. A girl in green clothes, wearing glasses, with her hair half up, a camera in her hand, desperately tried to push forward, shouting loudly, "I want to interview too. Move aside. I have to do the interview." She was reporter Kim, a new reporter for C Economics, whose defining trait was struggling desperately to avoid being fired. Reporter Kim's hand trembled as she tried to push her way forward. A strong man's hand firmly gripped her outstretched hand. That man was Taehyun, causing her to look up in shock. Taehyun looked down and greeted her. "Long time no see, Reporter Kim. We met during the selection exam, right?" Reporter Kim's face flushed red. She stammered a reply. "Ah, that's right, it's been a while." Player Taehyun. The crowd nearby muttered, "Reporter Kim, you two know each other. You're just pretending to be close, right?" Reporter Kim stood there daydreaming. He still remembers someone who passed by like me. Celebrities are truly different. Taehyun bluntly gestured towards her and said, "I can't answer any questions right now. Ask her anything. I have an appointment with Kang Hyuk." Leaving Kim stunned, only able to utter a what. Reporter Kim was surrounded by reporters asking about her relationship with Taehyun. She was scared and didn't know what to do, while Taehyun waved his hand, smiled, and walked away saying that was that. Taehyun walked towards the staircase with a brightly opening gate. He had his hands in his pockets, taking steps up the stairs. He stopped, furrowing his brows tightly. On the stage, the blue lights shone down. Thousands of people were waiting. Taehyun and Kang Hyuk stood facing each other. Kang Hyuk laughed challengingly, pink flames flaring up. "You came, huh? I was worried you'd be scared and run away." Taehyun didn't back down either, his appearance already changed, ready for battle. His body encased in stone, flames flaring up. He confidently said, "Let's get to it." Below the stage, thousands sat watching. The commentators rang out, well, the battle you've all been waiting for is about to begin. There is only one way to win, and that is to make the opponent surrender." Kang Hyuk got into a ready stance. "How will this forced recruitment go? Let's see what you've got." "The member recruitment through combat may begin." The battle cry rang out. Both were excited. Taehyun was ready to advance. He lightly swung his hand, summoning a massive monster. "I will show you my power." He thought about the strategy. Now just summoning a monster with a royal aura would be enough to suppress S-rank monsters in one move. Even a high-level player would find it hard to dodge this move. He thought the majestic monster could intimidate him, but he was surprised to see him not react at all. "Those moves of yours are a bit threatening to me, I'll admit." "That's not enough." Taehyun was stunned by his reaction. Suddenly he felt something brush past behind him. It was a blood one. Before he finished his sentence, Kang Hyuk had poured all his power into his fist, the strength concentrated in one spot. Blurry images appeared. His punch was as powerful as a giant brown bear. He was sent flying a considerable distance. Beneath his feet were gouges showing the power of the punch, but he had managed to wrap his arms in golden chains, not taking much damage. He rushed at him like a gust of wind. Long, thick horns grew on his head. His combat skills were quite good. But with that level of strength, you're wrong if you think you can beat me." He thrust at him. The image of a giant bull appeared. "He is indeed strong," Taehyun replied leisurely, a smile still on his face. He leaped up, his aura unchanged, the image of a giant elephant preparing to trample a tiny ant. He was surprised by this strange technique. A descending strike, the whole giant elephant stepping onto Taehyun's small body. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, dust obscured everything. He stepped onto a rocky outcrop. He laughed triumphantly at his own technique. The dust slowly cleared. He was still standing firm on the stage. "Your escape skill is quite good. Just running away won't win you this," he taunted, a smile appearing on his battered face. He laughed loudly. "Guildmaster, if you have no more beast forms, then this battle belongs to me." Kang Hyuk advanced slowly. Provoked, he began to gather his strength. "Is that so? You're losing and you can still say that. If that's what you want, then I will end this battle with this move." The image of a giant dinosaur appeared. The audience roared with excitement. Guildmaster Kang Hyuk's final transformation form has appeared. The stage shattered. He looked so small next to the dinosaur. With this form, the battle will probably end soon, even if he's promising. He can't beat the Guildmaster. And Sujong and Young watched the match. Young was excited. Sujong scolded her. "Look at the situation. How can you say that? If he loses, player Taehyun must join the Osamiro Guild, but that's just too bad. Then we need to stop this match from continuing." Analyzing Kang Hyuk's abilities, his skill is the Beast's Fury, simulating their strength and pressure in battle. When he executes his final form, even if player Taehyun is strong, it will be hard to withstand. Even if you're anxious, there's no need to worry that much now. The player Taehyun I know won't give up so easily. He always has a hidden card to deal with any situation. He gathered his strength and charged at him. He stood waiting for him, a smug smile appearing on his face again. The audience in the stands held their breath, watching every development of the match. What is this? Everyone was stunned, not believing their eyes. The powerful guildmaster was kneeling on the arena floor. He was panicking, still not understanding what had just happened to him. "Since you've knelt, then I've won." Secretary Kim explained that Guildmaster Kang Hyuk had requested a one-on-one duel and Taehyun gladly accepted. An atmosphere of shock enveloped the entire stands. The audience could not believe the result. They exclaimed, "The Guildmaster is kneeling?" That man, who had experienced 100 battles in the dungeons, was now kneeling. There must be foul play. "Rematch. This match is unfair. We do not accept the result. Cancel this match. Fight again." Shouts of protest rang out endlessly from the floor below the stage. He looked down at the man still kneeling before him. "I predicted it somewhat, but I didn't expect the match to turn out this way. Truly a powerful South Korean player." He closed in for close combat. The hypnosis skill took effect, making him kneel. He ground his teeth, anger and resentment clear on his face. "Did I lose? It can't be. I remember when I charged into attack, a mental control skill made me lose consciousness for a moment. Damn it all, he cursed while grinding his teeth. Everyone shut up. His shout echoed throughout the stadium. All the spectators were frozen. Oh, the guild master. I don't know what skill that kid used, but I lost. Having lost, I must accept it. So, members of the Omasero Guild, accept this result. Anyone dissatisfied, come up here and talk to me. The guild master has completely conceded defeat. Dujo Aong looked down at the arena, observing the two of them. He is probably very upset, but really, I didn't expect that in such a short moment Tai Hyun could turn the situation around. He always has skills that surprise me. You are truly a very mysterious player, Guildmaster Ayoung said while putting popcorn into her mouth with a smile. After the declaration, Kang Hyuk angrily strode towards him. Ta Hyun turned around while keeping an eye on him. Kang Hyuk was already standing tall right in front of him. Ta Hyun reached out a hand to shake it, saying, "Your performance in the match was good." Kang Hyuk did not take his hand immediately. He asked, "I want to ask you from the very start, did you plan to win this way?" Ta Hyun smiled and replied, just a little bit." That man chuckled in amusement at the answer. Good one, truly an arrogant brat. And Kang Hyuk also reached out his hand, returning the goodwill handshake. He asked directly, "A promise must be kept. Do you want money or some special item?" Tae Hyun answered candidly, "Those things are certainly good, but I do not want them." Kang Hyuk looked at him with confusion. "Then what do you want?" Ta Hyun replied without hesitation, "The Minotaur Maze." Kang Hyuk was extremely astonished upon hearing that name. He continued unyieldingly, "I want to participate in that maze area." This made Kang Hyuk break out in a cold sweat. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Awakener Association. In the chairman's office, Ta-guk and he were discussing. Ta-guk asked, "The Minotaur Maze?" He explained, "It is a dungeon located at the end of the abyss. That maze is a complex space with countless traps. Many Awakeners have lost their lives there." The chairman's face turned stern. "Although it is at the end of the abyss, this is a place many S-rank Awakeners wish to conquer, and all have failed. Currently, the Onsamiro Guild has the rights to exploit that maze, but it has not been announced." Tuguk worried, "Then how does he know? Is this okay?" He understood his thoughts, so he replied, "Everything there is extremely unstable, unpredictable. Caution is needed." He leaned his hands on the desk and continued, "But there is no other choice. We can only trust the Awakeners who will soon attack that dungeon." Guk looked at the chairman with a respectful gaze. "If I were younger, I would have joined that dungeon siege." He mused, "But if you are too worried, instead of focusing on the difficulties of the siege, seek out many more powerful Awakeners. I hope what I worry about will not happen." Suddenly, an urgent call on the screen caught his attention. A girl from the association said hurriedly, "Chairman, I apologize for calling so urgently, but there is an emergency." He calmly asked, "An emergency?" She explained, "The Japanese Awakener Association has contacted us." The chairman was puzzled. The Dawn auction matter is already concluded. Heguk, listening from the side, also did not understand. The girl continued, "About that matter, the Saintess has sent an invitation to the player Ta Hyun." Hearing about the Saintess, the chairman immediately thought of an arrogant yet terrifying woman, leaving him astonished. Meanwhile, Kang Hyuk stood before a gate, with a fully equipped army lined up neatly behind him. This was the association's warp gate management area. The secretary beside Kang Hyuk began the roll call. Her fingers swiftly scanned each person, counting 2, 3, 4, 50, 60, 70. Passed. A moment later, the number reached 98, and Tae Hyun was the last person she called, the 100th. After the roll call was done, she turned around decisively and reported that a full 100 people were assembled for the dungeon raid. Everything was ready. Kang Hyuk stood still, looking toward the door. He flashed a murderous smile and said, "Since preparations are complete, let us all enter the dungeon. Let's see how strong the monsters here are." After saying that, he led the group, slowly stepping through the gate. The moment they set foot in the area outside the dungeon, a chaotic battle erupted immediately. Magic streams and explosions of various sizes occurred everywhere within the Mekong. The Minotaur group and Kang Hyuk's troops were continuously besieging and attacking each other. The space filled only with shouts, saying, "Quickly attack over there, heal over here, you go forward." Inside the Minotaur dungeon, Tai Hyun was holding a weapon and facing two Minotaurs alone. He was cold, without any wasted movement, quickly finishing them off. Now only their miserable screams remained, and yet they instantly disintegrated into fragments. Kang Hyuk praised him, saying, "You did well." That man held the head of the enormous Minotaur in his hand and walked toward him. Kang Hyuk gave a gentle smile and asked, "The weapon I gave you, how do you find it?" Ta Hyun replied politely, "It's passable. After all, I'm used to using this type. My old weapon was damaged, so I didn't have many options." He smiled, saying, "As long as it works well, that's fine. That was the gift I intended to give you when you joined the guild." The sharp spear in his hand was the rare grade Azran. Kang Hyuk continued to commend him, saying, "Raiding this dungeon greatly needs someone with your strength." He walked along, tossing the Minotaur head to the ground. He also honestly replied with thanks. Since conquering the Mekong had failed many times, the The secretary had warned everyone to be careful. She immediately replied, "Don't think about that anymore." He asked back, somewhat puzzled. The secretary explained, "Those participating in this raid are all people with real strength. All of them are B-rank awakeners or above." She pointed out evidence one by one, saying, "We have already pushed back the monsters upon entering and everyone is very safe. The traps inside the dungeon have been completely removed, so we no longer need to worry about them." Kang Hyuk added, "Our vice guild leader handled that matter. If he does it, then rest assured." Hai Jin confidently continued, "Last month we figured out how to break through this dungeon." This surprised Tae Hyun quite a bit. He asked curiously, "Clues to conquer it?" Kang Hyuk did not hide it either. He said bluntly, "We found many clues about the monsters in the dungeon and how to defeat them." He recalled the previous conquest attempts. Those were monsters with enormous size and strange patterns never seen before. In his mind appeared the image of a giant horn with many cracks. Kang Hyuk continued, "When we touched the monster, everything turned to dust. Only the horn remained intact." Hearing this, Ta Hyun suddenly realized. He laughed loudly and analyzed, "That's right, thanks to that horn, we found the characteristics of the monsters in this dungeon. Combined with the locations of similar monsters and the tracking skill, we will not be able to get lost." Guided by the Vice Guild leader's tracking skill, each of them advanced deep into the dungeon. They passed through every nook and cranny and overcame countless trials within the dungeon. Finally, they arrived before a gate with strange symbols on both sides. They had a menacing, blazing red spiral shape. They slowly stepped inside. The Vice Guild leader, holding a lantern, spoke up saying, "We have arrived." The scene revealed was a pile of rubble. At the center was a giant minotaur statue missing its right horn. The Vice Guild leader announced this was the final point. They noticed the female minotaur standing majestically before them. Kim Ta-han doubted a stone statue, but Kang Hyuk replied, "That is a monster." The Vice Guild leader quickly reminded them, "Anyway, we just need to bring the horn to that statue, right?" Kang Hyuk said excitedly, "If that's the case, then..." He ordered Secretary Kim to bring it over. Hai Jin hurriedly pushed the cart carrying the horn over. He urged her, "Hurry up." She replied, "Give me a moment." Tae-han fell into thought. Up to this point, before the regression, I still knew to use the minotaur's horn and follow the path leading to the Mekong's endpoint. His face now grew serious, but what happened afterward? Kang Hyuk directly lifted the horn up and laughed excitedly, saying, "All right." He used all his strength to charge straight toward the broken horn of the minotaur. He forcefully fitted the horn into the empty socket. A blinding flash of light erupted as the two pieces touched. Everyone witnessing it cheered, saying, "Great, we will conquer this dungeon after 30 years of no one being able to." Kang Hyuk excitedly challenged, "Come forth, master of the Mekong." Suddenly he realized something was very strange. All the cracks on the Minotaur's body had completely healed. The Minotaur gradually vanished, and a white radiance began to overflow. Down below, his troops still did not know what was happening. Suddenly, that deadly light gradually enveloped the entire room. Suddenly, Kang Hyuk seemed to be pulled in by some force. He was startled, saying, "What is this?" The crowd below became chaotic. "What? How can this be?" Only the vice leader remained still, as if he had known everything in advance. A group of people suddenly got teleported to a cold snowy hill, leaving only screams. "This place, why is it like this? Snow?" Another group got teleported right in the middle of a flood. They also screamed miserably. "What the hell is this?" Yet another group got teleported right beneath an erupting volcano crater. As for the south, that was the dense forest. He seemed quite interested, saying indeed it has been activated. Before him there was also a group of 4 people who got teleported here as well. This was the space transfer trap. That group of 4 people was extremely astonished by his appearance. They spoke in unison, "Huh?" At this moment elsewhere, a pair of gauntleted hands rested upon a book appearing in a dark room, lit only by the faint glow of a reading lamp. He calmly turned the page of the book and said, "So that's it. So Taehyun has joined that dungeon raid team, has he?" The night demon crossed his legs. His authoritative demeanor terrified his subordinates, who quickly apologized for the incident happening so suddenly. The subordinate asked timidly, "If you give the order, I will stop the operation immediately." Jiagai extended his hand, revealing a strange skull tattoo, and replied no, it was better to let things be as they were. He analyzed that within the strike team, 6 S-rank villains had infiltrated, plus the A ranks totaling 20 people. No matter how strong Tao Han and Kang Hyuk were, they had their limits and could not defeat us. Jiagai closed the book, saying they were busy dealing with monsters in the maze. How could they fend off a sudden mole? His expression was clearly cunning. Let them work, even if Kinta Han appeared, nothing would change. On the other side of the forest, their group of 4 began approaching him. The situation seemed too dangerous. The blonde girl volunteered to get acquainted, introducing herself as B-rank Melina to ensure smooth cooperation. Ta Han jumped up and coldly said, "Demon." With that, he kicked her straight in the face, telling her not to try and fool him. Melina took the heavy hit, spitting out blood. Her true identity was the S-rank demon instructor Tamquima. Suddenly, a young man's inner thoughts appeared, looking at Taehyun, curious about his strength. Was he as powerful as the guild leader who always charged to the front lines and acted as a solid shield? Or was he, as the rumors said, the person who sacrificed himself to save everyone at the Hyeongdong auction house? Either way, he hoped Taehyun would display his strength and help the guild clear this difficult dungeon. Yet, after witnessing his dominant display, he could not help but be stunned. Looking at the unconscious Melina, Sung-ho could not control his anger and asked why. Sung-ho yelled, "You lunatic, what have you done?" Taehyun confidently gave a thumbs up, saying she was just a demon infiltrating the corpse. Overwhelmed by emotion, he recklessly aimed his gun to attack him, shouting, "Demon, my ass, you are lying." Sung-ho fired while cursing, "You bastard." He had no choice but to dodge his bullets, really now. Missing shot after shot made him curse in frustration. Damn it, Taehyun's actions were utterly absurd. He recalled the memories of clearing countless dungeons alongside Melina. Now that she was taken down like this, he silently vowed revenge, believing she was not a demon. Sung-ho gritted his teeth in fury. This could not be happening. Anguished, he caught Melina, repeatedly calling her name, telling her to wake up so they could escape that bastard. "I will protect you, rest assured." The touching moment did not last long before he received a powerful punch from Melina. The forest was now filled only with his cries of pain. Melina jumped up, looking at Sung-ho with contempt. "Who are you to dare touch me, you bastard?" He calmly stood by, joking that he had told him, but he would not believe it, while two demons were approaching from behind. Taehyun turned and glanced at them. Now it was between the two of us. He joined forces for a simultaneous attack, causing considerable aftershocks. But after the smoke cleared, the gray-haired demon man, along with the blonde-haired man, were both extremely panicked. Amid the rubble, he had vanished right before their eyes. Taehyun calmly stepped out from behind them, not expecting this small place to have three demons. He provoked them. "Were you planning to gather and then harm the people here?" Melina at that moment also smiled, discarding her long-time disguise. She tied up her long hair, returning to her true self. She wore a sinister smile, saying it was indeed strange. They took a combat stance, having hidden within the Osamuro Guild for several years without being discovered. "Yet you found out right after arriving. How did you do it?" she said while cracking her wrists, revealing strange tattoos. Taehyun patiently explained that he had a compliment. It was not because their acting was poor. "I knew everything beforehand from the future." Melina scoffed, saying, "Nice one, the future, huh?" She did not believe it, analyzing that he was close to Ah Young. Perhaps she tipped him off about them, or there was a traitor. Melina activated a skill, confidently saying, "Whatever, it does not matter. I will just kill you here." She lunged forward like a beast with the assistance of the two B-rank demons. Melina quickly made a slight scratch on one side of his face. The two helpers, though fearful, quickly approached to unleash finishing blows. He lightly leaped into the air, dodging all their attacks. Taehyun summoned chains. They wrapped around the blonde-haired man's neck, catching him completely off guard. "What?" The black-haired man was immediately caught by another chain, only managing to utter, "Oh." The blunt chains instantly finished off those two, leaving only their agonized screams. At the same time, a sharp aura rushed forward. It was Melina's claws. He showed excitement at the relentless attacks. Taehyun immediately confronted her attack head-on. Melina's will began to waver as she realized the true gap between herself and him. She thought to herself, he is truly strong, even knowing he was no ordinary man. Her witch's claw skill, even with just a graze, would poison the enemy and ensure their death. Yet that bastard was completely unharmed. She thought she had clearly hit him in the face. Poison-laced secret techniques continuously struck Taehyun, but he showed no sign of weakening. She suddenly realized he was immune to poison. In despair, she struggled, unable to believe it. As if reading her thoughts, Taehyun spoke, apologizing to her, but at the same time, he activated the knight's battle will skill, summoning a massive chariot that obeyed his control. Taehyun seemed to pronounce the death sentence. "Poison has no effect on me." The system continuously announced it had recognized the skill and resisted it successfully. Melina, terrified, turned to flee, but it was too late. She cursed helplessly, "Damn it." The destructive power of his skill was immense, blasting away all the surrounding earth, rocks, and trees. A deafening explosion rang out, and everything around was shattered. After the smoke cleared, Park Sung-ho slowly approached the site of the explosion. He was startled as if he had discovered something. Before him was the sight of Melina tied up by Taehyun, curled up on the ground. Melina shouted angrily, "Let me go or I will kill you." Taehyun roughly grabbed her hair and pulled her up, making her scream in pain. Looking at Melina's pathetic state, he asked coldly, still able to say such things now. Behind Taehyun, Arosalia appeared and asked Melina, "If you have something to say, speak the truth now." Saying that, Arosalia used her mental control power on Melina. After gaining control, she asked how many spies there were and the purpose of the Mokbik faction. Melina dazedly repeated, "Ah." Melina's eyes had now changed color. Melina answered, "There are 20 people, consisting of 5 S rank and 15 A rank. The purpose is to make this siege fail." In her memory, she saw a surrounding scene of white flowers stained with blood. A knife flew toward someone. The main target was none other than Guildmaster Kang Hak, and that was the final plan to kill him. Returning to the present, Ta-hyun and Park Sung-ho stood before Melina. She was now slumped on the ground. Ta-hyun thought to himself, before he only knew of 3 SA-ranked demon lords, but now there were 5. This dungeon has many variables. Clearly the future has changed a lot. Could it be because of me? Shaking off his thoughts, Ta-hyun told Park Sung-ho to go report to the guild master. Park Sung-ho acknowledged and left. Along the way, the two of them walked together. Park Sung-ho was full of questions. Was Melina truly a demon, and had Ta-hyun known from the start? Lost in confused thoughts, Ta-hyun cut in. We need to eliminate the spies for the attack to succeed. This place is nearly an independent space, but is still part of the maze. As he spoke, a door appeared before the two. Ta-hyun said it would surely lead to another space. It won't connect to the center immediately, but it will help find others. Just go through each door and pay attention to each space. As he spoke, Park Sung-ho suddenly spoke up. There is something I'm quite curious about. Ta-hyun replied, Sung-ho asked, why didn't you speak clearly when we entered the dungeon? I apologize for doubting you, but if you had told the guild master from the start, this wouldn't have happened. But why didn't you say anything? Ta-hyun was silent for a moment after hearing this. Then he replied, I already told him. Park Sung-ho was stunned by the answer. He asked again, what? Ta-hyun replied calmly, you may not believe it. Guildmaster Kang Hyuk already knows many things. Switching to Guildmaster Kang Hyuk's side, a knife suddenly flew toward him. It stabbed him in the stomach, and around him were men holding knives, swords, and maces. As they drew closer and closer, Kang Hyuk smiled coldly. What do you bastards think you are doing? You are taking the joke too far. Vice Guildmaster, the man in the black hat replied, a joke? Am I joking? Just then, Hai-jin ran over worriedly and shouted, Guildmaster. She was scolding them for daring to do such a thing when a man rushed from behind, intending to ambush her. Kang Hyuk saw that scene. He moved like lightning, dashing in front of her and blocking the enemy's slash. Hai-jin screamed in panic, Guildmaster, sir. Kang Hyuk was furious, damn it. Hai-jin supported him and asked, are you okay? At that moment, all of them charged forward, unleashing powerful techniques upon Kang Hyuk. Seeing the situation was bad, he pushed Hai-jin away. Fall back, let me deal with them. Having said that, he began to channel his energy. After completing his energy circulation, Kang Hyuk summoned a dragon that knocked back all the enemies attempting to attack. Hai-jin stared at Kang Hyuk in shock. She sat down on the ground, overwhelmed by the dragon's power. Seeing him fight alone, Hai-jin said, Guildmaster, don't do that. Wait for me, I can fight too. Kang Hyuk said sternly, just stay there, these guys aren't simple. Hai-jin worried, but you'll get yourself killed. She was right. Kang Hyuk, you can't beat us alone. All this time I followed you just to hide my power. The man in the hat pulled out a lamp. Inside the lamp was a burning skull. Suddenly, the skull expanded into a giant skull. That man said, now, this place has all my A-rank subordinates and 4 S-rank subordinates. He said loudly, they all have combat experience, you will die here. Kang Hyuk assumed a combat stance. Alright, you guys have prepared thoroughly. I underestimated you. Alright, don't blame yourself like that. Corner you to your death today. We've prepared for years. How could a martial artist like you notice? Kang Hyuk smiled lightly. Damn it, Ta-hyun was right after all. That man was surprised and blurted out, what? Kang Hyuk said, he said you were demons infiltrating to kill me. I didn't believe it, but now it's reality. The man in the hat was surprised to hear that Ta-hyun knew they were all demons. Ta-hyun guessed this plan. Impossible. He yelled, how did you know the plan we've been preparing for so long? How did you know and not act? Kang Hyuk calmly replied, oh well, I always trusted you, gave you a chance but no more, you demon bastard. That's what I want to say. He asked in bewilderment, what? Even knowing you would betray me, after fighting for years, I couldn't act without evidence. One man spoke up, you're an idiot bastard. Kang Hyuk said calmly, is that so? Behind him, Hai-jin grew angry, why didn't you verify that information? Now everything is chaotic, can I survive? Kang Hyuk was stunned. A what? Suddenly, something rushed towards the two of them. Seeing this, Hai-jin and Kang Hyuk's eyes widened in shock. Fortunately, Kang Hyuk reacted in time and saved Hai-jin. That man said triumphantly, alright, thank you very much. Thanks to you the plan succeeded. Now die, you idiot. Kang Hyuk said seriously, alright, you and your subordinates will die here. Kang Hyuk glared and a tremendous power radiated out. A huge dragon rushed out, knocking that man away. Kang Hyuk said, now I'll show you my power. That man took the hit from the dragon, lost a few teeth, coughed up blood, his eyes rolled back in a terrifying manner. Kang Hyuk said triumphantly, are you dead yet, you idiot? After activating his power, a purple glow surrounded him. 2 purple horns appeared on his head, which he called protective body fur. Elsewhere, Park Sung-ho asked Ta-hyun, what is the reason he knew but didn't act? Ta-hyun said wearily, alright, we'll ask him later. He recalled a private conversation with Kang Hyuk deep in the dungeon. Ta-hyun suddenly called out loudly, hey Guildmaster Kang Hyuk. He angrily scolded, even though you know I'm telling the truth, you still won't do anything? Kang Hyuk still didn't act and said gently, do you think you already know all of my power? Hearing these words, Ta-hyun began to worry. He just smiled lightly. Everything is under control. When necessary, I won't tolerate them. Returning to the present, when they reached Kang Hyuk's location, what lay before him were the rebels lying scattered on the ground. The most miserable was the Vice Guildmaster. Park Sung-ho witnessing this scene was surprised. Oh huh? Tae-hyun breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. As the two stepped through the gate, they saw Kang Hyuk still alive, surrounded by the fallen rebel members. He breathed a sigh of relief, just as I guessed. Seeing Tae-hyun's arrival, Hae-jin and Kang Hyuk were pleasantly surprised. Tae-hyun, haha, you've come? After reuniting, the two spent time discussing what had happened. Kang Hyuk asked, didn't you encounter any other members of Guild A? Tae-hyun replied, yes, I met a few people while passing through different spaces. However, they were in a rather strange situation. Recalling running through a space, Tae-hyun saw a few people writhing and calling for help in a small pool of water. He desperately cried, help, 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 but Tae-hyun chose to ignore them and ran straight to Kang Hyuk. Even though Park Sung-ho said, save them, he still turned a blind eye. They'll be fine. Seeing that he was so heartless, Kang Hyuk asked in shock, how could you do that? After observing the situation for a while, Tae-hyun asked, so what do you plan to do now? Faced with that question, Kang Hyuk pondered for a moment, then looked directly at him. He also, like last time, smiled lightly. Alright, the matter here is done. We just need to go to the center of the dungeon. Kang Hyuk, though injured, made the decision calmly. I don't know if we'll still clash with those demons. We need to quickly move to another space to find the main boss. He appeared regretful. I was a bit careless to ignore your advice. Still, I can bear this wound. Kang Hyuk said sincerely, I'm sorry, Tae-hyun. If I had listened to you, this situation wouldn't have happened. Tae-hyun heard him apologize and replied casually, alright, you acknowledging that puts me at ease. Be more careful next time. Hearing that, he grew angry. What? Kang Hyuk yelled angrily, my remorse is genuine. Don't mock me. Hae-jin saw the guild master move violently and hugged him back, reminding him, calm down, guild master, your wound will open. Seeing that, Tae-hyun just smiled in relief and turned away. Though he appeared that way on the surface, inwardly he was thinking, the guildmaster is still safe. The demon's plot is completely foiled. He thought to himself, during this maze breakthrough, I knew about the demon's information beforehand, but due to the guildmaster's stubbornness, he still suffered unnecessary injuries. The information he had about the labyrinth from his previous life was already scarce, and now many things had changed, so he had to be more cautious. While he was thinking, Hae-jin panically said they needed to move to other spaces to gather everyone. He secretly thought, if things became too difficult, he would have to give up on this dungeon raid. Suddenly he heard Hae-jin ask if he had encountered any monsters in the other spaces. Hearing the question, he paused, suddenly realizing something. Park Sung-ho replied that they had passed through several spaces, but saw no monsters. Perhaps it was a special case. Tae-hyun thought, looking at the three people who were safe except for injuries from fighting the traitor, not from any monsters. He worriedly realized he hadn't seen any monsters either. Thinking about his dungeon experience, Tae-hyun believed a trial must have monsters or traps in every space. There were no ground traps or strange monsters. The spaces were empty, so how could this be called a difficult dungeon to clear? The more he connected the events, the more Tae-hyun felt something was wrong. He worriedly thought this was strange because there were no monsters. Then, before the regression, how had the guild leader encountered and defeated the boss? Suddenly he heard a noise. Hae-jin and Park Sung-ho witnessed the cause and were amazed, speechless. Guild leader Kang Hyuk, upon seeing that thing, no matter how strong he was, had to freeze in shock for a few seconds. He asked, unable to believe his eyes, what is that? Before them was a multi-armed monster, each hand holding a different weapon, with an ox head covered in many eyes. It was crawling in from another space, creating spatial ripples. The boss monster, a Mekong Minotaur of S+ rank, officially joined the battle. Seeing the boss, Hae-jin panickedly said, why did they have to run into it here? Sung-ho asked in amazement if this was really the labyrinth boss. Before the group could react, the boss initiated an attack. A spear and a battle axe flew rapidly toward where everyone was standing. Luckily, everyone dodged the first blow. Sung-ho yelled loudly, run! The boss's strength, a single blow destroyed the ground. Rocks and dust flew up, damaging the gate to another space. Kang Hyuk looked at Tae-hyun and signaled, hey Tae-hyun! Understanding the intent, Tae-hyun replied, I understand. Right after that, both of them enhanced their bodies. Both left their teammates behind and charged forward to confront the boss. Immediately after, both maximized their body enhancement and charged toward the boss. The boss extended its arms to engage the two charging opponents. The two sides exchanged fierce blows, the surrounding ground heavily devastated and flying everywhere. Tae-hyun and Kang Hyuk perfectly dodged and countered, getting close to the boss. Finally, both had successfully reached a position above the boss's head. The moment they thought they had a chance to strike, the colossal monster brought a glowing mace before its face. Suddenly the mace glowed intensely, a powerful beam of light accompanied by lightning bolts. The bolts spread throughout the room. Unexpectedly, from beneath the ground, a pair of mysterious red eyes emerged. A giant skeleton rose from underground, letting out a ferocious roar, leaving the two men speechless in surprise. Surprise after surprise, muscle tissues regenerated rapidly in the blink of an eye, completely covering the body. The Berserker King was revived thanks to the S-rank boss Mekong Minotaur. Kang Hyuk said in surprise. The Berserker King, with an S-rank monster supporting it, has appeared? Not just one behind the two teammates, two more similar ones appeared. In a short time, many Berserker Kings revived near Hai Jin and Park Sung-ho. She panicked. There are more again! Suddenly the boss spoke. You hunters in my labyrinth, do you wish to defeat me and conquer it? I will wait for you here. Advance and face me. Hatred and rage will consume your minds. Paralyzed with fear, the two of them couldn't move, speaking in unison. We're dead. Ah-hyun and Kang Hyuk on the front line quickly turned back to assist. Kang Hyuk said worriedly, this is bad. The boss ordered its minions. All of you advance, capture them. As it finished speaking, the Berserker King monsters charged to attack everyone in sight. The ferocious ox-headed beasts rushed straight toward Hai-jin and Park Sung-ho. Fear was clearly shown on the faces of the two. Park Sung-ho gripped his gun tightly, tense. Guild leader, an arm wielding a powerful purple light rushed forward. That woman forcibly slammed down onto the attacking oxen in the gaze of the two. Midair, the silhouette of a man appeared. Park Sung-ho's eyes widened as he shouted, Commander Kang Hyuk. The newly arrived person extended his hand and released a large chain, flying forth to tightly bind the ferocious oxen. It roared in pain, lifting its head. The iron chain emitted a metallic sheen, tightening further around its neck. How do you like that, you ox-heads? Ta-hyun gripped a dagger in one hand, holding the chain's end firmly as he shouted loudly. At this moment, Kang Hyuk puffed out both cheeks, facing the frenzied oxen and said loudly, take this. As he finished speaking, he opened his mouth and a brilliant stream of fire surged forward, engulfing the oxen ahead. Flames grew intense, the oxen caught off guard by the heat. They struggled desperately to escape the fire. Witnessing the scene, Ta-hyun slowly retracted the chain. Kang Hyuk bared his teeth and laughed loudly. Are you dead yet? He excitedly stared at the burning light. Suddenly both of them froze in an instant, their eyes wide in disbelief. Huh? Now, the oxen seemed reborn within the red flames. They lifted their heads, completely unscathed, their eyes bloodshot, drool of rage dripping from their mouths. They gazed at their prey. One of them rolled its eyes and let out a mocking sound, not bad. Ta-hyun and Kang Hyuk looked astonished, lifting their heads and muttering, what? The surrounding space began to descend into chaos. Kang Hyuk stood at the center, tightly surrounded by the monsters. He braced himself, grinding his teeth in determination. Clenching his fists tightly, he focused his strength to attack the massive ox before him. Completely unaffected by the attack, it stood there leisurely, watching the small human desperately trying to destroy it. The strength was still not enough to take it down. Its recovery ability was too strong. It was impossible to wipe out all these bulls without taking down the boss. What to do in this situation? I could unleash all my power to fight, but then I would not be able to simultaneously fight and protect Secretary Kim. And you, Ta-hyun, your combat ability also has its limits. What do we do now? Hwang Kan-hu gritted his teeth and thought, this situation was truly too difficult. Now make your choice, fellow player. No matter how capable you are, if you fight against opponents in the dungeon like this, the association will be forced to take appropriate coercive measures. If you intend to have someone as a colleague without destroying that dungeon, then you should also consider whether your situation is suitable. Kang Hyuk leaned his head back on the chair, speaking nonchalantly. I am a free person. I do not match anyone's personality. Whoever fits can be a teammate. The chairman held the paper, lifting his eyes. That sounds somewhat reasonable, but sometimes you also need to have a bit of doubt. The reply was still an unwavering voice. Of course, I have been a long-time player, having witnessed many strong hunters across the nation. But just one small mistake during a fight could make them lose everything. Sometimes I need to make choices to protect the important people. That is very necessary. The chairman was dissatisfied. Strength alone will not solve everything. If someone knows their own limits and chooses what is most important, that person will win. That is the quality of a true player. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Hyuk propped his chin and let out a soft snort. That is a necessary human choice. Sometimes one must know what they are doing in a critical situation. Escaping from the stream of memories, Kang Hyuk's body was covered in injuries. Bright red blood splattered everywhere. Looking at the chaotic herd of bulls and Ta-hyun, who was fighting with all his heart, he sighed softly. How tiring, now I have to choose between fighting with all my strength or saving people. If I try my best to fight, my comrades might lose their lives. In that situation, it is not certain I can defeat the boss. Now I need to choose. He was resolute. No matter what I choose, I will not let my comrades lose their lives. Kang Hyuk shouted loudly, his eyes resolute. How could I just stand by and watch everyone be in danger? As he finished speaking, a purple surge of power exploded around him. He charged straight towards Ta-hyun, who was strenuously slashing at the monsters. Can you still fight, Association President? Kang Hyuk glanced at his comrade and replied, alright, what about you? I am fine. Anyway, we have to fight with all our strength to stop these monsters and destroy them. Now, tell me your choice. Ta-hyun looked at him, pulling the corner of his mouth. I understand, the situation is dangerous, but if I want to take down the Minotaurus Queen, I still have a way. Hearing those words, Kang Hyuk was startled. What? Suddenly the herd of bulls became even more ferocious. Kang Hyuk charged forward while shouting, are you sure? Ta-hyun reassured him. Rest assured, President. perhaps aware of the intent to destroy it. The boss of the bull herd opened its mouth. Good, but you have made your decision. No matter what you choose, in the end, you will all die anyway. All right, roars echoed one after another. The herd of bulls charged forward to attack the target. Kang Hyuk clenched his fists, gathering all his strength. Once again, the flame blazed fiercely, engulfing the ferocious monsters below. The object in the boss's hand suddenly shone. It sneered. I will kill as many of you as come. Hurry up and come here. As it spoke, it lifted its eyes and then suddenly froze. Tai Hyun had somehow already stood before it, looking down from above like a superior. Then, gradually, a massive humanoid figure condensed behind his back. Come on, the two of us attack together. Kang Hyuk shouted loudly. Tai Hyun gritted his teeth, his eyes becoming determined. Roars rang out one after another. Tai Hyun moved. The humanoid figure behind him raised its fist and punched straight into the boss's face. That hand tightly grabbed the boss's neck, squeezing it tighter and tighter. In the distance, Kang Hyuk also charged forward simultaneously. Beams of light clashed. The scene became chaotic. Tai Hyun and Kang Hyuk attacked the monster simultaneously. Light clashed, radiating from that spot. Kang Hyuk glanced over and asked back. The method? His hand gripping the weapon tightly, Tai Hyun calmly explained, just like spaces connected by a door, the rift where the Minotauro's queen dwells is also connected to another space. The bulls are only revived and regenerated by the queen when she comes to this space. Nimble, he spun his body to dodge an attack, defending and attacking at the same time. He continued, without the queen, they will automatically disappear. Coughing a few times, Kang Hyuk acted as if nothing was wrong. If the guess is wrong, will we all die? The reply came in a tone full of certainty. Aren't we in that situation right now anyway? At this moment, Hae-jin and Park Sung-woo stood below, hiding and watching the chaotic battle in the distance. Around the two were scattered white bones. Bull corpses with holes in their bodies lay strewn about, some appearing completely dead. On the other side, the boss's roar rang out. The chaotic scene was shrouded in a red hue, creating a deathly atmosphere. The massive figure Tai Hyun had condensed held it tight with one hand. Immediately, it counterattacked, the sounds of impact echoing continuously without cease. Seemingly hit, Tai Hyun let a pained cry. Kang Hyuk clenched his teeth tightly, his sharp eyes darting forward rapidly. A pillar of light, as if tearing the sky apart, plunged straight down into the center of the chaotic fight, everything becoming hazy. Bull rammed its two-pointed weapons into the ground, immediately causing shockwaves around it. Another sound rang out. Dust and earth flew in all directions, as if a heavy object had fallen from above. Tai let out a soft groan, lying amidst a pile of skulls, unknown whether human or beast, with dirt and sand scattered around him. His face was now smeared with blood, but he still struggled to sit up and look ahead. In front of Tai Hyun now was Kang Hyuk, who was severely wounded and kneeling on the ground. One of that man's arms had been severed at some point. Dark red blood dripping drop by drop onto the cold floor. He shouted in horror at the guild master. It's too dangerous. Your arm! Kang Hyuk shouted sternly. Tai Hyun, focus. He ignored the hot blood slowly draining from his body. To Hyun's terrified eyes, he uttered a warning. It's coming. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them quickly stood up, focusing on the gloomy black mist. Suddenly, the giant bull stepped out again, raising its staff and charging straight at them. Kang Hyuk gritted his teeth, braced himself, and threw a punch. Tai Hyun was not to be outdone, tightening his grip on his blade and shouting as he prepared for battle. The bull's arm came down, raising dust everywhere. The skulls on the ground scattered in all directions. Both of them were sent flying far away. The boss roared, "You little brats are amusing. You dare to exploit my space? But my strength is recovering thanks to the bulls coming through the intermediate water gap. I have more energy to fight now, understand?" After saying this, it raised its leg, intending to crush Tai Hyun. He looked up, getting into a stance to brace for the blow. His eyes widened as he poured all his remaining strength into his body. At the same time, a beam of white light flashed, enveloping the space, sending debris flying. Tai Hyun collapsed from exhaustion, silently calculating, damn it, the gap in power is too huge. If I don't use Hunt, I'll definitely die, but can I take it down in a single blow? If I can't finish it off immediately, Hunt will surely lose control. What would happen then, no one could predict. But besides this method, the only other option was to apply it. He asked back, apply it, explain how to use the skill, but the description on the status window is too brief. The person on the bed slowly sat up. Reality is not like the status window. The skill's form can change depending on how you use it, and the mana consumed. Young raised her hand and a glow appeared. I just used Warrior's Will. It can strengthen the body, or create powerful energy spheres. In fact, you have also combined skills before. And every day you only use stealth on the ring, right? If you have a skill that is difficult to control, try wrapping it around a weapon like putting new coat on it. After saying this, she looked at him. I'm sure you can do it, and find the answers to your questions. Breaking out of his thoughts, Tae-han swung his blade. A flash of red light shot forward to attack the bull. It was caught off guard, and the flowing red lights continued to move with each of Tae-han's attacks. They wrapped around his body, his eyes turning bright red, flashing a sharp glint. Seeing the resistance, the bull angrily raised its axe and brought it down on this man. Without backing down, Tae-han gripped his blade tightly, and the red flowing light shot forward. Each flash of light struck the bull's flesh. Die! As he uttered each word, strands of energy slowly coiled around the bull's arm, Then an iron chain powerfully wrapped in energy shot straight forward. One strike pierced straight through the boss's chest. It roared in agony. Only then did a smile of exhilaration spread across Ta-hyun's face. As expected, a young was right. The giant form appeared once more, swinging its fist to send the once arrogant bull flying. He recalled dazedly that he had sensed Hunt could change its shape at will. That meant it could be applied like other skills. Damn it, I know nothing about this mysterious power. But no matter what Hunt is, he swung a horizontal slash across the bull, a cold glint in his eyes. I will use it to the fullest. His eyes became resolute, excited as if discovering new ground. The bull lightly hovered in the air, the red energy strands clinging tightly to it without letting go. Then another surge of energy shot over swiftly, landing directly on the monster's face. In the dark, gloomy sky, tiny specks of moisture suddenly appeared. Finally, the moisture spread out like a mirror, a doorway that was slowly collapsing. Bull struggled desperately, trying to escape the power biting deep into its flesh. On another side, the players who were fighting also looked up, astonished at the sky. Girl raised her hand to lightly touch her chest, looking up at the falling fragments. Everyone around started chattering noisily. What is that? How can this be? The couple Park Sung-ho and Secretary Hai-jin also looked up at everything in the vast black sky. From afar, two figures slowly emerged, walking over to the startled crowd. Ta-hyun helped Kang Hyuk over, smiling gently. Everything is over. Guildmaster, brother Ta-hyun. Everyone shouted joyfully, running over to embrace the two heroes. The atmosphere suddenly became lively, like a soaring musical note. After defeating the Minotauros Queen, the expedition team discovered many treasures within the maze. The most valuable item was a type of elixir that increased mana and strength just by drinking it. But the quantity was limited. It was only given to the two with the greatest contributions, Tai-han and Guildmaster Kang Hyuk. To obtain this power, the entire guild had to risk their lives. Some Guildmaster Kang Hyuk did not want it all. He was reluctant, but decided to let it be. The demons that sneaked into the maze have all been captured. The seriously injured have been properly cared for. After the battle, Ta-han had moments of leisure, walking and chatting with everyone. Just like that, a smile bloomed on his lips again. Guildmaster Kang Hyuk and all guild members were radiant. This maze raid ended successfully. Clicking sound of a camera rang out. Reporter Kim Young held the camera, looking up at the guild's platform. The hall buzzed. A barrage of questions arose. Were his words true? Player Kang Hyuk, please repeat that. Is it true that you will end your hunter career here? Kang Hyuk trembled slightly, closed his eyes, and replied, not exactly. He opened his eyes wide, shouted into the microphone. I am just taking a break to recover, not retiring for good. Secretary Kim K gently suggested. Chief saying it that way might cause misunderstanding, right? The reporters still pressed Kang Hyuk about his hand injury from the maze raid and the upcoming Asian tournament. Kang Hyuk answered decisively. It was true he had a hand injury, and there was already a replacement for the Asian tournament. Alright, you come out here and speak. To the reporter's astonishment, he loudly called Ta-hyun's name. From outside, Ta-hyun slowly walked onto the stage. He carried a composed demeanor, the corner of his lips slightly curling at the murmurs. So rookie Ta-hyun would participate in the Asian tournament? Ta-hyun's appearance stirred the hall with various opinions. Can he do it? But with his recent achievement, he had won their trust. A middle-aged man suddenly remembered. It seemed he had drunk the fountain of power. At that time, his power had increased dramatically. The girl next to him looked incredulous. How is that possible? Does that mean he has reached the national level? That is power surpassing S rank. It could be called super grade. He is truly talented, but currently seems too young. On stage, a hand was raised to receive the microphone. Ignoring the whispers, Ta-hyun calmly held the mic and spoke amidst Kang Hyuk's smug smile. I, Ta-hyun, will participate in the All Asia Invitational. I know you are worried, but rest assured I will win. I understand you are not yet assured of my strength, but after the maze raid, I have become much stronger. So I am very confident and hope for everyone's support. On the screen, as Tai-hyun gave his speech, a suave man observed and muttered, a national-level rookie. A woman also watched him on her phone. Have you all heard about the Fountain of Power? I drank it in the maze, so I am quite confident. After hearing that, she covered her mouth and laughed. Not bad, but he seems a bit lacking in modesty. His image also appeared in eateries. Diners commented, does he mean he is stronger and thus confident to win the Asian tournament? Truly, anyone who reaches the national level is like that. He is no exception. Back in the hall, Ta-hyun suddenly paused, his tone turning serious. Sensing the change in his intonation, the reporter group tensely waited. To repay everyone's trust, I will try even harder. Victory is the clearest proof of my current strength. At the same time, in a dimly lit room, a woman knelt on the ground, clasping her hands and begging, spare me, please. She shed tears. I did my best, I beg you. I tried to follow orders to escape from there. It was truly a miracle. I did not expect Ta-hyun to be that strong. Only then did the masked man slowly speak. Alright, get up, Melina. He is stronger than you, so there truly is no other way. No matter how hard you tried, you were powerless. that is not your fault. Melina looked up in astonishment. Master, the man reached out and gently lifted her chin. Suddenly, a flash of light slashed into Melina, blood splattered. I have no use for a useless person. He calmly watched the person in front of him fall, thinking to himself, power is everything. Weak failure who evades responsibility deserves to die. He turned his back and ordered, clean this up, the association will be looking for her. The servant obeyed. As he walked away, he thought, strange, this time they had much more manpower than the attack on the auction house, yet they still failed. What did they do? How did Ta Hyun become so strong? You just wait, I will show you. Behind the three who left, the distant mansion burned fiercely. The fire would quickly consume all evidence. All Asia Invitational, you will die. The sound of rhythmic footsteps echoed in the silent space. Hey Ta Hyun, over here. Someone was standing by the door waiting for him. Everyone is waiting for you. These are Korea's strongest players, also your teammates for this tournament. Ta Hyun walked in, the corner of his lips quietly forming a faint smile. For him were the strongest members of Korea. 6 people were silently observing and assessing the newcomer. A voice broke the silence. I have heard of you, but did not think you would be this young. Jinsu, ranked 7th, spoke up. Alright, as long as he is capable enough. Seo Han Yu, ranked 8th, gently added. Come on, younger means stronger. Wang Shi Yang, the 4th rank mage, spoke in defense. A soft laugh came from Park Song Jin, ranked 3rd. I never thought the day would come when you would be here. The man sitting in the central chair cut off the observations. It is a bit chaotic, but now everyone is gathered. The chairman smiled. Have a seat, Ta Han. We will discuss this tournament together. In the room, a screen lit up showing complex diagrams. The All Asia Invitational is an extremely important tournament. In the early period when monsters appeared, humans awakened abilities. That was a time of chaos. All of Asia and the world joined forces against the global threat. The tournament rules require everyone to participate in eliminating monsters within 7 days. On the screen appeared the S-rank monster Kraken. The number eliminated would be converted into points for each country. That was the fairest competition method for combat. On the screen, the image immediately switched to a low-level demon as Taeguk had said. He pointed at the beam of light before him. Because the citizens were terrified by the monsters invading the dungeon, this tournament was considered a remarkable festival. This was also a tournament to showcase the power of each nation. It was a competition between countries regarding the strength of their awakened individuals. A nation that won with good results would boost the morale of its people to fight against monsters. The winning nation received great rewards, unique items, and the right to assault a rarely opened international dungeon. Tae-eun watched those seated below present the season information. Ta-hyun listened to the detailed explanation, slightly curling the corner of his mouth in calculation, feeling lucky to participate in the Asian tournament this time. Conquering Queen Succubus in the Abyss was part of the preparation. Now with her power, everything later would be simpler. But mastering that power required time for practice. Unlike the kingly power before, now he needed to train more to gain an advantage in the competition and a voice for the Korean team. Facing off against awakened individuals from all over Asia was a good learning opportunity. The big prize was also motivation for him to strive for this tournament. Over on the other side, Taeguk still rambled on endlessly about his views. However, our Korean team currently has a problem. The commander position is vacant because Chairman Kang Hyuk broke his arm during the last dungeon assault. Player Ey Eonko also has personal reasons for not being able to participate. Korea is missing 2 key players, and the team's strength has decreased significantly. Having said that, Taeguk raised his hand to propose a solution for the current situation. Suddenly, a sound cut off his words. Park Seong-jin raised his hand to speak, stating there was already someone to replace Kang Hyuk. It was Ta Han. He had already reached national level strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the members present were stunned. Questions poured in. National level strength. A kid like that has already reached such a high level? Tae-hyun was slightly flustered by everyone's excited mood. He said that was just a rumor and everyone shouldn't worry about it. A voice of agreement sounded in the room. Yes, his strength couldn't be proven yet. That statement was like a bucket of cold water extinguishing the excitement. Hanyu also said disappointedly, that's right. Everyone lowering their expectations eases my pressure, Tae-hyun thought to himself. The discussion sounded again in the meeting room. So we need to prepare countermeasures. That's the only way to save Korea's situation. Then a pair of hands slammed heavily onto the table, gritting out words of encouragement. It's fine, everyone don't worry. Chairman, who had been silently listening from the beginning, now raised his eyes and spoke. Our power cannot compare with China or Japan, but the tournament is a learning opportunity. The competition is just hunting monsters. No need for much trouble. Just stay calm and attentive, and there's a chance of victory. He made a decision designating the experienced combat players Song Jin, Ji Yang, and Han Yu to be responsible for dungeon assaults against monsters. The 3 named immediately responded. Understood. The chairman continued, designating Tai Han and Jin Su, experienced in solo combat, to be in charge of terrain and demon vigilance. The 2 answered solemnly, yes, understood. Having completed the task allocation, he lightly clasped his hands together and smiled. Alright, this temporary allocation is fine. For this Asian tournament, I hope everyone will do their best. The venue for the opening ceremony of this Asian tournament was the Recreation Center of the Asian Player Association. Countries like Indonesia and Thailand had already gathered as well. The most prominent figures were the players from China and Japan. The man with a long scar beside his eye, holding the emblem, was the commander of the Japanese team, the Demon Blade Shinji Nakata. China was not to be outdone with a full team of masters, considered championship contenders. The combat lineup gradually appeared. Blood Sword Lin Feng, the Enfoughment Seal, and the leader was Commander Cheng Jin. As for the Korean team, they were already missing key player Kang Hyuk and several strong players due to personal matters. A couple watching on TV commented quietly, "Our lineup is weak, hoping our country achieves good results." Suddenly, a panicked shout, "What?" The young man standing behind the two exploded. "What are mom and dad talking about?" Startling them both. Not waiting for a reaction, he continued his bombardment. "We have a duty to cheer everyone on. How can you be discouraged before the competition even starts? Everything we have now was earned by brother Tai Hyun, like this house for example, and money too. He has given us plenty through his dungeon raids, so we need to cheer for him with all our might. The more successful he is, the happier we'll be." After speaking, his face became greedy. The couple said weakly, "Our son thinks so thoroughly." "All right, dear, stop praising him." His excited shout shook the high-rise building again. "Mom and Dad, trust me, he will show his strength in the tournament." "All right, we believe you, son." Rhythmic footsteps sounded, a pair of feet slowly advancing forward. The woman suddenly spoke to start a conversation with Taehan. "You're Taehyun, the youngest S-rank player in Korea, right? I owe you a favor from the Dawn Auction House incident." Lee Hyun slightly tilted his head to look at the person, hesitatingly asked, "You are..." Facing him now was a pink-haired girl with an extremely beautiful figure. "I was assigned the mission to go there and rescue everyone, but when I arrived, everything was already done." So she was a Japanese national-level strength player, the Saintess Sarada. Taehyun was slightly surprised. Saintess Sarada? So was she in charge of that incident last time? Indeed, the International Association intervened as soon as the matter greatly affected humans and awakened individuals. The girl continued to ask, "I had an invitation for you previously. Why did you refuse?" Taehyun silently looked at her, then recalled, "In the meeting room that day, everyone slowly walked away. They whispered among themselves, 'All right, the meeting's over. Want to go get some drinks?'" Taehyun also stood up, wanting to leave. Suddenly, the chairman spoke up to stop him. "Stay and talk with me for a bit." From 10-star, he felt a little tense. The other explained, "The Japanese Saintess has an invitation for you. I don't know what her purpose was for doing so, but the Saintess is an extremely important person in the Awakening Association. She has holy power that can help you recover your hand injury faster. Before the tournament, meeting with her would be fine. Consider it knowing both yourself and your opponent." Gaining his composure, Taehyun didn't hesitate. "I refuse." As soon as he finished, Tae-guk, standing behind, became anxious. "Why? That is a goodwill invitation that benefits you." The chairman calmly stopped him. "That's enough. Let him be." Deputy Director Tae-guk. He rested his chin on his hand. "Explain your reason. Why did you do that?" "I can't explain it right now, but I will put it briefly as follows. Me, the past and the present are layered upon each other." Taehyun's voice rang out, knowing the ugly truth hidden inside her. "That's what I want to say." Sarada's smiling face stiffened slightly. She turned her head to watch his retreating back. From a distance, the demon sword Shinji Nakata walked over and asked, "What's wrong with him?" Her eyes remained fixed on the direction he had just left. "Good one. He is truly no ordinary player. He knows a lot about me." Those words made Nakata turn around in surprise. She cut him off, reassuring, "All right, no need to rush. He has real strength, but that arrogance will cost him someday. Investigate him more thoroughly. We need to know about him soon to deal with what he might do in the future. Finding weakness to control him would be even better." Having said that, she licked the corner of her mouth with a sinister expression. "To control him, I can do anything." The host holding the mic announced, "Everything everyone has been waiting for will begin. The Asian tournament is about to start." Thousands of candidates and fans were cheering in unison. On stage, the host continued, "Let's count down the tournament." The speaker was the host and Singapore's A-rank player, Alex Gold. Everyone was excited and joyful together. Sarada said to Shinji Nakata, "The tournament has begun." Cheng Jin also said to Feng, "Finally I can fight freely." Feng warily replied, "Be careful, the tournament has only just begun." Song Jin stood before everyone, declaring boldly, "Has everyone remembered what needs to be done?" They were still discussing amidst the countdown. 5, 4, Ai Ji Yang along with Han Yu will fight the monsters. 3, and Jin Su will assist player Ta Hyun. The final shouts rang out. 3, 2, 1. Ji Yang looked toward Jin Su. Both of them worried. "Ta Hyun, where is he?" Both said in unison, "Huh?" The final count rang out. 1. The host enthusiastically spoke about the grand festival of the biggest Asian tournament about to take place. A flash of light streaked across the host's neck. He still held an excited pose with a smile on his lips. Uttering the final word, "head," Ta Hyun had controlled the blade to sever the host's head. A trace of dark dark red blood remained on the blade. Drops of blood splattered before Tai Han's eyes. He watched and smiled. The host's head left its neck, flew up high, blood splattering everywhere. The audience in the stands witnessing the scene were utterly horrified. Park Sung-jin couldn't believe it, his mouth wide open, eyes wide. Chang Jin bared his teeth in a grin. A sharp blade appeared. Everyone began charging at each other using their skills. The arena descended into chaos. Chang Jin, with bloodshot eyes, unleashed his ultimate fist technique. Shinji Nakata, with the sharp glowing blade in hand, was also unleashing her ultimate technique. It was Han Yu's turn, with his ultimate technique emanating from his hands. Jinsu delivered swift, slicing punches. Wang Shiyang used his ultimate technique with spheres. Song Jin stared wide-eyed and charged into the fray. A violent explosion echoed in the arena, smoke and fire bursting out thickly. The audience looked into the thick smoke, seeing indistinct figures arguing intensely. What the hell? A severed host's head? The smoke cleared somewhat, the players gradually became visible. Tai Han stood among the players surrounding him in a circle, in a defensive stance ready to fight. Wang Shiyang bit his star in his mouth, his eyes also showing the star pattern, his face already beaded with sweat. Xiyang turned back, looking at Ta Han and shouted angrily, "Hey Ta Han, what's wrong with you? You're gone!" Lingering laugh made Wang Xiyang turn back in shock. It was Cheng Jin. He sped toward Wang Xiyang and said, "Truly too brutal, killing the host like that. So satisfying. That was my idea." Cheng Jin was fired up for battle. Now everyone focus on taking him down. Song Jin faced off against Shinji Nakata holding the blade, along with Surata. Surata smiled seductively at Shinji Nakata. "Hey demon sword, it doesn't matter how many of them there are, but remember to leave that pre for me." Her gaze turned deep. Everyone was standing still when a woman spoke and rushed quickly toward them with her subordinates. Shinji Nakata and Surata glanced at each other, saying, "Huh?" That woman angrily yelled at the chairman trailing behind her. "Don't you say another word. Player Tai Han, killing my country's host is unacceptable. I will get to the bottom of this." This woman was the chairman of the Singapore Player Association, Haley Tan. The worried chairman explained to the furious Haley Tan, "It's all a misunderstanding. Singapore, he didn't mean to do it." Haley Tan was displeased, getting angrier and speaking loudly. "Things have come to this, and you can still defend him? We all saw it, didn't we? He will have to answer to us. He is that demon Wan Chai." The speaker was Ta Han. Everyone fell silent, listening to his story. A few years ago, on a migrant ship to Singapore, he killed nearly 300 passengers. He is a demon. The World Association put a bounty of 3 billion on his head, but he found a way to escape by changing his shape. Tae Hyun recalled his original form. Haley Tan didn't believe what Ta Hyun had just said, shouting, "But how could you?" Haley Tan stopped, as if realizing something, a bead of sweat on her face. Could it be? Ta Hyun threw the head to the ground, saying, "The reason he could avoid getting caught is because he can change his appearance freely." Everyone look. Ta Hyun put his hands in his pockets, his foot stepping on the head bearing the face of the demon Wan Chai. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Haley Tan exclaimed, "Huh? His face!" Ta Hyun calmly said, "This is what you have all seen. How is this possible? How did he recognize that demon?" Everyone murmured noisily about what had just happened. A man standing behind, his bloodshot eyes emitting a red glow, sneered as he spoke. "This Kim Ta-han, interesting." The information board displayed the Asian tournament lineup, with South Korea leading at 1000 B, followed by China, Japan, Thailand, and Indonesia. Sunlight streamed into the building surrounded by trees, revealing the true identity of the host as the demon Wanchai. Although the tournament experienced a slight interruption, everything would soon be restored. All players were ready to return to their events, everyone working hard to fix the incident that had just occurred. Tae Hyun scored the first point for South Korea and discovered that the demon was a wanted criminal. The audience held up their phones to rewatch the match, chanting his name. Han Soo-jong was watching the match, pointing at the phone and telling Ah Young that he knew Wan Chai's whereabouts. No one understood how he knew who that man was. He truly had many secrets. I initially thought Ta Han was just lying. Although Jo Ayoung responded irritably, "I did not know anything more." It truly was troublesome thanks to him. Players worldwide were constantly calling to ask questions. The support system was now completely paralyzed. Though Jo Ayoung was unhappy seeing her busy staff, she continued, "I didn't expect the first stage to be this chaotic." Han Soo-jong chimed in, "Who would have guessed? Say what you will, he truly is a talented Korean player," Ah Young said with a hint of pride. Han Soo-jong agreed, "That I can understand." Raindrops were falling onto the high-rise buildings, their lights twinkling across the entire city. Rain poured down onto a house with a large hole blasted through its floor. The shattered roof soaked two men. One stood calmly with his hands in his pockets, looking at the other, whose gaunt face was battered, lying motionless on a pile of broken bricks. His eyes darkened, and he spoke with difficulty, but blood gushed from his mouth. Record him. He's an A-class demon." Ta Hyun pulled out his phone to answer it, casually replying to him, "Because you're a demon, that's why I'm destroying you." He spoke in the receiver. "Hello." A voice from the other end of the line made Ta Hyun's hair stand on end. He held the phone away from his ear and replied, How's it going, darling? You called me a bit late. The mess you left me is driving me crazy. The rain continued to fall steadily under the gloomy sky. Ta-hyun replied nonchalantly. You mean the association support? Jo Aeyong, wearing a headset, said. That's right. Were you waiting for my call? Jin Ta-hyun, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding the phone, walked slowly as he spoke. I had trouble connecting to the association channel, so I waited for you to call. The voice on the line replied. Then tell me, what do you need? I have two things. Speak. First is an investigation into those demons. Jo Aeyong scrolled through her phone as she spoke. An investigation into demon information? Ah Young asked back in confusion. Shouldn't you ask the association about that? Hyun walked to the door as rain was falling and said, many demons will appear in this friendly match, so I want to find them all. You mean? Ta-hyun's eyes were firm as he answered, That's right, I want to investigate the demon association. A man, his head fully covered by a robe showing only a pair of bright purple eyes, was standing before Ta-hyun. The two faced each other in the rain. He had a beard around his mouth, and a long sword hung at his side. He introduced himself, I am Kimura Zen. Ta-hyun, still on the phone, exclaimed in surprise, Huh? What? Jo Aeyong, hearing but understanding nothing, asked back, What did you say? Ta-hyun replied, Hey, this isn't enough. I have come to punish the one who has defiled the holy maiden. He shouted loudly, his purple eyes blazing. S-rank player, Kimura Zen. Ta-hyun recalled the image of the holy maiden he was talking about and thought, I didn't do anything to her, did I? Hero Kimura Zen. He drew his sword, assuming a stance ready to attack. Around him were mysterious purple streams of power, and the image of a wolf appearing behind him. He was a hunter representing Japan in the Asian-friendly match, an S-rank player, and he was also a fanatical pursuer of the holy maiden. Behind him at that moment, Sutara was staring intently at him with a sinister smile. If Nakata Shinji's national treasure-level swordsmanship was graceful, refined, and without a single wasted movement, each sharp strike carrying pure white energy, then Kimura Zen's swordsmanship was that of a true hero, a ferocious purple blade focused on tearing apart, crushing, and destroying the opponent. But no matter how strong, he poured all his strength into his sword, letting out a loud shout as he prepared to charge. The sword tip, carrying powerful energy, continuously attacked Ta-hyun, but he nimbly dodged them all. It was truly useless if he could not hit his opponent. Kim Ta-hyun, while dodging attacks and listening to his phone, said worriedly, Huh? It's not possible. Why? Kimura Zen immediately stopped his assault and stepped back, unable to help, cursing. Damn it. Internally, he was horrified. Why can't I touch him? His face twisted in anger. How can this brat do this? The other end of Kim Tae-hyun's line was yelling loudly. Of course it's not possible. You want to attack the Demon Association? The speaker was Ah Young. She continued, Do you know why the association left Demon King KTO alone? She glanced worriedly at Han Soo-jong beside her and continued, The moment you touch them, they cut off their tails and disappear. Even if you have information, you have to wait until they are caught before being allowed to pursue. If you act rashly, things will get even more complicated. Her words rang in Kim Tae-hyun's ears. He continuously dodged Kimura Zen's sword strikes, replying calmly, That is the theory. But, as he said this, his hand began to take a stance, preparing a counter-attack. Kimura Zen stared in horror at this single move of his. His body was still in its attacking posture and he couldn't dodge in time. A kick from him sent Kimura Zen flying into the air, and his sword also fell to the ground. He watched Kimura Zen's body spitting blood, falling uncontrollably through the air. He replied arrogantly to the person on the other end of the line, I can do it. The other side immediately asked, What? Then came the sound of Kimura Zen hitting the ground, creating a loud crashing noise. Kim Tae-hyun turned away with a smile. Though I'm not sure of the method, I guarantee I'll catch them. He emphasized into the phone, Trust me. Haven't I always proven it with results? He listened to Kim Ta-hyun's confident words. Jo Aeyong wavered. Alright. But information on the Demon Association is very scarce, so I'll provide information on a different target instead. The sky suddenly began to pour rain. Tai-han walked as he asked back, A different target? Upon hearing Jo Aeyong's answer, information about the three-headed serpent made him very surprised. The three-headed serpent were figures of great stature who manipulated politics, and were also the three leaders of Demon King KTO, the shadowy power dominating Asia. In Kim Tae-hyun's ear, Jo Aeyong's even voice rang out, I found a clue about someone who contacts Mizazaki Kenji, a high-ranking member of theirs. Even if we catch him, we might not get any information, and if we're not careful, we'll face more enemies in the friendly match. After explaining, Jo Aeyong asked back, What do you think? The corner of Kim Tae-hyun's mouth curled up happily. The three-headed serpent, huh? Though not as good as the Demon Association, the score isn't bad either. Thinking this, he quickly replied, Alright, then I'll deal with them first. Ah Young heard his affirmative answer and said reluctantly, Alright, I'll consider your additional request. Ta-hyun thanked her. She took the opportunity to demand more. If you're thankful, then buy me a meal. He readily agreed. Wait until after the friendly match ends. Because he had turned his back to talk, he did not notice Kimura Zen trembling as he struggled to his feet. He steadied himself, grabbed his sword tightly, and shouted loudly, "You there!" Hearing this, Kim Tae-han tilted his head to look at him. Kimura Zen, though covered in injuries and bleeding from the head, still strained to gather his power, speaking angrily, "Are you going to ignore me to the end?" Kim Tae-han answered innocently, "I'm not ignoring you." Kimura Zen's entire body emitted a pressure as he agitatedly stated, "If you don't get serious, I'll blow up this entire area." Kim Tae-han turned back to face him, repeating his explanation, "I already told you, I'm not ignoring you." Kimura Zen ignored him and continued, "First, I'll make you feel your 5 senses go haywire." Saying this, he raised his sword and shouted, sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch. Power circles appeared around him bearing the names of each sense. Overwhelming 5 senses. He shot straight towards Tae-han with a terrifying wave of power. Tae-han stood still, hands in his pockets, and said calmly, "I really did try to hold back from fighting." He stopped and looked him straight in the eye, his own eyes emitting a terrifying pressure. "Don't you know fights between participants are forbidden?" He then sighed, "There's no other choice." Before he even finished his words, Kimura Zen felt a massive energy that terrified him. Kim Tae-han smiled and said, "I guess I'll play with you seriously then." His pupils turned red, and behind him appeared a fearsome-looking skull warrior. Kimura Zen was frozen stiff by the aura before him. Unable to move, his throat could only emit a sound. "Ooh, Zenji." He suddenly let out a terrified scream, followed by a silent, dark night. Elsewhere, a man and a woman, Shinji Nakata and Sutara, were walking down an empty corridor. The man announced that Kimura Zen had lost. He continued, "To avoid trouble, we told the media that he was attacked by a demonic human. But after being defeated by Kim Tae-han, he kept repeating the phrase, 'I guess I'll play with you seriously.' It seemed he had been hit by a mental attack. With his current condition, he would need at least a month to move, let alone participate in the friendly match." Sutara answered with a frank laugh. It seemed he still had secret skills he hadn't revealed. Shinji Nakata spoke seriously, "If I were to act now," but his words were cut off by Sutara's loud laughter. He lightly tapped him, joking that if even the demon sword lost, what would happen to the friendly match score? The light touch made him blush, and he answered awkwardly, "Yes." Sutara gently told him not to worry. Kimura losing to him was within their plan. She pointed the closed iron door, saying they had prepared a new bait. The door was locked tight, the inside dark and cold, cracked walls covered in moss. An hour later, the door creaked open, letting a sliver of light into the room. Sutara pushed the door open, smiling as she stepped in, followed closely by Nakata. The two looked at the man chained to the wall, covered in wounds, wearing only tattered pants. His head hung low, a few strands of hair falling to obscure his face, his condition unknown, alive or dead. Hearing the noise, the man lifted his head, revealing a haggard face, and struggled to speak to confirm, "Yoshikawa Sutara." She did not reply, only calling his name Izaka Ryohei. "It was time for you to work for me." Nameless abyss, many explosions suddenly appeared on the barren, rocky land. A surge of power ran through, creating a wave that shattered the surrounding rocks and earth. At that moment, a long-haired girl, holding a staff in both hands, was being driven backwards to shield her teammates. The frizzy-haired girl was Ligueja, an S-rank player from the Philippines. She panted heavily while wondering why. She shouted loudly why he wanted to kill them. Ahead, a figure leisurely walked out from the dust cloud. It was Cheng Jin. Ligueja urgently said, "With your strength, you don't need to resort to such vile acts to secure the #1 spot." Chao Xin-san acted as if he didn't care about Ligueja, picking his ear and arrogantly stepping forward. He was known as the monstrous strength of chaotic gods, a national treasure rank player from China. Cheng Jin laughed smugly. "You think I want to play with cowards like you? It's just that the old man, the chairman, had a request." Ligueja and her teammates couldn't help but ask what. In their hearts, they thought, the chairman of the Chinese Player Association ordering the assassination of other national contestants. Ligueja nervously stared at him. Impossible. Are they trying to start a war? Thinking this, she quickly told her teammates to run. Her teammates were surprised and hesitated, but Ligueja assumed a defensive stance in front of them, urgently urging them to run and inform everyone. Her eyes were filled with determination as she looked ahead. "I will hold back this monster," she shouted to her teammates, and at the same time, Cheng Jin had already charged straight at her. She quickly swung her arms, ready to fight. The dust on the ground was now clearly marked with deep, bottomless cuts. Ligueja lay motionless on the rubble, glasses shattered, body covered in wounds, eyes wide open in shock. She was dead. Beside her was Cheng Jin's curse. "Damn it. I should have let the kid Ming Ming handle the Singapore brats." He looked at the corpse of the teammate who was supposed to go report the news, also lying dead with eyes open, and said bluntly, "Who's next then?" "Alright, Korea. Time to find Kim Tae-han. Damn it." On the screen, the friendly match information board appeared. The MC introduced the week-long tournament. The first day's cumulative scores were announced. Korea, the first country to score, still held the top spot. Right behind was a tight chase between China and Japan. The teams would broadcast their process of hunting demon men, either live or edited. The images played on the big screens of high-rise buildings. People buzzed with discussion. Korea. Unbelievable. What are Japan and China's national treasure ranks doing? Heard that that Kimura Zen of Japan was injured by a demon man and had to withdraw. Singapore players were found mutilated, while the Philippine team had completely vanished after entering the abyss to destroy demonic creatures. Everyone panicked, wondering what was happening. One thing was certain, this Asian-friendly match was far from normal. In a high-rise hotel area, the announcer's monotonous voice broadcasted. The organizing committee had formed a team to investigate the murder of Singapore players and the disappearance of Philippine players. Kim Tae-han sat on the bed, staring intently at his phone. The screen showed the announcer reporting, requesting assistance from relevant authorities. He pondered, in the previous regression, things only started on the third day, yet it was happening already this time. If it was the same event as the previous regression, the culprits were surely the national treasure rank players from China. The images of them appeared in his mind. The reason could be to show off strength or eliminate rivals. But the biggest reason was definitely the ambition of the leader of the Chinese national treasure rank players. Taehyun sneered, "Neither the youngster nor those bastards let me rest. No choice left, if so, I have to act faster." Before he could finish the sentence, noise came from the door. He was startled and alert. Who would be here at this hour? As he thought, his body transformed, and he spoke to ask, "Who is it?" Reply came from outside, "It's me, Kim Tae-han." His gaze sharpened as if wanting to see through the door. Jinsu, he was outside knocking and speaking. The answer startled Kim Tae-hyun. Jinsu slowly explained, "The association told me you were here. Come out, I have something to say." His face was extremely tense. He wondered, Jinsu. In the sky, birds spread their wings. A heavy silence enveloped the two. Suddenly, Jinsu loudly questioned, "What are you doing? Everything was going smoothly, and you recklessly acted on your own at the opening ceremony. You suddenly did things no one anticipated, abandoning all the initial tactics. Why did you do that, huh?" Saying that, he pointed straight at him and yelled, "Do you think that is acting for your teammates or not?" Tae-hyun's face darkened, a memory surfacing of an old acquaintance who had said the same thing to him before. Not waiting for him to answer, Jinsu continued to criticize, "Anyway, you've disappointed me too much. I am also responsible for killing demons. Why would you act alone like this?" At that moment, Tae-hyun finally spoke. "Earlier, I was attacked by Kimura Gen, a player from Japan." Then, he was stunned. Confusion appeared on Jinsu's face. "So the Kimura player who had to withdraw was your doing?" Tae-hyun laughed lightly, then replied, "Yes, I was lucky to control him. However, I don't think he would know my movements and actions." Suddenly his expression changed, turning gloomy. "It's possible that the association has an informant." Each word fell heavily on Jinsu like stones, his face paling as he asked back, "What? Are you saying I am the informant?" Facing Jinsu's loud questioning, Tae-hyun calmly analyzed that this matter was not simple. "Those who know information about me could all be under suspicion. That is what I meant." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Ever since I learned about the demon Wanchai disguising as a player, I plan to act alone. Additionally, many players have gone missing. They didn't die from monsters. Clearly other players are killing them, and those are all national rank players." Facing Jinsu's increasingly tense expression, Tae-hyun still bluntly continued, "So in this situation, there are too many national rank players as enemies. Moving together would only expose everything and not be very effective." Jinsu let out an unsatisfied snort. Tae-hyun raised his hand to confirm he would act alone for now. That tactic was fine and didn't need changing. Jinsu cried out in panic, "How could you do that?" Without answering the question, Tae-hyun simply said, "Goodbye. Alright, I've said everything I needed to say. I'm going ahead." "Hey wait, I'm not done talking." Ignoring the call, he raised his hand and waved, then said, "See you." Watching Taehyun's back, Jinsu called out loudly, "Wait, hey." The door slammed shut with a clang. Jinsu's mouth hung open, his face scrunched up, his teeth grinding. "That man," roared, "that bastard." Zhang Jinsu clenched his fists, his face ferocious, red flares of light flickering around him. Merging with his rage, he cursed loudly. "That guy just became a player and already dares to look down on people like this. You just wait, I'll make you pay." Watching everything from above, the purple light drifted gently. Tae-hyun thought calmly, "So Jinsu is the spy in the association after all. I didn't know who the spy was before, but during the Kimura Zen attack, I knew there was a spy here." Hearing Jinsu's curses, he thought that was why he couldn't trust anyone. Picking up his phone to look, he continued thinking. The best course in this situation was to take them all down first. Striking first was necessary. Notification suddenly appeared on the phone. Yui Yang proposed 4 action plans. Tae-hyun sighed, "Oh god, what now?" The Midoriya store waiter's voice rang out. "Here is the food you ordered." Tae-hyun reached out to take it and said thank you. Strolling to find a seat, he was surrounded by the sounds of orders. "Give me more fries, give me another cocoa." Tae-hyun frowned, looking at 2 people nearby who were urging. A thought flashed through his mind. Those 2 are both Kenji's henchmen, so this must be what Zua Yang mentioned. "I can't believe they're just students. That bag must have illegal goods inside. I just need to follow them to find out Kenji's location." The voice cut off his thoughts. Well, you're still as cautious as before." Tae-hyun turned his head to look, his face confused. The voice continued. Long time no see, Tahan. He was startled. Huh? Biting into a fry, a crunch sounded. You. The man asked, do you still remember me? A name flashed in Tahan's memory. Izaka Ryohei. I thought that man was imprisoned after the auction house incident. Why is he here now? Izaka Ryohei noticed his doubt and explained, relax. I didn't come here to fight. Alright, just say whatever you have to say. That man laughed cheerfully. Easy. Don't get angry in this situation. You're not any better off than me. Is that right? Saying this, he raised his hand and punched straight into the glass window, to Taehan's astonishment. Immediately the surroundings became noisy. What's happening? Is there a fight? Isn't that Izaka Ryohei over there? He got released. Another person exclaimed in shock, and that's Taehan, the Korean player. Has he come to deal with us? Everyone was in chaos. Taehan's face tensed up. Damn it, they're running, no choice but to take them all down. A loud laugh rang out, even though I didn't come to fight you. Saying this, he paused. Golden light currents surrounded Izaka Ryohei, his gaze ferocious. The rays of light shot out to attack the fleeing people. Groans sounded one after another, and in an instant they collapsed to the floor, to Taehan's shock. He took them all down in one shot. He's much stronger than he was at the auction house. Adjusting his hat, Izaka Ryohei slightly curled his lips. You're looking for the leader Miyazaki, right? Alright, let me have some time to act. You won't regret listening to me. As soon as he finished speaking, a chain shot out and tightly bound Izaka Ryohei. The other end of the chain was in Taehan's hand. He then spoke, alright, if you're confident then fine, but I'll give you a little help. A sinister look appeared on his face. It's good that you say you can do it, but if you just mess things up for me, you're dead. Izaka Ryohei laughed loudly. There's really nothing good for us to say to each other, but you're mistaken if you think you can control me like before. Golden lights flashed again, but were instantly extinguished. That man was terrified. Deep red flowing lights enveloped him. What? I can't break free. This bastard Taehan, he's become much stronger. In contrast to Izaka Ryohei's panic, Taehan calmly raised 5 fingers to count down 50 seconds. At this moment, Izaka Ryohei grew even more frantic. He hurriedly shouted, I'll tell you straight, no matter how strong you are, you can't do anything to that bastard Kenji. He almost roared, the ones who ran before were just bait. If you keep chasing them, you'll only run into a trap. Faced with Izaka Ryohei's rudeness, Taehan remained completely calm, coldly uttering 3 words. 30 seconds left. At this moment, Izaka Ryohei was truly panicked, hurriedly screaming, I'm different, I made a deal with the demons, I know how to deal with them. Can you trust me? With this deal I won't let you down. Taehan bluntly raised 1 finger. 10. That man completely collapsed. Beads of nervous sweat falling. Izaka Ryohei screamed, your target is them. I will destroy all those bastards along with Kenji. Is that enough for you? Why aren't you saying anything? Give me time, trust me. Taehan's raised hand completely closed. Space immediately echoed with Izaka Ryohei's pained cries. His face contorted, his whole body curled up. Red lights tightened around him. He screamed, help, help. Witnessing that pain, Taehan remained indifferent. Do you think you can accomplish anything alone? I find your proposal excellent, but why would my opponent want to help me? Lying on the ground looking up at the arrogant man, Izaka Ryohei gritted his teeth. That is, not waiting for him to finish, Taehan interrupted. Tell me, what do you really want? He growled, who is behind you instigating you? Scene transition at a desolate house. People with tense faces were scattering in panic. Screams echoed from all sides. Help, save me. Suddenly a beam of light shot forward. The cold man looked at the men who had all fallen, coldly sheathed his sword. Suddenly, a woman slowly walked in, clapping her hands with a clap, clap sound. She praised him, saying that the demon sword's strength was truly something, eliminating all demons in one go. Surata. Shinji Nakata asked, are you sure? I mean Izaka Ryohei. Continued, he was once defeated by Taehan. Lately, it is rumored that Taehan has reached the national level. Even if Ryohei is strong thanks to his holy armor skill, he cannot defeat Taehan. In return, he must face the risk of the Awakened One's oath. The condition is to bring Taehan before the Holy Maiden. Surata laughed and said, from now on I will handle it myself. No need to worry. Before Shinji Nakata could finish speaking, she said losing is not important either, surprising Shinji. Huh? Surata explained that Taehan's goal is the 3 Waters beans. I already leaked that information to them. Izaka Ryohei once had close ties with Akuma and Mizuzaki Kenji, the leader of the 3 Waters beans. Surata clasped her hands and said, when he knows he cannot win alone, he will lead Taehan to join forces with Mizuzaki. Of course, doing that may not be easy. Shinji Nakata still hesitated. As I said, he is very suspicious. Surata replied that is precisely why we need information, making his eyes go wide, from his fighting style and ideology to his resistance ability and personality, and even his hidden power. So no matter what happens to Izaka Ryohei, she said while touching Shinji Nakata's face, we just need to extract the information from his corpse, right? After all, he has no other choice. At a worn-down renovation site, inside gathered a group of men and women, with a fierce-faced man at the center. Miya Kenji, the leader of the 3 Waters beans, shouted loudly at the arriving Izaka Ryohei, damn it, you are way too late. He asked, but where is that Korean brat? You said you would invite Taehan here. Izaka Ryohei stood in a dark corner, saying that this world is a place where the strong prey on the weak. The sentence made everyone stunned. He continued, the strong crush the weak. That is how the world works. Under Mizusaki's piercing gaze, Isaka declared, Mizuzaki Kenji, let me warn you. His face was smeared with sweat and tears. If you want to live, you must listen to me. Mizuzaki Kenji was shocked. Could it be you? Suddenly an explosion rang out, debris falling. A young man appeared from the hole in the ceiling. Mizuzaki and his subordinates looked up with wide eyes. A large hand was condensed. The monster created by Taihan struck straight down, forcing those below to prostrate themselves on the ground. Screaming began to echo throughout the room. Taihan said softly, that is right, to live you must listen to the strongest. He clicked his tongue. If that is the case, then looked down from above and asked, who is Mizuzaki Kenji? At some unknown point, Mizuzaki had already grabbed his blade and roared, do you think you can be so arrogant just because of a sneak attack? Taihan replied, that guy. Mizusaki's eyes turned ferocious, his hand clenched tight, grinding his teeth, I will kill you. Trails of red light flashed in his eyes. Space violently exploded, debris flying everywhere. Izaka Ryohei sat on the ground, staring blankly at the explosion. He thought to himself, Taihan, damn it. Looking at the man tightly bound on the ground, Taihan praised, your plan was quite interesting. Izaka Ryohei trembled. He thought about the pact with the Holy Maiden and the Awakened One. Taihyun said, now I understand why you showed up. Hypnotized. Is it a neural system skill? When did he gain that power? Taihyun responded, fine, I will play along with you. Izaka was surprised. What? He asked, what is your scheme? Taihyun exposed, you planned to join forces with Mizuzaki to take me out, so you had to lure me to him. But instead of siding with Mizuzaki and the Holy Maiden, you should stand with me. Izaka yelled in anger, shut up. Even if you defeat me, do you think I will help you? He panicked. If I do that, I will be eliminated by the Three Waters Beings, the Holy Maiden, the Demon Sword. Taihyun calmly nibbled on a box of potato sticks. Correct, but if you do not help me, you will be eliminated by me. Do not worry. Do not care whether you live or die, but I will give you a chance. Izaka doubted a chance. Taihyun threw the potato box to the ground, explaining, during the sparring match, give it your all to help me. Remember to live and apologize to the people you have hurt. Then I will help you escape from the Three Waters Beings and the Holy Maiden. Izaka Ryohei burst out laughing and questioned, do you know what you are saying? The opponents are a national level and the demon organization Three Waters Beings. Do you think you can beat those monsters? Taihyun curled the corner of his lips into a confident smile. Under Isaka's terrified gaze, he uttered two words, that is right. It was like a feather gently brushing across his heart. Returning to the present, before Isaka's eyes were the scattered members of the Three Waters Beings and Taihan, lifting Mizuzaki Kenji up to the ceiling with one hand. Lying on the ground, he understood how strong one must be to wipe out a group of high-level players with one hand. Beads of sweat rolled down his face. Isaka laughed in fear, thinking to himself, a monster. A stream of red light enveloped Taihan's arm. The large hand tightly squeezed Mizusaki's face, who gasped out, you? His eyes bulged wide, groaning sounds escaping from his throat. Taihyun's left eye had turned red, and he asked, let's open the gate leading to the Three Waters Beings, shall we? Somewhere in the abyss within the lair of Tetsu, part of the Three Waters Beings. The door was carved with extreme detail. Just looking at it was enough to see how painstakingly this place had been built. Yet inside, corpses lay scattered on the floor, with bright red blood splattered everywhere. So that was it. A man leaning on a cane sat up high and asked, what reason called him to this gloomy place? At this moment, Cheng Jin continued to shout insults loudly, spouting nonsense like he would smash his head in, just like he had done with the group of subordinates. As soon as Tetsu finished speaking, the other man trembled and replied, no, I wouldn't dare. He slowly lifted his face to explain, he only wished to offer a legendary item to you. Seeming a bit surprised, Cheng Jin asked back, what? He replied that the item was being stored abroad for security reasons, but begged you to first deal with someone who was targeting his head. Hearing this, Cheng Jin sat up straight, gave an unfathomable smile, and asked if a member of the Sanshui Do like him was actually afraid of someone. I find this more interesting than that item. Then the old man still asked who that person's name was. Boom! A loud noise rang out, causing those kneeling on the ground to sit up in panic and look around. The sound did not stop, getting closer and closer, putting Tetsu on high alert. Outside, the pain screams of the guards could be heard. Suddenly, the door shattered, pieces of wood flying everywhere. A foot and an arm shot forward simultaneously. Amidst the chaos, Taihyun and Izaka Ryohei charged in to confront Tetsu and Cheng Jin. Izaka Ryohei yelled. Tetsu, stunned, barely managed to block the sword. Izaka Ryohei raised his fist and shouted, damn it, we have to win at all costs, you hear? On this side, Cheng Jin, with a ferocious expression, also raised his fist, purple rays of light beginning to swirl around him. Taihyun smiled confidently at his new ally and said, remember to do well as agreed, partner. The confrontation was intense, a huge explosion was inevitable, and both sides were sent flying back. Taihyun quickly regained his balance, slightly stunned as he looked at the one he had just clashed with. He thought to himself that everything was beyond expectation, never expecting a player with national-level power from China to be here. Cheng Jin revealed himself, emanating an oppressive and dangerous aura. Smiling triumphantly as he appraised Taihyun, he continued in his arrogant tone, I will gently instantly send you to a painless death. Taihan. Izaka Ryohei worriedly asked why Cheng Jin was here. Taihan replied because he was on the side of Sanshui Du. Taihan questioned firmly, "You are that man, right?" Cheng Jin was momentarily stunned. Taihan continued to accuse him of being the perpetrator who assassinated other players. Cheng Jin's face immediately darkened. Hearing the accusation, everyone around was shocked. While Cheng Jin asked curiously how he could say that, Taihan confidently said just as expected, then asked him if he planned to ambush more Korean players. The other side was quite surprised by his fearless attitude. Taihan declared boldly that he would kill him right here, activated the Awakener, and was full of confidence. Cheng Jin was also ready. He immediately activated the Awakener and charged into battle. The fight between Taihan and Cheng Jin erupted, evenly matched, stirring up the entire space. At the same time, witnessing this scene, Tetsu intended to take the chance to slip away. The group of subordinates also reminded him to retreat. Tetsu hurriedly agreed, but suddenly a shout rang out. Izaka Ryohei had arrived, clearing away all obstacles in his path, arrogantly looking at Tetsu who was about to flee. He asked arrogantly, "How can you be in such a hurry to escape? You think your side will lose, so you run, right?" Izaka Ryohei continued speaking with contempt, saying that his worry was indeed correct, because I will be the one to face all of you. Before he could stay cool for even 30 seconds, Taihan fired a strike towards that group, and Izaka Ryohei also got hit and lost his balance. Cheng Jin did not let Taihan stay distracted for long. He challenged him, asking if he planned to resist him. Battle continued. Cheng Jin launched a warning strike with a layer of earth and stone. Taihan quickly leaped up to dodge. He looked at the other man and sighed, demonic strength wreaking havoc. Cheng Jin threw a large boulder at Taihan, who defended while realizing the man was a player inclined towards physical strength. A strike from Taihan shattered the boulder into 100 pieces. He continued analyzing that the opponent possessed an extremely powerful skill. Taihan suddenly realized something. He was startled. It was the death scythe. Instantly Cheng Jin had executed the death scythe aimed directly at him. He smiled as if he were toying with prey on a blade, saying that to witness this skill was a worthy way to die. The death scythe shot forward like a flash. It was a skill that dealt area damage and inflicted negative effects on the opponent. Taihan silently marveled. He wanted to go all in against him. A massive explosion from the death scythe occurred at the top of the tower, shaking the entire space. The tower exploded, earth and rocks flying everywhere. Taihan and Cheng Jin both flew out. Cheng Jin rained down strikes with terrifying demonic strength, but Taihan still fought back fiercely. Wherever Cheng Jin slashed, Taihan parried, never yielding an inch. Taihan channeled the Awakener into both his daggers and slashed back at Cheng Jin. A clang sounded along with a nick on the blade edge. He thought to himself that his weapon was having trouble from the collision. Cheng Jin, relying on his strength, laughed in challenge. "What's the matter? You said you want to kill me." Another strike from the death scythe came. This time Taihan had to use both blades just to block it. The blade cracked deeper each time it was struck by Cheng Jin's death scythe. Taihan was forced to risk everything, releasing a chain to restrain Cheng Jin. Cheng Jin could not react in time. The chain had already tightened around him. Taihan considered the worst-case plan. First he had to stun him. The power from his magic flowed through the chain, affecting Cheng Jin. Just as he thought he had succeeded, a familiar laugh rang out, startling Taihan into a reaction. Cheng Jin was completely unharmed, taunted him, then shattered the chain and unleashed a sinister scythe strike. Having said that, the scythe came down, slashing straight at Taihan. Everything happened too fast. Taihan could not react in time. The slash cut across Taihan with tremendous force, and Cheng Jin left arrogantly. The battle seemed to be over. The space gradually fell silent. Tetsu stood on the ruined tower, witnessing everything. He was doubtful. Could it really be over already? Then he became certain even a promising player like Taihan would struggle to defeat Cheng Jin. Just then, a subordinate reported that Izaka Ryohei had been captured. Tetsu ordered him to be locked up. Izaka Ryohei was defeated, kneeling down. Tetsu planned to use him as a hostage. Izaka was furious. Tetsu was still puzzled. He did not understand why Izaka Ryohei was on Taihan's side. He thought if he acted like that, the Japanese sword would surely not forgive him. Taihan must have shown him something different. Tetsu looked again at the remnants of the battle, sighed in relief, but he had trusted the wrong person. This battle, Taihan had lost. Suddenly, Tetsu seemed to notice something unusual. He cried out in panic. Beneath the ground, Cheng Jin's fatal slash could not kill Taihan. Instead, it gave him an opportunity to counterattack. When Cheng Jin had poured all his magic power into his final attack, he collapsed, spitting blood, while Taihan remained standing firm. Tetsu was stunned. The backer he had sought out was defeated by Taihan. He could only scream out the name Lord Cheng Jin. Cheng Jin, hit by the counterattack, did not understand what was happening. He wondered why he had fallen, then spat out another mouthful of blood. He recalled the moment just before, after striking Taihan. The magic power from his sword had erupted, but he had still been overwhelming. But now it was different. Cheng Jin went berserk, shouting in fury. He gathered all his strength, ready to swing his scythe fiercely, accusing Taihan of hiding his power. Taihan on the opposite side remained motionless before the enraged attack. He turned around, smiling confidently at the furious man, thinking that his sword was of rare grade. Memories Memories of the Minotaur Queen flooded back. Facing her for a short time back then was fine, but now he faced a death's sigh. The two weapons clashed too many times, and the brute's strength caused his sword to be unable to withstand it. A life-or-death battle erupted. He analyzed the pros and cons. Using too much brute strength could break his weapon, but in exchange, he still had a chance. The impact caused Ta Hyun's twin blades to be unable to withstand it and shatter. Ta Hyun excitedly exclaimed, "Now I can take your life." He quickly rushed towards the stunned, off-guard Cheng Xin. The broken blade did not affect him at all. He unleashed a strike, embedding it straight into Cheng Xin, causing him to suffer a humiliating defeat. Ta Hyun-chan channeled his magic power into the decisive blow, piercing through Cheng Xin's body. Tetsu, watching from the tower, his face changed color, trembling as he uttered a sound. Izaka Ryohei, tied up in the corner, also felt the aftershock and was startled. Blood splattered everywhere. The beads on Cheng Xin's necklace snapped, signaling something ominous. Cheng Xin completely fell before Ta Hyun's finishing blow, and so the battle ended. The victor belonged to Ta Hyun. In a faraway place, Bai Yu and Tai Yin were in a hotel room with a city view. They enjoyed the rain and wine, discussing the battle. Bai Yu said Cheng Xin had already appeared. He lay in Tai Min's arms, hearing that Tetsu had hired him with rare-grade weapons. She asked him what he planned to do. Tai Min was confident about Cheng Xin, saying that once he made a move, the opponent would hardly survive. He was a Chinese national-level player with the nickname God of Speed. He embraced the beauty, believing Cheng Xin was highly experienced. That brat had no chance. Bai Yu also agreed. The phone ring shattered the quiet space. Both of them shot up. By the second ring, Tai Min had already answered. The person on the other end asked, "Tai Min, are you with that woman again?" Tai Min was surprised that a stranger knew his whereabouts. On the other end was Zhang Long. He sat in a laboratory full of human-filled tubes, the chairman of the Chinese players. He announced that Cheng Xin was dead, shocking Tai Min into disbelief. Zhang Long gave a dangerous order, a deadly glint flashing in his eyes, telling him to bring back Ta Hyun's head. The battle ended. Tai Hyun looked at the dead Cheng Xin, wanting to use Devar to take his power. But it did not work, and he thought it was as he had predicted. Power enveloped Cheng Xin's body, but was useless. Dead creatures could not be devoured for their skills. Only the living could. Tai Hyun thought about the skills he had absorbed. Not all of them were suitable. He needed to choose his targets carefully. What bothered him were the faint voices echoing in his head when he used Devar. He decided he would find the truth later. The strongest enemy was dead. Everything had gone smoothly. Tetsu and his cowardly subordinates knelt down, smiling ingratiatingly to please Ta Hyun. Ta Hyun did not have time to argue with that bastard. He immediately erased the memories of the demons and Tetsu about using Devar, then handed them over to the player association. As for Ryohei, after finishing his task, he returned to the saint, his face dark as he roared, "Don't joke around now. Going back to the saint could get you killed." Ryohei had anticipated the danger of returning. He would not have minded dragging Tai Han along, or at worst not going back to the saint, because she could rid memories, and if she discovered the betrayal, it would be over. Tai Han, on the other hand, was not worried, saying it was fine, and further explained that the saint only wanted to see him. She did not care about other matters. Ta Hyun analyzed the condition in the awakened contract between the man and the saint was to bring him before her, so he would go along to meet her, and she wouldn't care what the man had done. After saying this, he cast a contemptuous look at the battered Ryohei and continued to speak sharply, "Because she didn't expect anything from you anyway, right?" causing Ryohei to panic and retort. Ta Hyun did not bother to reply, instead beginning to ponder. The remaining issue was the two members of the triad. He had hypnotized Tetsu to extract memories, but the location of their base was not accurate. After thinking, he told Ryohei to rest first and figure things out later. Ta Hyun returned to the house provided by the Awakened Association. A few days later, an update on Cheng Xin reported that after 3 days of participating in the Asian International Tournament, this player had disappeared, and the Chinese government called for everyone to help search. Ta Hyun put the phone down on the bed. The news continued. South Korea was in the lead thanks to him capturing Tetsu, one of the triad. He calculated that Zhang Long might already know Cheng Xin was killed, but that man wanted to investigate who was responsible. Still, he had hidden it quite well and inflicted damage on the triad. As he pondered, his phone vibrated, pulling him back to reality. The caller ID showed Zhang Jinsu. Tai Hyun was curious why that man would call him at this hour. The scene shifted to a desolate land with a few small rock mountains, a seemingly remote place. Zhang Jinsu was quite surprised by Tai Hyun's presence and said, "I thought you wouldn't come. Thank you for answering the phone." Tai Hyun walked over with a curious and eager look, saying, "You do have information I can't ignore." Then he asked suspiciously, "But are you sure about this? Is she one of the members of the triad?" "It is Beiyu who is here," Jinsu replied firmly. "I'm not entirely sure, but the source that provided me with this information is quite reliable. Beiyu was in that building yesterday. She will definitely be there to observe everything during this tournament." They both looked toward the towering building in the distance, which seemed magnificent and out of place in this bleak scenery. Ta Hyun assessed inwardly. It seemed correct, according to his past memories. She was also in one of the nearby buildings. He signaled his understanding. All right. But then he grew curious. But I don't understand why you are giving me this information. As far as I know, you don't like me, Jinsu explained cunningly. You idiot. He raised his hand high to prove I am definitely not a spy. Taehyun was confused. Jinsu appeared determined and sincere. I fully understand what you said last time. Being ambushed by players from other countries naturally makes you suspicious of everyone around you. He raised his hand high again but said, I want to prove I haven't done anything wrong. Therefore, I gave you this information to prove I am completely your ally. Now you should understand what I have done. He again acted righteous, saying, I want to stand by your side to fight against those demons. Taehyun also played along, acting surprised. Player Jang Jisoo. An idea flashed in his head. Like this I can vaguely guess the spy. Before going to meet Jinsu, Taehyun had received another call from Ju Ah-young. She said over the phone, hey, about what I said last time, just as you guessed, there is a spy among us. Taehyun stated his guess. Is it player Jinsu? Ah-young was surprised. So you already figured it out. Taehyun confessed, I have suspected it for a long time, so this time he is a spy for the Japanese side. Right, looking at his relationship with Kimura Zen, I saw it. On the other side, Jo Ah-young was sitting in front of a screen investigating Zhang Jinsu. She revealed shocking information. The thing is, he wasn't working for the Chinese side, which surprised Taehyun. She continued, wrong, he had dealings with the Chinese side a few years ago, but he is also a gambling addict. He might have owed a lot of money through playing cards there. Taehyun asked back, so he works for the Chinese side. But how did Kimura Zen know my exact location? Ah-young replied immediately, as I said, besides him there must be another spy. Taehyun thought deeply, so there are two spies. What kind of association has such tight control over its people? Ah-young sensed the other person's worry and consoled him. But you don't need to worry too much. The association has its own ways to handle this situation. Taehyun replied, okay. He had his next plan, told Ah-young to remember to report back later. Even though she might have caught on to his intention, the conversation ended. Taehyun calculated there were two reasons to pay attention. If Jinsu was arrested for espionage, the second man would certainly not reveal himself. Moreover, once he knew Jinsu was the spy. Back to the present, he planned to use Jinsu to trap the remaining spy. Meanwhile, Jinsu kept up his act, approaching and telling him that even though he knew Bayu was inside, it was probably full of traps. After saying this, he patted his chest confidently but said, rest assured, I have calculated everything. I will show you the most favorable entrance. He smiled treacherously inside, thinking Taehyun had fallen for the trap. If you go in through that entrance, you are dead for sure. I'm doing this for money. Your bad luck is not my fault. Inside not only was there Bayu, but also Tai Mingmin, a top player from China. But all his calculations collapsed when Taehyun calmly launched an attack at the building ahead. A powerful force shot straight towards the building. The building quickly collapsed into a chaotic pile of rubble. Taehyun boastfully bragged that his strength had increased significantly after training. Jinsu stared with wide eyes and an open mouth at the terrifying power. He finally reacted and yelled, what the hell? He turned to blame Taehyun. Why did you do that? Taehyun calmly replied that there was no need to sneak in, because he was sure there were traps inside. He was confident and excited, just go in and fight. Jinsu made excuses that this could cause public backlash. From the rubble, Taehyun saw a person trapped and immediately asked if it was Bayu. Jinsu hurriedly stopped him. Bayu was buried in the rubble, covered in blood, but still dragged Jinsu down. She cursed him for being a traitor and threatened to kill him. Taehyun looked at the scene before him, just as expected. He glanced with amusement at the startled Jinsu, then added fuel to the fire by asking what this talk of betrayal was about. Jinsu hurriedly denied it, yelling at the bitch to stop talking nonsense. Bayu didn't care about Jinsu's words. She turned to attack Taehyun, telling him not to be complicit, someone would deal with him. Taehyun confidently asked a question he already knew the answer to, implying Tai Mingmin, which surprised both of them. They both asked in unison, how do you know that person is here? Taehyun was too lazy to reply, cutting straight to the point, telling them to quickly say where that man is because you know he's here. Jinsu tensely realized, have you known I was the spy from the start? Then he angrily raised his fist to hit Taehyun, though it posed no threat at all. A surge of energy erupted from Jinsu's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Tai Mingmin had arrived. Taehyun also reacted, he was barely affected. A notification appeared in his mind. You have fallen into a state of control through a mysterious power, but have resisted it partially. However, your senses and strength have decreased, and your actions will be slower. Along with the notification, blood began to flow from Taehyun's eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and even his limbs. He realized inwardly that it was Tai Mingmin's control skill. Everything was weakened even though he had blocked part of it. Tai Mingmin appeared behind him, his eyes flashing with malice, his aura full of dangerous oppression. He spoke irritably, didn't think he would destroy the whole building. Taehyun also immediately sensed his presence, turning to face him. Tai Mingmin continued, I am indeed very curious about the one who took down Cheng Xin. Looking at you, your strength is not weak, is it? Taehyun was equally challenging, saying you are indeed a bit more interesting than the others, but to take you down and get what I want, If that is your skill, then I will have to try harder. He did not bother to hide his ambition and began activating his awakened form. Elsewhere, Izaka Ryohei had truly returned to the side of the Japanese saint Surata. He knelt before her. Surata used her energy to read his memories and said with amusement, "Haha, that memory of yours is quite interesting. That brat not only grew stronger, but also managed to defeat Cheng Xin. You betrayed me and did not follow the agreement. Should I kill you?" Ryohei trembled at the threat and stammered, "Well, that is." Saint smiled. She patted his head and finally said, "Are you scared? I do not care about your life. I just need you to bring Taehyun here, but letting things go according to his plan is not good." Her grip strength increased and Ryohei, his face full of fear, stammered in response. She continued, "It seems he is targeting the 3 water beans." Ryohei could only reply fearfully. Surata's eyes flashed with morbid amusement. "In that case, I will go meet him myself." The scene shifted to the past. Long Yang gathered the Chinese national level players. He smiled dangerously and presented 3 goals. 1. Win the Asian Championship. 2. Weaken other associations by defeating their key members. And 3. Prove the association is the strongest. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes. "Use that to monopolize the dungeon and magic stone business. Feel free to kill or torture, and I will handle the aftermath." On the opposite side, the 3 Chinese national level players silently listened to the entire plan. Cheng Xin was no stranger to the association head's methods. He said enthusiastically, "Hey, as long as I get to fight strong opponents." Lin Feng also did not object, meaning it succeeded. "I think it is fine." Meanwhile, Tai Ming-min was quite indignant, thinking to himself that they were all insane. But that matter did not concern him. He had already dealt with anyone who stood in his way to maintain his secret relationship with Bai Yu of the 3 water beans. That was his only concern, so he was just as crazy as they were. This time, Long Yang called and ordered him to bring Tao Hyun's head. If not, he said meaningfully, and he understood. But at the same time, Bai Yu also asked him, "That brat Tao Hyun is tracking us. If you, Lord Tai Ming-min, could lend a hand." That was the reason Tai Ming-min was present to eliminate Ta Hyun. He charged forward with all his might, thinking to himself that this would become the power of the awakened. However, he seemed to have underestimated his opponent this time. Ta Hyun showed no fear of his overwhelming strength. He too showed no sign of weakness, revealing an awakened form that was a massive black fire dragon. Looking at the awakened form, Tai Ming-min was startled. The apathetic world was useless against Tai Hyun. He had guessed he was national level but wondered, what kind of monstrous power is this? At that moment, Tai Ming-min confirmed this was not the power of an ordinary national level player. He had surpassed the threshold of humanity. Tai Hyun emitted an oppressive aura and said, "The apathetic world, huh? It numbs the senses. It would be dangerous if I could not use my domain." Tai Hyun did not say much, wanting to get to the point. He curled his lips into a meaningful smile. "Well, whatever." Tone rose as he said, "I will use your skill well." He made a fist gesture, and the black fire dragon adjusted its bite. The black fire dragon advanced toward Tai Ming-min. The awakened form burst forth to engulf him. Tai Ming-min felt danger approaching but could not react in time. He stood frozen, waiting for the awakened form to devour him. A surge of power slammed straight into Tai Ming-min. He felt as if he was torn apart, no longer breathing. A notification panel appeared. Tai Hyun had learned the apathetic world. The dagger weapon Tai Ming had wielded was left behind, stuck in the ground, though its owner was gone. Ta Hyun walked over and picked it up, saying he had no weapon but this would do. Inspecting the weapon, Ta Hyun exclaimed with interest, just as expected from a national level player. He used all expensive weapons. The notification panel introduced the dagger as a unique grade. Storing the loot, Tai Hyun thought that China had lost 2 national level players. Now there was only 1 left. No matter how strong they were, they could not catch up in points. The scoreboard appeared. South Korea increased to 3,350 points. China only had 2,570. Japan and Qatar had 2,750 respectively. Both Bai Yu and Jinsu were unconscious, their fates unknown. The ground was covered in blood mixed with dust and gravel. Taehyun calculated that if he dealt with the 3 water beans as well, victory in the friendship tournament was certain, but he was slightly worried about Pan's silence. Just then, a strong wind blew in along with a loud noise of some machinery. Taehyun grew curious. A helicopter flew directly above his head. He wondered, a helicopter? The helicopter door opened. From within, a person leaped out and landed on the ground, standing out with long flowing pink hair and pale skin. It was Surata, who had come looking for him. Taehyun was surprised by her appearance and exclaimed in curiosity. Surata landed right next to him. The impact was so strong that dirt and rocks shattered everywhere. Taehyun had to dodge the landing. Upon landing, Surata said in a playful voice, "We meet again, player Taehyun." Now Taehyun could see the person before him clearly and blurted out in surprise, the dangerous name Yoshikawa Surata. Yoshikawa Surata was not a stranger name to Taehyun. He had heard of her reputation. She possessed a powerful healing skill, using rapid recovery to treat countless people, soothing unstable minds and granting blessings to enhance physical constitution. This This made her a saint and a Japanese national-level player, but the true effect of her divine C was a mind control skill, manipulating memories to brainwash people. This was what she used to control players under her command. Sarada used this skill to turn enemies into devoted worshippers. Tai-hyun chuckled helplessly, thinking, so it is my turn now. Ta-hyun looked at Sarada and asked curiously, I never gave Ryohei the exact location. How did you find me? Sarada smiled. You should know, it is not that I could not catch the 3 water beans, because I did not know their location. Ta-hyun understood. So you went through all this trouble, ignoring the demons in the tournament just to meet me. Scary. Faced with the accusation, Sarada kept her smile and asked Ta-hyun curiously, how can you look at me and feel nothing? Ta-hyun did not understand the meaning of that question. Sarada continued her attack, her voice earnest. I know my role is that of a saint, giving people strength in this miserable world. So how do I give it? Her voice rose resolutely as she answered herself, by making them worship me. Taehyun wore a speechless expression. Sarada continued her narcissism. Meeting a beautiful, lovely, charming, elegant, kind, and perfect person like me is a joyful happiness. She struck a pose as she spoke, finally making worshipping me their reason for living. After saying this, she was puzzled and angry. But why is it you? Why do you look at me and see nothing? Taehyun witnessed this and could not hide his speechless expression, sighing inwardly, wow, she has truly lost it. Sarada quickly shifted to dangerous clarity. But well, it does not matter. Even redeeming a person like this is a saint's role. As soon as she finished speaking, a convoy of vehicles roared to the spot where the two were standing. Taehyun suddenly turned his head back. He wondered why civilians were appearing here, then realized their eyes were lifeless, as if controlled. No, they'd been brainwashed from Chien-hye, but their eyes fixed on Taehyun with intense anger. Sarada spoke up. Even though she had already extracted Ryohei's memories, she still did not know the source of the information and skills he had kept hidden. Her eyes gleamed with danger. She said she was prepared. No matter what secrets or powerful skills he had, he would not be able to use them. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd behind her charged at Taehyun all at once, their eyes frighteningly white. Sarada played a dirty trick, gleeful as if victory was assured, her voice taunting. Now they are civilians. Will you take down my followers, or accept salvation? She cornered him with morality. Choose player Taehyun. Could not help cursing. Damn it, using civilians as shields. The crowd was still rushing closer. Just before being attacked, Taehyun cursed out loud in annoyance. You sick bastard. The scene shifted to a luxurious city with sparkling lights. Inside a basement, 2 guards said to the person in charge outside, contact the Ayoung Hall. We think we have found the last base of Tamsudu. They looked toward the tall building, but it was protected by an invisibility barrier. They discussed. I never expected them to hide the entire space so crazily. No wonder we could not find it all this time. One of the 2 did not receive a reply from his partner, so he turned to remind him. What are you doing? I told you to call. Before he could finish, he saw his partner lying sprawled on the ground, a large pool of blood beside him. The false demon had arrived. He introduced himself before the one he deemed would not live much longer. His dangerous gaze fell upon the one who had discovered the secret. He spat out a curse. Troublesome things keep sticking around. A notification appeared. So Dao, evil vice president, member of Tam Sui-do, national level power. He gently placed his hand on the guard's head, the terrifying pressure causing him to tremble. That feeling did not last long. The false demon took down the guard against the wall. A headless figure appeared, blood splattered horrifically. The false demon, killed without mercy, immediately turned away, his mind full of calculations. Did those information exploiters dare to tail me? Or after Nezuko was taken down, everything was exposed. He thought of Taehyun, a thorn in his side. He believed Taehyun was controlling everything. Earlier, he planned to use the Chinese player to eliminate him, but did not expect him to eliminate a newbie as well. The disciples were waiting, reporting. The gate is open, my lord. The false demon approached, continuing his thoughts. But do not get too cocky just yet, Taehyun. In this world, you are not the only one who is this strong. I already reached my peak state over 10 years ago. He stepped into the gate, commanding. All right, now to the abyss. Taehyun stood on the gravel ground. The brainwashed civilians, surrounded by a pale holy force, rushed swiftly toward their target. Soon they piled on top of him in layers, but showed no sign of stopping. Yoshikawa Tsurara watched from a distance. Her hands clasped behind her back, she murmured, Player Taehyun is a famous awakened senior at the Hyangdong auction house for having saved many people. Dust and sand flew, the gloomy sky cast half light on her, the other half in shadow, adding to her mystique. Her lips parted. Even though they have been brainwashed to fight tirelessly, I do not hold much hope. Still, he has to be wary of them. If he falls without going all out, I will be amused. As soon as she finished, a loud crash echoed from the other side. The smile on Tsurara's face froze. Huh? On Taehyun's side, he surged up, the sides of his face and hands turning into hard, sturdy earth, his eyes expressionless. Barehanded, he punched at those clinging to him, sending them flying. Her mouth dropped open, cold sweat trickling. What? Tsurara watched the situation in confusion as the ones on the ground were all her side. He, in an attacking stance, looked at Yoshikawa Tsurara. He shouted. What? You dare attack civilians without mercy? He replied. They charged at me, why would I not fight back? A blood-soaked golden chain whipped around Sarara's waist, coiling around her. Taehan continued. I already considered you would control civilians. Sarara, trapped, let out a small cry. Taehan stomped his foot, shifted his stance, and pulled the chain backward. He laughed loudly. You will pay for that. The chain was yanked hard, sending Sarara flying into the air. Taehan leaped after her, debris flying everywhere. He kicked her in the face, Sarara's arms dropping limply without resistance. Blood splattered, wind howling against the twilight sky. As blood spurted from the corner of her mouth, her head tilted back to breathe, her eyes darkened by the shadow of her hair. Yoshikawa Sarara suddenly thought, did I miscalculate him after all? Thought did not stop. He is a hero who saved many, yet he shows no mercy toward commoners. One arm was tightly wrapped around the bloodied chain, his face showing delighted eyes and a smiling mouth. Suddenly, Sarara's eyes widened. A flash of holy light appeared, healing near her eye. She denied her previous thought. No, it seems he held back. They were just knocked out. The main point is that the civilian's strength was not enough to hold him back. The people on the ground had lost consciousness, trembling, the blood at the corners of their mouths already dried. She mused, he did not kill them, just beat them until they could no longer fight. The light flickered in her left hand. Taehan pulled his leg back, sensing something was coming. Sarara assessed, this guy is truly cunning. A flash of light accompanied by a burst of power erupted, scattering seed-like sprouts. The seeds fell to the ground and rapidly grew into a great tree, with many branches reaching in all directions. All people and objects nearby were blasted away, a fierce wind howling. He and she were separated by a distance in the air. The controlled people, their eyes strangely bright, were thrown upward by the explosion. Taehan's blood-stained golden chain quickly wrapped around their bodies, pulling them back. He landed safely, holding in his arms a woman who had been controlled by Cheonhae's power. He set her down gently using the chain. The chain then pulled more of the others in the wind toward him, pulled them to land safely, without life-threatening danger, watching the large tree rapidly mutate into huge spreading branches. Taehyun stood in a defensive stance holding the woman, and casually said, what the? This tree grew this much from just those seeds. Are these hyper-speed sprouting seeds? He looked at the person he just saved, adding reluctantly, but even if you controlled them, I would not have held back. As he finished, he dissolved the chain, making it disappear. The woman, as if breaking free from the brainwashing, stood up and looked at him, saying softly, thank you for saving me. Yoshikawa Sarara walked forward with the brainwashed civilians behind her. She laughed. Ha ha ha, truly a hero indeed. He turned in surprise toward the voice. She brushed her obstructing hair away, walking forward with closed eyes. I thought your skill to counter the civilians earlier was useless. But no matter what, you still care for human life, and so I now know your weakness. Sarara wiped her hand across her cheek, a golden shimmer of holy light sticking to the wound and healing it. The surrounding darkness darkened her face, her violet eyes flashing dangerously. She cackled eerily. Let us see what you do next. Woman Taehan was holding suddenly choked his neck with both hands. He looked down, his eyes surprised. The woman's eyes were wide and white, red veins bulging in her eye sockets. Taehan thought, I thought she was knocked out. What has she turned into now? Blood gushed from her mouth, her jaw wide open, blood pooling without being swallowed, making choking sounds. Each person brainwashed by Cheonhae's power, the holy force surrounding each one surged out more and more, exploding as if fully activated. They roared and staggered past Sarara. She held her hands out at shoulder level, radiating power, and spoke. As I said, they have been brainwashed and are under my control. Even if they faint or break bones, they will still get up and fight. To free them, you have no choice but to kill them. Yoshikawa Sarara watched excitedly from the corner of her eye, her entire body enveloped in surging holy power, laughing loudly. Just accept the fact that you cannot bring yourself to be ruthless, player Taehyun. Ignoring the divine tree, the crowd rushed toward him in a swarm. While he still held the woman choking him, he clicked his tongue and replied, bearing the title of saintess, do you feel no guilt at all? A large amount of red demonic force emanated from around Taehan, surrounded by black-tainted air. One eye flashed red. Demonic energy appeared in his hand as he raised it toward the reaching hands of the brainwashed crowd. Suddenly, around the saintess Sarara, her eyes went wide, staring at herself as mouths opened wide, hands groping. She felt something was wrong, broke out in cold sweat, and spoke stiffly. The system notification sounded, world of apathy has been activated. In an instant, Sarara's eyes bulged, her pupils dilated, fixed and rigid, staring straight ahead. Blood vessels visibly bulged at the corners of her eyes. From under her eye sockets, droplets of blood rose up. Her nostrils and mouth gushed out thick streams of red blood. At her fingertips, blood spurted from the nail beds connecting to the flesh. The system announced, perception and hearing have decreased, strength index has decreased by 1 part. The flow of demonic energy was interrupted. Thousands of sounds surrounded Surara. Her gaze turned distant, dark and gloomy visions appeared, her head throbbing with pain. She held her head with one hand, blood ceaselessly falling. A pair of blood-red eyes in a statue stared at Surara. She wept in a daze. Cold sweat covered her face. Blood streamed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes and mouth. Surara's face turned pale. This is Tao Myongmin's world of apathy skill. How can he use it? Before her was a manifestation behind him, a skull with a massive body clad in patterned armor. On its tilted head was a blade hat with small skulls attached. Around it, streams of red and black energy spread in multiple directions, swirling and covering Surara, forcing her to crouch down. Surara thought, impossible. If he had this skill from the beginning, he would have used it already. This means... Surara guessed correctly. He had quickly closed in on her. His gaze was fixed on Taehyun's hand. She gritted her teeth, her left eye still glowing a murky red. Yoshikawa Surara's eyes went wide, tears still lingering at the corners from the extreme pain. Her mouth opened wide as she spat blood and let out a scream. With his right hand, Taehyun used the chain to pull the brainwashed civilians back. With his left hand, he threw a punch, demonic energy forming a skull that shot straight at her. Surara was sent flying by a punch many times larger than her own body. The ground was now not only covered in gravel but also littered with broken branches of the divine tree. The thick dust was blown away by the wind. The brainwashed people were tightly chained, lying motionless on the ground. Taehyun stood looking at the battlefield under the evening light. Trees were shattered, people were tied up, and Surara was struggling to get up. He wiped the dust off his face, noting that her super-fast recovery skill was truly admirable. The wind blew hard, the twilight only enough to illuminate part of his shoulder. Seeing Surara propping herself up, her body glowing with healing holy power, Taehyun continued, observing that she seemed to be almost recovered. Surara gathered her strength into her right hand to lift her upper body. Her eyes shone brightly as she looked at him with unwavering determination, and asked why he could use skills from the emotionless world. He laughed and knelt down in front of her. He said that to know that required time, and he also needed her technique. Surara looked up in surprise. She trembled, struggling on the ground, as if she had already guessed his intention. Taehyun interrupted, asking her if she wanted to brainwash him. He wanted to see what her celestial revelation could do. He chuckled to himself, thinking that he really did want to meet her to learn this celestial revelation technique, but he didn't expect to clash under these circumstances. Looking at Yoshikawa Surara, who had sat up and was supporting herself with her hands, with the king behind her, Taehyun fell into thought. Celestial revelation is a mind control skill, allowing one to see into the soul world of the target. Taehyun recalled the times he was ensnared by the gluttony of Queen Succubus. He guessed that the hazy memories from the gluttony would be brought to light. Gluttony was something he always wanted to understand. The secrets hidden within his soul would be uncovered. He smiled and concluded, wishing he could use celestial revelation to explore that spiritual world. Surara burst out laughing. Hey then, huh? She stood up shakily amidst the chaos. She looked at him and said it seemed he was underestimating her. This fight had already shown his impressive power. Surara clasped her hands in front of her chest, revealing a spreading ring of holy power light. Around her appeared a white entity with arms bearing many blue eyes and a large eye on top of its head. Before she finished speaking, the eye opened wide, emitting 4 arms aimed at capturing Taehyun. It pulled along Surara's spiritual energy, and she shouted that if he lost, he would have to become her servant. Light shone down from above Taehyun's head. Shadow covered her face, her eyes wild, and she said he wouldn't be able to withstand the power of celestial revelation. In an instant, she realized something and froze. Surara's face flushed red as blood splattered. Before her eyes was a sea of blood, with stairs leading to a peak where a throne made of bones and skulls sat. Behind the throne was a deep, abyssal eye of gluttony. Many red rings rippled across the sea of blood. Surara felt like a tiny being lost in a strange, bloodthirsty world. Yoshikawa Surara looked at the scene, wondering if this sea of blood was Taehyun's mental world. On the high seat, a man sat with his legs crossed, his hand supporting his chin. Shadow obscured his face, only revealing his figure, and she silently wondered if it was Taehyun. That man, his clothes seemed to be made of undulating demonic energy. He opened his mouth in a sneer, kiki, then said he was smarter than he thought. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavy pressure bore down on Surara. Her face darkened, drenched in sweat from fear. The gluttony behind the throne shot a red circle down into the sea of blood. The sea surged violently, and the man at the peak spoke, surprised that he would use a technique to open his mind for inspection. He thought that it wasn't Taehyun, but an extremely dangerous being. Surara wanted to turn and run, her face terrified as she judged in her heart he was... The other's voice cut off her thoughts. He said a low life like her couldn't do anything to him. His face was revealed, looking very much like Taehyun with deep black eyes and glowing red pupils. Thousands of demon eyes appeared below Surara, staring up at her. She steadied herself, sensing something unusual. Surara's face turned pale, her eyes panicked as red demonic energy swept past her. A massive demonic beast, like a multi-eyed black shark, appeared on the sea of blood. Its large fangs and demonic energy emitted a grating sound. The sea of blood surged violently, then suddenly fell silent as darkness flashed by. Taehyun's eyes snapped open. He was lying on a hospital bed, an IV drip attached to his hand. Before he could adjust, he let out an involuntary ah. He sat up, looked around, and asked if this was a hospital room, what had happened, and where was Yoshikawa Tsurara. At that moment, Jo Aeyong pushed open the hospital room door and walked in. Sound made him turn his head, and as his gaze moved toward the door, he saw her. Jo Aeyong smiled as she looked at him and asked, Yoshikawa Tsurara, why is she here? You're finally awake, huh? She took steps closer to his bed and continued speaking. She asked him if he knew how worried everyone was, that his family had been watching over him all night. Jo Aeyong pointed at him and told him not to talk anymore, that he needed to rest. He had been unconscious for over a day. Taehyun looked bewildered, breaking out in a cold sweat as he asked about Yoshikawa Tsurara then. She replied, that woman is also unconscious like you. Namsui Dubyongak and Jinsu are also in a similar state. Hey, my Yongmin is missing. Jo Aeyong folded her arms and finished reporting, saying she didn't understand what had happened. Taehyun listened motionless to the situation. He thought he had failed when he used celestial revelation to look into the mental world. Her voice still rang out, asking him if he was listening. He replayed the battle in his mind, confronting her power and being unable to do anything. Looking at the red-eyed man at the peak, surrounded by the demonic energy of gluttony, he silently asked what was inside his own mental world. Taehyun's face darkened, his eyes thoughtful, looking down. He thought it was bad. If he didn't uncover that, he wouldn't be able to rest easy. Jo Aeyong touched her face with one hand and rubbed his head with the other, telling him to recover first. He had pushed himself too hard in that last fight. Taehyun, covered in cold sweat, looked at her and told her not to stand so close. A man rushed and pushed the door open, shouting, Ms. Yang. She turned her head and asked, huh? Taeguk stood outside the door, his face slightly sweaty. Jo Aeyong called out to Deputy Director Taeguk. He asked if Taehyun had woken up, saying he was very worried about him. Taeguk stepped in, extending his hand toward Jo Aeyong, saying he needed the support of the guild to gather forces to move to the abyss. Jo Aeyong asked to form a search party in the abyss. Both of them were shocked by the startling news and exclaimed together, what? Taeguk asked loudly, Player Taehyun, what did you just say? He asked worriedly, are you going there alone? Behind Taehyun a few steps was Jo Aeyong. Taehyun replied seriously, as I said, sending a search party will only cause more deaths, which I do not want. Thinking about the veteran players who vanished in an instant, Taehyun continued, their missing location is in the deep layers of the abyss. Park Sung-jin and the Korean team are all veteran players. He thought about Lin Feng and his group. If they went missing, it would not just be due to ordinary monsters, but must involve national-level powers. Those people will be quite strong. Taehyun concluded, therefore I will go alone to ensure everyone's safety. Taeguk worried, spreading his hands to echo. But if that is the case, I cannot let you go alone even more. You just woke up. How can you go like that? Taehyun's family pushed the door and entered. Jae Yang spoke up. That is right. Where do you think you are going? You are a patient right now. Everyone in the room buzzed at the appearance of the three people at the door. Taehyun's aunt said, your body has not recovered yet, and you want to go somewhere again. You stay here. Jae Yang placed a hand on her chest, sweating anxiously as she said, do you know how worried we were? Uncle Taehyun behind her opened his mouth but said nothing. Taehyun's younger sister recounted, yesterday, I thought you would never wake up. I was so scared. The atmosphere seemed to choke. Taehyun looked at his family and moved his lips. Uncle, Aunt Jae Yang. Jo Aeyong crossed her arms in front of her chest behind him and explained, I called them here to see you. Taehyun turned his head in confusion. She cut in, since you are awake now, shouldn't you meet your family first? Taehyun's aunt at the door explained, that is right. Just recover first, then plan the next step. Taeguk agreed. Player Taehyun, do not overdo it. This time is dangerous. Jiang shouted, brother. Taehyun looked at the scene before him. Everyone. That. Memories of those who mistreated him in the past flooded back. He could not help but understand. That is right. Before awakening, all around me were people who made me miserable. No one cared about me. When he was a porter behind the players, pointed at unfairly by them, Taehyun recalled, no matter where I went or what danger I faced, when I returned, what greeted me were only mocking gazes. Returning to the present, there were many people in front of him who cared about him. Taehyun thought, but now, right here at this moment, the voices of everyone echoed in his ears. He smiled and said, thank you all for your concern. Facing his family, Taeguk and Jo Aeyong waiting behind, Taehyun said, but I have to go there. Everyone fell silent. He explained, even though they were only temporary teammates he had never been close to, they were in danger and the only one who could save them now was him. Taeguk was moved and Jo Aeyong smiled. Ta Hyun asserted confidently, so I must go to bring them back. Did uncle not teach me to never abandon my teammates? Therefore I need to help them return to their families. His family members were silent for a moment. Jiyoung's eyes brimmed with tears. She spoke softly. Brother Ta Hyun. Ah Young swung her hand and slapped Ta Hyun on the back, replying excitedly. Oh boy, that gives me goosebumps. You have grown up. He grimaced in pain from the slap. She laughed and reminded him. Decision made then. Come back safely. Bring everyone back and yourself too. He turned his head and gave a wry smile. Really now. In the abyss near the tower, the sound of explosions and fighting rang out. Sung Jin, wearing a suit and holding a trident sword, was knocked flying onto the sandy ground. He coughed a few times, his mouth agape. Wang Shi Yang sitting beside him asked, Park Sung Jin, are you okay? The three attackers on the other side stepped forward through the sandstorm. The one at the front spoke up. I did not expect him to hold out this long. Park Sung Jin of Korea, you are quite something, huh? She helped him up, directing her gaze towards the group approaching. Han laughed, raising one hand which emitted a crimson magical energy with a sharp aura, threatening. But this long game of catch is over now. It turned out that was Lin Feng, the national level player of China, Kui Jian. He looked at the Korean players then said, out of respect for your talent, I will give you a chance. If you swear loyalty and become my subordinate, I will spare your life. I am originally a generous person. Sung Jin's eyes widened as he looked at Lin Feng, coughing lightly in reply. You want me to betray my country and teammates? Never, do not even dream of it. The subordinate standing beside him, Lin Feng manifested a small demonic sword on his hand, infused with crimson magical power, and laughed contemptuously, valuing pride more than your life. Cool, but it seems your teammates do not think the same. Sung Jin and Chi Yang looked over and saw Han Yu trembling slightly, raising his hand in a gesture of surrender. She looked at him and asked, Player Seo Han Yu. Sung Jin shouted, Seo Han Yu, what are you doing? Do you want to? Why now of all times? Han Yu trembled, staring fixedly as he thought, idiots, this is the perfect time to betray. I need to survive. He trembled as he looked ahead. His instinct told him Lin Feng was the monster among monsters. To survive, this was the only way. Seo Han Yu broke out in a sweat, his eyes looking up as he thought, besides, even if I do it now. That night, when he was tightly entangled by the rapidly growing tree of the Saintess Yoshikawa, his body hanging in the air some distance from the ground, Han Yu could hardly breathe, only spat. Surara looked at him and laughed. Haha, you are one of the players of the Korean team, player Seo Han Yu. She closed her eyes, her hands clasped behind her back as she slightly bowed her head. I, in the name of the Saintess, have come to deliver a mission to you. Become my vanguard, report in detail the location, strategy, and all plans of Tao Han and the Korean team to me. Surara threatened. Even if you refuse, I have ways to force your compliance, do you understand? But you know well that voluntary cooperation is better for both sides, right? The branches tightened around Seo Han Yu. His eyes rolled back, tears streaming as he made sounds. The things from that night came back to him. With tears brimming, Han Yu thought, I have already betrayed everyone once. Even if I do it one more time, what does it matter? To survive I have to do this. Park Sung Jin placed a hand on Seo Han Yu's shoulder, his eyes looking forward as he said, Seo Han Yu, it is okay. Han Yu was stunned. He continued, it seems you are very afraid standing before them. But do not worry, even if it costs my life, I will help you all escape. Seo Han Yu looked at Sung Jin and spoke softly, player Park Sung Jin. The three Korean players took their combat stances. Sung Jin stood in front of Shi Yang and Han Yu and emphasized, so it is not too late to betray after I die first. Wang Shi Yang's hand shimmered with blue magical power, emitting smoke and vapor. She taunted, on the verge of death and still running your mouth talking big. Is that just all talk or are you good at bluffing? Seo Han Yu spoke shakily, everyone, I am sorry, I am sorry. I will fight. He wiped his tears away. In a fighting stance, the Korean players got ready. Lin Feng sighed, truly, even after showing you the path to survival, you are still stubborn. He laughed at the person behind. Seems like I was not playing hard enough for you to see the situation clearly, right? Jinsu replied, yes, that is right. Ah, no, that is not it. Lin Feng's eyes turned red, his entire body covered in a crimson spiritual energy membrane, threatening. Then I will show you the difference in our respective levels. The snap of his fingers, a crimson flash flared. In the sky, numerous large swords appeared, pointing downward towards the ground. The Korean players looked up at the sky in astonishment. Sung Jin's eyes widened as he blurted out, Goddess, behind us. Lin Feng laughed savagely, cutting him off. Do you understand now, you bastards? The fact that you are still breathing and standing is only due to my mercy. The sound of the swords approaching the Korean side. They chanted the name of their skills, activating their ultimate techniques. Lin Feng struck excitedly. A voice rang out. You have fallen into the world of apathy. Lin Feng was enveloped by a pressure, frozen stiff for an instant. The storm of swords descending was distorted into fragmented streams of magical energy, floating and being pulled into the five senses within the dark space. Lin Feng thought, the world of apathy of Tai Ming Min, is Tai Ming Min not dead already? He looked up and smiled speculatively. So this was... Taihan and the air manifestation struck simultaneously, a thought flashing through Lanfang's mind, the one who killed Taiman Man. He laughed excitedly and asked, "It's you, right? Kim Tae, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time." He smiled back, "Is that so?" A loud explosion rang out. The man stood up, a red spiritual membrane appearing in the smoke. Lanfang held a sword aura in a probing stance. "What's going on?" Only a large hole remained on the ground before him. He said, "Just one skill, huh? I expected more, how boring." A member of the Chinese team ran over to ask if Han was okay. Lanfang replied he was fine, then ordered an immediate pursuit. But he interrupted, "No, let them go." Looking at the scene in front of the tower, Lanfang assessed, based on the residual mana and footprints, they must have fled to Iogen Tower, an impenetrable dungeon deep within the abyss. At Iogen Tower, inside the tower, Sung Jin called out loudly, "Kim Tae." He opened the victim's mouth, poured in healing potion, and said, "First drink this." Sung Jin knelt down, his throat making a sound. Ji Yang spoke up, "Taehan, I know you saved us. But what do you plan to do now?" Han Yu watched from a distance. She continued, "Iogen Tower is a place where many veteran players have lost their lives. It's not simple, called an impenetrable dungeon. But if you want to avoid Lanfang..." He shrugged and looked at Han Yu. Ji Yang answered from a distance, "No matter how strong I am, I can't fight and protect everyone at the same time. But don't worry, it's still just a dungeon." Sung Jin lay on the floor as potion gushed from his mouth. Did Han Yu mean to kill people with magic potions? Han pointed at himself and asserted, "Once we clear it, there will be an exit. You two just relax." They were stunned. Ji Yang said, "Clearing it is no easy feat. Are you even listening to me?" Han Yu broke out in a cold sweat and replied, "Maybe you have no plan at all." At Dragon Man Tower, located on the deepest floor of the abyss, it is an impenetrable dungeon with two characteristics. First, countless traps scattered throughout the floors make it difficult for conquerors to pass. Second, the Dragon Man monsters possess high intelligence and superior strength. Blood was scattered on the floor. Ah Young ran and looked ahead, thinking, "What is this?" Taihan ahead quickly took down a Dragon Man. The group behind arrived to see only the monster's corpse. She pondered, could this place really be breached so easily? He confidently led the way, recalling in his mind, "I've watched the survivor interview about conquering Dragon Man Tower over and over again, 2437 times. Taehyun assessed, "Even though Dragon Man Tower is an impenetrable dungeon, it is not impossible to survive." On the middle floor of the tower, where the final boss, a massive dragon, resides, there's a spatial gate. He remembered, before confronting the final boss, there is an escape gate that sends people back to the real world. This information was never revealed. Current situation with traps and monsters hasn't been difficult yet. Taehyun calculated, "If I already know about the traps in advance and have enough strength, then escaping from here isn't too hard." He held a dagger in a stabbing stance, demonic energy surrounding him as he dodged an arrow and struck down a monster. Purple torches on the walls flickered to life following the footsteps of the four people on the stairs. Taehyun led the way. They arrived at a circular room, in the center of which was spatial magic circle. Joeyong spoke up, "It's a gate." She continued, "To think there's a gate in a place like this." Sung Jin said, "It's lucky we don't have to go to a higher floor." Hanjo sighed in relief, "We live." Jo Aeyong turned and asked Taehyun, "You knew about this in advance, right?" He closed his eyes and answered vaguely, "How would I know, just lucky." But inside he thought, "Of course I knew beforehand." Taehyun pointed at the spatial gate, "Quickly now, let's get out of here before the monsters come." She said hurriedly, right." Everyone entered the spatial gate. Sung Jin said, "Hey kid, no player Taehyun." He turned his head to pay attention. He spoke with gratitude, "Thank you for being here," and added, "I will remember this favor." Taehyun smiled gently and replied, "You flatter me." Standing before the spatial gate, Taehyun thought, "I didn't expect to receive thanks from Park Sung Jin, but since the whole team made it back safely, thanks are only natural." With both hands in his pockets, he closed his eyes, ready to step through the gate, contemplating the matter of Seo Hanju claiming to be a Japanese spy. That problem was solved. What remained was dealing with the fury of the demon's sword, preventing Liu Feng from interfering, and ending the friendly match well. The situation was pretty stable. As Taehyun touched the spatial teleportation, a clattering sound rang out continuously. An explosion of spiritual power from the spatial rift sent him flying. Taehyun fell to the ground, propped himself up, and looked, "What's going on?" A notification sounded. "The teleportation gate is inoperable." The system announced, "The owner of Dragon Man Tower, Lady Kaiserin, is watching you." His face turned pale. He asked with a trembling voice, "The owner of the tower, what is that sound?" A rumbling noise reverberated, shaking the room. Water droplets on the ceiling emitted a golden light, falling as fragments. The base of the tower collapsed, and a red dragon, breathing fire from its open mouth, flew down, smoke and rubble falling everywhere. Kaiserin threatened whoever dared to cause trouble in this place. Taehyun asked with his mouth agape, "A dragon?" The fire dragon lightly exhaled fire, calling him a lowly human. It was the owner of Dragon Man Tower, the red dragon Kaiserin SS rank. Dragon was one of the most powerful monster species, massive with widespread wings. Its skin was tough, its face ferocious. Dragons were discovered during the disaster. They are divided into 4 ranks. Near S rank is the sea dragon, a hatchling just emerged from its egg. Rank is the Holy Dragon, a dragon in its early adulthood. SS rank is the Neck Dragon, the most bloodthirsty adult stage, but the strongest species is only a fragmentary clue to its existence. A mystery with eyes that see through everything, its power unknown, that is the Ancient Dragon, a species existing since ancient times. Taehyun stared, sweat pouring down his face. The dragon before him was at least a Neck Dragon rank. It was forged from the corpse of a holy dragon, with immeasurable power. Kaiserin expelled flames that enveloped its entire body. He stepped back a pace, calculating, more importantly, why is it appearing here? In the information before regression, this was never mentioned. Taehyun thought of the last resort of trying to talk first, but the mocking roar of the fire dragon made him immediately understand there was no turning back. Catherine breathed fire at Taehyun, the flames quickly engulfing the entire room. He stood firm in the sea of fire, thinking to himself, so be it, time to fight. With one hand, he activated the blazing chain skill, and the other hand transformed into an incarnation arm, ready to strike. Taehyun summoned his full incarnation behind him, punching Kaiserin square in the face, while his other hand locked the chain tight around the opponent's neck. The red dragon let out a surprised cry. The armored man drew a knife from the demonic space inside his coat. He slashed repeatedly and fiercely into the dragon's body. Taehyun turned his head with a smile, confident that he had unleashed all his skills, believing even an SS rank would have to suffer a fatal blow. But he was stunned to see Kaiserin with an angry face, raising her sharp claws. The fire dragon retaliated with a counterattack that devastated everything in its path. Taehyun jumped to dodge, but was still heavily impacted by the residual shockwave. He quickly retreated, questioning the opponent's absurd endurance in his mind. Taehyun chose to go into stealth to buy time, but just as the skill was about to complete, a person appeared with a pair of horns on the forehead and bright yellow eyes. Taehyun was startled and turned his head. He threw a punch. Taehyun blocked it but was still smashed down onto the cracked floor, sending stones flying everywhere. Taehyun's eyes widened, and as he was being overwhelmed, he gritted his teeth to stay alert and recognized this was a polymorph. Polymorph was a shape-shifting skill. That man raised a finger to the sky, gathering fire into a sphere, revealing himself to be Kaiserin in human form. The fireball on the fingertip grew larger. An explosion erupted in the room. Embers flew in all directions. Kaiserin, with her bright yellow eyes, stood upright, grabbed Taehyun by the face, lifted him up, and slammed him against the wall. Taehyun was terrified, realizing this was the power of an SS rank that he could not keep up with. Kaiserin looked at him and spoke slowly. "Himph, where do you come from? Let me check." Taehyun's team was suppressed by the aura. The system reported all stats decreasing and skills being sealed. The consciousness of the Death Knight and many other skills were nullified, forcing Taehyun to scream. Kaiserin spoke, noticing that his magical power had not diminished at all, but was erupting even more violently than before. His face was squeezed tightly under crushing pressure. Taehyun let out a complex cry, his eyes dark with no visible pupils. Kaiserin threatened, asking where got this power, demanding an immediate answer. In his hazy mind, Taehyun told himself that he was the one who needed to know the truth. Tentacles wrapped around Kaiserin's arm. Taehyun's armed hand clenched tight and broke free. He used demonic energy to suppress the red dragon and shouted that if he wanted to know, the tentacles would ensnare him. Kaiserin asked back in surprise. The tentacles shot forward swiftly, knocking the dragon far away. Kaiserin, the red dragon, crashed to the ground, pieces of stone exploding at the point of impact. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away and then glared with wide eyes, threatening, enraged at being tossed aside by a human. A voice rang out from the direction of the tentacles around Taehyun, saying that he was very lucky to have shown up right on time. Kaiserin remained lying on the ground. Queen Succubus leaned against a rock behind her, sweeping her gaze and declaring she would bestow upon him the honor of being a pet. Taehyun wiped away blood. The system reported that the Queen's Man skill had been activated. Rosalia's eyes lit up with sarcasm, saying that since there was already a queen, the poor little wisher was truly pitiful. Taehyun sneered, saying one couldn't trust monsters. The chairman shouted in shock upon learning that the player Taehyun had gone missing. He then asked about the rescue team also going missing. Xiu Hanyu and Wan Shi Yang admitted they did not know what was happening. Xi Yang spoke up about Park Sangjin, who had tried to return to the abyss to save Taehyun. Taeguk replied that the EUA was holding him back. The chairman ordered them to stop him, fearing he would act blindly. The chairman tiredly raised a hand to his head, advising everyone to keep the fact that they were still alive a secret. He sank into thought as the friendly match had reached its 6th day and was about to end. Sweat trickled down the chairman's face. He thought the rankings meant nothing without Taehyun, only hoping that he would survive. A maddening violet wind surrounded the tower, rushing forward to attack the demon. Wind Demon quickly used magic to counterattack. A fierce battle erupted, the surroundings engulfed in a sea of fire. Bound tightly by Rosalia, Taehyun thought to himself that if he were separated, he would surely have lost his life. A loud explosion rang out. He calmly remarked that they were both monsters. The battle was too terrifying. Taehyun began to wonder if summoning Rosalia from earlier had been a good idea. He recalled the skill from the contract with Rosalia was the complete hypnosis of the Queen's Man. He explained explained that the reason he hadn't summoned her was that the skill consumed too much mana. He continued, saying that both summoning and maintaining the state required mana, which could be handled with water, but the second problem was the real truth. The demon raised its hand, and he uttered the two words meteor. Countless fireballs rained down heavily upon him and Ada. He screamed in shock, a meteor, but Rosalia was unfazed. She still confidently charged into the attack. She used her sharp claws to draw many purple light lines, making him marvel at Rosalia's power. That ferocious demon was entangled by her own power around its body. Taihan was worried. That power was too dangerous. Even though Ada was on his side, if it couldn't be controlled, the city could be burned down. The two words, but still, were clear in his mind. Rosalia laughed, seeing my power. What do you think now, huh? He smiled back, saying it was indeed strong. That vicious demon spoke up, understanding that the one with this power was the Nightmare Queen Rosalia. It scratched its head and said. Then he understood even less why the great Duke of the Abyss would follow behind a lowly human. He shouted at her face, aren't you ashamed, truly disgraceful? She only smiled in response, a mere lizard being so insolent. He immediately said, Your Grace the Great Duke. He stared at Rosalia, thinking that the Great Duke was only one rank below the king. She surely had connections to the king. His face turned pale. He wondered what she knew and why the king. Rosalia spoke up, saying she knew what he was thinking. But he only carried the king's blood. He had no right to speak or act. Hearing her words, he was quite shocked. She stroked her hair and smiled at him, but no matter where he was, he still had to walk his own path. Hearing that sentence, he felt as if he had woken up. Rosalia. Rosalia said the situation was not simple. He panicked and asked what was wrong. She told him to look at his hand. When he looked down, his hand was surrounded by purple electric threads. That was the defensive backlash magic. A voice from above shouted, saying that even a great duke was merely summoned by an ordinary human. That demon transformed into a monster covered in flames, speaking with a contemptuous voice. No human could withstand this power. He said if he wanted to resist, he would grant death to both of them. His form no longer had flames, but was a true monstrous beast. He created a giant fireball and shouted, Die. Tahin screamed, calling out Rosalia's name. The fireball crashed straight into the building, creating a huge explosion. A circular coil of wire fell down. Purple marks appeared on Rosalia's body. Those were her wounds. He smiled and said even a lizard knew quite a bit. The monster replied, the power of a summoned creature depended on the contractor's ability, and its limit was now. Rosalia turned to him and said if she used more power or prolonged the summoning, he would die from the magic backlash. She smiled at him and continued, so before she left, she would give him one final gift. He asked a gift. Rosalia kissed his forehead and said, Don't die, contractor. The system announced he received the queen's kiss. The absolute hypnosis level changed, activating absolute hypnosis S. Taihan used the power from his hands to attack the monster. The power slowly enveloped it. The monster cried out, asking what he had done. It caused the monster to gradually fade away. What amusing joke, in a place that was entirely red. Another version of Taihan spoke, saying she left him to clean up this mess. The demon asked what this was and was told this was the spirit world of Hansao. The demon was bewildered, wondering what that thing was. The human from before looked similar, but was a completely different person. It thought the other version of Taihan looked very dangerous. The demon wondered silently if he was the same kind of person. The other version of Taihan said it had nothing to do with him. Get out of here. A monster lunged from behind the demon. It turned around and asked what that was. Before it finished speaking, bright red blood sprayed from the monster's mouth. It cried out, asking where the prince had gone. The other version of Taihan was surprised, asking how it dared, even though the hypnosis level had changed. Karlin did not look good. The monster roared in anger. He drank a bottle of potion and thought something had happened to Kaislin too. That man had already weakened. He charged forward, thinking this was his chance to take that man down. He lunged quickly at the monster, pulling out a dagger. A swift slash made the monster spew blood. He thought to himself that the attack had finally worked. Something that emitted many branches of fire appeared on his hand. He remembered she told him not to die. He recalled the image of Rosalia saying don't die. He thought to himself, who said he would die. He thought he still needed to uncover the truth behind the king, and that source of power. And also avenge Asmodeus, the one who took his life when he had not yet lived properly. You want me to die again? Don't joke around. He shouted loudly, I will defeat you in return. He used Voracious Feast, charging towards the monster's mouth. Suddenly, another monster appeared. It spoke up, how dare you, human. Without hesitation, he slashed once, causing the two to spurt blood and die. The system announced the Voracious Feast was complete. The secret level had changed. He lay sprawled on the ground. The mad dragon thought he was really dead this time. He cheerfully said that now he just needed to go back. A panel appeared. Korean national level player, Taehyun, promoted from B rank to R rank. The announcement board displayed the players from the final 7 days of the Asia Friendship Tournament. The organizing staff were tallying points on the podium. Thousands of spectators in the stands looked up. Staff examined each precious crystal shard. Japan had just announced its final score, reaching a total of 4,600 points. Shinji Nakata frowned as he looked at the crystals. With this result, Japan stopped at second place, unable to surpass the leading China at 4,800 points. Shinji Kanata grew angrier and angrier, his face turning red. He intended to avenge Surara, but Ta-Han remained missing without a trace, and the tournament only ended with second place. Shinji Kanata walked down the stairs, thinking as he went, damn it, let's just go home. A man shouted, but Shinji, the closing ceremony is still on. Anger clouded his reason, so he replied, there is no reason to stay anymore. He walked straight onto the stage. The chairman just stared ahead silently, unable to do anything. The chairman was worried, his face drenched in sweat. He thought to himself, even with Ta-Han's contribution, the Korean team only stood in third place. The system said after Ta-Han went missing, the team's points stopped from the 5th day to the 7th day, being overtaken by other countries. The system continued. Without 100 magic crystals or an SS rank monster, the situation could not be changed. The chairman regretted, his body trembling slightly, thinking in his heart, forgive me Ta-Han, everything happened because of my incompetence. Laughter rang out from behind the chairman. It was player Liu Feng and guild leader Zhang Long. Zhang Long said to the chairman, this truly is an indescribable pity. He spoke in a contemptuous tone, thinking South Korea had finally found talent, but unexpectedly met with a tragic accident and lost his life. The words made the chairman freeze as if struck. They laughed scornfully. Guild leader, the one who is still missing. You should not say that, Zhang Long spoke up. He is already in the Dragon Man Tower. What difference does it make? Chairman clenched his fists, angry but unable to do anything. An accident? Is it truly a regrettable accident, you bastards? In his eyes, those two people were like demons. He angrily said, all the disappearances during the tournament were caused by you. But the two of them walked past him, saying as they went, now you understand. The weak have no right to speak the truth. His whole body trembled. He could only stand and watch them look down on him. The louder behind him grew louder, along with the words, well then, we wish you enjoy the rest of the closing ceremony. Chairman's heart was as heavy as if carrying a huge rock. He thought tiredly, the feeling of helplessness is so hard to bear when you have no power in your hands. Zhang Long walked away laughing loudly, when a voice rang out, what the hell is that laugh? A beam of light shone out. Tai-Han stepped out of a magic portal, causing Liu Feng and Zhang Long to turn and look. Two were astonished. Liu Feng said, a portal. Zhang Long asked, who is that? The sight made the chairman freeze. Ta-Han spoke, Tiesk, our guild leader really, how could you endure these guys for so long? He continued, now please do not worry anymore. Chairman was so shocked he almost cried, looking at him like a lifeline or the hope of his life. He stammered, you. Zhang Long and Liu Feng said in unison him. Player Tai-Han cheerfully held a red meteorite in his hand. Ta-Han said happily, I have returned. Voice rang out from the building. Under the Fang, wild under dragon. Mother walked into his room and said, come out here and watch the rest of the friendship tournament with us. He lay sprawled on the bed, tiredly saying, I do not want to. He lay motionless on the bed and said, brother Ta-Han has disappeared. What is the point of watching the tournament? A tournament without brother Ta-Han is just like a red bean bun without filling, a watermelon without sweetness, a steamed bun without meat. He cried and shouted, and you still tell me to watch the tournament? That is a betrayal of brother Ta-Han. His mother said, what if Ta-Han appeared on television right now? Hearing that, he sat up as if awakened. What? He walked out and saw the TV showing the audience cheering. On the final day of the Asia Friendship Tournament, an unbelievable event had occurred. Ta-Han, who had been missing, returned and submitted the magic crystal of the SSS rank monster Kaiserline. Although cases of SS rank monsters appearing had occurred, this was the first successful elimination. Ah Young was on the phone with someone. How could this be? Tae-hyun is on TV, not down in the abyss. Screen announced, according to regulations, the point bonus for an SS rank crystal is 1,500 points. Jin Hee, Wang Xiyang, and Seohan Yu were all amazed, really. The total points of the Korean team increased from 4,100 to 5,600. With this, the Korean team achieved first place, becoming the champion of the Asia Friendship Tournament. Everyone around chanted his name, Ta-Han. Zhang Long at this moment angrily said, you. He turned and yelled at Liu Feng, what have you done? How is that bastard still alive? Liu Feng said in panic, not only did he escape the tower, but he also defeated an SS rank monster. He was just a nobody. His mouth kept emphasizing his name, Tae-hyun. He stood looking down at them, thinking something serious might have happened. Tae-hyun thought to himself, luckily Kaisline's power was so strong after absorbing it, the crystal remained intact. If not, the comeback situation would not have occurred. He squinted as he looked down. However, Zhang Long and Liu Feng would not easily accept this. Of course, the next thing would be. Voice rang out, player Ta-hyun. The chairman rushed over and hugged him. He said in surprise, Chairman Jin Hee. He cried and said, it is so great that you returned safely. Tears flowed from his eyes. He said, what a relief. He smiled and then said Chairman. Chairman Ji Jinhee was moved and cried for a long time, perhaps out of concern for the team's safety or out of gratitude. He also unconsciously reached out and hugged him. And so the 7 days of the Asia Friendship Tournament concluded with South Korea's stunning victory. My story became the media's focus. A panel appeared. Taehan, you are South Korea's first player to reach national level, and also the first in the world to eliminate an S-rank monster. The United States Players Association has begun to take notice of Taehan's return. Kang Hyuk shouted, Korean gamers have sent congratulations for this survival and victory. He laughed wildly. Kang Hyuk continued, Chairman, are you sobbing at the closing ceremony? How embarrassing. The words made everyone try to stop him but failed. Even though Jo Eong shouted from afar, who called that name Kang Hyuk here, it is too noisy. And the Singapore Player Association. In a room, an elderly woman spoke to Taehan, thanking him for taking his valuable time for them. She was the president of the Singapore Player Association, Haley Tan. She invited Taehan to cooperate with the association. Taehan furrowed his brow. Everything was unfolding exactly as it had before the regression. He thought to himself, back when key players disappeared during the friendly match, Singapore once wanted to recruit strong gamers, but Zhang Nong and Liu Feng stopped it. He said calmly, let's deal with the uninvited guest first. Haley Tan was startled. A loud explosion rang out, blood splattering across the room, forcing her to turn her face away. Men wielding sharp weapons stepped in, sneering as they called out the names of President Haley Tan and Taehan. Haley Tan panicked, tremblingly asked how they escaped from the tower. Liu Feng responded, but he no longer cared. He stepped inside, his hands controlling pieces of fossils. Sinister face with curses, you will die here. Taehan smiled and said to President Tan, I told you, the troublemakers have arrived. That remark made Liu Feng freeze. A strange window cracked, startling Haley Tan even more. A voice rang out, astonishing Liu Feng, confirming what Taehan said was true. Liu Feng stood frozen for a few seconds before blurting out, you people. Mr. Jin stepped in, questioning how they dared to act in broad daylight like this. Seohan Yu continued, player Taehan, I will settle the debt from last time right here. Another man appeared, telling the Singapore president to rest assured it was now Han the hero's turn. Wang Xiyang shouted, asking why they brought that madman and Hyosu here. Taeguk replied, he is an important warrior. Taehan smirked and asked back, what did you just say? Not caring anymore. Liu Feng said deceptively, Taehan, you bastard, this is where you die. Army of Taehan's allies appeared. Jiang Linpi gritted his teeth, releasing pressure, and said, me too, Taehan, you will die here. Taehyun and his people surrounded Jiang Linpi. Prior to that meeting, Wang Xiyang, Park Song-ji, and the chairman were all surprised that Jiang Linpi planned to assassinate the Singapore president. The three were anxious, thinking it was too insane. Hadn't the friendly match ended? How dared he do this? Taehyun calmly said that Jiang Long would not let it go. He continued, his goal is to eliminate talented players from other countries to monopolize the dungeons and magic stones. The chairman and Xi Yang broke out in a cold sweat. Anyone could be a target, so they had to be careful. The chairman said he understood. He lowered his voice and asked Taehyun what he would do next, now that he knew the purpose. Taehyun immediately replied, since that's the situation, we have to teach these wicked people an unforgettable lesson. Back in the present, Taehyun's teammates were ready to fight and charged into the attack. The masked group was utterly terrified, completely disoriented. An explosion pierced through the building. Park Song-ji fought while commanding a retreat with President Tan. Go all out with the attack. Yua Yang, accompanying Wang Xiyang, said it was exactly as he had said. She hurriedly asked again. Hyo-soo carried President Haley Tan outside, crying while saying to rest assured he would protect her. But she grew even more frightened because of him. The masked group was slashed apart. The blue-violet strikes had immense destructive power. One man reported to Lin Pai Jiang that they were taking the president away. Jiang Linpai fought while cursing, you bastards ruined my plan. His hand was bound by a golden chain before he could strike. Jiang Linpai was dragged straight outside. The situation turned into macing Taehyun alone. The underlings were surprised, wondering what Taehyun was planning to do to their boss. Jiang Linpai was unafraid, sneering as he asked Taehyun where he thought he was going. Taehyun laughed and replied, you think it's that easy to escape? Jiang Linpai taunted, saying Taehyun had once fled from him in the abyss, but now dared to block his path. He roared, unleashing astonishing power. He snatched the chain from Taehyun. He continued mocking, asking if Taehyun thought defeating Ta Min and Cheng Jin made him invincible. He laughed arrogantly, saying he would show Taehyun true power. He asserted that Taehyun's strength was only a sharp tip compared to his. Taehyun shouted loudly, interrupting him, telling him he talked too much. He broke the chain and landed a blow that pierced through Linpai, stunning him. Taehyun swept past his opponent and severed one of his arms. Jiang Linpai's eyes flew wide open in shock. Taehyun summoned a gigantic purple skeleton clad in armor. The skeleton threw a punch at Jiang Linpai, sending him flying down to the ground. He coughed up blood in pain, still unable to believe what just happened. He looked up at Taehyun, who was arrogantly standing on high, panicked and unable to understand why he was being oppressed by this young punk. Jiang Linpai noticed he was now completely different from before. His strength in the abyss earlier was not this powerful, yet in just a few days he had shown a completely new face. Zhang Lin Paiyong roared as he charged forward desperately, shouting resolutely, "You bastard, you die with me." Ta Hyun once again pierced through him, leaving countless slash wounds. In the end, Zhang Lin Paiyong still did not understand what had made him change so quickly. He was knocked to the ground, blood continuously flowing out. Ta Hyun also landed on the ground and was slowly approaching. He looked down, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Ta Hyun thought to himself, gluttony had been greatly enhanced, which gave him the confidence to defeat him. He looked at the defeated Zhang Lin Paiyong on the ground with some surprise. A Chinese national-level expert, like him being beaten by himself. With his current strength, he could confidently storm any dungeon. Zhang Lin Paiyong suddenly burst out laughing, which confused Tai Hyun. He began to speak, "Now I understand why Cheng Jin and Tai Min lost to you. You truly are a monster." He continued, "I never thought anyone make me use the Archduke's bestowed power, but you forced my hand." Tai Hyun was extremely shocked upon hearing this. Zhang Lin Paiyong slowly stood up with a crazed laugh, his body surrounded by a new surge of power. "Taehan, don't think you are the strongest." Tai Hyun was horrified by this sight. Zhang Lin Paiyong declared as he transformed. Now, he had completely turned into a terrifying monster, threatening, "Now I will show you what true real power is like." Compared to Zhang Lin Paiyong now, Tai Hyun looked so small. Lin Paiyong activated the blood prison skill. Over here, his steel-clad underlings had been cleared out. Yue Yang looked at them lying in heaps and concluded that this side was safe. Baek Jin suddenly called her name urgently. "Yue Yang, come here for a moment." He shouted that a change had occurred at the place where Tai Hyun was fighting. The two looked down below and saw a giant red sphere. Yue Yang was equally shocked and worried. "What is that?" She looked down in fear. A red arm appeared inside the sphere. Zhang Lin Paiyong crazily charged forward to attack Ta Hyun. He laughed loudly. "This is the true real power. What do you think, Ta Hyun?" He charged forward to attack, shouting, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Ta Hyun slashed down, severing two of his limbs, then cursed, "Do you think this pile of flesh is so strong?" But he did not expect his wounds to stop bleeding immediately, then quickly regrew into new ones. Ta Hyun panickedly wondered, can he regenerate? Zhang Lin Paiyong counterattacked. He struck Ta Hyun, slamming him painfully into the ground. He warily backed off. "The destructive force is too strong. Is this really the Lin Paiyong from before?" Ta Hyun looked around this sealed space. The air had now turned into that of the abyss. He recalled that he said this was the power bestowed by the Archduke. Before, Kaiserline had called Rosalia the Archduke. Ta Hyun speculated, besides Rosalia, there is another being called the Archduke. He thought as he fought, the Archduke Rosalia mentioned must be related to the Emperor. Ta Hyun charged forward to attack. If that is the case, then this Lin Paiyong fellow has also been given a portion of that power. Suddenly his eyes widened. A giant hand was heading straight for Tai Hyun. The space suddenly became hazy. Zhang Lin Paiyong had caught Tai Hyun. He held him in his hand and asked, "That power surprised you a lot, right? Now you understand who is the strongest." He brought Tai Hyun close and said contemptuously, "An arrogant fool, like you will face the consequences. You thought you were strong enough to take me down, but you didn't know I was chosen by the Archduke." Tai Hyun suddenly spoke, "Hey, before I die, let me ask you one thing. Do you know anything about the Emperor?" Zhang Lin Paiyong was puzzled. "What, the Emperor? You want to ask about that Archduke?" He laughed and said, "The Archduke possesses power everyone craves. Lucky I am the chosen one." Ta Hyun mocked, "Indeed, you talk too much nonsense. You know nothing about the Emperor." He suddenly transformed. A dragon appeared, sneering at Zhang Lin Paiyong. "I thought you knew something about him." Zhang Lin Paiyong exclaimed in surprise, "What, his power bursting out? But no matter." Ta Hyun radiated an overwhelming energy and said, "Luckily I also got a bit more information about the Archduke." Zhang Lin Paiyong was horrified. "I can't believe it. Is this your true power, Ta Hyun?" He laughed arrogantly. "Now everything is settled." Ta Hyun charged forward to attack Zhang Lin Paiyong. He screamed in terror. Zhang Lin Paiyong exploded into blobs of minced flesh on the ground. Ta Hyun looked at them and said coldly, "So he is done for?" He took a recovery potion and drank it, thinking. He kept babbling about the Archduke, but knew nothing about the Emperor. Ta Hyun felt a bit uneasy, but understood that there are many people claiming the title of Archduke now, and if all were as strong as Rosalia, it would be a huge threat. He concluded, whether they know about the Emperor or not is irrelevant, because all of them are his future opponents. Ta Hyun was thinking when suddenly the pile of slime on the ground began to merge again. Inhai cried out, "What?" A strange voice rang out, thinking this person had erupted with terrifying power. The body parts gradually took shape, but only to that extent. In the end, humans were still a weak race. Ta Hyun broke out in a cold sweat, nodding and saying it was fine. Eagle Moon smiled lightly. "It seems you are the one who defeated Limpidion. He is the Grand Duke of the Abyss, the vampire lord Eagle Moon." Aji Moon stood on the rubble and asked, "Did you kill the one who contracted with me?" Ta Hyun went on guard as soon as he appeared. He gripped his sword and calculated, "Who is he? Is he related to Liu Ping?" His body trembled, sweat streaming down, only one thought in his mind, such a powerful aura, could it be? Is it the Grand Duke of the Abyss? Aji Moon received no response, so he continued, "Let me see how strong you are." Blood swords, giant blood red swords rained down from the sky on Ta Hyun. He looked up, his expression full of shock, his eyes wide with surprise. He flew fast, stabbing straight down at position. He quickly leaped away from that spot, shouting, "Damn it." Taehyun gripped the sword tightly, the blade covered in a thin veil of fire. He thought to himself, it is too wide, what can he do? Are these Liu Ping's blood swords? The blood sword suddenly attacked. Taehyun tried to block it, thinking the difference in level is absolute. He put all his strength into blocking that blood sword. At this moment he was certain he is a Grand Duke like Rosalia. This man cannot be fought. Why did he appear here at this time? But that no longer mattered, he had to survive. He had to use all his abilities. Taehyun charged straight ahead. Ajimun's blood swords also flew at him. Ajimun watched, finding it even more amusing. All summoned beings are bound by a contract. If the summoner is stronger, the summoned being will be stronger because of them. But if the opposite is true, the stronger summoned being can cause the summoner to be backlashed. Taehyun defended, calculating internally Liu Ping died, so he forcefully summoned through the corpse. The summoning time must definitely have a limit. Taehyun rushed forward, raising his fist toward Ajimun, but he blocked it with a shield. He struggled to think, he had to find a way to survive until that time. Suddenly Ajimun spoke, "You are very strong compared to that other one. That power is nothing to me." Ajimun smirked, a small blood vortex appearing in his hand. "You think you can face me?" Taehyun was thrown back, shouting in shock, "No." Before he could finish, the vortex grew huge, engulfing Taehyun. He was sucked in, powerless to do anything. Ajimun controlled the vortex, mocking, "Mortals, no matter how strong, cannot compare to me. D now." Suddenly, he noticed something. The vortex became strange. It was no longer ferocious, only thousands of blooming flowers remained. Ajimun was surprised, eyes wide. Flowers? It turned out to be peach blossoms. Amid the myriad of flowers, a person appeared, with Taehyun floating beside him. "So it is Rosalia," the man said cheerfully. "I never expected to appear like this." Taehyun was held by tentacles, replying it was an emergency. The pillar of flowers gradually vanished. Ajimun spoke, "I did not think one who contracted with me would be defeated by a human, so it was Duke Rosalia. Very well, I will give you a chance, break the contract and leave, or I will kill you." Rosalia found this amusing, replying sarcastically, "So scared, you are still as stubborn as ever. Who do you think I am? Keep dreaming." Taehyun saw this and shouted, "Rosalia, who is this man?" "Ah," I replied calmly, "Ajimun, also a Grand Duke like me. He is." Hearing this, his face tensed up. "Ah," he continued, "wants to kill you." While speaking, Ajimun had already acted. Blood swords from everywhere flew at them. He shouted loudly, "Very well, I will kill you both." Rosalia heard this and became even more bloodthirsty. "You really have a big mouth." Blood swords all aimed straight at them. At his command, they would strike. Taehyun beside him looked unwell. He gritted his teeth and thought, "This is bad. The backlash is making it hard to breathe." He was already exhausted after the fight with Liu Ping. Now he could not help Rosalia. Just not being thrown out of here was already good. Rosalia suddenly spoke up from the front, telling him not to collapse there. "This situation was not good. The power I used is related to the contract faker. You are decent, but compared to the Grand Duke, you are still not at that level. So stay conscious so I can fight." Hearing this, Taehyun was stunned and stammered her name. Eza spoke up again, saying that since he had come this far, he should not give up so easily. Taehyun was even more astonished, his pupils contracting. Rosalia did not stop yet, telling him to endure. This was a good opportunity for him to learn the things you will have to face in the future. She summoned a pink magic circle with a flower-shaped insignia. Ajimun lost patience and shouted, "Enough of this. Are you tired of jumping around? Now, both of you die. Enjoy the interesting things I have for you today." "Rosalia, what will you do against this move of mine?" A pair of giant hands holding a blood sword appeared in the sky. Rosalia's magic circle glowed, shining a blinding beam of light downward. At the same time, the blood sword also charged forward to attack. The two clashed, creating a massive explosion. The light from it became increasingly blinding, making everything impossible to see. Taehyun tried to withstand that explosion. He raised his hand to shield his face but still observed, realizing the pressure was too great. Then everything vanished, the blinding light also dissipated, and everything sank into gloomy darkness. Mana depleted, fatigue reached 100%. Stamina dropped to only 10%. Taehyun thought, how many times had this happened? S rank, national rank, Grand Duke. Every time he got stronger, he met a stronger opponent. Where would this vicious cycle end? That was his thought. Suddenly a voice rang out, mocking his pitiful state. Taehyun tiredly opened his eyes to look in that direction. The doppelganger in front of him sneered, carrying the power of an emperor yet only performing like this. National rank, Grand Duke, truly ridiculous. You understand nothing about your own power. Then let me take over this body. Taehyun jolted awake, gasping for breath. He was lying in a hospital, raising his hand to look at it to confirm what had just happened. Taehyun's hand was trembling violently. He looked and wondered, was it rain? Recalling the previous scene, he was bewildered. What exactly had happened? The voice in the dream, that figure he still remembered. Was that person related to the emperor? The room was not only occupied by Taehyun, but also several other people. Seeing him wake up, they were all surprised, shouting his name in unison. A noisy sound echoed throughout the hospital. He also exclaimed loudly, telling them to stop making noise now. According to him, Azan, the barrier from that day shattered after the battle. Inside, only he remained unconscious amidst the broken ruins. Thanks to Hyosu's bravery, the assassination of Chairman Haley Tan had failed. Hyosu hurriedly picked up Haley and ran, shouting loudly throughout the whole way that they must save her. Everyone suspected that the person behind Liu Ping was Jiang Long, making it hard for him to escape scrutiny. When Jiang Long learned of this, his rage burned even fiercer, and he gritted his teeth and cursed Ta Han for ruining everything. Afterward, Ta Han left the hospital with a relieved heart, finally recovered. He walked while thinking about the Grand Duke and those mysterious powers. The closer he got to the power of devouring, the more mysteries he felt. But he himself had also made tremendous progress. Suddenly, a system panel appeared before his eyes, surprising him. The information panel showed the name Tai Hyun, age 19, A rank with the following stats: strength, stamina, speed, and mana were high. Blood Rage was temporarily unusable. Devour could absorb opponents, costing 50 mana. Stone Skin increased defense, costing 20 mana. The panel continued to display more information. Bloodstorm was temporarily unusable. The unlock condition was absorbing blood. At a restaurant, two people sat at a corner table talking. One asked about the other's health, and the other replied they were fine. It turned out to be Jo Eong. She asked further, scaring the other person, saying now that the meal was over, what did he plan to do next? The person opposite was Ta Han. He wiped his mouth and replied, of course. The reward from the sparring match. I will go to the unconquered dungeons in Japan and China. Jo Eong interrupted him before he could finish, saying she was not asking about that. Ta Han was a bit confused and asked back, then what was it? She shyly reminded him that he had clearly promised to go on a date after the sparring match. The memory flooded back, reminding her of the call last time. Let's deal with that after the sparring match, he said to bring Jo Eong back to reality. Wasn't she the one who only asked for a meal? Jo Eong changed the subject, saying that even with the conquest rights, he could not enter the dungeon right away. Because the dungeons were an invaluable resource providing magic crystals, they would not let an outsider like him enter so easily. The associations from both sides would come up with enough reasons to stop him until the conquest rights expired. Tai Han calmly said it was fine, he already had a plan to deal with it. Moreover, if they dragged out the time, he also had things to do. Jo Eong asked attentively what those things were. He replied while drinking water, saying he had realized that he was still weak. The skills stolen from Liu Ping were Blood Rage and Bloodstorm. Suddenly, he remembered the previous notification, that Holy Blood could not be activated because it lacked the condition of powerful blood absorption. He had tried many times, thinking he might get lucky, but nothing changed. Tai Han looked at his hand thoughtfully. Powerful blood absorption. That was the power of a Grand Duke. It must require some condition beyond the contract. Even as a national level player, he could not oppose a Grand Duke. He had to become stronger to confront them and approach the secrets of the king and the gluttony. He absolutely had to become much stronger than he was now. Night fell in a remote mountain area on the outskirts. Tai Han stood before an old building in the rain, looking up at the sign of the Chezu Gang's tavern that had temporarily ceased operations. He approached and opened the door, a creaking sound echoing eerily in the silent space. A voice suddenly rang out, "These days young people can't read." The man standing before the incense burner continued, "It clearly says no longer in business." He did not turn around, only coldly said, "Go back." Ta Han ignored his words, stepping further inside. "I did not come for the alcohol, I only need one thing, about the fusion skill." The old man was startled and turned around. This man was Chezu. He stammered, "How do you know?" "Who are you?" Ta Han replied, "I am Ta Han, a national level player here to save you." Bang Chizu, the tavern owner of the Sul outskirts, was merely waiting for the day of his death. He was the only awakener to possess the S-rank skill, World Fragment Fusion. Chezu gave up that skill to make alcohol. His son regrettably asked why he did not use his talent to live a more brilliant life. Try living brilliantly for once. Having once been labeled an E-rank awakener, his son harbored a different resentment and desire. Unable to refuse, Chizu tried fusing skills for the dark beings his son brought, but the outcome was terrible. One dark being, after receiving the fusion, twitched uncontrollably. Back to the present, Ta Han spoke, all the dark beings after fusion either died or became cripples due to magical backlash. Fearing revenge, your son ran away, and you swore never to use that skill again out of guilt. Chizu nervously asked, "How do you know everything?" "Knowing everything, yet you still want me to fuse for you." He waved his hand and shouted, "Are you crazy? Go back immediately. Even if you are national level, it does not matter. Lives destroyed by my hands. Even if they were just dark beings, that is already too much." Ta Hyun reassured him, "Do not worry." Chezu's eyes widened in shock as he looked at him. Ta Han revealed his power, confidently saying, "I will not be destroyed by your skill." A moment later, Chizu spoke, "Is what you said true?" At that moment, Chezu was pouring his power into Ta Han, countless magic circles behind his back. He replied politely, "Yes, it is the truth. The magical backlash was not your fault." Chizu stammered in surprise. "Is that so?" Ta Han saw he did not understand and explained. "The level gap between you and the dark beings was too large. Your skill far surpassed their capacity, causing side effects. With my current stats, it will be fine. Even if there is backlash, I will not become a cripple." Chizu grew even more bewildered, thinking to himself, could such a thing be true? I once thought my awakening and skill were only a curse that destroyed others. Yet meeting you, young man, everything was resolved in an instant. Who are you really? You are no different from someone from the future. Tai Hyun turned back and smiled. Furthermore, no one knows I came here, so even if I die, no one would know it was your fault. Chisu panicked and shouted, do not say such frightening things. In the past, Chezu's skill was only clarified by the association after 10 years of investigation. By then it was too late. He carried the guilt, lost his only son, drowned himself in alcohol and died of exhaustion. If the misunderstanding was not resolved now, he would live in torment and leave like that. Taehan closed his eyes, thinking to himself, luckily it was not too late. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded, do you want to fuse petrify and stealth? Do you want to fuse knight's majesty and paralysis? Do you want to fuse monarch's heart and unfeeling world? Chezu unexpectedly exclaimed, 3 fusions at once, you possess that many skills, are you really sure? Taehan remained calm with his eyes closed, thinking, just as expected, the gluttony skill of unknown origin was not detected. He quickly replied, it is fine, go ahead. Chezu was sweating nervously, but upon hearing Taehyun's answer, he relaxed, understood, and begin skill fusion. The magic circles glowed, emitting powerful energy, then gradually entered Taehyun's body. In a row of skyscrapers, the tallest building was the U.S. Player Association headquarters. Inside a closed meeting room, everyone sat in silence, the atmosphere eerily still. Kevin Ian, the chairman of the U.S. Player Association, broke the silence. It has been a while since we gathered all the top forces. Greg Gorgel, the 10th-ranked national player, replied casually, what is it this time? Are we declaring war? Dylan Gray, ranked 3rd, slammed the table in indignation. Show proper respect to the chairman. Ricky Harris, ranked 2nd, sighed, why does every meeting end in arguments? Miss Haley, say something. Haley replied irritably, is this how you lead? Rankings are merely formalities. Cody Wood, a national player from the division, said, I do not force anyone. Kevin saw it was not going well and changed the subject. Let us get back to the main point. Have you all obtained information about the high-rank national-level player from China participating in the Asian-friendly match? Montel Roman, the 5th-ranked national player of the United States, who had been silent all this while, also spoke up to confirm the names of Shen Quan, Chai Mingming, and Liu Ping. Nick Rowan, the 6th-ranked American player, added that 2 of them had died while eliminating Sam Roju, and 1 was killed while assassinating the chairman of the Singapore Association. Gregor, still with his carefree demeanor, wondered, so what? They were dead anyway. Dylan, sitting next to him, quickly interrupted Gregor. Kevin immediately explained that it was the official stance of the Chinese Players Association. But according to new intelligence, all 3 had lost and were killed by a single person. In particular, among them was Liu Ping, who had signed a contract with Grand Duke Ajimun, a vampire lord from the Abyss. Upon hearing this, someone exclaimed in shock, a Grand Duke. Ricky also turned to ask the person beside him, Miss Dai, do you know about this? Miss D remained silent and did not answer. After a moment of silence, he asked, so who was the one who dealt with them? After hearing the question, Kevin hesitated and then replied, Taehan of South Korea. At this very moment, on the rooftop from earlier, a blood-red circle surrounded the building. Kevin continued, even though he managed to beat Liu Ping, he cannot compare to the top-tier players, but he still needs to be thoroughly investigated. Taehyun looked at his hand in disbelief. Around him were blazing red flames of power. Not S rank, just AA? Now he was Taehyun, an AA rank national player. A strange voice rang out, so then, at the South Korean airport, a well-dressed man walked ahead. Gregor followed and asked, we came all the way here to investigate that guy Taehan, right? The man ahead replied, something like that. Gregor gritted his teeth in annoyance. Damn it, that Taehan bastard. If I get a chance then just... He was cut off before he could finish. Calm down. We are not here to fight him. At least not yet. That man was Marcus Gore, the 8th-ranked national player of the United States. The elevator panel showed the number 24. Taehan stepped out from inside, thinking as he walked, the skill fusion had been completed successfully. The problem was that he wanted to test the newly fused skills as soon as possible. The system panel displayed the information regarding assassination, body enhancement, and concealment costing 15 mana. The Sovereign's domain created a special field strengthened by mana, costing 20 mana. The Sovereign's prestige, power seal was strengthened by mana, costing 20 mana. He was still lost in thought. If he tried using these moves here, it would cause a huge commotion. He would probably have to enter the abyss. He imagined a scene of the city in chaos, with people running in fear. These were all new skills in Taehyun's imagination. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out, finally here, player Taehan. He heard his name and looked up, confused. At the end of the hallway was a door, and 2 people were already standing there waiting for him. Marcus, the 8th-ranked American national player, adjusted his glasses and spoke first. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The person next to him was Greg Gore, the 9th-ranked American national player. He blurted out in disbelief, this kid defeated Liu Ping? Is the information accurate? Taehyun felt a bit tense seeing the 2 people in front of him and thought to himself, American national players? Marcus calmly reminded, don't say that, Gregor. But Gregor did not care and roared fiercely, I don't fucking believe it. The 3 of them entered a room together. Taehyun and Marcus sat at the table, while Gregor stood leaning against the door, observing. Hyun spoke up and asked, "So what is the reason for meeting me?" Marcus did not hide his interest and replied, "You are too impatient, I just came to talk." Tapped his hand on the table, hesitating, but before that, "Excuse me for a moment." Marcus lightly touched the table surface, and green circles appeared one by one, enveloping the entire surroundings. Seeing this, Tahan thought silently, "Is this the ziggurat?" Tahan's information appeared one by one, named Tahyun, rank AA, strength 200, stamina 200, speed 180, mana 280. The ziggurat was Marcus's best measurement skill, allowing him to view all of a player's status information, from ability stats and skills to height, weight, and mood. Marcus analyzed the data in his head. This was the first time he had seen an AA rank player. The stats were at the level of a national player, but saying this guy defeated Liu Ping seemed insufficient. He would probably have to check the skills. Suddenly Tahan's power erupted violently. Marcus' system panel continuously notified, "Cannot check skill, cannot check skill." He exclaimed in shock, "What?" Taehyun, on the other hand, seemed to have lost patience and asked, "Is the inspection done? If you want to test my strength, this is enough." Marcus calculated inwardly, "He blocked my ziggurat. This has never happened before." He apologized out loud, "Sorry, it is just my habit." He stared at Taehyun, analyzing inwardly. Taehyun, the strongest national player in South Korea. "I think I finally understand why Chairman Kevin is interested in you." After a moment of silence, Taehyun asked, "So what is the real reason you came here?" Marcus answered frankly, "We came to request a share of the conquest rights for the unexplored dungeon in China, the reward from the friendly match." Hearing this, Taehyun was puzzled. "Share the conquest rights?" Seeing that he did not understand, Marcus continued, "I cannot reveal the details, but our chairman has recently been very eager to investigate that area. And since you defeated Liu Ping, the chairman of the Chinese Players Association, Jiang Long, will surely find a way to obstruct you. Don't we share a common interest? If you agree to share the conquest rights, we will not only stop Jiang Long but also support you in conquering the dungeon. Moreover, if we establish a cooperative relationship right here, it would be mutually beneficial. If you accept, the American Players Association will have a new ally. If you refuse, we will not become your enemy either." After Marcus finished his persuasion, Taehyun finally made his decision. "I refuse. Thank you for the offer, but I do not need help." Marcus appeared regretful and replied, "That is a shame." But inside he was calculating, "This is enough." But Gregor could not stay calm. He approached from behind and said loudly, "The hell is this?" He grabbed Taehyun by the collar and shouted angrily, "I traveled all the way from America just to hear an answer like this." Marcus panicked and tried to stop him. "Gregor, hey, what are you doing? Let go right now." Gregor looked straight into Taehyun's eyes and issued a provocation. "You little punk, if talking doesn't work, we will settle it with fists." Taehyun was speechless and thought, is he having a seizure? Marcus seemed to want to build a good relationship, but this guy did not understand anything. He stared directly into Gregor's eyes full of contempt and understood inwardly, so that is it. This look. That was right. This was the look he had faced countless times before he awakened. This guy had no special reason to pick a fight. It was simply that he did not acknowledge him as an equal. It had been a long time since he was treated like this. But times had changed. Taehyun ended his thoughts. He spoke with a smile. "All right." Gregor exclaimed in disbelief. "What?" Taehyun ignored his expression and continued, "If he truly wanted him to accept it, then let's talk with fists." He thought even before finishing his sentence, might as well test his skills. Leaving the room, Taehyun and Gregor went to a large arena. Thousands were watching the match of the century above. This place was the arena of Yuden Samiro. Heezeon was astonished. "Wait, will this duel take place at Gildan Samiro's arena?" Kang Hyuk excitedly answered from the stands, "That's right. This gives us a chance to promote the guild to the audience, isn't it good?" Conversely, Heezeon disliked this. She said with displeasure, "I won't accept it. What if they destroy the building?" Only then did Kang Hyuk panic. Heezeon added, "How can the arena withstand these dog-like national-level people?" He stood in the middle of the ring facing Taehyun. Gregor stroked his hair with interest. "An arena, an interesting idea. I am very pleased." Taehyun heard that and replied, "I hope the outcome will be even more satisfying." Gregor laughed confidently, "Don't worry." He transformed into a ferocious giant werewolf, continuing, "He always liked this kind of bloody fight." Facing the sharp claws, Taehyun showed no fear, even finding it amusing. A bloody fight? Sounds a bit over the top. Gregor in werewolf form lunged to attack Taehyun. Heezeon was panicked in the stands. The arena was shaking. Kang Hyuk sitting next to him exclaimed, "A werewolf? What is happening?" Marcus, watching calmly, said, "That is the wolf's heart skill." Kang Hyuk saw him and shouted in surprise, "Marcus." But he didn't pay attention, focusing on explaining, "It was an ultimate skill that turns a person into a werewolf, greatly enhancing physical abilities." Marcus thought seriously, it's a pity he didn't build a good relationship with Taehyun, but it's also good, an opportunity to check the strength that took down Liu Ping. Back in the arena, Greg Gordon lunged to attack Taehyun. He thought confidently, truly a fool. According to Marcus, even without checking skills through the ziggurat, excluding magic power, the boy loses completely in stats. Taehyun's information panel appeared, named Taehyun, rank AA. Strength 200, stamina 200, speed 180, magic power 280. Next was Gregor's panel. Name Gregor Gale, rank S, strength 232, stamina 245, speed 228, magic, power 220. Not to mention, he had also activated Wolf's Heart to boost his stats. He attacked like a berserk monster, not giving Tae-hyun a chance to fight back. Gregor used his hand to restrain Tae-hyun, arrogantly asserting the brat wasn't skilled enough to beat him. Gregor raised his claws ready to deliver the finishing blow, shouting, "Let's end this, kid." The claws aimed straight for Tae-hyun, but he was not afraid at all. He smiled inexplicably instead, saying, "No wonder you're in the US top 10. This strength is enough for me to test without worrying about you dying." Gregor's eyes bulged, something left him dumbfounded with his mouth agape. Before he could make a move, a viscous fluid emerged from Tae-hyun. It writhed like a living entity high above, growing larger and larger, exuding a pressuring aura. Marcus on the stand could not believe his eyes and shouted, What the hell is going on?" Suddenly, a black barrier appeared, covering the arena and blocking the audience's view. Marcus thought that was the black barrier, a fusion skill of Tae-hyun that created 3 new skills. The first being, the event was too fast, leaving Gregor disoriented. Behind him, 3 giant statues simultaneously appeared, their hands clasped in front, forming a wall. This was the Monarch's World skill, fused from the Emotionless World and Monarch's Heart. Monarch's World reduced the enemy's stats and enhanced the user. Gregor found himself in a strange place and shouted nervously, "Where is this? Where did he go?" He was suddenly struck hard on the cheek, so fast he could not react. The blow sent Gregor reeling backward. The second skill, Shadow Skin, fused from Stone Skin and Stealth. A strange purple power coursed through Taehyun's body. A look of arrogance shone in his eyes. This skill enhanced the body far beyond Stone Skin and allowed him to freely toggle stealth. Gregor was hit repeatedly, but could not see Taehyun making a move. He lost his composure and roared, "You damn bastard." Gregor was ensnared by a current of water and screamed in panic, clawing around him, "Come out and face me." Gregor calmed down and looked up above. Suddenly, something appeared that startled him, his pupils darting frantically. Finally, the third skill emerged. A massive body appeared wielding a formidable black sword. That was the Monarch's might, fused from the mighty King Knight in Paralysis. It radiated overwhelming murderous intent, its surging power dominating the air. As a fusion skill, all its effects were combined and enhanced. Gregor gaped in terror, unable to speak, only stuttering a few meaningless words. Taehyun spoke with a confident expression. "Then the outcome is clear." He urged quickly, "Get up." At that moment, the night sky had arrived, about to shroud the entire arena. Suddenly, a strange light flashed from the arena floor, illuminating the whole night sky. Dirt and stones flew everywhere. All the spectators watching were wide-eyed with astonishment. Marcus could not believe what he had just witnessed. Taehyun gently curled his lips into a light smile. He looked at Gregor lying sprawled on the arena floor and said, "It was a good match, Gregor." Taehyun turned around and walked away, leaving behind a single sentence, "See you next time." The system panel appeared. Name Taehyun, 19 years old. Rank AA, strength 200, stamina 200, agility 180, mana 280, willpower 150, fatigue 30%. Remaining mana 280, skill Blood Rage. Temporarily unavailable. Devouring Devourer consumes the designated target, costs 50 mana. Shadow Cloak enhances the body and grants invisibility. Costs 15 mana. Ruler's Domain creates a special area using mana. Ruler's Presence amplifies pressure. Binding Chains restrains the designated target. Costs 20 mana. Queen's Man summons the Dream Demon Queen Rosalia. Costs 200 mana. Absolute Hypnosis costs 40 mana. The match ended, but the audience had yet to realize it. Everyone buzzed with chatter about the strange curtain that had blocked their view, wondering if Taehyun had actually won. Marcus on the stands stared tensely down at the arena, thinking desperately about what had happened the moment that black curtain fell and the match ended instantly. What exactly had transpired inside? Gregor stubbornly refused to yield. He stood up from the chaotic mess and howled that the match was not over, it was not finished yet. His face was smeared with blood, and like a beast out of control he roared, "I will kill you, Taehyun." Before he could strike, a white sword suddenly appeared, along with a blue-haired person bearing a triangular mark on their forehead, and another person with a sharp horn. That trio was Ah-young. Sung Jin and Kang Hyuk stood blocking Gregor. So Ah-young assumed a defensive stance and spoke, always insisting on killing. "Is this bet really that serious?" Kang Hyuk exclaimed enthusiastically, "Just accept your defeat." Sung Ji looked seriously at Gregor. Fighting any further would no longer be just about a bet. "Stop this, Gregor." Taehyun saw them from afar and asked in surprise, "Players Sung Jin and Jo Ah-young, when did you two get here?" A man wearing an eye patch stepped out of the smoke toward Taehyun and said he had been watching from the start. Taehyun turned and asked, "The association president." The one called the association president, Jin Hee, approached cheerfully and said he had planned only to observe from the sidelines, but things seemed to have gotten out of control. Taehyun tensed up slightly upon hearing that, but Jin Hee seemed unconcerned and continued speaking regardless. "Leave the rest to us to handle." With that, Jin Hee and the 3 others strode directly toward Gregor, who was still in his werewolf form. He lost his composure. Seeing Seeing them approach, he roared, "You dare stand in my way? Fine then, I will take all of you down right here." Marcus had somehow already descended to the arena floor. He stood towering before Gregor and barked, "Silence, Gregor. Do not cause any more trouble. Cody will truly come to punish you. No matter how reckless you are, you know what will happen if she gets serious." Hearing that name, Gregor trembled violently and stammered in repetition, "Her." Gregor ground his teeth in fury, and he reverted to human form and turned to leave. As he walked away, Gregor shouted loudly, "Damn it." Marcus looked seriously at the group and spoke to apologize. "I sincerely apologize to player Tai Han. Please forgive our disrespect. Now that things have come this far, it is difficult to bring this up, but have you considered joining the United States Players Association?" Gregor, who was walking away, suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, spun around to stare at Marcus, and let out a shocked exclamation. The reaction on this side was no better. Jinhee, hearing this, shouted, "What kind of joke is this?" right in front of the association president no less. Contrary to the noisy scene, Marcus calmly persuaded Taehyun that they would meet any conditions he wanted, including assembling the best raid team for the Chinese dungeon. Tahan quickly replied, "I will take this invitation as a compliment to my abilities. As for the unconquered dungeon in China, my next destination is Japan." Marcus asked in surprise, "Japan?" Tahan looked at his phone and replied, "That is right, it seems to be the nun of Japan. Sarada has awakened." The scene was no longer at the arena. It had sunk into a gloomy darkness, with a woman desperately trying to flee. It was Sarada. Her face was smeared with mud and blood, and she ran while panting heavily. Tentacles emerged from somewhere, terrifying and vicious. They quickly moved in and held Sarada tightly. She tried to scream for help, but a tentacle covered her mouth, preventing any sound from escaping. Sarada silently begged in her mind, "Please stop." Her voice was filled with desperation. "Stop it. Please stop." She bravely bit off a chunk of the tentacle's flesh. A voice as cold as hell echoed, "You were the one who started this first, were you not?" A monster with razor-sharp teeth appeared. In front of it sat someone on a throne watching. That man looked at Sarada struggling below. "So it is a doppelganger." He glanced at her and said, "And now you tell me to stop. How utterly disgusting." Sarada tried to crawl up, lifting her eyes to look toward him. Her face was pale, drenched in sweat. A loud scream erupted from somewhere. It turned out Sarada had only been having a nightmare all along. She lay on the bed, screaming incessantly. She struggled violently on the bed, startling the guards, who hurried over and called out loudly, "Holy Maiden, are you all right?" Sarada sat up abruptly, her face drenched in sweat. She ignored the guards and only thought to herself, "It is this nightmare again ever since I looked into Taehyun's sea of consciousness and fell unconscious. It has clung to me since I woke up. Every time I pass through countless mysterious tentacles of unknown origin, and then an entity bearing Taehyun's form appears to greet me. After that comes death and then waking up. How much longer must I endure this pain until I die?" The guards rushed to the bedside to advise her to rest, but she had already stepped down to look for something. "Where is the demon sword? If it is not beside me, where is it?" The guards were at a loss, not knowing how to explain, only stammering a few words. Suddenly realizing something, Sarada hurriedly ran off without having time to put on shoes. She left the room, walking and calling out loudly, "Demon sword." Suddenly Sarada stopped, her eyes wide with astonishment. Before her eyes was Shinji fighting a stranger. The person was Taehyun. He blocked a strike while speaking, "I did not come to fight, I came here only to." Before he finished, Shinji charged forward. His target was clearly the Holy Maiden Sarada. "This bastard, I will return the humiliation to the Holy Maiden." Shinji propelled his body high into the air, into a stance ready to unleash a technique. He used his specialty, Soul Demon Sword. Shinji thrust the sword straight at Taehyun's neck. Behind were faint, ghostly-shaped skulls. Soul Demon Sword is a skill that can even cut the soul with a glowing blade. Taehyun swung his hand to touch Shinji's sword and spoke, but to be honest, he held the sword tightly. "The problem is they won't listen unless they get beaten first." Shinji was surprised by the scene before him. He stopped and exclaimed, "What?" Taehyun seized the moment and snatched the sword away. He threw a kick straight at Shinji. Sarada, standing nearby, became even more panicked. She looked at Shinji lying amidst the chaotic rubble and called out loudly, "Demon sword." Taehyun threw the sword to the ground and walked over to Sarada and Shinji. "Sarada, I came for two reasons. One is to know what you saw in my sea of consciousness." Sarada saw him approach, her face pale with fear, whispering his name. Ignored her feelings and continued speaking, and two is to stop the biggest dungeon break in history. At a certain sea region, the wind rose, making the waves even fiercer. Offshore, a gigantic whirlwind was approaching. Two people on the shore looked out. One said this is the entrance to an unexplored dungeon, like a giant storm. The other leaned on the railing, adding, "There is a gate leading inside. The storm is caused by magical power from the gate." The calm man said, "Don't worry, there are no signs of an eruption yet. We are just being cautious." The other looked through binoculars and replied, "That is reassuring then." They belonged to the unexplored dungeon monitoring team of the Japanese Player Association. Suddenly, the man observing through binoculars saw something. He said urgently, "I think I see something in the storm, or maybe it is an illusion." A man from somewhere shouted loudly, "Lord Kentakinas, everything is ready." By your order, we have accumulated magical power and energy for decades. Today we have broken the gate that prevented us. A group of centaurs looked towards the giant with a mouth on its belly and yelled, Lord Kentakinas, please give the order. The man who spoke earlier was not done talking when the giant grabbed him, lifted him, and roared enough. He brought the centaur before his giant mouth and said, the more we eat, the stronger we become. There is only one thing left. For my son and Grand Duke Organ, we will leave this place and slaughter humanity. Let the blood festival begin. He is the deputy commander of Grand Duke Organ, Kentakina's SS rank. Back on this side, Sarada trembled as she looked at Taehyun and said, what I saw in the sea of consciousness was something that looked like you. But it was not a human or a monster, but an unidentified entity. Taehyun heard this and thought to himself, indeed, it is the one appearing in the dream. Information is still lacking, but at least it was not just a dream. It was a nightmare. Even without using devouring, I can still sense the magical power of that skill inside her body. Is this the cause? Taehyun reached his hand towards Sarada and cast a spell. I have removed the residual magical power. Perhaps your nightmares will stop. She was still tired, but felt better and asked why he would help her when she attacked him. Taehyun calmly replied, I am not helping you. I am just stopping the dungeon break. The corridor suddenly shook violently. Sarada felt the strangeness and asked if it was an earthquake. Taehyun affirmed in his mind it has begun. He turned and shouted loudly, Sarada, the dungeon break is happening. First wake up Shinji. On the other side of the corridor, a group of people arrived. The leading man said after attacking my association's players, where do you think you are going? That was Matsuda Kuro, chairman of the Japanese Player Association. A former national rank, he approached and spoke to Taehyun, the Korean national rank player. Matsuda Kuro was once a national rank warrior. After retiring, he discovered talents like the Holy Maiden and the Demon Sword, considered the best chairman in Japanese history. In truth, Taehyun looked at Kuro and thought that man does not care about civilians' lives, only for personal gain, yet he politely replied, do you know a dungeon break just occurred? I came to help. Kuro heard this and answered, I know about that. There have been many notifications, but what does it have to do with you? Taehyun, seeing his unconcerned expression, was a bit surprised. He said smugly, the right to infiltrate an incomplete dungeon is only valuable while it is intact. But when a dungeon break occurs, that right becomes void, not to mention you people made me lose face. If you dare to resolve this dungeon break, what will become of my position? So he will be detained for attacking members of our guild. Seeing the people behind him approaching, Sarada quickly called out to the guild master. But he did not care. He loudly told her not to interfere, because he wanted to reduce the damage caused by the dungeon break. Sarada, do not forget that I turned a blind eye when you used your skill to control others. If you dare to side with this milk-sucking brat, then both you and the demon sword will be dealt with. After speaking, he turned to Sarada and ordered her to drag Taehyun away. Surrounded, he felt no fear but instead grew more amused, saying, that is enough. Handcuffed, Taehyun thought that if he resisted by force, Guildmaster Jinhee would get into trouble. He calmly accepted it, saying it cannot be helped. Sarada, you take Shinji and block them first. Sarada tried to persuade him but failed. Seeing Taehyun obedient, Kuro laughed gleefully. A wise decision. Do not worry, if the investigation shows you are innocent, I will release you immediately. Taehyun interrupted him, do not be complicit, Chairman Matsuda. You have refused my help. If a problem arises because of that, then you must bear full responsibility. He calmly walked away after delivering the warning. Annoyed but still smiling, Kuro said, you cheeky brat. At the residential area near the sea, the centaur horde from the vortex stormed into the city. They brutally attacked the citizens. Zen raised his sword and shouted, we must stop them at all costs. If they break through, everyone will die. A hesitant young man asked, but how do we stop them? What are we supposed to do? Monsters are pouring out endlessly. Moreover, they are all A rank or S rank monsters. There is no hope. Zen insisted firmly, we still have to stop them. If we do not stop them, who will? Suddenly, Kentakimax lunged forward, grabbed Zen and lifted him high. Everyone screamed in horror. Kimura Zen-sama has been captured. Kentakinas looked at Zen. How troublesome. I will start with you first. He squeezed tightly, causing Zen to spit blood. In despair, he thought, this is definitely the end. He and everyone else. It is all over. At that moment, he was in utter despair. Suddenly, someone rushed forward and sliced off several of Kentakinas' fingers. Zen fell free, no longer restrained. Black blood gushed from Kentakinas' severed hand. Zen widened his eyes, looking towards that direction, and cried out, huh. Everyone was also stunned. Everyone recognized him as an acquaintance and cheered, Demon Sword. The one who just struck was Shinji, the Demon Sword, a national level player. The injured suddenly felt better. My body is recovering. What is happening? A girl stepped forward from behind. Thankfully, everyone is safe. Everyone rejoiced. Saintess. It is the Saintess Sarada, a national level player. Shinji landed gently, walking towards Sarada and asking, Saintess, are you alright? Sarada quickly reassured him, I am fine, do not worry. The strange magical power inside my body has completely vanished. Now, even though I cannot exert my full power, I can still support you, Shinji. He asked nervously Tahan. Before he finished, Kanekina saw them, his voice full of greed. Drool dripped from his mouth. I did not expect there to be such delicious prey here. He pulled a sword from his mouth. Excellent. You will be a feast for my children. Shinji and Sarada assumed combat stances. She stood behind him, demon sword. Kanekina's massive sword shot forward. Shinji immediately flew forward. Two swords clashed, creating a brilliant flash of light. Shinji strained to block the massive sword with both hands. Sarada assigned tasks. We will handle Kanekina's. Everyone, deal with the remaining monsters. The center horde roared with spirit, following Kentekina-sama. Kentekinas was slashed on the shoulder, black blood spilling out. Shinji strained to launch an attack on him. Kentekinas lunged and sliced off part of Shinji's left arm. He dodged while calculating, truly the master of an unexplored dungeon. The SS rank monster Kentekinas. One small mistake could cost a limb, and wounds are useless against its regeneration. That is why all previous conquest attempts failed. Kentekinas lunged and cleaved a nearby building in two. He smugly thought he had killed Shinji. Shinji said silently in his mind, but Kentekinas was stunned. Amidst the rubble he had just created, Shinji stood firm, his hand gripping his sword, ready to lunge forward. He gathered all his strength and flew forward rapidly, shouting, This time I will cut you down. The arm that was cut off earlier had now regrown. Shinji gripped his sword tightly. For 5 years since the last failed attempt at the unexplored dungeon, I have been training nonstop to finish you. From the influence of the super regeneration skill, my body is recovering. Now, with the power of the Saintess by my side, from the influence of the holy revelation skill, all my physical abilities are enhanced. Sarada tried to buy time, urging Shinji, I cannot hold on much longer. You must finish it now. His eyes full of determination, Shinji stared straight at Kentekinas, emphasizing in his mind, there is nothing I cannot cut. Kentekinas hesitated slightly, freezing in place. Shinji lunged and slashed once at his arm, once at his eye, and once at his legs. He roared in agonizing pain, but Shinji still did not stop. He moved like an unrelenting machine, ready to strike his next blow. He charged forward like the wind, cutting short the enemy's life. Kentekinas was cleaved in two on the spot. In the Great Hall, everyone looked up at the screen, elated by the recent victory. This was the headquarters of the Japanese Player Association. Kuro grinned from ear to ear, saying smugly, See, I told you. With the demon sword and the saint, even an S-rank dungeon break can be stopped. He turned his head to look at Tahan, who was handcuffed, and continued, We never needed your help in the first place. He replied with a look of indifference, It's fortunate we took down Kentekinas. But, why do you think everything is over? Kuro asked, puzzled, What? Tahan spoke again. A few months ago, the gate break in Korea went from C rank to A rank. Dungeon breaks in France and Russia also rose from S rank to S+. The old ranking method is no longer accurate. Then why are you so certain this dungeon break is only SS rank? Shinji looked in shock at where Kentekinas lay, exclaiming in panic, What is that? That is, from the back of Kentekinas a grotesque body slowly rose up. That man, with a horrifying appearance, was chewing on the flesh of a victim as he asked, Big is it not? That man was Kenemion, rank SS+, the true master of the unexplored dungeon in Japan. Shinji, his body covered in wounds, looked up at him, thinking, What is that? It suddenly emerged from Kentekinas' corpse and began to gnaw and chew as if it were the most natural thing. What was it planning to do? No matter what it was, it didn't matter. Sarada saw Shinji preparing to act and shouted to stop him. Shinji, wait. He remained lost in thought, not stopping. A monster was still a monster. Voice urged from within his mind, destroy it. Shinji and the spirits charged rapidly towards the monster. Suddenly, a firm hand grasped his sword, the grip so tight it rendered immobile. Shinji stopped in shock, his entire body stiff as if he had seen a ghost. Sarada behind him was no better, her mouth agape in terror. Kentamion, who had been chewing voraciously, now stood up and blocked the strike, asking, Are you an enemy of my father? Shinji remained motionless, unable to resist, only thinking about its appearance. Before he could do anything, that man threw Shinji straight into the building behind. Sarada screamed in panic, Shinji? He looked up and saw Kenemion directly above her. He delivered a powerful kick, smashing her flat into the ground. Sarada took the hit, blood spurting from her mouth. He spoke in a deep, gloomy voice, Don't worry, I will devour everything. The people in the hall went from joy to panic. What's happening? Where did that monster come from? Wasn't everything over? What about the demon sword and the saint? Its power is SS+. I've never seen such a rank. Tahan was not surprised, thinking to himself. It finally appeared. The invincible master of the dungeon, Kenemion. Kenemion, the true master of the Japanese dungeon, was an SS+ rank monster. Its initial form was unimpressive, but the more monsters and people it devoured, the stronger it became. It was far more dangerous than its rank suggested. If Chairman Matsuda realized this and called for reinforcements, damage could be minimized. But that was unlikely to happen. A person standing near Kuro begged, Chairman, give the order, or we will all be annihilated. Chairman was tense, grinding his teeth, unsure if from anger or fear. Kuro muttered, "Damn it, just took down an SS, now an SS+. Should I call for support from another association? No, even the Saint and the Demon Sword can't handle it. Calling for help is useless. It will destroy everything before they arrive. The players, the entire city, and my political standing." People were still trying to persuade him, but he ordered, "We retreat." Someone asked, "What about the people still fighting?" Kuro replied urgently, "It's too late. Even national forces can't handle it. The only choice now is to survive. If you want to save your own lives, you must run immediately." Suddenly Tahan, from behind, slammed both hands hard against his head. The handcuffs shattered and he brushed himself off as he spoke. "I have endured for the sake of Chairman Jin-hee, but everything is no different than before my regression." Everyone shouted, "Chairman Matsuda, the handcuffs! What are you doing?" Tahan did not hesitate. "I am here to stop the dungeon explosion. As for you, whether you want to flee like him or arrest me, it's your choice." But as he said this, he suddenly hesitated. After thinking for a moment, Tae-hyun continued, "I will save them." With that, he turned and walked away. Hearing this, the people behind him froze in place. They were nervous, but still looked at each other and nodded, as if they had decided on something. He reached the hallway, walking and calculating. "Good. Before everyone falls, if I can kill Kentamion and stop the dungeon explosion." Suddenly a voice rang out from somewhere, calling Tahan by name. Turned in surprise, asking how she had ended up here. Returning to the chaotic battlefield, where the fight was still raging. City lay in ruins. He stood in the center, holding a person upside down by the ankle. Shinji was injured, sitting dazed, leaning against a rock. Everyone had fallen, no one was left standing. No matter how many times he regenerated or reinforced his body, it was useless. Sarada hung upside down, whispered in despair in her mind. No one could defeat this monster. Tamian proudly declared that the resistance was over, that he was about to devour everything. At this moment she felt no fear, only despair awaiting death. In that moment, Sarada suddenly thought of Taehan, wondering what he would do. She recalled his words, not to help her, but to stop the dungeon from exploding. Sarada blamed herself. Yes, even as an enemy, Taehan acted for a greater goal. When she first became a player, she only wanted to use her power to help people. But when had she lost her way and gone down this wrong path? She asked herself if there was still time to turn back. Kentamian brought her closer to the fanged mouth on his stomach. Thinking it was all over, Sarada let her body go limp, accepting her fate. Suddenly, a surge of power, twisting like a lightning bolt, shot toward them. Taehan moved like a flash, sweeping her up and escaping the death trap. Kenaman was astonished, his eyes widening as he looked that way. Sarada snapped back to reality, exclaiming in surprise. He looked at her and said bluntly that he hadn't expected much. She had fought quite well. In Sarada's mind, the name Taehan surfaced again. She weakly asked him in a hoarse voice, "How did you—" Before she could finish her sentence, a group of people appeared, shouting loudly, "City Lord." On their shoulders, some carried Baloo, others carried the wounded. They spoke in unison. "We are here." The woman carrying Shinji apologized to the player Taehan. Being non-combatants, they only knew how to rescue the wounded. He looked at them and replied that this was enough. Seeing this, Sarada felt deeply moved, choked with emotion. Taehyun turned to look at her, saying that regardless, the thing he had to deal with was this. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood blocking him. At the same time, Kentamian charged forward like a madman. Sarada was shocked, chasing after him and yelling, telling him that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't do it alone. Before she could finish, he suddenly called out loudly, "Imazan." Taehan stood his ground firmly even as the enemy rushed ever closer. Suddenly, massive pillars of ice erupted from the ground. They surrounded Kentamian, leaving him bewildered and confused. The people who had just arrived were also stunned, not knowing what this thing was. An ice wall, a solid fortress, rose up in an instant. It separated Kenaman on the inside from the rest of the people on the outside. A stranger standing on the ice wall called down. Taehan looked at the sturdy fortress and sighed. "Oh my." The person continued loudly, saying this was not the reason they had come. He was an S-rank player, Ah Young, from the Korean Players Association. She recounted the mission. Chairman Jin-hee ordered them to bring Taehan back, because he was being detained by the Japanese Association. They wanted to stop him from interfering with the dungeon explosion, but Taehyun was too important to Korea. They couldn't leave him there. By any means necessary, bring him back home. Taehyun called back, surprised, thinking the goal was to stop the explosion. Imazan shouted loudly, "No!" The Japanese Association had refused their assistance. Hearing this, he calmly said that helping them along the way was fine too. Taehyun turned his head to look at her, thinking of Chairman Jin-hee, who had ordered them to bring him back at all costs. Imazan lost his composure, stammering incomprehensibly. Kentamian, who had been silent until now, spoke. "How perplexing. Why didn't you run? Why walk into death? You are just prey." Taehyun replied without hesitation, saying the one who failed to see the reality was him. Hearing this, he immediately flared up and asked, "What?" Taehyun pointed his sword straight at his face. emphasizing each word. From now on, the one who is trapped is you Kentamian. Outside, everyone was busily rescuing the scene, urging each other to leave the dangerous place. Someone called out to Sarada, who was standing frozen. Sarada, also known as the City Lord, paid no attention to their words. She only looked worriedly towards the ice wall, where darkness shrouded it, silently calling Tahan's name. Inside, the situation was chaotic. He shot forward like lightning, attacking Kentamian. Tahan swept past him like a whirlwind, but the strikes only grazed him, dealing no significant damage. The wound on his cheek smoked and then healed quickly. He retreated, observed, and thought to himself, damn, his recovery speed is faster than I thought. Did he detect his hidden state? The longer the battle dragged on, the stronger Kenaman became, so he thrust his spear hard into the ground, believing Tahan was there. Suddenly, he realized something and looked up in astonishment. A colossal figure appeared, wielding a jet black sword, flanked by two statues with their hands clasped. He commanded arrogantly, kneel now. He used his spear to block the giant sword tip pointed at his face. Kenaman still talked tough, saying that the vermin at the bottom of the food chain were cunning, but it still wasn't enough to defeat him. Before he finished his words, Tahan interjected, the real attack is right here. At this moment, he was riding on the back of a monster. Its entire body was red as blood, baring its sharp fangs at Kenaman. Tahyun excitedly asked, can you withstand this time? Facing the monster's sharp teeth, he blurted out in panic, what? The monster lunged forward to tear Kenaman apart. The spear could not withstand the force, gradually cracking into pieces. It devoured him, piercing every crevice of his body, causing him to scream in agony. Tahyun, controlling the monster from its back, thought that in a drawn-out fight, he would be the one at a disadvantage, so he had to pour in all his magic power to end it. I will decide victory and defeat here. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. I have told you many times that power is not yours. The chaotic battle scene vanished, and Tahyun stood before a golden throne. He blurted out in surprise, huh? Tahyun looked at the person seated on the throne, thinking, is this reality? What the hell is this? Am I dreaming again? No, this is real. He went on guard, shouting, who are you? Why do you keep appearing before me? That person asked with interest. You ask what I want? You must reach him. Tahyun thought tensely. Him? The person on the throne continued speaking. To do that, I need someone who overcomes everything on their own, not blinded by the power I grant. The doppelganger glided down malevolently. This is test. Tahyun lost his composure, yelling, don't mess with me. Who do you think you are to? His hand suddenly froze, unable to move even a single finger. Tahyun was extremely tense, sweat pouring continuously. The mysterious power activated, devouring was destroyed, unusable. He stammered in disbelief. The monarch's aura was destroyed. The monarch's world was also destroyed. Shadow extraction could not be used. Binding chains, Queen S, absolute hypnosis, all were unusable. Currently, no skills could be used. He watched the throne fade away powerlessly. Suddenly, Kenaman charged forward, pulling him back to reality. He was covered in wounds, charging forward fiercely. Tahyun was still dazed, his face pale. Kenaman swung his broken spear. A single slash severed his arm and leg. Azan on the city wall saw something was wrong and cast a spell to freeze him in place. She called out worriedly, Tahyun. He clung to a block of ice, panicking. What is happening? Who is he in the end? Suddenly appearing and then locking all my skills. What is this? Isn't this my power? I have understood that from the very beginning. Because I am just an unawakened, useless person, simply chosen. But to withdraw the power so instantly like this, while he was lost in thought, Kenaman broke free from control and madly lunged forward, swinging his fist. He punched Tahyun hard into the ground. He still didn't understand what was happening, screaming inside, this is too much. He poured all his humiliation into his fist, shouting, you dare to let a despicable prey like you humiliate me. I will kill you. Tahyun coughed up blood from the punch, his fighting spirit fading. He despaired. What did I try for? Until now, what have I been fighting for? Just then, he prepared to land the finishing blow. Imazan suddenly leaped down from the city wall. She created a large ice block to block his punch. Only then did Tahyun come to his senses and speak. She hurriedly said, I will buy time, use the opportunity to find the saintess and heal yourself. Tahyun was surprised, huh? He sat on the ground looking at Imazan, shouting, what are you saying? You are no match for him. Run away. Imazan yelled, that's why I have to stop him. The only one who can defeat that monster is you, Tahyun. Didn't you come here to stop the dungeon break? Don't you realize that if you die here, everything will be over? Imazan's words were like an alarm bell, pulling him back to reality. Tahyun gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, that was right. What needed to be done was to figure out his goal, not sit around lamenting why he had lost his skills. No matter how resentful he felt, the situation wouldn't change. If he couldn't take down Kentamian, everyone would die. He had to find a way at any cost. But how? With this weak body and no skills left, how could he face Kenaman? Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had grabbed a lifeline. No, there were still skills he could use. Skills that were originally unusable from the start. Tahyun recalled a system panel. Displayed. Blood Rage is currently unusable. The activation condition is to absorb a powerful amount of blood. He muttered under his breath, a powerful amount of blood. Tahyun turned his head to look behind him. Behind him was the crushed corpse of Kenakines, pinned under a large boulder. Lay motionless without any sign of life. Azan, after struggling for a while, was exhausted, her entire body stained with blood. Kenamin spoke proudly. A wretch like you dares to stand in my way? But it doesn't matter, using your blood to recover wouldn't be bad either. He approached where she lay unconscious, preparing to grab her. Suddenly Ajimun's massive face appeared behind him. Kenamin turned around astonished. Then he turned to look at Taohan, who was slowly recovering at that moment. Having confirmed the absorption of a powerful amount of blood, a colossal power was awakening. His damaged body was reactivated, all stats skyrocketing to 250. Sensing the immense source of power, Kenamin spoke tensely. This magical force belongs to the nameless Grand Duke. What exactly are you? While he was in a panic, Taohan had fully recovered. The limbs that had been severed earlier were now completely regrown. All conditions for use had been met. The skill Blood Rage was activated. In a dark place, Doppelganger sat arrogantly on a throne. With an amused expression, he said to himself, perhaps I should let him use at least one skill. But Senza has no need to worry. By devouring the magical beast, who would have thought he dared to unseal the power of Grand Duke Ajimun? That's right, he needed to grow like this. The more brutal each battle, the more he realized he had been living too comfortably. Saying this, he paused to create suspense. Back in the battle, Taohan was brimming with blood, swinging his fist ready to strike. Kenamin was still confused, a hint of fear flashing across his face. He charged forward, punching him hard in the chest. At this moment, Doppelganger's unfinished sentence echoed, only then can he reach him. He was hit directly by the blow, tumbling to the ground. One of Kenamin's arms was severed, and he struggled to prop himself up with his remaining arm to sit up. Kenamin's whole body trembled in confusion. What is happening? This guy was at death's door just now. How can a lowly human use the Grand Duke's power? No, it doesn't matter anyway. He's still someone who must be killed. I don't know how he got that power, but this is Grand Duke Organ's domain. If this body isn't enough, I'll eat more corpses to absorb their magical force. Tear and devour, Kenamin lunged up, transforming into another version. The mouth on his belly was full of blood after he voraciously chewed the nearby corpses. Taohan turned his head to look at the unconscious Imazan, secretly relieved. He immediately called out her name, A.H. Then Taohan realized she was thankfully still breathing. He looked down at his pitch-black hand with sharp claws. So this was the power of Grand Duke Ajimun, Blood Vortex. Blood boiled within him. His heart felt like it would explode. The pain came from a body that had become a monster. Clearly, this was not a power that could be used for long. But somehow, Kenamin had recovered and was frantically charging at Taohan. He looked on without a shred of fear, feeling an oddly comfortable sensation inside. His body felt light as a feather. Raising his double-headed axe towards Taohan, he said, this time I will end you. Kenamin's axe slammed down hard, and he quickly dodged to the side, the ground cracking open. Seizing the moment while he hadn't lifted his axe yet, Taohan moved into an offensive stance. He lunged straight forward, clawing a long gash from Kenamin's left shoulder across to his right waist. Blood sprayed grotesquely from the claw wound, and he roared in anger, this brat. Kenamin, like a crazed monster, swung his axe wildly, smashing everything to pieces wherever Taohan was. Each time he swung his axe was a time he dodged the blow with graceful fluidity. Taohan quickly ducked down to avoid the swing aimed at him. Kenamin attacked from the side, and Shi Ying immediately dodged. He was displeased and spat out angrily. What is going on? Why can't I hit him? Why am I being overpowered like this? My strength is no less. I even surpassed it by absorbing more killing intent. But why am I like this? From a distance, Taohan rushed forward and threw a punch straight at Kenamin's face. He couldn't defend in time and took the hit head-on, blood spurting from his mouth. Activating Blood Frenzy, he not only gained the strength of a demon beast, but his right eye also turned red. As he fought, Taohan noticed the strangeness. His right eye had become a blood eye, but this time it was different from when he used Devar. Now, the flow of demonic power was clearly visible, and he could see the focal points of his opponent's strength in every move. He could even see the location of the demonic core, the heart of the demon beast. Kenamin could no longer do anything and asked weakly, just what are you? Taohan, while crushing a piece of the demonic core with his hand, replied, what am I? Go to hell and find out. With his heart destroyed, the man let out a fierce roar like a trapped beast. His upper body exploded, shards of the broken demonic core scattering everywhere with the blast. Floating in midair, Taohan said to himself, of course, I have to find out for myself as well. With his victory over Kenamin, Taohan completely ended the dungeon break crisis in Japan. The Japanese Player Association worked hard to heal the wounded and repair the damage. Uro, who refused to assist for personal gain, lost his standing and was placed in temporary custody for investigation. Imazon was fortunate to only be lightly injured, not life-threatening, but she worried about being scolded by Association President Jin He. And he said cheerfully, scold you? I'm just relieved you're safe. Imazon replied happily, I will try even harder. As for the Sword Saint and the Demon Sword, Surata and Shinji held a press conference. Both sincerely bowed their heads in apology. They confessed to all illegal acts of using player skills. Surata honestly recounted the secrets he had kept for a long time. I used the Revelation Saint's skill to manipulate others for personal gain. I accept any punishment and will start over from the beginning. The United States Player Association. Kevin looked at the screen and sighed in admiration. Truly astonishing. That guy Ta Han, I knew he was talented, but I didn't expect him to take down SS plus Demon Beast alone. Thinking only Cody could do it, Marcus chimed in from the side. This time, he even surpassed his fight with Greg Gore. That red demonic power can be considered the strength of a Grand Duke. Kevin mused, what a shame. Such a talent cannot be recruited, but there's no other way. Someone like him is not easily swayed by money or power, only led by belief and ideals. All I can do is hope those beliefs don't clash. Seeing Kevin turn to leave, Marcus asked, so the association has made its decision? He replied as he walked, yes. Aside from that boy, it's time for us to act. After all, everything is for the progress of humanity. Kevin walked beside the railing, looking at the massive creature taking shape inside the rearing cage. It had wings, a robust body, but no face, no name, no level. Leaving the U Association, elsewhere, Ta Han was drinking a bottle of magic water. He drained it dry without leaving a single drop. Ta Han reached out trying to use a skill, but nothing happened. Seeing this, he pondered, still no good, huh? After dispelling Blood Frenzy, his body returned to normal, but his sealed skills hadn't unlocked. He could only use the Grand Duke's power, Blood Frenzy, and the Demonic Eye. According to the system display, the Demonic Eye was activated, consuming 10 magic power. He went to the Master Alchemist, Sang X, but placed a new potion bottle amidst the empty ones and said, failed again. I thought this time it would succeed. He was Sang X, the leader of the Alchemists, an S-rank player. Signature skill was Potion Creative. This skill created potions far beyond conventional alchemy, from stat boosts to curse removal. Sang X approached Ta Hyun and said sincerely, I'm truly sorry I couldn't help. He replied, it's fine. Perhaps the curse is stronger than I thought. Ta Hyun looked at his own hand, now healed, and thought to himself, if Sang X's power is useless, then the only option is to ask Doppelganger to remove the curse. Seeing him silent, the old man asked nervously, what will you do now? Ta Hyun replied, if even the guildmaster can't solve it, I might have to go abroad. Hearing this, Sang X said loudly, you don't mean to go to Italy, do you? He ignored the wary expression and continued, that's right, to meet the world's #1 curse removal expert, ranked second in the US. Ricky, who had just been mentioned, was currently standing amidst a group of people lying flat on the ground. He looked up at the man above, long time no see, Association President Jiang Long. I have notified you many times. Today, I come as an investigator for the World Player Association, Jiang Long said happily. Ricky. Ignoring his expression, she continued, I am here to investigate illegal experiments near an unexplored dungeon in China. Therefore, I hope you will cooperate with the investigation. Jiang Long darkened upon hearing this and asked what she would do if he refused. Over here, Tai Han muttered to himself, of course, the moment before she disappeared. Ricky heard Jiang Long and gave a light smile. Refuse? She recalled the time Marcus presented the plan to conquer the Unch dungeons. One was the Japanese dungeon, named the Storm of Kentakinas. It had already been conquered by the player Tai Han. The remaining one was the Chinese dungeon, the Abyss, which had swallowed countless conquest teams. What we need for the main course is the unconquered Chinese dungeon. Many secret laboratories and strange sources of magic power have been discovered around that area. Clearly, under Jiang Long's direction, some experiment was being conducted. We cannot stand by and do nothing. We must uncover the truth. I hope you will cooperate, Ricky. She was silent for a long moment, seriously considering the offer. Back to the present, Ricky was still ready to fight with all her strength. She stepped forward and said loudly, if that is the case, then there is no choice but to resolve it with force. Seeing this, Jiang Long became somewhat wary. He calculated inwardly Ricky was ranked second on the American leaderboard. He had anticipated her strength, but he did not expect her magic power to be so overwhelming. At this moment, she was extremely riled up. If he made even the slightest move, she would charge into attack. Jiang Long suddenly curled his lips in a puzzling smile. The calculations in his mind were clearly written on his face. Interesting, our plan seems to fit this situation perfectly. Suddenly, he burst out laughing, just kidding, just kidding. Regardless, no one would want to go against the World Player Association. I will actively cooperate with the investigation. Ricky quickly said upon hearing this, if that is the case, then... But before she could finish her sentence, he cut in. But seeing and judging for oneself is more accurate, is it not? I invite you to the laboratory. Ricky's eyes widened, her emotions a mix of surprise and confusion. Jiang Long looked down from above with a sinister gaze. How about it, tomorrow you can see our experiment for yourself, and then we will talk further. At the hotel reserved for players in China, Ricky sipped the wine in her hand, looking out at the white cityscape while pondering. An invitation? What was that man scheming? There was no way he would cooperate so easily. Jiang Long, an unpredictable man, must be very careful. But then, ending her train of thought, she spoke, how very rude, Tai Han. Bursting into a lady's room like this. The person opposite Ricky was Ta Hyun, who had entered at some unknown time. She was slightly wary, observing carefully, staying alert in her mind. The promising talent of Korea. Recently, the American Player Association had also taken an interest in him. She thought they would meet sooner or later, but not under these circumstances. What are you plotting? While she was in a state of confusion, Ta Hyun suddenly looked straight at Ricky and said, "You will die here." Ricky was stunned upon hearing this, too shocked to speak. Just like her, Ta Hyun was also secretly on guard. Ricky, the #2 player of America, national level. She had achieved global fame, but her most famous skill was Pact Nullification, which could dissolve even an Awakened's Pact. Currently, except for Monster Face and Bloodlust, I cannot use any other skills. Conquer the unexplored dungeon, I need Ricky's skill, but she was notoriously known for not negotiating with outsiders. According to my memory before regression, Ricky would die in the Guangzhou dungeon. That was an event too famous, the whole world talked about it. But humans, if they are human, all care about their own lives. I must do everything to catch her attention. After a moment of shock, Ricky returned to her relaxed demeanor. She put the glass on the table and asked, "So what?" Her calm attitude made him pause slightly. Ricky looked straight at Tae Hyun and continued, "Players always face danger and could die at any moment. Believe it or not, greater power comes with greater responsibility." Seeing she was about to leave, Tae Hyun hurriedly said, "Do you not value your life? As a human?" Ricky stopped upon hearing this and asked, "A human? Someone like me who can manipulate everything, am I really a human?" By snapping my fingers, not just this place. But everyone in this building would also be wiped out. In some aspects, I am no different from a monster. Therefore, players need something to hold on to, be it justice, a mission, a dream, or money, something to bind us together. So what binds Taehyun? Ricky approached, placed a hand on his shoulder, and asked, "Which side do you belong to? A human who can control himself, or a monster intoxicated by power?" Taehyun was stunned for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. He did not look at her and spoke, "Honestly, I do not know. I am a bit surprised, though not to the point of losing all humanity. Many players have lost themselves after endless battles. You truly are a very principled person." Taehyun looked up with interest and continued, "But I also live by my principles." She fell silent upon hearing this, but quickly gave a slight smile. She ran her hand through her hair and said, "You must have come here wanting something from me." Taehyun did not hesitate to state his purpose. "I need your pack nullification skill. For some reasons, most of my skills are currently sealed." Ricky replied, "Asking for something like that on a first meeting, is that not a bit too much? If I help you, what do I get in return?" He immediately offered terms upon hearing that. "Currently, your top concern is helping the people who might be in danger in Guangzhou. I can help you do that, is that not enough?" Ricky narrowed her eyes at Taehyun and retorted, "Do you think I need your help?" Her answer only made Taehyun more confident. He calmly cut in, "That remains to be seen." But it did not hurt to be cautious. The scene now moved outside the gate of Jiang Long's secret research lab. Two scientists stood waiting, welcoming her. "Miss Ricky, we have been waiting, but who is that person?" She raised her eyes to look at the person in question and then replied, "He is my bodyguard." At this moment, Taehyun had disguised himself to avoid being detected. After they were both led inside, they moved to the meeting location. He silently calculated. Jiang Long's secret research lab only invited Ricky, not allowing other high-level players to enter. He was famous for conquering the Japanese dungeon, so he disguised himself as a bodyguard. As soon as they arrived, a person waiting in advance spoke, "How interesting. A national-level player needs a bodyguard. That is strange, is it not? That old man is Jiang Long, the chairman of the Chinese Player Association." Ricky replied amicably, "Caution is not excessive. I believe this much is permissible." He beside her silently assessed, "That man is Jiang Long, the one who once orchestrated the assassination of contestants in the Asian friendship match and was the source of future disasters." A scientist stepped forward and said, "Before entering here, please make the oath of an awakener." Hearing this, Taehyun thought to himself, "An oath?" Ricky muttered, "An oath, that thing is not of much use to me." He turned to look at her, thinking tensely, what is this woman saying she is? But when her power was released, seeing Ricky's confidence, Jiang Long dismissed the man. "I think so too. There is no way to stop her with an oath. Sorry for the inconvenience." He walked to the door leading the way. "Let me begin to guide everyone on a tour of the laboratory. A project I call the S-Rank Awakener Experiment." The meaning spread below was countless cultivation pods. Ricky stopped when she saw this scene. She could not believe her eyes, telling herself, "People trapped in glass tubes? I had foreseen this, but I did not expect it to be this cruel." Ricky quickly stepped forward to a cultivation pod and looked up. Jiang Long behind continued speaking, "We are trying to create S-Rank Awakener by injecting demonic energy into the body, truly wonderful, with power that challenges even gods." She lost her composure and exclaimed, "What kind of monster is this?" Taehyun quickly approached to stop her. "Do not use skills here. If you are careless, the experimental subjects will be in danger." She cursed helplessly, "Damn it." Jiang Long saw her attitude and gave a satisfied smile. He stood on the railing and called down, "Another awakener is about to be born. The moment of birth is truly miraculous. You are very lucky to witness it." The scientist read the data board of experimental subject B102, heart rate increasing, physical strength increasing, magical power rapidly increasing. Ricky lightly touched the glass and asked softly, "Is this truly a successful experiment?" Suddenly, the person inside opened their eyes wide. Then, with a burst, that person's body exploded. From the outside, nothing could be seen anymore. Jiang Long heard the noise and spoke up, "What is this?" Another failure. Ricky could no longer stay calm hearing him say that. Tai Han realized this and quickly approached her. He lowered his voice for the two of them alone. "Wait, calm down." But before he could stop her, she spoke loudly. "You have crossed the line." Ta Hyun tensed up, sweat dripping, watching her prepare to rush into a fight. He thought to himself, I guess she had skills other than Canceller, but power that shakes the entire laboratory like this. Ricky's face darkened, she swung her hand towards Jiang Long and emphasized each word. "Are you ready to pay the price?" He said calmly, "Humans are inherently unequal. That is the reality since the player system was applied to the world. The moment rank is decided, life is also determined by that rank. No one wants to be weak forever, I just turned that hope into reality." He paused and asked, "Is that not right?" Ricky did not want to hear any more of his argument. She shouted, "But that ends here." Jiang Long looked at Ricky in astonishment. She had activated her fusion energy. A powerful stream of energy headed straight for Jiang Long. He just smirked with a mocking grin, then slowly took out a scroll. Ricky and Ta Han were shocked. That thing seemed to be the black hole skill. Black hole nullifies all skills in the surrounding area. That is not only a rare skill, its use is also extremely difficult. Where did he get it from? Jiang Long spoke, acting tough because you have superior magical power. Humans need to know how to use tools. This is a scroll containing the black hole skill. He laughed and said, "I have prepared another gift. I hope you will like it." The base suddenly shook violently. Tahayan was terrified. Could it be? He ran quickly to the edge of the wall, stared intently at the spreading darkness and said, "I was wondering why the research lab was built underground, though the entrance to the abyssal dungeon was right beside it." From within the wall, a deep pit appeared. Tahayan thought the reason for placing it underground was surely to extract magical power from the dungeon, and most of that magical power probably comes from him. Jiang Long looked at them and sneered, "What a pity. I thought you would understand my ideals, Ricky. Tahayan, between you and me, there is still an unsettled debt." He was shocked, thinking that old man had recognized his identity long before. Jiang Long continued, "Now you have no way out, Taihan. Seal the gate." The assistant asked in surprise, "But there are still test subjects and researchers below." The old man coldly replied, "So what? Having test subjects and researchers elsewhere is more than enough. If we have to sacrifice them this way, it is no great loss." After speaking, he and his assistant left, leaving Vicky's group behind. Tahain frowned. "It seems we have fallen into a trap." The girl nodded. "That is right. Even my skills are nullified. This is really troublesome. This is the first time I have faced an opponent like this." Suddenly, other researchers screamed in terror. A sinewy foot appeared, crushing the floor. That creature stared at the crowd, seemingly assessing who was the tastiest prey. Tao Hyun and Ricky immediately went on the defensive, stunned by what just appeared. Then they wondered, a snail? The researchers trembled and stammered. "They came from Gate A snail. But if it is just an ordinary snail, we can still manage." The vicious snail gave them only a glance. One person was stunned. "What the hell?" The snail, invaded by parasites, let out a shriek. The parasites in the air immediately latched onto a person. His face began to break out in green, disgusting pustules. His pupils also turned red upon being infected by the parasites. At that moment, the creature would be left with only a single attacking instinct. It continuously infected others, increasing the number of monsters controlled by the parasitic will. A person shouted a warning as he fled. "Be careful. If you touch the gas when it spreads, you will be infected by the parasites immediately." Ricky looked at the snail in panic. Her instincts screamed at her to run, but her feet were frozen in place. Hein was also panicking, cursing once, "Damn it." In that critical moment, a loud explosion echoed, and the snail was smashed into the wall. The dust slowly cleared. Ta Hyun's figure appeared, firmly holding Ricky. Around him, blood circles continuously appeared. She looked at him in a daze. Beneath those glasses, one of Ta Hyun's eyes briefly flashed a strange red light. Ricky cried out in shock, "How come your skills are—" The situation was extremely critical. Most of the researchers had already been infected. Ta Hyun told himself, "Cannot let anyone else get infected. Must stop the spread from leaving this laboratory." He quickly calculated a method to stop the infection. The target must be the thing controlling the entire swarm of parasites. "I have to destroy it." Thinking that, he charged straight towards the snail. Taehan used his skill to see through the snail's skull and joyfully discovered the parasite's main body on its head. He gathered all his strength and threw an extremely powerful punch at the monster's skull. Seeing the punch miss, he was shocked. It dodged that. He had no choice but to fly up and loop around behind the snail. He saw it ferociously chasing after the researchers who had not yet been infected. They screamed in fear, "Save me!" Taehan calculated, no good, if the number of infected people increases here, then... He had no choice but to take a running start, leaping and throwing a powerfully charged punch into the snail's body. It was squashed flat against the wall. Taehan thought this punch must have dealt heavy damage. The dust slowly cleared. The snail's head peeked out with eyes still as ferocious as before. Taehan could not help but be astonished. That punch just now seemed to have no effect on that monster. Taehan suddenly realized, unexpectedly, its target was him. Deafening explosions rang out continuously. Ricky covered her nose, struggling to stay standing. She called out, out Ta Han's name in surprise. In the hazy, dusty smoke, only Ta Han was seen standing motionless like a statue. Ricky was extremely worried. Do not tell me he has become a host. If a player that strong is parasitized, not just this laboratory, the whole world will have to face a monster that no one can control. Beneath that indifferent expression, the corner of his mouth suddenly broke into a triumphant smile. Tai Han smiled and said, "God." He tightened his grip on the snail's skull and said, "Thinking you could get away?" His squeeze sent blood splattering from its skull. Ricky was still dazed, staring at Ta Han's crazy actions. Ta Han walked with his glasses on in extremely cool style. Behind him lay the corpse of the giant monster that had just fallen. He smiled and asked, "Everyone ready? Time to catch Jiang Long." At another location, Jiang Long stood with his assistants and subordinates. Someone spoke up and asked, "Mr. Chairman, what if they happen to survive? They are all national strategic assets." That man looked at his subordinates with a grim expression. The one who just asked was startled, an inexplicable fear washing over him. Jiang Long turned away and replied, "You worry too much. This laboratory is made of special materials to prevent test subjects from escaping. It was built with cutting-edge technology, sturdy enough to withstand most common attacks. A thick door made of the same material as the walls sits at the end of the elevator shaft, and it will seal that place when we exit. No one can escape. Ricky or Taehyun can only die when facing the monsters in the dungeon." Suddenly, the base shook violently, the whole group horrified. What just happened? Rumbling sounds echoed everywhere. The door Jiang Long was proud of was pierced straight through by a force. From inside, Taehyun leaped out with an overbearing style. That man was astonished. How did they break through the barrier? Taehyun smiled at his opponent. "We have an unsettled debt, don't we?" Jiang Long's eyes were now bloodshot, with streaks of blood on his face. That man gnashed his teeth in fury. "Taehyun, in the end, you still block my way." He adjusted his coat to look handsome, thinking to himself that Jiang Long had never acted on his own before. Perhaps he had no ability at all. Thinking that, he immediately charged forward. Jiang Long suddenly spoke up, "You think that's it?" And that man assumed a counterattack posture. Their two fists collided, creating a resounding blast. Taehyun was surprised, blocking my blood rage strike with his bare hands. Jiang Long would not let him recover, pouring more force into his fist. Taehyun was pushed back by that blow. He began to calculate, not understanding where that power came from, but seeing it with his demon eye made it clear. Jiang Long had transferred the monster's demonic power into his own body. Now he was half man, half monster. He had predicted this would happen, but he did not expect that man would dare to experiment on his own body. Jiang Long said, "I originally planned not to make a move directly, but you pests are truly troublesome. Go drink some more milk, kid." Saying that, that man threw a blow right at the center of Ta Hyun's forehead. He looked at that man and said, "By now, it should be almost time." Jiang Long's hand suddenly went numb and slipped. That man collapsed to the ground with a thud. Looking at the electrified wires tightening around him, Jiang Long trembled, his body devoid of strength. "Those things clinging to me are draining my power." Ta Han looked up and said, "You're here." Ricky's appearance surprised everyone. It turned out Ricky had made a move to save Ta Han. She said sorry for being late. She couldn't cover the distance as fast as he could. She took time to clear the obstructors, but it was astonishing that he used a skill in the black hole and broke through the barrier. "Based on you telling me to use Canceller, I bet you have many other skills. I wonder how you'll surprise me this time." Ta Han smiled and replied, "Is just this even worth mentioning?" Jiang Long angrily cursed, "You bastards dare to do this." He shouted in madness, to be trapped like this again. Seeing Jiang Long struggle to break free, Tai Han remarked Senzo was still resisting. Ricky replied, "Probably." The two quickly activated their muscles and tendons, stubborn as cockroaches. That man angrily charged forward to attack. Ricky said, "Don't charge in so stupidly, so ill-mannered." Her gentle strike took one of Jiang Long's arms. Ta Hyun also came to join the fun. He politely said, "Excuse me for a moment." His hand was now transformed by demonic power into sharp hook claws. Ta Hyun calmly gave Jiang Long a scratch. Blood flowed from that man's body like a spring. Ta Hyun gave him an extra kick and then turned around with a flourish. Ricky was astonished by the performance and spoke in admiration, while Jiang Long remained silent. But their opponent was no pushover. Jiang Long did not admit defeat. He slipped past Ta Han to target someone else. He rushed quickly towards Ricky, intending to deliver a treacherous blow. Ricky, unable to defend herself, was sent crashing into the wall. Taehan called her name in concern. Jiang Long immediately threw a kick at Taehan. Although he managed to block it with his hands, he was still pushed backward. Sweat beaded on Taehan's forehead from shock. He was astonished to realize Jiang Long had the ability to regenerate his body. The man arrogantly stated all attacks were useless. His body constantly reconstructed itself. Taehan began to worry as his arms trembled, unsure if he had enough strength to counterattack. The man smiled smugly, praised Taehan's strength, and said it would be a waste to kill him. He asked Taehan if he wanted to join his ranks, since he was also a contractor of the Grand Duke. Hyun was startled. How did that man know about the Grand Duke? Jiang Long continued to belittle him, saying the title of national strategy level player meant nothing. He said that those contracted to the Grand Duke like themselves were supreme, and humans were mere insects. So, take my hand. Hyun suddenly stepped close-face, retorting, "What kind of nonsense is that?" He asserted himself arrogantly. Ricky said weakly, she did not trust sneak attackers, now she could only rely on him. Hyun said from the past until now, he did not trust you people, and then he unsealed because of the king. Jiang Long was surprised by Hyun's overwhelming aura. He pointed a finger, his voice grating, asking, "You want me to take your hand? Something like you, my gluttony skill has been unsealed. You and I were never on the same level." Hyun unleashed his technique, the gluttony skill was unsealed. Jiang Long could not believe it. I am being devoured. Why did I lose to this brat? I evolved after absorbing monster power, but it was useless. He needed more power, and demanded Hyun give it to him. When things seemed to be over, a black shadow appeared behind him. Hyun turned around warily. The black creature spat out a pool of green liquid. Hyun managed to dodge it. He observed the ground melting and deduced it was a strong acid. He wondered if it could be that thing. The strange creature stopped its head, posing as if taking a picture. It was actually gathering momentum, then spat out a few more pools of green liquid. Those who got hit were corroded, some even had their bodies severed. Ricky was terrified, shielding herself with her hands. She thought she had seen countless monsters before, but this one was on a completely different level. At that moment, Hyun rushed forward and hugged Ricky tightly. He used his own body to shield her. Hyun said he had a premonition, and that appearance confirmed it. Grey Abyss, master of the unconquered dungeon in China. That was Grey Venom. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Hyun recalled the world-famous dungeon expansion event before he regressed. Venom had used the expansion to infect and turn humans into hosts. He admired Jiang Long's recklessness for offering his body to Venom. Hyun told Ricky to fall back because she had no mana left or using Purge on him. He would hold the enemy so she could run for reinforcements. Ricky objected, afraid of him staying alone. He firmly said he would be fine, he could not fight and protect her at the same time. Ricky bit her lip in silence, knowing she was just a burden. Finally, she could only pat his shoulder and say, "Come back safely." Venom said with amusement, a contractor of the Grand Duke protecting a human. A contractor who should be subservient, why use power for lowly humans? He felt a surge of curiosity, truly very curious. It was the same as when he saw the memories of a human body after absorbing it. If he made that man a host, he would be able to see as well. Suddenly, Venom sensed an extremely powerful pressure. It turned out Hyun had used devouring while Venom was babbling. He was annoyed by this bug buzzing around. First, suppress that annoying speed. The notification window appeared, the eyes of the superior species activated, agility skyrocketed. By this time, Ricky had already left a distance away. She turned her head back worriedly to look at Taehan's room. Ricky recalled earlier, Taehan told her to leave quickly. He would handle things here. Thinking about that, she could not help but think she probably could not help much anyway. But he was alone, please be safe until I return. Taehan was now fighting fiercely with Venom. He appeared silently behind his back. Taehan quickly enhanced his power. The unique skill devouring had been strengthened, sensing the change in his body. He muttered that now he could see everything clearly. Taehan continued to use devouring. The evil dragon opened its mouth and lunged at Venom. It quickly appeared right in front of Venom. Taehan observed when the eyes of the superior species were active, Venom's movements became slower, and he applied devouring to the monster as well. With these eyes he could track its movement direction quickly. He could take it down. Venom spat out a slime with acid-like attack power again. Taehan gritted his teeth. This thing again. He would not fail this time like before. Taehan and Venom clashed at the same time. The two forces collided, creating an explosion. It seemed his power had overpowered the green slime from him. Taehan charged out from the smoke and dust. He thought just one more hit was needed. He needed to attack very quickly. He would completely finish it off in this attack. Right at this moment, cracks began to appear outside the base. Consecutive explosions occurred, rocks and dirt flew everywhere. The entire building seemed to turn to dust. Amidst the devastated scene, Taehan appeared, his body covered in scratches, but his gaze still determined. He looked at his trembling hands and cursed under his breath. Damn it, mana was almost depleted. He also could not block every attack from Venom. Where was Venom? Was it over then? Before Taehan could rejoice, Venom suddenly appeared behind him. He said, "Interesting." Just as expected from a contractor of the Grand Duke, Taehan paled. After that blow you are still alive. He lunged forward, punching straight into Taehan's body. His mouth uttered each word. That was only the beginning of the battle. Taehan was choked by Venom. He struggled. Strange, it was even faster and stronger than before. He could not focus. Taehan discovered Venom was absorbing mana from the air. That unique type of mana could only be sensed in a dungeon. This meant the laboratory had already turned into an accursed dungeon. Venom laughed eerily. "You cannot destroy me here. I will turn you into a host." Despair engulfed Taehan, he suddenly thought. His body was frozen. Was this fear the fear of death? No, he was far too familiar with these things. Taehan ended his thought with a spectacular counterattack. Venom now had an additional mace and became more talkative. He laughed maniacally. "You look so desperate. From the way you curl up to defend, it seems you have exhausted your mana. Humans can only endure this much. That is all. You will not be able to keep up with my regeneration ability." Taehan forced himself to sit up. He said, "I thought I was going to die." But I did not think things would turn out like this. Venom was surprised. What? Taehyun continued. Even I did not know about this function. He was still dazed because earlier he had bitten him. Mana was transferring to him through the earring. Taehyun slowly opened his eyes. Got it. Your mana. The notifications appeared one by one, absorbed a massive amount of mana. Speed +1, stamina +1, strength +1. Venom looked at Taehyun, spoke up again to play petty tricks. No matter how you try to steal my power, as long as I have this fist seal, my mana is still infinite. Taehyun laughed when he heard him say that. Is that so then? Let's see if it still lasts forever in this world. Behind him, a crimson monster appeared with sharp fangs. Venom calmly stood watching that giant monster, lunged like the wind toward Venom. Both Taehyun and the monster vanished midway. Venom found himself in a strange place. He wondered and spoke up. In the distance was a throne made of bones. The one sitting there spoke irritably. To still release pests at this point, truly insane. He looked up at the person on the throne, said, "You are not the one I was fighting. An unfamiliar aura, who are you?" That person saw his attitude and said with irritation, "I never allowed you to ask." Doppelganger looked down at Venom with murderous eyes, calling him a pest of Beelzebub. Venom showed no fear, retorted boldly, daring to utter my master's name with such a lowly tone. He said loudly, "So you are also a Grand Duke. When will that foul mouth stop its chatter?" After speaking, many blood chains suddenly appeared beneath Venom's feet, tightly binding him. Bound tightly, Venom remained arrogant. "The one who contracted you misjudged. I am a parasite. No place can escape my invasion, even if it is the territory of a Grand Duke." Smoke rose from his feet like an illusory bone layer. "A mysterious power is resisting me." Surge of power from Doppelganger made Venom recoil. He thought to himself that it was impossible. Venom could not believe this was real. This was utterly absurd. The power from Beelzebub had no chance to resist before he was defeated at Doppelganger's hands. He was satisfied that finally there was peace, no longer disturbed. Outside Jiang Long's secret laboratory, someone had been lying in ambush for a long time. He looked at the ruined building, anxiously saying what happened. Montel, a level 5 strategist of the USA. He observed and calculated simultaneously. "My mission is to protect Ricky. She is an investigator of the World Player Association." Though Ricky refused, he remembered his own offer. She just smiled faintly. "Forget it, I already have my own bodyguard." Remembering her words, he grew more anxious. No news for hours, and there were mana fluctuations. He had to act. Montel had just stood up when there was movement ahead. Bricks flew in all directions. Ricky kicked through the wall and escaped outside. He rushed over, urgently asking if she was okay. She recognized him, Montel. He was surprised she was heavily injured, asking what happened. Ricky told the truth. They were conducting illegal experiments, turning people into monsters. She said she could not save anyone and turned to look back at the chaotic scene. Montel also looked inside. He quickly turned to check her expression. Montel saw she was tired and suggested returning to report. She replied no, there were still people to save. He asked who in surprise. Ricky tensely mentioned the name Korea Tahan. Montel heard this and asked in surprise, "Tahan?" Suddenly the sound of rustling leaves echoed throughout the area. Ricky turned to look back. This feeling is... Glowing gate appeared and slowly opened. Countless monsters with horrifying shapes rushed out in droves. Seeing that, both Ricky and Montel were certain the gate had broken. He stepped forward a few paces to stand in front of her, shouting for her to fall back. In the air, countless guns appeared, aiming at the horde of monsters. The S-rank skill Genocide Bullet created numerous firearms from mana. Montel shouted urgently to Ricky, not understanding why she had been with that Tahyun. But with the gate broken, the chance of him surviving inside was very low. Monsters fell dead but still poured endlessly from the gate, even more than at the start. Seeing the situation was bad, he said like this there would be no end. If only he had requested reinforcements earlier. Ricky was tired but still tried to join the fight. The horde of monsters had already surrounded her, but she only thought of Taehyun. Was he truly defeated? While lost in thought, a monster closed in. Seeing this, Montel shouted urgently, "Ricky." The monster was about to grab her when she finally noticed. She backed away slowly. The monster kept advancing closer. He backed up to Montel. Both of them were surrounded. He spoke in surprise. Someone suddenly charged in. A powerful sword strike cleaved the monster in two. Ricky called out joyfully, "Taehyun." He landed He walked over to them. He said Venom was dead. Now, only the remaining test viewing group needs to be cleaned up. After the dungeon break from the Kentakina Storm dungeon, the next was the Grey Crossing dungeon. These two disasters nearly spread across all of Asia, and it was quite a coincidence. Both were halted by a single player. That was Taehyung of South Korea. Now, not only the Asian and American associations, the entire world was watching Taehyun's feats. Meanwhile, at the World Player Association, faced with the wave of false awakenings that killed SS rank monsters, they began discussing a new system, a level no longer limited to S. That was the S rank player. In a desolate wilderness, the evening glow dyed the entire sky red. The figure silently stepped deep into the area, making no sound. A demon looked in one direction and spoke, "Impressive. You have grown stronger again, he said, looking up at the person sitting on the back of the just slain monster. The other person, whose face was stained with blood, also spoke, one of the great constructs. I have successfully signed a contract with the Beast King Organ. The old demon was not surprised. This power is indeed suitable for a ruler. That person came over and placed a hand on the demon's shoulder. Long time no see. You sought me out, meaning there is a problem outside the abyss, correct? The false demon turned. Many things have happened during your absence. Hearing this, the person's face showed no emotion. Ji-Hong's face turned cold, then he let out a stiff laugh, truly something to look forward to. Several weeks had passed since the Grey Deep Dungeon of China was cleared. New South Korea, an isolated island offshore. Amidst the world's chaos, Ricky was enjoying the summer sun. She stretched comfortably. How long had it been since she had leisurely time like this? Hein crossed his arms and said clearly, I invited you here, but this is not a pleasure trip. Ricky casually finished her glass of water. Forget it. I have been busy nonstop for a long time. He looked at Ricky thoughtfully. She was an investigator for the World Player Association, once testifying about illegal monster mutation experiments, but the mastermind Jiang Long was still missing. Most of the evidence was destroyed in the riot, making Ricky's testimony difficult to believe. Ta Han felt conflicted. The experiment victims could not be saved. She must be feeling disappointed. He reassured himself. The situation was better than in the previous life. Ta Han recalled that Ricky was once swept into Jiang Long's plan and went missing. The suppression of venom failed, and an unknown disease broke out worldwide. He held his glass, surprised by the current outcome, originally going to unlock a skill seal. This result was beyond expectations. Just then, a young girl spoke sarcastically. I knew it, going off with Ricky means trouble. Imazan caught him red-handed, pointing and exclaiming, who would have thought it was a date? Seeing her pout, Ricky asked with a smile if she was jealous. Ta Han quickly explained. He looked skeptical. I did not call Ah Young here. How did you follow me? She answered casually, slipping the necklace, realizing his excuse. The base you rented is under our management. Ah Hyun retorted awkwardly, I overpaid for it. Im Azon argued, just because you have money, you think you can do whatever. Ricky taunted, you are truly a playboy, I should not take up too much of your time. She tossed her hair seriously. Let us get to the main matter. At the training area, Im Azon explained, according to Alchemist Kim, this is a barrier that can withstand SS rank monster power. She added, it is far from the residential area, a perfect place for a major event, rarely used. Azun turned to ask, so what is the reason you rented this place? Tai Hyun was thoughtful. The skill seal was unlocked, but it was still not enough. I do not know when that guy who looks like me will appear again. He will block my path and try to take over this body. He resolved with burning will. I must subdue him right here. Ta Hyun predicted a worst-case scenario. I might lose control. Im Ozon asked in confusion, do you mean a skill explosion? His face turned dark, helpless. I could lose my reason. Next, he earnestly requested, Im Azon, I have something to ask of you. Ta Hyun sincerely said, if there are any abnormal signs, please stop me, both of you. Im Azon sighed, truly unable to guess what Ta Han was thinking. She turned to ask Ricky if she knew anything, who shrugged in response. Who knows? Next second, Ricky twirled a strand of hair. When using Concealer, she had seen Ta Han's skills. She recalled his extraordinary abilities, especially that strange power, wondering if it was the power of the Grand Duke. After a moment of thought, Ricky sparked with hope, smiling confidently that he could gather useful information. At this moment, Tae Hyun stood still, motionless in place. He held the phone in his hand, ready to act. Alright, let's give it a try. Looking at himself on the screen, Tae Hyun ruffled his hair and thought, this was the first time he tried this method. He immediately gave the command, complete hypnosis. In an instant, Tae Hyun's entire body stiffened. The phone in his hand automatically fell to the ground. He stepped into a virtual space. Lian was startled, tightened her grip, and ejected. Looking at the surrounding lake, Ta Hyun realized the truth. This was the answer. Before him was a towering throne with someone sitting at its center. It was the doppelganger, Ta Hyun's copy, sneering mockingly. Looks like you've finally learned to use your head. He continued with interest, never thought you'd come in person. He immediately retorted, I should meet the one occupying my body at least once. Ta Hyun stared at him intently and questioned, identical to me, no different from a copy. What exactly are you? The doppelganger rested his chin on his hand, answering arrogantly, am I obligated to tell you? After hearing this, he coldly accepted the fact. Alright, I figured you wouldn't cooperate. Without hesitation, Ta Hyun warned, I don't plan to keep a time bomb inside me forever. He cracked his knuckles, threatening in a grave tone, hey, get out of this body right now. He flashed an angry smile and challenged, what if I refuse? Seeing that negotiation was impossible, Ta Hyun raised his hand. Determined to attack, I'll use power to crush you. The doppelganger gripped the throne tightly, veins bulging, sneering, you'll use power. Second later, he assumed the same stance as him, don't delude yourself. At that moment, the doppelganger unleashed a crimson magical force. Simultaneously, Taehyun used a blood-red magic. They both shouted the move name. 2 fire dragons shot out from each side. They collided mid-air, creating a red explosion like a Marvel movie poster. At the same time, outside in reality, Im-Azon and Ricky were startled by the shockwave. She cried out in panic. What was that? What the hell? Why did it suddenly shake like an earthquake? As if realizing the problem, Ricky replied seriously no. She looked towards his body and said, it seems things have started. At this moment, the ground where Taehyun stood suddenly cracked. Before they could recover, the entire ground shattered into a massive circle. Ricky nervously reminded Im-Azon, be prepared. Surely things won't be easy at all. Inside Taehyun's subconscious, it was also shaking violently. Red Lake surged high, crashing into itself. He and the doppelganger confronted each other with fierce punches. They both simultaneously spun and struck, the impact sending 2 beasts colliding. Taehyun tremblingly realized his opponent's weakness. If 2 sources of gluttony clashed, there could be no victor. He took a risk with his next idea. Right then, that man interrupted his thoughts, saying that relying solely on monarch power wasn't enough. He intended to win using his own skill, right? Seeing the doppelganger had guessed his intention, they both actively retreated backward. He raised his hand, flashing a contemptuous smile. But even that doesn't belong to you. Hearing this, Taehyun was stunned, unable to believe his ears. What? Seeing this, the doppelganger paused for a second. Then he gave a sinister smile. Then he shouted, summoning a colossal sword directly overhead. Above his head, the aura of monarch power radiated. Taehyun sensed the energy, immediately looking upward. Before he could see it, the doppelganger mercilessly plunged the sword down. In the thick, dusty air, blood droplets flew up like a slow-motion effect. Taehyun clutched his wound and dodged, anxiously realizing things were far from expected. He looked at the wound on his chest, gritting his teeth in surprise that he could use that as well. Across from him, the doppelganger sneered, acting all-knowing. Wasn't that obvious? Before the shock subsided, he had already unleashed a combo of punches straight into Taehyun's right arm. He stepped back. The doppelganger continued to taunt that even his other weapons relied on the king's power. He raised his fist, smiling provokingly. You think I can't use them? Taehyun forced himself to stand firm, shaking his head in exasperation, truly arrogant indeed. At this moment, he reluctantly admitted, though bitter to the core, he was truly strong. He had once defeated many that I could not even touch. Facing the doppelganger, Taehyun scratched his head in panic. He had prepared many cards, but all were useless. Seeing him stand motionless, that man curled his lips and taunted, I can hear your mind racing, resistance is futile. Doppelganger summoned chains of fire from the void and coldly declared surrender. Not waiting for Taehyun to reply, he commanded the chains to charge forward like a truck with failed brakes. Classic explosion occurred, sending water splashing everywhere like rain. The doppelganger slightly frowned, squinting his eyes. From within the smoke and dust, he still stood proudly like a monument, refusing to yield. I knew from the start it would not be easy. A surging burst of power erupted. Taehyun punched the chains apart with an expression of going all out. I can still do it. I will pour everything in. Seeing the scene, that man could not help but slightly curl his lips. Outside, Im-Azon widened her eyes and exclaimed, is this Taehyun's burst state? The man is truly terrifying. Ricky, standing nearby, nodded like an expert. Not just terrifying, that power rivals mine, the greatest mage. When she saw the abundant mana source, she seriously assessed it might even surpass that. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Ricky turned to Im-Azon. We should act now. Prolonging this will only bring more trouble. You search thoroughly while I use my skill. Before she could finish speaking, something made them both jump. Taehyun, as if hypnotized, shot towards them like a missile. Im-Azon activated a protective artifact to block his attack. Looking at the person before her, she asked curiously, has he woken up? A second later, she burst forth with power and let out a very loud shout. Im-Azon was flustered. Ricky, what do I need to do? She replied, I need time while I chant, restrain Taehyun. Understanding, Im-Azon still lacked confidence. Just leave it to me. She charged forward valiantly like a war goddess. After all, I have wanted to fight Taehyun once. At that moment, he seemed possessed by a deity, gently flicking his hand. A strange green energy emanated from the tip of Taehyun's finger. They both clashed, a burst of light exploding like fireworks. Im-Azon struggled against his attack. She trembled in waves but remained resolute. Remember the Grand Phoenix match? The situation was completely reversed then. Azon spoke clearly, this time the matter falls to me. She leaped up, swinging her staff with great force. I will smack you awake. Without hesitation, she struck straight down. However, Taehyun dodged like a professional dancer and then shot upward quickly. He slipped his foot through the staff and delivered a kick to her face. Seeing that, Im-Azon swung her staff to counter. She gritted her teeth tightly and leaned her body back. At the same time, Ricky behind her launched a support attack. She created a small orb in her palm. Ricky did not expect this, raising it high. My trump card, I really did not want to use it but had no choice. Right after, the small orb transformed into a giant orb. Inside the orb was a wondrous, sparkling light. Ricky slowly made the orb grow larger and larger. At this moment, Im-Azon struggled to resist, thinking to herself, acting confident, but her arms were already going numb. Watching him unleash his moves, she was stunned even when unconscious. You can still dodge? Taehyun, what exactly is your power? In the nick of time, Ricky signaled Im-Azon, run. From within the giant orb sprouted a massive tree trunk. Azan, startled, jumped over the tree trunk. She turned her head in confusion. Ricky, this is... Next, Ricky herself entered the tree branches. My skill, a teleportation gate. I summon a magical beast from the deep layers of the abyss. She continued explaining the mechanism, using Tai-Hyun as a test subject. It will react to the strong mana source, and once it latches on, it will drain all mana. When depleted, the skill will automatically cancel. Hearing this, Imazan's eyes went wide. How astonishing. Using human strength to open a gate to the abyss, and summoning a demon from there. Looking at the American player before her, she secretly admired. This is the power of Ricky, one of the strongest players in America. At this moment, Tae-Hyun was still bracing himself to resist, but the next second, exhausted, he let go of everything. Seeing things come to a close, she sighed. It seems it is over. Azo swiftly ran over. Tae-Hyun, are you awake yet? He silently observed. Even when being drained, Tae-Hyun's mana is still increasing. If we had been slow, things would have been dangerous. Muttering to herself and about to step forward, a flash of light severed the tree trunk. I knew this was not an easy task. This debt will be settled carefully. At the same time, a perfect slash brushed past Imazan, freezing her in place. Ricky was horrified, freezing up. Looking at the scene before him, he stood stunned and called out, "Oh yeah!" He was shocked to see another orb. How was he still moving? Tae-Hyun raised his hand, replying contemptuously, demonification beast, not a bad idea. But an individual cannot absorb demonic energy beyond their limit. Sensing something was wrong, Ricky pressed further. Tae-Hyun, no. The doppelganger lifted its head, flashing a smug smile. I am not him. Do you think I am that weak? Grasping the situation, Ricky shouted in frustration. Where is Tae-Hyun? He pressed his advantage, laughing fiercely. He has lost to me. This body is now completely mine. Looking at the man before her, she speculated silently. This feeling is like an SS-rank demonic creature. Ricky replied disdainfully. I don't understand what you are saying. She quickly decided to strike first. Ricky swung with a technique demanding, you are still an enemy, right? Lightning bolts immediately shot towards the doppelganger. But these attacks were nothing to him. Lion was lightly knocked to the ground. He stomped down hard on the lightning bolts. Seeing this, Ricky was horrified. No way, he blocked energy compass with his bare hands. Seizing the opportunity, the doppelganger excitedly warmed up its body. Not waiting for her to recover, he spoke, I should warm up a little, shouldn't I? Ricky, out of options, could only grit her teeth and retreat. In Tae-Hyun's subconscious, his spirit lay limp beneath the water's surface. The entire space fell into silence. At that moment, Tae-Hyun's fingers twitched slightly. The water surface billowed steam like a newly opened hot spring. Tae-Hyun lay struggling, realizing the harsh truth. He thought the gap had narrowed, but it was still too large. What kind of monster was he, after all? He recalled the past, admitting to himself, the king I met was not such a madman. Something the king planted inside me. Confused, Tae-Hyun forced himself to sit up, determined. I don't know how he did it, but now I have to stop him. A big question arose as his body began to slowly dissipate, but how? Tae-Hyun looked up, gritting his teeth. In the end, this is the only way. At the same time, in reality, the doppelganger was using the chain to choke Ricky like a toy. He lifted her up, sighing with boredom. Just this. How disappointing, not even enough for a warm-up. Ricky refused to give in, sneering, you are the first to underestimate me. I am a national strategic level. The doppelganger sneered, troublesome standards set by humans are not worth noting. Anything else? He continued with an insinuating tone, since you have reached national strategic level, I mean... Suddenly, Ah-young called Tae-Hyun's name. It stunned him, making him freeze. She shakily placed her hand on the doppelganger's arm, firmly holding onto the last hope. Let go, you are not this kind of person. Jo Ah-young resolutely called out, snap out of it. Upon hearing this, he fell silent for a while. Doppelganger mercilessly threw Ricky away. He used his speed to move behind her. Without hesitation, the doppelganger sent her flying to the side. He scoffed, you are nothing but an insect. With a sharp gaze, the doppelganger snapped his fingers and shouted, you dare touch my body? He gleefully watched her stumble, obediently wait for your turn, because soon enough you will die. Suddenly, Ricky spoke, making him turn. It seems there is no way to bring Tae-Hyun back anymore. Ricky raised her hand, challenging, accumulating the remaining demonic energy. Earlier you asked if I had anything else to show, right? He explained the secret. Even if the demonification beast disappears, the demonic energy remains in the air. The doppelganger looked at the XL-sized demonic orb, his eyelid twitching. You gathered all the demonic energy into one point. Ricky worriedly endured. If I release this monster, the consequences would be more terrifying than a dungeon break. I cannot let that happen. Desperate, she whispered, sorry Tae-Hyun, I will be your final companion. Ricky blazed with fighting spirit. This is all my power. Immediately after, the massive orb came crashing down on the doppelganger's head. He stood motionless, watching the orb. As if catching a clue, he grinned. Next, a giant dragon lunged out, snatching the orb. Seeing this scene, Ricky was petrified on the spot. She stammered in surprise. How is that possible? The doppelganger board burst out laughing. I have seen enough. Are you done performing? Ricky was hopeless with no other option. She slumped to her knees. That is no different from cheating. I cannot block it. He strutted over with a condescending demeanor. Consider this a reward for entertaining me special. I will consume you with the devouring skill. Without hesitation, the doppelganger drained all her demonic energy with a satisfied look. Right then, something made him stop his actions. In the doppelganger's mind, the faint silhouette of Taehyun appeared. When everything stopped, Ricky was stunned, her eyes wide. She frowned slightly in confusion, then slowly lifted her head. That man went crazy, gritting his teeth as he uttered the name Taehyun. In his subconscious, he cursed angrily, this lunatic. Recognizing that familiar figure, Doppelganger closed his eyes and smiled in anticipation. Finally here, huh? He could not believe it, rushing into the subconscious to demand, what the hell is he thinking? Looking at the magnificent scene before him, the doppelganger was astonished, daring to use gluttony on himself. Taehyun answered confidently, my guess is right, your goal is for me to reach something. You do not kill me to steal this body. He warned, if I die right now, you will be in big trouble too. Hearing that, he sneered in reply, a ridiculous threat. You think I care about the vessel? Taehyun taunted, someone like you being so eager to return like this? The doppelganger raised an eyebrow threateningly. Do not put on airs, the chance for regression cannot come a second time. He looked at his palm, speaking firmly. Right, I know, after all I died once, this is my second life. Finally, Taehyun concluded, if I achieve nothing here, I would rather die. At this moment his eyes burned with fierce determination. After a moment of thought, he admitted Sensata had underestimated him. Suddenly, his soul fragment automatically returned to its place. The doppelganger reluctantly conceded, fine, this time is your victory. Next, he warned mysteriously, remember, the reason you are alive is only for my purpose. The doppelganger gradually disappeared into the air, repeating the chilling words, struggle, struggle until you reach the king, and if I see you cannot do it. Finally, he summoned the monster and threatened, I will not hesitate to devour you. Taehyun did not back down, responding strongly, even if that comes, I will not give in easily. Then the screen displayed player information. Taehyun, 19 years old, rank A, strength 219, endurance 220, speed 218, mana 327, willpower 150, fatigue 99%, mana remaining 10 out of 327 skills, gluttony A devours target, mana 50, shadow stealth A enhances body and conceals self, mana 10, world monarch A creates a special zone enhanced by mana 30, 3 key monarch A unseals 3 key for enhancement, mana 20, bone binding chain A designates target for binding, tracking and skill cancellation, mana 20, queen's minion in A stream demon queen Rosalia, mana 300, absolute gnosis A designates and hypnotizes target, mana 100, rage A activates peak physical state, mana 200, magic eye A activates the aberrant eyes, mana 10. Returning to reality, he stared at his palm, having already surpassed AA rank, reaching a rank now. At that moment, Ricky spoke worriedly, Taehyun, looks like you have woken up. Taehyun was startled to see her sprawled on the floor. Ricky gently helped her up, apologizing self-consciously, did I cause this to you? Ricky smiled helplessly, yes. A second later, he looked anxiously toward Ah Young lying motionless. She immediately reassured him, do not worry, her life seems fine. Nestled in Taehyun's arms, Ricky admired, you really are a scary person, hiding your true face all this time. Then she sincerely thanked him, making Taehyun open his eyes in surprise. Ricky shrugged understandingly, in the end you stopped this. Consider it a debt of gratitude. I will keep the secret. She made a counter-offer, next time I am in danger, you have to help me, because I feel I can trust you with my life. Hearing this, Taehyun frowned slightly. Then he accepted the request, fine, I promise. After the fierce battle, they received good rest and care, a blessing in disguise. Neither was injured severely enough to affect future movement, but they still had to stay in the hospital for a while. Taehyun was feeding fruit to Jo Young. She opened her mouth coquettishly. Hurry up and give it. He fed her while thinking to himself, this time he felt guilty, so he had to take care of her. Jo Young was cheerful and delighted, so delicious. I wonder when I would get a chance to eat fruit peeled by Taehyun himself. Sometimes being hurt like this is not so bad. He smiled wryly, turning his face away. This one time is more than enough. Do not make me feel guilty anymore. The next second, she sadly confided, I wish Ricky had stayed a little longer. Did not expect her to leave so suddenly. Taehyun diligently peeled an apple, hesitantly replying, well, she is very busy. Jo Young agreed, suddenly remembering that is right, the SS rank license ceremony is coming soon. She asked curiously, is Ricky on the list too? He continued, yes. Jo Young added, I heard the World Player Association is preparing a grand event this time. Immediately after, she suddenly sat up, warning him sternly, that is an international stage, Taehyun, do not cause trouble there. He held a bun in his hand, replying calmly, who knows? Taehyun brought it to his mouth and took a bite, smiling apologetically, that is not entirely up to me. As dawn just broke, the wind blew fiercely, making the national flags flutter. Inside the building ahead, the host spoke cheerfully, esteemed members of the World Player Association. Vincent stood on the podium, speaking about the past. We were once pushed to the brink of extinction by the appearance of the abyss. Next, he proudly spoke of achievements through cross-national cooperation and outstanding contributions of players. We have conquered monsters, gates, and dungeons. World Player Association Chairman Vincent Chang happily announced a new era. We have achieved peace and are heading toward unprecedented prosperity. Vincent recognized the change, thanks to which stronger skills and experienced players have emerged. The association reviewed achievements through events and concluded the old classification system is no longer suitable. He enthusiastically declared an important decision. It is time to enter the new era with SS rank. Then Vincent solemnly introduced the players. Today I present the first 10 heroes to receive SS rank licenses. Vincent invited everyone to applaud and welcome. Let us greet them with a round of applause. Next, he announced the superstar list: youngest sister, Montel, Ricky Harris, Dylan Gray, Aiden Simon, Sirigay Karamzin, Thomas Provin and Daniel Harrington, Alexander Bezu. He paused for a moment, then finally, Vincent cautiously introduced the special figure, Taehan from Korea. The crowd below applauded unceasingly as Vincent explained the special privileges. These players would carry licenses issued by the World Player Association, operating freely across borders for the peace of humanity. Standing on the stage, Taehan thought to himself with emotion. Finally, I have arrived here. He recalled the strange journey, the days of screaming in resentment over his bizarre awakening. Everything began with his first steps in the S rank. Then he reached an entirely new level of power on a national scale. Taehan did not expect to surpass all the limits of his past life, touching the peak SS rank. This moment, someone handed him a sharp knife. He thought, if it were me from the past, I certainly could not have imagined this achievement. Taehan accepted the gift, silently determined. I do not plan to stop. This license is just a stepping stone. What I truly want is... He yearned to uncover the mystery of the doppelganger and the king who made him turn back time, the secrets hidden behind this world. Taehan affirmed his goal for the future. To discover everything, he had to keep moving forward. After the ceremony, everyone gathered at the party. Jinhee playfully punched him in the back, rejoicing, "Congratulations! Finally! Korea has such a grand day." Taehan winced, pretending to be in pain. Jinhee joked, "Can an SS rank player be afraid of this old man's punch?" Taeguk stepped forward, explaining, "The association chairman has been waiting for an outstanding player like you for a very long time." He affirmed Taehyun's importance. "A strong player is proof of the association's growth. With you, we will achieve great things." Jinhee put his arm around him, acknowledging Taehyun's contribution. "From the Asian tournament until now, you have given strength to many people," he humbly replied. "I only did what I had to do." At that moment, Ricky approached, remarking admiringly, "Korea is so harmonious, it looks lovely." She cheerfully waved. "Taehan, how have you been?" he replied. "Ricky." Taehan quickly asked about Han's health. Ricky complained, "Still aching all over. Why could you not go a little easier?" She continued to scold. "I am a delicate lady," Taehyun mocked. "You say that on purpose to cause misunderstanding, right?" she asked back blankly. Jinhee and Taeguk stood behind, looking puzzled. It seems Young is paying attention to those two's relationship. Those two still are not over, are they? Who knows? Ricky got straight to the point. "I came today not just to talk, but also to introduce someone who wants to meet you." At that moment, a surprised man stepped forward. "Me?" Cody spoke up with a suggestive tone, drawing everyone's attention. "Can you guess who it is?" He spread his arms, agreeing. "I also want to meet and thank that person once." She greeted politely. "It is a pleasure to meet you, player Taehyun." Taehyun stepped closer, thinking to himself, "So that is it. If I reach S rank, I will officially be on par with this man." He recalled the other's former status, the one who once represented all players. His past life, surely everyone mentioned his name. Taehyun clearly remembered the role of the man before him, the one who always stood on the front lines against the abyss. He remarked, "Cody Wood, the strongest player." Taehyun felt the pressure only when facing him. He extended his hand, saying solemnly, "No, I am the one who should thank you." They shook hands. Taehyun expressed his respect. "It is an honor to meet you, Cody." Hearing that, she seriously promised, "Surely we will have many more opportunities to cooperate. I look forward to your help." Taehyun raised an eyebrow. "Cooperation in the future?" At that moment, a man pushed open the door and shouted, "Everyone!" Vincent drew attention. "Everyone, please pay attention for a moment." He continued, "Although it may be sudden, we have a new announcement." Jinhee and Taeguk asked in confusion, "What announcement?" Vincent announced a significant decision. The World Player Association, after receiving a proposal from Mr. Kevin, the chairman of the US Association, has decided from the moment this SS license is granted. He revealed the grand plan. "We will form a large-scale assault team to conquer all unexplored dungeons on Earth." Vincent affirmed the new strategy. "This is an unprecedented campaign. The SS rank players of the United States have agreed to participate." Everyone buzzed. "What? How large? If all US SS rank players join?" Another person reasoned, making the high rank players alert. "That also means some SS rank players from around the world will participate." Vincent called for cooperation. "I hope the associations and SS rank players will consider. It is time for the world to unite for eternal peace." Jin Hee's face grew serious. He frowned in thought. On the surface it is cooperation, but the timing is too perfect. He suspected the true motive. Half of the world's SS rank players belong to the United States. They could use that to manipulate the entire plan of the World Association and declare which nation is dominant. The rewards from the dungeons are just a side benefit. He looked uneasily at Taehan's back, recognizing Korea's weakness. Except for him, the nation's power was still too weak. Jin Hee had to accept. For now, there is nothing to do but go with the flow. At the same time, the British Player Association enthusiastically declared, "We, along with Daniel Harrington, request to join the assault team." Next, a French man joyfully volunteered, "Please allow the French Player Association to join." Russia also did not stay out. "Russia will join." Vincent clapped in celebration. "Excellent." Additionally, he just turned around and saw a hand raised. Everyone was stunned by the suddenness of player Taehan. Vincent solemnly invited, "Does Korea wish to participate?" However, Taehan flatly refused. No. He firmly stated his position. "We will act independently." Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall was shocked. He stammered, "Then so be it." Even she frowned, staring intently at him. Time passed quietly on the flight. Ricky regretfully told Cody it was a shame he had failed to recruit Marcus and Greg Gore before, and now he was being rejected again. The girl listened and then inquired, seeming annoyed. She said admiringly that if he joined, he would be a very formidable force. He silently speculated, but that did not seem to be the reason for her regret. Ricky chuckled in response, saying he was just personally interested. "As for you, Cody, what do you think of the player Taehyun?" The girl coldly commented that he looked very strong. Now she understood why she had been beaten so badly. Hearing her assessment, Ricky fell silent. Even the strongest person in the world acknowledged it, so it seemed he had not misjudged. After listening, the man explained that Taehyun was just a fake contractor of the Abyss Archduke. That title meant nothing. Ricky quietly looked out the window, then asked himself, "Is that so?" After a moment, she spoke. "Well then." On the turbulent flight, Ricky inquired, "Let me change the question." She curiously asked about his abilities. Compared to other fake contractors, did he look strong? That question was treacherous. Outside the window, thunder and lightning crashed loudly. Girl remained silent, frowning annoyance. After a moment, he mysteriously replied, "There would come a time when they would know the answer clearly." At this moment, in a high-rise building in the quiet night, inside, an angry man slammed the table, cursing furiously. "What bullshit SS rank? What bullshit large-scale assault team?" The irritable man was the new chairman of the Chinese Player Association, Liu Zhaijin. He gritted his teeth in frustration. They did not give a damn about the association. Liu Zhaijin placed all the blame on him. It was all that bastard Taehan's fault. He pulled open a drawer and decided to use the last resort. There was no other way. Liu Zhaijin held the USB drive in his hand, deciding to use the secret trump card. It was data he had painstakingly obtained from researching the gray zone. He had no choice but to use it now. Liu Zhaijin sat down on the chair, muttering to himself, "The chairman let things come to this. Should I be thankful that at least he left this thing behind?" Just as he was pondering, there was suddenly a loud scream from outside. He asked in shock, "What is going on out there?" From the doorway, several streaks of blood flowed inside. Next second, the door burst open. A mysterious man entered and spoke. "You are the new chairman of the Chinese Player Association. Sorry for the sudden visit in the middle of the night." He explained his abruptness. "I just returned from the Abyss, still jet-lagged." Looking at the man before him, Liu Zhaijin's face turned ashen, and he stammered, "Who are you?" Jihong confidently introduced himself. "I'm Jihong, the guild master of the Black Guild." The mysterious man was indeed the Black Guild master Jihong, rank unknown. At dawn in the New Korea Nightwalker Association, someone expressed anger as expected. "There is some scheme brewing." Jo Aeyong was raising an eyebrow and sneering contemptuously. New Korea wants to conquer an unexplored dungeon on its own. What were they thinking announcing such a bombshell? Hyun sat silently, his hand supporting his chin, a hint of a smile on his lips. Young recalled the frustrated expression on Jin Hee's face and the shaky tone of his voice. She did not know whether to laugh or cry about this. So she confided in Taehan. Guildmaster Jin Hee looked extremely embarrassed. "Even if you are this strong, for the others." At this point, he proactively cut her off and spoke, "Exactly because of that. New Korea cannot always rely on my strength. Right. If others do not grow, it will be very difficult. Unexplored dungeons are a perfect opportunity to gain experience." Jo Aeyong scratched her head as she looked at him and agreed. "That sounds reasonable, but is it necessary to be this urgent?" Taehyun continued to explain, "There is not much time left. From now on, I will focus my activities in the Abyss." Hearing this, Jo Aeyong suddenly stopped moving, her eyes wide as she looked at Taehyun. Her lips parted as if wanting to ask, but then she stopped. She began having thoughts similar to when categorizing players at the Asian Player Exchange Tournament. Players were divided into two types. depending on their main battlefield. One was those who explored the deep layers of the abyss, expanding humanity's territory. Two was those who fought outside the abyss, stopping monsters from dungeon breaks and fighting against mannequins. Until now, Taihan had mainly operated outside the abyss, earning him the SS rank recognition. Now, having just gotten the SS rank, he said he wanted to go into the abyss. But in truth, he always had a purpose in mind. He ignored Zhou Yong's questioning gaze and focused on his own thoughts. The clue about him was not on Earth, but in the abyss. If I keep being tied down here, I will never achieve my goal. But while I am away, a danger might strike again. To prepare for that time, I have to help others become stronger. Zhou Yong sighed in frustration, complaining aloud, Taihan, you really are unpredictable. It is like living in a completely different world. Her words, unintentionally yet deliberately, hit the nail on the head for Taihan. He had too many secrets. Like that time your skill went out of control, that was not a normal skill, was it? Zhou Yong touched the armrest of the chair and slowly stood up. She walked straight up to Taehyun and asked directly, just who are you, Taehyun? She just stood close like that, her gaze still fixed on Taehyun. He seemed troubled, his expression sad, his eyes not daring to mirrors directly. Unable to remain silent forever, Taehyun replied briefly, I do not want to say. Young probably did not expect this answer and quickly asked, what? His watery expression irritated Zhou Yong. Do not joke around, I am being very serious here. Taehyun gently added, even if I explain now, it would be hard for you to accept. Someday there will be a right opportunity for me to tell everything. Saying this, he suddenly faltered. Suddenly Taehyun's expression turned sad, even though his lips were still smiling faintly. Zhou Yong had answer for him. She shot a wink and said, there was no need to draw up a contract for a fake affair, right? Taehyun immediately denied it. I am not someone who goes back on my word. She stopped questioning and moved on. Fine, I understand. So what is the reason you came to me as soon as you joined New Korea? Taehyun was straightforward. I want to put him Azon in the assault team. But she has a lot to do, Zhou Yong said in a teasing tone. Thanks to someone she has been bedridden for a while, unable to do anything. Taehyun pretended to cough and then continued. So I want you to recommend someone else to replace her. She immediately understood who he was referring to as the replacement. Yeah, just that brat, right? Dried fruit stick. You really are cautious. Are you waiting for my permission? Taehyun rested his chin and looked out the window, still speaking frankly. Even if you disagree, I will still take him. In another building, Kang Hyuk laughed delightedly. That is Taehyun for you. I knew you would come to me. After being healed by the Saintess, his lost arm had recovered, and he regained his position as Korea's #1 tanker. Sung Jin nearby also smiled lightly, pushing up his glasses with a dangerous look. It seems I am getting dragged into something earth-shattering again. Still a major power in New Korea, Sung Jin. While those two were energized, Han Yu was hesitant, wondering if someone who'd once betrayed was worthy of being here. Shi Yang stepped forward and patted his shoulder to remind him, be grateful that Taehyun gave you a chance. After the Asian-friendly match, both had matured. All the most elite players of New Korea were gathered here, but the focus shifted to Amazon. Instead of your sister, are you truly worthy of sitting in this position? As everyone was chatting animatedly, a voice spoke up, silencing them all. Thank you all for coming, even though this is a sudden summon. I am sure you have all heard a brief about the situation, right? Taehyun conveyed, those present today will be part of the assault team I am forming. 5 people stood at attention, listening to every word he said. Sung Jin proactively raised his hand to ask, being chosen as an S rank is indeed an honor, but is this feasible? I heard the remaining unexplored dungeons are at least SS rank, but everyone here is only S rank. Taehyun smiled and replied, that is true for now, but I have been observing everyone's strength beforehand. Everyone here has the potential to rise to national level, to SS rank. Even beyond that, and during this dungeon conquest, you will all prove that. You too, Amazon. Amazon clenched her hand and placed it on her chest, her voice soft, if you have said it to that extent. Her mind was racing with thoughts. I am not the type to say empty words for encouragement. The people here are all talents who reached SS rank in the past life, even though that was supposed to happen in the distant future. But since everything has changed, I will change too, accelerating the pace. Kank was impatient, his face brimming with fighting spirit. He declared clearly, alright, let's go Taehyun. Little brother, you need to guide everyone quickly, but rushing into an unexplored dungeon will only mean death. With a professional attitude, Taehyun warned, we will enter the dungeon in 1 month. Before that, everyone will train with me. First, we will roll and fight to the brink of death in a match. Looking at his face with a wicked capitalist smile, everyone exclaimed, terrifying, too terrifying. 1 month later, the unexplored dungeon in France, the Opala Theater. An iron-armored boot stood proudly and firmly on the stage. Shinji showed no expression other than a firm, pursed lip. In an instant, his body was encased in a thick layer of armor. His hand raised the sword, the gesture gentle but practiced. Shinji struck the blade straight down onto the floor. The destruction shattered the ground where he stood. Another member ran over to praise, your power is always terrifying, huh? The other members attacked and defended, but still didn't forget to join the conversation. Along with other SS ranks who were no less impressive, it was truly a monster lineup with this power. Conquering the dungeon today was no longer an impossible feat. They were fighting hard when someone suddenly asked loudly, "Hey, have you heard any news? New Korea and Taehan are also entering an unexplored dungeon today." The person opposite replied, "Is that so, that idiot Taehyun? An unexplored dungeon is no playground for children. Leading a bunch of S ranks, what does he plan to do? Just sending teammates to their deaths for the sake of face. Meaning we can't witness this fun firsthand." Among the crowd, only Shinji did not join in. He listened quietly and glanced at them lightly. At the same time, the unexplored dungeon in Greece, the Serpent Cave, Kang Hyuk could no longer laugh. He, along with Ji Zhang and other members, were fleeing from a giant venomous spirit python. The intense situation made him mutter a curse under his breath. "I'm dead. Fighting like this, I will really die at Taehyun's hands." Taehyun just stood still observing, smiling very leisurely. Kang Hyuk understood the situation, so he warned the members, "Hey, you kids, why aren't you speeding up? Do you want to be collectively punished, or what?" Ji Zhang grimaced and begged, "No, it's just, can you not shoot off like an arrow?" Han Yu looked like he was about to cry, "Mom, I want to go home." They ran for a while longer when suddenly Adu squeezed his eyes shut and yelled, "I can't breathe." Hyun observed and thought to himself they were sweeping through like a storm. It seems the hellish training had paid off. After running for their lives for a while, the whole group came to a halt. Sung Jin stepped forward in confusion. "Where is this?" The things that were making way made him ask, "What is that strange pile of rocks?" Azon carefully approached each block, only to realize they were all stone statues carved in the shape of people. Thereupon she said, "It's not stone, those are all the players who went missing in this dungeon." Before the sweat could dry, the group was startled by a whistling wind. They all raised their heads upon hearing a spine-chilling voice. "Come here, you foolish humans." Ah Young's face turned pale. She bit her teeth in fear. The ruler of the dungeon appeared, a woman with a body covered in snake skin, her hair also made of wriggling snakes. She declared to them, "Today my collection on the Wall of Fame will gain a new member." Her true identity was the master of an unexplored dungeon in Greece, Medusa SS rank. Unwilling to let his teammates face life and death, Taehyun slowly stepped forward and declared that who the loser would be remained to be seen. "What is it? My wallet is missing a snack skin." Medusa's appearance made them all freeze in their tracks. Azan's face was pale at this moment, his lips trembling as he recognized that was master of the Snake Cave Medusa. All members shared the same expression, furrowed brows, gritted teeth, both wary and terrified. Can we even defeat an SS rank monster? It felt like their whole bodies were frozen under her cold gaze. Seeing his teammates gradually lose their courage, Taehyun could not accept it and shouted loudly, "What are you people doing?" Faced with their hesitant steps, he could only snap them awake. "Remember what you have done for the past month. If you set limits for yourselves and then give up, you will achieve nothing." Sung Jin and Imazan were stunned for a moment, but their faces had lost some of their fear. He was the quickest to stabilize his mind, and upon hearing the reproach corrected himself. Taehyun is right. We have trained nonstop to surpass our limits. Ah Young also bit her lip, angry at herself, even if the enemy before them was stronger than them. Kang Hyuk regained his initial spirit. He bared his teeth and clicked his tongue. "Damn it, all or nothing." Kang Hyuk stood in the middle, raised his hand high and roared fiercely. All according to plan. Immediately the members lunged forward and began moving. Each used their own weapons and powers. He himself charged straight ahead to confront Medusa. Imazan wielded a great axe. Sung Jin wielded a flame blade as they charged to attack. Medusa looked at them with a bored expression. She mocked. "A shallow attack, not worth mentioning." Azan had now closed in on Medusa. She screamed to boost her morale. At the same time, Sung Jin seemed to lose focus as Medusa began to move her towering figure, and Yu and Shi Zhang were also focusing on summoning their strongest skills. Medusa decisively reached one arm out towards the two of them. Right at this moment, Kang Hyuk placed a large piece of wood on the ground. He used it as a springboard to launch himself up, sneering as he moved. "This attack is too boring, guardian spirit, form ancient dragon." Meanwhile, Sung Jin had silently flown up, and was only a short distance from Medusa. But she, sharp as she was, detected him and turned back to warn, "Don't you dare." But Medusa had unknowingly fallen into the trap. Her arm was frozen and unable to move. She showed surprise at this unexpected blow. Medusa looked down and saw Azan using her great axe to freeze her arm. While she was momentarily at a disadvantage, Sung Jin seized the chance to fly like the wind and unleash a slash. Supporting him, Imazan decisively raised her great axe high and summoned Ice Touch. Medusa, struck by both pains at once, screamed in agony. Medusa's face contorted, her eyebrows knit together, her mouth with four fangs wide open as a pained roar escaped. After a moment, she shattered the ice imprisoning her arm. Medusa immediately channeled all her fury into this moment. Her spear swung as she cursed. Damn trash. Taehyun did not intervene. He quietly observed each player and analyzed which attacks were effective against the SS rank monster. Ji Zhang and Han Yu of the mage class continuously attacked from range, constantly disrupting the enemy's vision. Meanwhile, tanker Kang Hyuk protected them from behind. Sung Jin and Im Azon coordinated to attack the blind spots. There was no powerful finishing blow, but they were stacking damage very steadily. Thinking this, Taehyun suddenly widened his eyes in alertness, because Medusa would not just let herself be hit endlessly. Just as he predicted, Medusa began to tire of this time-wasting chase. She gnashed her teeth threateningly. The game ends here. The next second, Medusa opened her mouth wide and let out a horrifying roar that shook the entire space. The magical power and eerie sound were emitted simultaneously, slowing everyone's movements. He had already foreseen this playstyle and thought to himself, right when Medusa started executing her excessive attack. She pulled her arm back, then pointed the tip of her trident at everyone, declaring firmly, "All of you will die." But right at that moment, Medusa suddenly stopped, her eyes darting as if detecting something strange. She counted the number of enemies and discovered, one kid, he has disappeared. The one who confused Medusa was Kang Hyuk, who had been holding his breath waiting for this moment. Kang Hyuk seemed to have waited a long time. While Medusa was still hesitating, he shot upward and punched her straight in the abdomen. Bored to death, guardian spirit, form, Queen Medusa. Medusa doubled over in pain, her face contorted as she wailed miserably. Taehyun laughed smugly at Kang Hyuk's reversal of fortune, the secret damage move hidden until now, right now. Each member simultaneously unleashed skills they had kept hidden until now. Ji Yang with Starlight Beam, Hanso with Magic Blow, Im Azon with Ice Storm, Sung Jin with Shadow Sword skill, streams of light taking turns claiming the space. The lights flashed by quickly like the momentum of each member at this moment. Medusa was struck head-on by all 5 members simultaneously, helplessly taking the hits and screaming. After a while, all commotion gradually subsided. The space fell into a deeply suspicious silence, residual smoke lingering in the air. The smoke slowly faded, leaving only a few faint white streaks. Medusa had officially fallen. Etta lay on the ground, eyes vacant, mouth still agape in shock. Han Yu could barely believe it, asking timidly, "Did we really win?" Sin also looked at the scene before him with unease. Kang Hai Wu cackled, seemingly pleased that his new ultimate move had worked. Taehyun came over and patted Im Azon on the shoulder, encouraging everyone that they had done well. He firmly believed everyone could do it. Kang Hyuk feigned injury, complaining to Taehyun, "Isn't your younger brother a bit too ruthless? Why stand still in the back without lifting a finger? After all, they had just conquered a dungeon no one had ever cleared. Could we be stronger than we imagined?" Taehyun lowered his head, his voice filled with guilt. If only that were true. His words silenced everyone, their curious gazes fixed on Taehyun. From Medusa's motionless body, a few faint purple lights flickered, heralding misfortune. A mysterious blue light suddenly shot out from the body of that guy. Team members stood dumbfounded, eyes wide as they watched the situation unfold. What was that? Why was the gate still not closing? Could this be a double dungeon? Just as they realized it, another monster appeared, a hint of regret in its voice. So the gatekeeper has been defeated? This time it was a basilisk, its dark pink scales glowing from its head down its back. It swung its long neck around and exclaimed, "How strange." Its one red and one blue eye glared at the stunned group of players. "I don't see anyone here strong enough to have done that." That was the second monster, the master of the double dungeon, the SS rank basilisk. Han Yu felt dizzy and lightheaded when he saw the basilisk. They had struggled to defeat Medusa, and this one was on a completely different level. Sung Jin and Kang Hyuk felt like they were back to square one, both cursing, "Crazy, I can't move my body, any ideas?" Turning to the other side, Im Azon had already turned to stone. Taehyun was still safe, completely unharmed. He suddenly stepped forward, his hand clenched as if about to do something. One by one, the members turned into lifeless stone statues. Only Taehyun remained affected. The basilisk chuckled, "I see, so you are the one who killed Medusa?" Taehyun stood silent, his face dark and expressionless. Seeing his silence, the basilisk grunted, "Huh?" Taehyun lightly pointed behind him. "No, that group of people did it." The basilisk sneered contemptuously, its tone arrogant. "Those nameless nobodies? Unbelievable." Taehyun activated his snark mode, retorting, "Could it be that your subordinates were too arrogant to bother training? I don't see anything special about them. And what makes their master any different?" Taehyun's feigned doubtful, yet mocking expression infuriated the basilisk. It roared, "Don't you know your place? Oh human." Anger surged within it, its eyes rolling back and smoking. Saying that, it drew its mouth back into a rough point. The basilisk's eyes suddenly filled with confusion and suspicion. Suddenly it screamed as if being tortured. A single feather was floating and drifting in the air. It looked up, its mouth hanging open in a comical expression. Taehyun stood with his arms crossed, his expression frighteningly stoic. He had sprouted large feathered wings that pierced through his back. The basilisk was horrified. "That form is Tahan's body was now also engulfed in red. With an arrogant voice, he coldly declared, "You will soon know who the truly weak one is." Tahan drew his familiar weapon. Then he aimed the sharp blade at the monster. He quickly glided past it, letting the blade slash into its body. But the basilisk was not easily defeated. It roared in anger. "This guy sure runs around a lot. Are you just good at running away?" It complained and approached from behind Taehyun. He immediately used his blood eye to detect the quiet movement and turned his head. The next second, Taehyun hastily slashed, causing another part of its body to be drenched in blood. The basilisk screamed in intense pain like a thunderclap. Taehyun calmly provoked his opponent, getting this irritable from not being able to catch an insect. "A ground-crawling lizard like you dares to act arrogant before anyone?" The cunning basilisk recognized the power hidden within Taehyun. "You know how to use the power of Ajimuntu, acting like you're all that." It roared, releasing a pressure. "Don't delude yourself." It did not hesitate to reveal its trump card. "You are not the only one who has received a boon from the great noble." The surroundings were instantly submerged in surging water. A dark whirlpool swept everything away, and the basilisk's voice rang out. "This is the demon sea, the true power of the great nobles among nobles, the supreme pinnacle." Its tone was arrogant. "The demon sea is endless and overwhelms all. You think you can match the power of Ajimun?" It suddenly lunged forward, opening its mouth to snap at Taehyun. "Can you defeat me?" However, the response was his smile. "That is not the power of the great noble." Taehyun raised his hand. This was a stream of crimson power descended, the power of a king. The basilisk was startled, but it was already too late. The red rain poured down, sweeping everything away like a flood. Kang Hyuk jolted awake from a nightmare. Returning to reality left him dazed. The others were also slowly waking up. He shouted loudly, "What is this? Where did that damn lizard go?" Taehyun calmly put his dagger into his coat pocket. "While everyone was petrified, I finished the job." He looked confident, so that's the end of the unchallenged Greek dungeon. Azan admired him even more. Just a glance showed it was an SS rank monster, yet he took it down alone. "That was Taehyun for you." Kang Hyuk angrily grabbed him by the collar and demanded, "You should have said this was a 2-floor dungeon." He just shrugged and played dumb. "How was I supposed to know?" Si Zhang didn't believe him. "Because he knows everything." He asked back, "Is that so?" She stammered, "Well," Taehyun frankly straightened his clothes. "Why bother with those things? Anyway, it's all over, and I've done my duty." He cheerfully encouraged them. "Everyone worked hard. Your performance far exceeded expectations. Of course, everything went according to plan. I knew from the start that this dungeon had 2 floors, but I deliberately chose it because I wanted everyone to have a life or death extreme experience." He smiled slightly, hoping everyone would continue to work hard, and in his heart, he wished they would grow stronger day by day. The final blue gate appeared, along with the dream of the future and someday. Taehyun was silently building a solid foundation for them to become a pillar of support in his absence. Stepping out into the light, camera flashes blazed everywhere. Curious reporters surrounded him. The unconquered dungeon in Paris, once considered invincible, had been taken down. "Please, guild president, share a few words." Questions thick and fast. "Were there any injuries? What is the next target?" Vincent calmly said, "I will give you time to ask everything." He was used to this, handling them one by one. Suddenly, a reporter's phone lit up. The moment he picked up, he shouted, "What? Is that true?" Like a wave, all the reporters looked at their phones and mentioned the name New Korea. Vincent didn't understand the situation. The person behind him spoke up. "The news about the New Korea clearing team has already spread." Marcus quickly updated. Not only that, his glasses reflected a blue light. New Korea. He was surprised. They conquered an unexplored dungeon. Gregor found it hard to believe. "Are you kidding? Aren't S-Rank's national strategic assets? How could they beat the Snake's Nest?" Marcus continued. "Not only that, he already had all the information." Glancing slightly at him, "I heard the Greek dungeon was a 2-floor dungeon." The information was absurd. Taehyun didn't say, but no one on the team was injured. "Has New Korea's strength reached this level?" At the same time, a sneering voice rang out, "We really have been outdone." Kevin said calmly, "Wasn't the main event this time supposed to be for us, America?" His competitive spirit was provoked. "Well then, this side needs to speed up the push too." After the news of the New Korea clearing team led by Taehyun was released, America and the World Player Association seemed to be heavily provoked. They continuously threw themselves into conquering other dungeons. And regardless of the initial intention, the world was quickly regaining its stability. Somewhere deep in a jungle, a heavily guarded building. "Stop, no one is allowed in without permission." An older man struck, sending the guards flying. To him, this was as easy as turning his hand. "How dare these puny demonic men block my path?" His tone was full of contempt. "Dare to block my way? He is an S-rank player, chairman of the Tessen Group, Lee Jung-soo." He then brazenly walked in. Deep, muted voice rang out in the dark room. The voice was full of menace. "I don't recall giving anyone permission to come here and play, Chairman Jung-soo." He grimaced and raised his voice, "You malignant prick. Not only useless but also a coward. Don't you know why I'm here?" Jungsu repeated. The original deal was to eliminate Ta Hyun, but now he's become an SS rank, can't even touch him. Today you must settle accounts with them. He was now extremely furious because he led a team to conquer, linking with the four great Yun, and even Tai Sang Yun lost his footing. His teeth clenched. "My son, the one I intended to hand the guild over to, that useless brat hasn't woken up yet." Jungsu roared. "In this situation, do you expect me to just keep enduring?" On the contrary, that voice remained calm. "I understand your anger, but as I said, the slimy things are rising." Jungsu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The voice of that man was right behind his ear. "Tessin is aiming for a bigger picture." The men following him were wrapped in tentacles. "What the hell is this, guild leader?" Jungsu was startled as he turned his head. That man was already standing behind him. The masked man spoke in a low voice. The abnormal growth of Ta Han was beyond expectations. But they had not given up. Sooner or later, he would have to face them. A gloved hand reached out. "Now let's talk business." Jungsu's body stiffened. The other party patiently explained that it was an item Ju Dak had stolen from the China Association and extracted research data from it. He produced a vial of potion, his red eyes flickering. A smart man like the chairman would surely know to use it for the benefit of Tisan. Jungsu seemed to have already made his own calculation. He said softly, "Now is appropriate to talk." A victorious smile appeared on his sinister face. Returning to the past, a green circle appeared. The World Player Association announced the conquest of all unexplored dungeons from 1 year prior. Everyone stepped out one by one. With New South Korea entering the final dungeon in Mexico, they all had completely disappeared. Sung Jin let out a satisfied sigh. It was all over. Initially thought impossible, but in the end, we made it. Kang Hyuk's face beamed with joy. He was still full of energy. "Actually, I'm a bit regretful there's nothing left to do. I've been at my peak lately." Xi Zhang suddenly asked, "You are the president of Onsemi Rugil. How long do you plan to neglect your post?" He leisurely clasped his hands behind his back and laughed loudly. "My association has an excellent secretary." Han Yu sighed. "Poor Secretary Kim." Imazan hurried over from a distance. "Everyone, wait for me." Everyone had gathered completely. Now, all new South Korean players had reached the national strategic level. Ta Hyun was confident. If he continued like this, reaching SS rank was only a matter of time. He looked at his hand. The time was ripe. Conquering dungeons allowed him to upgrade powerfully. Perhaps the time had come. Arriving in front of a tall building, a voice echoed from inside. "Long time no see, sir." Chae Sun came out excitedly to greet him. "Oh, you're here?" He shook hands joyfully. "Player Ta Hyun." The two sat down to drink tea. He congratulated him on the good news. "I heard you became the head of the research department. Congratulations." Chae Sun laughed it off. "It's nothing." He lightly sipped his tea, unable to believe it. That an old man who had lost all hope like me could still live on like this. "I still feel like it's a dream." Chae Sun was extremely grateful. "It's all thanks to you." Chae Sun smiled happily. Going back to the past, after meeting Tai Han, Chae Sun, he decided to turn himself in, confessing to the association about experimenting with skills on mana beasts. Thanks to Ta Han's request and President Jin Hee's decision, he was allowed to continue his work. Now he is a member of the association working for the Awakeners. He found it strange and asked, "What business does the busiest man in the world have coming here? Could it be just a chat?" Hearing this, Tai Han spoke directly. "Actually, I have a favor to ask of you." Chae Sun was willing to help. "There's still something you need my help with." "Speak, I will help with whatever I can." He made a request. "I want to use skill fusion." He was puzzled. "What? But you have already fused skills, right?" Tai Han repeated. "I mean, I want to fuse a skill that was already fused before." He was worried and panicked. "Fuse a fusion? No one has ever tried that. You yourself said if a skill skyrockets, the mana could rebel against the body." Chae Sun tried to dissuade him. "You are already very strong. If you take the risk, even you will." Tai Hyun was determined. "But I have something I absolutely must achieve. Even at the cost of risk, my current strength is not enough. The only person who can help me is you." Hearing this, his face went blank, frozen. He smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I have prepared my body to withstand it." Chae Sun held his head and sighed. "I really can't win against you," Chae Sun said from outside. "This is a fusion chamber created with cutting-edge alchemy technology. Machine is attached with extremely powerful mana gems to enhance skills to the maximum level. Even though this is my first time using it." He asked for confirmation once more. "Once started, there is no turning back. Are you ready?" Tahan was ready. "Yes, anytime." Chae Sun hesitated, his hand hovering over the button. The machine asked, "Do you wish to fuse multiple skills?" A current of electricity began to surround him, initiating the fusion. The electric current grew brighter and brighter. Tahan stood waiting inside it. A mysterious person appeared, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "My choice of you was not a mistake." That person lightly touched his forehead and advised, "To control a vast source of mana, the human body has its limits." That person made a decision. "Perhaps I should help a little." Hyun suddenly opened his eyes, and the machine also announced, "Due to a mysterious power, your rank has changed to S. A tremendous source of power is awakening." He had finally succeeded. New skills had been registered. Ta Hyun woke up and looked at his body curiously. This is information: name Ta Hyun, age 20, rank S, strength 68, mana 389, energy 210, fatigue 20%, mana remaining 389 out of 389. Special skill, gluttony. Conceal a desired target, consumes 100 mana. Normal skill, perfect hypnosis, hypnotizes a designated target, consumes 100 mana. Also blood rage activates all body stats, consumes 200. Superior insight, sees through the opponent, consumes 10 ink. Apocalypse creates an infinite space zone, consumes 200. Wrath Dragon releases enhanced pressure, consumes 100. Beast transformation turns the body into a mana beast, consumes 200. Ghost fluid gives mana toxic property, consumes 200. Summoning skills, Rosalia summons Queen Rosalia, consumes 300 mana. Hazard summons Dragon King Hazard, consumes 11,000 mana. He still stared intently at himself, not only the fusion skill but also the rearrangement and addition of new ones, perhaps due to the rank increase. Tagak hurriedly ran over from a distance, bursting the door open. "What is going on?" He saw the old man slumped over and panicked. Director Che-sun. Che-sun reassured him, "I am fine." Tagak was extremely worried, but inside that, he looked inside, speaking strangely, "It seems like we..." Che-sun was very eager, witnessing a historic moment. That person slowly opened his eyes. In front of that massive building, Jin-hee sat with arms crossed. Sternly beside him was Taeguk. Ta-han sat opposite, sweating from nervousness. He had anticipated it, then was lightly scolded. He skillfully reminded, "Player Ta-han, damaging association facilities is not allowed." He scratched his head in embarrassment and apologized. Jin-hee examined, extremely surprised. "Anyway, considering what you have done, I will arrange this. Fusion, you have done the impossible again." He probingly asked if he felt any different. He glanced once and confirmed, "Yes, my body is full of power. I want to immediately enter the abyss right now." He was very excited. It seemed there was also a skill related to the Great Fortress. "Whatever it is, I want to test it out right away." He showed clear regret. "I would also like to witness it in person but cannot keep a busy person like you any longer." Jin-hee slapped his forehead in remembrance. "I almost forgot I have a mission for you. What will you do?" He mentioned, "It is from the World Player Association." Taehyun wondered, "What is it?" Jin-hee named Player Tahan. Someone is sharpening their blade. Another person is stretching. Sarah McQueen turned her to look. Jeffrey waited slowly. Jin-hee said, "The mission, they want you to become an examiner for the new SS license test." Taehyun was excited. "It is time for the SS selection already? Time flies." The others looked dumbfounded. "My god, it really is Taehyun." They were full of anticipation and curiosity. The one compared to her. They looked towards him, the renowned SS ranked player. Vincent arrived then. "Thank you for agreeing to participate." He turned his face so everyone is present. Then he pointed to introduce. "Player Thomas Proven has arrived first." Vincent continued to introduce player Cody. He loudly announced that 3 SS-ranked players will be the examiners for this test. There can be no greater fairness. Vincent asked, "How do you wish to conduct the test?" The association proposes a scoring system based on player skills. She chewed pensively. Taehyun spoke, "No need to make it so complicated." He burst out with immense power right there. Vincent gritted his teeth in confusion. "What, Taehyun?" He immediately spoke to explain that what a player needs most is spirit and power. Just see who gets knocked down to know their strength, and check skills at the same time. 2 birds with 1 stone. He saw that and hurriedly stopped them. "Wait, this is too violent." Cody was also intrigued. "Interesting." He burst out with power not inferior. Taehyun smiled while watching for a while. She confirmed, "I will participate." Vincent stepped back in confusion. "I can understand Taehyun, but even Cody." One person worried, "President, will this affect the plans?" Everyone was extremely worried seeing this. Is the difficulty of this test correct? Back inside the exam room, Vincent made the final decision. The test will proceed in a combat format, according to the examiner's decision. He turned to tell the 3 examiners, "Please divide the people and take charge of each group." Vincent briefed, "Training room 1 is for player Taehyun, room 2 for player Thomas." Jeffrey was annoyed seeing this. These examiners just got SS first by luck and are showing off. Sarah McQueen reminded, "Stop, Jeffrey, be careful not to be heard." Still shouted out, "No," but clearly SS was only established last year. "We just did not have enough time to accumulate achievements. A direct fight might not result in a loss." Jeffrey even turned to say directly, "You cannot forever hide under your master's shadow, Sarah." He was filled with ambition. "Today I must crush their arrogance." The one Jeffrey disliked the most was that arrogant bastard Taehyun. Taehyun entered inside and greeted, "Nice to meet the new recruits." He introduced himself, "I am Taehyun, appointed as the test examiner by the World Player Association." He then announced the rules. "The test rules I set are extremely simple, just land 1 effective hit on me, easy, right?" Everyone was confused. Just one effective hit, then it is easier than I thought. Taehyun was naturally very confident, but as I see it, that is impossible, so he arrogantly told them all to charge at him together. Initially they were stunned, standing still, not daring to move. Jeffrey was furious and couldn't contain himself. That damn bastard. That man charged in first. Enough with the games. Sarah McQueen quickly stopped him. Wait, Jeffrey. He stood waiting, completely unperturbed. That man tensed up, his veins bulging, and he caught it. Taehyun simply swung a fist, sending the enemy flying. Sarah McQueen heard the thud of the fall, her heart full of apprehension. He declared, for now. Taehyun's face was full of confidence. One opponent had been eliminated. Jeffrey lay in pain, which made the girl even more afraid. She turned back and advised, don't rush in out of anger. Everyone please stay calm. But the moment her words ended, they all charged forward simultaneously, attacking at once. Taehyun easily swept them away. One of them tried to hold his ground for a sneak attack. He spun around, delivering a powerful kick. They surrounded him on all sides, trying to overwhelm one person. He lifted his foot lightly. He rushed in like a whirlwind. He easily took them down again. The enemy lay on the ground, full of resentment. Without hesitation, he stepped on that man's hand, shattering the very ground. That man was kicked far away by him. Sarah McQueen was stunned. No matter how they charged, they couldn't touch him. One person trembled. Is he really a monster? He slowly advanced, saying in disappointment, there are still those brats over there. Although they weren't as stupid as those who rushed in before, but he taunted, challenging them. Staying still won't change anything either. He asked them if they still planned to stay rooted to the spot. Sarah McQueen lowered her head. She spoke up. Everyone, may I make a suggestion? She bravely stepped forward. He stopped, a fierce expression on his face. Willow leaves began to appear. Sarah McQueen was completely ready. Taehyun crossed his arms in disdain. And here I thought you were discussing something. Turns out it's just an illusion skill. Do you have anything enough to face me? He was also ready. Let's see. Two sides engaged in battle. Taehyun was very surprised. She blocked this attack. Her hands trembled, blood spilling from her lips. Everyone, right now, Sarah shouted, let's take him down together. One person realized. Are you planning to sacrifice yourself to hold me back? Gave a mysterious smile. The power pill was revealed. Black mist enveloped everything. The other person was terrified. What is this? I can't see anything. That person clutched his neck, choking in pain. Another screamed in panic for help. Taehyun counted the skills he had: Monarch's World, Monarch's Aura, and Binding Chains. A total of 6 skills, including the low-level ones. One person wanted to give up. This is unfair, I forfeit. Their senses were blurred. Everything had been calculated. Gravity weighed heavily, their bodies were bound, their stats debuffed. How could such mediocre trash endure it? Taehyun was slightly surprised, and yet she still managed to hold on for quite a while. Sarah McQueen was full of determination. My teacher taught me not to give up. If you don't give up, there will definitely be an opportunity. He gradually realized her technique. She was absorbing the mana around her to convert it into stats. Her ability to withstand blows came from draining others. Taehyun suddenly let go of his hand. Sarah McQueen suddenly struck. This was the opportunity. He stood still. 5 punches were flying toward him. She did not understand why her body could not move. Taehyun slid past. His gaze turned back coldly. Taehyun admitted the 5 punches did not land, but the effort was commendable and counted as an effective strike. He immediately confirmed Sarah McQueen had passed. Taehyun had predicted the owner of the terraforming skill, Sarah McQueen, would later become America's Hope, an SS rank player with superior qualities from the start. He also speculated that the teacher he mentioned had succeeded. Taehyun also guessed that the Earth deity had passed. That person was Cody. An announcement rang out. The exam chairman declared the end. Vincent anxiously asked for the results. The other stammered that only one person passed, Sarah McQueen from America. He turned pale. Only one person. A true defeat. Vincent's plans collapsed due to Taehyun's actions and the new Korea's resounding impact. The association's influence in the dungeon waned. He intended to recover through the second round exam. But Taehyun only chose one person. Neither Cody nor Thomas passed. The exam had been too hasty. The other urged the chairman. He asked in frustration what else. The other reported that the female player wanted to borrow the highest level training room. That person added that the reason was to fight Taehyun. He was even more shocked. What the hell? The two stood facing each other on the arena floor. They were ready for a fierce battle. The two faced each other amidst the mist and broken stone floor. Congratulations, your disciple passed. Taehyun calmly crossed his arms. But surely you did not come here just to confirm that. Do you have business? She gently bit her lip. You are feeling a thirst, are you not? There is no one here who satisfies me. She slowly approached him. You and I are the same, Taehyun. Her voice rang out amidst his stern expression. Is that so? Then why not try? Her eyes flashed with determination, wanting to have a fight and see. Taehyun smirked. I also thought there would be a day we clashed, but I did not expect it would be under these circumstances. He clenched his fist. I do not know why you are like this, but I do not mind because I also want to know what level I have reached. Taehyun radiated an intimidating aura, his expression confident as he was about to fight the strongest person in the world. Confrontational stance of Cody and Taehyun was being watched by another person through a screen. The observer tilted their head in confusion. What to do now? Cody and Taehyun are the world's number 1 and 2. If they fight, should we not stop them? Vincent said helplessly, can you stop them? Just let them do as they wish. The other was surprised. confused, but he immediately interrupted. Instead, record the entire footage. The SS rank exam has failed. At least salvage something. He rested his chin on his hand in calculation. If we collect data on those two, who knows, we might even get an unexpected media effect. The entire space was covered by the blue light from the screen. I take responsibility. Permission to proceed. An announcement rang out, catching Tai Hyun's attention. Permission to use the facilities granted, but the sound transmitted clearly. All proceedings will be recorded by the association. He sighed. I see. Cody remained calm, grabbing his shoulder. No problem. Once we begin, those things will become useless. Tai Hyun's eyes flickered with interest. I did not expect someone like you to strike first. Her expression unchanged as she cracked her knuckles. Is that not good news for you? You are still aiming for my #1 spot. His voice blurted out in surprise. Me? Taehan's confidence was already poised in a fighting stance. You also know whenever I want, I can take that position. Her expression turned cold and gloomy. I see that tongue is Taehan's weapon, but it will not work on me. At this moment, the camera shifted slightly. Two fists collided, creating a seismic shock that tore through the air. Taehan, with a dense killing aura, swiftly threw his fist. She furrowed her brows tightly. His 5 punches ended up hitting nothing but air. At this moment, she rushed from behind. His fist, filled with immense power, closed in on him. Taehan easily dodged with a dangerous expression. Finally, he countered with a shocking technique. Taehan's eyes stared straight ahead as if anticipating. Cody's cold face emerged from the thick dust. He had blocked the opponent's strike. Both strength and speed were evenly matched. Immediately, Taehan kicked him hard in the stomach. Then, he firmly used his hands to brace on the ground. The match will be decided by this. His eyes were sharp and dark. His hand reached out, activating the power of the apocalypse. That power exploded with pitch-black energy. The other's leg was quickly wrapped tightly by red chains, and then even Cody's arms were restrained. His eyes were filled with nothing but shock. A terrible source of power. There was no information about you possessing this skill. Taehan grinned amidst the killing aura. There is still much you do not know about me. A hand quickly turned into a golden weapon. Today I will show him everything. She only used a sword to cut the chain into small pieces, that was all. Want to defeat me? In the very next moment, his body was enveloped in armor, radiating an ultimate light. He held a sword and charged straight forward. Hyun was not afraid. He chuckled, breaking the apocalypse chain so violently again. Like master, like student. He also drew a weapon from inside his coat. Taeyun easily blocked his opponent's attack, the blades clashing, causing power to explode. The ground cracked violently under the pressure. A small rock was falling through the air. Immediately after, it was cut in half. Taehan agilely dodged her sword. Next, he launched a counter-attack, forcing his opponent to raise her sword to block. Both fought fiercely, rocks shattering and scattering. The rocks were knocked away and then cut in half. Taehyun's face was expressionless, but the heartbeat in his chest burned hot. He looked at her, a fellow who was no less war-loving, a feeling I had never had before. Yes, no mistake, it was this person. Both wore excited expressions. Confronting each other was the strongest moment. In the observation room, the screen was jammed with interference. Vincent gritted his teeth in annoyance. What the hell is going on? The staff were panicking. Were no cameras working? Contact the technical team. Send someone to the scene immediately. Someone hesitated because it was too dangerous to get caught up in. Finally, Vincent put on his coat and turned. I will go there directly. The person beside him was bewildered. Association president. Vincent's face was stern. The highest level training room was originally designed to withstand the power of dozens of SS rank players simultaneously. Yet these two were far exceeding that. Taehan, wiping his mouth, laughed out loud. If this continues, the building will collapse before a victor is decided. Cody, with his concealed armor, agreed. I agree. So why don't you stop hiding your cards and this? He was holding her weapon-wielding wrist, pursing his lips. I've been using all my strength for a long time. The opponent immediately retorted. Don't lie. Cody's eyes behind his mask flashed dangerously. Taehan, you haven't used the power of the Grand Duke yet, have you? His words made his expression change instantly. Taehyun hesitated and probed. Cody, how do you know about that? The opponent replied. You're not the only one who knows the secrets of the deepest level of the abyss. Cody held a sharp sword, full of pride. I am also someone who signed a contract with a Grand Duke. Before his eyes was Taehyun's stunned face. Tell me, which monster did you sign a contract with? He forced a smile. Liu Ping, Jiang Long. So it turns out China isn't the only place with people contracted to Grand Dukes. I never expected someone like Cody to be a contract user. Slowly put his weapon back into his coat. But just mentioning the Grand Duke, it seemed he still didn't know about the king. Taehyun immediately transformed with powerful energy like hellfire, so keeping the trump card was still the best strategy. Cody assessed slowly. Vampire Lord A. Ji-moon, right? Taehyun furrowed his brows tightly. And you? The light array on Cody's chest slowly shifted. His armor was enveloped in a gloomy purple energy, his sword surging with strange magic power. A pair of wings suddenly appeared. He stood proudly with large wings behind him. Fallen angel Lucifer, the fallen angel. Cody used a calm voice. Come on, let's end it here. Taehan's expression was extremely focused. Foot was kicked forward. The other foot powerfully pushed off the ground. The training room endured a terrifying explosion of power. The entire space was submerged in dust. The people standing at the door were shaken by the overwhelming force crashing into them. Vincent gritted his teeth, shielding his face. Cody is in. What about Taehan? Cody said calmly. It seems they are coming. Taehan's expression unchanged. He looked up. Looks like it. Then, at that moment, his claws and Cody's sword were both pressed close. Pressed close before each other's eyes. Let's call it a draw. Then the armor on his body disappeared. Yes, see you next time in the abyss. Taehan's magic power also gradually dissipated. Then we'll settle everything. At that moment, Vincent rushed in, full of concern. Are both players all right? He glanced past his opponent, chuckling softly. Yes, we might have caused a bit of a commotion. Sorry about that. Finally, Taehan left a message. I hope everyone will handle the aftermath. Vincent was stunned, reaching out to pull him. Huh? Wait, player Taehan. But he didn't stop, just kept walking. Now I really have to go. The scene of the demon palace, brimming with energy, appeared in Taehan's view towards the abyss. The dark flames were still burning. The demon palace was suddenly attacked. The candles went out completely, leaving only thin smoke. A woman with a dissatisfied expression spoke up. How annoying. Rosalia calmly rested her chin and remarked that stubborn personality had not changed at all. A few rescue strokes appeared before the broken wall, daring to touch another person's installment plan relic, trying to ignite a war of power. That man clenched his fist in fury. A war of power, I do not mind and am always ready. But there is a simpler way for both of us, Rosalia. Moon coldly commanded, his fist creating more holes in the wall. Summon that contract signer of yours. Rosalia remained calm, sitting on the chair. What would my contract signer be for? Her tone full of sarcasm. Not done with the matter at Iron Horse Bay yet. The one sitting in the Grand Duke's seat is truly generous. IG furrowed his brow in annoyance. It is not because of such trivial matters. Stop beating around the bush. He stood opposite her. I do not know how you did it, but your contract signer is using my power without permission. Hearing that, Rosalia turned her face and laughed out loud. So the recent rumors about your contract signer are true? Ah, she continued, speaking while laughing provocatively. Compared to my power, Moon, your power might suit that person's taste better. His expression grew darker. You know something? Rosalia, speak. Rosalia covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Arata's wings spread wide with an imposing aura. You really have no manners when making a request, do you? Moon showed no restraint either, releasing his power. It seems I am meddling here. Rosalia straightened up and stood. Move aside, my dear ones, it seems today. Tentacles sprouted from her body, extending far with anger. That arrogant man who stole my relic needs to be taught some manners. Rosalia waved her hand, and the tentacles lunged forward accordingly. Attacked head-on, creating an instant explosion. Moon was unscathed. He was still brimming with power swirling around his body. A rotten one still thinks they are qualified to preach. He grew angry. Demonic power surged forth. A steel sword. Countless sharp sword blades shot forward. Rosalia easily shattered them with her tentacles. We are no different in origin, and on that wrinkled face of yours are etched insults. But this time Moon personally flew over with a giant sword aura behind him. His leg was suddenly tightly wrapped by a tentacle. Moon furrowed his brows tightly. The tentacle wrapped around his leg violently through him. Rosalia continued to unleash attacks. The area ahead turned into a domain of power explosions. Tentacles retracted. The gathered force condensed into a beam of light striking the ground. Arata suddenly swooped down from the air along with the mass of tentacles. Combined force of the power and tentacle assault caused the scenery to shake violently, turning earth and stone to dust. Her foot touched the ground. Rosalia stood firm on the ground, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. Arata faced the ruin and devastated scene before her. A pool of blood was moving strangely. Suddenly, sharp spikes pierced straight through Rosalia's body. The pool of blood behind her rippled violently, forming a blood field. Moon, holding a weapon, was reborn victoriously from the blood pool. He asked if this power was created by her second-rank heir. Ada pressed a dagger to Ata's neck, warning her to be careful of the consequences. But Rosalia showed no fear. Despite the blood at the corner of her mouth, Ata still smiled and asked if she had forgotten. The eye hidden behind her hair suddenly for life, Rosalia's face full of danger, reminding him what her true power was. His body stiffened, everything around him, and the weapon gradually became encased in pieces of demonic power like thin ice. The candle blazed back to life brilliantly. Rosalia sat on the chair with authority. Her wide-open eyes appeared in the air as if controlling the demonic power around her. Moon looked at the scene gravely, recognizing it as a personal space, a beautiful illusionary realm, but defiled by someone like her, truly an insult. Rosalia gently tilted her head and smiled softly. This is where a dancer's power peaks. She asked if he thought dealing with her using only an avatar, not a real body, was possible. IG Moon was extremely furious, clicked his tongue and said, "Wait, I will bring the real body immediately." Rosalia immediately cut him off. "No need, IG Moon." She smiled slyly. "If you are curious enough to be willing to beg for my true form, then for old time's sake, I will tell you." Rosalia remained relaxed on the chair, asking if he wanted to know why her contract signer could use his power. "Inside you is the Moon's contract. There is someone who once made all the Grand Dukes kneel and has seized that power." He was startled, exclaimed in shock that it was impossible. Rosalia's lips still held a smile. "That is right, it is that person my contract signer is." Ada's cold voice rang out as Tahan was surprised. "That is that person's key." He appeared at the door, asking why everyone was gathered here. Everyone in the room turned to look. Player Tahan. He slowly walked in. Marcus and the other person stepped forward to explain. They had been waiting for Player Tahyun to return. They tried to contact the World Player Association, but seemed to have missed each other. Tahyun's expression was serious, asking what they needed from me. Marcus slightly bowed, asking permission to get straight to the point given the current situation. At this time, Jinhee and Taeguk stood nearby, both tense regarding the USA Player Association. Marcus bowed deeper before the surprised expression, formally requesting support from Player Tahyun. He responded cautiously. "It sounds like a serious matter." He raised a hand to adjust his glasses. "That is correct." In Marcus's mind appeared the scene of an abyss, where one of their players had entered the deepest floor and gone missing. They had coordinated with the World Player Association to conduct a search operation, but a search team composed of 4 SS rank players was completely annihilated. He continued speaking under the embarrassed gaze of Taehyun, Dylan Gray, Daniel Harrington, Alexandra Beju, and Aiden Simone, all of whom had died in the campaign. His eyes widened in horror. Marcus urgently said that now he could not guarantee the missing person was alive, but Cody could not give up without seeing with his own eyes and had descended into the abyss alone. The voice still rang out. Taehyun kept a cold expression. "We believe Cody is in danger and needs your help. Player Taehyun, please lend a hand." He sank into thought, clearly remembering the incident where 4 SS rank players were annihilated in the deep abyss. Even in his past life, that was a huge shock. There was no news of any search team or missing person. Taehyun cast an inquiring look. "Who is that person?" "That missing player." Marcus fell silent again. In the gloomy place covered by several layers of mist, a monster guarded cautiously. Behind the iron bars was a dark space without a glimmer of light, an SS rank player. There was a girl bound by iron chains. Tahan was slightly stunned. "Ricky." He pursed his lips tightly, his expression heavy. In his past life, the incident that caused many players to die suddenly was thought to be an ambush during reconnaissance. Turns out it was because Ricky, a special individual, had become the pioneer. Even his silhouette was dim. She originally did not exist because she was caught up in a conspiracy at the Emperor's tomb, and he was the one who deviated her fate. Marcus furrowed his brows tightly. Ricky and Cody are both members of the American Player Association, and are also essential factors for humanity. He gritted his teeth. Behind him faintly appeared the mutilated corpses of those wrongfully killed. 4 SS rank players have already died. He could not afford to lose them. Marcus hurriedly persuaded Taehyun that if he agreed to help, the association would regard him as a crucial ally and provide support on many fronts. But he seemed uninterested. "That is enough explanation. Where do I need to go?" And he quickly jumped up. "Taehyun, wait." He tried hard to stop him. "Please reconsider. Even SS rank players have been taken down. This situation needs more preparation." But he interrupted. "If that place is so dangerous." Taehyun's expression was resolute. "Right now those two might be fighting between the lines of life and death. I have to go." A stream of memories flooded in, Ricky lying in his arms saying, "Consider this a debt I owe you. I will keep the secret, but in return if I ever face danger later, you must help me, because I can trust you." Returning to the present, Tahan let out a soft smile. "I also have a debt to repay." And so he left, leaving Ji stunned. Taeguk then gently reassured, "I hope everyone can trust Taehyun more. So far he has always exceeded expectations." Jinhee's expression turned dark. "I know, but..." He gritted his teeth. "I also understand well what is happening." Jinhee seemed to recall the figure of someone. He saw a certain youth standing before a maelstrom of magic power surrounded by corpses in a sea of blood, having only trusted without being cautious. His slightly shocked face was gloomy, his emotions unreadable. Taeguk was still extremely confident. Taehyun is different from that person. Jinhee remained uneasy, clasping his hands tightly. "Maybe so, I was just overthinking." Crimson sky was covered with several more layers of hazy mist. The towering magic palace was bathed in red light, magical beasts circling around. A monster howled while swinging its axe. It brought its strike down, destroying the ground. Cody gently floated up to evade the sharp axe blade, and a blade slashed through the monster's body. Its massive body was severed. He let out a soft sigh amidst the splattering blood, ignoring the downed monsters behind him. Cody looked at the approaching horde. So many monsters, no matter how many he cut. Suddenly a voice rang out, surprising him. Then why not just sweep them all away in one go? A pair of legs emerged from the shadows. The group of monsters was quickly restrained by vines, left only to howl. That figure stepped lightly forward from behind Cody. This person appeared imposingly without warning, causing him to exclaim, "Taihan." He also spoke up, "I came to assist Cody." Two faced each other amidst the desolate scene filled with killing intent. Cody smiled somewhat grudgingly beneath his mask. "Sent by Marcus. I usually tell you to mind your own business, but the current situation leaves me no choice. Thanks for the help." Taihan looked up at the source of the domineering aura floating in the air. "I understand why you were sent here. I can sense the tremendous magical power covering the fortress." His expression was slightly tense. "I did not expect the place where Ricky disappeared to be the Archduke's castle." Cody swept his eyes thoughtfully. And then he spoke. "Ricky, one sent to investigate this area, which was originally deep in the abyss, but at that time no one knew this place was their territory." Taehyun asked softly, "Is Ricky still alive?" Cody immediately replied, "Yeah, I can sense her magic power inside. There is a path down to the basement." He carefully calculated, "If we go there we might have to face the Archduke and the chance of winning is below 1%. Cody immediately put his mask back on. "Then we have to choose a quick assault and quick victory." He pointed his glowing blade. "Can you keep up?" Taehyun also drew his weapon, of course. He slowly bent his knee. The two charged forward at the same time, decisively tearing through the monsters. Chunks of their bodies quickly separated, foul blood spilling out. Any monster that lunged at them was swiftly taken down. Taehyun suddenly teased. Earlier he was struggling with a monster. Cody was busy all the way. He conserved his strength because he knew he would come. He suddenly remembered last time he said they would duel when they met again in AB. Never thought they would cooperate like this. Taehyun sincerely admired. But if it is someone he can safely rely on, that is not bad either. They continued fighting, both of them being humanity's ultimate strategy. A gap from her mask flashed if she could truly be with him. They easily smashed everything. Saving Vicky seemed feasible. Taehyun stepped onto the newly opened path. She also followed. Perhaps they had reached the castle's center. A meticulously structured space appeared. He guessed. There must be a way down to the basement around here. She suggested they each search for it. "Oh, some guy charged in with a punch. He might die here." Without defending, he was knocked away. Cody smashed hard into the wall. Dirt and rocks exploded. Seeing that, Taehyun swung his sword. The blade, filled with power, came slashing down, but a hand directly caught the blade. He finally spoke, finally meeting a famous figure. Ignoring his bleeding hand, he tilted his head and laughed. "Heard that you are now the ace of New Korea." He tried to lower his sword. "Who are you?" That guy still held on tight. "Old man Jin, he didn't tell you anything?" His other hand pressed against his face. How boring. His head was slammed down by him, and his weapon was also taken. He squeezed his face tightly. "I am Ji Hong, the guild leader of Yudak." Ji Hong laughed cruelly, breaking his sword blade. "Can I be considered your senior?" She suddenly charged into attack. Power from the sword slashing through made Ji Hong dodge clumsily. He narrowed his eyes dangerously. Indeed it was her. Ji Hong looked at him admiringly. Being knocked down like this is not like the world's number one. Taehyun tensely said the name Ji Hong, who called himself the Yudak guild leader. She was not surprised, knowing he was an internationally wanted criminal. He was confused. How could someone like him be here? Ji Hong touched his hair, thinking how a mere human was already waiting at the center of the Archduke's fortress. Taehyun frowned. Could it be? He covered half his face, revealing a vicious grin. Terrifying magical power radiated around him. Ji Hong clenched his fist, his face manic. "I am also the same as you guys." His energy surged like a storm. He spread his arms towards the two of them. "Let's kill each other properly." In a dark place hung with chains, someone knelt on the cold ground. Vicky was left with only helplessness and exhaustion. She, Taehyun. Ji Hong stood calmly, his hand seeming to itch for a fight. He carefully remarked, "The head devil of the association turned out to be a contractor with the Archduke. Truly a nightmare." Taehyun glanced over. "Worry about that guy later." In his eyes were the light and Ji Hong's demonic energy. If the Archduke sent a contractor here, he already knew we had infiltrated. He said seriously, "The Archduke not acting himself means he is either arrogant or busy with something else. We must take advantage to get Ricky out of here." Cody was already in a fighting state. "Follow me. Let's attack from both sides." His mask flashed with golden light. "I will attack first." Taehyun's eyes were full of caution. "I will wait silently for you." So she immediately tore through, or the air around them surged. He gripped his sword to confront him, making him wonder about that direct attack style. Ji Hong sneered. "Do you think I cannot dodge?" Amidst the demonic energy space, his feet were tightly bound by vines. Taehyun extended his hand, weaving his power into vines apocalypse. Cody's blade quickly closed in. A decisive light sword slash cut through. Ji Hong's face was gloomy, his eyes hidden by his hair. A moment later, she was shocked to realize her sword. He looked at the shattered sword tip, already broken without him feeling it. Ji Hong gathered power in his palm, laughing triumphantly. Seeing this, Taehyun shouted in fear. Cody's mask took the unexpected attack. Next, he delivered another powerful kick. He was pushed back step by step, his body out of control, slammed into the wall, sending rocks and dust flying. In that state of agony, Ji Hong still taunted. "You know my face, but you don't know my skill." He channeled demonic energy again, pulling more huge boulders down onto her. How disappointing. Ji Hong flashed a smile beside the ever-changing demonic beast. Taehyun stared ahead tensely at that very moment. He recalled the moment when her sword charged straight at Ji Hong. Back then, he used the demonic beast in his hand to absorb the blade just like Cody's. Now Ji Hong reached out and the demonic beast appeared, emitting a skill-canceling signal. He realized realized with a start that apocalypse was also nullified. It certainly was. He suddenly remembered the demonic beast with a golden light from the Jianglong laboratory in China. Hyun immediately deduced, a black hole that nullifies all nearby skills. Is that your skill? Jihong was momentarily stunned to hear that. Oh Taihan, you have seen this thing before? Oh constrained, he remained calm. I have encountered it. There even seemed to be scrolls selling this power temporarily. Jihong continued, selling those temporary scrolls is a huge profit source. Awakened always crave this nullifying item. To those living on the edge of life and death, it is worth it. His face was full of contempt. Watching those weaklings struggle is amusing. I despise them, but I hate you awakened even more. Jihong raised the demonic beast. Let us see if you are any different from the weak. The demonic beast transformed into a terrifying black hole, and he began to strike. He threw the demonic beast forward. Tahan was not fazed. He nimbly flew up, dodging the fierce attack. Jihong lunged forward again, preparing his next strike. It seems you know nothing about my moves. His eyes widened in shock. Jihong bared his teeth in a grin. Die. The air was suffocating, blood-splattered red. The horizontal slash left him stunned. Jihong fell to his knees, and his voice taunted, Is that all? That black hole could not even suck in a Grand Duke's skill, let alone an Emperor's. Taehan stood proudly amid wide wings, his weapon gleaming sharp. Now it was hard to say who was the one overly reliant on a contract's power with a Grand Duke. Jihong knelt on one knee, hand clutching his chest. Many new things. This is my first time fighting someone with a Grand Duke contract. He stood up slowly. One arm had already transformed, his face full of fury. Your fighting style is not bad either. Suddenly the ground exploded and shook. Cody appeared grim. You said it could not suck in a Grand Duke skill? Ah! At this moment his power also erupted, his wings spreading wide behind him. The space became incredibly suffocating. The battle of three monsters. Taihan and Cody soared high on their wings, both targeting Jihong below. He sneered with contempt. Now both of you attacking me at once is troublesome. Hard to suppress my power. He stood firm on the hazy ground. Jihong tilted his head back, his voice sarcastic. To endure the demonic energy of you rabble in this castle. It is truly annoying. The ground began to crack. Entire large sections of the wall easily collapsed. Taihan leaned sideways, gritting his teeth. Jihong used his abnormal arm to shatter the falling debris. He clenched his fist, his face dangerous. It seems I have dragged this on too long. Chances to fight top-rate awakened are rare. Thank you both. Colossal monstrous king loomed behind Jihong. But now it ends. The monster's eyes glowed with. The man did not hesitate, ready to strike. Monster King Organ. His face was filled with rage. Grand Duke of the Abyss, Monster King Organ. Both Taehyun and Cody were taken aback. No one had expected his appearance. Organ spoke with a cruel demeanor. You know this is not a proper reason to call me. If you wield this power, then these troublesome low-grade contractors can be easily taken down. Now that I am here, I will crush them. Jihong turned back, lightly touching his nose. It seems you have not given me enough demonic energy to unleash my full potential. Can you give me more so I can defeat those two? Organ's red eyes slowly moved. A heaven-shattering punch landed, smashing the ground apart. He furiously clenched his bloody fist. Looking at Jihong crumpled at his feet. Damn it. Do you think you can demand more power from me? Jihong lay still, listening to Organ's words. Stay there and wait for me. We will talk later. Only then did he notice Taihan's group. As for you two base creatures, your fun has come to an end. His demeanor radiated brutality. Let me see if you can survive before me. Suddenly Taehyun shouted loudly, Cody. He could see through the person behind. The Organ organization had intervened in the battle. Our chance is gone. Just remember the reason we came and follow the mission. She hesitated a moment. Taehyun firmly raised his hand in signal. You go ahead, I will stay to deal with him. Instantly his power transformed into a divine dragon charging straight at Organ. Taehyun's face was both tense and calm, while Organ was like a stone statue, emotionless. Suddenly, a powerful surge of magical energy exploded from the demonic tower. His feet moved swiftly and precisely. Suddenly, several monsters appeared blocking his path. The slash tore their bodies apart, screams echoing. He briefly thought, lucky to dodge Organ's gaze, but the goal was not to confront him. Taehyun ran and rushed forward. Where is she? Ricky. Suddenly he jolted, realizing something. He saw a stream of magical energy floating in midair. This was it. The magical energy coalesced into a small sphere. Ricky's skill. Taehyun followed the slow drift of the magical energy. Was it telling to follow? The monster guarding the dark corner roared, What the hell? Why are you here? A faint ray of light shone on Ricky, who was imprisoned in the dark dungeon. A pair of bloodstained boots slowly approached. She slightly opened her eyes. Finally you found me. Before her was Taehyun with a blood-smeared face. Taehyun. He curled his lips slightly. I came to repay the debt, Ricky. She broke free from the shackles. Just to repay a debt you dared to come to this dangerous place. Admirable. Taehyun worriedly held her shoulder. A promise is a promise. Ricky asked weakly, where is she? He carefully observed the surroundings. She might be looking for Ricky from another direction. I want to recount what happened, but time is up. Hearing that, she remarked, it seems the Grand Duke is starting to act. Taehyun was surprised. You also know know about the Grand Duke? She explained softly. Of course, after all, I am an investigator from the World Players Association. Ricky recalled Organ's ferocious figure, the master of the castle, Grand Duke Organ. His magical energy was immeasurably deep, more terrifying than any magic beast I have ever encountered. Tahan's expression turned serious. If you know that, you should retreat quickly. I held him back for a while but do not know how long it will last. Can you walk? Ricky said reluctantly. I have no strength left in my legs. He immediately helped her stand up. I will support you. Let's retreat quickly. They both stood on the moving platform. It slowly lifted them up. She slightly pursed her lips, slowly pondering. Ricky spoke up amidst his confusion. It is strange, she confessed, ever since the time in Jiang Long's research lab, even though each time I thought I was going to die when I saw you, I believed things would be okay. Thank you for coming to save me, Tahan. Hearing that, he lightly smiled. Two stood on the stone platform in a silent atmosphere. Ricky's eyes widened in fear at a dark voice. At this moment, Organ was standing above waiting for them. You think you can escape from me? His large figure loomed over the astonished faces of Tahan and Ricky. Organ's face was full of cruelty. This good-hearted one understands magical energy so much that I once wanted to use him as a substitute. I have watched you. Wherever you go, I know. Tahan gritted his teeth. Right, I understand he followed me here, but this moment, the two faced the brutal Organ directly. You have my mark on you and still stubborn. Come, the one chosen by the Emperor, come here. Tahan now was full of defiance. That power from earlier, use it on me again, let's see. He burst out magical energy again. The divine dragon charged forward. You think I cannot wound you? Organ had to confront the claws of the divine dragon, but he directly used his hand to break its jaw. Organ's face was ferocious. If you want to fight, I will show you hell. The divine dragon was easily torn apart. Indeed, my eyes are sharp. Then Tahan immediately charged forward. His face was full of determination. Resolve, even if the skill is ineffective, he still had to try. He shot countless sharp swords of blazing red from the air, blood swords. But Organ's face did not change. He let the swords pierce his body. This is my resistance power. Finally, Tahan with his transformed hand directly rushed forward. He did not dodge, watching him advance towards him. Organ saw him activate his terrifying power. The energy behind him turned into an enraged, fierce dragon, releasing energy reinforced with magical power. Organ painfully endured all of that power. Tahan's claws easily tore apart a part of his body. He still did not fall. Is this powerful energy the power of the dragon race? Organ slightly tilted his head to look behind. Tahan's arm was still clenched. Magical energy surged. Magical beast transformation, changing the body into a monster form. Admired your next attack, both the power of that race. I see you as truly strong. And then another wave of massive magical power rushed from behind him. Ricky stood in the space filled with dust and rubble, frowning in astonishment at the extraordinary combat ability of a human. Looking at his expressionless face, she silently wondered who Tahan really was. Suddenly, the Archduke's enormous hand tightly gripped his transformed arm. Organ laughed triumphantly. His laughter grew louder. Tahan was panicked, but Organ was extremely excited, feeling a battle fervor he had not felt in a long time. He pressed his terrifying face close to him, confessing that controlling another's power always excited him. His hand still gripping his wrist, he said in a flat voice that since the king had disappeared, a life of constant victory had become boring, and he had been waiting for this battle for a long time. Hearing this, Tahan looked down at his controlled arm, thinking to himself that today he would probably get a proper fight. The next moment, his arm was torn off. Amidst the cry of pain, Ricky shouted his name in worry. Organ tossed the torn arm behind him, challenging him to show him the true song of the Emperor's contractor. Tahan clutched the painful wound, cursing the power of the Archduke and the Emperor. Everyone watched the ferocious Organ charge forward, all feeling helpless. While confronting him, Tahan frantically calculated. The only thing left in his hands now. He gritted his teeth nervously. Only this was left. He shouted with all his might, Rosalia, come. As the words left his lips, a pair of horrified eyes awakened in the disrupted space, carrying cosmic force and a rumbling sound. Before Organ's eyes were countless massive tentacles coiling around each other. Rosalia appeared, standing protectively in front of Tahan. Organ sneered angrily, mocking that the loyal dog Rosalia had finally shown her face. Despite his injury, he smiled faintly, saying he had wanted to end it without calling her, but Rosalia gently glanced, her eyes full of fury, looked forward as her magical power began to emanate. Rosalia faced Organ. Tahan painfully frowned and called her name, admitting his wish to end things without summoning her. An archduke summoned by contract power could not defeat the true body of an archduke. Tahan recalled the terrifyingly unblockable wave of magical power and the enormous risk. The scene of mana exploding out of control and the destructive clash between archdukes flashed before him, making him worry for Vicky's safety. His face turned serious, but now was not the time to choose. Organ noted with interest that Rosalia had achieved power close to an archduke, asking when she had contracted with this man. His red eyes were deep, sensing the strong incubus energy, proving he was no ordinary contractor. Rosalia disdainfully waved her hand, her magical power bursting forth, challenging him, saying it was too late to realize she was not an easy opponent. Hearing this, Organ grew even more excited, spreading his arms toward her and Tahan. He thought a difficult opponent was exactly what he had been waiting for. Rosalia looked back worriedly, asking if Taehan could handle his wound. His expression tense, he replied that he could recover using blood kill. He replied that was good, and then the space around him shifted, surprising him. He looked around in confusion and Rosalia's calm voice rang out, introducing this as her personal spatial power, separate from reality. Taehyun stood alone in the vast space, listening to her confess that she had lied about being able to confront him. In truth, she could only buy time, and she asked him to focus on recovering. He seemed to understand and asked if she could bring one more person here. Immediately after, Ricky fell from the air. She lifted her head dizzily, confused by the distorted space. A voice sounded behind her, "Ricky, could you step aside a bit?" At that moment, she was sitting on top of him, and Ricky frantically asked how he was here. She awkwardly moved off him, and he chuckled, explaining this was a sanctuary created by the contracted Archduchess. She was still bewildered by this. Suddenly, Tahan's expression turned cold and resolute, telling Ricky they had to find a way out of this situation. At that moment, Rosalia and Organ were still facing each other. Organ slowly remarked that the mana key had vanished, asking if she had used her power. Rosalia leisurely crossed her arms, indifferent, saying that even if she told him, his monstrous brain would not understand. Organ's face showed a dangerous expression, roaring for her to hand it over. He viciously attacked, declaring it was his. Rosalia's face remained unchanged as she extended her tentacles to block him. Inside the personal space, a voice confirmed the plan. While the two archdukes fought, they needed to find a way to escape from Organ. Ricky raised an eyebrow slightly, saying she understood vaguely, but there were still parts she did not get. She asked how he, as the Succubus Queen's contractor, could use the power of other archdukes. Her gaze was hazy as she looked at his healed, strange arm and the skills he had used, thinking it all very odd. The way Taehyun appeared in her eyes now was truly dark. She asked tremblingly if he was really human. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke. "Ricky, when we first met, you said, people like us are also monsters in a way." He recalled Ricky's cold words. Can someone with such power truly be called human? Amid the memories, Taehyun continued, saying that they needed something to bind each other. His expression was resolute, his answer still the same. "You see, I am a traditional person, so I cannot break my promise to you." Ricky also fell into thought. Yes, I did say that at the time. Taehyun placed his hands on his knees, preparing to stand. I am a human, but I have the skill to absorb other skills. She finally understood, which was why he could use every skill. She sat dazed on the ground, stammering. If that is the case, then it makes sense. But that is too powerful. Taehyun began testing the strength of his new arm. Ricky was trustworthy. Revealing this much to explain himself was fine. She would keep the secret. He sank resolutely into thought. Even if I die, I will never tell her about the regression. The space suddenly trembled, startling both of them. Taehyun withdrew the magic power from his hand. It is resolved, now we need to think of a plan. The scene from the Battle of Rosalia and Organ came in his view, even now, out there. Ada's trying to control him, Rosalia, still struggling to buy us time. And then he saw her tentacles being torn apart. He used every skill but could not stop Organ. Taehyun's face was stern. He turned to ask, "Ricky, do you have any strategy?" Ricky carefully calculated among the skills she had. She suddenly thought of something. "I have an idea," he immediately urged. "Tell me." She gritted her teeth, thinking of the massive blue mana vortex like a black hole, a gate leading to a specific coordinate. Hearing this, Taehyun decided quickly, use it to get out of here. But she hesitated, worried. "No, it is too dangerous. I only use it to summon monsters. I have never crossed through myself." The passageway, churning with mana and heavily guarded, appeared in her mind. The gate created with only human mana is not a teleportation gate, so it is unstable and could close midway. In the worst case, you will wander between dimensions forever. Ricky concluded weakly, "Perhaps we must find another way." But he immediately spoke. "Ricky, you know." Taehyun stood looking at the collapsing space. "This is the only way." He extended his hand towards her. "It is time to make a decision." Taehyun's face was full of trust. "Ricky, I trust you." This matter made her a little shy. And then, amidst the falling fragments of space, she reached her hand towards him. He pulled her to her feet, and suddenly a weak sound rang out. Ge, uk, da. Taehyun and Ricky, that man Hoang looked forward. Rosalia's head was severed from her body, held by Organ. "I am exhausted, run now." Ada struggled to open a painful eye, as far as possible. Rosalia's severed head was crushed by Organ, he sneered, triumphantly. "You have returned. Did you think you could hide behind Rosalia's skirt forever?" Organ looked at Ada's bloody corpse on the ground, mocking. "Truly disgraceful. That is not the conduct of a king. A king must ruthlessly eliminate those who oppose him. Since you have inherited the kingship, fight worthily." Taehyun immediately unleashed the divine dragon. Despite being attacked by the divine dragon's magic power, Organ was not afraid. This trick. He looked towards him, magic power still lingering. "You know it is useless against me. Is this all you have?" His eyes flashed with anger. "I am tired of hearing your nonsense." Taehyun shouted. Ricky was startled to hear her name. He continued, "Right now, open the gate, hurry." She quickly turned around, activating her magic power. "Okay." Instantly the massive spatial gate took shape. Organ gripped the divine dragon's neck tightly. Using cheap tricks again, I will not let you escape. Ta-Han remained unflinching, gathering magic power in his hand. Do not rush, just wait there. The magic power transformed the divine dragon into sharp claws. He clenched his fist resolutely. One day I will find you again. The immense red energy force created a terrifying explosion. Ignoring the surging demonic energy behind her, Ricky worried. Brother, is this the right choice? What if something happens? He still walked steadily towards the gate. If I cannot trust the world's greatest mage, who can I trust? Tai-Han was fearless. Just go and wait and see. I will know what is on the other side. A few leaves fell gently. He woke up in a forest. Ta-Han sat up, holding his head amidst an excited voice. Ah, I did it. Ricky sat in front of the door, delighted. We really succeeded. Ta-Han, I cannot believe this method worked. Her voice could not be restrained and rose. Perhaps we are the first to cross through a man-made gate. Ta-Han chuckled softly. See, I told you it would work. She touched her face shyly. I am so happy. Ricky continued speaking because he was there, but the monster's hand had crossed through the gate, waiting to grab her. He froze in terror. Ta-Han hurriedly ran towards Ricky. She also tilted her head in slight surprise. Organ stuck his head out from the gate, his huge hand squeezing her so tightly that blood sprayed. Organ kept a brutal expression, asking her where she intended to go. He watched Vicky painfully spit blood, his voice filled with killing intent. The real battle had only just begun. With murderous eyes, he told her to turn around and look, and then Ricky was dropped by him from a great height. Right, forcing Ta-Han to quickly rush over. Ta-Han caught her in his arms, shouting Ricky's name in worry. He realized her body was covered in wounds, shattered bones piercing her internal organs. Ta-Han's face was tense and fearful. Her condition was very dangerous. He hurriedly searched for magical power, but there was no skill to heal Ricky. Panicked, he thought of adapting to the blood chaos slash, then called Rosalia for help, but did not know if she would arrive in time. He tried to calm himself. Do not stop thinking, just keep looking for a way. Ricky's voice sounded faintly, telling him she was fine. Though her face was pale, she still smiled, saying she had prepared herself for this. Ta-Han clenched his teeth in pain, saying he could not give up because she had promised to save him. Ricky still kept her smile, praising him for keeping his word well, but she knew it was too late to turn back. Ta-Han firmly objected, but Ricky painfully interrupted, asking him for one last favor. She asked about his skill absorption ability. She slightly curled her blood-stained lips, asking if he would be willing to absorb her skill. The word stunned Ta-Han. She wanted him to complete her duty to humanity in her stead. Ricky whispered with all her remaining strength, begging him to do this for her. His entire body trembled violently. Ta-Han began to activate the surrounding magic. Ricky smiled serenely amidst the fragments of magical power, saying she had lived with no regrets. Only one thing she regretted. She looked at his calm face, wishing she had confessed her love to him once. The magical power surrounding her grew stronger and stronger. The magic palace remained submerged in the blazing red sky. Ji-hong and Cody were putting all their strength into attacking their opponent. Ji-hong was excited, saying this was what he craved, about to taste blood soon. Cody fought nimbly while thinking he had to shake off the tail quickly, could not stay stuck here forever. His powerful sword blade was blocked by Ji-hong. He laughed cunningly, mocking her for always wanting to run away, yet her mind was elsewhere, truly cold-hearted. His hand supporting the sword trembled. Ji-hong still sneered, saying if it was for Ta-Hyun and that woman, she should give up, because Organ had already dealt with them. He teased her wittily, saying he had not sensed their mana for a long time and did not know what had happened. Powerful sword struck amidst the playful tone. Ji-hong said it was a pity he wanted to fight him once more. Ji-hong was suddenly dazed. Cody decisively swung a sword filled with magical power. His opponent flew far away, staggering to his feet with an injured arm. Cody held her sword firmly, saying she believed in the other two. Ji-hong calmly stepped out of the thick dust, his arm already transformed, telling her she was too optimistic and would soon face reality. Suddenly, the entire space shook violently, with rocks falling down. Cody looked completely stunned. Ji-hong was also very surprised, not understanding what was happening. A powerful voice rang out, stiffening his body, calling him to come see him immediately. He hesitated slightly, saying he was holding off the intruder. A giant hand tightly gripped a boulder, nearly crushing it, and roared that he would not repeat himself. Ji-hong reluctantly clicked his tongue. Cody was a bit surprised to see him turn his back. He discontentedly said his master was calling his pawn back and told her she was spared. Ji-hong suddenly stopped, threatening that this was only the beginning, and Earth was about to be engulfed in chaos. He raised his hand pointing at him, boasting that the one bringing disaster would be him, Ji-hong, the master of the Action Guild. After speaking, Ji-hong vanished before Cody's eyes. Cody sternly took off her mask, wondering why Organ let him go. Suddenly she shouted in fear the names Ricky and Ta-Han. The people outside watched a hurried figure appear. They looked in surprise at the panting person, who was the player Cody. He urgently asked where Ta-Han and Ricky were. The responder was dazed, asking back what he meant. Another person pointed into the distance, saying someone was coming. In the distance, Ta-Han was carrying Ricky as he walked over. Cody watched nervously, murmuring his name, but he noticed Ta-Han's mournful expression and the strange condition condition of Ricky's body in his arms. Cody's eyes widened, filled with shock. The atmosphere was silently quiet under the blood-red sky. He spoke gently, asking if she had passed peacefully. Ta-han looked guiltily at the cold corpse, apologizing that he could not save her. Amid everyone's heavy grief, Cody softly comforted him, saying it was not his fault, that Ricky had heroically sacrificed herself for humanity. Ta-han's fist clenched in resentment, thinking everything happened because he was too useless. She decided to take the girl herself and praised Ta-han for doing well, but he refused, wanting to handle it himself, then offered to take her to the American Player Association. That offer left him a little confused. But just a few seconds later, Ta-han revealed his resolve. He needed to bring what Ricky left behind to the right place. That was his responsibility. At the headquarters of the American Player Association, Kevin stood and spoke to everyone, thanking the player Ta-han for everything related to Ricky, acknowledging the association's debt to him. Montel listened with folded arms, but reminded that they had lost several valuable players in this incident, still overloaded and recovering. Ta-han now stood opposite Kevin, forcing him to summon everyone. He said bluntly, "I hope this is worth it." Gregor was displeased, slammed the table and shouted, "Right, we don't have time to listen to your whining, you failure." A sharp voice rang out from her side. "Failure." She exuded an angry aura, asking, "Are you talking to me, Gregor?" He was flustered, quickly explaining that he did not mean her, but he could not care less, only looking at Ta-han. At this moment he spoke in a low voice. "You will soon see for yourselves whether this is worth it." Everyone turned toward him, their faces stunned by the skill he had just used. Kevin frowned, bewildered, and asked, "How can you do that?" In Ta-han's hand was a box tightly bound by a magical force resembling film. Indeed, it was Ricky's skill, allowing the collection and recording of memories. His face showed a clear, dangerous edge. "With this, we will all listen to Ricky's explanations." Ta-han had absorbed 3 skills from Ricky through gluttony. One of them was the heart of the 5th grade superior breed, creating magic gemstones in the body, costing 30 magic power. The skill produced magic gemstones, allowing free control of magic power, and most of the skills Ricky ever used come from it. Perhaps his obsession with distinguishing humans and monsters stemmed from Ricky carrying the heart of a monster within him. The second skill was the teleport gate that had helped her escape from Oregon. Gate S opens to a designated coordinate, costing 100 magic power. As long as that place has been marked before, the gate can cross space to reach it. The final skill was 5th grade memory, activating storage magic, costing 300 magic power. This skill allows one to see everything within memories. Thanks to it, Ricky had once been an excellent investigator for the World Association. Kevin exclaimed in astonishment because that was Ricky's exclusive skill, yet Ta-han was able to use it. He casually said that no one mastered magic power like Ricky. She must have found a way to transfer the skill. In his heart, he felt deeply ashamed, apologizing to Ricky for not being able to reveal gluttony, instead using her name. Kevin sighed in disappointment, while the girl curiously asked Ta-han what he would show them with that skill. Silently looked at the sphere in his hand. He abruptly activated it, and the room was flooded with blinding light. What Ricky had stored through memory was the information she gathered while infiltrating Oregon's stronghold. It was a scene of stone statues shaped like monsters. Monster language was still in the research phase, requiring time to decode, but just by looking at the mural, Ricky had sensed something. Those sitting on equal footing with Oregon were all Grand Dukes, including the Beast King Oregon, the Succubus Queen Rosalia, Vampire Lord Ajimun, the Demon King Beelzebub, the Dragon King Hazard, the Abyss Emperor, the Gatekeeper, the Fallen King Lucifer. The 7 Grand Dukes constantly fought over territories, maintaining a fragile balance and ruling the abyss together. But who was the one seated at the highest position in the painting? Within the memory, a spine-chilling voice rang out. "Have you come all the way here as well?" A giant monster appeared, looking down on Ricky with contempt, calling her a pile of rotten flesh. In the present, Kevin let out a startled exclamation. He trembled, holding his head and muttering in disbelief. According to American intelligence, only 3 Grand Dukes had been confirmed: Oregon, Ajimun, and Lucifer. Their power was unknown, but thanks to this sacrifice, they knew one thing for sure. If even a single Grand Duke stepped through the gate, humanity would be doomed. Yet it was not 3 but 7 Grand Dukes, not to mention one above them all. "My God." But Ta-han calmly withdrew his magic. Elsewhere, Ji-hong asked flatly, "So, is everything over, Lord Oregon?" Oregon replied yes. He gave a faint smile, his eyes cunning. "I find it hard to believe that an Abyss Grand Duke like you has to rely on these lowly beings." Oregon answered indifferently, "That was just a minor incident. Without support I can still resurrect. I just did not want to wait long. If you keep talking nonsense, I will turn you to dust." Ji-hong laughed. "I will be more careful. But why are you so eager to chase our Ta-han?" He said directly. "He possesses an extremely special ability, granted only to the Chosen One." Ji-hong asked curiously, "Who is the Chosen One?" Oregon hinted, "One who once stood at the pinnacle of power, ruling the abyss in the past. The one who led the Grand Dukes, challenging the upper realm, that is the lower realm king." He was astonished. The lower realm king? He raised his hand to command. "Now things are different. My contractor, go to the earth and receive new orders. Stir up that world, plunge them into chaos. Lure out the key of the lower realm king and present it before me." Seize the key, rule the entire abyss, and I will become the new overlord. Jihong respectfully replied, I obey your command, Lord Organ. Taehan sighed. He suddenly turned to ask Kevin, Chief, so what does he plan to do next? Kevin said an emergency meeting was needed, although he was unsure if any feasible solution remained. The other person asked if the American Players Association could handle it alone. He replied that this was no longer just the American Association's concern. The future of humanity was threatened and needed to be shared with the entire world. He explained that doing so would plunge humanity into chaos that would be difficult to control. The other person disagreed, saying it was also an opportunity to unite forces. Ricky fought for humanity, not for any single nation. They should respect her dying wish. Upon hearing this, Kevin was silent for a long while. Finally, he sighed in agreement, saying that after verification, he would share all information through the World Players Association. Ahin spoke up, saying from Ricky's memories he saw a massive light hidden deep underground at this location. Kevin asked in surprise if he knew about that too. The person beside him whispered that Tahan was now an important strategic ally. He replied curtly that was correct. Then he invited Taehyun to come along for a moment. He nodded in agreement. The four of them stepped into the elevator. Kevin remarked that if he had studied history, he would know that since the abyss appeared, humanity had completely changed. He replied that was right. After awakening, people brought back unique resources that did not exist on Earth. Kevin added that many thought it was a great leap forward, but there were secrets that had never been revealed. The awakening and the abyss did not appear at the same time. Initially, abyss was a terrifying land beyond control, and only later did it become a promised land. It all began when the United States discovered a mysterious object at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. The moment they touched that thing, humanity began to awaken. Taehyun stared at the thing before him in shock, at a loss for words. Kevin walked up to the container and slowly introduced it as their salvation, the source of power driving humanity's evolution, called the Nameless One. For various reasons, they could not make that name public. Taehyun squinted as he observed, thinking to himself, the Nameless God, wasn't that the sovereign? He asked how the United States had managed to hide such a terrifying thing for so long. Kevin affirmed his view, saying only one nation and its elite deserved to lead humanity. Unfortunately, keeping the secret for so long had yielded no results. The two previous presidents had also failed to extract anything, but clues about the Nameless One were gradually appearing. Taehyun suddenly widened his eyes, saying he just saw something move. The creature's face twitched slightly, as if something was about to burst forth. Then it unexpectedly grew 3 more eyes, staring intently at the 4 people. The group was shocked into silence. They appeared so insignificant before this creature. Could this be an ill omen? Kevin called out with his mouth agape, Nameless One. Its eyes had already opened. What the hell was going on? This had never happened before. He quickly turned to assign tasks to his subordinates to contact the research team. Taehyun was startled to realize that the so-called Nameless had not simply opened its eyes. It was staring directly at him. A voice rang out, completely different from their sounds. Truly, it was the one who had revived many of the Emperor's powers. Taehyun was even more astonished, thinking to himself whether it had just spoken to him. It not only knew about the Emperor but also about his revival. The creature continued, asking if it was time to break these chains yet. Kevin was horrified to see it move, as this facility was built with cutting-edge technology. The person beside him worriedly said there must be a mistake. They urged him to leave immediately. Kevin dismissed it, saying this was decades of achievement. Taehyun was startled to realize that no one else heard the Nameless speaking. The creature spoke to Taehyun again, telling him if he wanted the truth, he should activate his magical power, the power of the king. Hearing this, he immediately turned around to look at it. He told Kevin and everyone that he would stay. They looked at him in astonishment, asking what. Everyone tried to stop him, saying it was dangerous, and even an SS-rank player would struggle to survive. Taehyun simply turned back and said, I have to verify this matter. Marcus gritted his teeth and said, you are still being stubborn even in this situation. Kevin put his hand on Marcus's shoulder, telling him to take the guildmaster outside. It seemed Taehyun had something in mind. The 3 of them quietly left, leaving the space for Taehyun and the Nameless. The room was so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Taehyun raised his hand and activated his magical power. He said, show me the truth you spoke of. At that moment, a binding light emitted from beneath the Nameless. The Nameless spoke, you are truly brave, O Key of the King. As you wish, I will answer your questions. Taehyun calmly asked, I have 1,000 questions, but first, are you truly a god? The Nameless replied, humanity's conception of gods is somewhat flawed, but here, no word is more accurate. Taehyun stared straight and said, a god nurtured by humanity, then it is not an omnipotent god. The Nameless admitted it was merely a fragment, not yet in harmony, so it could not act on its own. It can only head towards one destination. Taehyun curiously asked where that destination was. Replied, towards the main body. Taehyun was confused, saying it sounded even more unclear. He thought to himself that there existed another true god, and meeting the Nameless was the path to that god. As if reading his thoughts, the Nameless spoke, that was correct. Human awakened power also originated from there. and my awakening after meeting the Emperor was inevitable. Taehyun asked if the Emperor's power was the power of a god. Why did the Emperor cause him to revive, and where was the Emperor now? Its eyes narrowed as if smiling in a terrifying manner. A horrifying scene appeared right before Taehyun's eyes. He voiced his guess. Was this Korea so chaotic? He wondered inwardly in shock why he felt so uneasy. Suddenly, he discovered a majestic statue of a person riding a horse. Wu Ming said, yes, the space I showed you is not yours, but belongs to the Emperor. Taehyun looked in surprise at the person who had just run and fallen beside him. A monster immediately lunged at that person. It was full of sharp teeth, opening its mouth to eat the victim. That person fearfully raised a hand to defend. It continued, you saw that. They only saw that person's hand gradually turning white. Another beast rushed out and bit the monster that had wanted to eat the person earlier. Taehyun said in surprise, could it be that? Wu Ming continued, a boy was born with the fragments of the god scattered throughout space. In a moment of crisis, he awoke and let his body act on instinct. Taehyun felt a splitting headache unbearable. Opening his eyes, he found himself in another space, the sight very familiar. He had seen this scene in a dream before. The Netherworld King was appearing fiercely under the gloomy sky. He slowly lowered his hand. Wu Ming recounted, he quickly conquered the abyss, a pure energy source swept away the monsters. The Netherworld King sat majestically on the throne representing supreme power. He had become the ruler of the 7 Grand Dukes. Taehyun asked in confusion about being guided by the god. What did that have to do with defeating the Grand Dukes? Wu Ming replied, precisely, ending the war and becoming the Netherworld King was merely a stepping stone for the next phase. The truly important thing was the Great War with the Upper Realm, for the survival of the abyss. Only by winning the racial war could the path to the god be opened. Therefore the Emperor fought tirelessly. He, along with the Grand Dukes, confronted entities from the Upper Realm. The Upper Realm was home to entities closer to the god than the Netherworld. In the end, the Emperor still could not bridge that gap. Despite being reborn countless times and trying many possibilities, the result remained unchanged. The Emperor's spirit was gradually eroded over the years. At one moment, he realized he was not suitable, that he needed another to complete the mission in his stead. The key carrying that meaning, you will end this war. You inherit the Emperor's will and reach for the god's power. Taehyun murmured, let go key rebirth, so that was it. He asked further, but I still wonder, why did the god shatter? And why did the Emperor want to approach the god? And why is it me? Wu Ming slowly said, the answer exceeds my understanding, the rest. Without finishing, Taehyun smiled helplessly. I have to find it myself, right? Wu Ming added, you were not granted power by the god, but inherited it from the Emperor. You are not bound by direction like us, so you can freely live your life after kneeling. Finding the truth and power from here on depends on your will. What will you do next? Kevin's group had left long ago and was now standing in a safe place. Kevin said regretfully, I should have stayed, traded my life for information from Nameless. Marcus asked worriedly, is player Taehyun okay? Cody reassured, he doesn't recklessly do pointless things. But suddenly a circle of light appeared, and Taehyun stepped out from it. Everyone was astonished. He smiled and said, you have arrived, sir. Marcus pushed up his glasses, assessing Ricky's portal. Kevin ran over worriedly to ask Han, where is Nameless, and what about that body? Taehyun replied in a low voice, Nameless. He hesitated a little, then continued, has completely disappeared. Went limp, unable to believe it. Taehyun repeated, I absorbed its essence and power. Kevin was even more shocked. What? Cody crossed his arms and said, I have always respected your will until now. This time you have gone too far? Don't you think you need to explain? Taehyun only silently looked at all of them. Cody continued walking towards him. He stood opposite, face to face with Taehyun. The atmosphere was tense like a bowstring. Taehyun's back was somewhat imposing amidst the entire group. Taehyun did not flinch. He said, Cody. When I confronted Nameless, I heard a voice. I followed the instructions and tried to make contact. Then it was absorbed into me. She asked incredulously, is that all? Did you say anything else to Nameless? Taehyun's gaze sharpened. He replied frankly, I cannot tell you that right now. Kevin angrily shouted, stop dodging the question. Answer us now. Nameless is a valuable asset of America. No matter how important an ally you are, Cody suddenly interrupted him. That's enough. Wait, there's one more thing. Taehyun, what do you plan to do now? He replied firmly, I will start looking for that thing from here. The thing that I truly have the ability to find and change the situation. Cody said, I understand. Taehyun continued, I've said all of Ricky's final wishes. Now I will return to South Korea. Kevin shouted in surprise, wait, what are you doing? Stop, Taehyun. He calmly replied, Chairman, don't you understand? Taehyun has already surpassed me. Perhaps there is no one left on Earth who can stop him anymore. Kevin was shocked by Cody's statement. He tried to persuade, what? That's because he absorbed Nameless's power. Cody added, we have more opportunities to contact Nameless than before, but no one has done what he did. Think of it differently. It's not that Hyun absorbed Nameless, but that Nameless chose Taehyun. That's why I believe it's unwise to make an enemy of one chosen by the gods. So now we are the hunters, not the hunted. Taehyun. Not long after he returned, the World Player Association announced the deaths of 5 SS rank players, including Ricky. They also revealed to the public information about the 7 Dukes of the Abyss. The world mourned the players who sacrificed for humanity, but also trembled in fear at the power of the Dukes. Not long after Tahan met Jinhee, he asked with concern, "Player Tahan, I've heard the news. Facing the Dukes, you must have gone through a terrible ordeal. Were you injured?" Tai replied briefly, "No, I'm fine." He reminded, "Even if your body is fine, you must have suffered psychologically. But it's not your fault." Tahan replied politely, "Yes." Jinhee got to the point. "I know this is a difficult time, I don't want to pressure you, but I heard from Guild Master Ah Young that you're only focusing on the Abyss issue. Has your plan changed after confronting the Duke?" Taihan denied it. "No, on the contrary, the Abyss needs me more than ever." Taeguk approached, pointing and saying, "The chairman has." Jinhee waved his hand to stop him. "That's enough." Tae-hyun asked curiously, "Do you have something you want to tell me?" Taeguk said quickly, "Actually, the chairman planned to keep it a secret if you continued saying you'd focus on the Abyss, but I think you deserve to know." Jinhee remarked, "You are truly strange." Taeguk continued, "While you were busy, a mysterious epidemic spread globally. It creates gray spots on the body and causes high fever. It's a new plague. Have you heard of it?" Tahan was astonished, thinking about that sign. Even though venom from the Chinese dungeon had been defeated, it was a remnant tormenting humanity, exactly like the gray plague of the previous life. "But I defeated venom. The plague should have been stopped. Why is it appearing?" Taeguk reported, "According to investigations, it seems this is not a natural epidemic. Experts say that in South Korea it is believed to be man-made, and some experts believe it is being spread by the Evil Guild." He muttered, "The Evil Guild?" He explained, "The Evil Guild is not incompetent, but they couldn't create a virus source like this. Perhaps someone is cooperating with them. We are investigating." The Evil Guild is a global demon guild, headquartered in New Korea. The association is planning a large-scale extermination. Player Taihan, you also... Before Taiga could continue, he suddenly cut in, "I have something to ask you, Chairman. I met the leader of the Evil Guild at Duke Organ's castle." "Who the hell is Ji Hong?" The two of them were astonished upon hearing this. Taeguk asked excitedly, "You met Ji Hong?" Taehan confirmed, "That's right. He was trusted by the Duke, acted as his lackey, and behaved as if he knew you very well, Chairman." Jinhee rested his chin and thought, "Now he's siding with the demons too. How deep will you sink, boy?" Ji Hong. Taeguk asked for advice. "Should I explain?" Jinhee replied, "No, this is my burden. I have never kept secrets. I just didn't want to place another burden on your shoulders. But now that you know, I will tell you everything. A story from over 20 years ago. Back then, I wasn't the chairman yet, just a newly awakened player. A dungeon opened and I went there immediately. But I arrived too late. The monsters had already disappeared. There was only a child awakened after the crisis, having lost his parents, still standing there. Even unintentionally, the 7-year-old child had single-handedly stopped a B-plus ranked dungeon. That was the first time I met Ji Hong. I immediately saw his talent, him and the storm of rage swirling deep in his heart. I felt responsible because I didn't arrive in time to save his family. I had a duty to raise him. So I adopted and trained him. Keep his hatred for monsters from leading him astray. I hoped one day he would become a hero of New Korea." Ji Hong's talent exceeded expectations. He absorbed everything I taught without complaint and achieved a high rank before entering middle school. But looking back now, it's pathetic. I pushed him too hard. Tai Hyun asked impatiently, "When did he start going wrong?" Jin-hee suddenly fell silent. Taeguk answered for him. "Nowadays there are many systems and technologies to enter the abyss for advancement. But it wasn't like that back then. Even as a child, Ji Hong still worked for the association in the abyss. Many players wanted to cooperate with the new star of New Korea, but despite being strong, accidents kept happening in Ji Hong's team. There was always heavy damage. As the accidents continued, the association finally investigated. As a result, they discovered an astonishing truth. He deliberately led his teammates to their deaths." Taehyun asked in surprise why. Taeguk replied, "When asked, he only answered the investigators. How do you expect me to kill monsters if I have to care for the weak? If they live, they will thank me for making them stronger." The association deemed Ji Hong's ideals extremely dangerous. Fearing criticism, they tried to erase the data and expel him from the association. In response, Ji Hong killed the players sent to capture him and escaped, becoming a high-level international criminal. Jin-hee calmed down and added, "That bastard Ji Hong was deluded. He believed tragedy made him stronger, so he tried to apply it to others. That's how he believed he could save the world. But I never cared about its true thoughts or desires. I only knew how to push it forward. That was my fault." Taehyun quietly listened as if he could feel the deep sorrow in Jin-hee's heart. Taehyun admitted his father's influence was significant and almost said something, but Taeguk quickly stopped him. Taehyun looked straight at Jin-hee, saying if he saw his son going the wrong way, he had to pull him back. That was a father's responsibility. "I will bring Ji Hong back for you." Jin-hee was grateful. Just those words were enough to express his feelings. He reasoned he himself also hated those who looked down on the weak because he had suffered the pain of being ignored. Taeguk curiously asked if he would join the plan. He replied he would, but not just yet. He thought there were some things to handle first, as fighting would be very difficult if he still had burdens. After the conversation with the Nameless, a new status window appeared. It displayed the mission and announced the countdown to the global war had begun. In the Aurora, a Russian-style castle appeared along with a haunting voice asking if you saw it. Oh, memory bearer, the moment had come. Taehyun was amazed, unable to believe his eyes. Rosalia. Rosalia frowned, asking why he had that expression. A gently laugh, asking if he looked that bad. He looked at Rosalia's wounds, thinking the injuries from the battle with Organ were worse than he thought. Rosalia teased, facing the red flame of a Grand Duke, and escaping like this was already very lucky. Taehyun asked why the ring had come to this state. It was a bit surprised. Ji-moon arrived here just before you faced Organ. The Grand Dukes of the Abyss are not friendly by nature. This is the price of an outstanding memory bearer. Taehyun suddenly became serious, promising he would not let them treat Rosalia like that anymore. Rosalia rested her chin on her hand, her voice playful, saying just hearing that made her happy. Taehyun was silent, just staring into her eyes. Asked in surprise if something about the memory bearer had changed. He replied that he had met the god and learned the truth about the king. Rosalia showed astonishment at that answer. Taehyun's voice grew heavy. He said the global war with the races was approaching. Rosalia was stunned, asking how he could have encountered the god. Taehyun recounted accidentally meeting a fragment of the god in his own world. He said before, the god said knowing the truth was useless. But now things were different. A rare look of shock appeared in Rosalia's eyes. Said, you are advancing faster than I thought. Perhaps fate and the memory bearers are accelerating everything. If you have heard the truth, you must understand your destiny, right? The way you came to me shows you already have your answer. You were not granted power by the god, but chosen by the king as his successor. You are not bound like us. You can freely live your life after regression. The path ahead depends on your own determination. Taehyun pondered, then slowly spoke his mind. At first, I only acted because I wanted a reward. I wanted to vent my resentment and live a normal life. This time I yearned to become even stronger, to truly hold happiness within my grasp. But the more I understood the deep secrets within the abyss, the more I believed that the king allowing me to regress, granting me power, all had a profound reason. The king once said he greatly admired Taehyun's will and steadfastness. He could not help but be curious about that. He asked if that was all. I explained it was the king's wish, hoping someone would share the burden of the mission. And he understood that through his own will. Thinking that, he seriously declared, I will walk the same path as the king, because it is tied to the fate of my world. I will end the upcoming war to protect everyone. Then he asked Rosalia to lend him her power. He promised to take her to the true peak. Rosalia praised him, but said he was only the key, not the king yet. The road ahead was still long. Hearing that, Taehyun gathered energy in his legs. The energy suddenly erupted, spreading throughout his body. The system detected a powerful fluctuation, leveling up to SS rank. A terrifying source of energy began to emanate. Rosalia jumped up excitedly, asking in shock when he had reached this level. Taehyun smiled, saying when he decided to walk the same path as the king, the fragment of the god merged with him. Did she still not believe him now? Rosalia heard this and laughed wildly. Said she had previously vehemently opposed the king transferring his power, thinking only the king was worthy to inherit that path. But it seems I was wrong. Rosalia suddenly felt that something was wrong. Strange, as soon as the words left her mouth, the light outside immediately shone brightly inside. Then she remembered the days long past, when she was still a little maid granted her first audience with the emperor. Rosalia and Taehyun quickly sat at the table. She said, from now on, there will be no rank distance between you and me. I officially recognize you as an equal teammate. Alright, you were talking about the upcoming race war, right? So, what have you learned so far? Taehyun replied, after the territory war ends, and I become the emperor, entities from the heavenly realm will appear, won't they? Rosalia was disappointed. Is that all you know? What a pity. Taehyun continued, that God is not as friendly as I had hoped. Ah, Fangma said angrily, you tricked me, you cunning bastard. Taehyun cheerfully drained his glass of wine. If I hadn't done that, how could I have gotten your support? Rosalia said helplessly, fine, I will tell you what I know, but I don't know everything. After the territory war, the race war will erupt. The reason is that the strength of the lower realm king has nearly touched that of a god, which the heavenly race in the upper realm does not desire at all. To be more precise, the upper realm king does not want that to happen. Taehyun asked curiously, the upper realm king, does the upper realm also have an emperor? Rosalia replied, exactly, that is a beast that once possessed a fragment of a god, just like our emperor. With that power, he reached the upper realm, and was the first to approach the god. And the Dragon King band, that is his identity. Taehyun was astonished. Isn't that the dragon that once faced the emperor in his memories? He asked, isn't it ridiculous for those bearing fragments of a god to fight to become a god themselves? Ah revealed, no, he truly touched the god, but he rejected that path and rebelled. Now he is trying to usurp the god's throne. The emperor tried to stop it to bring everything back on track. Therefore, the upper realm king sees the lower realm king as a threat that needs to be eliminated. Taehyun wondered why the upper realm hadn't started the war yet. Rosalia explained, there is still a type of magic blocking them, a barrier that does not yet allow them to cross. Until the time comes, I think it is due to the Emperor's preparations. Hearing this, Taehyun said his guess, I have to defeat the Grand Dukes, build an army strong enough to oppose the upper realm. That is the true meaning of the territory war, isn't it? Ah looked straight into his eyes. Now you understand why you must face the Grand Dukes. Next, I will explain each Grand Duke, their territories and their forces. The two discussed strategies and things that needed development. They continued working for a while longer, until Rosalia's glass of wine was almost empty. Spoke up, now it is time to decide, contract maker, where will you begin? Tahan propped his chin in thought. His gaze became sharper. Recalling past injuries, he already had an answer in his heart. Of course Organ, he is the one I have a deep grudge against. I must settle it at all costs. But Organ controls the largest territory in the Abyss. If the war drags on as a war of attrition, we will fall into a disadvantage, and the other Grand Dukes will surely intervene. So, suddenly a maid rushed in to interrupt Tai Han's train of thought. She called out, my queen. Rosalia asked what the matter was. The maid replied, urgent, a letter has just been sent from the Western Territory, from Lord Muzaran. Tahan waited silently to read the letter. After reading, Rosalia looked up at him with an intrigued expression. It seems a perfect stage has been prepared for you. You promised to take me to the top, didn't you? Now prove that was not just empty words, contract maker. Rosalia's Western Territory, also an area of dispute with Age and Moon, was a barren desert. A dramatic battle was taking place there between two female beasts. The beast in the purple dress lunged forward, wanting to tear Muzaran apart with her claws. Roared in fury and swung its claws forward. Muzaran blocked with her sword, but the powerful force of the swipe broke the blade. She fell to the ground in pain. Her subordinates around her shouted her name in worry. Muzaran was an SS rank warrior of the Sacred Sword. The beast in the blue dress said arrogantly, is that all you've got? Favored by Rosalia, yet nothing special. This beast's name is Brutia SSS rank. She looked down disdainfully. Come to think of it, even the people here are weak. This outcome is hardly surprising. Shouted eagerly, how dare you insult my queen? Brutia brazenly stepped on Muzaran's shoulder and said she wanted to speak those words. Shouldn't you defeat me first? She had just finished saying. She stomped hard on Muzaran, sending red blood splattering everywhere. Brutia declared, in the Abyss there is only one rule. The weak must obey the strong. You and all the people will kneel and surrender before me, and the Blood Grand Duke soon. He turned and left arrogantly, saying, from now on, this barren desert belongs to Aji Moon. Suddenly, a nonchalant voice came from behind. The rule of the weak obeying the strong doesn't sound bad. She turned around and saw Tahan, curious a human. Seeing his expressionless face, she asked, who are you? Tahan smiled. The one you belittled is the mercenary of the proud queen you just insulted. Brutia recalled, most beasts born from the Abyss lack intelligence. They only act on instinct, eating, sleeping, and destroying. However, occasionally among them, there are mutant individuals possessing superior intelligence and strength from birth. They are the ones destined to lead the entire horde. Just like human society has class divisions, magical beasts also have a clear rank gap between them. Sooner or later, they would have to face another opponent. There was also a distinct difference in level between them. The Abyss was a place where the strong hunted and the weak were devoured. But I have always been a hunter, never a prey for anyone. I defeated one powerful being after another, until one day, when there were no worthy opponents left around me, I encountered him, the ultimate predator ruling the Abyss, hailed by the title of Grand Duke. All my previous glorious achievements amounted to nothing. I was utterly defeated. That was the first time I truly understood that there existed someone far beyond my own level. At that time, the Grand Duke looked down at her from above and said, you know full well the gap between us is insurmountable, yet you still dared to challenge me. A magical beast's rank was decided at birth. That was individual limit. To break that limit, there was only one path. Absorb the power of a higher-ranked magical beast. Do you want to be my subordinate? At that moment, Brutia trembled with fear and shame. She understood full well that it was an insult, but the stimulation from the humiliation was strangely unbelievable. Enough, with this power, I can do everything Brutia wishes. She hid her sharp claws and developed under his command. Then one day she could reach the position of Grand Duke. Brutia always wondered why someone like me, with ambition to overthrow the Grand Duke, had to kneel before his lowly subordinate. Lost in thought, she tried to attack Tahan by every means but couldn't even scratch his skin. Brutia was utterly astonished. Tahan finally retaliated. Suddenly, he grabbed the opponent's wrist tightly. His eyes blazed with the red of Demon King's mana. Brutia stared at those eyes in shock. How could this be? For a moment, she saw the Demon King's shadow in Tahan and screamed the name Rosalia. She trembled and muttered, my body can't move. He mercilessly dealt the enemy a slash and smiled, Senzata has won, right? If the Abyss is where the strong devour the weak, then now you are my prey, but I don't like eating magical beast meat. You trespass on someone else's territory and dare to claim sovereignty. Forgiving you is hardly reasonable. You are Ajimon's subordinate, aren't you? Talking to you is pointless, call your master out here. Her mouth was torn open, and she barely managed to utter a no. Then she declared boldly, I am Lapaduna. Then she roared, I am not a subordinate, but the great demon who will conquer the peak of the Abyss. With that, Brutia opened her torn mouth and lunged at Taehyun. He stepped back and said softly, "Gluttony." A massive mouth appeared and devoured Brudia without leaving a bone. Taehyun was pleased. On second thought, swallowing prey like this wasn't bad. Musurin, injured and being supported by a subordinate, witnessed everything and was astonished. That fellow truly is the queen's contractor. Watching Taehyun smile triumphantly, Musurin inwardly admired. Back then even SS rank made him struggle, but now thanks to the divine fragment, he easily took down an SS rank. At this moment, he checked his own information, name Taehyun, 20 years old, SS rank, strength 306, physique 308, speed 307, mana 455, willpower 230, fatigue 70%, mana remaining 225 out of 455. Innate skill gluttony SS rank, can devour a target as desired, mana cost 120. Taehyun was surprised, it got adjusted. Was it because the rank of the gluttony skill increased? Or because the monster named Brudia was IG Moon's subordinate? Whatever the reason, if he kept using gluttony like this, then even the missing Grand Dukes could be destroyed. Suddenly, a panicked magical beast ran over and reported, "My lord contractor." A pool of blood stretched out and then solidified into a hand. A voice echoed from the void, just as expected, "Brudia was no match for you." From within the blood pool, a magical beast emerged. He said, "I never had high expectations for her, but summoning you here counts as a success." The magical beast that appeared was the legendary Grand Duke. Taehyun smiled and waved his hand. "What a coincidence, I was looking for you too, saves me the trouble." Grand Duke unexpectedly suggested, "How about we celebrate this reunion together?" Key of the Emperor. In some office building that evening, Jinhee put on his coat ready to leave work and go home. He paused suddenly, looking at the photo on the desk. The photo showed Jinhee along with his comrades who had once fought side by side. He chuckled to himself, "Everyone looks so young. Lately, I keep reminiscing about the past. I must be getting old." Just then, Taeguk pushed the door open and asked, "Chairman, are you still here?" Jinhee replied, "I am about to leave. What is it?" He hastily reported, "The joint investigation team between the Player Association and the Nightwalker Association has found abnormal signs at the base of the Wicked Association. They are waiting for orders from the association." Quickly stepped out the door, ordering an immediate assembly of national-level players, and stating he would go directly to the scene. Taeguk hesitated to speak, but then Jinhee asked what was wrong. He worriedly explained that the player Taehyun had not returned and could not be contacted, wondering if just the two of them be all right. He shouted, "Since when did the Korean Association depend solely on Taehyun?" Taeguk lowered his head and muttered an apology. Jinhee did not pressure him further, saying that handling things himself might be better, as Taehyun still had tasks to do. As for Taehyun, he has his own path that he himself chose. At least this time, I want to be a solid support for the child walking that righteous path. Taeguk understood that the chairman wanted to make up for the past, so Taehyun would not suffer a tragedy like Ji-hong. He walked forward steadily and said, "We only need to do our duty well." The final day of battle had arrived. On Taehyun's side, the Archduke started some small talk. "It seems last time we just jumped into fighting without an introduction." He bowed formally. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Archduke of the Abyss, Lord of the Blood Race, A.D. Moon." He replied, "The contractor Rosalia, the Key of the Emperor, Taehyun." He appraised him, admitting that the title Key of the Emperor was not wrong. He suggested he cancel the contract with Rosalia and submit to his command, promising to appoint him as a new contractor, promising authority and military force far surpassing Rosalia. Together they would conquer the Abyss and win the racial war. He replied, "The victor will not be me. Will be you yourself, correct? Rosalia had warned me that the Archdukes, upon learning I am the Key, would try to seize me to become emperor. You think I did not recognize that blatant lie?" Ide Moon smiled slyly, saying it would be better if he did not know. He threatened to use force if he did not come willingly, warning not to expect his limbs to remain intact. He mocked him for trusting Rosalia so easily. He replied that it was because they were equal partners. He sneered, calling it ridiculous. In the Abyss, only the strong dominate everything. Even the king of the lower realm understands that. He had subdued all the archdukes beneath his feet. He retorted, "I did not say I would not use strength. If you have the sense to surrender, I will show mercy. If not, force will teach you. Then I also have a proposal, surrender to my banner, and I will give you a place in the racial war." That man laughed scornfully. "Knowing you are the Emperor's Key has made you blatantly arrogant. You are just a brat." Having said that, Ide Moon launched a barrage of swords at Taehyun. Surprisingly, they all snapped in half before touching him. Taehyun declared arrogantly, "You will not be able to open your mouth any longer. I will teach you manners, Aji-moon." A single drop of blood suddenly appeared in the air. That man waved his hand, summoning another batch of new swords. He then ordered them to charge and attack Taehyun. He only saw him turn around decisively. Taehyun raised his hand. Ide Moon's swords once again turned into scrap metal. That man was enraged that he dared to use the man's own power as if it were his own. That man concluded that only killing would cure his thieving habit, then created a giant steel fist. In his heart, he admitted the pressure from the Archduke far exceeded the SSS rank, but calling for Rosalia was probably the right measure. However, his steps had become more urgent. Finally, Taehyun resolved to test himself. Now that he had assimilated with the divine fragment, he wanted to see how far he could go in front of an Archduke. At that moment, a pair of blazing crimson wings beings appeared behind him. He charged forward so fast that Moon was startled and could not react in time. That man was struck, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Unbeknownst to him, a new sword had already appeared in his hand. That blade struck Taihan, surprising him as well. Reacting quickly, the two clashed again like true warriors. That man sneered in praise, commending him for daring to use the stolen power to such an extent. Taihan gritted his teeth, holding the blade firmly, saying it was still too early to be surprised, for I possess more than just your power. With that, he combined blood coagulation with beast transformation to snap the sword. Moon panicked. What? Is that not from Organ? Combining the powers of the archdukes together? Truly shameless. That man angrily created a new longsword, 2 meters in length. Taihan quickly grasped the longsword. Then, with one hand, he snapped it in half. Moon thought in panic, never expecting the brat who once crawled under Rosalia's skirt had grown this strong. In the distance, the beasts under his command were all watching the battle. Museron was astonished, even witnessing it with his own eyes. It was hard to believe he was overwhelming Musou. Was he really human? This scene was no different from a battle between Grand Dukes. Taihan taunted, "How did it feel being dominated by a brat Moon?" The veins on his face bulged with rage. "Don't get delusional, you bastard. You know nothing of my power. What you saw is just the surface. Someone like you isn't worthy of my full strength. I will end this here." Taeyang gently negated with one word, "No." He shifted to Dragon Wrath, releasing killing intent amplified by magical power. Taehyun looked at Moon with a sharp gaze, a man who knew nothing. It was him, his expression refusing to accept the truth. Before Moon could react, he had already grabbed him with one hand. Then he unleashed the Demon Venom skill, enhancing demonic power with deadly poison attribute. Taehyun's hand pierced through Moon's body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The sword suspended above, not yet formed, turned into blood and dripped to the ground. He was a bit doubtful, had I really done it? Moon said, "I admit you have exceeded my expectations. This is my defeat." That's right. No matter what he said, he remained unmoved. Suddenly, the area around Taihan turned into a massive pool of blood. Moon continued, "The mere fact that I have to use my full strength against someone like you is already an insult. I will repay this insult in full." He was astonished. "What is this?" Moon sneered. "This is the blood realm. Open your eyes and look. This is the deep power of one who masters their authority." Taehyun called out in panic, "Rosa." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by him. "Go ahead, try calling out. Do you have enough magical power to do that?" His pupils suddenly contracted. Amidst Moon's manic laughter, Taehyun panicked as he saw his magical power being drained from the part of his body submerged in the blood. He thought, "It was my fault for being too impatient. I didn't expect him to have this move." Moon laughed. "Go ahead and drown in the pool of blood." Slow and agonizing death to the extreme, Taehyun struggled to hold his breath and thrash about, but it was useless. No, his body slowly sank deeper into the blood pool. A moment later, Taehyun lay motionless in the blood pool. I wanted to approach and touch him, since I have put you through hardship. Now let me see what this so-called key looks like. His hand suddenly stopped. Taehyun had vanished instantly. Moon was stunned. Where did he disappear to? That's not right. Something is off about this place. His voice suddenly rang out. "It looks quite similar, so it's understandable that you mistook it. But this place is not your territory. This is deep inside him." Moon turned around and asked, "Who is him?" "You speak as if referring to a completely different person." Taehyun only flashed an eerie smile. "Now, inside this body is no longer him, but the doppelganger." He laughed. "Welcome to my world, Lord of the Blood Clan." Moon was curious. "What is your world? Are you the manifestation of the royal key?" The doppelganger replied, "I don't know what I am either. Everyone who comes here is curious about my true nature, but no one has received an answer." He continued, "Do you think you are an exception? You are standing before a Grand Duke now. Why not confess honestly?" He scoffed, "You Grand Dukes always act like you are superior beings. Remember, there is always a higher mountain beyond the mountain." Both of them prepared for a life or death duel. Both waved their hands, and a series of swords shot out together. Moon said, "You are no different from the one out there." Suddenly, a mouthful of sharp thorns shot out. He was astonished. Wait. Could it be the blood sword? Before Moon could recover, his sword was already bitten to pieces. The doppelganger was delighted. "Wonderful." He licked his lips greedily. "I needed to replenish my magical power. This is truly a wonderful gift." Rage, "Do you dare insult the Lord of the Blood Clan? If that's the case, it's not too late to deal with you first, and then force you to reveal your true nature." He immediately unleashed a new attack. The doppelganger was calm. "Do you dare turn another's mind into your territory? Such audacity is no different from that fly last time. But if you are a Grand Duke, perhaps you are strong enough to do it. Even so, this original self of mine once achieved a feat." Moon waved his hand, causing a series of violent blood surges to roll forth. The doppelganger powerfully pierced through each surge. Then he said excitedly, "That is to use a similar field of power to counter the enemy." As he finished speaking, he unleashed his ultimate skill, Revelation. Moon exclaimed in shock, but before he could finish his sentence, he was hit by a punch to the face. The force of the punch sent him flying hundreds of kilometers. The doppelganger mocked, possessing such an excellent skill yet not knowing how to use it. "Did you intend to just silently observe from the shadows? That fool Taehyun is so naive. On top of that, he let his magical power run dry, forcing me to reveal myself. But thinking back, this isn't necessarily bad for me. After saying that, he taunted again, telling his opponent to get up, you boring formulaic piece. I will show you what a real fight looks like. The doppelganger put all its strength into a punch, and this time Ajimun was lucky to receive the benefit. He angrily resisted, but was still successfully dodged by that man. The doppelganger quickly unleashed a series of consecutive punches on Ajimun's body. He gritted his teeth and cursed, you bastard. Not giving Ajimun a chance to fight back, that man quickly grabbed hold of the opponent's head. A powerful knee strike slammed straight into the opponent's face. He was once again sent flying far away. Blood splattered from his mouth. The doppelganger, happy as if playing with a new toy, immediately spoke up and asked, where did you hide? Ajimun was about to counterattack while angrily cursing the bastard. As if hearing a familiar call, the doppelganger instantly appeared before him. He launched a devastating kick at Ajimun. He transformed into a stream of blood to escape. Doppelganger taunted, saying since becoming a Grand Duke, no one had beaten him this badly. Ajimun slowly rose from the pool of blood, gathered his strength, and unleashed an extremely powerful strike at his opponent. The doppelganger casually blocked the attack, smirking smugly and saying he had truly lost his mind. Suddenly a circle appeared enveloping him, startling him. The doppelganger ran as fast as he could to try and break it. Suddenly a flash of light shot past. He stumbled and fell due to losing his balance. The doppelganger slowly turned his head. He saw Ajimun, covered in wounds, cursing, you bastard, I will never forgive you. He thought to himself, this time I will tear you apart piece by piece, not leaving a single strip of skin. The sealing sword can lock the power of those cut into its blade. You plan to use it to drain the king's power, don't you? Regeneration will take a long time. Because I was inside Tahan's body, I grew too confident and left an opening. What should I do? Doppelganger thought and then said with a laugh, hey original body, don't tell me you're still asleep. Causing this much damage is more than enough. My part is done, you handle it yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Taihan suddenly appeared behind Ajimun. He shouted loudly, for me this is enough, voracious gluttony. Surge of power pierced through the pool of blood. The gloomy red sky began to show cracks. Tahan stood wearily resting amidst the collapsing space. Ajimun gritted his teeth and cursed, you bastard, a Grand Duke like me being defeated by an imperial soul like this. He just smiled, the smile of a victor. Just then, Rosalia tore through space and stepped in, shouting, contractor. Tahan smiled in relief and called her name, asking worriedly, are you alright? I am still alive. Rosalia turned her head in anger. Ajimun grimaced and questioned, you dragged Rosalia into this matter too. This time I failed and will retreat. One day before the Emperor's key, it will surely belong to me. And then he began to disappear. Tahan looked at him and asserted, no way, next time the loser will be you. Rosalia sighed in relief seeing he was safe, regretting she could not have arrived sooner. Tahan replied, I did not call you. Don't blame yourself. He lay down warily and asked, this should be enough to formally declare war for the territorial battle, right? He quietly smiled while looking at Tahan. Rosalia was annoyed, this contractor is truly irritating. At the same time, a battle was also taking place elsewhere. Kang Hyuk said loudly, this is indeed the den of the evil association, demon men gathered like ants. And you followed up, we must act quickly, they are stalling for the ringleader to escape. One car has already gotten away. Jin He and everyone from the association arrived. He reported that Chairman Imazan had already followed them. That side probably needs more reinforcements. We must clear this place quickly. Everyone replied in unison, understood. Jin He forcefully kicked the door open and charged in shouting, freeze, evil association. We are the Korean Players Association, you are surrounded, surrender now. A flippant voice rang out. It seems you haven't realized who is the one trapped here. The vice chairman of the evil association, the last head among the three skulls. A shadow apparition of the ghost folk district appeared. Jin He broke into a cold sweat upon seeing the ghost apparition. So the person Young was chasing, could it be? Narago tractor trailer was parked under a metal reinforcing bridge, behind it a pale blue car in the gloomy industrial zone. Jo Aeyong turned his head to chat. This result exceeded my expectations. Never thought I would catch you here. Jung-soo narrowed his eyes and smiled. So the one monitoring us is you, Chairman Jo Aeyong. The atmosphere was tense. She spoke without restraint. The party cooperating with the evil association is the Tessin group. He was not the least bit flustered. It seems I have revealed a little. Jo Aeyong said proudly, I have suspected for a long time. How could the Grey Plague spread by the association be created by ordinary demon men? I was certain there had to be a high-tech entity behind it, and T-San Pharmaceutical benefited the most from manufacturing the extraordinary antidote. I once regretted lacking evidence, but catching you leaving the headquarters of the evil association means I no longer need proof. First, as an investigator, I ask why you acted this way. Jung-soo calmly replied, my nature is that of a businessman passionate about business, and I thought using the evil association would benefit my company. Moreover, I am also dissatisfied with the association being occupied by the four major organizations organizations. Zhou Yiyong was annoyed by the old fox's excuses but still maintained her courtesy. It sounds like you were not strong enough to compete and had to use underhanded means. Enough. The rest you can present at the association. Jung-soo suddenly lowered his voice. But wait, don't you think you acted a bit too early? I have no intention of being captured obediently. Seeing the cruelty in the opponent's eyes, Zhou Yiyong became alert. A former S rank still putting on airs like that. He transformed while answering lightly. Just a former S rank. Thanks to demonic beastification, I have surpassed that level. She did not expect Jung-soo's strength to increase so quickly, and she said with difficulty, "What is this?" Zhou Yiyong thought to herself, could this be the demonic beastification test that Tahan mentioned? So it's not just the virus leaking from that place. He smiled cunningly, his eyes gleaming with confidence as he declared, "My ability now is nearly at the national level. What do you plan to do about it?" The SIE player you withdrew. Jung-soo immediately threw a punch straight at her face. At Jin Hee's location, a fierce battle was also taking place. Kang Hyuk and Sung Jin coordinated their attacks and charged forward. Strange thing was that the fake demon stood still as if rooted. It seemed the previous attack had no effect on him at all. He realized this and spoke up, "Hey Sung Jin." Without needing Kang Hyuk to finish, he continued, "So that's it. No matter how many times we test it, the result stays the same. That man does not feel any sensation at all when hit." Yu and Shi Zhang did not give up, she shouted. "If that's the case, switch to a wide-range attack." The two quickly attacked the fake demon from behind. Shi Zhang asked impatiently, "Did we take him down?" He was startled and looked over, shouting a warning, "Wait." The fake demon's voice echoed back, its useless accompanied by dark tentacles. Both people were suspended in the air in an instant. Yang shouted in worry, "Everyone." Jin He did not hesitate, swinging his fist and charging straight forward. A punch shattered the mass of tentacles, saving Han Yu and Shi Zhang. The fake demon asked arrogantly, "Do you now understand why I have never been captured? Because from the very beginning, I am something that cannot be captured." Kang Hyuk roared, "Curses, this is no different from hacking the game." Shi Zhang said in frustration, "This is troublesome." Jin He reassured them, "Do not panic too much." He quietly speculated in his heart, he keeps boasting about his power. If he truly cannot be captured, then why was like that earlier? After thinking, Jin He spoke quietly to everyone, "I have something I want to try. Can everyone support me a little?" The whole group simultaneously launched an attack on the demon. He mocked, "It seems the national level strategy of New South Korea hasn't improved at all. No matter how many times you try, the outcome remains the same. I told you, the ones truly caught in the trap are you." The fake demon had just finished speaking when Han Yu, Kang Hyuk, Sung Jin, and Shi Zhang were each restrained by tentacles. The youngest shouted in frustration, "This is infuriating." Jin He secretly planned to ambush the fake demon. Without even turning his head, he saw through the plan. This old man is truly seeking death. But it won't be so easy the second time. Saying this, he launched a barrage of tentacles at Jin He. He observed carefully and deduced. He dodged the attack while releasing the two imprisoned people, meaning with that skill, he cannot attack and defend simultaneously. Issue lies in the activation timing. Right at the moment he reveals an opening, and he charged to attack Zhou Yiyong, that moment being when she "Hold him tight for me." And Yang, following the plan, unleashed a powerful blow on the fake demon. He was astonished, muttering to himself, "What?" Not giving him time to recover, Jin He charged forward with sharp eyes. New South Korea's ancient martial arts, second form triple scene. Under the power of these 5 punches, the ice block cracked severely. Pieces of ice fell here and there. Amazon quietly observed with focus. After the tremors stopped, the ice block formed a straight line in the direction of Jin Hee's fist. Shi Zhang ran over excitedly and asked, "We've definitely taken him down this time, right?" Han Yu anxiously stopped him. "Wait." From within the ice, the fake demon stepped out imposingly, snorted, and said, "I didn't expect you to analyze my ability in such a short time." Indeed, Jin Hee, an experienced warrior. That man's master is truly extraordinary. Knowing that that man in his words referred to Ji Hong, he hurriedly demanded, "Where is Ji Hong? Did he flee back to the abyss?" The fake demon sneered, "You think I'll tell you? I know I cannot face all of you at once. Anyway, my role is just to buy time to collect data. Although it's a pity to abandon this facility, you won't be able to extract anything from here anymore." Jin Hee did not argue further and called out loudly, "Zhou Yiyong." She immediately replied, "Yes." Then she grabbed a spear and charged to attack. The fake demon showed no concern, revealing that the era of demonic humans was about to begin. Kang Hyuk roared in anger, "Damn it, is he escaping again? Old man, chase after him now." Jin Hee only replied slowly, "No, there is no need to chase that shadow anymore." He asked angrily, "What?" Zhou Yiyong spoke up, "Chairman, you are worried about my sister and me, is that why? Please do not worry too much. You also know that my sister is not someone easily defeated." Jin Hee was surprised to hear her say that, but quickly understood her intentions and replied, "Of course, I fully believe that." Turning back to the clash between Zhou Yiyong and Jung-soo, it was unclear what happened. All that was seen was him spitting blood, his eyes rolling back as he muttered, "Unbelievable." Jung-soo roared in pain, "Clearly my level has reached the national level." How could he lose to someone only at S rank? Jo Ayoung sneered mockingly, saying that my grandfather was still stuck at S rank, while everyone else was rising to national rank. Do you think I just sat still? She recalled in her memory. He furrowed his brows and said, I thought you invited me out here to confess. Who would have thought it was just for training? Taehyung scratched the back of his neck, sheepishly. Due to his injury, Imazan couldn't join the new Korea Special Forces and needed private tutoring. She pouted angrily and replied, so what? He had to explain in a gentle voice, I am very busy, I don't have time for useless things. I plan to help every member of the Special Forces reach national rank, including Imazan. Do you want to be left far behind by your little sister? Jo Ayoung blushed with embarrassment, saying it was unfair to bring that up, but she truly did not want to lose to that girl. Knowing his provocation had succeeded, Taehyun quickly whispered, then stick close to me. The leaders of magicians and Onsamiro have already reached national rank, only Nightwalk hasn't. It looks pretty pathetic, doesn't it? Back to the present, Ayoung was landing painful blows on Jung-soo. She silently marveled. From that day on, she began a weekly hellish training regimen with Taehyun. Finally, she had reached national rank. Keeping this a secret unexpectedly proved useful. She pointed her spear at Jung-soo's head and asked, do you have any more evidence to show me? If you do, bring it out quickly. The more evidence related to the demonic humans, the better. He panicked and begged for help. Appear now, are you just gonna stand there and watch forever? Not far from there, a pair of feet moved silently. Ji-hong stretched as he taunted, you were the one who insisted on handling this, but you leave the consequences for others to deal with. Chairman Jung-soo, be grateful that I am cooperating with you. If not, I would have finished you off long ago. Jo Ayoung glared at him, this man. Ji-hong acted familiar, greeting her, long time no see, Ayoung, you look well. At the same time, in another place, dark clouds were gathering thickly. A vortex of light suddenly appeared. From within came a familiar voice. What? It's already midnight in New Korea now. Taehyun stepped out, yawning and muttering, so it's already time for the shift change? Could something have happened? Space echoed with the thought of rewinding time a bit, when the battle between Taehyun and Ajimun had just ended on the arid desert land of Rosalia's territory. Taehyun slowly opened his eyes and woke up. Rosalia, who was beside him, saw this and asked, you're awake? He looked around and tried to sit up. This place is... Seeing his caution, she explained, don't worry, this is my dwelling. You've been here once before, remember? Rosalia explained Taehyun's physical condition. After the battle with Ajimun, both your magic power and physical strength seem to have been drained. I transferred some magic power to you, and as for your stamina, you were unconscious for 2 whole days. You should have recovered somewhat by now. Hearing that he had been unconscious for 2 days, he could not hide his shock. Huh? 2 full days? That long? Did anything happen during that time? Seeing his shock, she understood and slowly spoke about the situation over the past few days. Yes. Declaration of war by the contract holder seems to have taken effect. The war between territories has begun. With each word, her mind conjured up the fierce battle between different creatures. The great dukes who had hidden themselves for hundreds of years had finally started to make their moves. Some had gathered their armies and begun to mobilize. Taehyun's face was stunned, and their first target was Ajimun. Rosalia shrugged slightly with a calm expression at this point. It's understandable. Since the incident with the contract holder, he has noticeably weakened. In this abyss, the law of the strong preying on the weak spares no one, not even the great dukes. Taehyun asked hesitantly, what about our side? She raised her hand to cover half her face and spoke mysteriously. Not a single enemy has dared to approach. In my confrontation with Ajimun, I suffered almost no losses. On the contrary, the entire abyss now knows that the contract holder is the Emperor's key. Therefore, no one dares to act rashly at this moment. Tentacles were spread all over the bed, the space only echoing Rosalia's voice. But, contract holder, actually, while you were still unconscious, I secretly looked into your memories. The battle with Ajimun was truly impressive. Saying this, a memory image appeared in her mind. But wasn't there something that interfered in the middle of that battle afterward? He also remembered the battle in the past. That's right, in the end I received help. Taehyun thought to himself as he spoke, just as I thought. The thing I once believed was completely destroyed on that island actually hasn't disappeared entirely. Thinking this, he asked Rosalia, do you know anything about him? Hearing this, Rosalia voiced her conjectures. I believe it was a deliberate action by the Emperor to protect the contract holder. However, he is an extremely dangerous entity. Her voice carried a note of warning. You should not place your trust in him. Therefore, you must avoid situations where you have to rely on him. Taehyun began to ponder upon hearing this. And to achieve that, he had to become strong enough to stand on equal footing with any great duke. Rosalia then offered a solution and a firm proposal of help. What do you think about training with me at the deepest level of this place? I can assist you. He was a bit flustered by this but had no intention of refusing training with a great duke. That sounds interesting. After that, Tahan immediately stood up and adjusted his clothes. Alright, but first I need to return to Earth once. Rosalia was puzzled by his words. Did you leave something behind there? Taehyun turned his head slightly and said to her with a proud tone, leave something behind? A lot of things. Because that is my homeland. Taehyun stood in a mysterious space and thought, though I hurried down to the abyss, I still have to keep my promises. The space emitted a tremendous wave of power. He continued to think, the problem with the evil association cannot be ignored either. A moment later, Taehyun appeared in a somewhat unfamiliar room. He hurriedly walked along the corridor near the room, feeling anxious. Time flows differently between the abyss and Earth. It is midnight here now. Yet, a place like the Player Association, which normally operates day and night, was eerily silent. The sky outside had taken on a different hue. Taehyun wondered, could something have happened? A house cordoned off with rope, a crowd was gathering noisily. 2 men appeared to be dead, lying unconscious on the ground, and he coldly looked at the 2 corpses. Imazon could not hide his shock. Sister. A voice of protest rang out behind them. Sorry. Wait, if you go in now. Hey, what are you doing? The person being stopped angrily shouted, get out of my way, let me in. A voice rang out, causing everyone in the house to turn and look towards the door. It's the player, Taehyun. He lifted the rope that was cordoning off the area and stepped in. Along with the voice, Taehyun. Taehyun looked at the scene inside, somewhat bewildered. It seems I arrived too late. Could it be? Before he could finish his sentence, someone interrupted. Player Jo Aeong has gone missing. 3 people standing behind, hearing Jin Hee speak, could not hide their worry on their faces. When we attacked the Evil Association's base, she was chasing down the escapees. Taehyun stepped forward to inspect the bloodstains on the floor, while the other person continued speaking. Right after finishing the other side, we came immediately to support. Fingers lightly wiped the still damp bloodstain on the ground. But when we arrived, all traces had been completely erased here. Jin Hee's voice could not hide her guilt. We should never have let player Jo Aeong enter such a dangerous place alone. I am unworthy of my position as association president. I was too careless. Maison spoke up to console. It was not like that. Everyone believed in her. Kang Xiao also agreed, but before she could finish her sentence, she was cut off. No, this is my mistake. Taehyun, still sitting at the bloodstained spot, spoke up. I prioritized the greater goal and forgot the most important thing. This is my fault. His heart was filled with self-blame. If the problem in the abyss was not resolved, the Earth would face a disaster. But if everyone here got hurt while he was away, then what meaning did what he was trying to protect have? Painful memories resurfaced in his mind. He did not want to witness that tragedy ever again. Jin Hee saw him blaming himself and came to console him. But we cannot always depend on player Taehyun. However, Taehyun asked back, so what if we do? He stood up with a determined gaze. This power is to protect everyone, to bring happiness to all. I obtained that power for that very reason. Everyone was stunned by Taehyun's words. The fact that they only captured Jo Aeong showed that she still had value to be exploited, so the possibility of her being alive was very high. He glanced at the person behind him and asked about the tracking. Taega quickly replied, the association is doing its best and has already contacted the police. Jin Hee observed Taehyun and pondered, just by looking into those eyes, I can see you are carrying too much, but I will not let you go alone. He slightly bowed his head to express gratitude. Anyway, thank you for saying that. They stood in the middle of the warehouse, forming a circle. A phone in someone's pocket buzzed. A person took it out and looked at the name on the screen. Jin Hee's eyes widened as she stared at the phone. There was only one person who could know this number. He looked at Taehyun, who nodded to signal him to answer. Receiving the signal, Jin Hee put the phone to her ear. A mocking voice sounded from the other end. Still the same old number, huh? How are you doing, old man? Jin Hee gritted her teeth. Ji Hong. The others were also surprised to hear that name. Ji Hong spoke arrogantly. I did not think I would have to call you back at this time. Quite the ambush, do you not think so? He grew more smug as he spoke. That surprise attack just now caught me a bit off guard. I did not expect the new Korea Player Association still had the ability to strike. I thought you guys had just become an auxiliary organization for Taehyun. Unable to stand that attitude, Jin Hee roared, shut up, we have no courtesy between us. Speak, where is Jo Aeong? What have you done to her? Hearing the angry voice, Ji Hong sneered, she is still alive, and he observed the person lying on the ground, but it could not be called stable. He recalled the image of Taehyun from before. I originally did not intend to get involved in trouble, but as I was about to finish her off, I suddenly remembered she was once involved in a dating rumor with Taehyun. Right. What a coincidence. I happen to want to meet him. Ji Hong stated the condition directly. Tell him, if he wants to find Jo Aeong, then come alone to Tartarus, the deepest floor of the abyss. He was about to hang up, but another voice sounded from the other end. It is me. Taehyun agreed without hesitation. I will come alone as you wish, but in return you must ensure the safety of player Jo Aeong. He did not forget to add a warning, if you cannot do that, I will make you regret it, even if you are already already dead. Ji-hong was not afraid but instead excited. That sounds cool. Who knows, I might slip up before you get here, so you had better not be late. He hung up and voices of others sounded around him. He is the one who made a contract with Queen Sakubaso from that faction. Kasim beside him looked pleased. Pray like this is what makes it fun. He is the leader of the international terrorist organization ActionToon, the most brutal demon man, his eyes glowing with a terrifying red. Is that not right? Ji-hong stood up and reminded, that guy is my prey, Kasim. Do not get confused. Kasim complied, I know, I just wanted to be sure who killed Office Euro. It is also convenient to have a valid reason when facing my master. He continued, I do not want to be blamed by the Demon King for letting the key to the throne fall into someone else's hands. The person lying on the ground heard them talk and could not help but think, what in the world are they plotting? Amazon's eyes were drowsy from severe injuries, but he still thought, this is really dangerous, Ta-han. You should not take the risk of coming to this place. Ta-han spoke to everyone, now that things have come to this, let me go alone. Jin-hee tried to stop him, but he quickly cut her off. I understand the anxiety of waiting, but please trust me. Ta-hyun turned back to look at everyone with a very confident expression. I will bring player Jo E-young back safely. The sky on this side held a mysterious red hue. This was the deepest floor of the abyss, Mekong Tartarus. An explosion sounded, causing smoke and dust to fly everywhere. Steady footstep walked on the ground. Ta-hyun glanced around with a contemptuous expression. Ji-hong, sitting on the steps, saw him and spoke. You arrived quite fast. He flashed a sinister smile. Ta-hyun. A voice echoed throughout the space. Tartarus, Mekong, among the countless dungeons humanity has ever set foot in, this place is considered the most dangerous. Countless demon hordes appear here. The voice continued. Its architecture is a series of mazes from the surface to the underground. Even the weakest creature in the upper floors must be at least S rank. Those lips did not stop moving. No one has ever determined where its bottom is or what it contains. Unless one is an SSS rank player or above, entry and exit to this abyss of abysses is strictly forbidden. Kasim, standing on high, introduced himself. In fact, I, Kasim Akhmetov, have occupied this place for a long time now. Ta-hyun listened while paying attention to the giant statue. If we had not managed to capture the dungeon master alive, the riot would not have broken out. Relying on that characteristic, we have taken advantage of this place. Kasim continued, it has been a very effective base until now. The giant statue moved and roared. It is the master of Mekong Tartarus of the SSS rank. Ji-hong looked up at it and asked, you say that beast is the dungeon master? Kasim replied, it is now imprisoned, but capturing it cost us tremendous effort. He looked up at the creature before him, because it is a subordinate of the Giant King. Hearing that title, Ji-hong was surprised. The Giant King, the one who was usurped of his Grand Duke position by Organ. He turned to the person beside him with an amused smile. I do not care about a loser. So what is your reason for suggesting this place? Is it not to flaunt your achievements? Kasim disagreed with what he heard. What strange thing did I just hear? Ta-han will have to overcome the traps, high-level creatures, and the demon men we have hidden in advance. The more he spoke, the more delighted his face became. By the time he reaches this place, he will surely be injured. All we have to do is deal with that injured prey. Ji-hong, hearing that, uttered two words, boring. Kasim was dissatisfied. Oh my Ji-hong, you might be stronger than me, but you lack the experience of maturity, huh? A true hunter must use every means to bring down the prey. A sound rang out above the two. Kasim grew even more smug. Right on time, the target has arrived. Let me show you that immediately. Then his eyes widened in astonishment. Even Lucas Sky, standing nearby, could not hide his surprise. Ji-hong beside him let out a sharp breath. Ta-hyun. He stood in the middle of the room with those two, in a combat-ready stance, a truly grand welcome. One foot stomped hard on the floor. Ta-hyun's eyes changed, his whole body radiated power, accompanied by someone's voice saying, trying to cover the entire maze with a skill? Hearing the noise, Ji-hong sneered. Then all your preparations are useless. The space around trembled violently. This power was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Kasim remained calm upon hearing this, truly asking for trouble. Were you planning to drain the opponent's mana from the start? A strange white light appeared beneath his feet. That light penetrated the entire ground. Kasim's eyes widened. This is... The magic bracelet on his wrist changed. Is it draining my mana? An image of Ta-hyun's unique heart appeared, the thing that regulates mana flow, allowing imitation and creation of skills. An injured man struggling in battle drained mana from Ricky's skill. He reached his hand forward, deploying power in coordination with Revelation, theoretically creating an unlimited area of effect skill. Two magic circles appeared beneath Ta-hyun's feet, a technique inspired from the battle with Aji Moon. Ji-hong found it odd and taunted. What's wrong? Is Kasim just going to stand there and take it forever? Hearing this, he clicked his tongue. Probably. Then he struck the staff in his hand hard against the ground. Staff radiated a mysterious energy. Ji-hong beside him also created a small golden yellow orb. He directed the orb in his hand towards the ground. Lucas Sky couldn't help but worry, even though the nuisance had been eliminated. but the sounds around them still rang out without cease. In the dark space, a voice rang out, signaling he was advancing straight forward. The door beside them was blasted open. Dai Hong looked at the incoming person and praised, tracking the location of the nullified skill to trace back the hiding place. Not bad. Tai Hyun slowly emerged from the rubble, replying, "If you wanted to play hide and seek, you picked the wrong opponent." His face was cold, his voice commanding. "I didn't come here to play games with the likes of you." Release the player Jo Aeyong. Ji Hong propped his chin on his hand, his expression extremely provocative. "If you're going to say those words..." Before he could finish, Kasim erupted with power, surprising Ji Hong. "What is that?" Kasim stared intently at Taehyun. "Young man, you made me lose face the very first time, rejected my preparations, and treated me as if I weren't worth a second thought." The more he spoke, the more power radiated from Kasim's body. "Ji Hong, forgive me, but let me keep a little dignity." Dai Hong was dissatisfied. "Hey, that's not our agreement." Kasim ignored him. "Don't worry, I will return his corpse properly." He still wouldn't accept it. "Who gave you permission to decide on your own?" The released power was immense, sending the two beside him flying far away. Both landed safely, and Dai Hong yelled, "What a mad old man." Kasim stood in the whirlwind of power, introducing himself. "Right, you're Ta Hyun, correct? I am Kasim Akhmedov. Ever heard of me?" Tai Han witnessed everything, his expression still calm. It would be impossible not to know this name. He recalled the scene of the burned village, the insane criminal who caused tens of thousands of deaths through terrorist acts, using manins and evil beasts. Kasim once stood below a building, brandishing his magic staff. Although never officially licensed for valuation, the scale of the skills he employed was truly horrifying. He watched the fire consume the building, a mad smile spreading across his face. He was once the first SS-level manin of the previous era. Returning to the present, Tai Hyun thought. So that's why people gave him the title of the last ultimate manin. Someone like that is accompanying Ji Hong. Kasim read his thoughts, "So you recognize me now. It's a delight. I also know quite a bit about you. At one point, a powerful figure from the underworld, I once owed you a favor." Hearing this, the image of an old enemy appeared in Ta Hyun's mind. He asked, "Office Euro is your subordinate? So you're cooperating with Ji Hong to settle a grudge?" Kasim laughed. "Not at all. A mainin like me doesn't bother with hatred. Whether on Earth or in the abyss, your name is known as one who causes upheaval everywhere." His eyes flickered with a red light as he appraised him. "Facing you directly shows the difference. The skill you just used had a complex and exquisite mixing effect. I also have some knowledge in the field of area skills." Continued, "Care to experience mine?" As he finished speaking, a magic formation appeared beneath Tai Hyun's feet. Warning voice sounded beside Tai Hyun, caught in a state of chaos, resisting a strange source of power. "Resistance failed, part of your abilities have been invaded, all parameters beginning to decline." Kasim explained, "My chaos skill specializes in weakening. It maintains its effect until the target's stats reach 0. Warning continued relentlessly, "Power dropping, speed retreating, physique decreasing, men exhausting." He urged, "What are you playing at? Why don't you use an area skill to counter? Don't tell me you're already out of strength from just this." Tai Hyun cast a sharp glare. "Too much talk. I have no interest in playing games with you. Bystanders should stay out of the way." Kasim kept provoking. "Or are you distracted worrying about that child? If so, you must face me to the end. Only I know where it is and..." As he said this, an image of Jo Aeyong being imprisoned appeared. "While waiting for you, I got bored and played a little game. I was always curious what would happen if Beelzebub's mana seeped into an ordinary player's body." His voice was excited. "Thanks to you, I got the result." As expected, the child was in so much agony they went mad. Jo Aeyong's face was covered in green veins, filled with pain. Recalling the scream, Kasim was thrilled. Oh, that scream was absolutely exquisite. A sweet serenade that pleased its master greatly. Each word made Tahan's face darker. "What's wrong? At this point, do you still think it's not worth playing with this old man?" His lips moved. "Fine then." Then threw a punch through the barrier, straight into Kasim's face. He was caught off guard, unable to defend himself. Barrier shattered from that powerful blow. The two onlookers were astonished. Taehyun said coldly, "I already warned you." He calmly twisted his wrist. "If the people from Jo Aeyong's group are not safe, I will make you regret it even in death." His voice was cold and imposing. "Stop pretending to be in pain. Get up, you piece of trash. I will satisfy you." Ji Hong and Lucas Sky were still stunned by what they had just witnessed. A figure rushed towards them like the wind. Kasim, lying on the ground, struggled to sit up. He stood up, laughing loudly. "Truly lofty spirit. Just a bit of provocation and you want to take my head." Taehyun calmly listened to his remarks. Too fast, and his power is being suppressed at that. Kasim propped himself up with his staff, tilting his head back slightly. Truly frightening. A stream of red blood flowed from his eye sockets, making him look no different from a demon. Tahan replied with a contemptuous tone. "Who is calling whom a monster? That body structure is truly strange." Kasim paid no heed, continuing to unleash his power. "Just noticing now? Stop those childish skills." His hand gripping the staff loosened slightly. "Instead, how about letting the chosen ones compete with their abilities?" The staff fell. I Kasim Akhmedov, the servant of the Grand Duke Beelzebub. Kasim transformed into a monster with massive wings. The one who signed the contract with my lord. Song Ta-han was surprised. A fake contractor Beelzebub? Wasn't that Jiang Long? An image of the past appeared in his mind. The first time I sensed Beelzebub's demonic power was after the Korean leader Jiang Long transformed into Venom. Kasim sneered. You mean the Chinese Association president? He was just a test subject, discarded for being unqualified. He charged forward excitedly. I am the true contractor of the Demon King. An image of a young Kasim appeared. I enjoy watching creatures beg. Fierce flames burned down the buildings. As a youth, he stood watching everything collapse, his eyes full of tears. The fire burned everything. The ruins, the screams, the smell of blood. It was all so wonderful. He spread his arms wide, feeling the death around him. Innate evil. Kasim joined an organization, lured into a terrorist group for decades. A man on TV declared that evil would be punished by God. He saw people scream when we didn't stop. He indifferently watched the person being tortured, but felt no fear. What God was here? His thoughts continued. If there was a demon, it might actually exist. A comrade laughed. What's wrong? Died. A sword pierced the man's chest. The thing that destroyed our powerful organization. Another person was strangled by a chain. A group of people entered the hideout. It wasn't God, but the Global Player Association. He tried to hide, hearing voices saying, "Let them go, you lunatics." That group of people looked at them with sharp eyes. I thought it was all over. Kasim lay on the ground, hopeless. What I was searching for was a demon. Was it because of these lingering thoughts? His lips moved slightly. Demon, a giant monster appeared. Kasim turned his head to look behind him. The monster roared furiously. That was the first time I experienced awakening. A host of monsters passed by. The skill I received was the Gate of Hell, summoning beasts from the abyss. Corpses piled up behind me. I crushed the association, rising to the highest position, but the question remained. The sky was a terrifying red. What entity answered the summoning call? The scene was gloomy. Withered trees were trampled as they passed through the Gate of Hell. Kasim looked up. Finally, I found the answer. Before him was the colossal Beelzebub. What is this? I never expected a mortal to seek me out. Dozens of eyes fixed on Kasim. How intriguing. Suddenly, both knees hit the ground. He performed a rite. I have searched for you my entire life. Please let me know your true name. The eyes widened in astonishment. He introduced himself. Beelzebub. I am the Demon King Beelzebub. Kasim bowed his head in oath of loyalty. My lord, I swear to be your eternally loyal servant. Beelzebub watched his actions. I don't understand what the hell you are doing, you who smell like me. Many tentacles shot forward. Good. I will choose you as my contractor. Back to reality. Kasim, in monster form, attacked Ta-hyun. The Demon King has granted me power. He repeated his vow. From now on, all my actions are for serving you. He raised both hands in front of his face to defend. Kasim's strike pressed down, pushing Ta-han far back. Loud sound echoed from the side. He laughed triumphantly at the strike he had just landed. Suddenly, Yi Hong spoke up, stating clearly that the excuse was nothing but a lie. Kasim replied, saying that anyone who believed demons would surely die. His usually closed eyes now opened wide. A pillar of blazing red power appeared before the two of them. Tahan stood in the center of the power pillar, reached his hand out far, and chanted, Devar. A red dragon shot straight towards Kasim. He did not fear but charged forward, yet all his efforts were in vain. The dragon quickly clamped its jaws around his arm. Seeing that he was bitten and couldn't break free, Kasim cried out in panic, asking who would dare use Devar while he was demonizing. Tahan replied that he did not care where that power came from, for his opponent was every Grand Duke. 5 powerful punches were thrown. Was that truly all the strength of one man? Kasim screamed in agony. Jihong beside him couldn't help but curse, calling it truly foolish. He also swung his fist towards Tahan, now that his opponent had boasted beforehand. Jihong seemed to have made up his mind, declaring Tahan was his. He glanced over as the man charged, thinking to himself that it was fortunate the man understood nothing about him. He waved a hand, conjuring a protective shield. He charged and slammed his whole body into that shield. In an instant, he was sent flying far away. Lucas Guy appeared at another corner at this moment. He assessed Taehyun, thinking his current strength was on an entirely different level. On this side, Taehyun quickly delivered a powerful punch. He could not dodge in time and had to take the punch head-on. The punch was so strong that he lay crumpled on the ground. He watched calmly. His goal was higher than just a bunch of Grand Dukes. Jihong and Kasim looked at him with venomous eyes, but he paid them no heed. Go tell your masters, if they want to catch me, do not use lackeys to kidnap hostages. Taehyun said loudly, his voice full of challenge. Tell them to come and face me themselves. Kasim struggled to stand up. He extended an arm full of exposed white bone, asking if he dared to reach a position above the Grand Dukes, using magic to heal wounds, truly arrogant for an ordinary person. Taehyun was not surprised, replying that he too was merely a mortal, even inferior to a Grand Duke, obsessed with his duties. He dashed away from his position like the wind. Listen to me. Then he threw a strong punch into Kasim's body. Taehyun uttered a firm statement, you and I belong to different ranks. He took the punch, thinking to himself that even having escaped human limits through the power of the demon lord Beelzebub, he still could not dodge in time. Hyun struck again before he could react, truly maddening. One of his feet kicked Kasim hard. The kick sent him crashing heavily to the ground, creating a great tremor. Kasim spat out a mouthful of blood. Taehyun extended his hand towards him. Then he unleashed another technique that caused him even more pain consume. Kasim could not bear it and screamed miserably. He could no longer maintain his monster form. The energy on Taehyun changed to a different form. He ordered quickly to reveal the location of Jo Aeon. Kasim lay on the ground in pain, only muttering that the demon lord would not forgive him. Beside them, Yihong charged forward. The punch was intercepted by another hand before it could land. Taehyun glared over and warned him not to interfere while he was in discussion. Yihong was blocked but smiled a puzzling smile. He became frenzied, saying he couldn't resist such interesting entertainment. Very quickly, Taehyun and Jihong engaged in battle. He threw a punch straight ahead. He swiftly dodged the attack. Without hesitation, he also threw a punch at Yihong's face. Hit, the man did not stop but rushed towards Taehyun. He gracefully dodged, letting the punch skim past his face. He landed another blow on the man's arm, and he continued to throw a hook punch. Two of them kept fighting without pause. Lucas Guy stood nearby, watching without knowing what to say. He observed and silently assessed, not expecting the gap to be so great. Among the contracted ones, from the very start, we three had no chance to resist him. Kasim was also following the match. On the surface it seemed balanced, but Jihong's position was gradually weakening and about to crumble at any moment. Lucas Guy was worried. At this rate, forget capturing Taehyun alive. That man was planning to wipe us all out. In the midst of the battle, Daihong silently decided there was no other choice. He had to resort to the final strategy. Taehyun was about to throw a punch downward while Jihong was defending, but he was pushed far back by a surge of energy. That man was now smug about his own power. This was the true peak, worthy of being called a real battle. Jihong raised his head, his golden pupils seeming to glow. Every time he took a heavy hit and still didn't fall, he felt himself truly strong. Taehyun charged forward again, simply because his opponent still hadn't suffered enough pain. Jihong's hands transformed and he grew more frenzied. Then put all your strength into it, Taehyun. A cloak fluttered. Lucas Sky now stood blocking Jihong's front, surprising him with the sudden dark figure. He whispered into Jihong's ear, "Jihong, fall back." Hearing this, that man disagreed. "What are you saying? I am at my peak form right now." Lucas Sky silently reminded, "We did not come here for entertainment. Remember the original goal, capture Taehyun alive, and if not, then eliminate him." The spot where Kasim had been lying was now empty. He still advised, "Kasim has already escaped. Though regrettable, the capture is no longer possible." The colossal statue seemed to be radiating energy. Lucas Sky made his resolve, "We will destroy Taehyun along with this dungeon." Hearing this, Jihong did not agree at all. "Do you dare to do such a futile thing?" Taehyun was now preparing to deliver a thrust downward. The punch came down, but the two of them had vanished. A voice suddenly echoed in the space. "The destruction of this dungeon is not ordinary destruction. It is a separation from the dimensional space." Taehyun stopped, looking towards the voice. "Taehyun, no matter how great your power or skills, you cannot resist the earth laws of the abyss. Countless barrier layers appeared in the space. While you still wander searching for Jo Eyoung, disappear along with this Tartarus dungeon." Hearing this, he thought in surprise, so they hid the player Jo Eyoung for this reason. He looked at the colossal statue suspended by magic before him. That man was the master of the private dungeon Tartarus. Taehyun looked at the bleeding wounds of that giant creature. Based on the wounds, he was about to breathe his last. Time was running out. His eyes narrowed slightly. "I must find Jo Eyoung and escape before that happens. Can I do it?" Taehyun made a resolve in his heart. "It is not a matter of can or cannot, I must do it." The image of a past loss surfaced again. "I swore I would never experience that pain ever again." Taehyun prepared to move forward, but a voice rang out, "Do not keep me waiting too long." The words of that person made his eyes widen in shock. "Wait for me, the one who made the contract with Rosalia." Taehyun stopped, glancing towards the voice that had just sounded. The tall building was bathed in the evening light. Jinhee's group was waiting anxiously. Kang-hae wrinkled his hair in frustration. "Damn it, I should have charged in recklessly. Just waiting here is unbearable." Sung Jin immediately reminded him, "But with our current condition, we would only be a burden." Azon remained silent, deep in thought. Suddenly, Taeguk ran from outside. "Everyone!" He spoke loudly with agitation. "We just received news from the Abyss. Tartarus, located deepest in the Abyss, has initiated a dungeon break." As he spoke, the image of a deep pit appeared, and then vanished. Hearing the announcement, Jinhee sprang up excitedly. "Does that mean the dungeon has been completed? Then where are the players Taehyun and Jo Eyoung now?" Receiving the question, Taeguk hesitated. "That matter, no one has come out of that place." He could not bear it and slumped heavily into his chair. Jinhee could not accept what she had just heard. It cannot be like this. Those present also could not believe their ears. Player Taehyun, Player I Young at a White Castle. Rosalia was asking angrily, what the hell happened in the end? The contracted one. Ta Hyun sat on the bed, looking at his own hand in disbelief. He lifted his head and gave a forced smile. I am truly glad to see you again, Rosalia. In the fully white landscape of the castle, Rosalia let out a sigh. It is done. Tae Hyun could not hide his worry. What is the condition of player Jo Eong? Rosalia began to explain upon being asked. Beelzebub's magic is like the authority he wields. As she explained, the image of a person in great agony upon being hit by this magic appeared. It clings tightly to the body and drains life force until death. An ordinary person, not a contracted one, cannot endure it. At this point, Rosalia narrowed her eyes mischievously. But that woman is very strong. Jo Eong was still lying unconscious on the bed. She held on very well until I could intervene in time. After hearing Rosalia finish, Ta Hyun finally let out a breath of relief. Her life was no longer in danger. Rosalia's next words left him puzzled. Even so, there may be after effects later. A while later, the two sat in the office. She confirmed once more. In short, that girl is your teammate. Rosalia recounted what she heard about the false contractors who forced her to summon people. She had escaped a collapsing dungeon, thereby managing to get away. At this moment, Tae Hyun also smiled faintly thanks to the skill Ricky had left for him. He recalled the moment he stood before the magic door. Thanks to that, he was able to achieve a different outcome than before. Ta Hyun's face at that time was full of contemplation. He silently thanked Ricky. Ta Hyun said something else that confused Rosalia. There was another person who helped me. Right before the dungeon disappeared, I suddenly heard a voice. His memory returned to when he heard that voice. Wait for me. Tae Hyun turned his head towards the source of the sound. Is Rosalia's contractor. That voice echoed throughout the room. If you are looking for the woman who was taken, I know where she is. Ta Hyun's eyes widened in suspicion. Who are you? Tartarus, currently under control, introduced himself. I was originally a person of Tartarus, descendant of the mighty giant King Typhon and his rightful heir. Anger was evident in his voice. Yet now I am bound here, dying a disgraceful death. Hearing this, Ta Hyun immediately spoke bluntly about his abilities. You don't intend to give me that location for free, do you? Sorry, I don't have a healing skill for a monster. Tartarus's voice now sounded resigned and weary. It's fine, I can't be saved anymore. What I want is something else. His final words shocked Ta Hyun. I want you to deliver my last words. He spoke about his family. My father, the Giant King, is currently missing. Rosalia, who has a connection with him, might know his whereabouts. As her contractor, please ask for me. His pale lips spoke with difficulty. Find my father and tell him that Tartarus recalled his glorious time on the battlefield. Your son fought gloriously until the end and fell, but still wishes to stand by your side one more time. After hearing that, Tae Hyun's eyes slightly lowered. He nodded in agreement. I will definitely deliver it. Massive Tartarus facing him was now more relieved than ever. That alone is enough. Returning to the present, Ta Hyun's voice rang out. Thanks to that, we found the player Jo Eong hidden deep in the maze. Rosalia was surprised upon hearing this. So the son of Typhon placed both hands on the table and suggested, Rosalia, tell me about the Giant King. She did not hesitate, her gaze looking into the distance. He was the Grand Duke before Organ ascended the throne. Organ was once Typhon's vassal. The image of a majestic monster king on his throne appeared, but then Organ became stronger. He plotted a rebellion and overthrew Typhon. It is said that he is sealed somewhere in Organ's territory. Hearing this, Ta Hyun asked immediately, you must know that place, right? Rosalia still had a vague expression. I have a feeling about a possible location. Do you truly intend to keep your promise to Tartarus? On receiving the question, he smiled lightly and affirmed, that's right, a promise must be kept. Seeing him like this, Rosalia was very puzzled. A human keeping absolute loyalty to a monster. You are truly strange. Lee Hyun replied calmly. Rosalia, I am also keeping my loyalty to you, am I not? His eyes lowered as he continued. But it's not just that. He thought to himself that he had easily directed his efforts towards saving player Jo Eong, but the battle in the abyss was not yet over. At this moment, Ta Hyun asked another question. Rosalia, what is the current situation of the territory war? She replied, Aji Moon has fully recovered and is counterattacking. When they are done, the arrow will turn towards us. I hear Organ has allied with another Grand Duke. His forces will become stronger. Hearing this, Tan thought of Kasim and Ji Hong. We will have many more battles to fight. We cannot bear them all alone. They are very good at uniting for a common goal. His hands placed on the table intertwined tightly. We also need a powerful ally to fight together in the territory war. Someone to accompany us on the royal path. Ta Hyun reached his hand forward as an invitation. Rescue Typhon and propose an alliance with him. He explained more about his decision. If he was overthrown, he must still hold a grudge against Organ. If we promise to help him return to being the Grand Duke, he might agree. Excitement appeared in Rosalia's eyes. Those Grand Dukes are truly the most arrogant. Do you think that is feasible? Ta Hyun tried to persuade the person opposite him. Tartarus once said that you and Typhon have a special relationship. If you can persuade him. Hearing this, Rosalia chuckled. Special special relationship? He said that? But did he say specifically what it was? Seeing her reaction, he was flustered. No, not at all. What is it? Are you two mortal enemies or something? Rosalia replied calmly. I rejected his marriage proposal. Hearing about this relationship, the words Taehyun was about to say caught in his throat. A moment later, he arrived at where Jo Eung was lying. I didn't expect special to mean that. This might be a bit awkward. Taehyun took long strides, thinking as he walked. Still, if I want to keep my promise, I have to meet him. This is very much worth a try. He carried Jo Eung to the magic door and said silently, time to go back now. They must be very worried over there. Returning to the high-rise building under the sunset, the people present were horrified. How can this be? Jin Hee's group lowered their heads, extremely apologetic. I am sorry. It is all due to my lack of ability. That is all I can say. He looked at the people trembling as they tried to hold back tears upon hearing the news. If there is anything you need, please say it. The association and I will support you in every way possible, even making arrangements for Taehyun's funeral. One person could not accept the truth and shouted, impossible. Tears streamed down Xijang's cheeks. He firmly refused to believe it. There is no way brother Taehyun is dead. He has come back so many times before. It will be the same this time. Seeing this, the elderly man spoke softly. Xijang. Jin Hee looked at Xijang crying in his arms, his heart aching deeply. I also wish that were true. At this moment, Taehyun stepped out from the magic door and asked, why is everyone looking so gloomy? Daejang was stunned upon hearing this voice. Did someone die? Everyone then reacted, turning to look at the source of the voice. Xijang quickly ran to where Taehyun was standing. Everyone else, after reacting, also ran towards the two of them. At this moment, Jin Hee's face showed undisguised joy. I am very glad that the two missing players have returned safely, but now is when the real problems truly begin. He returned to a serious demeanor when talking about work. In the end, we failed to capture the Dream Guild that we had worked so hard to find. Chairman Lee Jung-soo also destroyed all the evidence and disappeared. This purge operation has failed. As he spoke, images of people suffering appeared in his mind. The madness disease continues to spread. I thought if we could catch them, we would find clues to create a vaccine. Hearing this, Kang Hae-wook grew anxious. Then we just start over from the beginning. Nothing to worry about. The old man, Han Yu, agreed. That's right. Imazon also added, next time, we will definitely not let them escape. Seeing their attitude, Jinhee felt satisfied. It is reassuring to have you all by my side. A person entered from outside and spoke. Then let's keep up this momentum and move forward. That voice continued, actually, we don't have to start completely from scratch. I know where they are. Upon hearing this, he could not hide his excitement. Is that true? Player Taehyun. Under the sunlight, Taehyun's face reflected confidence. This time it was our turn to counterattack. In a different corner, Luca Sky was enduring a powerful punch. He fell in pain. The man opposite remained cold. Who gave you permission to act on your own? Or do you intend to disobey orders? Luca Sky forced himself to endure the pain and explained, if I had not intervened, you would have fallen. I only wanted to prevent that. Ji Hong glanced at him with a terrifying gaze. Then you should have let me fall. Luca Sky was panicked. Think about your position. You are the leader of Merlin 5. If you collapse, what will become of all of us? Did not listen and turned to leave. Seeing Ji Hong about to go, Luca Sky asked, where do you intend to go? A magic door appeared and he did not turn his head. I must meet Organ to report that the key has disappeared. Luca Sky thought to himself, he is becoming a monster obsessed with combat. Is this the side effect of the contract with the Grand Duke? Or is it the influence from Taehyun? He brought his hand to touch his mask. It is fortunate that we were determined to kill him earlier. But suddenly a great tremor occurred behind Luca Sky. He sensed the power and exclaimed in disbelief, impossible, this skill is... He kicked the door open, appearing to his horror, Taehyun. Luca Sky still could not believe it. How? Taehyun and his people walked in. My life is stubbornly tenacious. Even if the entire world were erased, it would not break. His eyes were cold and decisive. This time, you will not escape Molinang Guild. A high-rise building soared into the clear blue sky, standing out with its modern architecture and sun-reflecting glass. Jin Hee stood outside Luca Sky's cell and said, although failing to capture Ji Hong is a bit regrettable. He looked inside. Luca Sky hung his head, his shoulders tense, his fists clenched tightly. But the Shadow Vice Guild Master is a dangerous dark human. No one has caught him in over a decade. He is the last surviving third leader. This is enough to shock the dark humans in the area and give us more clues about the gray disease. I responded coldly, that is correct. Jinhee wondered, but how did you know their location? Taehyun frowned. It was all thanks to the player Jo Ayoung. Jinhee was surprised. Ayoung? He recalled, when I arrived at the place, Jo Ayoung was already severely injured. Frowning in pain, she told him to leave because this place was dangerous. He said kindly, just saying thank you is enough. Her gaze froze, her eyelashes trembling slightly, containing surprise and bewilderment. She gave a faint smile, looking at her trembling hand. I am moved to tears. In return, I will give you a gift. Taehyun was stunned. What is this? Jo Ayoung's hand trembled, her fingertips shaking lightly as she held the tracking device. In case I was kidnapped, I secretly attached it to their side. If you escape and use this, you can trace their trail. Taehyun took it, comforting her with determined words, leave the rest to me. The corner of Jo Ayoung's mouth curved into a gentle smile, her peaceful eyes holding trust mixed with a hint of doubt. Jin he admired, I see, truly worthy of the Nightwalk Guild leader. I just hope she wakes up soon, cause in New Korea, no one can replace Jo Ayoung. Taehyun replied, that is correct. Inside the cell, Lucas Guy stirred slightly. Taehyun realized he had woken up. He still hung his head low, his hair falling down to cover his eyes, his entire body silent. Jin he let out a breath, then let us begin the interrogation. The scene shifted to a massive tower, its sturdy architecture rising against the red sunset. Organ's voice echoed, the Emperor Qi has disappeared? Ji-hong knelt on the cold floor, his head bowed low, his shoulders trembling slightly. Yes, please forgive me. In the dimly lit room, Organ's clawed hand tapped lightly on the chair. In a fit of rage he roared, bent down to pick up a large stone and hurled it straight forward. Ji-hong remained expressionless but said, because he was destroyed alongside Tartarus, from now on, he will no longer threaten you, Lord Organ. Organ roared, not enough. His breath turned into a thick frosty mist, surging out from his clenched, furious jaw. What angers me is not that you lost track of the key, but that you rushed to meet him without confirming whether he was alive or dead. Ji-hong lifted his face to argue, but was cut off. Clearly Taehyun had. Organ's eyes were red like burning coals, his violent gaze sending a chill down the opponent's spine. Do you think the Emperor Qi can be destroyed so easily? He thought back, if an entity of that scale perished, the shockwave would be so great that all the Grand Dukes of the Abyss would sense it. But I felt nothing. That means... Ji-hong's gaze sharpened as he continued the sentence. He is still alive? Organ, that is correct. He warned, get out of here, false contract. Do not test my patience. If you return empty-handed next time, then... Ji-hong stood up, turned his back, and walked away amid the ruins. His entire being exuded power with a composed demeanor, standing out in the brilliant streams of blue magical energy. He lowered his head and faintly drew a smile on his lips. Ji-hong's shoulders slightly trembled, his hands clenched so tightly they turned white, his whole body shaking from suppressed rage. I see. The person behind approached in confusion. Who is there? That person stammered in fear. Could it be Min? Ji-hong is Ji-hong. The person beside him also shouted, we must report this to the association immediately. Before the two could react, Ji-hong lunged forward like a gust of wind. His figure tore through the wind at an incredible speed, the distance erased in an instant, his hand gripping the opponent's throat. He lunged, swinging his arm widely, his fingers closing around the opponent's neck before they could react. That is right. The previous outcome left both sides regretting it, did it not? A half smile appeared on Ji-hong's face, full of arrogance, carrying the cruelty of one who had decided to strike. I am glad to know you are still alive, Taehyun. Make me interested once again. Scene change, Jin He was screaming in rage. I will ask one more time, confess the location of Ji-hong and the antidote for the gray disease. You evil association, what exactly are you plotting? Lucas Sky replied calmly, no matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. His face trembled slightly from emotion, his eyes reddening as if countless feelings were surging within. It is all to prepare for the world's reformation. Inside, Taeguk was recording and shaking his head continuously, while outside he was helpless. Jin He was tense. Even after using Alchemist's special serum to force a confession, he still maintained such an extraordinary will. Taehyun suggested, let me try interrogating him. Jin He was skeptical. You? He offered his opinion. This is the fastest way, but this place must be left with only me and the shadow. Jin He looked at Taehyun with suspicious eyes. He would not use violence, would he? He chuckled awkwardly. I will not allow that. Oh my, what kind of person do you think I am? He insisted it would not take much time. Taehyun walked in with the smug look of Lucas Sky. That man stepped forward and said contemptuously, you finally show your face, but no matter how skilled you are, you cannot make me open my mouth. He put his hands in his pockets and asked, have you not heard Ji-hong talk about the power of the Grand Duke I signed a contract with? Half-open eyes, an empty gaze, losing focus as if looking into the distance. Taehyun hypnotized, look into my eyes, human shadow. Lucas Sky's red pupils suddenly turned grayish-purple. He stammered, what? Lucas Sky fell into hypnosis, recounting every story in his life. He said, my real name, I have long forgotten. He was just a disgrace born from a demon human. No one wanted him to exist. The image of him huddled in a corner of the house, being cursed at by others. Childhood drowned in darkness, always hiding from parents afraid of being abandoned. He began to walk on a cruel path, because he did not dare hope for gentle care. The first thing he learned was crime. Lucas Sky earned a lot of money, lucky to have qualities far superior to his parents. Only when he brought back the spoils of war did they bother to look at him. Despite having a lot of money, he still felt lonely. One day, Lucas Sky brought money home and found his parents dead. That did not last long either. From then on, he was no longer normal. After awakening, the resentment of not having a normal life made him struggle, more insane than anyone else. But a figure was ready to save him, and that was Ji Hong. He said the strong one, human shadow, must carry his own justice. Ji Hong reached out and grabbed him, asking, "Do you want to change this world with me?" For Luca Sky, the chance meeting in the abyss was like a stake in a swift river. He stood up strongly, walked towards Ji Hong, and his entire life turned in a different direction. Tai Han spoke slowly and clearly, each sentence creeping into his mind. He asked, "Was that the first time you met Ji Hong? But I want to hear something else." Tai Han tightened his grip on his head, 5 fingers digging deep into his hair like steel pliers. His facial muscles twitched, his jaws clenched tightly. "I want to hear about your conspiracy." Pushed to the extreme, Luca Sky spoke out. The image of Ji Hong handing over something. That was the legacy from the new president of the Chinese Player Association. Ji Hong said it was research data on monsterization and a virus extracted from an unconquered dungeon. Everything was perfect for the plan. Demon humans strengthened through monsterization, while humanity was swept into an artificial viral pandemic. Luca Sky held the USB, imagining the chaos. It would be worth looking forward to. Ji Hong smiled calmly. That was only the first stage. Hyun was surprised. The first stage, is that so? Then what is the second stage? He said slowly, when the world has suffered enough, everything will begin. Those who undergo monsterization will be immune to the disease. We will take advantage of that too. Ji Hong's figure appeared, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. Suddenly Tai Hyun opened his eyes wide, his gaze fixed, his pupils vibrating with every rhythm of Ji Hong's voice. Ji Hong said, "Do you not feel excited? Human shadow. The transformation is right before our eyes." For someone who once saw everything as meaningless like Luca Sky, Ji Hong had sown a new ambition in his heart. Luca Sky's body was tired, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He said, "For it, I am willing to do anything." Tai Han was astonished. He bit his tongue to break the hypnosis. He bit his tongue tightly, his jaw clenched. The corner of his mouth twitched, a streak of dark red blood flowing out, sliding down his chin. Luca Sky rolled his eyes, exploding with rage. He said, "I have decided, ready to sacrifice anything." Roar tore through the air, hoarse and distorted. His body trembled violently, muscles tensed. Tahan absolutely could not let anyone interfere. Jinhee stepped back in horror and asked, "Player Tahan, what is going on?" Luca Sky had transformed to a monster, crouching in the darkness. His movements were jerky, his eyes wide open, glowing with ferocity and bloodlust. Jinhee panicked, "Impossible." Luca Sky roared, "You will die here, even if I have to pay with my life." Tahan remained calm, truly a ridiculous camaraderie among criminals. He gripped the knife tip and lunged forward. "I will absolutely stop you." Luca Sky twisted, every joint creaking. His deformed body stretched and expanded. Taeguk was horrified. "Is that a human shadow? Where did the original form go?" Luca Sky opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, a long black tongue hanging down. His purple eyes glowed, pupils constricted, exuding a brutal look. Jinhee was bewildered, no different from a magic beast. Luca Sky suddenly let out a fierce roar. He roared, a series of arms swung high, and then slammed down hard onto the ground. An explosion sounded, the ground shook, dust and rocks flying up as if struck by a giant steel block. Taeguk outside was worried. Player Kim Tahan. Luca Sky's fierce eyes shone brightly. His pupils constricted into sharp vertical slits. He said, "Power is surging. This is the strength gained from giving up being human." Suddenly, a flash of red light flickered across his eyes. The blade tore across the monster's body, causing it to roar in pain and stagger back a few steps. Tahyun's face was cold, his features tense, lips pressed tightly shut. He said, "Do not delude yourself. Is the power you have gained only to wave around an arm that has already been cut off?" The violent aura from Luca Sky exploded, pressing the air down heavily as if wanting to crush everything. He froze, could not wait. He licked his tongue confidently. "Do not underestimate me, Taehyun." Taehyun stepped back, regeneration ability. Just as the memory indicated, the monsterization experiment from Jianglong continued. In the blink of an eye, Taehyun dropped to one knee and leaped high, spinning to dodge the lightning-fast attack. He was becoming more and more like a real magic beast. He fell into thought their goal was not merely to become stronger, but to connect monsterization with the disease. Luca Sky's fist came with terrifying pressure. Taehyun reached out and caught it. His fingers clenched shut and his arm stopped, unable to advance further. He leaned his body back. He had to capture and restrain him alive. Taehyun raised his blade, the tip pointing at the monster. His eyes were sharp, his body taut like a bowstring, waiting for the moment of explosion. Luca Sky lunged forward madly, shouting, "Got you." The moment he reached out to grab him, he suddenly leaped into the air, a revelation. Taehyun lunged silently, his blade cutting through the wind and driving straight into the opponent with a clean, decisive motion. The blade struck Luca Sky's head and he roared in pain. Taehyun sneered, "Lucky you are not dead yet, I will interrogate you." The dust had not yet settled, thin smoke drifting among the cracks. Jinhee judged he had transformed into an SS rank or higher magical beast. Taeguk replied, "Perhaps from now on I no longer need to worry about player Kim Taehyun." Amidst the smoke and dust, Luca Sky's weak voice rang out, "I told you." tongue lashed out a full meter long. Do not underestimate me. Taehyun clasped his hands together, squeezing until his knuckles turned white, his lips pressed tight, his body taut like a bowstring. After the earth-shaking explosion, smoke and dust burst into a pillar of cloud. The ground trembled slightly, and debris clattered down. Taehyun's gaze was icy. I take back my words. You only know how to swing a severed arm. You are quite something. Luca Sky's eyes turned bloodshot, his pupils dilating and contracting continuously, his entire body trembling. He thought this opponent was not easy to deal with. Even when using beast transformation, there was still a huge gap compared to one who had signed a contract with a Grand Duke. Lucas Skylock struggled to his feet, but nothing had changed. Once I accept death, I will take you down no matter the cost. Taehyun charged like an arrow, each footstep slamming hard against the ground, swift and powerful. Lucas Sky froze. How strange, why would he? His punch shot out like lightning, his arm swinging so fast it was impossible to see. He thought, again, not using the Grand Duke's skills. He was sent flying backward by the momentum. Lucas Sky still thought, I understand. Seeing the horrifying scene, Taeguk immediately stood in front of Jin Hee, speaking cautiously. Guild Master, please step back. Taehyun's gaze locked onto the target. Unshaken, everything around him seemed left behind. He charged toward Lucas Sky. The moment the two collided, the wall of water splintered into a web of cracks and then burst with a dull roar. Brick fragments and dust sprayed out like a shattered wave. Lucas Sky's body and Taehyun locked together as they pierced through the solid barrier. Indeed, you are fast, but you should have let them die. While falling, Lucas Sky still rambled. You have already used the Grand Duke's power, haven't you? He taunted. The reason you only use normal skills is that you do not want to reveal the contract signing. Correct. Charging in to stop me was your mistake. Both were plummeting at the speed of light. Look! The people below were terrified. What the hell is this? Jin Hee ran out in panic and looked. It is Taehyun. Lucas Sky continued to taunt. Now everyone is watching you. He gripped Taehyun tightly. If you do not use the Grand Duke's skill, there is no regeneration ability. Can you survive this fall? But if you use it, the truth that the strongest player has allied with the Grand Duke will be exposed. He looked into his face. I look forward to the reactions of those who feel betrayed. Come, which path do you choose, Taehyun? He gritted his teeth. Both had crashed down, dirt and rocks flying up like a violent explosion. The ground shook, dust surged, people around panicked. They have fallen. The entire area was drenched, black smoke slowly rising. Lucas Sky, covered in bleeding wounds, crawled up with difficulty. If I cannot kill you, ruining everything you have built is not bad. But I did not expect you to choose death. Truly an unforeseen outcome. A world where the strong cannot freely use their power. This rotten world needs to change. Meanwhile, Taehyun's hand had clenched into a fist long ago. His fist reached Lucas Sky. All the force erupted violently in a brief moment. His body jerked. Blood spurted from his mouth. His body was dragged backward, leaving a long trail. Lucas Sky was unwilling. How could this be? Taehyun walked over the rubble. It seems you misunderstood something. The reason I did not use the Grand Duke's power is that I did not see the need. Taehyun's face was confident, his gaze steady. It is not the power that makes me strong. It is because it is used by someone already strong like me that it becomes stronger. Strength 339, 338, Speed 332, Magic Power 485, Willpower 255. Lucas Sky's face went blank. Is this a level humans can reach? Crawled away like a cricket. Taehyun mocked. Do not just stand there in awe. He thought to himself, this time I will use the people around as bait. Lucas Sky rushed past him. Taehyun stepped forward and threw a decisive punch. The game ends here. Lucas Sky collapsed to his knees, black smoke billowing out before gradually returning to human form. No matter what I do, I am no match for you, am I? He bowed his head, hair stained with blood, eyes vacant. I should have eradicated you from the very first meeting. What a regret. Lucas Sky muttered in refusal. The rest, I leave to you, Ji-hong. Change the world for me. Taehyun crossed his arms casually. Tell him that in person. Anyway, that guy is about to be caught. As he was speaking, suddenly Lucas Sky's eyes flew open, his teeth clenched tightly. Taehyun rushed over in shock. What is this? How could this happen? He was bewildered. Could this be magic power backflow? Lucas Sky's body grew cold, his face covered in vein patterns like tree roots. He lamented. He kept his secret with his life. My mission ends here. Taeguk and the others ran over. Player Kim Taehyun, he said dazedly, I have failed. He silently watched Lucas Sky lying still. He staked his very life, so this was its meaning. The TV quickly reported. This afternoon on the high floor of the Player Association building, a magical beast woke up, and attempted to attack civilians. The reporter stated, the magical beast was eliminated by SS rank player Taehyun. The association announced that the magical beast on the screen was Lucas Sky's face. It was a demon human from the beast transformation experiment. The culprit was Lucas Sky, a Frenchman of Chinese descent, nicknamed Shadow Man. Ji-hong stood below watching the news bulletin. During the interrogation process, Lucas Sky had undergone beast transformation to try and escape. He quietly lifted his eyes to look up. He remembered the moment Lucas Sky held his hand and said he wanted to see the world he had built. That resolute gaze was deeply etched in Ji-hong's mind, even if it meant following him down to hell. Under the city lights, Jihong walked amidst the hurried crowd, carrying his own solitude and contemplations. Night fell, the towering building with its twinkling lights like stars revealing a large hole in the wall. Tae Hyun stood in the room looking at the wreckage, blaming himself for not handling things more skillfully. Jin Hee said in a stern voice that if he had not decided quickly, she and department head Go would have been in danger, and it was thanks to him. He outlined the criminal scheme, which had two elements, monsterization and the ash plague, requiring simultaneous operation to be effective. Ta Hyun recalled those cold eyes, hoping this information would help stop them, even though Jihong and Kasim had not yet shown themselves. Gazed into the distance, no one knowing where they were hiding or what they were doing. Taeguk answered the phone, his face worried, identifying himself as department head and confirming he was right next to him. He handed the phone to Ta Hyun, saying there was a call from a player belonging to the Nigerian Association. He was sweating, announcing there was an urgent message needing to be spoken directly to Ta Hyun. He took the phone nervously and said he was listening. The person on the other end was Azizat, a gold tier player. Azizat exclaimed, "Oh my god, it was really him." She was honored to be speaking to him. She expressed her admiration, having only ever seen him on TV. Tae Hyun awkwardly thanked her and asked who she was. She smiled and introduced herself as Azizat from Nigeria. Ta Hyun asked if she had something she wanted to say. She said in one breath that private matters were not convenient over the phone, and she wanted to meet him in person in Nigeria and get his autograph. Ta Hyun said irritably that just calling and talking like that was not acceptable. He did not have time for personal chit-chat with strangers. Azizat replied that she understood that, but if something was extremely important, could he spare a little time? She hinted that the matter related to the fake contract of the Archduke, making Ta Hyun's eyes widen in shock. Azizat smiled and said she would send the address, requesting him to come on the exact day and time. Before hanging up, she mentioned Rosalia's fake contract, leaving him standing there bewildered. The call ended. Tae Hyun paused for a few seconds, his gaze shifting from vacant to puzzled, his hand tightening around the phone. He calmly said this approach was different from those people. It seemed he would have to make a trip to Nigeria. Azizat sat leisurely in her chair, feeling that the contract with the Archduke was indeed advantageous. She stood up and stretched refreshingly, gazing outside, elated at having the chance to meet a hero. Scene shifted to a peaceful evening sunset, gentle sunlight on a bridge spanning a river in Nigeria. The driver warmly asked if he was from New Korea, complimenting him for coming so far. He asked if he had come to this country for business. Ta Hyun wore stylish sunglasses and folded his arms, saying he only wanted to talk to an acquaintance. His eyes were thoughtful. Even though he did not know who that person was, he had to meet them in person to know what they wanted. The driver suddenly asked if that acquaintance was okay. Ta Hyun did not understand, and he explained, referring to the ash plague. He expressed that the situation was chaotic. Developed countries like New Korea might not know, but their country was severely devastated. Ta Hyun noticed outside the administration and economy were paralyzed, the city full of patients collapsing without treatment. He looked at the deserted streets, realizing New Korea was one of the rare places that had controlled the ash plague. Witnessing people lying listlessly in the alleys with his own eyes, he saw so many people suffering because of the crimes of the wicked. Ta Hyun stepped out of the car, announcing they had arrived. The place he stood at was an abandoned, remote factory, a secret meeting full of an air of mystery. He pushed the door open and walked in forcefully. Azizat was already standing and waiting, exclaiming, "Oh my god." She teased him, saying he was even more handsome in person. She gave a bright smile in greeting, saying she had been waiting for player Kim Ta Hyun. He still kept a cold expression, confirming that the voice belonged to her. Azizat placed her hand on her chest and apologized for making him travel all the way here. Because of the ash plague, she was not allowed entry into New Korea. She said nonchalantly that those matters could not be discussed over the phone. Tae Hyun spoke in a stern tone, demanding she get to the point quickly. Azizat laughed inwardly and told him he was too impatient. Since it was their first meeting anyway, they should exchange some pleasantries. Tae Hyun folded his arms and frowned, declaring he could force her to talk immediately if necessary. Azizat showed her cards. Fine. What she wanted to say was very simple. She proposed forming an alliance with him, an alliance of fake contractors of the Archduke. Ta Hyun's expression did not change, so this woman was indeed a fake contractor of the Archduke as well. He asked what the alliance was for. Was it truly necessary? Azizat explained that cooperation among those with the same goal would be better. She was different from those villains who begged on their knees for power. She pointed her hand straight at him, saying she wanted to use this power for humanity, to become a hero like him. She asked, how about it? There was nothing disadvantageous, he was quite strong, and besides. Ta Hyun calmly replied with a refusal. If this was the reason, then he would take his leave. Azizat's expression shifted briefly, her eyes wide with anger. Ta Hyun turned his back and was about to step away. She called out to stop him, asking how he could refuse before she had finished speaking. He said calmly that only a fool would shake hands with a stranger. The proposal was interesting but too risky. Ta Hyun analyzed that knowing for now that she was not an enemy was enough. Azizat hurriedly said, wait. In the abandoned factory, only the sound of the two people talking remained. Zizat got straight to the point. The world was being separated into zones and the surrounding regions were disintegrating. Taehan's eyes sharpened. She stretched her hand out towards him as if to pull him. She was panicked. Damn it, this was not what she had thought. She raised her hand trying to adjust her voice. If he'd not believe her, then he could just test right here and now whether she was worthy of being a teammate. Taehan spoke in a low voice, realizing she wasn't just offering an alliance but forcing him to cooperate. She stammered, "That's not it." Suddenly, Azizat burst into loud laughter, "But that's fine too." Taehan scratched his head casually. "Then let's give it a try." He extended his hand toward her, first kneeling on one knee. An invisible aura spread, seeping through the entire space. Azizat's eyes widened in surprise. Is this the legendary revelation? Her eyes half closed, not hypnotized at all, but instead showing contempt. But it's not as formidable as I imagined. Taehan's eyes widened, his pupils trembling slightly, unable to believe what he saw. Azizat calmly replied, "I want to give it a try too." She commanded, "This time it's my turn. Kneel." Taehan lost control, his legs buckling. What the hell is this? In the dim light, she appeared imposing, her hand thrusting out forcefully, light enveloping the space. Taehan realized his attack had no effect and he was being crushed by pressure. Azizat stood proudly in the sea of blue flames, her hand controlling the power. Behind her, the phantom of a massive azure dragon roared. Taehyun understood. "I know whose contractor you are," she replied calmly. "See, I'm strong too." An image of Azizat, full of power with sharp eyes. The scene shifted to Organ's base. Ji-hong pushed the massive door heavily and stepped inside. Inside, Organ was already seated. "It seems you refused to listen to me. I told you I wouldn't let you return empty-handed." Ji-hong clenched his fist. "You want me to appear as Taehan's contractor?" He narrowed his pupils. "Then use your power to make me stronger, Organ." That man rested his chin on his hand, his face full of menace. He roared, slamming his hand down on the chair, fingers digging into the edge. "Do you think power is yours alone? I've let a contractor like you become too arrogant," he said. "But if I consider that arrogance as a desire to grasp the key, then I can grant you power. Of course, you must prove yourself first." He raised his sharp claws, lifting them slowly. The curved tips gleamed coldly like hooks as they lunged to attack. Ji-hong swung his arm back for momentum, his massive frame leaning forward, ready to charge. Dazzling white light flared brightly, the silhouettes of the two figures poised to enter battle. Further explanation of Revelation. It integrates multiple skills, with its core foundation being the aura of a high-level knight, creating tremendous pressure on the enemy. An image of a threatening hand lifting the other person, unable to activate the heart of the king, unable to use aura, chains, or the silent zone. When enhanced, it completely nullifies the opponent's skills. Taehan thought, currently on Earth, no one has surpassed my revelation. However, he looked at Azizat, still smiling within his revelation. She not only endured it but also radiated her own aura. The reason was probably the encroaching demon dragon's aura was being opposed by a mysterious energy. The resistance failed and part of the power was devoured, likely because she had received the supreme dragon's authority. Taehyun realized she was the contractor of the Dragon Lord. The corner of Azizat's mouth curled into a sly smile, as if she had foreseen everything. A faint smile appeared. "Alright, very good, Taehan. The world's #1 player is now being overpowered by me. Could it be I'm really winning this time?" The image of Taehyun kneeling amused her. So this is what a loser under Revelation felt, unable to move. His knees buckled, then tensed up. Taehyun clenched his fists white, taking a deep breath. Each time he stood up, he tore at the invisible chains. He had never put this much force into his legs, but let's try. Suddenly, with a will to win, he shot upward. Azizat was stunned. "Huh?" Taehyun launched into the air, his body twisting slightly, one leg tucked close, the other stretched like a spring. "Don't think that just suppressing my aura means you've won." Sat forcefully raised a hand to block the strike. Carried by momentum, the kick sent her flying a distance. She pushed herself up heavily with her hands. She stammered, "Of course not. Isn't this just the beginning? What was that just now?" "I heard Rosalia's skills are mental attack type." Taehyun gave a thin, contemptuous smile. "So dragons have the power to enhance physicality. Your endurance isn't bad either." His voice was firm. "You're the one who begged me to fight, so don't expect me to go easy." Taehyun closed in on Azizat within a single breath. His gaze cold, shoulders lowered, fists clenched tight, muscles taut. "Brace yourself." The punch sent shockwaves through the entire space. Taehyun didn't let up, continuing his pursuit. Azizat grimaced. Every strike feels like being hit by a truck, and he's still unleashing a barrage of powerful blows. He was attacked continuously, his speed not decreasing at all. Taehyun's fist twisted slightly, his knuckles cracking, gathering all his strength. Azizat, her golden eyes locked on the target. Her arm, coated in a blue-white energy, blazed fiercely, tearing through the air. He remained confident. "If I can just block it, I can still absorb the damage." Taehyun summoned a series of spinning red swords. "Close combat is decent, but what about this?" He launched them. Azizat was stunned. "What about my evasive ability?" "What?" The swords shot like lightning, leaving only faint light trails. She panicked. "What the hell is this?" The entire space was surrounded by Taehyun's technique. Azizat gritted her teeth. "Damn it, there's nowhere to dodge." She turned back to look. "Alright, if we're playing, let's play to the end." She tried to run, then exploded with power, blocking all the swords. Meanwhile, Taehyun stood upright, arms crossed over his chest, watching. Azizat bent over, panting heavily, her breath ragged. I did it, blocked them all. Taehyun slowly raised his hand, palm facing up, a crimson light flaring. Good, but there's still one more strike. The blazing red sword spun lightly. Azizat was horrified. No way. The blade shot forward at a terrifying speed, her body cowering in response. The sword struck the ground, creating a terrifying explosion that sent dirt and rocks flying into the sky. Azizat grimaced, unable to believe she was still alive. Suddenly, she felt a strange wisp of smoke drift past her body. She screamed in pain as her skin began to burn. She collapsed, her body still wreathed in black smoke. She had not expected the skill to be accompanied by fire. Taehyun stepped forward, remarking that her evasive ability was passable, but her poison resistance was zero. He spoke up, saying that with this level of skill, she could not become an ally to confront the other Grand Dukes. Azizat screamed in panic. Was that the power of each Grand Duke just now? How could a contract holder possess so many things? Taehyun smiled calmly, asking her if the Dragon Lord had not foretold this matter. He said this was the final blow. In Azizat's eyes, Taehyun's cold face was clear, as if he was testing how much she could endure. He quickly shouted that she surrendered. Taehyun replied that when it ends is up to the overseer. A loud peal of laughter rang out, spreading throughout the vast factory. Azizat knelt, her body bent in deep remorse. She confessed that she had been arrogant and understood that not all contract holders were the same. She wondered if Taehyun was the special one. Taehyun looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze. He sat down, propping his chin with an air of curiosity, asking for the real reason she wanted to become an ally. Azizat insisted that she was not lying. The image of the shy girl from years ago suddenly resurfaced. She used to be a D-rank player, weak and always a burden. Back then, Azizat often sat alone, greatly admiring Taehyun. He had been looked down on for 19 years, yet now he was #1 in the world. She had once dreamed of being as strong as him and becoming a hero of the earth, but she never expected that ambition to lead her to this situation. She recounted the expedition to the deep abyss with the association. She used a skill to seal the entrance, then discovered the team had lost contact, and upon entering, found everyone had fallen. At that moment, a person appeared, and she met the Grand Duke. Azizat was very surprised to be chosen due to magical compatibility, and it had turned her into a contract holder. She raised her hand to look at it with eyes full of doubt. Though she was stronger, she was still afraid, because it was a contract with an unfamiliar monster. When she learned that he also had a contract with the Dragon Lord, she felt more at ease. She thought that if he could do it, so could she. Azizat's eyes drooped, carrying a quiet sadness. She truly wanted to be like him, to fight side by side as a capable assistant. She closed her eyes in resignation, fearing she could not be of help because he had his own goals. Taehyun stood up, sighed, and agreed to form an alliance. She was stunned. He reassured her that being strong or weak did not matter. The core was one's will. He valued her will to use power for the sake of justice. Taehyun smiled and reached out his hand. He was satisfied that she bore no ill intent, even if she was a bit shaken. He thought he would face the Dragon Lord sooner or later anyway, so keeping her loyalty now was also good. He reached out his hand, thinking that he too needed allies. Azizat could not believe she was being chosen by Kim Taehyun himself. She joyfully grasped his hand. She asked if from now on she could fight alongside him against evil. Taehyun hesitantly confirmed. She pulled out a pen and notebook, asking for his autograph. He looked at that action and did not know what to say, wondering if this was the right choice. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Taehyun answered the call. On the other end was Association Chairman Jin Hee. He asked if the business in Nigeria was finished. He replied that it was almost done, and he planned to return to New Korea. Jin Hee asked if he had seen the news. Taehyun said he had not. The situation did not allow it, and asked what was new. His expression became serious, reporting that it was bad news. An image of an airplane over burning buildings appeared. He said that major medical organizations and pharmaceutical corporations in America had been destroyed by terrorists. Taehyun listened in silence, knowing that the research for the gray disease vaccine was as good as gone. He hung up, telling himself that things would pass. He thought they were determined to stop the vaccine by any means, so the only option left was develop it himself. He looked at his phone in deep thought, knowing this would take a lot of time. A core sample was needed to achieve a breakthrough. Gray disease originated from the gray venom, a subordinate of Demon King Beelzebub. Taehyun closed his eyes, his face lost in thought about the origin of its attributes. His expression turned cold, his gaze sharp, deciding that it was time to face a new Grand Duke. The vast castle stood towering like an ancient fortress amidst nature. Inside, Rosalia sat on a chair, speaking sternly that even the Dragon King could not keep hiding away like this forever. Taehyun stood below, looking at her with a scrutinizing gaze. Luckily, she was different from the contracts of Organ and Beelzebub, seemingly able to communicate. Rosalia propped her chin in thought, advising that one should still remain vigilant, because a Grand Duke does not create a contract for fun. Taehyun frowned and asked why the Grand Dukes created contracts, as he had never heard of this. Rosalia explained that high-ranking entities like Grand Dukes inherently could not cross cross out of the deep abyss. It was like the upper realm not being able to infringe upon the lower realm, because the sovereign's spell was still in effect. She hinted that there was one way to bypass that spell. Tahan continued, saying that was through manifestation via a contract holder. Rosalia confirmed, saying that a Grand Duke's contract holder was both a probe of another space and a route for intervention in emergencies. It was a path for direct intervention in case of emergency. Tahan crossed his arms, face cold, asking why they cared so much about Earth that they shared their power. Rosalia closed her eyes and replied that the Grand Dukes yearned to become the king ruling over the entire deep abyss, and the missing king had originated from Earth. Before Tahyun's eyes was the image of a large, glowing body. Rosalia continued, suggesting that Earth possessed a mysterious potential that the Grand Dukes could not ignore. Rosalia advised that even if the contract holders sided with humanity, it was uncertain that Hazard would not intervene. Tahyun lowered his head in deep thought, thanked her, and promised to keep it in mind. She asked if matters on Earth were finished. He replied that they were not, and apologized for having to handle such urgent business in the middle of a war. He explained he would meet Grand Duke Biljie Bab. If cooperation was impossible, he would at least need to claim a part of his body, and asked if that was feasible. Rosalia bowed her head slightly with a smile, saying he was trying to put a bell on the cat. This time it was a dragon, but to seize the Grand Duke's true body. Tahyun said confidently that if there was no way, he would find one himself. Rosalia interrupted. There was a way she knew how to defeat him. Tahyun asked expectantly, what way? She pulled him close and whispered about the day they first met. She asked if he remembered the moment he charged forward empty-handed without a sword, and she had awakened a certain memory for him. He recalled the image of himself standing there with a sea of fire behind him. Rosalia gave a mysterious smile, saying that stimulating psychological trauma to create an opening was Beelzebub's method. Tahyun rubbed his chin in thought, wondering if the Grand Duke had enough psychological trauma to leave an opening. Rosalia calmly said of course. He asked curiously if even she was the same, but she brushed it off, telling him not to ask such disrespectful questions to a lady. He looked at his hand worriedly, asking himself if his hypnosis could break the Grand Duke's spirit. Rosalia reminded him that was exactly why she told him to train, and fortunately, he had a talent for mental control. She suggested that the charm stat in the status window was the stat related to mental control ability. Tahyun clapped his hands together, realizing he had always thought it was just an idle talent. Rosalia said quietly, first, let's move to a suitable place to begin training. Tahyun was led to a room where all four walls were bright, and he exclaimed he had never been here before. Rosalia explained this was the mirror room. She explained that the mirrors had the property of diffusing magic power, enhancing her abilities. Asmodeus shattered a mirror, reaching down with a hand bearing sharp claws. Tahyun looked up in shock, recognizing that man. Asmodeus appeared imposingly with glowing red eyes. He asked in confusion why Asmodeus was here. Asmodeus SSS rank. He appeared with his face hidden in shadow, his bright orange-yellow eyes radiating a fierce and powerful aura. Tahyun charged down to confront the giant shadow arms, causing green and purple energy to explode. He flipped backward, eyes wide and teeth clenched as he stared at him. He landed lightly, realizing he was strong enough to kill SSS rank monsters, but that man had killed him in the previous battle. His entire body trembled as the horrific memories of that day came flooding back. Tahyun wondered why Rosalia wasn't reacting, just letting an intruder do as he pleased. She glared at him, reminding him not to get distracted. He turned to look and understood, so that was it. A massive collision erupted, white light and purple energy producing a loud explosion. Tahyun quickly ran. He tried to break out of the encirclement, realizing it was all fake. Rosalia covered her mouth and laughed, asking if he had realized it now. She calmly confirmed everything was just an illusion. This Asmodeus was merely something awakened from his own psychological trauma. But he must not be careless, because victory or defeat in a mental battle was determined by spiritual strength, not physical prowess. What needed to be done was to train and cultivate the spirit of a person who did not yet have a strong will. If not, he should not hope to control the spirit of another. Tahyun rushed forward at extreme speed. He aimed straight at the target ahead. He transformed with fiery red wings on his back, leaping up to kick Asmodeus directly. Excellent. He was determined, as he had also wanted to have a rematch with him someday. He was not fazed at all, merely reaching out a hand gently. Tahyun advanced strongly, declaring he was no longer as helpless as before. He resolved to confront him, saying he would defeat him right here, Asmodeus. He roared, erase all the old memories. His face was full of confidence as he moved forward. He charged straight up, preparing to land a fatal blow on Asmodeus and reach the sovereign. Hands ablaze with unwavering eyes, get lost now, Asmodeus. Tahyun threw a punch enveloped in a massive source of mana. It formed a blending red and gold aura, energy rings swirling around his arm, emitting brilliant light along with sparkling magic particles. His eyes shone with intense determination. He landed softly. Behind him, Rosalia calmly walked forward. She looked at him and praised him for doing well. An opponent like Asmodeus had to be dealt with properly. Now he must have understood the principle right. At that time his eyes were still highly focused, resolute, and decisive. Rosalia extended her hand to the right with a smile. Next was Ajman. Did he want to continue? Taihan invited. Just tell him to charge in any time. Rosalia covered her mouth with her hand, laughing in satisfaction. That was right. Only then was it worthy of being the seat's contractor. The fight between him and Ajimun was ongoing. Rosalia stood outside analyzing. People still said when the mind was set, the body would also stabilize accordingly. She was pleased when the training session ended. Not only his spirit but also his body would become tougher. Keep it up, my contractor. Her eyes lowered because she was taking advantage of the image within his spirit, so she had also foreseen that he would be dragged in together. Rosalia thought of Taihan's cold, expressionless face, his red eyes blazing brightly with a sharp gaze, thick surging black energy enveloping him. You're not planning to hinder me, are you? The growth of the contractor must be what you wish for. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Taihan challenged for the upcoming battle. It wasn't just the vessel that needed to grow. Weakest Grand Duke. Rosalia passed by. This seat was already strong from the start. Did he want to try and see? Taihan flexed his arm, looking at her. If we don't try, there's no rest. The scene revealed a modern skyscraper. Sharp, luxurious architecture, soaring high under a clear blue sky with fluffy white clouds. Jihong was questioning a man. Was the conversation with the chairman of the Chinese Players Association settled properly? He spoke timidly, saying they would do their utmost to create conditions for the T-San group to stand firm in China. Jihong smiled mysteriously. See, completely different from the new Korean association that only knows how to hold back. This crisis will be an opportunity for T-San to rise as a global corporation in China. The man raised an eyebrow. Do I need to express gratitude? Jihong replied. No, just quickly push the plan forward. Thanks to Qasim's intervention, I have temporarily set the United States aside. Han wondered, the vaccine for the apocalyptic plague, we will be the first to synthesize it, right? The man replied calmly, just leave it to me, but he worried, are you really okay? Jihong turned his face, revealing a nearly half-mutated face. Smiling as he replied, I have almost finished adapting. Fragments of debris flew up scattered. Organ roared out in fury. That man charged violently towards Taihan. Sturdy arm swung out, preparing to attack. Two powerful fists were clashing against each other. Taihan used his strength, trying to overpower his opponent. His eyes were filled with a chilling, killing intent. Organ gritted his teeth, struggling to resist. Neither side had any intention of giving up. In the end, Organ was hit by a painful blow. Taihan was also sent flying far away by the recoil force. At some unknown point, he had set up a formation of cannons below. Taihan used the swords to overwhelm Organ. Giant sword pierced right through that man's iron armor. Taihan began to find it strange. Last time he was no match for him at all, yet this time he could defeat Organ. Because it was an illusion, it was different from reality, but the combat experience accumulated remained, so it wasn't meaningless. He judged it was like a form of simulation. Rosalia certainly didn't suggest training without reason. Nevertheless, Taihan was determined. I will definitely become stronger. He called out Rosa, but now ahead of him there was only empty space. That made Taihan confused. What's this? Where did you go? While he still didn't understand what was happening, a voice rang out. I am here, contractor. A source of pink power surrounded the room along with Rosalia's appearance. She spoke arrogantly. It seems you have completed it very well. Hard work for you. Taihan couldn't help but wonder, what were you doing just now? Was my battle that boring? Rosalia denied it. It's not that, I just had some matters to attend to for a moment. She informed him that after Asmodeus, he had fought 2 more Grand Dukes and won. His spirit had improved greatly. His power vessel was now worthy, so she would grant him a reward. Taihan began to notice the word reward. The moment he was distracted, Rosalia suddenly advanced, lips touching lips. Taihan stood frozen, taken aback by that action. It turned out Rosalia had used the skill reward, altering the complete SS hypnosis to Ataraxia S. Taihan was speechless. Every time you grant power, it has to be like this, Rosalia replied. Have you truly forgotten what species I belong to? Only then did Taihan notice the difference. What is this? The common skill Ataraxia SS that dominates the opponent's spirit. Mana cost 90. Ataraxia. Rosalia reminded him to consider it as her inherent power that he inherited as a contractor. Now it was further enhanced. With this, even Beelzebub could be fooled by lifelike illusions. Go forth, contractor. She was silent for a while, watching Taihan's retreating back. Only then did she speak honestly. I am a bit reluctant to let him go alone, but since it's there, I am somewhat reassured. The maid said gently, Your Majesty, you should rest, you look tired. Rosalia smiled. That's right, must rest now. Actually, she had made preparations. The battle in the spirit world, she had separated it so as not to hinder the contractor. Rosalia assessed, it's embarrassing, but I am almost equal in strength to him. A Grand Duke? No more than that. At this moment she could only sigh, Emperor, you have indeed placed a troublesome person in my hands. Now Taihan was in the territory. From here on was Beelzebub's domain. He observed his surroundings once, speaking as a thought came to mind. Taihan walked instinctively. I don't even know the way to Beelzebub's place. What should I do? Yet he maintained a calm expression without any trace of panic, preparing his next move. Taihan was ready to welcome the demons about to charge in. The moment the door was smashed open, they would appear instantly. The ground was immediately torn up violently. Taehyun stared at the group of demons with a murderous gaze. He kept roaring, "You are the one causing chaos in the domain of the great Lord Beelzebub, you damned human." Kel Graham SS rank, recognized, but you are truly strange, completely different from ordinary people. You carry the scent of magical beasts. Why is that? Kel Graham of SS rank recognized the scent of the seductive pen on Taehyun, making him extremely curious. Kel Graham calmly replied, "I do not know either, but what is the point of thinking too much?" And then he lunged forward like a starving wolf, because he liked both the flesh of the seductive pen and human flesh. Before Kel Graham could even reach Taehyun, he had already lost an arm to his opponent. After dealing with one enemy, Taehyun landed safely. Meanwhile, Kel Graham was stunned by the sight before him, shouting, "Kel Graham." His face suddenly stiffened like a statue. Taehyun coldly asked, "Earlier did you mention something about the great Lord Beelzebub?" In the blink of an eye, he appeared right behind Kel Graham. "Can you lead me to him?" They were terrified and had to obey Taehyun's orders. Upon seeing what was before him, he immediately guessed, "Is it over there?" Kel Graham obediently spoke, reporting to the great Lord Beelzebub. He fearfully reported, "I have captured a suspicious person in the territory and brought them here." On Taehyun's face there was no trace of fear. "Are you Beelzebub?" Beelzebub calmly replied, "Indeed, you are the key to the Emperor, aren't you?" He sneered. "I can sense his faint aura. I heard you failed the contract hunt and now you walk right into my lair." Beelzebub immediately guessed his intention. "You came here to subdue me like you did with Ajuma, didn't you?" Taehyun replied, "Not exactly, but I have other business today." He got straight to the point. "Your subordinate Venom left behind something that torments the humans on Earth. I need your cooperation to resolve it." Mentioning this matter, Beelzebub's voice suddenly rose, "Humans on Earth." Then he laughed delightedly as if he found it a joke. Beelzebub spoke, "With racial war imminent and territorial war critical, you come seeking death over such a trivial matter." He stared straight at Taehyun, his voice drawn out, "So weak." Next he uttered words of contempt. "I must thank the lower realm king. Thanks to him, a weakling like you became the key for me to ascend the throne." Taehyun coldly said, "It seems there will be no cooperation then." Beelzebub maintained an arrogant attitude. Why should he act for lowly humans? On the contrary, he wanted them to sink deeper into suffering, disease, and despair. He roared arrogantly, for he was the demon king. At this moment, Taehyun had no reason to hold back. Fine. Then he would use power to force him to cooperate. Beelzebub sneered, "The power of an emperor, is that all?" Before he could finish, he suddenly choked. Wait, impossible. Because at this moment, Taehyun used his transformation power and his body changed. He groaned, tightening his muscles. "That insect, are you not yet enlightened?" Taehyun recalled Rosalia's words. Beelzebub was a Grand Duke who once betrayed the emperor but knelt cowardly to save his life. At the time, she had revealed that that man feared the emperor. That voice still echoed in his head. Use that to make Beelzebub terrified and blurt out, "Emperor." Taehyun smiled triumphantly, while returning to his original form, ataraxia. Beelzebub's hands trembled violently. Why could the king who had disappeared stand before him now? Even now, he was still shocked. How could this be? Taehyun exploited that weakness and ordered, "Beelzebub, either you submit to me and declare war on the upper realm, or," he continued, "end your life like a weak mosquito." Beelzebub still had some clarity. "You're just an ordinary human." He roared madly, "Yet you dare command me to choose?" Beelzebub was furious, stepping forward to attack. Just then, Taehyun laughed and repeated, "An ordinary human, you say that?" He affirmed, "No, I will become the king of humanity." Beelzebub suddenly lowered his head and made strange sounds. The next second, he clutched his body and screamed until his hands were bound. Kel Graham was panicked. Lord Beelzebub is not well. They could not understand what he'd done to the Lord. Taehyun silently calculated everything was proceeding perfectly. He immediately seized the moment. This was it. Taehyun held an object filled with fresh blood. He carefully poured each drop of the alchemist's special concoction. If the source of the plague was sealed, a clue to create a vaccine could be found. Kel Graham angrily warned, "Stop right there. I will not let you go until you restore the Lord to his former state." Taehyun calmly replied, "Restore him. That is a trial your master must overcome himself." "What? Do you want me to brew him some calming tea?" Kel Graham was furious. "You scoundrel." Taehyun did not say a word, but his eyes radiated layers of thick killing intent. Keo Hulam began to tremble. What kind of pressure was this? They were drowning in fear, as if standing before the queen of succubus. Horrified, Hun Lam wondered if that was truly human. Taehyun asserted no one could stop him. The priority now was to complete the vaccine and stop the Dark Association. Taehyun understood the consequences, but when the territorial war continued, he would have to face Beelzebub. At that time, the one fighting would not be the king's shadow, but his true self. He knew only then could he walk the same path as the king. Taehyun's calm eyes vanished, replaced by astonishment. A sharp object pierced through his body, leaving no time to resist. Taehyun breathed with difficulty, his face turning pale. The system chimed in. He was being eroded by primordial poison. His body was resisting with a strength of unknown origin. Resistance failed, his body was being devoured by that power. Beelzebub had recovered his composure. He said this was a trial he must overcome himself. He revealed that battle had actually ended long ago. Tahyun was surprised. Beelzebub had escaped ataraxia faster than Rosalia predicted. Clutched his chest in pain. The poison was horrific. A single lapse would cost him consciousness. This was the primordial poison power of Grand Duke Beelzebub. He couldn't move. Beelzebub assessed it was a wise move. It had been a long time since he had seen something so terrifying. Beelzebub said, "Did you think I would be trapped in memories forever? I have grown much stronger since the king disappeared." He asserted, "I waited for this day to use these weapons against the king. Not the real king, but you will be the sacrifice for this vendetta." Tahyun's body was being invaded by the poison from within. The intense pain made him scream uncontrollably. System kept alerting him. The primordial poison was devouring his body. Resistance failed, strength was eroding, poison level exceeded the limit. Stamina dropped rapidly, now depleted. Combat ability weakened, skills restricted. The system announced the teleportation gate could not be activated. In contrast to Tahyun's pitiful state, Beelzebub seemed amused seeing him writhe. He taunted, "Is this all the so-called key of the king amounts to? Nothing left to see." Tahyun was silent for a moment, then asserted it wasn't over yet. He sneered, "Bitten by a worm and you think I'm finished? A joke?" Beelzebub said irritably, "Your eyes really are like the king's, truly detestable." He roared, "I will go first." Tahyun realized the situation. Ataraxia had been neutralized. His body disobeyed him due to the spreading poison. He tried to move his stiff arm, telling himself even so he was still here. Beelzebub was pleased by the opponent's misery, dismissing it as meaningless death throes. Tahyun gritted his teeth and forced out the summoning word. Drops of blood fell to the ground, forming a large puddle. Beelzebub threw Tahyun away, thinking he still had a card left for this situation. He scoffed, "Summoning Rosalia now is the best you can do." Beelzebub confidently said that bitch would be torn apart along with you. Just as he lunged to attack, both his arms were restrained by something. Kyoho Lam was astonished again. "Lord Beelzebub, that is." Voice spoke up, "Who do you plan to tear apart? Don't mistake your opponent, vermin." Ajimun appeared unexpectedly, saving Tahyun just in time. He frowned, looking offended at being mistaken for that witch. "Before you is Ajimun, the Blood Clan Lord." Beelzebub trembled, silently wondering if the one who signed the contract with Rosalia had summoned Ajimun. He wondered had he allied with the key in that time. Ajimun coldly looked at Tahyun, calling him a green key. He chuckled, "How could the contract signer force my summon? What did you do and how?" Tahyun calculated the summon skill was adjusted after devouring Brodia, needing magic power to call Ajimun. In a short time, he realized the required magic power had decreased. That level was enough for use in actual combat. By deliberately summoning Ajimun instead of Rosalia, what he gained was, Ajimun reminded him, "Next time we meet you'll get the key. Keep that promise." While he wasn't paying attention, a magic sphere shot toward him. Ajimun took an attack that pierced his very heart and soul. Beelzebub puffed up, calling him a fool who didn't know his limits. He mocked his betrayal, leaving Lilith for the king, now clinging to the key. Ajimun retorted, "Who's the one clinging? The key owed us a debt first." Tahyun watched the drama with interest. This would cause a rift. Beelzebub thought to use this enemy to strike that enemy. Once a betrayer, the second time would be easy. He warned, "I don't know what you are delusional about, but dare interfere and I will eliminate you." Beelzebub and Ajimun faced each other with full hatred. Both unleashed attacks to stop the other. Every move they made was as fast as lightning. Kyoho Lam watched so intently he dared not blink. Tahyun laughed excitedly. This precious key would never be shared peacefully among the Grand Dukes. Everything was going according to plan, now he just had to let them fight. Beelzebub's chest blazed violently, as if a hornet's nest was about to explode. Massive swords rose into the air and crashed down, making the ground feel like it was about to erupt. One of the swords was shattered into pieces by Beelzebub's claws. Ajimun retreated, his eyes still locked onto the opponent before him. This time he charged forward angrily to attack. Each collision rang out with deafening sounds. The battle had now truly entered its brutal phase. Tahyun sat and observed, realizing the fight between the Grand Dukes was truly terrifying. Just the clash of their weapons alone created massive destructive power. He calculated that this fight probably wouldn't last long. Tahyun had figured out the weakness. Ajimun was just an avatar summoned from his magical power, similar to what Rosalia did with Organ. How could one possibly defeat Beelzebub's true body? He continued with his plan, intending to act quickly before things spiraled out of control. But the problem was, during the previous assault, the vial containing his blood had been dropped. Tahyun's expression turned serious. This adventure would be meaningless if he couldn't retrieve it. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Hey, little human." Kyoho ordered him to stay still until their master finished dealing with Ajimun, and they would watch over him. For a moment, Tahyun looked at them with utterly disgusted eyes. He calmly spoke, "Before doing anything, I need to recharge my energy first." Tahyun showed no fear, let him restore the depleted magical power first. Kyoho and Kyobram simultaneously unleashed their ultimate skills, Gluttony. Tahyun remained calm to assess the current situation. Meanwhile, Ajimun was still fighting with all his might. Beelzebub's massive hands continuously unleashed powerful, relentless blows that made Ajimun struggle to defend himself. At this moment, he also had to admit that this was truly too much. Ajimun assessed the situation, though it was still better than the previous false contract. With the magical power of this key brat, he could only exert a third of his strength. He cast magic again, launching massive swords upward. This time the action caught Beelzebub off guard. It couldn't be. Immediately after, he charged forward again. Don't think I'm weak just because I'm an avatar. Not giving the opponent time to understand, Beelzebub denied, wrong. He even asserted that the little brat knew nothing about this world. Beelzebub was still deluding himself into thinking I was already a Grand Duke. He laughed scornfully. Ever since the time you knelt at Lilith's feet, even if my true body were here, the result would be the same. Beelzebub emphasized that this was a difference in class. He accumulated magic into an orb, the power this time being twice as strong as before. Beelzebub frantically unleashed his power, realized that, and get lost. Blinding light and immense pressure made it difficult for Ajimun to defend. While they were not paying attention, Tahan below had already activated his magic. A great surge of power saved Ajimun from the brink of death, power convergence. Feeling as if he had just been pulled back from hell, he looked around without understanding what had happened. Beelzebub, interrupted mid-battle, flew into a rage. You bastard. He had completely failed to notice that his opponent had recovered at some point. Ajimun spoke up. Ki, what business do you have interfering? Ta-Hyun gently rotated his wrist. Didn't you see I just saved you, Ajimun? But Ajimun grew angry. Who told you to save me? I don't need your help. Ta-Hyun chuckled lightly. Don't be so arrogant. Anyway, for now. He turned his face toward Beelzebub. Don't we both want to teach that insect a lesson? Only then did Beelzebub learn the truth. So you've already submitted to the key, Ajimun. How pathetic. Ta-Hyun suddenly interrupted. How about trying to cooperate this time? Ajimun replied, I haven't forgotten the humiliation of the last battle. I absolutely will not. Ta-Hyun answered, neither have I, but we can seek revenge for that later. He lowered his voice. What about the humiliation he caused? Just let it go like that. Ta-Hyun assumed a fighting stance. First brag about being a Grand Duke, then let me see what this rookie's power is. Ajimun suddenly found it ridiculous, living for over 1,000 years, and still being called a rookie. In the end, he had to let it go. Oh well, this time didn't seem too bad. Ta-Hyun gathered momentum and charged toward the opponent. I'll go first, remember to support me. Ajimun said arrogantly. Who do you think you are to order me around? Beelzebub was still contemptuous. Even if two lowlifes joined forces, it would only be. A powerful source of magic surged through the space like a tornado. Ajimun behind was now supporting Ta-Hyun. Beelzebub assessed. Firing a magic bullet into such a chaotic flow was like self-destruction. Nevertheless, he remained extremely arrogant. If he could break through. Taking advantage of Beelzebub's distraction, Ta-Hyun circled behind him and landed a painful blow. Beelzebub was astonished, unable to believe he had not even noticed he had approached so closely. A stream of supplementary magical power from Ajimun surged forth relentlessly. He meticulously examined every single strand of muscle fiber down to the smallest detail. In that fleeting moment, he realized he used the Sovereign's authority to steal Ajimun's strength and assimilate it into that magical power. Even so, Beelzebub was still being completely overwhelmed. If things continued like this, what was he to do? Ta-Hyun's relentless attacks prevented him from resisting or even determining his bearings. Ta-Hyun retorted, in the eyes of an insect like you, am I just a troublesome peasant? Beelzebub was still at a loss for words. Now is the time for the victor to gloat, but only for a moment. If he could escape from here, then. A gigantic spear stained with fresh blood had been drawn out. On the other side, Ajimun and Ta-Hyun were ready to finish you off, Insect King. Bill Gibbs' mouth was flapping non-stop except about turtles. He screamed at the heavens, calling them a bunch of garbage, and so Beelzebub could not resist, taking the full brunt of the painful attack. His arms trembled as he tried to support his massive body against the ground. One of Beelzebub's arms had completely disappeared. Kyo Honram and Kyobram rushed over. Lord Beelzebub, are you all right? Ajimun breathed a sigh of relief, feeling truly exhilarated. He was amused. Although he felt exploited by a knave brat, the desperate scream of the Insect King was worth it. Ta-Hyun had successfully obtained the prepared potion. With that done, Ajimun bid farewell. See you next time then. Having fallen to the ground, he seemed to have lost all strength, completely exhausted. Huang Lam shouted out Beelzebub's name in panic. The excruciating pain made it hard for Beelzebub to even speak my body. His once robust physique was now growing weaker by the moment. Beelzebub mustered what little strength he had to give an order. Bring that key here. He commanded the immediate deployment of all military forces within the territory. Huang Lam hastily reported, My Lord Beelzebub, there is an urgent message. Beelzebub was slightly impatient. What is it now? Han Lam fearfully announced the territory is under attack. The enemy has been confirmed to be the Cycle clan, led by Rosalia. Right now, outside, subordinates had gathered to protect Rosalia's territory. Facing the horde of demons, Rosalia was not afraid at all. The defensive line is too weak, probably thanks to those fake contractors causing trouble. Then she shouted loudly, do not miss this opportunity. Rosalia commanded, advance my children. The subordinates answered in unison, yes, my queen. Immediately everyone charged forward, breaking through the enemy's defensive line. Rosalia's army surged forward as one, completely overwhelming the enemy formation. Rosalia was extremely satisfied. I can cause just as much chaos as him, with support that can be sent from afar. She cast a massive amount of magic, solely to draw attention. Then she lunged forward, directing the stream of spells towards the front. With a single strike, she completely laid the enemy battalion to waste. Rosalia seemed to be waiting for something. Oh, contractor, the battlefield is getting fiercer by the moment. Hurry back here. She had seen the abundant source of magical power ahead. This place needs your strength. Scene change. Someone's voice rang out. The potion you asked for last time turned out to be for this purpose. Sang X said sincerely, I have processed countless abyssal ingredients, but have never seen such strange energy as this. Even you find it baffling. What is this substance? Tae Hyun said, this is the agent causing the SAM disease that is spreading widely. Sang X asked, where did you get it? Ta Hyun replied, from the Grand Duke who rules the deepest floor. Sang X was surprised, a Grand Duke. I heard it is an entity surpassing S-rank magical beasts. Tae Hyun said calmly, I am just a beggar. Sang X wanted to know, what do you plan to do with this? Ta Hyun replied, the chairman must know about the demonoid attacks on pharmaceutical companies and medical organizations. He said they are hindering vaccine development. Because the plague does not affect magical beasts, they want the world in chaos to run rampant freely. At this rate, I do not know when the disease will be stamped out. Ta Hyun had witnessed the brutal scenes firsthand. Humanity had already suffered enough. Therefore, he was determined, now is the time to put an end to it. Ta Hyun stated the plan, we will use this substance to manufacture a vaccine. He also posed the question, is it feasible? Sang X was stunned. You want me to analyze such a dangerous material and then create a vaccine from it? He sighed, if it were anyone else, I would have refused because the request is too insane. But Tae Hyun's compassionate heart to save people moves me. He is a true hero. In the end, Sang X accepted, you worked hard to bring this material back. I cannot say no. I will carry it out with my honor. Therefore, Tae Hyun entrusted his faith. I count on you, sir. The sky had already turned to the hues of dusk. Jin Hee was also surprised to hear Ta Hyun's words, a vaccine developed in New Korea. Yes, with this material and the alchemist technique, I believe it is feasible. Please consider it. There will be many obstacles regarding production and distribution. There will be countries that refuse to use an unverified vaccine. Ta Hyun said, that is why I need your help, Chairman Jin Hee. Upon hearing this, he was quite taken aback. Help? Ta Hyun expressed, sir, you have always had a positive influence on the world. If it is you, I am certain you can convince everyone about this vaccine. He sincerely suggested organizing a meeting, inviting the chairman of associations and officials from various countries to officially announce the vaccine. And he quickly agreed, okay, I am always willing to do that. I will tell the association to prepare immediately. Then Ta Hyun politely stood up and thanked him. Suddenly Jin Hee exclaimed that this matter was truly worth celebrating. He showed clear joy, not expecting that he could still help player Ta Hyun one more time. Ta Hyun softly said he was always a solid pillar of support. Jin Hee replied that just hearing him say that was enough to be grateful. He patted Ta Hyun on the shoulder, said he had grown up, and had opened a path himself for the association president, and for the players of New South Korea. Then Jin Hee expressed his sincere gratitude. Ta Hyun averted his gaze, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. The vaccine development plan was initiated by him. With the active cooperation of Cell Sang X and Jin Hee, the first results were quickly achieved. The laboratory had been operating non-stop recently. Ta Hyun stood silently looking at the achievement before him. A few months later, the first vial of vaccine was officially born. Ta Hyun looked at it and questioned, is this the vaccine against the plague? Sang confirmed, yes, it is still just a prototype for now. The team still wants to add more ingredients, but completion is not far off. Ta Hyun had been waiting for this moment for a long time. It was time to summon everyone. A few days before the vaccine announcement in Japan, a surge of magic rolled in the heart of the city. A group of demons simultaneously dove down from the magic circle, attacking humanity. Announcements rang out continuously, a level 1 alarm. The Holy Maiden and the Demon Sword must go to the president's office immediately. The order was repeated, demanding they appear quickly. Sarada solemnly reported to the president. Jun, the new Japanese president, turned and called their names. He announced the situation. The dungeon outbreak in the south was SS rank, equivalent to the disaster of the Gentagina storm. Unworried, with their current strength, could Japan stop it? Shinji took responsibility. Since that day he had become much stronger, even able to defeat Kenaman. Leave this to him. Jun was about to agree, but Sarada suddenly interrupted. She had a bad feeling. She cautioned the scale of this outbreak was enough to swallow an entire city. Even if it only appeared to be SS on the surface, they should still be more cautious. Sarada proposed sending a request for support to another country. Shinji guessed her intention, asking if she planned to call that person again. He showed dissatisfaction, having just restored their reputation, only to call an outsider again. Sarada coldly replied, the survival of the people could not be weighed on the same scale as honor. Shinji was worried because he heard Taehan was very busy, rarely staying in New South Korea. Jun spoke up. It seemed they were in luck this time. He seized the opportunity, saying there was about to be a new vaccine announcement, so he was present there. Try calling for help. The request was directed straight to the hero of New South Korea. Outside, the horde of monsters continued to advance ferociously. Someone's figure stood on the railing, like a ruler. If you do not stop me, the damage will continue. Teisuke. She had been waiting for a long time, but he still did not appear. The key. Someone's voice reported an SS-rank dungeon outbreak in Japan. Gook reported, therefore they requested support from player Taehan. In return, the Japanese association promised to participate in the vaccine development plan. So Jinhee wanted to know what his plan was. At that moment, Taehan appeared. Even he did not expect it. It was truly awkward that just as the vaccine was nearing completion, a neighboring country had trouble. He was worried. He had stayed in New South Korea all this time due to fear of the demonic forces. Like in America, no one could guarantee that terrorism would not occur. He feared, if it was such a large-scale outbreak, Japan would hardly be able to cope. The aftershocks would certainly also spread to New South Korea. So he was extremely hesitant, not knowing whether to go or not. In the midst of his hesitation, Jinhee patted his shoulder and encouraged him. Go ahead, Taehyun. He believed creating a vaccine was saving people, and reaching out to save people in danger was no different. You yourself said you would protect everyone and seize happiness. Only then did Taehyun remember, that's right, he craved power. Each piece of painful memory tore at his heart, all because he did not want himself and his loved ones to suffer any more misfortune. Jinhee placed complete trust in him, telling him not to only worry about those beside him. In distant places, there were also people who needed his strength, and that was something no one else could do. He reassured him, don't worry, you don't have to choose. Here, there is still me, Vice President Go Taeguk, and the players you have mentored. Jinhee affirmed, even if we have to sacrifice everything, we will protect the vaccine at all costs. Hearing that, Taehan felt more at ease. If that was the case, I will quickly handle it and return immediately. Before leaving, he left behind hope, saying he trusted them until then. When he saw Taehyun in Japan, Jun joyfully thanked him for agreeing to help in the midst of his busy schedule. He politely replied, send my regards to President Jinhee. Time is limited, I will go straight to the scene. Jun quickly agreed. On the way, they would explain the situation to him. Sarada smiled happily. It had been a long time since she had seen player Taehyun. Taehyun let out a deep breath, meeting again. Sarada gave a brief overview of the situation. The outbreak in the southwest was still expanding. All personnel had been mobilized, but seemed to have reached their limit. She stated, currently they did not even dare to think about exploring inside. There was definitely a monster inside the gate that had caused the outbreak. Something was troubling Sarada, but she could not pinpoint its location. Taehyun quickly understood and assumed his mission was to find and destroy it. At the same time, the warriors were still trying to hold back the monsters. One panicked person shouted that their mana was almost depleted, and they needed to switch out immediately. Another asked if there were any potion bottles left. The critical situation forced a curse from their lips. If this continued, the entire team would be annihilated. Even their steady feet were being pushed back by the pressure from the horde of monsters. Meanwhile, the monsters outside grew even more ferocious. Someone just noticed the appearance of the player Taehyun. Everyone was overjoyed to see both the Saintess and the Demon Sword have arrived as well. They asked if the two had brought Taehyun here. The group seemed to gain renewed hope. They believed they could now close the gate. Taehyun calmly assessed the situation. He realized that this thing was not just at the S rank, but even larger, perhaps S rank. He speculated that this was a type of dungeon that had never appeared on Earth before. Taehyun spoke up, saying leading the way here was enough, now stay behind and hold the line. Sarada quickly stopped him, begging the player Taehyun to wait. He requested to go with him to provide support. Taehyun coldly refused, saying he alone was enough. Sarada raised her voice, stating that protecting Japan was their duty. She insisted they could not let an outsider like him bear all the burden. Sarada admitted they were sinners who had committed grave mistakes, but the people and the association had given them a second chance. She earnestly begged to be allowed to atone again. This time, they absolutely must repay that trust. She asked for his permission, even just to help a little. Those words greatly surprised Taehyun. The woman who once did not hesitate to deceive was now speaking like this. He was suddenly aware that she now bore the bearing of a true saintess. Shinji yelled in frustration, daring to be impudent to the saintess Sarada. Taehyun reluctantly agreed, telling them not to do anything that would hinder him. The scene below now looked more devastated than ever. Taehyun focused on the sight before him. He knew it had come. He charged forward powerfully, saying he would deal with the large monster. Then Taehyun ordered everyone to handle the remaining ones. Sarada's small, delicate hand cast forth tiny seeds. He threw them towards the ferocious monster, shouting something. Hearing his teammate's voice, he quickly lunged forward and responded. Then he unleashed an attack on the monster, the soul guide. Shinji quickly moved to react. He was worried that upon just approaching the gate, SS rank magic beasts had already appeared. Shinji looked around. Creatures that looked like SS rank were also starting to reveal themselves. But he thought they were not the gate openers. There must be a more terrifying magic beast ahead. He acknowledged that Sarada was right. If it were just their group, they absolutely could not resolve this matter. On the other side, Taehyun was facing the large monster alone. The group was somewhat relieved now that Taehyun was here. Huge, menacing tentacles were writhing. Another ferocious beast had just appeared. Sarada began to feel the difficulty. She did not expect to have to fight something like this, an S2 rank magic beast kraken. She exclaimed how terrifying it was, still unable to believe they had won. Sarada understood now, so it was the cause of the outbreak. If both krakens were killed, the gate would close. But Taehyun felt something was off. According to his reasoning, even though the kraken was dead, the massive source of demonic energy was still spreading without any sign of diminishing. He wondered where this stream of demonic energy was actually flowing from. This made Taehyun question when something like this water had appeared. Noticing his unusual expression, Sarada offered to heal Taehyun. Taehyun quickly shouted for Sarada and Shinji to get out of here immediately. Meanwhile, Sarada still did not understand what was happening. At that very moment, the water's surface suddenly erupted violently. Everything seemed to be engulfed in a great flood. Even large buildings were swept away by the powerful wave. Taehyun quickly escaped the wave. He flew high up, worried that Sarada and Shinji had been swept away. He hoped they were safe. Moments later, Taehyun discovered another magic beast hiding. Seeing how it controlled the water, he guessed it was a subordinate of the demon-seeking Jokmangan. The voice spoke up, "Not a subordinate, but I myself have come here personally to meet the king's key." Taehyun immediately turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. The man arrogantly introduced himself as Jokmangan. He proclaimed his name as demon-seeking Jokmangan, Grand Duke of the Abyss. Taehyun laughed, mocking that the Grand Dukes of the Abyss never leave him alone. He asked if they were dragging the entire Earth into this war. He suddenly paused, suspicious of the word personally that the man just used. Taehyun observed that the gate had not disappeared yet. That meant the Grand Duke present here was the magic beast that caused this dungeon outbreak. He found it puzzling because Rosalia once said the Emperor's magic would prevent the Grand Dukes from interfering in other dimensions. Yet that man could do it. Taehyun was extremely curious if that man could cross the gate to come to Earth. He knew it had come. Jokmangan stood arrogantly on top of a tall building. His killing intent was so strong it made the water's surface churn violently. Taehyun took the problem seriously, and even from the perspective of a superior species, it was clear that what he had just said was not bragging. He assessed that this Grand Duke was not bound or related to a fake contract in any way. He was the original entity. That made Taehyun's facial muscles unable to relax. Jokmangan spoke smugly, "It seems my presence here surprises you a lot. You are wondering how I crossed the spatial gate." He continued, "It is easy because I understand how to evade the spells set by the Emperor himself." Jokmangan revealed that he had been told by Rosalia that each Grand Duke holds a unique thing called an authority. Spirit manipulation. He listed each trait: absorption, enhancement, poison, strength, recovery. That is the innate ability the Grand Dukes possess, like a magical beast, and they have trained it over 1,000 years to become an authority. As for my authority, it is fury. Who knows, this might be a hint for you. There is no need for lengthy words. I came here solely to see the extent of your talent. You are the chosen one for the position of the new king of the lower realm, the one who is shaking this very abyss. Show me your true power. With those words, Jokmangan launched another powerful attack towards his opponent. Taehyun reacted swiftly, immediately flying away to dodge the attack. The giant snakes appeared in an instant, blocking his path. Taehyun had to quickly turn around and dodge the blow. This scene was exactly like the previous time. Tried to analyze fury as a hint. Taehyun could not understand. In short, what was he trying to say? Jokmangan provoked again. You are quite good at evading, but what if you have to deal with two at once? Two mighty giant beasts emerged behind Taehyun. He turned around but was suppressed immediately, leaving him unable to resist. Taehyun used his hands to brace against the two sharp fangs of the beasts. Immense pressure made it difficult for him to resist. Jokmangan stood by watching the show. If the Emperor's key is only at this level, then my visit this time is truly a waste. He was extremely smug. Could the upper realm win the upper hand once again in the upcoming race war? The water surface rose once more like a tsunami. This time Taehyun manipulated the beast towards himself. Impossible, this power could not be so weak. He directed it straight towards Jokmangan's position. Taehyun's power caught him by surprise. It has been quite a while since I last witnessed this. It truly interested Jokmangan, the Emperor's authority. That spurred him to step into the battle. After all, it is still as mighty as ever. Despite that, he maintained an arrogant demeanor. Even though you are only the inheritor of that power, the technique is still quite strong. You can be considered to have talent. Taehyun stated clearly, I do not intend to end the battle here. He asserted, I will definitely carry out the mission entrusted by the Emperor. Jokmangan cast a cold, probing glance at his opponent. This time it was Taehyun's turn to take the initiative to attack. In that situation, Jokmangan had to quickly assume a defensive stance. In that brief moment, Taehyun saw through it. I see you can nullify magic on a large spatial scale. scale, there must be a proportional trade-off. Not only that, he also noticed that your current state does not seem very stable. According to Tahan's experience, up until now, all the Grand Dukes he had faced were completely resistant to the Devar skill. From that he concluded, I need to continuously deal damage over a long period to start having any effect. As for the opponent before him, Taehyun pointed out the difference, but you are the exception. You are always on guard against the Devar skill, and as a result you got hit, and that wound is not healing at all. He posed a question, your authority is fury, could it be that has some unwanted side effect? Those keen deductions made Doc Mungan even more interested. I only revealed a little and you already figured it out so quickly. I am starting to get interested. And he admitted, of course, after each use of fury, the body falls into a state of exhaustion. Until the energy is fully replenished, I am just a fragile entity, unworthy of the title Grand Duke. If compared to the human power system, I would probably be at the S rank. Taehyun replied, so that is the method you use to evade the restrictive spells in this hall. If you are weakened to that extent, then I have nothing to fear. Doc Mungan confidently asserted, but even at level, I am still strong enough to hold you back. Taehyun was puzzled. Hold me back? It was then that Doc Mungan revealed, do you not find it strange? Why would I reveal myself at such a critical time for your species? He began to cast a spell. I just said I came to test you. Truth be told, that statement is only half true. Doc Mungan informed him, Beelzebub, who also has the ability to cross the gate like me, proposed an exchange. That bug said he does not accept you taking over his body and acting so freely. It is highly likely that by now, the one who contracted with him has already taken action. He continued, this is the reason I am keeping you here. Taehyun's face went blank. Could it be? In an instant, Doc Mungan had conjured two giant beasts. Hey Ki, it seems you will have to stay here and have some more fun with me for a while. Setting sun was slowly descending, making the sky somewhat gloomy. Arrogant monster, I had to personally go and beg the Demon King. I can hardly believe he actually agreed to let me control all races. I am afraid I will have to present a generous tribute after this affair. They all charged forward simultaneously. Without Taehyun, the new Korea is just a puppet without a soul. Attack the Alchemy Association and destroy all the vaccine. Faced with that situation, Jinhee's spirit remained as hard as steel. Do not even think about it, he said firmly. We have all received favors from Choi Taehyun, the vaccine he entrusted to us with trust. We swear to protect with our lives. Group of monsters laughed loudly, truly laughable. In the end, you are all just mere humans who have never experienced demonic beast transformation. Do you delude yourselves into thinking you can block my path, the demon man and my swarm of devils? Shinhee sternly reminded them, do not underestimate the will of humanity. Ji-hong spoke arrogantly, truly exciting. Shinhee questioned, before we begin, I want to ask you one thing, where are Kasimakmatov and Ji-hong, that man? Ji-hong replied, he is going crazy because Taehyun was left out of the plan, so he decided to act alone. He added, while you were arguing with me, he might have already charged straight into the Alchemy Guild. At the same time, on the rooftop of a high-rise building, someone spoke up, how boring. That means, if not for Taehyun, this mission would not be worth my attention. Let us finish it quickly and leave. Inside the building, Azizat saw the stranger and quickly stopped him. Halt. At that moment, the entire high-rise hotel district seemed about to collapse. Azizat asserted, you are the leader of that evil guild, are you not? I will not you touch the vaccine. They did not see the stranger and asked, who are you? A.G. Sat arrogantly introduced himself. I am a hero serving justice. Azizat still remembered. Finally, this moment came when Taehyun called for the first time. She was a bit flustered. Taehyun asked, Azizat, come to New Korea immediately. Do you still want to be my assistant? She was stunned, unable to believe the chance to prove herself had arrived. Azizat was excited, appearing right on time. This entrance was perfect. Ji-hong said coldly, an assistant of justice, huh? He sneered. Truly ridiculous. I did not expect New Korea to have someone like you. Ji-sat did not care at all. I am not a player of New Korea. I am Taehyun's personal ally. She stated, he called me here to guard against the wicked. It seems his prediction was right. Hearing that name, Ji-hong muttered involuntarily, Taehyun. He immediately wore a sinister smile. Not bad to hear, the match I anticipated most being ruined infuriated me to no end. He said excitedly, but if you were sent by Taehyun himself, then it is fine to fight me in his place. Azizat unleashed her move like lightning, of course. Before the opponent could react, she used the technique to force him to his knees. The move was so powerful that he could not resist at all. His arrogant expression vanished. It felt like a massive boulder was pressing down on his legs, unable to move. The pressure was terrifying, even greater than Taehyun's. Ji-hong was terrified, and there was that strange demonic power too. Seeing this, Azizat was amused. Come now, your knees can still bend further. The intense pressure forced Ji-hong to kneel to the ground again. Only then did he suddenly remember, right, there is no rule forbidding allying with another contracted player. Ejishat introduced, you finally realize, I am the contracted player of Dragon King Hazard. She gave a sinister smile. There is also a counter element between the contracted players of the grand formula. I heard you like close combat. Running into me seems disadvantageous for you, doesn't it? Zizat asked, so do you want to lose right here? Ji Hong answered definitively no. He began releasing immense power. On the contrary, this was a good chance to test his new ability. In an instant, Ji Hong delivered a heaven-shattering punch to his Zizat. The terrifying power made the high-rise building seem like it would collapse. Jae-sat regained the upper hand. Indeed, being a hero is not simple at all, player Ta Hyun. Ji Hong said there are still some who must die before being recognized as heroes. Realizing the opponent's ability, Jae-sat became serious but at this moment Ta Hyun was fighting two massive pythons. Ta Hyun pondered, if Jokmungan's words were true, then New Korea must be in a fierce battle right now. He reviewed the plan. Although he had called Ashisa over, dealing with both Kasim and Min Ji Hong at the same time was too difficult. He needed to return immediately, but the two pythons kept attacking like starving tigers. Ta Hyun used his full speed to dodge. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it, you cursed snake." Ta Hyun was puzzled. Ever since he was discovered, he had only focused on defending to buy time. Meanwhile, Jokmungan stood calmly watching, as if everything was under control. Ta Hyun understood. His vigilance prevented him from using the voracious skill. Attacking would only waste mana. He calculated, if he wanted to use voracious, he needed to be close, and had to finish it immediately. But Ta Hyun did not yet know how to approach him. Seeing his contemplation, Jokmungan spoke. "You seem anxious. Are the problems on Earth troubling you?" He said, "I truly do not understand. You possess the power of an emperor. You should prioritize more important matters." Jokmungan continued, "Compared to the upcoming Great War, what you are doing is like a child's play. I do not understand why you are so stubborn about such a trivial place." Ta Hyun emphasized, "This place is not trivial. This is where I have lived." Familiar memories came rushing back, the things I have experienced. Ta Hyun had never forgotten the lessons and the changes he underwent. All of it was in this place. He asserted, "That is why I believe I can change many other things." But Jokmungan denied it. "That is the shackles of humanity. An emperor does not need that kind of emotion." Despite that, Ta Hyun's will was strong. "This is the path I have chosen. No matter what you think, I will still defeat you and return." Jokmungan continued to control the two pythons. "Do you think you can do it? Break through my impenetrable defense?" This time Ta Hyun focused completely, looking for an opening in the opponent's defense. In just a moment he found it, impenetrable defense. He charged forward powerfully. If he used this method, it might be effective. He was full of determination. "I will show you." Jokmungan was still disdainful. Another straight-on attack. He commanded the pythons to charge towards him, so stubborn. A surge of water rose up, obscuring the view ahead. Jokmungan thought, "It is useless no matter how many times you charge." Before he finished speaking, his eyes were wide with shock. Li Hun had disappeared without anyone noticing. The faction leader was bewildered because the key had vanished. He fell into confusion, not knowing where that man had gone. Taking advantage of the opponent's lapse, Ta Hyun charged from below, reaching for his opponent's opportunity. His magic power illuminated the face of the nearby faction leader. The power surged like a fire phoenix, violent and fierce. The faction members gradually disintegrated from the attack. Ta Hyun wondered if he had defeated the Great Duke's true body. The faction leader's legs were also slowly fading from the ground, but his laughter still echoed. "Commendable." The faction leader questioned, "Not believing that you dared to use my magic sea to attack me." He returned to his original form. "The magic sea in the space was just a small part of my magic power." The faction leader assessed that since you amuse me, I will withdraw my troops after the final trial. He launched a powerful attack, the magic sea surging. "Do you think you can escape?" When the knight fell into a difficult position, the Great Duke's mutated form still had this hidden move. Jinhee was also struggling. "Don't stop attacking, kill one, anyone is fine." Brother An's green light sword did not tire. S-rank demon had become a demon beast. The people were in chaos. They absolutely could not let the demon beast escape. Jinhee thought they could hold out if it was only at that level. The whole group looked in surprise toward the direction of the noise. Seeing a teammate fall, one person shouted in fear, "Guildmaster Kang Hyuk." Azan ran over, asking if he was okay. Jinhee assessed that his ability was on a different level. Even the old man trembled in fear. Kasim Akhmetov could not believe this horror. Azan lost control. Guildmaster Kang Hyuk was defeated in one move. What was that thing? Azan worried if they could stop the monster without Ta Hyun. Jinhee was resolute. "We cannot retreat." He faced it sternly. What was needed was decisiveness. Jinhee felt uneasy inside, but longed for a miracle for New Korea. At this moment in the laboratory room, the person in the test tube slowly opened their eyes. Black smoke wildly swirled to trap Ta Hyun. His eyes showed a look of helplessness. No matter how high he flew, he could not escape this situation. The opponent's power made Ta Hyun feel strange. The blood flame was about to go out. His eyes widened, losing control. Ta Hyun could not hold on, falling freely. He gritted his teeth to keep water out of his mouth. Damn it. Taehyun was desperate. The more he struggled, the more he was dragged down into the sea of demonic energy. His chest rose and fell weakly, his breath growing shallow. Taehyun's eyes were tired and wanted to close, his consciousness fading. He could not be trapped here. He reminded himself that New Korea needed him. The explosions made the battlefield more brutal. Jin-hee pushed forward with a straight line of force. He powerfully swung his hand, striking down everyone who blocked his path. Kasim laughed arrogantly. Pathetic and boring. Is this the will of an ordinary person? He sneered bland, but Jin-hee still stubbornly charged forward. Despite the pressure, Jin-hee reminded himself he had to hold him back at all costs. He looked at his teammate lying motionless. Imazon kept calling out, "Please get up." He used all his strength to unleash a powerful blow. Kasim's hand was 10 times larger. Even if you wake up, it won't change anything, you will lose. He believed the coming world belonged to the chosen one like him. Kasim gripped Jin-hee's hand tightly. Dying as the foundation for a new era is an honor. Azun could only grit his teeth in anger. Chairman. Kasim violently threw Jin-hee far away. Then he looked towards Imazon. Your turn. Despite her fear, she bravely stood up to fight. Quite some time had passed. His body trembling, Jin-hee stubbornly said, I haven't given up yet, I can still fight. Kasim was annoyed. If you had stayed down, you might have lived a little longer. Hearing this, Jin-hee yelled, stay down. He said, the association president represents the players of the whole country. They are out there protecting the vaccine. Mentioning this, Jin-hee was moved. They gave everything. His voice was full of spirit. So must I, who should set an example for them, lie down and surrender? And Jin-hee affirmed, I will stand up and stand up again. He assumed a combat-ready stance. That was the responsibility of the player named Taehyun. Kasim no longer had any reason to hold back. Let me send you to hell first. The players of New Korea will follow soon after. Azan screamed in terror, don't dodge, run away. She helplessly watched Jin-hee fighting back below. Chairman. At that moment, an object streaked past. It headed straight for the attack aimed at Jin-hee. That action left him utterly stunned. Even Kasim had to ask, you dodged my strike, who are you? Jin-hee looked up in shock at the person who had just appeared to save him. You are... The other party spoke, player Jo Aeyong. Jin-hee was astonished. You have awakened? Imazon, from a distance, was also surprised. Annie? But she clearly sensed that her sister's aura was completely different from usual. Kasim recalled, so you are the girl I once took as a hostage in the Tartarus labyrinth. I thought you died long ago. He secretly assessed, dodging that blow. It seems she has more skill than I thought. But he still believed. Regardless, she is still only at the human level. No match for me. A life barely saved. Kasim swung his enormous arm as a threat. Do you intend to throw it away meaninglessly here? However, upon seeing Aeon's eyes, Kasim was startled. This is... Only then did he realize the Queen of Sakyabutta. Before he could react, Kasim was attacked by Aeyong Tung charging at him. Tentacles struck him simultaneously from all directions. Kasim could not believe it. How can a human use the power of a Grand Duke? The one who signed the contract with Rosalia must be Taehyun. He speculated, don't tell me, to support the fake contractor. The Queen of Sakyabutta turned the girl into a backup vessel. But Kasim remained stubborn. So what if she's a backup? I am the official contractor of a Grand Duke. He was supremely confident that is an existence at a higher level than me. Therefore, Kasim struggled against the control. There's no way I can be affected by this thing. Young immediately changed her skill. Dystopia. The person controlled by dystopia had all their stats gradually decreasing. Kasim said loudly, even if the vessel once held great power, once the container shrinks, what's inside cannot function. He sneered, it seems you have returned to being an ordinary human. Then he burst into loud laughter. This is the gap you can never cross. The moment he was not paying attention, his legs were restrained by two people, and from above the face, Jin-hee lunged up to attack. You, he yelled in anger, useless insect. And then Jin-hee released his hand, delivering a painful blow to Kasim. The force was strong, it made him bleed. Jin-hee had no intention of giving up, charging forward again. Rosalia stood from afar. Woman of Earth, why are you still standing still? Let my power erupt. She was eagerly anticipating the next part. Now is the time. Aeon's body was emitting an immense amount of power, now unleashing it all. Then the accumulated power formed a magic sphere, then shot straight forward, attacking Kasim. This time he lay flat on the ground, seemingly without the strength to resist. The source of magical power was so strong it seemed to want to sweep away the entire block. After the attack, dust clouds rose around the city. Kasim trembled, supporting himself with his hands on the ground. Impossible. It can't be like this. He still could not believe it. If it were Taehyun, I could understand, because he surpasses me by far, especially when looking at the opponent before him. What are these pieces of trash? A backup and a weak human combined. Kasim was still utterly shocked that he, the contractor of a Grand Duke, had lost to them. That cannot happen. Kasim intended to swing his hand to attack but was stunned. Out of mana? He recalled, between maintaining demonification and keeping the demon gate open, it seems I held them too long. Minji Hong must have gotten the vaccine by now. If not, there are still other moves. So he hurriedly left. This battle is not a loss. Just wait and see. The final victor, Kasim confidently declared, Will be us, the demon race? Hang Hak, who had just woken up, was still bewildered. I charged in when I woke up, but I don't understand anything. Did we really win? Jinhee replied. Perhaps, temporarily. Seeing Aeon losing control, Imazan quickly ran over. Annie, Kang. Manghyo was worried. Imazan, are you okay? Imazan said softly. Yes, she is just unconscious. She recalled. But what was that? Those strange streams of power she created. Anhai responded. I do not know either. But one thing is certain, if Imazan hadn't unleashed that power, none of us would have survived. Mr. Zam. He was extremely grateful. Even while unconscious, she stood up and ran all the way here. Jinhee sincerely expressed. Thank you. This is a miracle for New Korea. But things did not stop there. The gate suddenly fluctuated. A frightened person shouted that the gate was closing. Everyone was confused, not understanding what was happening after the explosion. The whole group was in chaos. The evil spirits were retreating. No one knew why. They excitedly wondered if we had truly stopped them. Joy erupted. We had protected the vaccine. The epidemic was really about to disappear. A voice spoke up, calling the chairman. Jinhee praised everyone but reminded them it was not yet time to celebrate. No one noticed. An object flew in from afar. Jihong charged at Kasim. In an instant, it created a terrifying explosion. The group was in panic again, unsure if there would be another attack. Seeing Azizat, they wondered if it was even human. Jinhee hurried over to ask Han and everyone if they were all right. His face suddenly froze in utter shock. Before Jinhee's eyes was an extremely familiar figure. Everything gradually became clearer in his sight, and he still could not accept the truth. It was impossible. Just by looking at the back, he recognized him immediately. Could it be Jihong? He did not turn around. His voice was filled with eeriness. Old man, huh? Everyone was abuzz. That was Jihong, but what kind of monstrous form was that? Jihong revealed it was a new power from Grand Duke Organ. Pretty cool, right? He continued, but it was worth risking my life. I overcame it and rose up. Jinhee's face hardened as he saw Jihong before. He arrogantly said, the one who wanted to try was Kim Tai-hyun, but he is not here. Jihong quickly concluded Kasim must have lost, so this is the limit of New Korea. He confidently declared he would accomplish what Kasim could not. Someone spoke up to challenge him. Everyone agreed. There were 5 national-level people here, and still plenty of mana. Jihong roared, asking if thought he could not do it. Jinhee pursed his lips as if wanting to say something. Before he could speak, Jihong arrogantly unleashed his power. He began by striking at one person. Imazan could not hold back and rushed forward to curse the bastard. At that moment, Jihong's arm shot out a magic projectile. The giant hand lunged forward as if to devour everything. In just a few seconds, Jihong was right in front of Imazan. He violently slammed her face into the ground. Seeing this, a player immediately charged in to assist. Someone taunted his muscles for bulging, asking if he lifted weights. A member grabbed Jihong from behind, challenging him about his muscles. They all charged in together to fight to the end, but their legs began to show signs of wobbling. With just one strike, Jihong sent them all flying. He used strong force to punch the person on his left. His right hand was equally brutal and fierce. Jihong's legs also continuously delivered attacks from below. This time it was Jinhee's turn to rush in and take the blow. Jihong only needed to turn his body slightly to subdue his opponent. He spoke, saying that seeing a face this close brought back so many old memories. Old man. Jinhee, filled with disgust, asked him how far he had fallen, that he was no longer the Jihong of old. Jihong raised his voice, asking if falling was what he had always wished for. Was it not? Hanta said not to let the national rankers fight alone, as they would do everything to reach the top. A member shouted, calling out to the chairman, and Jihong continued, saying he would lead with this power. His voice was full of mystery, telling them to now watch what he could do. Jihong's movements became as fast as lightning. Imazan focused intently on tracking his every step. She had to admit he was strong to an unimaginable degree. This worried Imazan, thinking that if things continued like this, everyone would die. She gritted her teeth, knowing the only person who could stop him was still that one person. Deep down, Imazan longed for Tai-hun to return as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Tai-hun was still engaged in a fierce battle elsewhere. Every step he took was powerful and decisive, but at this moment Tai-hun was somewhat slow. Even so, his eyes remained steadfastly fixed forward. Amidst the pitch-black night, a few truths suddenly flashed through his mind. First, this demonic sea was only a part of his demonic power. Losing its form did not mean it disappeared. Mungan once said the demonic sea was energy, a stream of demonic power. The pain he was suffering was merely an illusion created by his brain. A voice echoed in Tai-hun's mind, asking what he was doing. Use the skill field to fight back. What came from demonic power could be countered with demonic power. To escape from here, he needed only one thing: apocalypse. An area of effect skill strong enough to tear through the demonic sea. Tai-hun would pour all his demonic power into that skill. In an instant, a crack appeared in the dark night. Soon after, it shattered like pieces of glass. That very moment, Tai-hun's body began to react. He gradually controlled himself to break free from the restraint. Tai-hun's eyes were determined as he looked forward. There, Mungan still stood motionless, full of arrogance. That man even had a meaningful smile on his face. Meanwhile, outside, Sarada stared in shock at the disappearing spatial gate. She was terrified. Look, the gate was fading away along with the demonic sea sinking down. Both were stunned. The defeat of the two Krakens was not over, and now the S-rank dungeon outbreak was. Sarada hurriedly called out the player Tahan's name. Hearing no response, she grew more puzzled about where he had gone. On Jinhee's side, the desolate scene grew even more chaotic. The battle raged fiercely with no end in sight. A player lost patience. Can't you stop that demon man? He frantically charged forward to attack. Even with many people, no one could touch Jihong. He was annoyed because he could not satisfy his battle thirst. He raised his voice. Indeed, without Tahan it won't do. An object just flashed past his eyes. Young rushed forward, making Jihong question her appearance. Imazon Kamgret warned him not to touch her sister. Jihong sneered, not knowing Young had a little sister. Young trembled in fear but insisted she was still the older sister. She continued, saying she had always been the one to suffer. Imazon put all her strength into the attack. This time she could not let things go on like this. Her face was cold, emanating killing intent. Then Imazon unleashed her skill, Eternal Frozen Earth. She created a layer of ice, hoping it could at least. Jihong suddenly grabbed Imazon's small face. He mocked that thin layer of ice could not imprison him. Jihong lightly taunted, disappear, weakling. Seeing this, Jinhee could not help but worry, calling for Jihong to stop. He advised to let that child go. The one to target was not her. Jinhee took all the blame upon himself for not raising him properly. Jihong thought he was not wrong. The old man told him to become a savior, but that was just a test. Then the wall between dimensions will collapse. An unprecedented catastrophe will engulf the earth. The weak and ordinary will not survive. Humanity needs to taste hell to grow, and he was that vaccine. Jinhee was furious. He had once hoped he would help others, not become like this. He tried to stay calm, but if all the twisted thoughts were because of him, then he would die with him, deal with him, and end everything. Jihong contemptuously said he did not understand what he was talking about. An old man like him dying, how could everything end? He prepared to kill Imazon, claiming Jinhee was only becoming weaker. That was why he was eliminated along with all of New Korea. Jinhee risked his life charging forward. Imazon panicked and stopped him. She shouted loudly the name of Association Chairman Jinhee. Stream of fresh blood splattered. Jinhee reflected, his heart filled with regret. If only before teaching him to fight, he had taught him to love, taught him how to trust and entrust. Would everything have been different? Everyone looked at him in astonishment, regarding this as the debt he had to pay. Without stopping, Jihong continued to charge forward and attack. He kicked out, nearly shattering the ground. Jianye, exhausted, collapsed at Jihong's feet. Seeing the figure behind him, he said coldly, another savior had arrived. Tai-hun appeared just in time to save his teammate. Jinhee instinctively turned to look behind him. He had been waiting for the player Tai-hun for a long time, and now he had arrived. Jinhee sighed, finally able to close his eyes in relief. Ta-hyun interrogated the man before him. Was it you who turned New Korea into this? He asked, was it you who caused the association president to end up like this? Jihong remained arrogant. What if I said it was? Ta-hyun remained silent, not uttering a word. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at him. The one who appeared was Ta-hyun, and he said in a low voice, calling each person by name, President Jinhee. Imazon Ayong, players of NSK. Thank you all, leave the rest to me. With that, a sharp glint flashed in Ta-hyun's eyes. From now on, he would... Seeing this, Jihong said mockingly, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Tai-han. How does it feel? Are you angry to see everything destroyed? You should have come back sooner. I wanted to fight with you. He let out an exclamation TS. As soon as he finished speaking, Jihong lunged straight at him. He thought that even if you were here, it wouldn't change anything. Devastatingly powerful attack created a massive shockwave. Seeing this, a young shout in panic, Ta-hyun Unni. After the attack, he said with satisfaction, I have finally surpassed you. Feel it, this is my new power. Ta-hyun asked calmly, is that all? Seeing this, he couldn't help blurting out, what? His face remained unscathed after Ji's powerful punch. Ta-hyun even seized the opportunity to counterattack. He couldn't react in time, was sent flying. Jihong was irritated. What just happened? He blocked my attack head-on. At that moment, he suggested they move to another place. I don't want to destroy this place any further. Imazon called out in shock, Ta-hyun. He only gave a gentle instruction, take care of everyone. I will be back soon. A second later, Jihong was thrown into another space. As soon as he landed, he demanded, spatial teleportation, you can do that too? Ta-hyun did not reply, only say out here I can fight to my heart's content. End it all here, once and for all, Jihong. I will defeat you and prove that your worldview is a mistake. Hearing this, he let out a derisive laugh. Haha, you're putting on airs just because you have the king's power. So am I. I absorb the demonic power of the Grand Duke beyond the limit. This body is more like the Grand Duke than a human. You are not the only special one. Wonder how long that calm attitude of yours will last in this battle. I'm coming, but Ta-hyun reacted quickly, easily dodging his blow. Jihong was not convinced. The power of the Beast King organ is to enhance every part of the body, allowing one to surpass limits. I can move at nearly the speed of sound. You surely can't catch me with your eyes. Is it over? The reason the previous attack was ineffective. Probably because I'm not used to controlling this new body yet. I am the one who will end this. Just as Ji-hong was about to land a finishing blow, the killing intent within him awakened completely. Tahan quickly grabbed his hand, then he forcefully slammed Ji-hong's entire body to the ground. Now Ji-hong could only stare at him with wide eyes. Nevertheless, he kept muttering to himself, impossible. This time it was Tahan who delivered the devastating blow. After taking the hit, he was flattened on the ground. On the other side, he was slowly getting up after the previous attack. Next, he coldly spoke, "That is it." Tahan's icy attitude infuriated him greatly. Ji-hong immediately tried to break free. It wasn't over yet. "Taehan, I don't understand. I bet my comrades, my dreams, and even this life." While striking, he exposed a weakness and Taehan caught it. At that moment, Ji-hong despaired, thinking he bet everything. Prepared to gather all his strength to attack Taehan again. Two colossal forces collided with each other. Then Ji-hong realized the power he gained after all that. Was it still not enough to face him? World in his eyes suddenly spun strangely. Now one stood while the other lay. The fight was nearly decided. Taehan immediately declared, "I win, Ji-hong. Now follow me, though I want to kill you. I promised Chairman Jin-hee." Remembered Jin-hee once advised, "Don't let pain defeat you, Ji-hong." Giving suffering meaning is humanity's privilege, using it as a stepping stone. You will become stronger than before. Suddenly Ji-hong spoke up. He said that, "I have lived my entire life, breaking everything in my path, even now. I will still do the same. I understand now the true trial I must overcome. Thank you. Your existence has perfected me." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji-hong transformed into a new form. That form surprised him. He was still trying to get used to his new body. Next, Ji-hong let out a powerful roar. The aura was so terrifying that even Taehan had to step back. He tried to stand firm while being shocked by this situation. When the wind subsided, Ji-hong immediately charged forward to attack. He showed no restraint and threw a kick straight at Taehan. The force was so strong that he couldn't block it and was sent flying. Not stopping, Ji-hong continued to chase after him. Then he launched an attack. Taehan endured a barrage of strikes from him. Truly exhilarating, Ji-hong marveled as he rushed forward at light speed. Enjoy this feeling to the fullest. He had never found a battle so thrilling. Each strike aimed directly at him. Ji-hong could feel it clearly. Right at this very moment, he then landed softly on the ground. Ji-hong was evolving bit by bit. The energy around him grew heavier because of it. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind arose. Ji-hong wondered, "What is that? Is it over already?" As soon as he spoke, a large hand reached out. With a quick reaction, Ji-hong easily dodged the attack. Nevertheless, Taehan did not give up. He continued to charge forward. He didn't say a word, coldly grabbing Taehan's hand. Ji-hong spoke as expected. That defeated look earlier was just an act. Ben denied it, saying the magic power used against the Mungan slope had only just recovered. He mocked, "Meaning you haven't used 100% of your strength until now?" Taehan retorted, "You want me to fight you with all my power?" He showed no fear. "Whatever. No matter the level of your strength, I will surpass it in an instant." During that, he also began to summon his power for the next battle. A second later, they both struck out at the same time towards each other. After that, Ji-hong continuously pressed in close. He immediately seized an opening and attacked. He was not to be outdone and continuously used his techniques. It could be seen that the match between the two at this moment was very balanced. Faster, he told himself, and Ji-hong charged forward at an unbelievable speed. Waiting for him was Taehan, whose arms were wide open. As soon as he was ready, he launched his attack. He had to be even stronger to hope to surpass Taehan. Ji-hong poured all his strength into countering his opponent's attacks. Finally, Taehan's attack was neutralized. He had already set a trap, waiting for Ji-hong to rush in, and that man just charged forward like a moth flying into a flame. Giant chains were immediately activated. They wrapped tightly around Ji-hong's body and slowly lifted him high into the air. At this moment, Taehan's face held only absolute coldness. Before long, Ji-hong had shattered the chains. When his punch reached, Taehan had already managed to block it, and he coldly slammed Ji-hong down to the ground, struck directly at his arrogant pride. Why? He was clearly getting stronger nonstop, so why was it still the same? He could not feel at all that he was catching up to Taehan. Just how far had that man gone already? He could not have gone that far. Absolutely impossible. Ji-hong soared high, constantly summoning his power. This time his energy source had reached a heaven-defying level. He was extremely confident, determined to use all his strength to deliver a lethal blow. In this form at maximum output, that was the supreme black hole. It would destroy and devour everything in the area. Impossible block or dodge. Disappear along with space and time. Taehan. After finishing his words, he pushed the supreme black hole towards his opponent. He did not flinch and asked, "Impossible to block or dodge? You have never known true pain, so I will face it with supreme power. Devour." As soon as he finished speaking, an even more enormous surge of power appeared. Ji-hong's sky-high confidence began to waver, but the supreme black hole still advanced unceasingly. This was the power of an emperor. This was Taehan. Not long after the battle ended, Ji-hong lay helpless on the ground, muttering, "Truly a miserable defeat." Faced with that scene, Taehan still showed no emotion. He just stood silently, watching and lost in thought. A while after the earthquake passed, neither of them moved. Ji-hong spoke bitterly, "Even at this level, I still cannot reach you. Taehan, it seems the path you have walked is even harsher than mine." He replied calmly, I did not become stronger through trials, but only because I encountered too much luck. Believing that only through trials can one become strong is a distorted delusion. He retorted, that is exactly why I am more certain I am right. Not everyone is as lucky as you. Luck cannot belong to everyone. Then when calamity strikes, how will humanity survive? I create fair misfortune to test and filter out those who adapt best. Taehyun countered, doing so before a disaster would already have countless people dead. Your plan is merely a massacre. Ji Hong revealed his ambition even more clearly. They are the ones eliminated anyway. What reform does not come with a cost? Believing that one person can save everyone is the real fantasy. He still held on to his will even so. I will not give up. I will find a way, no matter the cost. Because I understand the feeling of the weak better than anyone. Be powerless and abandoned by the world. To merely justify pain as inevitable without sharing or showing empathy. If it were so, one would surely have seen another path. After hearing this, he just lay still, unable to argue. In Ji Hong's mind, old memories fly. Among them was the look of panic on Jin Hee's face, and he spoke, saying such things even now is truly pointless. I will follow the path I have chosen to the end. Only then will this life have meaning. How far can you stay firm with your will? I will go down to hell first and watch you from there. Taehyun. Hearing this, he said nothing more, just silently watched Ji Hong. Very soon after that, he left this place. Taehyun once thought those were painful memories he did not want to recall. But without those memories, he might have been intoxicated by his own power and forgotten those around him. When he returned, he saw a young supporting Jin Hee. Though heavily injured, the old man still struggled to walk. Seeing Taehyun before him, Jin Hee was quite surprised. Facing that gaze, he was no longer rigid but even smiled slightly. This made the old man extremely astonished. Now, those very memories were the milestones reminding him that he was on the right path. Even while walking the royal path, he would absolutely not forget this place. The dungeon incident in Japan and the terrorist plot of the demon men had come to an end. Taehyun was the decisive factor in the confrontation on both fronts. The gray disease vaccine had been safely protected. Hong, the leader of the evil association, was dead, and the Rasputin leader ActionToon was severely injured and fled. The gate in Japan had also completely vanished. The Japan Player Association thanked Taehyun and supported the vaccine of New Korea, which was focusing on recovery. Vaccine announcement proceeded on schedule to affirm the association's strength. In other news, Taehyun said regretfully that he wished he had stayed a little longer. Azizat replied it was fine if the vaccine was announced early, there was much work for her in Nigeria. He thanked her politely, and she answered frankly, I just rushed out enthusiastically and got beaten up, still not strong enough to help anyone. Taehyun then denied it. Strength and weakness were not important, what mattered was her will. With that, he reached out to Azizat and said his thanks. This warmed her heart greatly. Azizat, who had come to Korea to help Taehyun, returned to Nigeria. At this moment, he thought to himself what he cared about now was... Taehyun walked into a room while thinking. Seeing the person on the bed, he called out, Player Jo Ayoung? Hearing someone call, she turned around, revealing unusual red eyes. Taehyun said calmly, I heard you used a strange power, so that's it. Rosalia, after being discovered, did not bother to hide. You caught on quickly. You fake contract holder, sure watch closely. He lost patience. Stop your nonsense. Answer quickly. Rosalia grew even more flippant, reacting like this because I touched your subordinate. I already warned you about the side effects. To remove Beelzebub's poison, I needed to channel my magic power into her body. During that process, she naturally became my keeper. Everything went smoothly. If the child hadn't awakened in time, your country would have faced a great disaster. Taehyun replied, I am grateful but do not want to drag her onto the royal path. Hearing that, Rosalia called out, Hey fake contract holder, when war is imminent and the king's magic weakens, the fake contract holder will sooner or later have to pay attention to this place. I hope you can focus more on the Abyss War. When Taehyun was about to speak, she signaled to interrupt. I understand the path you want to take. I am not telling you to abandon either side, but to keep both you cannot bear it alone. A substitute will allow me to intervene when you are absent. To keep both you cannot bear it all. A substitute helps me intervene on Earth when you are absent. Taehyun asked, but what about Jo Ayoung's will? I cannot treat her as a tool. Rosalia replied coldly, then you convince her yourself, tell the truth and ask for help. This both creates a companion on the royal path and creates someone who understands. The royal path is inherently lonely, one needs someone to lean on, just as the emperor chose me. If the child refuses, I will also withdraw without hesitation. After a period of struggle, Taehyun finally compromised. Fine. Rosalia said, then you two need some time alone. See you in the abyss next time, fake contract holder. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately left Jo Ayoung's body. She saw him before her and called out shyly, Taehyun, what the hell is going on? I felt like I was just being controlled by something. What do I do? Have I become strange? Could it be the demon men did a beastification experiment on me? Someone to lean on. Seeing her panic, Taehyun spoke up. It's not like that. Anyway, perhaps it's time to explain everything. After that, Ian calmed down a little, and so the serious conversation between the two began. The atmosphere was tense as he started telling the story. Taehyun told Jo Ayoung most of what happened. From the regression, the promise with the the Emperor, the contract with the Grand Duke, to the War of the Abyss. At first, Young was confused, but after the incident of being kidnapped by Tartarus, she listened seriously. After that, Jo Eong spoke, regression with the Emperor's power, truly an unbelievable story. Only by believing in that unbelievable story could he explain his mysterious ability to gather information, his strength, and his precocious guidance. In every way, he truly is my brother. He smiled and replied, Li Huang, don't change your address, it sounds awkward and outsiders will find it strange. Young was puzzled, so why did he only tell the truth now? If it was just to comfort me, he could have said it in a roundabout way. Taehyun replied because he hoped the player, Young, would help him. Even if she refused, it was fine, because this task would be difficult and she might have to face a stronger enemy. But she insisted she would help. This is also my world having power, but just standing by and watching is not who I am. Now I understand why he always carried everything alone. Being alone must be very tiring. Now that I know the secret, I can share the burden with you, right? To be honest, it's also because I didn't fully understand everything that I jumped in recklessly. Taehyun suddenly said, thank you. Truly, the strange seriousness made her involuntarily blush. The atmosphere between the two had become much more comfortable. 1 week later, the day of the obsidian disease vaccine announcement. Everything was almost ready. Reporters scrambled to cover the news. Currently present in front of the association headquarters, where the vaccine was about to be announced, attracting domestic and international attention. At this moment, representatives from many countries wishing to attend the announcement were already present in front of the headquarters. The president of the Singapore Players Association, Haley, the president of the Japan Players Association, along with the Holy Maiden Sarara and the Demon Sword Shinji, had also arrived. The president of the United States Players Association, Ian and Cody Good. Cody Wood saw him and greeted, long time no see, Taehyun. He replied, indeed, it has been a long time. He continued, I heard you defeated the leader of the evil association, Organ, and the fake contractor who killed Ricky. Thank you for avenging me? Taehyun replied politely, yes. Cody Wood cheerfully said, the gap between you and me is getting wider, but when the obsidian disease ends, I will catch up to you in the abyss. He had just replied that he would wait when the reporters' voices rang out again. Oh, isn't that over there? An unexpected situation had occurred. According to initial information, they had no intention of attending. It was the China Players Association Liu Jiaren, the president of the China Players Association, and Liu Jiaren, the chairman of the Sishan Corporation, Jung Soo. Why was he accompanying the China Players Association? Seeing this, Haijin politely greeted him. It would have been so good if you had notified us in advance, Chairman. Marcel coldly replied, back then you personally invited me. Now that I come even if late, shouldn't you say a word of thanks? Hearing this, he smiled and said, of course we are very grateful. I was just worried that we haven't prepared properly. Liu Jiaren coldly continued, I don't expect much, just lead the way inside quickly. Haijin hesitated, alright, but we cannot accept that man, the one who fled to China, who is being wanted for colluding with demon humans. Jung Soo unhappily replied, I hope you will be careful with your words. I am currently a Chinese businessman, a member of the China Players Association. Before the entire world, do you intend to detain me and cause a diplomatic incident? However, Haijin remained resolute. No means. President Taehyun suggested inviting them inside. He hesitated a bit, then Taehyun continued, if they truly came for the vaccine, there is no reason to refuse them. After all, what we are doing is liberating humanity from the pain of the obsidian disease. Haijin nodded, alright. He sneered, indeed, the strongest person in the world judges right from wrong very quickly. This is our first time meeting in person, right? I am Lee Jung-soo of the Tisan Corporation, the father of Jung Jae, the one you turned into a cripple. Taehyun coldly replied, I know who you are, and I also know you once used demon humans to harm me. Don't think I will let this slide this time. A man like you I can catch anytime. Jung-soo angrily cursed, you damn brat. Just then, Taeguk came to announce everyone it's time. After things settled, Haijin began, esteemed presidents and representatives. First of all, thank you all for being here today. Sudden calamity befell humanity, the obsidian disease. All of us, directly or indirectly, are its victims. We lost our loved ones, we lost our jobs, society fell into chaos, a pain that transcends all borders and languages. But we are not gathered here today to mourn the pain. We stand here bearing evidence that the war can end. Please allow me to introduce the treatment vaccine for the obsidian disease, cannon acid. The audience was stunned. Haijin's steady voice rang out, Exit, developed by the New Korean Alchemist Association, is currently in clinical trials, but it has already shown effectiveness in reducing the infection rate, specifically over 98% compared to the control group after injection. Just 4 days after the injection, antibody levels exceeded standards and were maintained for over 12 months. Just then, a voice cut in, hold on. I have a question, you just said it's in clinical trials, so the vaccine isn't complete yet? He confirmed that's correct, progress has been delayed due to the recent demon-human terrorist attack. Jung-soo sneered, so you called us here to see an incomplete vaccine? Haijin politely reminded, we are holding this to call for cooperation in mass production after it is completed. He interrupted, that won't be necessary, because here there is already a complete vaccine. After the symptom relief medication, the next ambition of Sishan Pharmaceuticals is the Evolin vaccine. The crowd immediately buzzed with discussion. A new vaccine? What was this about? He became even more smug. We have completed the trials in mass production in China. There is no need to wait for the vaccine from New Korea any longer. And everyone, please think about it. Where did the madness disease originate? Where did the evil association operate? Could this vaccine even be safe? Hai Jian angrily refuted this. These were completely baseless and inciting words. But Jiang Su shamelessly continued, if the player association chairman and esteemed representatives truly care about the lives of the people, please make a wise choice. Right after that, they took the new vaccine and left. Tae Hein stood in the corner of the room, quietly watching the footsteps of those people. Once inside the room, Jin Hee immediately erupted in anger. Those cunning bastards dared to use New Korea's announcement conference as their own stage. Tae-guk was equally frustrated. The problem is our vaccine is more effective. But because of the urgency, they will go to the Tisan Corporation first. He could only helplessly lament, we have been played for fools. Then Ta Hein spoke up. The problem is that Jung Soo once risked everything to obstruct the vaccine and colluded with the dark men. And now he sits there announcing a vaccine. Jin Hee said, isn't the evil association already disbanded, so he is just looking for a way to survive. He immediately added, Kasim is still alive. You know, there is a trace of something within this vaccine. Think about it. He began to recall the world enduring enough suffering is only the beginning. After the monster transformation, they will exploit that immunity. Regardless, realizing that in the wicked plan, the monster transformation and the madness disease are two gears that must mesh together has been a major gain. What is their true purpose? Ji Hong had once said back then, that was why what I prepared was a fair inequality, selecting life through trials, filtering out those who are better adapted. The more he thought about it, the deeper Ta Hein sank. Suddenly he realized, could it be? Jin Hee heard this and turned back to ask, have you already discovered something? He hesitated and replied, perhaps, I don't know. I must meet Chairman Jung Soo in person. The scene shifted to the safe house of the West End Corporation. The sound of conversation echoed in the room. Yes, that is possible, 5 million doses. We will arrange for you to receive them within 2 days. Of course, you have made a very wise decision, thanks to which countless citizens, who will be saved, will praise your achievements. We will discuss the details through the executive team. So that is, after the party on the other end hung up, Jung Soo let out a soft chuckle. Suddenly, after that, he let out extremely triumphant laughter. Jung Soo believed that now, with power that no one dared to challenge, making T-San the #1 corporation in the world was only a matter of time. This must be driving Chairman Jin Hee crazy. Normally New Korea monopolized everything. This is the price to pay for looking down on the West End Corporation. Just as he was feeling smug, he suddenly noticed that all the guards downstairs had been taken down. This caught Jung Soo completely off guard. He began to panic, calling out, where are the guards? What is going on? You are Ta Han. How did you get in here? He did not answer but only said coldly, I told you before, someone like you could be arrested at any time. Even after the Tisan Corporation fled to China, the Nightwalker has been watching you. We only recently confirmed this place as your safe house. Jung Soo screamed frantically, this is not New Korea. Do you think you can pull this off in another country and still get away with it? Han did not bother to argue, meeting his eyes, I have done worse things than this. And I do not need to do anything. I'm only reviewing your memories. As he spoke, he infiltrated Jung Soo's memories. A second later, that man's brain was nearly completely under control. Now Tae Hyun spoke. Now then, let us hear the whole story about the vaccine you created. Sometime after the interview, Tae Hyun realized it was just as he had thought. The vaccine those bastards made was not an ordinary vaccine. If this thing spreads, a shock far greater than the madness plague will engulf the entire world. No matter what, he had to stop it. Scene changed again. Tae Hyun looked down and pondered. That place is a research facility of West End Pharmaceuticals at these coordinates. The vaccine is being shipped from there through gateways to each country. Suddenly, a noise came from behind him. Lee Hyun thought that recalling the already shipped vaccine batches would be very difficult in a situation where the only thing he could do was strange. Suddenly, a mocking laugh rang out. No wonder I could not get in touch with Chairman Jung Soo. So this is the case. You finding your way here means you know very well what this place is, correct? He did not bother to hide it. Yes, this is where West San colluded with you demons to create the madness disease vaccine. But that is not the real vaccine. Ji Hong already said, a proportional disaster, that the survival of the adapted will be enforced through trials. This exploits the fact that once a person has undergone monsterification, diseases no longer affect them. This is a drug that induces monsterification. I heard this and then spoke, you have discovered the truth. Correct, Ji Hong wanted to strengthen humanity, but I am different. Imagine the entire world turning into monsters. The person you once loved becomes a monster. The line between humans and demons disappears. No one trusts anyone anymore. What follows will be a large-scale mutual massacre. It is precisely the kind of hell that the Demon King desires, an incomparable hell. Tae-hyun immediately denied that. He was determined to find evidence to expose the true nature of the vaccine before everyone got vaccinated. He replied indifferently, "This place was the gateway to hell. Who would think such an important place had no defenses?" The destruction of the vaccine data had begun. Only about 30 minutes remained until completion. While defeating you is somewhat difficult, stalling for time is very easy. You know how hard it is to kill me. Even if we lose this battle, the ones who win the war will still be us demons. Hyun was not panicked but strangely calm. Fortunately, he had called for backup, just in case something happened. Now it was Kasim's turn to be surprised. The reinforcements had arrived. The spectacular entrance caused dust and smoke to fly everywhere. The one who arrived was none other than Cody Wood. He saw him grit his teeth and spoke, "Go ahead." Tai Hyun said frankly, "This was a sudden request, but he still came. I owe him for this." He replied, "That bastard was causing terror in the US anyway. As an American player, facing him was only natural." Ta Hyun immediately said, "Buy me some time. Facing a fake contractor and a demon alone is not easy." Go ahead continued, "Is that a provocation?" Kasim had already gone mad. "I will not let you leave." They charged straight towards the two of them. As he swung his sword, he said, "When everything ends, there will be nothing left for you, Taehan. Just leave things here to me." Taehan glanced at him with deep gratitude. "Got it." After he left, Cody Hood immediately spoke up, "The one standing before you is me." Maxim on the other side suddenly flashed a mysterious smile. Then he finally spoke, "Go ahead. You could call this a fate match." "Fine, I will deal with you quickly," and then stop Taehyun. Meanwhile, Taehyun was rushing forward at top speed. He ran and thought, the vaccine information must be in the central data room, but the lab was like a maze, making it hard to locate. If he wandered around like this, the vaccine data would disappear. Just then, Taehyun heard the doctor's voice, "Here it is. These vaccines will save us." Hyun's figure appeared in the quiet space, tearing through the air. Around him were corpses lying scattered with ferocious expressions. His sturdy legs kicked the door apart without hesitation. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Finally found it. Hyun carefully observed every corner. This was indeed the central data room. His nimble fingers moved across the keys. There was not much time left. He had to find usable evidence while the data was still here. At the critical moment, a pile of slime gushed out. Luckily, he noticed in time and stepped back a safe distance. Hyun looked up at the thing that had just appeared. "Who are you?" Boto exuded fear, a demon, the lab director, and a disciple of Lord Kasim. Also an experiment subject of Lord Biljabap, Berto, the vice leader of the international terrorist organization ActionToon, who had mutated to SS plus rank. But that did not affect Taehyun. Truly, the insect king would scatter its brood everywhere, playing with experiment subjects again. At this moment he was still confident. "We will not let you easily take away the lab's secrets. This is a sacred punishment. A punishment that no one is allowed to resist." The purple fluid undulated and shot straight towards him. At the same time, the monster leaped forward with fury. Go ahead. Its opponent had yet to make a move. That was the appearance, but only a moment later a powerful sword aura cleaved several nearby monsters in two. Seeing their kind killed, they charged forward as if injected with stimulants. Go Ahead remained unhurried, only the heavy sword in his hand slowly rose. Next, the sword swept across the sky in all directions. No one could withstand it. Cries echoed, "Kra Lord Kasim," just as expected. Even after yielding the position to Taehan, "You are still a player who once stood at the top of the world for a long time." The smoke cleared, leaving only a powerful figure. Go ahead. The momentum was truly overwhelming. The corner of Kasim's mouth curled up, revealing sharp teeth, but his massive figure descended, creating an overwhelming aura. Kasim pounced down, his words without restraint, "You are still no match for me." The impact force erupted violently, crushing the ground before their eyes. Smoke cleared to reveal him struggling to support his body with his sword. He still felt it was not enough. His hand reached out. "Even though we are both contractors with the Grand Duke, a decisive difference still exists between us." Would not back down, his sword swung forward, tearing through all obstacles. A voice full of killing intent rang out, cold and distinct. Kasim's arm swung up, tracing an arc through the air. The whoosh, his arm instantly healed as if nothing had happened. Kasim grew even more enraged at the one who was rejecting the Grand Duke's power. Cody Wood was flung far away without any chance to resist. Even so, he struggled to get up, determined not to yield to the villain. That man remained unmoved, only coldly saying that you are merely scratching the surface of power. This time the pressure radiated was even stronger, several times more terrifying. And then Cody Hood was blasted away again, creating a thick cloud of dust. Kasim let out a sharp breath, saying, "Compared to me, one who has been obsessed with and fully claimed that power, you are still far behind." While he was still reveling in his victory, he appeared from behind. Who was stronger was already clear. The surprise was that Kasim discovered it and quickly subdued Cody Good. His eyes were bloodshot, glinting with a few traces of emotion. "Go, great bloodsucker, are you afraid? Becoming a monster like me, that is the limit of you and your kind." Bound by the shackles of morality, he was nearly exhausted, only able to cough a few times. That voice like a demon did not let up. "With that thing you cannot stop hell, nor can you survive. Hell is the world of us demons. Farewell, Cody Wood." A hair-raising sound echoed everywhere. The hero of a bygone era. Kasim squeezed the body in his hand and could not help but be disappointed. "It took less time than I thought. An empty revenge. Bodo must be holding off Taehyun." As long as I join the battle, the gate of hell will soon open. When he was about to leave, a familiar voice rang out. You were right in the past, bound by morality. I could not protect my comrades nor anyone else. But now it is different. When I saw the one I absolutely had to catch up to, I forged my resolve. To achieve what I desire, I am willing to step into this quagmire. Seeing this, Kasim's eyes lit up. So you play it that way. Even so, you are only just now standing on equal footing. Go, Bloodsucker spoke up to cut him off. We are not equals. The ranks of the entities we have contracted with are different. He heard this and let out a scornful laugh. What are you talking about? The one I serve is the being who sits on the throne the longest, the noble Lord Beelzebub. He was not worried at all and said calmly, Lucifer, with whom I have made a contract. He is the first created in the upper realm and also the first to fall to the lower realm. I will show you the power of a true monster, Kasim Akhmetov. With each word uttered, the atmosphere grew heavier. Demon sword release massacre. The sword strike nearly tore through space, splitting the world in two. When the killing intent faded, only faint, ragged breathing remained. Kasim could not believe what was happening before his eyes. Krah, how could this happen? I was just a bit short, just a little more, and the grand ambition would be complete. Lord Beelzebub, have you truly forsaken me? Oh, Bloodsucker, looked down from above, as if looking at a beast that had exhausted its strength. Kasim lifted his head, grinding his teeth as if searching for something. He muttered under his breath, Demon, if only a demon would appear this time. He had lost patience with the man before him. If you are talking about demons, isn't there one right here? Blood gushed out like a flood. A life of the evil faction lay still. At the same time, the monster on Taehan's side also fell. You bastard! Even more than what Lord Kasim had said. Still, Berto stubbornly spoke up. Why did you not appear, Lord Kasim? For here, there was still 1 minute and 23 seconds left. Not long after, he pulled out the USB drive. Just by looking at his smile, one could tell how smoothly it went this time. It is enough. The scene shifted to another location. This was Nigeria. Inside, the doctors were constantly busy. Just then, the door was pushed open forcefully. Everyone looked in the direction that person was pointing. Their target was the news program currently airing. At that moment, the setting sun dyed the entire sky red, creating a rare sense of tranquility. Thanks to the evidence Ta Han discovered at the Tezen Research Institute, the administration of the Ebola vaccine was urgently suspended. Immediately after, a full-scale investigation into the Tizen Corporation was launched. The conspiracy of collusion with Chinese demon people was exposed one after another. The Chinese Player Association, which had once accepted Jiangsu, hastily drew a clear line. In the end, Jiangsu was expelled and could not avoid a prison sentence. Having successfully prevented a crisis that nearly escalated into the extinction of humanity, Ta Hyun and Cody Wood were awarded the first SSS rank player license in history by the World Player Association. Shortly after, the exit vaccine developed by New Korea was distributed worldwide. Thanks to the superior efficacy of the acid, the Grey Plague quickly weakened. The world gradually regained stability. At a massive skyscraper in the center of Shawa City, Jin Hee was extremely calm, exuding the demeanor of a gentleman. Calling you the hero of New Korea is no longer enough. Congratulations on becoming an SSS rank player. The savior of humanity, the top-ranked player. He bowed his head, slightly embarrassed. Savior? That sounds awkward. I just did what I had to do. He chuckled, showing understanding. Truly humble. But given what you have shown, you are fully deserving of that title. I want to hold a grand celebration ceremony. But the reason you called us here must be because you have something urgent to say, right? Everyone was eager, not at all annoyed at being disturbed. Go ahead, speak. And he acted as a mediator. Everyone is waiting to hear. He looked at Taihan with eyes full of trust. Since I called everyone here, I should show something. What I am about to say might not be easy to understand in one go. He recounted it to the new Korean players. The truth he had told Ayoung before. Some were shocked, while others could not suppress their excitement. There were also those who found it hard to accept. No one interrupted Taihan or asked questions. Everyone listened in breathless silence. He calmly finished the unbelievable story, saying that was everything he had experienced so far. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Jin He spoke up to break the air, saying he was not someone who spoke without basis, and both he and everyone knew that well. All this time he had achieved the impossible and proven it through actions. He believed him, but he wondered why he was only revealing this now. Hearing this, Taehyun hesitated a little, saying that this matter was... He looked at Jo Eong as he spoke. Sometimes he thought relying on teammates was not a bad thing, and he wanted them to know what they would be fighting for from now on. The reason why Earth had never seen monster beasts or catastrophes above SSS rank was because the Abyss was controlled by the Emperor's cursed technique. When the war begins, that influence will disappear, and this place will become much more dangerous. Whether the upper realm or the lower realm wins, Earth's safety is not guaranteed. Therefore, in the end, he wanted to become the victor of that war. To do that, he had no choice but to descend into the Abyss. Perhaps he would no longer be able to help this place as before, so he hoped that New Korea and everyone would become stronger, holding firm while he was away. Please give him time to settle everything. Taehyun bowed low using a sincere voice, saying he entrusted everything to them. Mozone was stirred by these words, saying Taehyun. Amidst the chaos of emotions, another person spoke up, saying, "Alright brother, no, it should be big brother, right?" Kang Hyuk laughed heartily, saying such important matters, he was ready to help with all his might. They were brothers. The guy sitting next to him could only helplessly hold his head, saying it hurt like hell. As he said, it was indeed hard to understand everything at once, but if it concerned their future, there was no reason to refuse. Sang-jin crossed his arms, looking very confident, saying he always felt that he was hiding something. Taehyun, he finally saw his true self. Imazon was surprised, asking if she already knew. She turned her head and played dumb, saying who knew. Seeing the situation, Jin-hee judged that it seemed no one objected. He asked Section Chief Gu Ta-guk if he still remembered that he once said he wanted to be a solid support for the child walking the right path. Tae-guk had no objection, saying yes. He affirmed once again, saying they would stay here to protect the place he would return to. He should just walk the path he believed was right. Taehyun looked at those friends and felt warmth, the people willing to walk the royal path with him. Now by his side, there were many such people. After revealing his plan, Taehyun spent rare, ordinary moments with his family after a long time, being able to gather with his family, enjoying warm meals and innocent smiles. The laughter absent from the arena, the eyes full of affection. Then the times facing danger where no one chose to retreat. Taehyun looked back at the past. Everything had disappeared from Earth. Both the demon hybrids and the madness disease they spread, the affairs of the world that once existed, had returned to the correct orbit, with nothing left to look back on. He just had to trust and entrust it to them. Now is the time to face the real war to settle everything. He stepped forward with a respectful attitude, saying he had kept her waiting. Rosalia. Well then, this time Taehyun was very confident, saying let us begin. The countdown mission for the racial war is about to start. The floating frame continuously changed, showing the countdown mission for the remaining time before the racial war. Before the racial war begins and the territory war. At Rosalia's northern territory, the disputed area with Organ Kiem Rock City. Here, an extremely fierce battle was taking place, with neither side yielding. Do not retreat, Miran shouted fiercely, absolutely not letting them touch the city. The giants will crush the city walls. This is the supreme succubus knight Miran, SS plus rank. He fought while commanding, vowing to hold this place at all costs. Yet in just a few short seconds she was suddenly ambushed. Fresh blood sprayed from Miran's mouth, the wound clearly severe. She could not resist and was sent flying straight into a nearby wall. One who struck had shown no mercy all this time, saying it seemed there was no warrior worthy of a 1-1 duel. Or perhaps he had expected too much of the succubus race. Let me briefly introduce him. This is Azure SSS rank. He turned and asked, was that not the case, big boss? A voice sounded from behind, saying after all they were just mercenaries dragged onto the battlefield. So what honor? This is Lightning Airbus SSS rank. Erebus seemed to disagree, saying that made sense too. But if they won this battle, Organ promised them a city. From there they could rebuild the giant tribe. He sneered, asking if he really believed that crazy Organ would keep his word. But he was still confident, a smile on his lips, saying the little brother did not understand those troublesome matters. Big boss. Little brother only knew how to fight. Erebos half closed his eyes, exuding a calm aura, saying he sometimes envied his innocence. But since they were on the battlefield, promise or not, they had to protect the honor of the giant tribe. Slaughter them without leaving a single one. Do you hear? Tremble in fear, you succubus. The children of Typhon, Erebos, and Ezer have descended. As soon as that badass line finished, the kick also landed just in time. That familiar smile appeared right in the middle of the battlefield like that. Taehyun had made a truly stylish entrance. Taehyun turned and delivered another spectacular kick. Aether was now completely on the defensive, blood gushing from his mouth. Even Erebos took a few seconds to react. His massive body staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. At this moment, someone came to help Miran up. It was a Hantala. They were suspicious for only a moment before quickly recognizing the Queen's contractor. Finally, you have arrived at the abyss. He heard this and turned to ask, you are the one who escaped from the Organ Fortress, fought Aji-moon, and seized Beelzebub's body. You are the King's Key, the one who triggered the territory war. Taehyun's attitude was moderate, neither arrogant nor weak. After hearing that long explanation, it seems I am quite famous. Azer struggled to get up and cut in. You came to help Rosalia? Even though I captured the fortress, there is no head worthy of offering to Organ. That's just perfect. He did not answer, his demeanor calm but exuding an arrogant aura from his bones. That will be hard to do. My neck is too thick, it's not easy to cut off my head. I heard you are the sons of the giant king. Yet you go fight under Organ's banner, shaking hands with a traitor. It seems you have no self-respect at all. Aether took a few minutes to understand those words, then roared, don't talk nonsense, you scrawny bastard, you ignorant wretch. Taehyun tilted his head, showing interest. Oh, still in one piece? You're tough, must be thanks to your giant bloodline. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, but he still spoke boldly. Organ is holding our father hostage. If we don't obey, his life will be in danger. It's not that we have no self-respect. We are building strength under Organ for the future. Erebos raised a hand to calm him. That's enough either. We don't need to explain ourselves against such cheap provocation. His face hardened hardened, the blue-white light of the lightning bolts raging, his clenched hands trembling slightly, but determination in his eyes was even fiercer. No matter the situation, we are the invaders and your enemies. Stop talking nonsense and fight. Didn't you come here to stop us? Tai Hyun said leisurely. Well, I suppose so, but may I say something before we begin? Without any panic, he calmly raised his hand, his expression undisturbed, as if that rage could not touch him. Why don't we make this a battle between leaders? I fight one of you, and the winner takes this land from the loser's head. Aether sneered, the battle is almost won already. Why should we accept your offer? Tai Hyun lowered his head deeply, his hair falling to cover all emotions. Yes, almost won. Hyun coldly cut off that hollow speech, but because I am here, the advantage has definitely shifted to my side. The reason I made this offer is that I don't want useless bloodshed in this territory war. For you, taking over without bloodshed would also preserve your forces for future plans, right? If you still refuse, I will consider the giant clan as mere single-celled brawlers or cowards who don't dare to solo one-on-one. Both of the others changed expression upon hearing that. Aether's hot temper spoke without thinking. Big brother, I can't let this slide. Will you stop me? Erebos lowered his head, his voice deep with a leader's proper tone. Fine. Our giant clan never shies away from a direct challenge. But the leader over there isn't you, is it? Does the Scepter Kilbus clan agree to this? Han turned around, and the two girls immediately said tactfully, we obey Lord Contractor. As for how much he can handle, that's his business. They say they agree. On this side, he was still trying to persuade the one opposite. Big brother, let me fight. I was just careless because I was ambushed earlier. I have to pay back what I received. Erebos remained silent for nearly 10 minutes before replying in a low voice, understood. This time, it will be a true arena between two people. There will be no further unfairness. Zer spoke with confidence from some unknown source. Prepare yourself. I will engrave the terror of the giant clan deep into your bones. Ta Hyun said nothing, only smiled as his answer. For a moment, the atmosphere grew tense, though naturally only from one side. In some corner, the small beetle cutting across the frame paid no attention to what was below. A moment later, its legs spread out and it used force to leap away. At the same time, he also charged forward at his fastest speed. He observed and assessed, pressure as immense as his size. Seeing Azer already closing in right before his eyes, he looks just like a tank, doesn't he? Taehyun glanced to the other side, but just like this. At this moment, Azer raised his fist, about to reach his opponent. However, he merely sidestepped with one step and dodged it. You are so slow that I would find it hard to take the hit, even if I wanted to. He then burst out laughing as if he had achieved his goal. You idiot. Suddenly, Taehyun's stomach was pierced by a mass of crystals. If you thought the giant clan's only ability was this physical body, Aether turned to follow up on the previous blow, then you've made a big mistake. A high-level giant can control the elements freely. Ice Cold bound his legs tightly. The element of this body is ice. He grew larger with the momentum. I am who I am. Now, Frost. Taehyun blocked the blow, but was pushed back a few steps by the force. He gritted his teeth, seemingly at a disadvantage. Yet Aether still did not stop, adding another crushing blow with his weight. It's over. Taehyun's eyes rolled, fresh blood spurting from the corner of his mouth. He laughed, extremely pleased with his handiwork. Just as I thought, all talk and no fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Aether was now stunned and bewildered. What? Where did he disappear to? Another voice rang out, seemingly worried. Aether, behind you. He clenched his fist and ground his teeth. How is that possible? It turned out he had just been playing around the whole time. I have thoroughly watched your performance. Controlling elements, huh? That's a good piece of reference material. But after that last display, Aether became extremely confident. He growled, is this the power of Succubus? Mind control? How dare you use such a filthy trick to humiliate me in this sacred match? His body twisted uncontrollably, and he roared that he would teach his opponent a lesson. Taehyun stepped forward lightly and asked calmly, what are you rambling about? He jumped up, spun around, and prepared to unleash a devastating strike. It's my turn now, isn't it? Taehyun's hand was wrapped in a hard, powerful red armor. The opponent was hit so hard he could no longer stand. He was sent flying, causing dirt and rocks to scatter everywhere. Looking closely, Azure had lost consciousness. No longer a threat. Taehyun landed softly and added a taunting remark. The match is over. Everyone stood frozen for a moment, unable to believe their eyes. What are you doing? The other side's underlings fell into chaos. He was defeated in a single blow? No, that's cheating. They drained his strength. Erebos silently assessed everything. Though I don't know the process, I don't limit the methods. Clearly, that man won. A promise is a promise. Will we really help the army? We can't do that. But the honor of the giant race. Taehyun lost patience and asked quietly, you're the real leader of that side, aren't you? Without hesitation, he stood up straight and issued a challenge. I'll have to fight you too. Come on, Erebos. This attitude surprised Erebos. That human, he knew defeating Aether wasn't enough to convince everyone. Erebos thought being straightforward was better. Are you giving me a chance? Without waiting for an answer, he prepared to charge. Key of the King, I ask your name. Taehyun raised his hand in a defensive stance and replied, I am Taehyun. Erebos responded politely as a worthy opponent. Thank you, Tao Hyun. I am Erebos Lodin, first son of King Typhon. I'll warn you, in return for your kindness, my fists won't be light. He showed no fear. That's what I want too, so I can defeat you all and make you submit willingly. Before making a move, he still didn't forget to say, "Here I come." Both turned into two streaks of light, beginning a true battle. One side was the masculine pink power of Tahan, the other side was the fierce blue of Erebos. Both used speeds barely visible to the naked eye, leaving the weak seeing only after images. The collision of their oppressive auras made everything around seem like it was about to explode. He stepped back, reinforcing his thoughts. As expected, he's different from the last one. The sturdy physique of the giant race, plus elemental power and speed compensation. A complete hexagon build? Huh. Of course, Erebos was also wary. This human, besides speed, uses organs power to compensate. Definitely not an opponent Asura could handle. Both shared only one thought. Even so, I will still win. Erebos erupted with all his power. My speed doesn't stop here. If I envelop my body with elements to the limit, it will collapse. But in exchange, I get greater explosive power. With this power, I will open a future for my race. He grazed past Taihan, only making his opponent bleed a little. Still, he couldn't be optimistic. Fast, he might be the fastest enemy I've ever faced. I need to lock down his movements. Apocalypse. Erebos, even before the clash, quickly used his proudest ability. All techniques need activation time, as long as they are manifested through mana. Of course, he still had capital to be arrogant, and that was speed. I won't give you even the tiniest opening. Taihan annoyedly realized this opponent was one in 1,000 years. What a struggle. Erebos coldly stepped forward. I'll end this right before your eyes. Severely wounded Murin was still worried about the match. Contractor, you're struggling not like when you fought Azur. Defeating Erebos is still beyond you. Since birth, Erebos had deeply inherited power as a direct descendant of a Grand Duke. As the first son, he was once the next Grand Duke candidate. His level was completely different from someone borrowing power through a contract. Still, he didn't dare underestimate his opponent. That's true, but this was someone who had crossed level differences countless times to stand here. Just as he focused on recovering with Edgy Moon's power, his gaze was not that of someone cornered. So, I must not my guard down. I have to accumulate damage on him and patiently wait for the right moment. Erebos turned into wind, moving so fast no one could see him. Tahan was beaten to the point of having no chance to counterattack. He observed every tiny detail carefully. His stance is broken. Now, two fists shot forward in parallel, carrying the force to shatter the earth and sky. A bolt of lightning struck, and he flew straight back countless meters. Yet when the dust cleared, Tahan was still holding on. Before him was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. The girls on the other side couldn't help but feel sorrow. Is it over? At this moment, after so long, one finally revealed himself. Brother. Erebos maintained the calm demeanor of a leader. A person must keep their promise. Key of the King Tahyun. From now on, this territory and your head will belong to the giants. Before his eyes, a gruesome red fluid had already enveloped his words. He quickly ran forward to observe the situation. But when that strange red blood faded away, Diethain reappeared, without a single wound, still full of vitality. But even if they fought a second round, it would only delay the time. The outcome was already decided. His slender hand reached out into the air. Really, my attack has already hit you. Erebos was slightly puzzled. What are you talking about? I didn't give you any opening. A strange sensation reached his brain, forcing him to stop. What is this? From when? This time his expression became extremely sharp. If you don't give me an opening, I will make you step into one yourself. My blood, the thing you splattered all over yourself when you threw me away. I regenerated my body using the power of IG Moon. It became mana blood mixed with the power of Beelzebub. It will hurt a lot. Its toxicity is enough to dissolve everything. Hearing this, Erebos belatedly understood, so he was only pretending to be pushed back. I understand now, his true terror is not handling multiple powers, but his ability to adapt them to the situation. That extraordinary application caused him to be unexpectedly counterattacked. Only now did Tahyun give a faint smile. The power you mentioned earlier is the kind that can be exchanged for ruining the body, right? Now your body is broken. From now on you can only slow down. But Erebos cut him off. No, do you think at this point I would still fear death? If I risk my life, I can go even further. I just saw and wanted to rush forward to stop him. Brother, stop. If even you fall, who will lead the giant race? He only used one sentence to silence him. If we lose here, then the giant race no future anyway. Little brother, and will you survive? Take this key head and negotiate with Organ. Use it to revive the giant race. Though unwilling, at this moment he could only call out helplessly, brother. Hyun's eyes were still like a calm lake unruffled before the storm. Then that is troublesome. A cold voice filled with killing intent rang out, I am coming. Erebos lowered his body to gain momentum, jumping up with a large stride. Yet he looked up with a sorrowful expression. Tartarus told me to say this if I ever met Typhon. He wants to fight with you once more. These words made him stop. Erebos asked with doubt, how do you know that name? Tahyun closed his eyes to give the opponent a moment to think. After a while he said softly, "Isn't that what you want too?" While everyone was immersed in emotion, Taehyun's hand reached out. He was suddenly lifted up and then thrown down violently. His large body fell with a thud, shattering the surrounding earth and rocks. Only then did he speak, "If I win, I will take your heads, but they will remain on your bodies. I want you to be comrades fighting by my side. If your lives are only meant to be discarded like organs puppets, give them to me instead. I will free Typhon and open a new path for you." Erebos immediately looked up upon hearing this. "Is that true? You plan to release my brother's father?" Taehyun smiled sincerely. "That is right." He stood up without continuing the attack. "How do you plan to do that?" His expression unchanged, but he still answered. "Rosalia seems to have a clear grasp of Typhon's imprisonment location. I will go there to free him, because Organ will definitely never release him peacefully. So I am ready to declare war if he interferes." Erebos knelt on one knee. "What is your ultimate goal that you would risk saving my father?" Taehyun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I need to deliver Tartarus's final will to him, because he was once a loyal Grand Duke, who fought shoulder to shoulder with the Dark Lord. I want to extend an invitation as the holder of the King's Key. Does he wish to fight alongside me or not?" These words left Erebos stunned for a long time, speechless. After a while he let out a light laugh. "Ah, so you intend to use freedom to force him, but just simply extend an invitation?" He shrugged matter-of-factly. "Before every battle, I always send an invitation to the other Grand Dukes. No need to waste the precious power of the underworld before the war between races breaks out, right?" But he quite liked this style. "You seem very different from the previous brutal Dark Lord. I thought the glorious campaigns alongside the monarch had faded into the distant past." Erebos' other leg down to the ground. "All the people of the giant race are in fear, brother." Before thousands of eyes, he bowed his head. "I am completely convinced. Our giant race will pledge loyalty to you. I want to try embarking on the new path you promised to open for us." Taehyun watched the scene and smiled with satisfaction. Scene shifted to a vast castle. Rosalia could only rub her forehead helplessly. "My contractor has gone off on his own again. Didn't I tell you to focus on long-term defense? Who asked you to create that mess before coming back?" Taehyun was quite proud of that mess. "What is wrong with it? I have previously mentioned drawing Typhon into the alliance. This could not be a better opportunity. The support of the giant race will make persuading Typhon easier, and our army even stronger." "Do you hate the giant race's king that much?" "I hate him extremely." She turned away without admitting it. "That boastful and noisy man. But since you have already done it, I have no choice. After all, my contractor's mistake is my responsibility for not supervising closely." He swirled the glass in his hand and smiled. "Decision made. The Typhon rescue operation officially begins now." At the same time, at another castle, Organ rested his chin, his eyes full of interest. "Capturing the prison fortress is a very commendable feat, truly worthy of the giant race's strength. I was completely right to place my trust and entrust this task to you." A quickly stepped forward to ask, "Lord Beast King, what about the promise to us?" He leaned back, not sparing a drop of saliva. "A promise? Are you referring to me gifting you a castle? I will grant you the very prison fortress you just captured. That is more than enough, right?" He listened with barely contained rage. That castle was nearly leveled if not for Taehyun's appearance. Not to mention that place was originally Rosalia's territory. He wanted to turn our giant race into meat shields in a constantly warring region. "Yes, Organon is exactly that kind of person." He pointed straight at Azer without scruple. "It seems you are not satisfied with my reward." He grew even more disgusted. He is a dictator who always disposes of plundered things according to his personal whims. Erebos calmly stepped forward, saying of course not, thanking them for their kindness. They requested permission to retreat and reorganize the army immediately, and Organ replied to do as he pleased. At that moment, a guard ran in to report news to Lord Organ. Kilba's tribe had launched a counter-attack, and western platforms 20 and 19 were completely besieged. News came from the other side of the battle line. A grim image appeared, the presence of Rosalia. Organ laughed as if he heard a funny joke, asking if Rosalia was so enraged over losing territory. Very well, since the Grand Duke had revealed himself, he would personally go to face him. Erebos tilted his head to listen. Rosalia had begun her action. This was the signal Taehyun sent them. When Organ left the base, they would immediately execute the plan. In a remote area within Organ's territory, the Terra Seal platform appeared. The sound of footsteps echoed in the quiet night. Taehyun sat down to observe, so it was located there after all. Rosalia once said Organ did not know this place, as she had come here with the Emperor during the previous war. The land could suppress demonic energy, could not be detected, ideal for hiding something important. Typhon was definitely imprisoned there, but he must be extremely cautious. Inside a dark prison meant to hold someone who could not escape. There were always powerful wardens on guard. God breathed out in disgust, asking who dared to come. Was he Organ's contractor? He was the SSS rank King God. The golem beside him added fuel to the fire, mocking the fool who couldn't tell the difference. The mana was completely different. He was the SSS rank king of buried golems. He stepped forward to observe, asking if he was lost, why he was seeking death. He was truly unlucky to the bone. Taehyun removed his hood without hiding, saying he originally did not know where this was, but now it was clear. 2 SSS rank monsters guarding the place. It seemed Organ greatly feared Typhon's rebirth. These words made the two stand on end. God asked in a low voice that he was no ordinary person. The golem interrogated how he knew Typhon was imprisoned. Who was he really? Disappeared from his spot. Only his voice remained asking who he was. In an instant, he appeared before him. His thin hand came down like a boulder. You will soon know the answer. That familiar, ferocious power surged forth again. A cold voice rang out, Devour. God was terrified by the situation. What was this terrifying source of power? An ominous thought flashed through his mind. Could it be a king? Still, he tried to resist, saying he would not pass through this gate. A large mace smashed into the ground, shattering everything. God's eyes flashed a suspicious red. The dust cleared, revealing that Ta-Han had blocked it with just one hand. He slightly curled the corner of his mouth, but showed no arrogance. Yet his expression changed, and a fifth punch was thrown. Moments later, the two were left as soulless corpses. He walked alone to the front of the giant door. His slender white hand pushed the door open. He had finally found him. Inside was a giant bound tightly in chains. Ta-Hyun's voice echoed, the king of the giant race, former Grand Duke of the Abyss Typhon. Inside the great building, the man was hung by iron chains, unconscious. Ta-Hyun stood below, his red eyes narrowing as he observed with his high-tier racial vision. He saw Typhon had no magic stone. He might have lost it or Organ had removed it. What remained here was only an empty shell. Ta-Hyun smiled. A monster's body without a magic stone usually dissolved. Maintaining its shape showed his terrifying power. He wanted even more to make him an ally. He turned slightly, but first he needed to replace the magic stone. Ta-Hyun's face darkened. The heart insight skill could create a magic stone inside his own body, but he could not transfer it to others. Ta-Hyun suddenly paused, his pupils cricketing. Ta-Hyun shot an interested glance. He should thank Organ for this. He looked towards the wide-open door. He had prepared a donor for the transplant. Moments later, the SSS rank magic stone was inserted into Typhon's chest as a foundation. Ta-Hyun raised his hand to transfer energy. If he added mana and fragment energy, the preparation was complete. He then ordered him to open his eyes. A bright stream of mana connected to Typhon's body, the king of giants. Typhon's arm, suspended in the air, twitched slightly. His eyes opened wide, glaring menacingly ahead. The scene shifted outside. This was Organ's 18th platform. Consecutive explosions occurred on the tall buildings. Rooftop exploded once more. Rosalia frowned slightly, seriously stepping backward. Organ dashed over at that moment, shouting that the bitch only knew sneaky tricks, daring to challenge him in person with her main body. He charged straight at Rosalia, roaring that she was making him very happy. Organ's eyes at this moment reflected her image, wide and full of fervor. Rosalia quickly created a large sphere and hurled it forcefully down at the spot where Organ was charging. She stood looking at the chaos, gently telling him not to delude himself. Rosalia's eyes were bloodshot. She sneered that the reason she did not go to the front line was to use her power effectively. Unlike him, who was just a beast, Rosalia smiled sinisterly. But if battle was needed, she did not flee, and asked if he thought she would stand still when her territory was stolen. Organ's hand tightly gripped the brick on the ground. He leaped up, flung everything away, and roared loudly that he understood. Rosalia calmly swept her gaze around, observing. She stood still, watching Organ like a beast charging towards her. Rosalia used her tentacles to block his attack. Organ gritted his teeth, his eyes shining brightly, saying that it turned out she too knew fury when losing territory. It seemed she was still aware she was the Grand Duke. Rosalia glanced slightly, her face unchanging, replying that today they could confirm who was the highest-ranking Grand Duke. She looked straight at Organ, gathered man in front of her chest, and repeated the question about who was the highest-ranking Grand Duke. He tilted his head slightly, shouting in panic to confirm as much as he liked. Immediately after, he was struck through the body by the mana from the skill. The light pinned straight down into the ground, creating a large explosion. Palace before them again gained more cracks due to the explosion. The massive Organ stood there, his chest pierced through with a hole. Rosalia glanced over, quietly observing. Suddenly, his hand reached out to grab the tentacle behind, surprising Rosalia. He pulled hard upwards, arrogantly declaring himself the victor. Then he used his large foot to stomp forcefully towards Rosalia, causing her to scream in pain. Rosalia was now standing at a great distance from him. Before she could steady herself, he lunged from above with a large stone over his head. As if already knowing the outcome, Organ smashed down hard on the spot where Rosalia was standing. Organ used his large hand to lift her up, mocking the stupidity of confronting him with brute strength, because he held the power of the gate. Organ's gaze was sharp. He gripped Rosalia tightly, saying this was the second time he had defeated a Grand Duke, and he would seal her as a trophy. Rosalia gripped in his hand, softly chuckled. He became angrier, asking what she was laughing at. Rosalia looked towards the clown, cursed him for being foolish, said she did not flee but also did not fight like a beast, and he realized it too late. Organ stopped his malice, still not understanding, repeated her earlier warning about using power effectively. Immediately after, Rosalia transformed into one of his subordinates, who painfully cried out to Lord Organ. Organ furiously clenched his fist, turning that one into water. He angrily looked up above his head and roared Rosalia's name. Rosalia cheerfully looked down, saying she had stalled for enough time, completed her role, and the rest depended on them and the false contract. Organ stood there furious, unable to do anything, asking Rosalia what she meant. Rosalia crossed her arms and flew away, saying he would soon know the war between the territories would be even more interesting. Organ stood there, silently observing. His eyes lit up with puzzlement, wondered what scheme that witch was plotting again, then told his subordinates not to pursue. First they had to find out her plan. At this moment another subordinate hastily knelt to report news from behind. A moment later, panicked shouts rang out from the city gate reporting that the giant tribe had revolted. Erebos stood on the city gate, hearing the news that he had killed the soldiers and seized the teleportation gate. Organ furiously asked if those bastards had forgotten that he was holding Typhon in his hands. He thought, connecting the events. Rosalia suddenly changed her attitude and left. The giants rebelled in his absence. Wondered if they had allied with Rosalia. He lowered his head slightly, wondered if the giants had clear reasons not to confront him. But what if Rosalia had promised to resolve that matter? Organ turned his head in astonishment, thought about Rosalia's false contract and where the king's key currently was. He turned around, walking as he spoke that he needed to get to the sealing place the fastest. The guard was worried, because they had to go through the teleportation gate blocked by Erebos. He angrily turned back, grabbed the guard, said he did not care about sacrifices, opened the gate at any cost. His eyes lit up with anger. He shouted that his majesty would awaken. Back to Typhon, the king of the giants. The chains in the air gradually could no longer hold. Typhon fell straight to the ground. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Typhon had to cover his face and ask if Typhon had awakened yet. The small Typhon stood there, introducing himself as the king's key, the one who had revived him. He furrowed his brows seriously, said he was probably confused having just returned from the dead, but he had matters to discuss. But Typhon refused to listen, punching a fist into the ground. Threw his head back and roared loudly. Typhon followed as he was about to charge off, saying he was not finished speaking. He turned his head and growled. Typhon scratched his face helplessly. It seemed he was not in a state to have a proper conversation. He stood upright, watching Typhon approach. First, he had to help the giant regain his senses. Typhon flew into a rage, his eyes bloodshot as he let out a thunderous roar. He charged straight at Typhon, but luckily he managed to dodge. Typhon planted his feet firmly on the ground. Watching Typhon's back, he leaped up and said, "I understand you are angry about being awakened." Typhon's hand reached for Typhon's horn but suddenly stopped. He raised his arm, muscles tensed, his eyes fixed squarely on the giant. Showing no mercy, he threw a devastating punch. Typhon roared in pain, staggering backward before falling. Typhon glanced at Brow, worry in his heart. What now? The dust slowly cleared, revealing Typhon sitting slumped on the ground. He leaned back, growling angrily. Then he lunged at Typhon again. Typhon clenched his fists, worried because the punch had no effect. They could not hold Organ off for long. Raising his hand, he thought he needed to try a different approach. He said softly, "Apocalypse." A barrage of iron chains shot towards the roaring Typhon. To his surprise, they wrapped tightly around the giant. Typhon struggled, but Typhon spoke up. "Sorry for having to bind you, but please stay still for a moment." He bowed his head, his long hair veiling his eyes. "Until I can read your thoughts." Typhon's left eye glowed as he stared straight at Typhon, then calmed his mind. He slightly lowered his head, his eyes sinking into stillness. Before his eyes was a wasteland beneath a sky crackling with electricity. Was this Typhon's mind? Typhon stepped forward. He looked at the other's back and called out Typhon. Typhon tilted his head slightly, invading my mind right after being resurrected. I had hoped you would be more exceptional. His eyes lit up as he looked at the intruder. But you are merely human. Who are you? Typhon stood straight and introduced himself. I am the key to the kingship and the contractor of Rosalia. Typhon's eyes gleamed. King Rosalia. So that is it. Explain your ability. It has been a long time since I last heard those names. He paused and asked, "Did you resurrect me be a pawn in a war?" Typhon denied it. "I seek an alliance. There will be no coercion." He lifted his gaze. "If you accept, I will help the giant race and take revenge on Organ." Typhon was stunned. "You are not forcing me?" He turned away, showing no respect. "I refuse. Leave." Typhon's face darkened as he watched, frowning. He spread his arms in confusion. "Tell me the reason? Do you wish to become the abyssal king like the other archdukes?" Typhon lowered his head deeply. "My refusal is not because of the alliance, but because I was resurrected." Typhon jolted, his pupils constricting. "What?" Typhon clenched his fist. "Losing my position as archduke and the decline of my race angered me to my very core." He recalled the battle long ago, everything stemming from the war between the warriors. He remembered the humiliation of losing to Organ. His eyes looked up to the sky. "How could I pretend this never happened? That is not the warrior's way. I can only remain silent. The one who deserves retribution is myself." Typhon listened in silence, frowning. "If you understand, then put me back to sleep." He thought, "I see. He is consumed by guilt over his failure, actively refusing to wake up." Typhon turned his back. At this rate, resurrecting him is useless. He turned away, but suddenly paused in confusion. "I do not understand. Why stay silent? What is wrong with you archdukes?" Typhon was stunned. stunned, his fist tightening. What? You dare insult me? Ta Hien glanced over, thinking he needed to make the giant understand. He said so, it is your pride that has brought you to this state. Facing Typhon's anger, he continued, be honest and admit you are afraid and have lost confidence in victory. Typhon lunged forward, roaring, how dare you? Punched the ground hard. What do you know? Ta Hien blocked the strike, confused. What is this? He deflected the blow and then praised, you are truly very strong. His eyes appraised, but not what I expected of an archduke. Typhon was surprised as Ta Hien easily brushed his hand aside. He pushed off his feet and lunged forward, and he threw a precise punch to Typhon's jaw. The giant looked dazed, spinning and falling backward. Typhon touched his face. You little brat. His eyes darted to Ta Hien, who was saying, you said you could do nothing, yet here you are, getting back up. Ta Hien frowned. Do you not have enough grit to rise again? Why do you insist on treating one failure as an eternal defeat? He stood there persuading, everyone deserves a second chance. Typhon. Ta Hien tossed the orb forward. Look, everyone is trying because they believe you will return. Typhon roared, we are not shameless. We bide our time, accumulate strength, for that is all we can do right now. His gaze turned cold. He wanted to walk on the new path his father had promised with him. Typhon remembered the glorious time, his son who fought to the end and sacrificed himself with honor, wishing to fight alongside him once more. Typhon opened his eyes wide to listen to Ta Hien. He was a warrior but also their king, and should not dwell on failure forever, but continue fighting for those who believed in him. He frowned and said, the one who remains until the very end is the true victor. Typhon looked stunned, his eyes wide. Sat there, unable to utter a word. Outside, the chains gradually disappeared. Typhon knelt on the ground and roared, impossible. The two subordinates under Organ were astonished. The giant king had truly been revived. Wolf King Wolverine rank SSS and Orgo rank SSS were surprised. Organ was right that they had come here. Typhon glanced at them charging forward. The giant king must not leave. He will deal with the key. He spoke gently, keyed. I need to stretch my limbs a bit. He leaped up and quickly slammed the heads of the two unfortunate ones into the ground. Gao Yun cried out as a hand tightened on his head. Typhon's eyes shone bright. I've been submerged in despair before. Outside was in an uproar due to the announcement that the giant King Typhon had returned. Ta Hien reminded him, you are making too much noise. He tilted his head slightly. This is my first stroll in centuries. I must do it for honor. He said he would take down the ones outside in an instant. He smiled faintly, do as you wish. Typhon's eyes lit up. Key, I will trust your words. I was once submerged in despair. Being submerged again would not harm me. He smiled. With the giant king accompanying you, you will win. Afterward, the summoning contract was established. The skill summoned Typhon was registered. Outside, Organ stopped. Impossible. Panicked, the elite army of the monster race, by the squad leaders, was completely annihilated. A demon standing at the door shouted, Lord Organ. He yelled loudly, there is nothing inside. Organ clenched his fists, having anticipated the giant race's retreat. His gaze was filled with hatred. Key of the king, you finally dared to fool me. Organ turned around and ordered a retreat. The worried demon asked if he was all right. He replied, Typhon has probably followed the key to Rosalia's place. If the giant race gathers, Organ said while walking, then the first target will be me. I must prepare for that. The whole group advanced toward the bridge ahead. A large circle appeared, observing them. Ho ho ho, things are very interesting. Reviving another forgotten old Grand Duke. Duckmungan glanced with interest. The key has gained a new trump card in unimaginable way. He swept his gaze toward the voice. Do not speak as if it were someone else's fault. See, King of Hell, all this trouble is because of you. A large door connected to Beelzebub. He said we had the chance to eliminate the key early. If you had held it back on Earth, it would have been destroyed. There would be no Typhon. Why did you break the pact? Duckmungan rested his chin happily and replied, I acted out of interest. After confirming what the key was, I became curious about its journey. That is all. Beelzebub opened his eyes as wide as possible. That is evident from what the key has done. It not only inherited the king's strength, but wants to walk the same path as the underworld king, seeking victory to command everyone in the race war. He crushed his chair, but I will never agree to fight under a lowly human again. Then he arrogantly yelled, the one who becomes king this time will be me, Beelzebub. Duckmungan closed his eyes in enjoyment. Haste makes waste, he asked, how long do you intend to keep being evasive? Duckmungan remembered Tai Hein and said, the underworld king gave his power to the key, and then disappeared. Return is his exclusive ability. There is no way to come back. Beelzebub's eyes widened slightly. That means this war will be the final war. Duckmungan also fell silent, glancing over. The scene shifted to Aji Moon's side. He was angrily listening to a voice. Must choose before it is too late. The demons below listened tensely, both the human and the other Grand Dukes. Now there is only one chance left. The great dragon was currently flying over the mountains. Dragon spread its large wings wide, flying high above to observe. This was the holy land of the dragon race, Dragonia. Dove down from above toward the buildings below. Raziel nervously transformed into human form and stepped forward. He approached the fire and knelt on the ground. I have returned after verifying the rumors. Raziel spoke to the authoritative man above, greetings to the elders. Raziel bowed reverently. A low-level patrol dragon has confirmed the giant race is moving toward Rosalia's territory. Agni glanced down. That arrogant giant king is following a key that is not the underworld king. What is this about? Fire Dragon Elder Agni, rank SS+. Sinfit swept his gaze with disgust. The possibility that he used dirty tactics such as mind manipulation cannot be ruled out. Silver Dragon Elder Sinfit, rank SS+. Alan closed his eyes and said, "Humph, that is all they amount to. The giant race and the dream demon race combined cannot compare to the dragon race. Green Dragon Elder Galan, rank SSS." Blonde stroked his beard and spoke up. "The important thing is that matters do not stop here. If he later recruits many other Grand Dukes, then Gold Dragon Elder Blonde, rank SS+. Most authoritative man said, "Do not worry. Have we not already set the trap through the master to prepare for this moment?" Bordox glared sharply. "The dragon race's final plan has reached the time to pull him up. Azure Dragon Elder Bordox, rank SS+. Before it is too late." The others quickly gave their answers. "Agreed, I agree." The two elders on the left also joined in. "I also agree, I agree." Raziel looked up at them as they gave orders. "Raziel, deliver this to the master." The flames brightened inside the brick pit. The proud dragons transformed with majesty. The decision of our Dragonia. The scene shifted to the large, luxurious palace. Rosalia sat on the throne and praised, "Well done, fake contract. It is fortunate you successfully carried out that not at all easy plan." Taehyun stood with his hands on his hips, smiling despite some trouble, as everything was done. "Thanks to you and the giant clan for holding off Organ so well." She gave a slight glare. "You know that, right? I hope this is worth being proud of." Taehyun looked straight up. "It will definitely be worth it." I now looked at Taehyun and asked, "My lord, father," before he could say more, he turned and pointed behind him, saying he needed to prepare mentally for what was back there. Typhon opened his mouth and laughed loudly, full of satisfaction. In his hand he held a bouquet of roses and rushed straight in. "Ha, Rosalia, I miss you so much." The people inside stared slack-jawed as he shouted, "Your beauty remains unchanged even after 100 years. Typhon stepped forward to propose to her again, but as soon as he spoke, Rosalia's tentacles whipped him once. Now panicked, she looked at the man crashing into the wall and shouted, "Father." Rosalia glared angrily. "I told you not to approach me on your own." Typhon rubbed his face, still completely insane. "Ha, your way of refusing me is just like that day. Being hit by your tentacles makes me feel alive again." He stepped closer, "Hit me again." Rosalia gritted her teeth and agreed, "Fine, as many as you want." Taehyun sneered in helpless contempt. "Typhon, so that's your type, huh?" At this moment Erebos called him from behind. He stood there and said gratefully, "You kept your promise, brought back the king, and opened a new path for us who had lost hope. I sincerely thank you." Erebos looked down at Taehyun. "My brother, we the giant clan." He clenched his fist, "Are a noble race that values loyalty. If you ever need help in the future, we will always stand by your side." Taehyun smiled as he looked up. "All right, even though it started because I needed connections like Jihong and Kasim, having demon beast brothers isn't so bad, right?" He suddenly thought of his friends outside Earth. Now in the abyss full of enemies, he also had reliable comrades. War wasn't a matter of fighting alone. As his comrades increased, he could do more in the upcoming war. The gains wouldn't stop there. He scanned down his eyes. Kim Taehyun, age 20, level 555, strength 375, stamina 380, speed 365, 5 magic power 520, charisma 330, fatigue 50%, mana 510, 530. Unique skill Devour SSS costs 100 mana. Common skills: Calm Mind SSS, Mind Manipulation 80 mana, Blood Rage SSS, Body Stat Activation 100 mana, Superior Species ISS Insight 10 mana, Superior Species Heart SSS, Magic Stone Creation 20 mana, Teleportation Gate SSS 60 mana, Memory Manifestation SSS 250 mana, Apocalypse Domain SSS, Battlefield Creation, Mana 100, Dragon's Wrath SSS, Intimidation Enhancement 100, Beast Transformation SSS, Body Alteration 100, Hell Fiend Fluid SSS, grants toxicity to magic. Mana 150, Elemental Root SSS, Elemental Absorption 150, Summon Rosalia SSS 300, Summon Hazard SSS 1000, Ajima SSS 550, Organ SSS 7800, Beelzebub SSS 8000, Zogmangan SSS 7000, Tan SSS costs 5 to 30 mana, along with the Elemental Root skill. Taehyun frowned in calculation. The elemental power the giant clan used was a common skill he'd only recently obtained. He needed to gradually grasp how to use it. At this moment a voice called out, "My queen." The maid at the door reported respectfully, "An envoy from the Dragon Lair requests an audience with the queen and the contractee. What should be done?" Rosalia looked over. "An envoy, huh? They came to congratulate Typhon on his revival." Typhon laughed loudly. Taehyun glanced and listened, "Let them in." At this moment the two walked in simultaneously. simultaneously. Tai-Hyun's eyes widened slightly. Why are you here? He looked at them walking in, stunned. Tai-Hyun shouted as Izat. She waved her hand and smiled apologetically. Hello Tai-Hyun, didn't expect to meet here, huh? She stood straight and said solemnly, I hereby convey the words of the Dragon Lord Hazard. In front of everyone, Tai-Hyun was stunned. I wish to discuss an alliance with the King's Key. He scanned his eyes observing, therefore Key, I invite you. Amidst the towering high mountains, come to the Dragon Lair, the fortress of Primordial Dragon. Inside the cave was illuminated by moonlight. Hazard sat on the throne, glancing with annoyance. AG sat frowned, clasped his hands and pleaded, you must accept the invitation of the majestic Dragon Lord. Rosalia frowned, her eyes tinged red. I oppose this matter. Riziel had a question mark floating above his head. Azizat wondered why. Rosalia stated bluntly, after submitting to the Underworld King, Hazard cooperated in the war, but he is someone whose true intentions are unclear. She thought of Hazard, she is only loyal to her role, never deeply involved with anyone, yet now she actively stay out first to call for someone. Riziel frowned in displeasure. How is this not suspicious? Tai-Hyun glanced behind. That's not an unreasonable argument, but he looked at the serious Azizat and Riziel. Azizat, they deliberately sent someone connected to me as an envoy to the Abyss, and now tell me I must respond to the invitation. He argued it sounded both persuasive and a warning if I refuse. I don't know what Hazard will do, the contractee. Typhon laughed loudly, enthusiastic, making Azer's face turn pale. Then just capture that woman first and charge at Hazard. Tai-Hyun put his hand on his forehead. Doing that would only start a war immediately. The timing isn't right. Rosalia just fought Organ. Typhon hasn't fully recovered. Ta-Hyun guessed with a glance. Anyway, I should accept the invitation, since she is someone I have to face sooner or later. Rosalia reminded from her throne, fine. No one can stop the contractee. But you must prepare thoroughly. The dragon race's power is unusual. Remember the characteristics of their breath. Most contractee abilities might be useless. Frowned and thought, then I'll support Rosalia or Typhon. Ag Moon's strategy of fighting fire with fire might no longer be effective. Erebos suddenly spoke seriously. This invitation probably has no limit on the number of people. He added, the sturdy bodies of the giant race can withstand the dragon breath. I and Ezer will accompany you as guards. Erebos stood with hands on his hips looking down. If anything happens, elder brother, we will definitely protect you. Taehyang frowned and smiled with termination. That's truly reassuring. Scene change, dragons were soaring through the sky with outstretched wings. G-Sat glanced sheepishly towards Tiu. He said shyly, I'm sorry, it's because of me. Zayzat bowed her head in self-blame. I know you accepted this dangerous invitation because I am being held as a hostage. Ta-Hyun fell silent, concentrating intently with a serious expression. He recalled the first moment they met, when shaking Azizat's hand, he had only intended to use her. Looking back at the past, she had truly risked her life fighting for his requests. Looking at her bandaged body, he reached out his hand and silently vowed to protect her with all his heart if she was in danger. Azizat smiled very sincerely. Ta-Hyun turned his head and smiled. Trust must be repaid with trust to be true comrades. G-Sat blushed, remaining silent for a few seconds. Dragon's eyes suddenly lit up. Not long after, everyone followed Riziel. He walked up and bowed respectfully. Your Excellency, I have brought the king's key as ordered. Hazard praised indifferently. Well done, Riziel. She looked down at Tai-Han dismissively. So you are the king's key. Hazard arrogantly looked down. And I am the Dragon King, Hazard. Tai-Hyun glanced back. Pleased to meet you, I am Ta-Hyun. Heard you wanted to form an alliance with me? He silently assessed this person was Hazard. Hazard sat and replied, that is correct. She looked at him like prey, believing Ban and his army were too strong. Only the combined forces of the entire lower realm could win, so an alliance was better than bloodshed. Ta-Hyun frowned and raised his hand. The previous Grand Dukes were all obsessed with conquest. It is admirable that you think further than that. Hazard looked down apathetically. Even if you rule the lower realm, it is meaningless if you cannot defeat Ban. She explained that Ban was originally a lower realm dragon, became the upper realm king, then betrayed his own kind, and she had a duty to punish him. Ta-Hyun glanced seriously while listening. Only then the bloodline of original sin would be purified. He silently remembered that term. His hand moved slightly. I do not know what that is yet, but fine. Then he raised his hand forward, smiling. Let us defeat the upper realm king Ban, together. Hazard glanced down, remaining silent without answering. She slightly propped herself up to stand. The elders said the current key is not yet the lower realm king. He is still inexperienced. Looking straight at Tai-Han without fear, the dragon race once cooperated with the lower realm king for a long time, never defeated Ban. She added, what the lower realm king could not do. Can a weak successor handle it? Ta-Hyun firmly replied, sounds like you do not trust me. Hazard glanced down contemptuously, I do not trust you. The High Council has decided to test you. The alliance will be discussed later. Turbo shouted, you invited us here only to test us from one side. How rude. He raised his hand, elder brother enough, let us leave. Tai-Han waved his hand to calm him, it is fine, Erebos. Ta-Hyun calmly smiled, if I pass the test, will you all follow me? Good, gaining the power of a Grand Duke will count as your word, he said with full momentum. him. Not only am I being tested, I will test whether you all are useful. Hazard silently faced him. She lowered her head and smiled sinisterly. This will be very interesting. Then, after that, she transformed into a dragon and slowly advanced toward Taehyun. Hazard's eyes lit up as she looked at her prey. Let us begin. She lightly flicked her tail toward him, while Taehyun was still bewildered. He was quickly knocked flying far away, full of astonishment. AG sat frowned in panic. Tun. Hazard charged very fast at that moment and slammed into the wall, dust flying everywhere. Hazard silently lowered her head to observe. Taehyun stood firm, face unchanging at the very least. He kicked a stone toward her, roaring, "Do not underestimate me." Swung his hand to strike at Hazard. "I told you so." She flew far away, then crashed hard into the wall before everyone's eyes. Taehyun jumped up, dashing forward. Hazard gathered energy around her mouth, spit it toward Taehyun, but he quickly dodged it all. Taehyun slightly crouched down on the ground. Hazard's claws also came down from high. She stomped down hard but was gently blocked by Taehyun. Zizat was surprised, her eyes full of admiration. He did not retreat before Hazard. What level has Taehyun reached now? AJ sat behind happily. The giant race recognizes him. It is still too early to relax. Erebos frowned while observing the fight. Rosalia once said the dragon race's fort is not raw strength. The real fight is about to begin. Hazard flew up high. Indeed, you have the guts to say you will test a Grand Duke. Taehyun frowned as he listened. Then I will respond appropriately. Hazard's eyes widened, glowing red. The infinite, formless power of the dragon race. My authority is breath. Her eyes reflected Taehyun's bewilderment. Face the five-colored breath. He sat there, dazed, not understanding what was happening. Five-colored breath took effect. Resistance failed. All stats decreased. Skill limit reduced to 1/19. Taehyun's eyes widened, gritting his teeth in pain. He thought seriously, as if looking at his own apocalypse. All the power of his bloodline was concentrated into a single breath, but it was being blocked by the suffocating aura. Notification sounds rang out without cease. The heavy, icy, and toxic aura continuously blocked everything. Taehyun looked up at her, arrogant and high above. He felt as if he were being crushed by a colossal wave of magical force. This was the aura of the Dragon King. His fingers twitched slightly, lightning flickering, but even the aura could not seal this skill. He told himself that he too had his own power. At that moment, a voice rang out. How long do you intend to drag this out? Taehyun stared in astonishment at the dragon elders standing before him. One representative spoke up. We will lend a hand. This caused Taehyun to widen his eyes in observation. Immediately after, countless attacks surged straight at him, creating a massive explosion. Hazard silently watched the wreckage before her. Then she quickly transformed back into human form and landed on the ground. Elders. She frowned and snapped. What is the meaning of this? Hazard replied. I was testing the key holder under orders. Finishing him off was merely a pretext, my lord. Her eyes widened in shock. A pretext. He approached Hazard. Dragonia truly wants to control the key holder. Using the test as a pretext, we thought we could achieve that naturally. Ordux placed a hand on the rigid shoulder of Hazard. Although I did not expect you to have such difficulty dealing with him. She frowned. Elder, I do not understand. He glanced at her. I will explain later. More importantly, let us return to the matter of the key holder. Ordux glanced, his gaze locking onto one direction. The dust from the attack gradually cleared, revealing a human-shaped shield. Azer and Erebos were grinding their teeth in anger. Odo rubbed his chin, looking amused. Oh, a child of Typhon? You are quite tough. Erebos roared in fury. You have deceived us. Have the dragons thrown their honor to the ground? He smiled calmly. Because you do not understand that there are things more important than honor. The giant tribe became slaves to Organ. This moment he called out. The alliance negotiations are broken. A now waved his hand in response. Yes, brother. Then he slammed his fist hard onto the ground. Huh. Bordaz used magic to block the attack. His gaze turned cold, filled with anger. The ice wall melted quickly. Bordux was not surprised. Their father has fled. But escaping from here is impossible. He glanced back. Legate, should we pursue immediately? Hazard looked at him coldly. Explain yourself. If the key holder has potential equal to a Lower Realm Lord, should we not cooperate with him? Odo frowned, angered by her words. But he quickly smiled. I said I would explain later. This is the Elder's decision for the Dragon Tribe. As the High Lord, you should obey, correct? Hazard bowed her head in silence, saying no more. He let out a long sigh. He ordered Rezeal, lead a team to capture them quickly. He glanced around, then answered swiftly, yes. Bordux sinisterly glanced into the empty space. It seems it is time to administer punishment. The scene shifted to Taehyun. At this moment, the group was fleeing the dragon den. Azizat screamed in panic. Why me? Aji cheerfully replied. We cannot let you be a hostage again. Erebos glanced at Taehyun on his shoulder, asking worriedly, Brother, are you hurt? He cheerfully answered, Yes, thanks to you I survived. I did not expect Hazard to break her promise. Taehyun frowned in thought. That ambush by the elders did not seem like something previously agreed upon. What is that about? At this moment, the pursuing dragons surged forward. Erebos angrily used his power to blast them away. He frowned. I do not know the details. But for now, we must escape this den. Taehyun stood up, understood. I will open a gate to Castle Rosalia. He raised raised his hand to open a teleportation gate, but suddenly a warning sounded. You are affected by the 5-colored aura. All stats decreased. Tae-hyun seriously looked at his hand. Impossible. The system continued to announce details. Usable skills limited to 1 out of 19. The two giants ran forward. Tae-hyun was surprised, still going. Hazard's aura duration is on another level. The group was trapped inside the cave. Tae-hyun tried to use the teleportation gate but failed. He only cursed. Damn it. Erebos offered a solution. There is no choice but to escape on our own. The problem is not knowing the structure of this place. If we keep fighting, stamina and mana will run out. He said, I now and I will act as decoys. At least you all should. Tae-hyun turned his back, refuting. That is not an option. Erebos, we will leave together. Tae-hyun smiled, glancing at everyone. I am inherently greedy. You understand. I do not intend to lose anything that has come to me. The three were simultaneously moved, not knowing what to say. At this moment, footsteps echoed in, accompanied by words, foolish. The man spoke, with that half-hearted resolve, unwilling to sacrifice even a bit. Do you think you can escape the dragon den? Tae-hyun was dazed. You? Before them stood Raziel, seriously looking at them. Group immediately tensed up, assuming combat stances. At this moment, outside, a dragon shouted, Lord Raziel, there are fallen soldiers over there. The enemy must have gone this way. His face darkened, and he slightly opened his mouth. In front of everyone, he bluntly lied, saying they were not here to look elsewhere. Tae-hyun was stunned. At that moment, Raziel asked, You are looking for an exit, right? He looked at everyone with a cold expression. I will lead you through the secret passage. Follow me. Back at Rosalia's luxurious palace, she was bored, resting her chin on her hand. That contract holder must have met Hazard, but there was still no news. No news at this time was perhaps good news. After that, she complained helplessly, Why must I be stuck here dealing with this guy? Typhon, lying on his side, said cheerfully, The giant clan base was not finished. There was no other way. Still, I feel happy. Rosalia replied boredly, Of course you have no brain. Typhon ignored the insult, still smiling, I do have thoughts. I just do not worry, because I believe in the key and my sons. Especially the key. He is truly extraordinary. He recalled the meeting in the subconscious and praised. He has not reached the lower realm king level, but he has something his predecessor did not. If there is a change in the war, it must be due to that difference. Rosalia tilted her head slightly to listen. He added, truly surprising, Rosalia. Typhon sat up on the steps. Seeing that you are worried about someone, do you not only care about the lower realm king? Typhon said, It seems while I was not paying attention you have changed a lot. This made her suddenly realize. He trembled with anger. I am jealous. Rosalia helplessly raised a tentacle to strike. Shut up. She looked ahead. I need to drive you out of here quickly. At that moment, a teleportation gate appeared. Tae-hyun's group stepped out one by one. Contract holder. Tae-hyun smiled and announced, I have returned Rosalia. In the room, surprise enveloped everyone. The Dragon Clan elders? Rosalia looked down nostalgically. Yes, I remember them. She recalled and told, when the lower realm king first attacked the Dragon Clan, they were the ancient dragons who fought alongside Hazard. After that they disappeared, so I thought they were dead. Recalling the faces of each elder, Rosalia said, seeing how they acted without asking the Lord's permission, they probably have more influence than I thought. She sat seriously on the chair. Anyway, the alliance is considered over, only war remains. I will prepare. Tae-hyun stepped forward and asked, about that, can you wait a bit longer? His eyes looked straight seriously. He recalled the scene of the Dragon Clan. They might still be there. At this moment, Raziel was seriously bowing his head. Another path. He knelt with his head bowed. In front of him were the elders hanging Hazard, unknown if they were transferring mana or doing something. Bordeaux coldly spoke up, the key is a dangerous existence. He spoke in a grave tone. He rescued people, made Beelzebub and Aji-moon fight, then resurrected Typhon to form an alliance. Even if he has potential like the lower realm king, can I entrust my clan's final chance to him? That is why I wanted to capture him before he plotted anything else and control the war. But because of your foolish hesitation, my lord, everything has fallen apart. Anne hesitated and replied, if only you had spoken from the start. Bodo flatly denied, you opposed and clung to faith, honor. You always wanted to prove yourself different from your predecessor, did you not? However, you, who were already illegitimate from the start, who gave you the chance to climb to that position and prove yourself? Was it not our Dragonia? We have said it many times. What you value is serving the atonement for your clan and taking bloody revenge on the council. Do not take Dragonia's advice lightly. Suddenly Agni turned and asked, I do not understand how those struck by the Lord's aura escaped the cave. Sinfish also said, they were being chased. They had no time to pull any tricks. The others also stirred, disappeared without a trace. How is that possible? Unless there is an insider helping them. Right at that moment, Bordeaux spoke again, my fellow clansmen. Surely the key is no longer here. He must have used some unforeseen method again. Instead of arguing, let us discuss the next step. They are carrying a contract holder who is still active. They can control him. I will use that woman. On the other side, the council also began to act. He sneaked around to the surrounding area. After being discovered, the council spoke, you are here. I have been waiting for you. Reziel asked in surprise the Lord's contract holder. He replied, I handled things exactly as you said. I sealed her consciousness into a deep sleep using Rosalia's power. Even if Hazard tries to use that body, it will be hard to wake her. She helped us escape and provided information. Now tell me what you want. Now, Reziel demanded bluntly, I want you to free our lord. This made Taihan extremely surprised. Free him? Hazard does not seem to be imprisoned by anything. He shook his head in denial. He is imprisoned by the original sin of the bloodline that he carries. He then wondered. Hazard also said that. What exactly is the original sin of the bloodline? Reziel coldly replied, to explain, one must first go back to the story of the council passed down in the Dragon Clan, tracing its origin. The primordial abyss, an era of chaos with no king or grand duke. Ban was a mutant individual, not belonging to the 5 dragon clans, born in the abyss as a new species called dragon demon. From birth, he possessed ancient level power and a violent nature, always using force to get everything he wanted. So the dragon clan judged that he could be a greater threat in the future and decided to destroy the council before that happened. A difficult battle broke out. 2 sides were deadlocked, neither giving way. Finally, a shockwave occurred. Everything was greatly affected, but that very thing stimulated Ban into awakening as a completely new entity. Dragons live by instinct and immediately recognized that one standing before them had surpassed even the dragon race. On that day, Ban received the loyalty of the dragons and rose to become the demon dragon king. After hearing this, Taihan thought to himself, Ban also possesses a divine fragment similar to the awakening of the king he had heard about from Non-M. So what happened after that? Reziel continued speaking in a monotone, but even after becoming king, Ban's greed did not stop. That man mobilized the dragons to invade, enslaving other races to expand his army and dominate the world. Finishing his words, he added that the place where his greed ultimately reached was, just as Reziel paused, he continued the sentence, the upper realm. The boy coldly confirmed, that is correct. The sky which no one had dared to challenge since the abyss was born. Ban reached out his hand even to that place. A great war that could destroy everything erupted. But when Ban was about to reach the peak of the upper realm, he abandoned his army, gathered them as sacrificial offerings and left. He betrayed his race and the lower realm. After a long time, when he returned, he had become the king of the upper realm and returned to destroy the lower realm. Reziel believed that the people of the lower realm still feared and hated the supreme realm king to this day, treating it as a legend. Taihan questioned, I understand the story about Ban, but what does that have to do with Hazard? The boy quickly answered, the original sin of the bloodline is Ban's sin. Hazard carries the same demon dragon bloodline as Ban. Not long after Ban disappeared, another aberrant demon dragon was born in the dragon nest. That was Hazard. Because the wound Ban left on the abyss had not yet healed, it is easy to imagine how they viewed another demon dragon appearing. Everyone was wary of Hazard, even trying to kill her. Hazard endured countless assassination attempts before even reaching maturity, but those assassination attempts all failed. As Hazard's strength increased day by day, the elders decided that instead of letting her develop freely and become a second Ban, it was better to guide her into becoming a proper leader. So they made several proposals to Ban. Hazard was trained to devote her entire life to the race, becoming a king under the new title of Dragon Lord, replacing the Demon Dragon King. Now he understood, so this was why the elders intervened like that. They held the power to use the story of Ban to turn Hazard into a puppet king. I understand the situation, but why do you want to free Hazard, the one you yourselves turned into a puppet? After using her for hundreds of years, do you feel pity for her now? Reziel quickly replied, I do not deny it. Even knowing the Great One once suffered, I turned a blind eye, because I thought it was for the benefit of the race, but now I know it is not. Having said that, he fell silent as if weighing whether to continue speaking. In the end, Reziel still chose to speak. Dragonia is giving orders to the Great One. Recalling the profound expression of Bordux, he continued, is colluding with the Supreme Realm King Ban. Bordux, that old man, the 5 elders of the dragon race. From ancient times, at the Holy Land of Dragonia, they represented each tribe and decided the fate of dragons. They were the wisest dragons. They themselves were the very depth of dragon history, and the faith the dragons placed in them was as solid as that history itself. Those dragons were the backbone of the dragon race. He once believed that Lord Bordux and the elders acted for the best interests of the dragon race. Now, Reziel spoke respectfully. Thank you for your hard work. Even though this event happens every year, it has not gotten any easier. The old man replied, even though we are tired each year, they only mature once in their lifetime, so we must not show fatigue in front of them. Seeing the future sprouts that will lead the tribe has given me boundless energy. So how is the Dragon King these days? He quickly answered in a low voice. She is following the elders' orders and training inside the cave. Bordux nodded approvingly. To achieve greater feats for the dragon race in the upcoming war, she must be stronger than she is now. You have done well, Reziel. You may withdraw for today. Reziel respectfully replied, yes, sir. That was until he saw that thing. Right after that, Reziel moved to another place. On the way, he suddenly encountered a strange phenomenon. Reziel thought to himself, that is, Rosalia. The dream demon is engaging in battle with another demon. The fact that a Grand Duke has to act personally suggests our territory is very close to the front lines. Thinking that, he landed on the ground. Just as he spotted that old man's figure, Riziel wondered, are they still in a meeting? Elder, there is an urgent matter that I must convey. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw something. In front of Riziel was none other than Ban. He had never met that man directly, but any dragon would recognize him immediately. Riziel had seen the one who brought destruction to the dragon race, Malam Ban. Just as he was confused as to why Ban's figure was here in Dragonia, Borduk's voice rang out, "Hail, Ban." The key of the Abyss King passed through the earth. Finding him became extremely difficult. Fortunately, Hazard's contractor managed to make contact with the key. If a close link is established, we can bring him here. Ban smiled and praised, "Good, offer that key to me. If you complete this great task in the Lord's name, Dragonia's power will endure forever." After saying this, he vanished into the void, leaving Bodo with a strangely mysterious expression. Suddenly, he sensed something. Bodo immediately turned his head to confirm. There was no one behind him, making him slightly suspicious. On the other side, Riziel was transforming back into his dragon form. He thought in panic, a great task. How insane. Ban was plotting some damned scheme, and the elders were complicit. At first, Riziel could not believe his eyes at all. The elders had devoted themselves to their kin, so there was no way they would collude with the traitor Ban. However, as doubts began to take root in him, Riziel's perspective completely shifted, and those doubts gradually turned into firm suspicion. Were they truly acting for a better future for us? If not, then... Suddenly, Bordox sharply questioned, "Riziel, do you truly believe Dragonia would make a wrong decision?" This question left him at a loss for an answer. Riziel only stammered, I don't think so," he heard and said, "Good. No matter who holds power, the Abyss will never win this racial war. To survive, we must take the key for Ban, and we are the entirety of Dragonkind. There will be those who refuse out of hatred for Ban. They can no longer walk with us. However, Dragonia will continue to exist. That alone is enough, is it not? Dragonia itself is the history of the dragon race. My assistant Riziel, I have long considered you a part of Dragonia." Bordox could adorn his words with noble ideals. But was he any different from Ban, who betrayed his own kind for personal gain? Just then, Bordox spoke. "My Dragon King, there is a task you must perform for us." Hazard obediently replied, "Yes, Elder, please give the order." Then what of the Dragon King? He had been used his entire life just for sharing the same bloodline as Ban. But as an assistant, Riziel could do nothing to change it, just as he was sinking into despair. At this moment, he spoke again. "You have appeared before me. All I know of you is from rumors and a brief encounter. However, if it is you..." Remembering when Tahan said, "I will repay trust with faith." That is the meaning of forming an alliance and becoming teammates, is it not? That is not a choice, Erebos. We will all escape this place together. After all, I am just a greedy person. I have no intention of letting go of anything within my reach. Then he said again, "I am beginning to think you can truly change everything. I sincerely beg you, destroy Dragonia and free our Dragon King." After hearing this, he began to ponder. After a while, Tahan replied casually, "Alright, agreed. I will do exactly that. Those Dragonia scum plan to capture Hazard and Gianopta. The sight of them kneeling before Ban was truly irritating. Besides, I cannot just leave someone who could be my teammate as a puppet forever." Hearing this, Riziel smiled in satisfaction. A second later, he added, "If you are so concerned about Hazard, why not go see and speak directly with her?" He replied helplessly, "The Dragon King has long obeyed Dragonia's orders. Without solid proof, he will not act." Hearing that, Tahayan was also left speechless in helplessness. After speaking, Riziel stood still. His eyes showed a deep sorrow, remembering when young Hazard happily called his name Riziel. When she grew a bit older, it was still the same Riziel. As time passed, Hazard was then in her dragon form. She was crying and calling out Riziel's name. And Bordogs appeared again, Riziel. He asked grimly, "Did your conversation with the key go smoothly? I never suspected you, one I treasured like my own child, would choose to betray the dragon race. I followed you in case something happened, but how disappointing, Riziel." He weakly retorted, "I am not betraying the dragon race. The ones plotting with Ban to betray the race are you, Dragonia." He immediately countered, "I believe I have explained everything. This is a decision for the benefit of the dragon race." But Riziel also did not back down. "No one could be sure that allying with the key would lead us to failure. Yet you bow down and take his side. Tempted by the promise of retaining power, you pretend to act for the dragon race, but in truth only act for personal gain." On the other side, the group of elders began to rage. "As long as Dragonia exists, and the dragon race lives, who dares to use such weak words to insult our decision?" Riziel said coldly, "Even so, this is not a decision the elders should make on their own. You do not have the right to represent the entire dragon race. When the truth is revealed, everyone will turn their backs on Dragonia, and the Lord will feel deeply betrayed." Riziel, spreading such matters without evidence only creates more chaos at this critical moment. Moreover, are you the one claiming to care about the Lord? How absurd. Riziel's anger began to rise. On the other side, the elder continued, "I will watch the misguided actions born from your twisted loyalty to the dragon race and give you a chance to correct them. Right now, you can still bring the key to me. If you do, I will consider this matter as never having happened." Immediately after, Riziel transformed back into his dragon form. He spoke coldly, "I am afraid I cannot do that." The old man's sharp eyes glared continuously at Riziel. Then Bordox directly cursed, utter foolishness to the extreme. The moment he finished speaking, Reziel lunged forward. Elsewhere, Tahan was still slowly pondering, recalling what he had said. Believing many dragons would oppose Dragonia, if they knew the truth, he told himself he would persuade them first. Several days had passed, but there was no news from Reziel. I tried going to our meeting place, but I only found traces of a battle that had not been there before. It seems something happened after we parted. Suddenly Tahan blurted out, I am forced to consider the worst-case scenario. Reziel might have been captured by Dragonia. Rosalia Bendap. That person plays a crucial role in the alliance with Hazard. Things are becoming more complicated. If he is still alive, he is probably at Dragonia, but one wrong move in the sanctuary will spark war with the dragon race. I cannot bear that. What do you plan to do? He calmly replied, I will go rescue him. If I fail, war will be inevitable anyway. I want to meet Hazard again. Even though Reziel said it would be difficult to persuade her, if she acts, things will be much easier. Hearing this, she guessed, you are not planning to return to the dragon's lair, are you? This time no one will help you escape. Tahayun said coldly, I will not go to the dragon's lair, there are too many obstacles there. Rosalia immediately interjected, then how? But before she could finish the sentence, she stopped herself. So Tahayun continued, the Grand Dukes can manifest through the false contractors they have chosen, meaning we can talk to Hazard through Azizat, right? She could not deny it. That was quite an interesting idea. Tahayun asked sharply, is that not something that can be done through your mind control ability, Rosalia? Rosalia hesitated slightly as she replied, I have never tried it before. Who do you think I am? A false contractor? Hearing this, he flashed a mysterious smile. The scene shifted once more. The one sitting on the throne was Hazard. She was resting with her eyes closed. Suddenly a strange sound rang out. The bloodline of a filthy traitor. That thing shares the same blood as you. It will bring disaster to the dragon race. We must eliminate it. Kill it, kill it. At that moment, Bordox shouted, stop right there. What kind of tolerance is this, just because you share the same bloodline? Only now did Hazard glance toward him. The group of elders then leisurely walked over. And he continued, it is true that within her flows the same cursed blood as you. However, even she deserves a chance to cleanse the original sin within her blood. Hearing this, Hazard's lips moved, original sin. On the other side, he extended his hand again and offered, young bloodline, we will be your teachers, guiding you to cleanse your sins. We'll earn their recognition and learn to live on this land. You accept Dragonia? Even though it was a matter centuries ago. Every time Hazard closed her eyes, she still saw it as clearly as that. That was how Hazard became the leader of the dragon race as the Dragon Lord. She simply obediently followed the elder's words, yet she still felt happy. Those eyes, once filled with hatred and contempt, had gradually reflected respect and longing, all thanks to Dragonia. That was why, even though Hazard began to suspect them, she forced herself to suppress that feeling. Suddenly a voice rang out, Hazard. As time passed, that voice rang out more and more often. Hazard! She looked at the scene before her and paused in shock. This is not reality. Is this the inner world of my contractor? He never expected he could use the fake contract this way, while her consciousness was sealed. Key of the King, why did you summon me here? Taehyun replied politely, I just wanted to talk. Hazard immediately became alert. If it is about the previous matter, even if the elder's methods were regrettable, it was for the dragon race's benefit. I do not oppose it. Alliance with the current key. She was about to add more, but he interrupted. I did not come to argue about that. I just want to tell the truth. Hazard. Dragonia has formed a contract with Ban. In exchange for handing me over, they were promised to retain their position after the racial war. That is why they interfered in our battle. Know your past, you were once persecuted for sharing the same bloodline as Ban. That was wrong, you should have had the right to choose. Yet those who once exploited the 10 hours are now siding with that phantom dragon. Now as the Lord you must rectify everything. Hazard scoffed, how absurd. Who is siding with whom? I think you are trying to divide us. Show me the evidence. If you dare to speak so certainly before me, you must have proof. Tahan replied, I have no evidence, but I have a way to prove it. Through one of Dragonia's subordinates, Reziel. She exclaimed in surprise, Reziel? He pressed on, that is right. You once told me about your past, and the one who exposed the truth about Dragonia is Reziel. He is being held captive in Dragonia. Hazard, if you help me, we can rescue him. Cooperate with Tava. Suddenly Hazard said, so it is Reziel? Then it is not worth listening to anymore. Did he not tell you about my past when he recounted it? He was at the forefront of the persecution against me for being a phantom dragon. Hazard recalled the old memories of being bullied. She continued, it was him. The flood of childhood memories came rushing back. Seeing a stranger, Reziel asked curiously, who is that person? This is my secret spot. Seeing an unfamiliar face, Hazard immediately stood up straight. When she was about to leave, Reziel stopped her. Hey, wait, I did not say you could leave. At the place she happened to wander into while hiding from the other dragons, the two became acquainted. I am Reziel, what is your name, where are you from? That hair color is special, which clan are you from? A curious little dragon, that was the first time Hazard met Reziel. Now he cheerfully asked, you are here again today? Are you not bored? Reziel always sought to start a conversation with her, who was always sitting there. She rested her chin on her hand and replied, I just like sitting here to look at the scenery. Hazard had never talked to a peer before, even if she was shy. Reziel eagerly suggested. Then there there is a place even more beautiful than this. Want to follow me? She was extremely surprised by his enthusiasm, so the two moved to the place he mentioned. Gradually, Hazard began to open up to Reziel. The two of them just went through many interesting places like that. They even shared meals together. For the first time in her life, Hazard had a friend, but suddenly he asked curiously, Hazard, why are you always in human form? You should fly around and play sometimes. This left her not knowing how to answer. Well, I prefer it this way. There were some things even her first friend, Hazard, could not tell him. Hazard just found something interesting and called out, Reziel, look, I have. And such a false relationship was never meant to last. There was a time Hazard thought, if it were him, even if she told the truth, Reziel would still accept it. But then things did not go as she dreamed. That was simply impossible. To Reziel, she was just a monster that needed to be discarded. Perhaps because the feeling of betrayal was too great, Reziel revealed Hazard's location to the other dragons, and in the end, she became the one being hunted. Now Hazard was deeply disappointed. Reziel was the first person she had opened her heart to, so him standing at the forefront made the wound cut even deeper. After finishing the story, she concluded, between the one who once betrayed me and Dragonia, the place that saved me from hell to make me a lord, who would you trust? Only then did Taihan realize that what Reziel meant when he said Hazard would not believe him was this. But he still did not give up. Even so, Reziel still cares a lot about you. He asked me to save you. He must regret it now. Hazard coldly told him to go back. This will be our last conversation. Next time we meet, we will be enemies. Seeing she was about to leave, Taihan wanted to stop her, Hazard, but he still could not do it. Taihan could only curse, damn it. Just then, Rosalia appeared. It seems the conversation did not end well, did it? Admitted, a failure. Rosalia asked curiously, what are you planning to do now? Taihan replied gravely, there is no other choice. Scene shifts to Hazard. She was still lost in thought about the words he had said. On this side, Taihan began to rally. From now on I will explain the battle plan. The giant tribe of Erebos and the dragon tribe are about to level the border. You have elemental power, take charge of the defensive line. They replied eagerly, no problem. With that, Taihan turned to the Succubus Knight squad and ordered them to harass the rear, stall for time, and avoid direct combat. They obediently replied. He continued assigning tasks to Rosalia and Typhon to remain at the demon castle, acting as overall commanders and ready to summon when needed. Typhon cheerfully replied, that was truly worth looking forward to. After a brief pause, he added, and me, I will go to Dragonia. He thought as he looked ahead. The dragon Holy Land Dragonia was located in Brazil. Although Hazard had refused, it seemed she still had not completely let go. If he could save Reziel and have proof the elders colluded with Ban, things might change. So Taihan immediately moved into the territory of Dragonia. Suddenly he halted because he saw something. Before him was Reziel, tied up and hung high. His body was covered in wounds, which made Taihan extremely alarmed. Hearing the call, Reziel recognized him and blurted out, why are you here? Taihan replied, what are you saying? I came to help you. Wait. Seeing he was about to act, Reziel quickly said, do not. You should not have come. This is a trap. Bordeaux spoke from above. Reziel, meeting you turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Who would have thought we could capture the key this easily again? This time I will not let you escape. Taihan calmly replied, who said I would obediently be captured? I am the one who charged in here. I will crush you all and force you to confess everything before the dragon race. But the old man was not fazed. A lowly wretch like you dares to act arrogantly before an elder, must be relying on the power of the lower realm king. But we already have a backer. Ban has promised the future and shared power. So now I will show you. With that, he launched an attack at Taihan. His body and everything around him began to transform. He proudly spoke, the power of the upper realm king and the lower realm king. Which side is stronger? Let us test it. Taihan recognized the power of Ban as soon as he saw it. Bordeaux said, do you think only the lower king bestows power? The evil dragon fragment form comes from the celestial king. But the upper realm always wins in racial wars. Experience the difference yourself. Gravity increased, the ground shook violently. Then Bordeaux shouted meteor. A massive wave of force rushed over. Nearly blew up the spot where Taihan stood. But he had managed to react and dodge. The old man did not give up, launching the venom surge next. This attack seemed to have hit its mark. Taihan flew far away from the momentum. Seizing the opportunity, Bordeaux used the gale. It severely wounded him and made him cough up blood. The old man still stood watching leisurely. Over time, the smugness in his eyes deepened. His side unleashed the thunder bind technique. Taihan could only watch as it rushed toward him. Then a huge shockwave erupted. Bordeaux's group gathered together after finishing their task. Soon they landed on the ground. The old man could not hide the glee in his eyes. Bordeaux spoke, the collection of the key is complete. If we knew you were this weak, we would not have needed to use the Lord. It seems we were too cautious because of the king's key title. Hearing that, Taihan still lay motionless as if exhausted. Suddenly he shouted apocalypse. They were caught off guard and all fell into the trap. It was then the old man realized he had been tricked. Damn it. So you lot plan not to end things here. Taihan mocked directly, if you enjoy battle. Would it not be a pity if I did not showcase my power? Now he finally struck in earnest. Devour. A wave of abyssal power appeared. The moment he was hit, Bordeaux immediately recognized this feeling. The power that once took everything from them. It was still the same familiar force from years past. But less than a second later, he suddenly shattered the chains. This left Taihan greatly astonished. Bordeaux immediately sneered. saying it was still far from matching the power of the Summer King from before. Just as expected, abandoning the Summer King to join Ban was a wise decision. Hearing this, Tahan fell into a pensive silence, saying nothing. Suddenly his attacks came raining down in rapid succession. He could not dodge in time, and a sharp weapon pierced through his body. This time the pain was many times more intense. Bordogs asked why they, who were loyal to the Summer King, suddenly switched to Ban's side. Because following a loser like the Summer King, they too would become losers. Unlike the era of Lord Ban, they had tamed the demon dragon Hazard into a puppet, manipulating the Lord of Shadows to rule over the dragons, seizing eternal power even 10,000 years later. But the Summer King appeared, constantly destroying the towers they built. In the midst of an endless war, they had to rack their brains to salvage the situation. And when you took the Summer King's place, they thought the final opportunity had arrived, the regression chain broken, handing you over to Ban in exchange for eternal power. Though injured, Taehan retorted, "So you dared to collude with a traitor to the bloodline? Just how great is your greed?" He said, "Nothing in the world is sweeter than power. Don't you also want to become the new Summer King?" Taehyun calmly replied, "That is because I have a promise to keep." Bordox did not care. "Your goal no longer matters. It's all over. You will die here." He cut him off. "You are far too early to celebrate. Because I have not given up yet." Right after that, Tahan unleashed his power. But he paid no heed. "Is this all you have? Your efforts are just a waste of time." He said, "Just wait and see. This was my goal from the start." Bordox was worried but still spoke boldly, summoning a contract. "Now it's too late, Rosalia." He said, "Even if you call anyone here, they are no match." He retorted, "Even if I destroy you, the problem remains the same. I will have to face Hazard and all the dragons. But there is one person perfect for unraveling this knot in my place." He was stunned. What? Truth about the power of the king that Tahan served, something they did not know. If he devoured a subordinate, the mana required for the summoning would be adjusted. Tahan then shouted, "Appear Hazard." He frowned in displeasure but still looked forward. Now it was Tahan's turn to be triumphant. "The evidence of the elders colluding with Ban is right before your eyes." She stared blankly at the scene before her. At this point, Hazard had no arguments left to defend Bordogs. She asked in shock, "Elders, what is the meaning of this?" Her eyes reflected the image of the elders in strange dragon forms. Hazard said angrily, "That form the mana flow in your bodies." The elders were surprised to see her appear, not expecting the key to summon Hazard. The leading elder pondered, "I do not know what trick you used, but that is definitely Hazard." He saw him give a faint, meaningful smile as if to say, "Revealing your identity before the Lord was your goal." Key. He clenched his jaw tightly. "But you overlooked one thing." The elder spoke, "There is no need to act, my lord. This is merely a deception." She stood up straight. He tried to justify that Malong's power was from the past. "You forced the elders to accept it as a sign of loyalty." He thought that for 100 years the Lord had been taught to obey Dragonia. Old Lian said they considered that power a disgrace and had sealed it. But now there was no choice but to use it to fight. The elder smugly thought this small matter could not shake her faith. He bowed humbly, saying that surely the Lord understood who had been leading everyone in the right direction all this time. The elder thought that this alone could not break her faith. Hazard fell silent, then spoke, "Surely you continue to deceive her with lies." She was startled and turned to look at him. He flew toward her, his body covered in wounds, but said he could not hide the truth forever. Tahyun materialized a cube in his hand and told Hazard to see for herself the true intentions of the elders. The scene of the old men discussing was recorded. They were smug, having subdued Malong Hazard, turning her into a puppet. By controlling the Lord from behind, they had ruled the dragon race for 10,000 years. She was pulled into a stream of past space where the truth was revealed. A voice said the lower realm king appeared, destroying their towers. Amid the war, they thought of a way to turn the tide. Blue light illuminated a region of the sky. They listened to the words spoken again. "When you replace the lower realm king, they believed the final chance had come." The old man cried out in shock, "Impossible." The voice continued, saying no one would force them to obey anymore, nor would there be reincarnation. They just needed to offer you to ban and end the war, he said indignantly. Smug voice tore through space. This time they would have eternal power. Hazard stood there wide-eyed, the film reel vanished. The elder tried to explain it was Rosalia's illusion. Suddenly a voice rang out, "That is no illusion." She looked toward the voice and saw the man standing unsteadily, bracing himself with his hand. "My lord." She stared straight at the man, her voice flat. His body was covered in wounds. He strained to say that it was all true. He had seen and heard it with his own eyes. Dragonia was a den of opportunists who deceived her for power. Ho Thing bowed his head, stammering as he recalled the scene. Those with prejudice, like other dragon races, had tormented her. "I am just a coward, always finding excuses to justify myself. But as I watched you, I realized that the ban blood flowing in you was mere coincidence. From the start, you were guilty of nothing to be punished for." Riziel gritted his teeth and clenched his clothes, saying the truly guilty were us, the dragon race. He comforted her, asking her to free herself from the feeling of guilt. Hazard blushed deeply. He softly called her name. Hazard. A terrifying explosion sounded. A blinding blue flash tore through the sky. sky, striking down toward him. He screamed out Raziel's name in panic. The old man laughed gleefully, his hand emitting a current of lightning. He said, "We have no need for a subordinate who dares to defy the master's orders." She looked at him blankly. The old man spoke, saying that we ourselves adopted you and elevated you to the position of lord. He shouted that this favor alone exceeded what you could ever repay. Yet you still cannot play the role of an obedient puppet well, you filthy half-breed. The elder angrily threatened that if you do not know your place and obstruct us, then you are worthless as well. I will deal with you right now. The elders opened their mouths to accumulate energy. Energy streams shot straight toward her. They angrily roared, "Farewell, false lord." An explosion sounded, dust and debris flying everywhere. The old man saw that and laughed loudly, saying the battle with the key just now proved everything. With this Malong fragment, we no longer fear being surpassed by hazard. Even without the lord, we can handle things easily. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt something was wrong. When the view cleared, they were surprised to see him standing there. They cried out in shock. The key. Tutan said that Raziel was right. What you possess is not the tainted power of Ban, but simply your own power. He looked toward the elders and calmly said, "Forget the dragon race and the elders. It is time for you to make your own decision." Hazard was stunned by his attitude. She had lived her entire life under pursuit. The question of why things had become this way had long faded. But if none of it was ever her fault, if she was now being told to choose for herself, then what did she want to do? Tahan saw her lost in thought and smiled confidently. "Then right now I want to hold my head high in my true form." The darkness in her heart was now illuminated by light. A group of elders did not let her recover her spirit. They continued to launch attacks and urged each other to strike again. In the blink of an eye, her gaze turned sharp. The aura on her body exploded forth as a dragon soul. The aura that had just erupted caused the elders to lose their footing. Taihan stood nearby, witnessing her immense power, and could not help but admire it. Truly impressive. The old man was stunned by the power she had always hidden. This was a power never seen in any lord before. They were stunned by her power, not paying attention to their surroundings. She opened her mouth. She bit down hard on an elder's neck. The remaining elders cried out in panic, asking for mercy. The old man struggled in pain. She slowly released his neck. She slowly lifted her head to the sky. Ordox ordered, asking what they were doing, telling them to capture Hazard quickly. They shot up into the sky. The old man looked up at the sky. A massive burning light rained down to the ground like a meteor. A large meteor toward the elders. Seeing this, Hazard quickly rushed toward the meteor, shattering it into many pieces. The elders were surprised at the sight. Large and small meteor fragments flew in all directions. They tried to dodge. A large blazing meteor fragment shot toward the old man. He cursed angrily. "Damn it." She silently advanced toward him. She slammed him hard against the ground. The group of elders was terrified seeing this. The large meteor fragment shot toward him, giving him no time to dodge, and he was struck. Once peaceful land was now scarred by falling meteorites. Facing the devastated scene, the whole group showed caution. He frantically searched for her. The lord was quietly ambushing him from behind. Raziel woke up, looked at the scene, and suddenly realized he understood the issue. Why was this middle line lying on the ground? So this was... Dragon Hazard stood proudly within the dust and smoke. The two faced each other. His demeanor was a bit hesitant. Even the 4 dragon fragment elders could not fight properly. Even if you are a dragon, are you not still inferior to the ban? He looked at her and said, "Are you trying to say that all this time you have been hiding your true strength, Hazard?" She replied, "I did not intentionally hide it. I was merely forced to suppress it." He roared in anger, "Why do you people insist on not letting us go?" Hazard stood amidst the ruin, sweeping her gaze wide. "The Celestial Lord, the Underworld King, and now you as well. Ordox had been enraged long before your species existed. The Dragon Clan originally belonged to Dragonia. What was wrong with the Golden Age I built, when I wanted to reclaim what was rightfully mine? Tell me, where was the fault in that?" Her muscular form approached him, questioning. "You have never been sincere with the dragon race, only knowing how to use them." He panicked and defended himself. "No matter what, Dragonia is still the spiritual pillar for the 5 dragon races. If we disappear, they will slaughter each other and fall apart. If that happens because of you, a dark dragon, you will become a second ban, carving a huge scar onto our race." He roared, "Do you accept bearing all their hatred? Think carefully." In his mind, he was calculating the distance. "I will use the moment she hesitates to kill her with a single blow." He opened his mouth to gather energy, the fireball growing larger. Bordux thought smugly, "Fool." Hazard did not let him gather enough energy. She stopped him in time. His mouth exploded and he screamed in pain. Hazard pinned him to the ground. Her voice was full of menace. "It is time for the dragon race and me to move forward on our own strength, even if we stray and are cursed." She transformed back to human form and looked at him, blindly following orders without knowing if they were truly right. "Those doubts have been accumulating in my heart," she said sadly, "but I once convinced myself that this was the only place that accepted me. If I lost it, I would be worthless. I desperately accepted this blood of sin." She lifted her face to the sky, tears streaming down. "But now I understand, even I had abandoned myself." Tahyun helped Raziel back towards her. Hazard clenched her fist. "Thank you, Ki." Having said that, she turned her head to look at the two of you. You and Raziel helped me find myself again. Light shone into her soul. Hyun smiled proudly. What will you do now? You are no longer bound by anything. Hazard looked down at the ground, hesitating as she spoke. That is true. She was sad, her voice dropping low. Even so, the fact that I am a dragon cannot be changed. Even as a puppet, I realized I did not want to be seen as a cursed creature. I want to be someone trustworthy. She had once received care from an elder, even if it was false. She said firmly, I will not run anymore. I will live to earn true recognition for my race. Taehyun heard this and explained that it would not be easy. She said slowly, if there is a friend by my side who understands me. Raziel was startled upon hearing this. Her voice whispered, then that path will no longer be lonely. Raziel blushed and quickly replied, I am not worthy, Hazard. Hazard said proudly, I trust in you. She looked directly into his eyes. Raziel. The current scene was just like the scene from years ago. Raziel pursed his lips, his face bright red, his gaze determined. He knelt respectfully. I am willing to follow you, my lord. He looked at him, then sighed and smiled. Hazard spoke up. Key, the reason you helped me is to form an alliance with the dragon race. She said firmly, but Dragonia has fallen. The dragon race will be in chaos for a while longer. I need time to soothe them. She cheerfully extended her hand towards him. But I promise, one day when things settle down and I can stand proudly, I will fly to your side. Hyun smiled sheepishly. That is more than enough. He mused, replacing the elders they once followed. The dragon race finally has a true dragon lord. The two shook hands, signifying their connection. Chaos lay ahead, but if Hazard led well, the bond between the dragon races would become even stronger. Having overcome the giant, they would play a major role in the racial war as our new allies. After everything was finished, he opened a gate and returned to Rosalia's arena. Fortunately, he had managed to persuade Hazard in time, preventing the bloodshed everyone had feared. Zizat woke up not long after. With Hazard's permission, she was allowed to return to Earth but kept the power of the Grand Duke contractor. At Rosalia Castle, Taehyun's first battle since entering the territory war had come to an end. A few days later, at the new stronghold of the giant Gigantes, Tartarus and Taehyun stood face to face. He clenched his fist and charged straight at Tartarus. His power exploded as his punch landed, throwing him off balance. He was surprised. Seeing this, Tartarus smiled smugly. Hurts, doesn't it, Key? He laughed loudly. My defense is impenetrable. He immediately dodged his counterattack. Tartarus extended his fist, like this. So what? He punched down hard on the ground, turning the entire surrounding area into ice. Taehyun leaped up to avoid that attack. Tartarus charged straight toward him. That man smugly thought he had won. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Taehyun flew up, his hands emitting streams of electricity, his voice full of threat. I am the victor. He panicked. A powerful electric current struck him, smoke and dust billowing as he was sent flying 1,000 meters away. He sat down arrogantly. Tartarus looked at him, sighing. In my prime, someone like you would have been sent flying to the other side of the world. Time is cruel. Taehyun jumped down to comfort him. It was just a spar. Do not take it too seriously. After all, your power is recovering steadily. Tartarus stared fixedly, making him feel slightly embarrassed. It is fortunate we did not escalate into a war with the dragon race. They seemed already eager to fight. The sky was burning red. He looked at his hand, pondering. Letting them vent like this is also good. Perhaps due to constant collisions with elemental mana, I am gradually becoming familiar with this original skill. Erebos cracked his knuckles smugly, walking over to Taehyun. Then it is my turn, little brother. Erebos announced, we received a summons order from Rosalia Castle. The dragon race sent us something. Taehyun stood there dumbfounded. At Rosalia Castle, Taehyun frowned and asked, what is this? He looked up and saw a branch enveloped in a stream of light, hardly believing his eyes. Raziel explained, this is something the elder of the Lamborghini line always carried. We found it during further investigation of Dragonia. Dragonia used it to contact the board. We still do not understand its mechanism. His voice was even. It could be useful to you, who is fighting against the board. The Lord ordered it brought here. Rosalia crossed her arms thoughtfully. Is this a part of the sacred tree? She hesitated. They have lived longer than us, so it is not surprising they possess this. If they have it, that explains how they contacted the board. He wondered, what is the sacred tree? Explain it to me. Rosalia recounted. It was a tree from a mysterious mana source that once existed in the abyss. It was colossal, piercing the celestial realm, allowing free movement between the two worlds. Thanks to the sacred tree, the board could advance from the abyss to the edge of the celestial realm and rule that place. Taehyun doubted. You said once existed. Where is it now? She shrugged. It is gone. It was destroyed in countless wars after the board left. Taehyun mused. With just a fragment, they contacted the board, so the sacred tree is not affected by the underworld king's magic. It has strategic value. He pointed at the branch. Can we not plant it to revive the sacred tree? Rosalia immediately denied. That is impossible. Tartarus eagerly interrupted. Not necessarily. If we find the Spirit King, problem will be solved. A person with golden hair, energy emanating from their hands, wind dancing around them. The Spirit King can assimilate and grow the sacred tree, even restore the power of weakened beings. That is a talented existence. They will certainly be of great help. Tartarus clenched his fist, but they are missing. Someone like them cannot die easily. If we search the abyss thoroughly, we are sure to find them. Taehan pondered. Spirit King, I have never heard that name. Why mention it only now? Rosalia raised a hand, because there was no reason before. Even the Underworld King tried to find the Spirit King, but could not find them until the racial war erupted. She looked at him, her voice choked. Even so, to continue the Underworld King's will, I never stopped searching. And long after the Underworld King disappeared, I finally found them. Tartarus was stunned. You mean you have already found them? Rosalia replied, that is correct. Tahain hesitated. Then where are they? The Spirit King is inside the stomach of the Demon King. His face immediately darkened. What? She recounted. Beelzebub swallowed them a long time ago. He stammered. Then how do you plan to pull them out? Two stood there, listening seriously as she spoke. Initially, Beelzebub was not strong enough to ascend to Grand Duke. Rosalia crossed her arms, her voice even. Then one day, his status suddenly skyrocketed. At that time, everyone wondered what method Beelzebub had used. But in truth, it was because he had led the demons alongside his brother Diablo. The scene back then was desolate. No one could match their power. Not a single one escaped their claws. They attacked the fairy tribe and captured the fairy king, the Spirit King. That is how he became a Grand Duke. Hayun frowned. I did not expect the Spirit King is not dead but inside his stomach. Are they still alive then? Rosalia said faintly, if an existence at the Spirit King level fell, it would certainly cause a huge shock. But all this time, we have heard no news of their death. It might take thousands of years for him to fully digest them. Nevertheless, given the urgent situation, Beelzebub might speed up that process even more. Even so, there is no way to save the Spirit King. Their body is different from a human's. The important thing is, you cannot simply cut open his stomach and pull them out. That requires complex techniques, and Beelzebub will not willingly hand that person over. Moreover, if you kill Beelzebub, the Spirit King will also disappear along with him. Rosalia raised a hand. That is an extremely difficult task. Give it up. From the start, I thought this matter was impossible, so I never considered it. It is something even the Underworld King could not do. Tahain spoke up. Something even the Underworld King could not do? Hearing that only makes it seem more like fate. She paused to listen to him speak. He said to her confidently, for someone like me who must surpass the Underworld King, the Spirit King is an absolutely necessary existence. He proposed a solution. We will gain a new combat force in the Divine Beast while also curing Tartarus. That is no different from having 4 Grand Duke level combat forces. It would be a waste to give up so easily. If we have no way, then what about others? Rosalia thought deeply. She offered a solution. IG Moon, the one who possesses the power of absorption. His sealing sword only seals the power of the one struck by it. If we had that, perhaps it could truly be done. He looked dazed. AG Moon? Then he turned serious. But there is no way AG Moon will willingly cooperate. He looked at her. Rosalia, it seems you and AG Moon have had some entanglements for a long time. Do you know anything? Is there something we can negotiate with him? She was silent. Entanglements? It is true we have had a long and bitter relationship for ages. But that is not something I want to recall. She left, using an excuse. I am a bit tired, I am going to rest. Found her attitude perplexing. That evening, Tahan walked through the corridor. His gaze was pensive. He said to Tartarus, Rosalia's reaction was really strange. He looked at him and asked, Tartarus, you know the reason for Rosalia's reaction, do you not? Tartarus hesitated, avoiding his gaze. Seeing his hesitance, he thought this guy must know something. Tahan raised his hands in a helpless gesture, asking why he would not speak, since regaining power was also what he needed, was it not? Tartarus stubbornly said a true gentleman should not dig up a lady's embarrassing past. He looked at him suspiciously. What embarrassing past? He seriously recounted, like Beelzebub, Rosalia was not originally qualified to be a Grand Duke. Before achieving her current status, she was a subordinate of another being, and her connection with Aji-Moon began when they both served a Grand Duke. Now Rosalia had become a proud Grand Duke. Did he truly think she would want to mention a past of bowing and submitting? Taehan was stunned. The key said, out of loyalty to you, I can only say this much. As for what Aji-Moon wants, just ask him directly. No need to hear it from Rosalia. He walked away, pondering his words. Taehyun stopped in front of the large door. He gently pushed the door and stepped inside. Seeing her sitting on the bed, he spoke softly. Rosalia. She saw him and spoke arrogantly. Coming to see a lady at this hour, you have quite the nerve. Her tentacles were exposed, her voice still flat. Or can the contract holder not restrain himself when seeing me like this? Each tentacle advanced toward him, she teased. Am I the queen of pleasure, so enticing? As the tentacles climbed onto him, he said calmly, "Stop joking. I am not in the mood for that." She pulled back the curtain to look at him, teasing, "Truly a hard-to-please man." Rosalia pretended to understand. "Ah, I know why you came to see me about today's matters, right? Contract holder?" Tai Hyan interrupted her. "I think this is unfair." She looked at him in surprise. He recounted, "From the very first time we met, you used mind control to see through my entire memory. Even the deepest hidden wounds I did not want to face." He looked firmly into her eyes. "Yet now, do you intend to hide your own past because it is difficult to speak of?" She asked angrily, "Did that blabbermouth Tartarus tell you?" He immediately denied it. "No, even Tartarus told me to let this go. I just wanted to ask you myself. It is different with the other Grand Dukes, but I once thought there were no secrets between us." She said calmly, "I never said it was a secret, but there is also no rule forcing me to tell everything to a contract holder." His voice was firm. "Not even if it is a matter necessary for the path of a king that I intend to walk." Rosalia hesitated. He moved closer to her, his voice gentle and reassuring. "It is fine if you truly do not want to speak. That is all right too." He smiled confidently. "But at this moment, I want to make one thing clear. I will definitely fight for your honor. No matter what you were in the past, that will not change." That sentence gradually opened her heart. After speaking, he turned to leave. "Sorry for disturbing you in the middle of the night. I will be going now." She quickly spoke, her tentacles holding him back. "Wait, do not go just yet." She said slowly, "I see. I already knew what kind of person my contract holder was. It seems I was being a bit selfish this time." Rosalia crossed her arms and smiled lightly. "I will tell you about AG Moon and about myself." Hearing she was willing to open up, he felt a hint of anticipation. "This story happened over 1,000 years ago, when my status was far lower than now. I was merely a servant to another, a place where she bowed as a maidservant. A woman soaked in a bathtub, surrounded by scattered roses. She spoke languidly. 'My children, you must have felt the massive mana wave in Apis today, right?' I asked a question, and what do you think it was?" A maid replied with a smile, "Yes, is that so? Your servant knows nothing. I am somewhat lacking in sensing mana." Another maid blushed and said, "Perhaps some extraordinary monster has awakened." She turned to look at her. "And what do you think?" Rosalia answered seriously, "The queen has seen through everything from the start. How would your servant dare to speak recklessly with such a limited view?" She burst out laughing and asked, "Have you finished cleaning my tentacles?" A maid stammered in reply, "Yes, your majesty." No sooner had she spoken than each tentacle spun around and beheaded the maids, displeasing her, leaving only her alive. She said coldly, "I do not like useless children, nor do I like those who speak before verifying information." She respectfully handed her a bathrobe. The blood-red sky shone through the window frame. She said arrogantly, "Compared to them, you understand your position much better, Rosalia." She was the Grand Duke of the Abyss, the Queen of Pleasure Lilith. Her voice sounded like a bestowal of favor. "That is why I keep you by my side." She replied calmly, "Your servant is deeply grateful for the Queen's blessing." Voice cut through the atmosphere, "Your Majesty." He respectfully reported, "Your servant has returned after investigating the epicenter of the shockwave. It originated from the demon territory." Hearing Aji say this, she asked, "So the one behind it is Beelzebub or Diablo? They once protected each other like brothers, but Senza ultimately decided to settle who was the true ruler of the demon race." He spoke, "Your servant will determine which one it is." She ordered, "No need, they will reveal themselves soon enough. More importantly, after bathing my body always heats up." She smiled demonically. Aji bowed his head to receive orders, "As your majesty commands." Rosalia stood outside the door listening to the sounds coming from inside the room. Aji stepped out, adjusting his attire. She asked, "Where is the queen?" His voice answered coldly, "She has gone to rest, just barely surviving each day under her erratic whims." He spoke quietly, "Do not pity me. Accustomed to a life unchanged for hundreds of years," she replied irritably. "Who is the one deserving of pity here? It was us back then, cleaning up the corpses of our fallen sisters, and becoming her plaything. That was our daily life, simply the natural order of the world." She looked at him and called out, "Aji, the queen calls you. You say you cannot sleep." He sat swirling the wine glass in his hand. He raised the glass to his lips and drank it dry. He grew angry, throwing the wine glass violently to the ground. He arrogantly wiped away the wine splattered on his hand. Seeing this, she spoke up, "Stop acting like a child." Ji said mockingly, "It seems you are quite satisfied with your current treatment, Rosalia." Her lifeless eyes stared at him. "What better fate is there for monsters like us, who have no choice but to live as subordinates?" Seeing her attitude, he arrogantly scolded, "You spineless weakling. I am different from you. I will not let things end like this. Even if I am crawling at the feet of others, one day, I will rise to become a Grand Duke," he said, then adjusted his coat and left. She listened to his words, but Aji must also know full well. He did not know when that day would come. Perhaps it would never come. She had given up hope long ago. Reaching out to touch the moon only causes pain because one can never reach it. However, one day, the door of the castle suddenly opened. He walked in full of exhilaration. An event occurred that completely overturned our fate. A man's voice rang out, "You are Lilith, the nymphomaniac queen, are you not?" She was stunned by the intruder and asked, Who are you? The man with a stark white body brazenly introduced himself. I am the one who will stand above the Grand Duchess. My name is... She observed his actions and said, I do not know where you crawled out from, but it seems you are not ordinary. That strange power. I never expected you to defeat Ajimun so easily. He held his shoulder in pain. In just an instant that man had severed his arm. He was in pain. The arrogant woman spoke up. Even if you have special abilities, standing above a Grand Duke is another matter. In this abyss, only one person has ever done that, and that person is no more, she said as she stood up. Lilith angrily burst forth with a surge of power. I must punish you for daring to declare yourself king before a queen. Purple smoke shot towards him, she said smugly, be bound by my mental control. Massive tentacles shot forward quickly. He smiled confidently. It seems monsters truly need to be taught about hierarchy. He unleashed his move, monstrous creatures appearing behind him. He charged at the tentacles and devoured them ravenously. She panicked. Is my power useless? He slowly approached where she stood. Seeing this, Rosalia rushed over in panic. My queen. She spread her arms to shield her, and the monsters from his body immediately halted. It opened its mouth, preparing to spew flames. Seeing this, she turned pale, trembling in terror. He smiled faintly. He recalled the monsters, surprising her. He said, I did not come to fight today. I came with a proposition regarding an upcoming war. Lilith gritted her teeth and asked, an upcoming war? He replied, that is correct. A war where the fate of all things will be at stake. The war between the abyss and the heavenly realm is about to break out. I am gathering an army to oppose the former King Ban, the ruler of the heavenly realm. He extended his hand as a gesture of unity. When the time comes, you will serve our side. She gritted her teeth in irritation. You truly think I will obey the order? He explained, when a Grand Duke falls, a massive amount of mana erupts. You have felt something similar recently, have you not? Lilith asked suspiciously. Do not tell me. He replied flatly, that is correct. Diablo refused my proposal until the very end. The outcome was utterly pathetic. I have no need for a Grand Duke who cannot act as a chess piece. He declared arrogantly, the path I walk is the path of a conqueror, his tone threatening. If you refuse, you will end up like Diablo. I will give you time to think. Choose wisely. Having said that, he left, and Lilith gritted her teeth in fury. She erupted with power and screamed, how dare you, how dare you? Who do you think you are? And who do you think you are talking to? She turned and ordered him, Ajimun, what are you doing? Heal yourself immediately, gather the troops and capture him. Ajimun gritted his teeth as he looked at his wound. My queen, I cannot regenerate. Lilith heard this and cursed, useless. Rosalia, standing beside her, gently comforted, my queen, please calm down. She hesitantly voiced her thoughts. His power is extremely dangerous. If we attack him rashly, would it not only cause us pointless casualties? Would it be better to first learn more about him? Hearing this, she fell silent in thought. Her tentacle gently touched her cheek, her voice tender. Rosalia is so smart. Then you will be the one to investigate him. Lilith tightened her grip on her, causing her to cry out in pain. She ordered, you will tail him and extract information. She explained, how can I possibly? She angrily screamed, even if you have to seduce him or give yourself to him, you are an nymphomaniac, at least you can charm a man. She touched her face, her voice like venom piercing deep into her mind. Approach him under the guise of betraying me and joining his side. But for the plan to succeed, she grinned horribly, you will need a convincing reason for your betrayal, will you not? He stood before the teleportation gate. His hand touched it. Behind him, Rosalia stood, her body covered in wounds. He slowly turned his head, looking straight at her. So it is you, now your body is covered in wounds left by Lilith. She fell backward toward him. He reached out to catch her. She whispered in plea, please let me follow you. When she opened her eyes, she only saw a strange scene. Where am I? Seeing her stir, he immediately said, you are awake. A subordinate of Lilith, this is my temporary dwelling. He asked softly, so you wish to follow me? Rosalia answered firmly yes. She was afraid. Now she had to answer his every question carefully. If she was discovered to have come here on Lilith's orders, then she would immediately be devoured by those terrifying jaws. She hesitated as she looked at him. While thinking of a way to avoid suspicion, he silently watched her for a long time before asking further, are you familiar with the terrain of the abyss? She hesitated, then answered, I know it fairly well. Hearing her answer, he said with satisfaction, good, that is enough for my needs. His voice was steady. The Grand Dukes must have heard the news about Diablo. Once they are on guard, moving around becomes more difficult. I am in need of a guide. He walked away, leaving behind an instruction. I have only given you basic treatment, but it is not enough yet. Let your wounds heal completely. From now on I will be very busy. Rosalia replied respectfully, yes sir. She hesitated, then asked, aren't you going to ask anything more about me or why I came here? Hearing this, he smiled. I believe everyone has their own circumstances. Rosalia was surprised by that attitude. He continued, I will ask one more thing. What is your name? I cannot keep calling you the guide. She answered firmly, Rosalia. Seeing her firm demeanor, he was satisfied, looking forward to working with you, Rosalia. And so, I began my journey with him. By his side, I could observe him up close. The Abyss King who once fought each Grand Duke to unify this land. He was strong enough to deal with them, but things were never smooth. The peak monsters desperately fought against the king to protect their positions, and the king expended a great deal of strength to deal with them. I could not understand such a stubborn king, even though he possessed overwhelming power. Why did she only know how to stand far away and watch him fight alone? Rosalia respectfully conveyed Dragonia wishes to follow the new king. He was satisfied the dragon race's surrender is truly wise. He smiled, thinking of the future. This matter will make the Grand Dukes consider my proposal more seriously. This is a good opportunity. What began from Lilith's orders gradually turned into my curiosity toward that king. She said shyly, forgive my impertinence. Her gaze was firm. Why do you force yourself into difficult battles? If you wished, you could have lived comfortably with your current position. Hearing her words, he pondered thoughtfully. Then he turned toward the gate. Because I believe this is the reason for my existence in this world. He opened up, I think telling you once would not hurt, and the king told me his story. What is your true identity? Why did you fight in the territorial wars? And why did you wage the racial war? She was astonished. I always felt empty, as if something grand was missing. He touched his chest. Only after awakening as this fragment body did I understand what I must do. He clenched his fist. Now that I know the reason for my existence, I just have to bet everything on it. Living just for the sake of living is pitiful. Every living being has the responsibility to find their reason and pursue it. He looked straight into her eyes. What is your reason for living, Rosalia? She froze, her hands gripping her dress tightly. I do not know if a lowly monster has such a thing. He explained, are you not just avoiding it? To survive under Lilith, those feelings were perhaps unnecessary. He smiled confidently, but it is different now. If you truly wish to stay, I will help you find your purpose. She was startled. You knew everything all along? Rosalia asked irritably why you gave me this chance, out of pity or just a trivial amusement. He reasoned, perhaps because your eyes resemble the empty eyes I once had. She could only stand there dazed. That night in the castle, she sat by the window, lost in thought as she gazed out. My reason for living. Small magic hole appeared on the ceiling. A drop of blood fell onto her shoulder. Her eyes gradually became vacant. Seeing this, Moon immediately said, what do you mean by this? Rosalia, that brat over there is staring at you. He shouted angrily. It has been months since you followed that bastard. Why have you still not brought back any information? The queen is furious. She ordered me to bring you back. Moon coldly ordered her to come back. She did not reply, only listened as he said, you had better pray that what you saw and heard is valuable. It is the only way to reduce your punishment. He said impatiently, what are you doing? Hurry up and come. She firmly refused. No, I will not return. I will stay here. He could not believe it, turning back to look at her. What? Rosalia smiled. I want to be by his side, to witness with my own eyes what he strives to achieve. Her eyes were already set on her decision, and I want to find my own reason for living. Moon's voice grew cold. The queen was truly wise to send him to investigate this matter. His eyes glowed red, magic flaring up. Who would have thought Rosalia would be captivated by the very person she was supposed to manipulate? Magic converged into form in Moon's hand. You know full well that this mission carries the future of our entire race. He pointed his sword at Rosalia. Yet you are ready to betray us for such a ridiculous reason? She answered firmly, looking straight at Moon. That is correct. Hearing this, he did not hesitate, surging forward. If that is the case, I will bring you back by force, Rosalia. She calmly looked up, listening to Moon's furious words. The end for a traitor is only death. Confess before the queen, and then die. But before he could act, he sensed a third shadow nearby. Instinctively turning around, a crimson monster with a bottomless mouth shot down from above toward Moon, forcing him to raise his sword to block. Ignoring that, the monster still charged, crashing into Moon, passing by Rosalia for a distance. A powerful push caught him off guard, sending him flying backward from the inertia. Only after a long moment did Moon plant his sword to steady himself, forcing out fragmented words. This power is... From within the mana surge that tore out like the monster, a human voice spoke, an uninvited guest in the dead of night. This. When the energy dissipated, it revealed the shadow of the Emperor, the host personally coming out to welcome you. He showed concern for Rosalia behind him. Rosalia, are you injured? If not, that is good. The sight enraged Moon. Do not interfere in this matter. Adamba is a spy sent to gather information on you. The Emperor paid no heed to his words, only calmly stating, I know that, but Rosalia is now under my protection. She is no longer Lilith's subordinate. He also warned Moon, therefore I cannot allow you to use force to capture or harm her. Moon did not listen, stubbornly channeling his magical power. The order I received from the queen is to bring Rosalia back at any cost. If I fail, even if I return, death is the only thing waiting for me. Gritted his teeth and charged forward with his swords. Then I would rather die here. The Emperor simply raised his arm calmly, and the monster also sprang forward. It shot rapidly toward Moon. Then it exploded, splitting into small threads that recombined, spreading out above his head. They enveloped Moon's surroundings, giving him no time to react. When the wave of power faded, Moon lay sprawled on the ground, unable to move. He moved his lips, thinking he was about to die, feeling only regret. In the end, I still could not surpass you, neither you nor Lilith. His eyelashes flickered with memory, the corner of his lips trembling with unwillingness. How tragic. Can I truly never become a Grand Duke? At that moment, the Emperor spoke, cutting through his mood. Hey Rosalia, now it is your turn. Sending subordinate after subordinate, I believe Lilith has no intention of accepting my proposal. But if a Grand Duke were to suddenly disappear, the Dream Demons and Blood Clans would lose control and go mad. He walked slowly toward him and asked, your name is Aji Moon, correct? The Emperor made an offer. Do you want to become a Grand Duke? What if I said I could make that wish come true? The word struck his heart, giving Ajimun hope, making him willingly turn toward him. Me, a Grand Duke? In another place at Lilith's castle, furious shouting echoed. What in the world is going on here? She paused to discipline each person beside her. Never mind Rosalia. Why has even Ajimun not returned yet? This made the servants fearfully beg for mercy. Have my orders become a joke to you now? What if I ask for Her Majesty's mercy? She thought this was happening because I have not been strict enough with you. Lilith's one outburst resulted in rows of unfortunate people lying on the ground. All of you, you useless bunch. At that moment, the two figures of Aji Moon and Rosalia appeared, dissipating her anger. Lilith, not noticing the strangeness in him, called out his name, Aji Moon. And Rosalia. Initially pleased they had returned, she then sensed something strange. So you have come back. Looking down below, the rows of people behind Aji Moon and Rosalia made Lilith freeze. You too? She flared up, looking ahead. The Emperor's footsteps approached, met with the submission of Lilith's subordinates. He strode calmly through the rows of people who respectfully bowed before him. Lilith fell into a great formation, ready to strike forward. Go. After a period of chaos that day in the abyss, a Grand Duke vanished into history. Two new Grand Dukes, blessed by the Demon King's power, were born, the Blood Clan Lord Aji Moon, and the new Queen of the Dream Demon race. Rosalia then hesitantly finished her story of the past. That is my story. She turned to look at Ta Hyun and said gently, the Rosalia you see before you now may seem dignified, but initially she was just a miserable wretch barely surviving under Lilith. If the Demon King of the lower realm had not appeared back then, Rosalia would probably have lived like that forever. Rosalia's eyes were full of anticipation as she looked at him. Are you disappointed in her? Ta Hyun's eyes widened. He smiled gently. What are you saying? How could I be disappointed? He spoke about his past, how Ta Hyun had once been miserable and wretched, only knowing how to struggle to survive. From the moment he met the Demon King, his life changed completely. Ta Hyun looked at Rosalia, encouraging her that the past didn't matter, only what one does today held meaning. Praised her for fulfilling her role as Grand Duke by keeping this place safe after the Demon King vanished. She fell silent, lost in thought. He cheerfully continued, asking if she had finally found her reason for existence. Rosalia glanced over, feeling satisfied, and affirmed her desire to stay by the Emperor's side to witness what he wished to accomplish. She remembered that silhouette, her heart filled with longing and helping him realize his dream had become Rosalia's reason for existence. Then she looked at Ta Hyun, smiled, and said that now that he was gone, helping him was her reason for existence. He stood up, smiled with satisfaction, and said briefly, very good. She asked if he had found the contractor yet, since telling this story was meant to find a way to persuade Aji Moon. He replied gleefully that he thought he could handle this matter. Afterwards, Ta Hyun stood alone on the land near the castle. He focused his magic towards the sky. The surge of power swirled, gathering to form the summoning spell. Aji Moon landed, sneeringly calling him a brat. His eyes showed no patience, warning him not to get delusional, just because they had once clashed. He was not someone who could be summoned casually at any time. Ta Hyun ignored him, simply making an offer to discuss an important matter. Aji Moon mocked him, asking what good business could there be between them besides the postponed match. Ta Hyun calmly replied, just listen, you have nothing to lose. He confidently stated his decision to launch an attack on Beelzebub and wanted him to join. Aji Moon grew angry, saying it was ridiculous for him to participate in a war with no benefit. Ta Hyun calmly replied that it would be the path for him to be acknowledged as a true Grand Duke. Seeing Aji Moon bewildered, he continued that he knew his past from Rosalia, that he came Grand Duke thanks to the Demon King. In this abyss, only the strong survived, and the throne was merely power. To become a true Grand Duke, one must prove oneself through struggle. Ta Hyun looked at him meaningfully, saying that because he had never experienced that, Beelzebub still looked down on him as an amateur. He was well aware of that complex, always seeking to overcome it by targeting him, attacking other territories, making contracts with contractors, and meddling on Earth. Hearing it from a brat's mouth made Aji Moon uncomfortable. He cut in. This is the key point. Ta Hyun concluded, reaching out his hand towards him, saying he wanted to take something from Beelzebub, and if he helped, his rights and territory would belong to him. Aji Moon's eyes wavered with every word. Hanging the head of an old generation Grand Duke in the castle would leave no one daring to say he was not a true Grand Duke. Finally, Ta Hyun confidently asked, so, sounding more interesting now? Aji Moon looked straight back leisurely, sarcastically remarking he didn't know he thought of him that way, and looking at how he crawled all the way here to find him. The thing he wanted from Beelzebub must be very important, huh? Ta Hyun shrugged, calmly admitting it, though he couldn't tell him what it was. You have what you want, I have what I need. That's a mutually beneficial deal. After speaking, he turned and left, leaving the decision to him. Aji Moon silently watched him go, his brows slightly furrowed, looking unwilling. A few weeks later, at the border between the Margaret clan and the Silent Desert Demon clan, Taehyun and his army were already waiting, but saw no sign of anyone. Typhon anxiously asked if Ajimun really wasn't coming, whether it would ruin the plan. The original goal was to rescue the Fairy King. Without the sealing sword room that would, contrary to the worry, Taehyun confidently said not to worry, that guy would definitely come. The more important thing was to focus on what was right in front of them. Saving the Fairy King would be useless if they lost this battle. Having said that, he delightedly ordered the army to march. The moment the order was given, the battle erupted everywhere, pure chaos. Typhon struck a heavy blow to the ground, terrifying 3 demon soldiers. Erebos unleashed lightning, flashing everywhere. Demon soldiers lay scattered about. Typhon excitedly used full force to hurl everything away, laughing loudly. Feel the power of the giant king. Rosalia stood still, her powerful long tentacles finishing off any who dared approach. Taehyun floated in the air, observing the entire chaotic battle below. He emotionlessly raised his hand to cast Murmuring Devour. A stream of power shot down, clearing out a group of unfortunate demon soldiers. The overwhelming force made every single one of them scream in agony. Taehyun crossed his arms, landed, then called out the names Erebos and Acer. Erebos understood, turned his head and replied, "Yeah, that's enough. Just leave this place to us and go. We'll definitely win." Hearing that, Taehyun smiled and nodded reassuringly. A strange core mass, like a heart pulsing with bright red spots, hovered in the blood-colored space. Amid the suffocating core, a blue light flared up, opening a different space. A group led by Taehyun stepped out. Typhon remarked that drawing the forces out to the outer battlefield, and then infiltrating deep into demon territory was brilliant. Taehyun added, "Lucky we marked the coordinates when we came to see Beelzebub to get the plague sermon vaccine. Don't let your guard down, the Demon King is right ahead." Saying this, he opened the massive door. But when they saw the scene before them, everyone was stunned, mouths agape. Strange thing, the Demon King's throne on high was completely empty. Typhon stepped in, full of caution and suspicion. He asked, "Is no one here?" Or did he know beforehand and quickly fled? Taehyun immediately denied it, saying it was impossible. Rosalia placed her hand on the ground, sensing the flow of mana. She spoke up, "Below us, I can see his mana underground. The feeling is very strange. This is..." Suddenly, Zilfur charged out from somewhere, thrusting his sword and shouting loudly, "I will not let you get close to Lord Beelzebub." At this moment, Taehyun quickly pushed Rosalia aside, turning to face Ada. He used only one hand like a shield, blocking Zilfur's sharp sword tip. Rosalia stepped back, hurriedly saying the Demon King's location. Typhon ran while turning his head to ask, "The key." Taehyun squinted at the newcomer, asking in a cold voice, "Who is this again?" "Last time I came here there was no one." After speaking, he reached out his hand, focusing mana into a small sphere. He released Devour forward, but Zilfur nimbly twisted his body to dodge safely. Ada had just stopped, looking up to see the attack still hurtling forward without cease. His power was overwhelming, unleashing attacks continuously, but Zilfur calmly dodged each and every one. Ada dropped to a knee, using his hand to halt himself, and continued fighting. Taehyun spoke in suspicion, "You are not an ordinary warrior. I did not know Beelzebub had a subordinate like you." Ada did not answer, merely pointing his sword straight at him, like a challenge. Typhon suddenly remembered, a familiar feeling rising. "You look very familiar. Could you be Zilfur?" Hearing that name, Rosalia exclaimed in shock. "What?" Taehyun asked in confusion. "Who is Jufo?" Typhon explained, "Zilfur is an ancient entity, formerly a candidate for Grand Duke alongside Beelzebub and Diablo. Unlike the brutal demons, they were honorable warriors. I remember they disappeared before the selection. Everyone thought Beelzebub or Diablo had harmed them. I never expected them to still be alive, but why are they cooperating with an old enemy?" Rosalia squinted as she observed, adding, "Looking closely, their mana flow is unstable. It fluctuates violently, proving they are not lucid. They might have been brainwashed by Beelzebub." Taehyun asked, "Rosalia, mind control is your specialty. Is there a way to dispel it?" She hesitated. "Maybe, but it needs time, and right now..." Typhon stepped forward in front of the two, interrupting. "There is no other way. Just leave this place to me." He clenched his fists, full of determination. "The one we need to deal with is the Demon King, right? So we must approach him quickly. Lingering here is not beneficial. Give me a chance to show my skill." Taehyun nodded trustingly. "All right, I'm counting on you." Seeing him about to leave, Zilfur angrily charged forward and shouted, "I said I would not permit it." At that very moment, a strange electric current suddenly ran through. Typhon lunged forward, using his body to take the blow for Taehyun, sending Ada rebounding backward. Zilfur spun around, stabbing his sword into the ground to break. On Typhon's body, a few electrical sparks still lingered, seemingly discharging more and more densely. He pounded his chest, shouting excitedly, "I have always wanted to fight you, a duel between warriors. It has been a long time since I could put out all my strength like this." Taehyun and Rosalia pressed straight down toward the Demon King's palace. Soon enough, the two reached the very end of the winding stairs. Looking at the object before him, Taehyun crossed his arms and judged. It seems appearance is not the only thing he shares with a dragon. Before them, a black-purple cocoon hung suspended in a web, trembling slightly as if about to hatch. Seeing this, he wondered, suddenly entering the cocoon stage like this. Is he about to evolve next? Rosalia nodded. "That is correct." Suddenly, the center of the cocoon pulsed with a faint rhythm. Immediately, a crack appeared on the cocoon's surface. A tentacle-like thing shot out from inside, lunging to attack those in front. Beelzebub stepped out with his new form, his voice horrifying. "Consider it an honor, for you will be the first living sacrifices offered to the reborn Demon King." With that, he let out a roar, releasing his power violently, creating a gale force wind. Taihan squinted warily at his enemy, seemingly calculating something in his mind. He smirked, taunting. "You caused me all this trouble and only now appear. You really have no conscience." Having spoken, Taihyun turned his head to look at Aji Moon, who had just appeared behind him. As soon as Beelzebub saw him, he was astonished. "Silver release, you are..." Aji Moon stepped forward, saying contemptuously, "You should be grateful that I bothered to show up, you little brat." Taihyun grinned. "I told you it's mutually beneficial." He answered with interest, "We'll see about that." Beelzebub, having just awakened from his evolution cocoon, now had to face 3 enemies alone. Rosalia spoke up. "Everything is happening exactly as the contract keeper said. You were so arrogant, I thought you wouldn't deign to show up." Aji Moon tilted his head, answering calmly, "I am not foolish enough to refuse immediate benefits for the sake of meaningless pride." Hearing this, she chuckled and asked back, "Is that so? Because when His Majesty made the offer to you..." He furrowed his brow slightly, asking irritably, "Come to think of it, Rosalia, didn't you snitch to the key? Now that you've been promoted to Grand Duke, behave accordingly. You haven't changed a bit." Rosalia retorted, "Don't be so petty, I was just bringing up old matters." "But you haven't changed either, have you? Let's put that quarrel aside for later," he said angrily. "What?" Taihyun interjected, pulling them back to the present. "Right now, we need to cooperate to take down this bastard." Beelzebub looked at them, chuckled, then declared, "How ridiculous. Are these the best pieces you could scrape together? A bunch of fake Grand Dukes sent to steal the throne. I think that suits a fake Demon King of the Abyss," he roared, declaring ferociously. "However, you fakes gathering together to challenge the Grand Duke of Grand Dukes. Beelzebub is still 100,000 years too early." Taihyun smirked contemptuously. "Did you all hear what he said?" Aji Moon nodded and spoke. "Okay, for now let us prioritize taking everything from him, and also find a new decorative piece for the castle." Rosalia glanced at him with deep affection, the corner of her lips curving slightly as she hummed softly. Taihyun put on a serious face and ordered everyone, "Let us begin." Aji Moon confidently took the lead, saying that this time he would go first. Having said that, he cast the Bloodmane magic, and thousands of crimson whirlwinds rose up and shot towards Beelzebub. Aji Moon opened his eyes wide and said seriously, "This battle will be different from fighting a mere clone. Let us see how long you can stay calm, Demon King." Facing the overwhelming attack rushing towards him, Beelzebub simply stood still in place calmly. At that moment, the series of whirlwinds combined into one large pillar and struck down hard at the spot where the Demon King had just stood, dyeing the entire space a blazing red. Rosalia flew over in delight and chimed in, "I cannot just stand by with my arms crossed. I will lend a hand too." With that, she raised her hand high and cast large electric spheres. Then she used all her power to launch a barrage of them towards Beelzebub. Small spheres flew down and converged into one large bomb, exploding a vast area of land. The explosion sent dirt and dust flying everywhere, and Aji Moon cast a protective barrier to shield Taihyun. He slightly raised his eyebrows, carefully observing the commotion ahead. The scuffle in the basement caused the entire castle to shake violently. Up here, Typhon was still fiercely fighting his enemy. He extended his hand forward, unleashing lightning towards Zilfer, forcing Ada to step back. Typhon laughed excitedly, and said, "Can you feel the wave of mana sweeping across this entire land? Now that Aji Moon has joined the battle, they are truly getting serious. Even if the opponent is Beelzebub, facing 2 Grand Dukes at the same time is no easy feat. The King's Key is also there. Aren't you worried?" as the guardian for Beelzebub. Upon hearing this, Zilfer sneered and retorted, "Worried, huh?" Ada swung a sword in a sweeping arc, perfectly blocking Typhon's sudden attack. He dropped to one knee and slid back a few steps, hearing her contemptuously declare, "The one who should be worried is you, Giant King." Zilfer honestly admitted that the reason he served as Beelzebub's bodyguard was because His Majesty had focused his mind on deciphering a new power, leaving himself unguarded. Now that the battle has started, it means His Majesty has completed that task and successfully evolved. He asked in confusion, "Decipher, evolve, what does that mean?" Zilfer answered bluntly, "It means His Majesty has completely controlled the other mana source that was slumbering within." Typhon was startled by a sudden sense of foreboding rising from below. She continued, "Now that His Majesty has reached a higher realm, you do not have a single chance of winning." Back here, IG wanted to approach the hole where Beelzebub had been standing, looking down contemptuously and snorting coldly. "So this is all you amount to, huh? You have let your guard down too much, Beelzebub." Beneath the thick dust billowing up, there was not a single movement. Suddenly, Beelzebub shot out from within at lightning speed, startling Aji Moon so much he could not react in time. He immediately swung a slash, severely wounding Aji Moon and sending him flying backward. Rosalia quickly shot out tentacles to support Ajimun, but the Demon King detected them immediately. He rushed over, cutting off each tentacle one by one, then swung a kick that struck her body with earth-shattering force. Rosalia was sent flying back, the force so great it caused her entire body to freeze up. Ta-Han immediately rushed through the dust to launch a surprise attack on him. He unleashed a rapid flurry, delivering powerful blows against Beelzebub's body without stopping, forcing him to stagger backward. But no matter how many punches Ta-Han threw, it was not enough to dent the sturdy armor on his body. Beelzebub's entire body remained unchanged after that flurry, as if all the strikes were just ant bites. Now he realized the serious problem. It was not just his appearance, his strength, endurance, and speed had all skyrocketed. Beelzebub smiled with interest and retorted, "You think that is all there is to it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ta-Hyun's entire body emitted a horrifying black-purple mana. Sudden, piercing pain surged up, catching him off guard. The intense pain forced Ta-Hyun to drop to one knee, enduring it. A terrible power had infiltrated his body, causing internal injuries that made him vomit blood. At that moment, Beelzebub suddenly appeared before him, speaking coldly, "My power has also become overwhelmingly stronger than before. Finally, the time to surpass him has come. Begone, remnant of the Abyss King." With that, he shot his hand down to finish Ta-Hyun. Just as he was about to land the killing blow, Ta-Hyun vanished into thin air, leaving only scattered glass shards. Beelzebub realized he had just been tricked. He turned his head to look behind and muttered, "Right, there is also this, the power of the proud Pen Queen, the art of mind manipulation." Although Rosalia's body was battered, she had still managed to rush over in time to set up a diversion for Ta-Hyun. Beelzebub looked at the new space around him and angrily shouted, "In the end, that was only buying time. You are bothering me." She confidently retorted, "Well, we will see about that." He was surprised by her confidence, listening as she continued, "Incidentally, I felt something was off since entering your castle. Now that I am face to face at close range, I finally understand. That abnormal development is because you have been using the great mana of the Fairy King within your body, correct?" Beelzebub did not deny it, but laughed delightedly and praised, "I did not expect someone to know that I hold the Fairy King." He honestly admitted, "You are right, I did obtain the Fairy King in the past and used it to elevate my status, but I failed to master its power. However, in this final war for territory, I needed a decisive trump card, so I found a clue in the ancient territory of the fairies, and through that I evolved. I am adapting better and better to my new body, and will only continue to grow stronger. Once that happens, I will be the one to ascend to the throne of the Abyss King." Rosalia frowned seriously, calculating inwardly, if Beelzebub truly learns to use the Fairy King's power, the situation will only worsen. We need to speed up the plan, contractor. On this side, Ajimun suddenly spoke up and offered, "Use my power. If you restructure your body with it, you can escape the effects of the toxin." Ta-Han did not refuse and said, "Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I was already planning to do so." He stared blankly into the void, suspecting Rosalia had taken Beelzebub away. He nodded, seeming to confirm that was the case. Ajimun frowned in irritation, then admitted, "To be honest, I think I was the one who was careless. I didn't expect Beelzebub to have reached that level. Perhaps he had been hiding his power all along. But hey kid, you already have another plan in mind, you?" Ta-Hyun stretched and cracked his knuckles, directly denying it. "No, I have no plan. I didn't expect him to be this strong either." He asked curiously, "Then what do you intend to do?" He brought his hand to his chin, thought for a moment, then replied, "We could create an opening somehow, but we lack a weapon that can deliver a decisive blow through that gap." "Ajimun, do you have anything useful with you?" Back in reality, Ajimun frowned and spoke, "A weapon that can deliver a decisive blow. It's not that I don't have one." Ta-Han, standing beside him, replied, "That's great, then use it." Hearing this, he grew angry. "You arrogant brat. Who do you think you are to give me orders? That's not something that can be mentioned casually. It's a secret technique known only to a few in the direct line of the Maka clan." He smiled, raising a question for confirmation. "You're talking about the seal blade, right?" Ajimun was startled but quickly calmed down. "Rosalia must have told you, or you heard it from the one in her head." Ta-Hyun shrugged bluntly. "I don't know what you're talking about, but does it matter where I heard it right now? How long do you plan to keep that power hidden? Aren't you here to prove yourself a true Grand Duke? Chance to defeat Beelzebub is in your hands now, Ajimun. Show us your resolve." Struck where it hurt, he could only stare at him with a dissatisfied look. Inside Rosalia's space, tremors rose up, making the entire space seem about to shatter. The battle between Beelzebub and Rosalia continued, with the overwhelming advantage completely on Beelzebub's side. She was knocked backward, the pain starting to seep in, making her face contort in endurance. Beelzebub laughed with delight. "Is that all you've got? Rosalia, even within your own mental space, you're not much better." That he thrust his hand straight through Rosalia's stomach to finish her off instantly. but in just a moment she turned into flower petals that floated away. Beelzebub lunged forward, sneering, "In the end, that was just a meaningless game of distraction. But how much longer do you plan to stall with these petty tricks?" Rosalia did not reply, only thought to herself, "How annoying, but he is right. Dealing with a monster that has evolved, stalling is the best I can do. And now even that is nearing its limit." Beelzebub immediately charged forward, growling and shouting loudly, "I will finish you off before you can pull any more tricks." Cornered, Rosalia thought to herself, "I have no other choice, I must trust in my contract." At that moment the space shattered. Rosalia's spirit was ravaged by Beelzebub. He reached out, shattered the space, and crawled out, his voice ringing out, "We are back outside." On this side, Taihan had timely rescued Rosalia, one arm supporting her while the other cast a spell, Devour. A massive snake shot forward at blinding speed, sinking its sharp fangs into Beelzebub. He quickly used the power of the king to withstand the attack, while arrogantly declaring, "But for me now, even this is useless." Moon also quickly joined the fight. He used mana to release his blood domain, launching a relentless attack on the opponent. If that's the case, then how about this? In Moon's hand, a short sword radiating murderous intent was summoned. He lunged forward, plunging it straight into Beelzebub's body, the sharp blade instantly piercing his sturdy armor. Caught off guard, Beelzebub let out a fierce, pained scream. Tahyun's plan this time was a great success. He smiled excitedly. It worked. Beelzebub felt the power within him being drained. He growled, "What is this? This is no ordinary sword strike. Is my power being sucked away?" Moon glared and explained, "That is the Seal Blade, a powerful sword with the ability to absorb and seal the power of anyone it cuts." He pressed down on the hilt while shouting loudly, "No one can escape this sword. Obediently become a blood sacrifice." The wind picked up. Tahyun shielded his eyes with one hand, unable to hide his smug smile, thinking everything was progressing well, just needed to hold on a little longer. Infuriated, Beelzebub roared, "How arrogant! Who is absorbing whose power here? You think I would be defeated by a mere lump of fresh blood like this? I am the one who will surpass the Grand Dukes and become the king of the abyss." That he evolved into an entirely new demonic form, a three-headed serpent revealing its true shape, letting out a ferocious roar. Witnessing that, Moon was stunned into stillness. "What?" The transformed Beelzebub charged forward, launching a counterattack that sent him flying backward. Seeing this, Taihan called out in worry, Moon. He quickly twisted his body, planting his hand on the ground to break sharply. Beelzebub gripped the short sword still embedded in his body, coldly stating, "Your finishing move is still very clumsy." He changed his stance, swinging the sword. "This is the limit of a fake Grand Duke like you, and that must be your final despair. Watch as your hope shatters." With that, Beelzebub channeled mana into the short sword. A blinding red light flared up. Tahyun and Rosalia were blinded by that surge of power. Moon could not believe his eyes, his face stiff as a statue. Beelzebub crushed the short sword with just one hand, cackling with delight. Then he tilted his head to look at them and concluded, "You will soon share the same fate as this sword." Tahyun immediately channeled mana to his legs. He shot towards him with a red-hot transformed arm, but Beelzebub had already seen it coming and blocked it. Even facing his thunderous punch, Beelzebub did not flinch and even calmly said, "No need to rush, I will send you off right after him." Tahyun stared at him with burning rage, calculating in his mind that the only way to save the Fairy King was gone, and now he had to focus on taking down Beelzebub. Even if he had to use that man again, he would finish Beelzebub right here. Back in reality, Beelzebub began his counterattack, sending him flying backward. At this moment, Moon struggled to get up, his hand reaching for the short sword that had snapped in half. He thought bitterly, the fake Grand Duke, even being humiliated like this, could not talk back. He always spoke of a brighter future, but his whole life he only knew how to bow his head to those stronger than him. Even the title of Grand Duke, which he coveted more than anything, turned out to be nothing more than discarded scraps bestowed by the deep domain. So what must he do to become a true Grand Duke? Having thought this, he struggled to his feet, ready to rejoin the battle. On this side, the confrontation between Beelzebub and Tahyun grew increasingly intense. He launched a kick that created a massive explosion, but luckily his teacher managed to step back and dodge it. Mujebap fought more fiercely, charging madly forward and shouting that he was merely a false king. Tahyun, blazing with fury, concentrated magical power in his arm, ready to unleash his skill, and snapped that he did not need recognition. He fought only to become the real deal. Moon observed from the side, and upon hearing this, his dark pupils trembled slightly. Those words struck a chord with him. Moon silently admired that the brat, despite having a human body, dared to stake his life to challenge the true Grand Duke. If that was the case, then he too had to pour everything he had into this battle. He clenched his hand with determination, beginning to activate his blood domain. Surging droplets of blood rose up, enveloping his entire body. He wanted to grip the sword hilt tightly to chant the seal, but now there was nothing left to absorb. Even though this choice pushed him further away from the throne of the Grand Duke, the short sword in his hand was gradually being restored to its original state. Tahyun, who was fighting, was also drawn by the light from Moon's side, wondering strangely what this radiance was. Seeing this, Beelzebub was stunned with shock, uttering in disbelief that the sword should have been broken by now. A halo of light surrounded Aji-moon, leaving the sword and his power in their original state. Witnessing this scene, Taehyun also froze for a few seconds to compose himself. Aji-moon, standing in the middle of the radiance, spoke firmly, saying he would never be a fake again. This was the proof of a true Grand Duke, forged by betting everything. With that, he charged forward sword in hand, with a completely different kind of resolve. Not wanting his comrade to fight alone, Taehyun also lunged forward to attack the enemy ahead. Rosalia had regained her composure and seized this opportunity to assist. She raised her voice, saying that this time she would fight alongside him. The trio of Ataraxia charged forward in unison, joining forces to attack Beelzebub with unwavering will. Bilujibap was paralyzed by Rosalia's power, shrieking through gritted teeth. At that moment, the short sword in Aji-moon's hand shot forward once more, piercing straight through his body. Taehyun's Devar was simultaneously brought down as a single powerful strike, deciding the fate of the demon King Beelzebub. Suddenly, Beelzebub lifted his head, opened his mouth, and let out a deafening roar. The sound echoed, hoarse and fierce as if tearing the air apart, filled with rage. He complained bitterly that this could not happen, that he could not lose to lowly fakes. After the scream, he did not stop lamenting, insisting that he was the one who had surpassed the Grand Dukes, the one destined to step onto the throne as king. Taehyun raised a hand to calm him, telling him to know his place, that his curtain would fall here, Insect King. Aji-moon slowly raised his hand, gripping the sword hilt tightly, each finger clenching with finality. Flash of the blade streaked out so fast the naked eye could not follow, tearing through the void and piercing straight through Beelzebub. The next second, a crimson wave erupted from the cut, surging straight up into the sky like a colossal of blood. Beelzebub's posture remained proud, but his wing had been torn with a sharp gash. Ashes were etched into his clothing, dust covered his body, and he lay motionless on the ground. Aji-moon stood still amidst the whirlwind of crimson blade streaks spinning around him, both hands gripping the hilt of the greatsword planted into the ground. His red hair flew in the wind, his cold gaze exuding the aura of one who had just delivered an earth-shattering slash. Taehyun, standing behind, was quite surprised. He had thought all hope was lost, never expecting him to forge a new sword on the spot. If he could do that, he should have told him beforehand. Aji-moon lifted his face. In his eyes there was no longer decisiveness or arrogance, only an empty daze mixed with confusion. How could he have known beforehand? Even he had not known if he could do it. It was an all-or-nothing gamble. Taehyun smiled, glancing over, telling him that he had succeeded perfectly. Three stood facing each other, like three statues in the silent void. Rosalia's eyes widened slightly, her pupils contracting at the sight before her. At that moment, a brilliant radiance suddenly blazed from the side. The light spread in waves and quickly stretched out, casting shimmering streaks across her face. Aji-moon gritted his teeth. What is this? Taehyun furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes clearly showing confusion as he stared intently at the scene before him. But after only a few seconds, as if he had realized something, the corners of his lips slowly curved into a gentle smile. Within the blinding light, a graceful girl lay there, the Fairy King, the former Grand Duke of Misery, the Fairy King Elvin. The ground before them was covered in deep, ragged trenches, as if impacted by a terrifying force. Typhon slightly lowered his center of gravity, and then suddenly surged forward. In the blink of an eye, Zilfer appeared right in front of him. Interwoven streams of magical power coiled and flowed through the air, creating a heavy pressure that made everything tremble slightly. From the focal point of the power, circular rings of light appeared one after another, spreading outward in layers. Typhon's face twisted. This feeling is... His shoulders were solid, his arms brimming with strength, every movement exuding resilience and power. Opposite him, Zilfer was staggering. Her hand involuntarily rose to hold her head, her 5 fingers clutching her hair as if to tear away the pain surging in her brain. She muttered, "Ugh, what the hell have I been doing my whole life here?" Typhon laughed triumphantly. Zilfer's mind control had been dispelled, which meant, seizing the opportunity, he quickly ran off. Even after Beelzebub had grown stronger, he had never doubted for a single second. Before his eyes was the image of some object glowing intensely, as if just awakened from a long sleep. Typhon was curious about what was happening. Rosalia calmly realized that there was still one debt left to settle. Aji-moon slowly said, "So this was your plan from the beginning. You intended to use the sword seal room to pull the Fairy King out from inside Beelzebub. A clever move." Taehyun shrugged and said, "I did not deceive you. In exchange for leaving everything related to Beelzebub to you, I said I would take what I needed from him." Aji-moon raised an eyebrow in anger. This transaction was completely unfair. "Do you think I do not know the value of the Fairy King?" Taehyun questioned, "Are you planning to overturn the deal then? Both of us have already gotten what we wanted." "You mean we are enemies now?" Aji wanted to secure the sword hilt, admitting we were enemies. "However," he said calmly, "I am a Grand Duke, a deal is a deal." Tahan was stunned when he said he would only take what was promised. He let the matter of the fairy king go, even though he could have become stronger through her. Eji Moon's gaze was firm. When that time comes, I will face you on the battlefield once more. He slowly turned around, each steady footstep echoing in the silent space. The hem of his robe swayed slightly, his upright back gradually fading into the distance, exuding an air of composure. Rosalia was dazed. I thought he would go mad from being deceived. Has that demonic mage learned something after all? Tahan smiled contentedly. Anyway, let us celebrate. He spoke leisurely about the achievement just attained. We have successfully destroyed Beelzebub and rescued the Fairy King. Scene change. The battlefield was chaotic as both sides charged at each other with relentless momentum. The barrage of attacks created harsh, roaring explosions that echoed around. Someone ran over in a panic and called out loudly, "Brother." In the red-tinged sky, groups of winged figures were moving in one direction. The enemy was retreating. Erebos clenched his fist in joy, just as I thought. The wave of mana earlier was from Beelzebub's destruction. Let the cheers begin. Everyone fighting shouted in unison, "Victory is ours." The moment victory was confirmed, the tense atmosphere dissipated. Fatigue gave way to overwhelming joy, and everyone wore bright smiles. Erebos also unconsciously broke into a smile. The entire Argent Castle with its soaring towers stood tall under a pink-tinged twilight sky. The scene was both magnificent and ancient, carrying a sense of mystery. Inside, everyone had gathered and was gazing at Elvin lying there. Erebos was astonished. Is this the Fairy King we just heard about? She is smaller than I thought. I did not expect that tiny body could heal Father and the sacred tree. He wondered, but why is she still not awake? Typhon suspected there might have been a problem when separating her from Beelzebub. Rosalia was worried she was inside Beelzebub's belly for an endless amount of time. It will take a great deal of mental energy for her to wake up. Elvin lay quietly in the silent void, her face serene as if lost in a deep sleep. Around her, mana gently radiated into soft bands of light like mist. Rosalia said perhaps an external trigger was needed to awaken her. Elvin slowly opened her eyes. Typhon was shocked. Taehyun hurried over to introduce himself. "Your Majesty, I am Taehyun." He explained that the ruler of the celestial realm, Ban, was likely the last person she remembered. He himself was the heir of the Abyss King, destined to become the next king. Elvin lifted herself up and sat upright. Elvin looked at her hands in bewilderment, unsure if it was real. Has the great fairy race truly returned to the outside world? Elvin threw her head back and laughed loudly, the sound shattering the still atmosphere. Her lips curled up, eyes squinting in delight, shoulders shaking with each peal of laughter. "Haha, I am alive again. Enduring inside that stinky demon's belly was worth it." Taehyun called out to the Fairy King in surprise. Elvin raised a hand to cut him off. "You do not need to say anything more, for I already know who you are." Elvin stated, "I was never unconscious. I observed everything from inside Beelzebub." Elvin stood up, her laughter both refreshing and arrogant. Every rule and opponent in the world was not worth bothering about. This great fairy race is Elvin, the Fairy King, the most noble existence in the abyss. Taehyun said calmly, "Since you already know everything, this will be quick. Elvin, I need your help." He expressed, "I want you to use your power to make the sacred tree fragment bloom and reach up to the celestial realm." Remained sitting on the ground and added, "By the way, I also want you to restore Typhon's condition." Elvin yelled, "Is that the reason you saved me?" Elvin brought her face close to Taehyun's and questioned, "You saved my life in exchange for using my great mana?" He was stunned, realizing he had never asked what kind of person the Fairy King was. She seemed harder to deal with than he thought. "You mean saving your life is not enough?" Elvin closed her eyes slightly and waved a hand. "No, that is more than enough. Repaying a life-saving benefactor is only natural." Elvin's eyes sparkled with eagerness, all worries vanishing. "But before that, should we not throw a party to celebrate the Fairy King's return?" Elvin enthusiastically said, "To make it grand. Prepare all kinds of delicacies and hold it in a garden overflowing with flowers and leaves." Typhon was surprised. "So this is Elvin's personality?" Rosalia slowly said, "She reminds me of someone." Elvin's eyes curved into two crescent moons, nearly squinting shut from her radiant smile. A faint, satisfied, and serene smile tugged at the corner of Taehyun's lips. Everything was proceeding exactly as he wished.